Chapter 1 Polish Distilled Vodka Pheromones. A black Hummer sped through the dark night of Shisa City, tearing a gap in the darkness to reveal pale moonlight. The license plate read SA51s, the vehicle belonging to Chu Yang, heir of Hurricane Group, who could travel unobstructed throughout the Psy Empire unless authorized by the FAO Alliance. No one dared to intercept it. After an ear-piercing screech of brakes, the Hummer performed a neat spin and parked backwards into its spot with perfect control. The driver's door opened, revealing a pair of shiny black leather shoes stepping into view, followed by perfectly straight legs clad in a creaseless suit. Chu Yang loosened his tie slightly, his handsome and fair face filled with irritation. The scent of vodka pheromones revealed he was in the pre-susceptible phase. Color taboo. Chu Yang muttered, reading the flashy bar sign. Internally mocking his friend Chen Che's pretentious aesthetics, he thought how ironic for a Sea King to pick such a name. Wherever Chu Yang went, both megas and alphas covered their noses. The less resistant small omegas had already passed out from intoxication, even the alpha were feeling dizzy due to the oppressive pheromones. A female mega rolled up her sleeves as she injected herself with suppressants while complaining, which public-spirited alpha is in heat and still wandering around. Chu Yang spared not a single glance, pocketing his hands and walking upstairs into a private room. An adjacent alpha nudged the bold little omega next to him. Shoo, say less. Polish distilled vodka-scented pheromones, who else could that be but the crown prince of Hurricane Group? Polish distilled vodka, the fiercest, highest concentration alcohol in the world. Had Chu Yang not adhered to male virtues, it would have been an outright crime. Small amounts of these pheromones alone are enough to induce estrus in a mega, even causing alpha with poor tolerance to faint upon inhaling. The little omega fell silent, this crown prince being the top-tier alpha of recent years in the Psy Empire, his father the chairman of Hurricane Group controlling a 5,000 trillion commerce empire and concurrently president of the business community. His dad was a top-tier actor, a dream lover for countless alphas in the Psy Empire. Born with infinite money and beauty, Chu Yang, as a top-tier alpha, also possessed superhuman fighting abilities. But along with those came no end of troubles. Comparison can kill. Upon seeing Chu Yang, Chen Che pinched his nose and fanned the air around him. Big brother Chu, quickly repress those pheromones, you're killing me. Sitting on the couch, Chu Yang pulled a suppressant tube from his pocket and jabbed it directly into his thigh. Within 2 seconds, the gland normalized. This shouldn't be happening anyway. You're already 24 years old, whose alpha at 24 doesn't have a boyfriend? Chu Yang choked momentarily, slightly furrowing his brows as he twirled the glass in his hand. Irked, you piece of crap cucumber, understand what about it? Chen Che sighed, at a loss for words. Most people would undergo differentiation at age 20 after adulthood, while some differentiated before reaching legal age. Chu Yang belonged to the latter group. Ordinarily, after a child differentiates, families would seek out either an alpha or a mega with matching pheromones for marriage, thus preventing potential societal instability during sensitive periods. Of course, there were bachelors too, like Chen Che. But he had countless little omegas, using virtually no suppressants after differentiation. Inside, those like Chu Yang who hadn't married and remained virgins at 24 were incredibly rare. Chen Che often lamented Chu Yang wasting his genes as a top-tier alpha, having used suppressants for 6 whole years without knowing any side effects. Chen Che grinned mischievously, glancing at Chu Yang's lower half and putting his arm around his shoulder. Tell me honestly, Yang, does your thing even work? Chu Yang coldly glanced at Chen Che, raising an eyebrow, or maybe you'd like to try. Chen Che cursed with a laugh, crossing his arms and distancing himself from Chu Yang, shaking his head. You truly are a freak. But seriously, Chen Che took a sip of alcohol to calm himself. Are you sure Jiang Xinghe will differentiate into an alpha? Chu Yang rubbed his hair, softly murmuring an affirmation. Chu Yang's father and Jiang Xinghe's father were comrades in arms of the same generation, sharing an excellent relationship. After serving their time in the military, Chu Shan returned home to manage the Hurricane Group, while Jiang Qing stayed within the FAO Special Operations Department. Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe went to school and grew up together. Being a year older, Jiang Xinghe cared for Chu Yang as an older brother. When Chu Yang was a child, he was a chubby bundle of cuteness, short and adorable, and was always raised more as a mega. On the contrary, Jiang Xinghe had been taller than his peers since he was a child. Chu Yang stood next to him like a shorty, and Jiang Qing chuckled, saying that his star river would surely become the most powerful alpha. Initially, Chu Yang stuck out his little waist and shouted that he would also become an alpha, but his dad said being a mega meant he could marry brother Xinghe as a wife. From then on, Chu Yang implicitly accepted his identity as a mega and made up his mind to marry brother Xinghe when he grew up. When they were getting vaccinated, Chu Shan pulled them for genetic testing. The results showed, both were of high-quality alpha genes. Chu Shan happily looked at the test results, claiming his genes were really good. At that moment, Chu Yang's face fell, and he cried for half a month. Wah wah. I can't marry brother Xinghe as a wife anymore, wah wah. Jiang Xinghe consoled him for half a month, saying that even if he couldn't be a wife, being a younger brother would be just fine, and he would forever protect Chu Yang. At the time, Chu Yang couldn't even distinguish the difference between a wife and a younger brother. Once he learned being a brother allowed him to continue playing with Jiang Xinghe, he immediately turned his tears into laughter. On the day Chu Yang differentiated, strong and overwhelming vodka pheromones filled his bedroom, signaling the sensitive period. Jiang Xinghe came to his house after school that day, pushing the door open to see Chu Yang curled up in bed. Jiang Xinghe hadn't differentiated yet, so he couldn't smell the pheromones nor did he know about Chu Yang's inner struggle and restraint. All he saw was Chu Yang breathing rapidly, eyes full of bloodshot red, misty with tears welling up, and feeling his forehead burning hot. Chu Yang leaned against Jiang Xinghe's shoulder, who gently patted his back and comforted him, "Baby Tuan, hold on, all right?" From that moment on, Chu Yang knew he would never be able to be Jiang Xinghe's younger brother. So what if it's AA love? He didn't care what others thought. But before Chu Yang could make any move, news of Jiang Cheng's and Su Qi's sacrifice came, and Jiang Xing had disappeared. Without even saying goodbye. Chu Yang searched through Sai Se but found no trace of him. There was only one place left, King Island Military Training Base, where any ordinary person attempting to approach would be executed on the spot for treason. Chen Che leaned casually on the couch, shaking his head and sighing, "So what do you plan to do?" Chu Yang tilted his head back, drank the brandy in his glass dry, and said calmly, "Find him, then." Chu Yang gave Chen Che a look that was hard to read. Chen Che's mouth twitched slightly as he recalled the first time he met Jiang Xinghe, knocking down two robust alphas with 3 punches. Silently, he patted Chu Yang's shoulder, "Brother, that takes guts. I believe in you. My uncle is the chief physician at the Sai Center Hospital, I'll get you a VIP pass." Chu Yang. Chapter 2, Commander of the Black Panther Unit. 2 military off-road vehicles parked steadily in the dedicated parking lot. The rear doors opened, and 6 individuals wearing black camouflage combat uniforms stepped out. The FAO logo was printed on their chests, and the arm patch on their left arms featured a hunting-themed Black Panther totem. After getting out of the vehicles, the 6 people automatically lined up into a row. They had military information concealment patches on the back of their necks, so there wasn't a trace of any pheromones detectable from them, making it impossible to tell if they were alphas or megas. Judging by their height and build, they were probably 4 alphas and 2 megas. Soon after, a man exited the passenger seat. He was estimated to be over 180 centimeters tall, and his fitted combat uniform accentuated his lean physique. A pair of mid-calf combat boots made his legs appear straight and long. On the side of his right thigh, a band secured a multifunctional dagger. The man removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes with slightly upward slanting corners that softened the sharpness of his features. The mission for this operation is to ensure the smooth running of the wall jewelry exhibition. "Yes. We guarantee the mission's success," came the disciplined, resonant reply. The wall jewelry exhibition was personally organized by Chu Shan, chairman of the Hurricane Group, showcasing his collection to the world. What appeared to be a feast for the eyes was essentially a subtle display of affection. All the exhibits at the jewelry exhibition were treasures Chu Shan had gathered from around the world for his wife Luo Sun. The centerpiece of this jewelry exhibition was a blood-red gemstone raw crystal that Chu Shan bought from South Africa for 100 million yuan. It had been crafted by a world-renowned designer, Ken Din, into a hand-sized heart shape as a gift to celebrate his and Luo Sun's 25th wedding anniversary. As a business tycoon and major taxpayer, Chu Shan annually invested billions of yuan into FAO's national defense construction. Therefore, FAO specially dispatched the Black Panther unit to escort and protect the exhibition. Xiaoying adjusted his mask and complained into the communicator, "It's creating such a big fuss, such wicked capitalism." Yeah, who would have thought the boss' last mission would be securing a capitalist event? "I wonder what the president is thinking," Xia Wan said, organizing her headset and speaking up for the commander. A clear and steady voice came through the communicator, "Stop wasting time and stay alert." "Yes, sir." Luo Sun in a white suit walked onto the red carpet alongside Chu Shan in a black suit. Despite being over 40, the couple rarely showed signs of age, their well-maintained figures wrapped in neatly pressed suits. Chu Shan's 30-minute opening speech was filled with passion. In short, it translated to, "My wife is beautiful. Today marks our 25th wedding anniversary, and I've bought my wife a big gemstone for you commoners to view." Chu Yang stood nearby, slightly fidgeting with his pants seam. The man in the command room watching the tall and handsome young man on the surveillance screen frowned slightly as he seemed restless, then softly chuckled. "Wow, Tuan Tuan has grown up." The communicator transmitted Xia Wan's confused voice. "What did the boss say?" "Tuan Tuan. Is it some kind of code word?" Nothing, focus on guarding." Finally, his father's speech ended, and Chu Yang exhaled a breath, tugging at his tie before walking towards the corridor. The central monitor in the command room suddenly filled with a close-up of a face. The young alpha tilted his head toward the camera, his lips curling into a faint smile. He mouthed silently, "Jiang Xinghe, I found you." Jiang Xinghe raised an eyebrow, the surprised expression flashing momentarily across his face before he turned his head to look at the door of the command room. There was a knock. Looking at him through the monitor hadn't given much impression, but now standing before Jiang Xinghe, Chu Yang's nearly 190 centimeters stature towered over him, bringing with it a sense of unfamiliar pressure. Chu Yang furrowed his brow as he looked at Jiang Xinghe, placing his trembling fingertips behind his back and pinching his palm to remind himself to remain calm. Jiang Xinghe smiled, "You've grown taller." The alpha gave a curt nod, his gaze fixed directly on Jiang Xinghe. After differentiating into an alpha, Chu Yang's height skyrocketed. When Jiang Xinghe had disappeared, Chu Yang had already reached Jiang Xinghe's height. Now, 4 years later, he surpassed Jiang Xinghe by half a head. Having not seen each other for so long, it was inevitable to feel somewhat awkward. Originally planning to meet Chu Yang again only after retirement and return to headquarters, he didn't expect this to be his final mission. Jiang Xinghe suddenly realized with clarity, an acute intuition told him that this task was somehow related to Chu Yang. "Was it you who requested FAO to send the Black Panther unit to secure this jewelry exhibition?" Chu Yang didn't answer, instead focusing his brows on Jiang Xinghe's neck where an information concealment patch was stuck, preventing any scent and rendering it impossible to determine whether Jiang Xinghe was an alpha or mega. He averted his gaze, irritably rubbing his neck. He had already differentiated into an alpha according to the genetic test results, which proved the gene testing was accurate. Now Jiang Xinghe's height was clearly over 180 centimeters. What kind of omega could grow this tall unless there was a genetic mutation? How annoying, why did he grow so tall? What does Jiang Xinghe smell like? I wish I could take a whiff. Ah. I want to smell it. Jiang Xinghe looked at Chu Yang's disgruntled expression and judged that he might be mad about his abrupt departure. Little did he know what bad thoughts were going through the alpha's mind right now. Isn't it just a case of two alphas in love? Would Jiang Xinghe be willing to stay underneath? Chu Yang gritted his teeth, "If necessary, I'll be the one underneath." Wouldn't it just be for love? Suddenly, Chu Yang remembered that his cousin Chen Che said his uncle was the chief physician in the department of colorectal surgery, and shuddered violently. Just as Jiang Xinghe was about to comfort his former younger brother, Xiao Ying's voice came through the communicator. A suspicious person was spotted in the east corridor. He turned around and looked at the monitor screen. Indeed, there was someone skulking along the wall. "Subdue him," Jiang Xinghe calmly ordered. Seeing how he ignored himself, Chu Yang bristled with anger. Chu Yang sullenly called out, "Brother Xinghe." Jiang Xinghe's eyelashes fluttered. He turned back and gave him a faint smile. "We'll talk after I finish my work." Chu Yang suddenly leaned over to look at the surveillance screen with Jiang Xinghe. "Don't be tense. If they steal, it's not like it's a lot of money anyway." Jiang Xinghe couldn't help but laugh. The guy was still the same reckless spender as when he was a kid. A light waft of vodka pheromones entered Jiang Xinghe's nostrils, the high concentration of alcohol slightly discomforting. Jiang Xinghe's Adam's apple moved up and down, and he instinctively lifted his hand to touch the gland at the back of his neck. All those working for FAO must wear pheromone concealment patches. These patches not only hide the identities of omegas and alphas but also prevent pheromones from leaking out, thus ensuring safety in their confidential duties. At Changhe Island, there were specially designated rooms for the sensitive periods and heats where employees could take leave during special times to rest there. Therefore, in the past 4 years, Jiang Xinghe had never smelled anyone else's pheromones. But Chu Yang's pheromones carried an extremely aggressive quality, causing Jiang Xinghe's glands to subtly twitch in response, growing slightly warm. Jiang Xinghe supported himself on the table. "Chu Yang, go back first. I'm still working." Jiang Xinghe's words carried a hint of seriousness. Chu Yang hesitated, then nodded and left the command room. No matter how much older he grew, he unconditionally obeyed Jiang Xinghe's commands. Chapter 3, Stop Giving My Wife Trouble. Chu Yang crossed his arms and leaned against the outer wall of the command room. A faint smile flickered on his face, which had just been cold and icy. The person he had thought about day and night was now just one wall away. Chu Yang closed his eyes, letting his brain replay the moment when Jiang Xinghe looked at him in surprise, as well as the lean waist and back encased in his combat suit. Finally, the image froze on a tiny red mole at the corner of Jiang Xinghe's eye. Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and covered the gradually heating gland at the back of his neck. Chu Yang touched his nose, silently criticizing himself. "Little Chu. Calm down. Don't be so pathetic." Jiang Xinghe stared at the closed door and tugged lightly at his collar. For years, not just a number, it was over 1,000 days and nights apart, the lives they both hadn't participated in. Though they grew up together like childhood sweethearts, now a long river of time separated them. When Chu Yang called out, "Brother Xinghe," it stirred up many memories for Jiang Xinghe. He remembered that before he left, Chu Yang was just tall enough to match him. Excitedly saying he finally caught up with Brother Xinghe, his eyes twinkled, revealing 2 little dimples. Now, Chu Yang's demeanor has completely changed. An expensive custom-made suit covers his youthful air, sharp eyebrows signaling that the man standing before him is an alpha with perfect genes. When Chu Yang overlooked him from the doorframe, there was an undeniable pressure, the innate gene suppression of alphas over megas. He wasn't the little guy who used to shake his arm, clamoring to be his wife anymore. Jiang Xinghe raised his hand to probe his nose, as if still lingering was the faint smell of vodka pheromones. Chu Yang's pheromones were too aggressive, not quite matching his personality. He originally thought Chu Yang's pheromones would be like strawberry cake or candy. This time, the jewelry exhibition hall was set up in Chu's suburban villa. Chu Yang ascended to the large balcony on the second floor, looking into the distance at the winding mountains under the moonlight. He leaned against the wall, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tapped one out, and placed it between his lips. His thumb gently flipped open the metal cap, the lighter flicked on, igniting a small flame that danced quietly in the night breeze. Chu Yang watched as the flame flickered, the firelight reflecting his bright eyes and the fleeting sense of certainty within them. After learning about Jiang Xinghe being on Song River Island, Chu Yang didn't sleep all night. The ashtray was full of cigarette ashes. The curtains were drawn tightly, and the room was filled with the scent of nicotine after burning. The alpha's face turned gloomy, the dark circles under his eyes revealing his weariness. Frowning while leaning in the sofa, Chu Yang felt the anger that came from losing control. If Jiang Xinghe were anywhere on Seth Empire's territory, he could easily bring him back. But Jiang Xinghe was on Song River Island. Even Hurricane Group's reach couldn't touch the surrounding waters of the island. Those on the island were people who put their lives on the line without hesitation, ready to sacrifice themselves for their country at any time. Every mission carried no guarantee of survival. Jiang Xinghe's parents were among those people, but they never returned. Chu Yang didn't have such great love for selfless dedication. He was a businessman whose eyes only saw benefits in Jiang Xinghe. Chu Yang sat idly in the room all night, making a call on the landline as soon as dawn broke to the president of the FAO Alliance. "Uncle Qian, we're having a jewelry exhibition, can you send me a team?" Gu Jingqian had just woken up, his voice still hoarse. "You little brat, does FAO belong to your family?" "Hey, don't hang up, uncle. These jewels are worth a fortune, what if some big thief comes? Can the security Dad hired protect my search for Dad?" "Alright. Sorry, Dad, how could I let my future wife stay with your rival?" With a click, Chu Yang closed his lighter. The dim yellow lamp illuminated the slight curve of the alpha's mouth. He didn't light the cigarette, instead lighting it and extinguishing it repeatedly until he tossed both the cigarette and the lighter into the trash can. Jiang Xinghe is back, he doesn't need these things anymore. Chu Yang unbuttoned his shirt cuffs, rested his arms on the railing, and felt an unfamiliar sense of fresh air and happiness. A furtive shadow caught his attention. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Wasn't this the idiot from Jiang Xinghe's surveillance? Tisk. Supporting himself on one hand on the railing, he leapt off the second floor, his toes landing silently on the grass. Chu Yang patted the person's back, laughing playfully. "Hey, buddy." A cold weapon glinted as it narrowly passed Chu Yang's cheek. Chu Yang dodged sideways, grabbed the person's wrist, and twisted it inward fiercely. With a snap, the sound of bone grinding against bone echoed as Chu Yang kicked hard into his kneecap. Before he could scream in pain, Chu Yang covered his mouth, his thumb pressing threateningly onto the man's gland. He sneered, "Still a mega? Too bad I don't care about such things." The young alpha's face no longer bore the look of nonchalance, beneath his long lashes lay an almost imperceptible intent to kill. Chu Yang smirked faintly, his eyes like the depths of midnight, as he murmured softly, "Don't give my wife any more trouble." An overpowering waft of vodka pheromones leaked out, causing the mega to waver on weakened legs, falling to one knee. When Xiaowing arrived, the person was already subdued, the air lingering with the light scent of vodka pheromones. Xiaowing waved a hand to fan the air away, muttering, "Mood so bad." Chu Yang passed by him indifferently, giving him a cold glance. Chu Yang had no other meaning but equally resented everyone who had those 4 years that he had lost Jiang Xinghe. Xiaowing felt an inexplicable animosity and scratched his head as he looked at the person on the ground with a gag in his mouth moaning helplessly, "Wow. Whose little one is this, daring to come steal with such fierceness, your hands broken? How pitiful." Even while speaking words of pity, he simply lifted the person up and reported through the communicator, "Target has been captured." Luo Sun finished the interview and saw Chu Yang turning the corner from the hallway. "Yang, where did you go?" Chu Yang's mood was good, smiling as he gave Luo Sun a gentle shoulder rub. "Dad, happy 25th anniversary to you and Dad." Luo Sun patted Chu Yang's hand lightly. "You're happy today?" "Why? Am I?" Chu Yang touched his own face, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. "Is it that obvious? Did you start dating?" Chu Shan's voice suddenly rang beside Chu Yang. Startled, Chu Yang turned to see his father's face looming large, making him jump. "Hey, Dad, you're 48, can you be a little steadier?" Chu Shan stroked his chin and inspected carefully. "Alright, which little O caught our young master's eye?" Luo Sun joined in looking toward Chu Yang. Under the eager gaze of his 2 fathers, Chu Yang lowered his head uncomfortably, his ear tips flushing red. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing's going on, I just wanted to make you 2 happy." Chu Shan embraced Luo Sun's shoulder and teased, "Sweetheart, do you smell that? A wave of courtship pheromones, hey, stings the nose." Startled, Chu Yang instinctively covered the back of his neck. How could that be possible? Earlier he had specifically injected an inhibitor. Luo Sun shook his head helplessly. "Foolish son, he was tricking you." "Chu Yang, I'm not telling you guys anything anymore, I'm going outside for some fresh air." Luo Sun watched Chu Yang's back as he pretended to remain calm but moved chaotically, muttering, "Could it be stars returned?" Chu Shan was just marveling, thinking his son was a pure romantic warrior without any of his gene-driven aggressive pursuit tendencies when he suddenly heard Luo Xing mention Jiang Xinghe. Weren't we talking about Yang Yang finally coming to his senses? What do stars have to do with this? Luo Sun raised an eyebrow, for someone who used to be a scout. What is it? Chu Shan followed closely, sticking to Luo Sun's side. Jiang Xinghe watching this harmonious scene on the monitor smiled tenderly, but quickly returned to melancholy. He supported his chest with a hand. Inside the hidden pocket of his combat suit was a family portrait. Chapter 4, What does your pheromone smell like? The war jewelry exhibition concluded successfully, and all they managed to catch was a petty thief. For the Black Panther team, this was definitely an underutilization of their talents. Xiaoying helped Xiaowen take off her communicator and said regretfully, I didn't expect that we'd have such a simple mission in our lifetime. I haven't even stretched yet. Xiaowen removed her face mask, revealing a delicate face, frowned and punched the alpha's shoulder. Are you only happy when you get injured? Xiaoying chuckled, caught Xiaowen's fist and gave it a little squeeze. Xiaowen then spun around and kicked him with a powerful kick, making Xiaoying crash onto the car with a loud bang. The team members of the Black Panther squad were already used to such antics and not a single glance was given to Xiaoying who was pretending to be a pancake stuck on the car. Jiang Xinghe stretched his stiff neck and said, mission accomplished, wait here for a moment. I've got something else to attend to. Chu Shan looked at the nearby SUV and muttered, that Gu Jingqian is really something. His people didn't show up, but he still manages to annoy me. What's wrong with our security personnel? Oh, isn't that Star? Luo Xuan followed Chu Shan's gaze, and saw Jiang Xinghe had already taken off his gear and was walking over wearing only a black camouflage combat uniform with a smile on his face. Uncle Chu, Uncle Luo, long time no see. Luo Xuan grabbed Jiang Xinghe, looked left and right, eyes brimming with tears, where have you been, child? Jiang Xinghe raised his hand lightly wiped away Luo Sun's tears, gently hugged him and patted his back, Uncle, I'm back. Because of their special work, Jiang Cheng and Su Qi often traveled abroad on business trips, so Jiang Xinghe practically grew up at Chu Shan's house. Luo Xuan and Chu Shan also treated him as if he were their own son. In Jiang Xinghe's heart, they were already his family. However, some things were better left unsaid because saying them would only increase sorrow. After all, it's all in the past. Chu Shan cursed loudly while forcefully ruffling Jiang Xinghe's hair, no wonder we couldn't find you by searching the whole city of Seth, you've been abducted by Gu Jingqian. What's that guy up to taking a kid like you? Jiang Xinghe smiled silently, Chu Shan's palm was warm, giving off the feeling of home. Chu Yang stood nearby, lost in thought, but when he saw Jiang Xinghe smiling, he involuntarily curled the corners of his mouth upwards, exposing 2 small dimples. Jiang Xinghe politely declined the invitation to stay for dinner, Uncle, I still need to report back. Next month when I return to headquarters, I'll visit again. Chu Shan wanted to hold Jiang Xinghe back and say more, but was stopped by Luo Xuan, Yang Yang, why don't you escort Star? You two haven't seen each other for a while. There must be a lot to talk about. Chu Yang glanced at Luo Sun's eyes, dodged his gaze for a moment, somehow feeling that his father might know something. Chu Shan chuckled, has Star found a boyfriend yet? In FAO, there should be plenty of cute, handsome omegas. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's expression suddenly darkened. How could he forget that possibility? All he did was look for someone without considering that person might already have a boyfriend. Jiang Xinghe was momentarily stunned, awkwardly shaking his head. Chu Yang's mood improved slightly but not much. A sense of crisis crept in. There were too many excellent omegas in FAO. There was no guarantee that none of them would attract Jiang Xinghe or that none of them were attracted to him. Chu Yang internally lamented, this is way too hard. Not only do I have to watch out for omegas, but I also have to think about how to make him switch sides. Why did I end up as an alpha? So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. Chu Shan was about to say something about pushing marriage, but was silenced by Luo Xuan who gave him a firm pinch on the waist. The alpha outwardly showed no reaction, but in reality, his palms had already been pinched red by his fingernails. Brother Xinghe, let me send you off. The two walked side by side down the path. In a daze, it seemed like they were back in their youth when they went to school together, one tall, one short. Only now, the roles of tall and short had reversed. The alpha's shoulders were broad, seemingly capable of protecting from anything. A light breeze suddenly arose, blowing through the strands of hair across Jiang Xinghe's forehead. Chu Yang stopped and lifted his hand, reaching into the hair behind Jiang Xinghe's ear. Jiang Xinghe froze. A small rose petal appeared on Chu Yang's fingertips, flickering before Jiang Xinghe's eyes. There's a petal in your hair. Oh. Jiang Xinghe uneasily touched his hair. The tip of his ear seemed to retain the warmth of Chu Yang's fingertips. Whether it was just his imagination or not, his earlobe felt as though it had been lightly caressed by Chu Yang's finger. Chu Yang kept his right hand behind his back, crushing the petal between his fingers. The juice stained his fingerprints red, tracing along his palm, entering deep into Chu Yang's chest cavity where his heart thumped rapidly. No one knew what the young man truly pondered. The road was too short, and Chu Yang's desires were boundless. Jiang Xinghe halted, that's all, go back. Chu Yang stretched out his arms, flashing two little canines with a smile, his eyes glittering as they filled with Jiang Xinghe. Now that your work is done, aren't you going to give me a reunion hug? Jiang Xinghe raised an eyebrow and smiled gently. Come on, let's hug. Our Tuan Tuan has grown up. Chu Yang furrowed his brow slightly, muttering, how old am I now? And you're still calling me that. But if you like it, I don't care what you call me. Even if you're older, you still have to call me brother, right? Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Xinghe was suddenly pulled into Chu Yang's embrace, his chin bumping heavily against the alpha's chest, causing a bit of pain. The alpha held him tightly, as if trying to embed him within his embrace. Chu Yang's chin rubbed against his shoulder in a way reminiscent of when he was younger and coquettish. Jiang Xinghe reached up to pat Chu Yang's head. Chu Yang's gaze fixed on the pheromone-concealing patch on Jiang Xinghe's neck gland, suppressing the desire to rip it off violently. Jiang Xinghe, what does your pheromone smell like? His voice was low and seductive. It seemed as if Jiang Xinghe had unfurled a giant black net behind him, wanting to cage him securely and tie him by Chu Yang's side, forbidding him from leaving. Jiang Xinghe instinctively sensed a dangerous aura and was about to investigate the cause. However, Chu Yang didn't give him time to react, quickly letting go, making Jiang Xinghe momentarily think the unease that had surrounded him was just a hallucination. Lifting his eyes, all he saw was Chu Yang's faint smile. Brother Xinghe, see you in a month. All right. Xiaoying glimpsed through the rearview mirror the sight of the boss being encircled in someone's arms and widened his mouth slightly. He wanted to call Xia Wan to take a look at this explosive scene, but Mega was sleeping. Xiaoying closed his mouth and silently rested his head on Xia Wan's shoulder. Jiang Xinghe turned and climbed into the SUV, while Chu Yang stood there motionless, watching the vehicle gradually leave his line of sight. Chu Yang spread open his right hand, the juice left from the crushed petal still remained. He brought it to his nose for a sniff, a light fragrance of roses. The alpha shoved his hands into his pockets and whistled, passing by a luxuriant rose bush, flicking it lightly so many petals susurrated down, scattering everywhere in the breeze. Chu Yang closed his eyes, recalling the brief hug just now, Jiang Xinghe's fleeting panic before being pulled into his arms. He chuckled softly, appearing like a lovesick man. The boy's infatuation was akin to a fiery spark. Jiang Xinghe need only breathe lightly upon it, and it would ignite wildly. Chapter 5, The Reckless Alpha. After Jiang Xinghe completed the handover, the Black Panther team held their last group dinner. On a beach of Shanghai Island, they set up a barbecue stall. Scattered on the ground were messy beer bottles and people lying askew. They were usually prohibited from drinking alcohol, but today was an exception. Jiang Xinghe personally pinned the commander's shoulder badge onto Xiao Ying's uniform and gave his shoulder a thump. Do good work. Xiao Ying laughed and raised his chin at him. Don't worry, boss. Xia Wan cried until his eyes were red. Xiao Ying teased him for being such a crybaby, then got beaten again by Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe wasn't skilled at expressing emotions, so he simply hugged everyone in turn and said, stay alive. To them, staying alive was the best blessing one could hope for in this profession. The next morning, Jiang Xinghe boarded the ferry back to Shisai City. Xiao Ying grinned and waved at him, only to wipe his face as soon as he turned his head. The ship plowed through the ocean surface, stirring up layers of white waves and leaving behind a ripple several meters long, like a scar on the vast blue sea. Jiang Xinghe stepped onto the deck, rested his arm on the railing, and gazed at Shanghai Island in the distance which was gradually shrinking. It had carried 4 years of his youth, marking a turning point in his life. He gently touched the raised scar on his right arm. Reality would never give you another chance to start over, only pushing you forward. 5 hours later, Jiang Xinghe pulled his suitcase out of the port and took out his phone to call a car. Jiang Xinghe. Looking toward the sound, among the noisy crowd, a young alpha dressed in a black windbreaker leaned against a Bentley waving at him, with a lollipop in his mouth. Jiang Xinghe guessed it was strawberry flavored. Jiang Xinghe put away his phone and walked over. Yang, how did you know I was coming back today? The candy was crushed in his teeth, producing a crisp sound. Chu Yang winked at him. I know everything. Oh, really amazing. Chu Yang took the luggage from his hands and stuffed it into the trunk, then closed the hatchback and threw the stick of the lollipop into the trash can. Walking around the driver's seat, Chu Yang opened the passenger door and gestured a please motion with his hand. Jiang Xinghe didn't understand what wind Chu Yang was smoking from, making it look flashy. Still, he obeyed, sitting in the passenger seat and fastening his seatbelt. Chu Yang started the car, grabbed the steering wheel with one hand and sharply made a U-turn. He glanced at Jiang Xinghe and seemingly asked nonchalantly, why are you always wearing that thing? Jiang Xinghe exclaimed, realizing that Chu Yang was referring to the pheromone concealment patch on his neck gland. He touched his own neck. In fact, after leaving Shanghai Island and returning to the headquarters, there was no longer such strict necessity to wear it since it was no longer high-risk work, so this pheromone concealment patch could be optional. But before leaving, Jiang Xinghe still went to the hospital on Shanghai Island and bought 2 boxes of them, perhaps because of a man's vague sense of self-esteem. Though he should have differentiated into a high-quality alpha, due to severe psychological stress, his pheromones went haywire, ultimately resulting in differentiation into a mega, and not even a quality one. It was hard for him to be honest in front of the younger brother he once claimed to protect forever. Jiang Xing had turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window, work requirement. Chu Yang glanced at the navigation system and didn't say anything. A gap was left open in the car window. Jiang Xinghe leaned his head against the car, feeling the slightly cool wind brush past his cheek, a taste of peace. Seeing Jiang Xinghe's slightly disordered hair strands through his peripheral vision, Chu Yang slowed down silently, trying to make this scene last a bit longer. Jiang Xinghe's phone vibrated, catching Chu Yang's attention. It was a call from someone named Ji Feng. Chu Yang perked up his ears. Jiang Xinghe clicked on the answer button. Big brother phone, yeah, sure, I'll report to the headquarters next week. Great, waiting for your welcome party. Big brother? My dude is now calling someone else big brother. Chu Yang frowned slightly at Jiang Xinghe's smiling face. Who the heck is this guy? How could he make Jiang Xinghe laugh like this? Stars, what do you feel like eating? Chu Yang suddenly blurted out and called him Stars, startling Jiang Xinghe. Anything is fine. Oh, let's go to our favorite restaurant then. They have the roast fish you love most. Chu Yang raised his voice slightly to ensure that it reached through the phone for Ji Feng to hear. Jiang Xinghe was confused, taking 2 seconds to realize that he was still on the call. Sorry, I was just talking to my little brother. Alright, we'll talk later. Little brother? Who's your little brother? I'm a only child. Chu Yang felt annoyed. Jiang Xinghe's circle of friends was no longer filled with people he knew. This strange feeling of being excluded caused him panic. Jiang Xinghe's social world has already moved far beyond Chu Yang's recognition. This feeling of being pushed aside made him uneasy. Chu Yang slammed on the gas pedal, and with a roar from the engine, Jiang Xinghe felt the powerful thrust of the luxury car as he gripped the safety handle. What's going on here? The atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. The Alpha's face darkened as he quietly placed the order for their meal, silently picking the fish bones out throughout the meal, speaking only one sentence, don't add ginger. Jiang Xinghe didn't eat ginger. In the end, most of the fish ended up in Jiang Xinghe's stomach, while Chu Yang only took 2 bites. Once he saw Jiang Xinghe was full, he directly sent him home. Jiang Xinghe pulled his luggage out from the trunk and stood by his front door, utterly confused. What's wrong? Are you upset? Chu Yang extended his hand, coldly demanding, give me your phone. Although Jiang Xinghe had no idea why Chu Yang wanted his phone, he still handed it over. The password was 542,640, which spelled out, Jiang, in pinyin, the same password Jiang Xinghe had used since childhood. Chu Yang smoothly unlocked it, opened the contact list, and quietly pinned his own phone number to the top before handing it back to Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe, seeing this small action, laughed aloud, great, now it'll be more convenient to reach you whenever I need something. Chu Yang found Jiang Xinghe's tone of teasing him very gratifying, and his anger immediately disappeared. He patted his coat pocket but found nothing there. Opening the car door to search through it, he finally found his phone, unlocking it in a few seconds and opening WeChat to send a location to Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe noticed that Chu Yang had marked him with a star symbol as a note. If you stay at home, it's too far from the headquarters, an hour commute. I happen to have a place near headquarters, you can stay there. The password is the same as your phone password. Jiang Xinghe instinctively refused, no, we have employee dormitories. Chu Yang lowered his head, his long lashes slightly trembling. Brother Xinghe, I've been thinking on the way about what these 4 years of separation mean for us. You've made friends I don't know, and now you don't even want to live in my house. It seemed like the Alpha was close to tears. Jiang Xinghe pursed his lips. Back then, we were brothers, sleeping in the same bed or sharing a pair of pants meant nothing. But now, I've differentiated into a mega. There's a difference between AOs. Chu Yang turned his head and wiped his face. Brother Xinghe, never mind. After all, it's been 4 years, so it's normal for you to feel distant from me. Every time he called Jiang Xinghe brother and muttered, never mind, the word distant hit Jiang Xinghe right in the heart, making him ache. That's right. No matter how you look at it, he and Chu Yang grew up together and were the closest people. How could they let gender differentiation make them distant? Stop talking, I'll stay. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he subtly curved his lips. Jiang Xinghe guiltily patted Chu Yang's back. Sorry, it's my fault for saying the wrong thing. Don't be sad. You will always be my little brother. Chu Yang paused mid-motion, wiping his tears. Damn. The emotions of an alpha really fluctuated unpredictably. As Jiang Xinghe watched Chu Yang's retreating figure heading home, he wondered if he was approaching his sensitive period, his emotional changes were so drastic. Jiang Xinghe combed his fingers through his hair, unable to figure it out, and inserted the key, turning the lock. There wasn't the expected blast of dust. He switched on the light by the entrance and saw that the house had already been cleaned, not a speck of dust anywhere, the floor gleaming. Jiang Xinghe put down his luggage, smiling. This Chu Yang fellow truly grew up and learned how to take care of others. The interior decoration was exactly the same as the day he left, with a photo of their family of 3 still hanging on the wall. In the picture, there was a streak of cream on Jiang Xinghe's face, while his father and father sat beside him, laughing. Jiang Xinghe leaned against the wall, covering his eyes with his hands as tears trickled down through his fingers and fell onto the floor. Chu Yang, wearing loungewear, opened the glass door and stepped onto the balcony, his damp hair carelessly thrown to the back of his head. In the opposite standalone villa, Jiang Xinghe's bedroom light was still on. Through the thin gauze curtains, there was a faint silhouette moving inside. Then, watching that silhouette raise its arm to take off its shirt, Chu Yang hastily retreated into the room, his heart pounding fiercely. Jiang Xinghe tore off the pheromone concealment patch on the back of his neck and walked barefoot into the bathroom. The delicate fragrance of 100 rose pheromones slowly wafted from his posterior neck gland. Chapter 6, A Childhood Sweetheart, Not a Younger Brother. After Jiang Xinghe finished submitting his personal file at the HR department, he was brought to the office by a colleague. Minister Jiang, you can call me on the internal line if there's anything you need. Jiang Xinghe nodded with a smile and glanced at his office, which had already been cleaned by someone. It was spotless. He took the uniform he had just collected into the restroom. He casually tossed his overcoat onto the bed, stripped off his wool sweater, and changed into the uniform, which had Security Department inscribed on the shoulder insignia. Jiang Xinghe was used to wearing combat attire. Now, with the tie around his neck feeling a little uncomfortable. A knock came from the office door, and Ji Feng entered carrying 3 pots of succulents, placing them on his desk. These are easy to take care of and they're pretty, so I thought I'd give them to you. Jiang Xinghe looked at the cat claw-shaped succulents and smiled slightly. Thanks, Uncle Feng. Ji Feng was Jiang Xinghe's drill master and also the first person on King Island, besides the doctor, to know that Jiang Xinghe was a mega. 4 years ago, Gu Jingqian personally came to deliver the news that his parents, Jiang Cheng and Su Qi, were martyred while tracking down the gland smugglers. That day happened to coincide with Jiang Xinghe's differentiation period. The intense grief made him almost unbearable, and the imbalance of pheromones within his body caused chaos, turning what should have been an optimal alpha into an inferior mega during the differentiation process. His only request to Gu Jingqian was to be sent to the island. He wanted to avenge his parents himself. In the early stages of differentiation, Jiang Xinghe's physical condition was poor, yet he continued to train hard. During a training exercise, he fainted and Ji Feng carried him to the hospital where, through blood tests, they discovered that the talented strike specialist under his command was in fact a mega. Leaning against the edge of his desk, Ji Feng cast a glance at his shoulder insignia. You're the first mega to ever serve as Minister of the Security Department since the founding of the FAO Alliance. Jiang Xinghe had just come out of the restroom holding a small water spray bottle. As he misted the succulents, he said, Director Ji, are you discriminating against megas in their careers? I certainly am not. Ji Feng raised both hands in surrender. The employees of Hurricane Group clearly noticed that the president seemed to be in a good mood today. Director Li of the business department fell short by 1 percentage point in his assignment. Under normal circumstances, Chu Yang would long have met this with icy sarcasm. But today, all Chu Yang did was furrow his brows slightly and encourage Director Li to try harder. Director Li left the president's office, cautiously closing the door behind him. With devout reverence, he clasped his hands together in prayer, muttering about how the spirits had blessed them. The beautiful mega receptionist also hurriedly messaged the company chat group. Today, when I greeted President Chu, he actually nodded back at me. Instantaneously, the keyboard sounds rose across the office area, creating an atmosphere of everyone striving hard in their work. In reality, the anonymous threads on the company's internal forum were going berserk. Report. I suspect President Chu is in love. I bet 1 packet of spicy sticks. Another packet of chips added to the bet. Chu Yang reclined in his boss chair, his leg crossed over the other, and picked up a framed photo on his desk. Both people in the photo were still in school uniforms, with Jiang Xinghe hugging his shoulders. He pulled a soft cloth from his drawer and carefully wiped the frame, adjusting it to a satisfactory angle to ensure he could catch sight of it while working. Chu Yang opened his phone to send a message to Jiang Xinghe, asking how things were going at the headquarters and if he was adapting well. A small red dot appeared next to Chen Chei's profile picture, below the pinned conversation window with Jiang Xinghe. Opening it, Chu Yang found more than 10 messages. The last one read, Chu dog, did you block me again? No, I didn't. In fact, not only had the chat notifications been set to do not disturb, but his friend's circle updates from Chen Chei were also blocked. Unmoved, Chu Yang wasn't fazed, as Chen Chei was notorious for being overly verbose. 10 sentences couldn't sum up even one main point. Just as the message was sent, Chen Chei's call came in. Had a wife and forgotten your brother, huh? You ungrateful man, who helped you investigate Jiang Xinghe's location on King Island. Chu Yang relished the mention of wife immensely, spinning his pen between his fingers. All right, I'll treat you to lunch later this afternoon. Humph, in the afternoon. Why not now? I'm right outside your company anyway. I have to check on my wife, see how her work is going, whether she's being bullied or not. Do. The call was cut off. A WeChat message from Chen Chei arrived, containing a picture of a middle finger held vertically. Chu Yang glanced at the wall clock. It was already 11 o'clock in the morning. He then turned off his computer and entered the restroom, hesitating before finally pulling out a casual jacket from the closet and putting it on. Just as he was leaving, his assistant arrived to report. Chu Yang simply told him to save any issues for discussion after noon. Assistant Zhou stood frozen with the files that needed signatures. Was this still their workaholic boss who overtime every day? Chu Yang slammed the accelerator and arrived at the FAO Alliance headquarters, spending a while to finally find a parking spot. Just as he turned off the engine and locked his car, he caught sight of a familiar figure across the way. Jiang Xinghe was accompanied by a tall alpha in uniform who was opening the car door for him. The two were laughing and chatting merrily until they noticed Chu Yang and paused. Yang, why are you here? Chu Yang tightened his grip on his phone, shooting the man a cold glance. It was an alpha whose neck lacked an information masking patch. So it wasn't mandatory to wear the patch, then why wouldn't Jiang Xinghe take it off? Just because it's better not to draw attention. Even though Jiang Xinghe had the masking patch on, which should reduce attraction slightly, Chu Yang still felt uneasy inside. Was it because he didn't want Chu Yang to smell his pheromones? Why? Even if his pheromones smelled like stinky tofu or snail rice noodle, Chu Yang liked them all the same. The alpha met his eyes and extended a hand. Hello, I'm Ji Feng, director of FAO Investigation Department. You must be the younger brother Star River talks about. Ji Feng emphasized heavily on the word younger brother, causing Chu Yang's eyes to narrow slightly, revealing a mysterious darkness. He reached out to shake hands with Ji Feng, maintaining eye contact while speaking. I'm Chu Yang from Hurricane Group. We're not related, so using the term childhood friend would be more accurate. Ji Feng arched an eyebrow. The two alphas covertly competed against each other. Although Chu Yang hadn't served in the military, he regularly exercised and practiced combat skills, making his abilities no less impressive than those within FAO. Vodka and cedarwood, two dense overpowering pheromone scents overflowed into the air, interweaving and clashing. Passers-by covered their noses one after another. Jiang Xinghe frowned slightly, coughing to break the tension. What are you two doing? Both Chu Yang and Ji Feng released their hands simultaneously, saying nonchalantly, nothing. Ji Feng smiled slyly at Chu Yang. I'm taking Xinghe to lunch now. Do you want to join us, little brother? The hand Chu Yang hid behind his back clenched into a fist. How he wished to smash that smug mouth to pieces. He was very sure Ji Feng had the same feelings as himself. Were there really so many alpha-alpha romances these days? What if your partner is too attractive? Need help immediately. Sure. A new post appeared on the internal forum of Hurricane Group. Whimper. This morning, I got yelled at by President Chu just because I stepped into the company with my left foot first. Whimper. Chen Che quietly moved further away from the obviously irritated Chu Yang. What's wrong again? Didn't everything go well this morning? Did brother Xinghe dump you? Chu Yang picked up a bottle of tequila on his desk, poured himself a full glass, and drank it all down in one gulp. After hearing Chu Yang's account, Chen Che burst into laughter for 5 minutes before wiping tears from the corner of his eyes under Chu Yang's clenched fists. Brother Chu, there's an old saying called, those closest have the advantage. Have you heard of it? Chu Yang's eyes brightened instantly, patting Chen Che on the shoulder. You can pick any car from my private garage. Chapter 7 Living Under the Same Roof. Jiang Xinghe, in order to quickly get into his work mode, spent the whole day familiarizing himself with the new job content. When he came back to his senses, he realized it was already pitch dark outside the window. He turned off his computer, put the confidential documents in the safe, stood up and stretched, then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to look at the distant night view, illuminated with lights. It had been 4 years since he'd last seen the cityscape at night. On King Island, he could only see the faint glow of the lighthouse far away, as well as the seemingly endless darkness of the sea. Jiang Xinghe picked up the car key provided by the Alliance and found his car in the underground garage. Feeling a growl in his protesting stomach, Jiang Xinghe turned on the in-car navigation system and looked for nearby shops. He picked up an instant noodle pack, planning to soak it in hot water when he got home since he didn't have the energy to find a restaurant to eat. He thought to himself, it doesn't matter, during the years in the Black Panther team, he'd even eaten insects while executing missions. Instant noodles were actually considered a delicacy to him. Jiang Xinghe pressed the fingerprint unlocking code, noticing that the living room light was on and smelled the aroma of lobster noodles. Someone is at home. Jiang Xinghe wondered as he changed into slippers and placed the car keys on the cabinet. Yang. Chu Yang's head popped out from the kitchen, wearing an apron but missing a shirt, showing off his muscular body full of youthful hormones. The alpha's short hair was still damp, like he had just finished bathing, with the scent of shower gel lingering. A piece of hair on his head stood up, revealing how relaxed he was. Brother Xinghe, I'm making scrambled eggs, just wait a moment. Chu Yang turned around, showing his broad back, filled with strength. His shoulder blades drew curves with his every move of the spatula. Jiang Xinghe uncomfortably turned his head away. On the dining table, steaming lobster noodles attracted his gaze. Jiang Xinghe hung his coat on the hanger, and upon comparing the luxurious lobster noodles on the table with the instant noodles he had in hand, his stomach rumbled audibly. Jiang Xinghe, slightly embarrassed, covered his stomach. You don't go home and sleep late at night. Are you making me midnight snacks specially? Chu Yang, tied with an apron, carried out the fried egg innocently blinking, my company is also nearby. I live here normally. Jiang Xinghe was stunned, what did that mean? Chu Yang casually assigned, Brother Xinghe, you take the master bedroom, I will sleep in the secondary one. Jiang Xinghe glanced at the secondary bedroom, lips slightly trembling, Yang, we're adults now. Is it still appropriate to live together? Chu Yang's smile froze at the corner of his mouth, his face visibly dropped, and he put down the chopsticks, started to untie the apron, looking down, I understand. We've grown up, our relationship has become awkward. It's not like we used to be as kids. I'll leave then. The word, awkward, hit Jiang Xinghe's brain again, making him dizzy. Hey! Wait! The chair made a sound as it scraped against the wooden floor. Jiang Xinghe urgently got up to block Chu Yang's movement towards the door, that's not what I mean. If you think it's convenient, let's live together, alright? Don't be sad. Chu Yang wiped his face with his back facing Jiang Xinghe, a suppressed smile breaking through. What can I do with you, Jiang Xinghe? How could there be someone as soft-hearted as you in this world? You must stay by my side, so no scammer can take you away. Chu Yang kept his back facing him, unmoved. Jiang Xinghe helplessly twisted the towering alpha toward himself. Oh come on, Yang, how old are you now to cry? I am not crying. Chu Yang naturally hugged Jiang Xinghe, rubbing his neck. No matter how old I grow, you have to keep accompanying me. Chu Yang, without a shirt, his body temperature passing through Jiang Xinghe's thin shirt to him, he could even feel the heartbeat of the alpha. Jiang Xinghe wanted to push him away, but the moment his fingers touched the smooth skin, he withdrew them as if burned. Alpha's nape was right there for Jiang Xinghe to kiss with a tilt of his head, releasing trace amounts of vodka pheromones. Jiang Xinghe's Adam's apple slid up and down as he clenched his fists and pushed Chu Yang. Alright, let's eat, I'm starving. Chu Yang tilted his head slightly as he watched Jiang Xinghe avoid his eyes. Is he shy? Chu Yang's gaze swept over the pheromone-blocking patch on the back of Jiang Xinghe's neck. It really gets in the way. I'll rip it off sooner or later. Jiang Xinghe sat back at the dining table, under Chu Yang's eager gaze, picking up a strand of noodles with chopsticks and putting it in his mouth. His eyes lit up. When did you learn how to cook? This is really good. Chu Yang, propping his chin on his hand, smiled tenderly as he watched Jiang Xinghe eating heartily, boasting, I didn't learn, just made it casually, all thanks to my natural talent. Jiang Xinghe gave him a thumbs up, impressive. Chu Yang enjoyed the compliment immensely. The truth was, during the 4 years since Jiang Xinghe had been away, Chu Yang had to keep his schedule full every day to suppress his longing for him. Whenever he had free time, he would look at cookbooks to learn recipes, and later even hired a master chef for personal instruction. He learned to cook all the dishes that Jiang Xinghe liked. He had been waiting for Jiang Xinghe to return to his side and taste the food he prepared. Chu Yang's heart was brimming with contentment, experiencing a long-awaited happiness. Aren't you eating? Jiang Xinghe realized halfway through his meal that there was only one bowl on the table. Was this specially made for him? Chu Yang picked up a glass of hot milk and took a sip. I don't have the habit of eating late-night snacks. This is for you, I thought you'd be hungry after working overtime so late. Luckily, you like it. Under the warm white light of the dining table lamp, Jiang Xinghe felt his mind wander from the alpha's gentle gaze, which held emotions he couldn't decipher. After finishing the meal, Jiang Xinghe wanted to wash the dishes but was stopped by Chu Yang. It's what time now? You should go take a shower and get ready to sleep. I'll handle the dishes. Jiang Xinghe didn't refuse further, he was indeed tired. He returned to the bedroom with the remaining cup of hot milk, unbuttoned his shirt and threw it in the laundry basket, then took off his pants after walking a few steps. Barefoot, he entered the bathroom. Thankfully, the master bedroom had its own shower area, otherwise it would have been too awkward. Chu Yang was seated sunk deep into the sofa, the TV playing a drama series. His eyes were on the screen, but all he could picture was Jiang Xinghe's evasive gaze when he was in his arms earlier, and instead of hearing the male protagonist's passionate confession, his ears were filled with the trickling sound of water from the neighboring room. Each drop resonated in his heart, rippling outwards, brewing an overwhelming tidal wave. Chu Yang suddenly felt a dry throat and stood up to fill a large glass of cold water from the water dispenser, draining it all at once, cooling the heat in his body slightly. He pressed his palm against the table, trying to calm the restless excitement in his heart. When the water sound ceased, his hand gripping the table tightened into a fist. The pheromones coursing through his veins screamed at him to burst through that door, and Chu Yang felt like all his life's greatest endurance was being tested right here and now. Perhaps he shouldn't have followed Chen Che's advice about seizing opportunities easily available. Sharing the same roof with Jiang Xinghe was going to drive him insane sooner or later. Jiang Xinghe emerged wearing casual attire, his hair still damp with a few drops trickling down his neck and disappearing into his collar. Yang, do you have a hairdryer? I couldn't find it. Chu Yang turned his head, showing no emotion on his face. It's in the second layer of the bathroom cabinet. Oh, alright, get some rest early. Good night. Jiang Xinghe left him a bright smile before turning back into the bedroom. Chu Yang's gaze was heavy, standing there dazed for a moment. He sighed helplessly, then walked to the restroom and turned on the faucet. Under the cover of water sounds lay the alpha's hidden secrets. The hand soap foamed in his palms as he rubbed them together. After washing his hands, he picked up the shower head and rinsed the wall. Returning to the room, he fell into the soft silk blankets. Good night, Jiang Xinghe. Chapter 8, What do you think about a AA relationship? Chu Yang was quite satisfied with the current situation. The two of them ate breakfast together, went to work together, and in the evening, Jiang Xinghe would even say goodnight to him. It gave him an illusion that they were already living together. If it weren't for Ji Feng, Chu Yang thought this kind of platonic affection wasn't bad either. Even though they might need to take suppressants for life, at least they could avoid becoming regular visitors to the proctology department. One day, after Jiang Xinghe came home from work, he placed a pot of succulents on the balcony. Chu Yang asked casually after seeing it, "Where did you get it?" Jiang Xinghe added some nutrient soil for the succulents, from Brother Feng. Succulents are easy to grow. You know me, I've never been good at raising plants. The canned Coca-Cola in Chu Yang's hand was crushed instantly. Sugar syrup spilled all over the floor. Jiang Xinghe was shocked, murmuring that Chu Yang had immense strength, yet didn't scold him. He just grabbed the mop and cleaned up. In the dead of night, when all was quiet, Chu Yang sneaked out of the bedroom and filled a cup with boiling water. The next morning, Jiang Xinghe discovered the succulents looking wilted, thinking they must be lacking water. He hurriedly poured a lot of water on them. Who knew after a couple of days, they dried up completely. Jiang Xinghe sighed, "I guess I'm not really cut out for raising these things." Chu Yang picked up the dried-out succulent and dumped it into the toilet, pressing the flush button. With a smile, he said, "No worries, Xinghe brother, tomorrow I'll buy you an aquarium, and we'll raise some ornamental fish. They're much prettier than any of these meats." Jiang Xinghe looked at the now empty succulent pot. "I can't even raise plants properly, let's not harm the fish then." Chu Yang patted Jiang Xinghe on the shoulder, "What's there to be afraid of? When the fish die, we replace them, when the tank smells, we change it. We'll keep it fresh. You guy, enough, let's go to work." On the weekend, Chen Che organized a gathering. All of his close friends were invited, and he asked Chu Yang to bring Jiang Xinghe along so they could meet. Chu Yang rejected without a second thought. Considering Chen Che's loose mouth, if he happened to get drunk and reveal Chu Yang's feelings for Jiang Xinghe, Chu Yang wouldn't guarantee that Chen Che would walk out of Siju standing. But no matter how carefully he planned, he didn't expect Chen Che to have Jiang Xinghe's contact information, directly bypassing Chu Yang to invite Jiang Xinghe. Moreover, he sent Chu Yang a message, "Come or don't." Chu Yang gnawed on the cap of his pen and started typing furiously, "If you dare to organize a messed up event and invite messy people, I'll kill you." "Oh dear, Yang, what are you talking about? These people are decent." Red exclamation mark. Chen Che flipped. Jiang Xinghe and Chen Che were acquaintances who met briefly, not as familiar as Chu Yang and Chen Che were. In fact, their friendship only truly developed after Jiang Xinghe went to Tsang River Island. Chen Che often complained that he was actually a backup option. If Jiang Xinghe were still around, Chu Yang wouldn't have time to play with him. But Chu Yang told him that he wasn't even a proper backup but merely like a bicycle tire. Since neither fighting nor verbal sparring worked against him, Chen Che was speechless. Guided by the waiter, they arrived at the top floor of Siju, which was their base, off-limits to outsiders. Chen Che stood at the door of the private room waiting. When he saw Jiang Xinghe, his eyes lit up. The real person was much better looking than in photos. No wonder Chu Yang couldn't forget him. This physique, this aura, this face, even if someone approached with an attitude, adding another hey, it wouldn't compare. Chu Yang gave Chen Che a threatening glance, making a cutting-the-neck gesture behind Jiang Xinghe. Chen Che rolled his eyes and smiled, "Minister Jiang, I didn't expect you to agree to come. Call me Xinghe, you're Yang Yang's good friend, which means you're my friend too." Chu Yang nodded, pleased with what Jiang Xinghe said. Yang. Chen Che burst out laughing, glancing at the hard-fisted alpha with the 189 centimeters height. Right, I'm Yang Yang's friend, call me Che Che. Chu Yang kicked Chen Che's butt. Chen Che dodged, opening the door of the private room. "Come on in, let's party until we drop." Jiang Xinghe greeted everyone one by one. Chen Che raised his glass of wine, "To our elder brother Chu who has found his brotherhood again." Jiang Xinghe toasted back, impressing Chu Yang with his great alcohol tolerance. As the rounds progressed, Chen Che suggested playing truth or dare for fun. Jiang Xinghe had excellent alcohol tolerance, coupled with good luck, until finally, Chen Che almost got desperate before finally winning one round. Chen Che winked at Chu Yang and smugly asked Jiang Xinghe, "Brother Star, would you choose truth or dare?" Jiang Xinghe pondered for a bit, "Dare." Chen Che grinned mischievously, then sit on elder brother Chu's lap for 5 seconds. Previously lounging with his legs crossed, Chu Yang suddenly sat upright. Jiang Xinghe felt a little awkward as he glanced at Chu Yang, reaching for the alcohol on the table instead of doing any challenge. Chen Che held the cup. "Don't be silly, your tolerance is so good that just drinking would be too unfair." His unruly friends also chimed in, and someone whistled lewdly. Though Chu Yang found it a bit regrettable, he didn't want to see Jiang Xinghe in a difficult position. "Alright, stop this nonsense, guys. Let's switch to a more decent dare." Chen Che gave Chu Yang an exasperated glare, "You useless piece of junk. After downing over 10 glasses of liquor, I've gotten you this golden chance. It's fine, no need to change." Jiang Xinghe stood up in front of Chu Yang, not wanting to spoil the mood. In fact, he actually enjoyed the state of his friends relaxing with some banter. Chu Yang swallowed hard. Jiang Xinghe chuckled, I'm heavy, you know. Without waiting for Chu Yang's response, he sat down facing away from Chu Yang. Chu Yang felt like his heart was about to stop. Indeed, Jiang Xinghe was heavy, so heavy that Chu Yang almost forgot to breathe. 5 seconds felt both short and long. In the dim lighting, no one noticed the alpha's blushing face. If he had a tail, it would have been wagging wildly. Chen Che whistled, Bro Star rocks. Chu Yang quietly draped the coat beside him over his legs. Jiang Xinghe was chatting with others about his amusing experiences on Song River Island. Chen Che came closer teasingly, pulling the coat off Chu Yang's legs. Rianjiang, are you cold? Chu Yang flipped him off, go die. Since they both had drunk too much to drive, they called a designated driver. While waiting, Jiang Xinghe smiled, your friends are all really interesting. I'm glad that you've had them by your side during these 4 years. Chu Yang turned to look at Jiang Xinghe's profile, illuminated by the soft yellow street lamp. Xinghe brother, what do you think about a AA relationship? The moment those words left his lips, Chu Yang snapped out of his drunken haze. It was foolish of him to speak his mind like that. Jiang Xinghe hesitated for a moment, then responded after thinking it over, I don't fully understand, but I respect their choices. Who someone chooses to love is their decision, and no one should judge them carelessly. Chu Yang mulled over the 3 words, don't fully understand, and felt disheartened. Jiang Xinghe, looking at the suddenly silent alpha, asked, Yang, do you like alphas? Chu Yang shook his head. I don't like alphas, I just like you. Irrespective of gender, I simply like Jiang Xinghe. Chapter 9, The Information of the Bay Rose. On Saturday night, Chu Shan arranged a dinner party. On the surface, it was just a gathering of friends. In reality, all the invited guests were big shots in the business world. Anyone with a bit of insight could tell that he was paving the way for his son. If not for Chu Shan's strict command, Chu Yang would rather listen to Chen Che's chatter than chat about flowers, birds, and fish with a group of old men. Chu Yang was 10 minutes late when he arrived at the private room because he had passed by a flower shop where the roses were in full bloom, so he bought a bunch. The waiter opened the door, and the alpha walked in. Uncles, I'm sorry. There was a meeting at my company, which is why I'm late. Chu Shan glanced at his fibbing son and reprimanded him, you little scoundrel. What kind of meeting is more important than this? Quickly apologized to the uncles. Someone tried to ease the tension. Old Chu, having ambition is a good thing for the kids. Xiao Yang, come on, sit down quickly. That's right, we're all close acquaintances here, no need for such formalities. Chu Yang poured 3 glasses of wine and raised them. Uncles, I've been rude as a junior. Let me punish myself by drinking these 3 cups. Wow, you have quite a drinking capacity. You might drink more than your father, haha. Chu Shan gave Chu Yang a meaningful look, resentful son, this gesture should be enough. If you get hurt from drinking, your mother will surely make me sleep in the study. Chu Yang paused holding his glass, locking eyes with the young man leaning against the chair, slightly frowning. Ji Feng. What's he doing here? Ji Feng raised his glass in a distant toast, younger brother, we meet again. Chu Yang's face darkened, coldly eyeing Ji Feng, Director Ji, what a coincidence. After only 1 meeting, why do you randomly start calling each other brothers? Chu Shan said happily, oh, so you 2 know each other? Chu Yang, this is the son of Uncle Ji. In terms of age, you should call him older brother. The delicate stem of the highball glass almost snapped under Chu Yang's grip, its clear liquid shimmering with faint light. It seemed like his father mentioned once before that the second son of the Ji family in the pharmaceutical group worked in the FAO alliance. Sure enough, it was Ji Feng. What an absurd world. The alpha sat gloomily, and anyone could see that he was clearly in a bad mood. Chu Shan leaned closer to him and asked quietly, what's wrong, son? Did something happen between you 2? It's nothing, I just don't like looking at him. Chu Shan exasperatedly replied, I haven't seen you liking anyone yet. This dinner tonight is very important. Put away your stubborn long face. Chu Yang adjusted his tie and muttered gloomily, understood. After a few rounds of toasts, after passing the 3rd cup of wine, the courteous chit-chat ended, and they began talking about family matters. The 2 youngest people on the table became the center of attention. Once the uncles learned that such an outstanding alpha didn't have a boyfriend yet, they couldn't wait to start introducing matches. Chu Yang thought luckily Ji Feng was an alpha too, otherwise this meal would become their matchmaking session. But compared to Chu Yang furrowing his brows tightly, Ji Feng always wore an amicable smile on his face and chimed in occasionally. What a hypocrite. He talks nicely but doesn't drink even a single glass of wine. When asked, he simply states it's due to professional requirements, he cannot drink. Annoyed, Chu Yang stood up, went to the restroom, washed his face. He drank 3 glasses without eating any dishes earlier. Now, his stomach burned like fire, and his head was feeling a little dizzy. He sent a WeChat message to Jiang Xinghe saying he had something and wouldn't go home to sleep. With all the alcohol odor, he didn't want to go back and bother his Xinghe brother. Lifting his left wrist to check the watch, the elders probably still needed some time for their discussions. He had no intention of going back home anyway. Chu Yang wandered around and found a large terrace at the end of the corridor, deciding to go there to enjoy some fresh air. Unluckily, he bumped into Ji Feng, who was smoking. Just seeing this face made him feel like he'd have nightmares later that night. Bad luck. Chu Yang turned to leave. Ji Feng leaned against the wall, exhaling a ring of smoke. Mr. Chu seems to have quite a grudge against me. Chu Yang snorted with laughter, turning around, hands in his pockets, tilting his chin slightly. No better, huh? Ji Feng smiled and extinguished his cigarette. Is it because of Xinghe? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Do you also like Xinghe? This also word was used quite cleverly. Chu Yang stood there with his hands in his pockets, information pheromones subtly emanating. What's your point? Ji Feng fanned the air around. Alas, I can't hold my liquor well. Will you send me back if I get drunk from the smell of alcohol soon? Chu Yang reached out, grabbed Ji Feng's collar, squinted his eyes and looked at him. Speak plainly if you have anything to say, stop trying to ingratiate yourself with me, it won't work. Though Chu Yang easily lost his temper, he usually disguised himself well. But as soon as he encountered Ji Feng, he couldn't help himself. Ji Feng patted his hand, locking eyes with him, without a trace of amusement in his gaze. Young people really have plenty of fire. Chu Yang released him and took out a wet tissue from his pocket, carefully wiping his hands. I've heard of Uncle Ji's methods. Your older brother found an unsuitable mega, so you broke that person's hand. If he knew you liked an alpha, how would he treat Jiang Xinghe? Can you protect him? This was the first time Ji Feng had heard Chu Yang speak so much. He froze, looking at Chu Yang in confusion, pondering for a moment before laughing until his shoulders shook. Chu Yang grew irritated by his laughter. What the hell are you laughing about? Ji Feng wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. Do you think Xinghe is an alpha? Chu Yang paused, frowning. What do you mean? You thought. Ji Feng patted his shoulder and stepped out of the terrace. I thought you'd be a worthy opponent, but it seems like you're not even part of this game, little brother. Under normal circumstances, Chu Yang would already have lost control and beaten him up. But now he stood frozen, repeatedly thinking about what you think Xinghe is an alpha meant. Could it be that Jiang Xinghe hadn't differentiated into an alpha? What was hidden beneath that pheromone-concealing patch? Fine rain began to fall in the night sky, and Chu Yang angrily ruffled his hair, sending a message to his father saying he had something urgent and needed to leave early. It was already 11 p.m. when he got home. At this time, Jiang Xinghe should already be asleep. Chu Yang turned into the security corridor, feeling as though there was mist obscuring his vision. He thought he knew everything about Jiang Xinghe, but didn't expect to learn about his gender differentiation from someone else. The alpha rubbed his face. What happened to Jiang Xinghe over the past 4 years? If he hadn't differentiated into an alpha, what was the reason? And why did he hide it from him? In Jiang Xinghe's heart, was he really just a close younger brother? The words, not part of this game, repeated again and again in Chu Yang's ears. Sitting on the stairs in the security corridor, Chu Yang sighed, regretting that he had quit smoking. The oppressive pheromones leaked from his frustration filled the enclosed space with the strong smell of vodka. Chu Yang clenched his fists, pounding the wall with one punch. A loud sound echoed as the skin on his knuckles broke, seeping blood. The pain alleviated some of his jealousy and dissatisfaction. The alpha casually shook his hand, then got up, opening the door of the security passage and heading toward home. Fingerprint recognition failed. Chu Yang frowned, wiping his hands on his clothes, then pressing his right thumb print again. Unlock successful. The faint scent of bay rose pheromones belonging to an omega entered the alpha's nostrils. Chu Yang stood still at the door, momentarily confused. It was the pheromones of omega, the scent of Jiang Xinghe. Chu Yang was deeply shaken. Chapter 10, Don't Treat Me Like a Younger Brother. Jiang Xinghe was an inferior mega, his heat periods unlike those of other megas, they were not frequent or regular, generally only occurring twice a year at unpredictable times. 2 months ago, there had been one at King Island, so Jiang Xinghe let his guard down and didn't prepare suppressants at home. Whether out of negligence or trust in Chu Yang, even Jiang Xinghe himself wasn't sure. Maybe because there was a top alpha at home, who could wake up every morning to the faint scent of vodka pheromones. Accumulating over time, this had prematurely triggered Jiang Xinghe's heat period. Jiang Xinghe woke up due to discomfort. The glands at the back of his neck were hot and swollen, the runaway pheromone suppressed by the pheromone concealment patch, making him even more uncomfortable. In his current state, stepping outside was akin to delivering himself to the wolves. Megs have a genetic need for alpha pheromones. His consciousness was starting to blur. If he ran into ill-intentioned alphas, the consequences would be unimaginable. Remembering Chu Yang said he would be going back to his father's place today, Jiang Xinghe tore off the pheromone concealment patch on the glands at the back of his neck, letting the scent of bay roses fill the entire bedroom. Jiang Xinghe buried his head in the bedsheet, gripping himself tightly. With his stamina, getting through this night alone should be fine. He would go to the hospital for suppressants once he regained clarity. Click, the bedroom door opened. The living room light illuminated the dark bedroom and revealed Jiang Xinghe. A dense aura of mega pheromone surrounded Chu Yang, stirring the glands at the back of the alpha's neck. After staring in the dark for a long time, the sudden light stung Jiang Xinghe's eyes, making him squint. Upon seeing the tall alpha standing at the bedroom door, Jiang Xinghe's bloodshot eyes widened in shock. The silk blanket slipped to the carpet. Under Chu Yang's gaze, his glands became hotter, and the pheromones, reacting to the alpha's presence, spilled out more recklessly, seeking comfort from an alpha. Jiang Xinghe was both angry and flustered, his eyes full of shame and embarrassment. "Get out," he exclaimed. Chu Yang's Adam's apple moved as he swallowed, his voice hoarse. "In this state, how can I leave you?" Jiang Xinghe was always steady and reliable in front of Chu Yang, like an older brother. He had never seen Jiang Xinghe like this before. A veil of water mist clouded Jiang Xinghe's vision, preventing him from seeing clearly, his hands tightly gripping the bedsheet. He looked like a boiled shrimp. Chu Yang stepped closer, each step seeming to tread on Jiang Xinghe's rationality. When he stood in front of Jiang Xinghe, the latter's rationality collapsed completely. The Omega looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, his hair wet with sweat sticking to his forehead. Such a pitiful little thing. Chu Yang clenched his fists, the newly scabbed wound reopening, causing a sharp pain that woke him to his senses. Chu Yang picked up the silk blanket from the ground and wrapped it around Jiang Xinghe. Accidentally touching the Mega's shoulder, the intense heat made his fingertips tremble. Chu Yang brushed aside Jiang Xinghe's damp hair, placing the back of his hand against the Omega's forehead. A fever. Feeling the coolness, Jiang Xinghe rubbed his own forehead against Chu Yang's hand. The Omega sobbed, "I feel terrible." Chu Yang's fingers slightly moved, lightly caressing the Mega's cheek, his voice low and hoarse. "Do you want me to mark you?" Jiang Xinghe's eyelashes fluttered, driven by instinct to grab the edge of the alpha's shirt. "Yes." As the vodka pheromones tangled with bay rose pheromones about to be injected into the glands at the back of Jiang Xinghe's neck, the doorbell rang. Mr. Zhou handed over the mega inhibitor he bought after rushing through 2 red lights to reach the hospital, trembling slightly at the sight of his boss who appeared unsatisfied. With a snap, the door closed, almost hitting Mr. Zhou's nose. After giving Jiang Xinghe the inhibitor, Chu Yang went to take a cold bath in the pool. The icy water suppressed the heat, calming down his glands. By logic, a quality alpha wouldn't easily enter an easement period when encountering an inferior mega, but Chu Yang clearly felt it, just a little more, and his own easement period would have arrived early. He wiped his face, lifting the water-soaked strands of hair to the back. What exactly caused the person who should have differentiated into a quality alpha to become an inferior mega? Vaguely, he suspected it had something to do with Jiang Xinghe's father's sacrifice. So frustrating. Chu Yang kicked the water with a splash. So frustrating. Why did Jiang Xinghe hide such a big deal from him? Was he really not worth relying on? After being given the inhibitor, Jiang Xinghe quickly regained consciousness, lying there staring blankly at the ceiling as everything that happened replayed in his mind. Realizing only belatedly that he had lost face in front of Chu Yang. He groaned, giving the pillow 2 hard punches. If it weren't for Chu Yang's self-control, he might have already been dragged onto the bed by now. Tricking people with pheromones, so despicable. The bedroom door knocked twice, and Chu Yang walked in with a glass of plain water. "Jiang Xinghe, are you feeling better?" That's it, even brother wasn't called anymore. Jiang Xinghe knew it was his fault, so now he didn't have the face to be called brother anymore. Chu Yang glanced at the lump buried under the covers, letting out a low chuckle as he placed the glass of water on his nightstand and turned on the bedside lamp. "What are you doing in there? Are you shy?" He prodded with his finger. Jiang Xinghe sighed, revealing his head from under the covers with a bitter smile. "I don't have the face to see you." Chu Yang pulled him up and sat him properly, handing him the glass of water. "You sweated too much earlier, drink some water." The alpha sitting by the bed still had dripping wet hair. Jiang Xinghe stood up and grabbed a few tissues to help dry his hair. Unintentionally touching Chu Yang's cheek, it felt ice cold. "Did you take a cold shower? It's autumn, aren't you cold?" Jiang Xinghe wrapped Chu Yang in the blanket. "Warm up quickly, don't catch a cold." Chu Yang, wrapped in Jiang Xinghe's blanket, sat cross-legged on his bed, sniffing quietly. "Your pheromones smell really good." Jiang Xinghe paused while drinking water, choking violently from the cough. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Yang gently patted his back, "Drink slowly." Jiang Xinghe wiped his mouth with a red face. Chu Yang lowered his head to look at the patterns on the silk quilt. "Actually, I'm a little sad." "Why didn't you tell me you differentiated into a mega?" Jiang Xinghe put down the glass of water and touched the back of his neck. "Just felt a little embarrassed. When you were a child, you wanted to be my little wife, and now I've ended up as a mega. This isn't perfect. Isn't it?" "What?" Chu Yang supported himself on either side of Jiang Xinghe, leaning in so their eyes met. "When I was young, I was your wife. Now that I'm grown, you can be mine. Isn't that fair?" Jiang Xinghe suddenly moved backward until he hit the headboard. You're talking nonsense." Chu Yang tilted his head. "Am I? I am an alpha, and you are a mega. Wasn't it clear that you enjoyed my pheromones earlier?" Chu Yang's gaze scanned over the faint tooth marks around Jiang Xinghe's nape, where the vodka-like pheromone scent still lingered. Jiang Xinghe covered his neck, his face flushing crimson. Riang, I didn't." Chu Yang, unusually serious, said, "Don't rush to refuse me. From tonight onward, I hope you stop seeing me as your younger brother." I'm 24 years old, a mature alpha, and also an alpha who is rich, good-looking, and has a great physique. Jiang Xinghe instinctively glanced down, feeling the lingering touch of Chu Yang's well-built muscles even in his palm. Chu Yang suddenly leaned in close, whispering provocatively in his ear, "Stars, good night." Then he hopped off the bed, not giving Jiang Xinghe any time to react, and closed the bedroom door behind him. Chu Yang sneezed. While taking a cold shower earlier, he had realized something: having Jiang Xinghe as a mega was an incredible blessing for him. If Jiang Xinghe wasn't in his game, then Chu Yang would simply pull Jiang Xinghe into his own plan. Their 20-year bond was already engraved deep within each other's lives. He had plenty of time to change Jiang Xinghe's perception of him. And Ji Feng. That scumbag trying to defeat him could go dream on. Chapter 11, Do You Like Ji Feng? The dim yellow light of the bedside lamp illuminated Jiang Xinghe's flushed cheeks. The redness spread from his burning ears down to his neck. He sat dazed on the bed for a while until finally snapping out of it 5 minutes after Chu Yang left the room. A faint hint of the white rose pheromone seeped from Jiang Xinghe's neck glands. He covered them, burying his head under the covers. At 7 o'clock when the alarm clock rang, Jiang Xinghe pulled the quilt aside, revealing 2 dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't slept all night, not due to heat fever but because of the words Chu Yang had spoken. In his mind, if Chu Yang had differentiated into a mega, he would have been his little wife. After the gene test, Jiang Xinghe had regarded Chu Yang as a younger brother, protecting and caring for him as he grew. Even though Jiang Xinghe had later differentiated into a mega himself, he'd never thought about switching roles with Chu Yang, because such an idea had never taken root in his thinking. Chu Yang was just a bundle of joy growing up under his care. Now, this bundle had turned into a towering alpha measuring 189 centimeters tall, and one who knew how to bite. Jiang Xinghe touched the gland in his neck again. The tooth marks were almost gone, but some pale red traces still remained, accompanied by a mild soreness reminding him of Chu Yang's urgent breath still ringing in his ears. Jiang Xinghe opened the drawer of the bedside cabinet and took out the suppressant bought yesterday by Chu Yang. With a wooden expression, he injected himself on the thigh. As the suppressant entered his body, his restless glands calmed down, but the flush on his face persisted. Snap out of it, Jiang Xinghe. It must be because of the heat fever making you think too much. The faint aroma of vodka-like pheromones seemed to still drift in the room, surrounding Jiang Xinghe. Strangely, although he didn't find drinking vodka particularly appealing, the pheromones on Chu Yang smelled quite nice. With tousled hair, Jiang Xinghe crawled out of bed, changing into sleepwear and walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, pulling the curtains open. Thanks to the abundant calming pheromones released generously by Chu Yang the previous night, this heat period was less uncomfortable than before. Jiang Xinghe hesitated with his hand on the doorknob for 2 seconds, then quietly retreated back to the bed, hiding himself under the quilt once more, looking up at the ceiling. It was the weekend, so there was no work. This meant he and Chu Yang would have to spend the entire day in the same space. Feeling awkward at the same time, Jiang Xinghe realized he was hungry. Last night Chu Yang wasn't home, and with no one to cook, Jiang Xinghe didn't bother going out to eat. He ended up devouring a small piece of cake from the fridge, and now 13 hours later, all that energy had long been depleted. However, Jiang Xinghe hesitated to open this door. He didn't know what kind of mindset he should adopt to face Chu Yang. "Hey, little brother, let's just pretend nothing happened last night." That would sound like something a scumbag would say. Riang, I never thought about being anyone's wife, but if you want to play that role for me." The very idea of body mechanics forbade it. Even when facing bandits where life and death hung by a thread, Jiang Xinghe had never felt so conflicted. His stomach growled in hunger as he nervously chewed on his fingernails, yet he couldn't muster the strength to step out of the bedroom. Knock knock, someone tapped on the door twice. Chu Yang's voice carried through the door, "Big brother Xinghe, are you awake? Come on, it's time to eat." Jiang Xinghe thought he was being overly fussy by pretending to be asleep. He was after all the elder brother who was a year older than Chu Yang, but the latter's call of "Xinghe big brother" made him wonder if the word "stars" he'd heard last night had simply been a dream. No, he hadn't slept at all last night. Jiang Xinghe messed with his hair and got up to open the bedroom door, nearly colliding with Chu Yang standing right outside. "What are you doing standing here? You scared me." Chu Yang bent slightly, his black eyes mischievous, as he extended his index finger to poke Jiang Xinghe's cheek. "Big brother Xinghe, why is your face so red? Missing me?" Tisk. Jiang Xinghe frowned and slapped away his hand. "Stop talking nonsense. It's because of my heat fever from yesterday." Really? Chu Yang shrugged, stepped aside, and let Jiang Xinghe pass along the scent trail towards the dining table. There were preserved egg and pork porridge, fried bread sticks, and a plate of soup-filled buns. Jiang Xinghe picked up a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, the juice bursting forth, incredibly fragrant. Chu Yang glanced at the glands on Jiang Xinghe's neck, not bothering with those pheromone concealment patches, and detected faint hints of rose fragrance in the air. Jiang Xinghe pointed at the blooming roses on the dining table. "When did you buy these? They look quite nice." Chu Yang pulled out a chair, sitting across from Jiang Xinghe, with implied meaning. "Yesterday, it turns out the scent of roses is so pleasant." Jiang Xinghe choked, and Chu Yang immediately handed him a glass of warm milk. Jiang Xinghe took a sip, the warmth of the milk flowing down his throat and relieving some discomfort. Staring at Chu Yang, he said, I've never noticed how smooth-talking you can be. What exactly have you been up to the past 4 years? Chu Yang caught sight of the traces of milk around Jiang Xinghe's mouth, quickly shifting his gaze and stirring the congee to cool it down, looking down modestly, waiting for you. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet, and Jiang Xinghe's heart pounded hard. Chu Yang swapped the bowl of cooled porridge with the one in front of Jiang Xinghe. Eat, my dad called earlier saying they want you to come over for lunch today, they miss you. Looking at the bowl of porridge in front of him, an unusual feeling welled up in Jiang Xinghe's heart, but it vanished too quickly for him to catch. All right. It's been so long since we visited uncle properly after coming back. Chu Yang focused on Jiang Xinghe and asked abruptly, Big brother Xinghe, do you like Ji-Feng? The abrupt change of topic caught him off guard. Honestly, when it came to anything related to Jiang Xinghe, Chu Yang could not approach it as smoothly as he would in business warfare. Looking at Jiang Xinghe, he narrowed his eyes. If you say yes, I'll release my pheromones right here and take you. No mega could resist the allure of a prime alpha. Ah. Jiang Xinghe looked up and stared at Chu Yang, confused. What? Why ask that? Chu Yang tore a piece of oil stick nonchalantly. Seeing the two of you get along well makes me jealous. Jiang Xinghe felt disoriented. Today's Chu Yang seemed like a completely different person compared to the Chu Yang of a few days ago. He could feel the unabashed aggression exposed by Chu Yang, like the cute little brother image from the first 20 years of his life was merely an illusion. Are all alphas like this? Ji-Feng was my former instructor, and we are pretty close. Jiang Xinghe paused mid-sentence and crammed a piece of fried bread into his mouth. It was delicious. Chu Yang gripped his spoon tightly, a storm brewing in his eyes. With his mouth full of oil sticks, Jiang Xinghe mumbled, but not the way you think. I don't have any special feelings for him, nor does he for me. Don't go making assumptions, or it would be awkward if he finds out. Chu Yang sneered inwardly, Ji-Feng having no other feelings for you. He has plenty of them. Fortunately, Jiang Xinghe was dense about such matters. Chu Yang's visibly cheerful mood was evident. Try the porridge quickly, I made it myself. Is it tasty? Made by you. I thought you bought it from a breakfast shop, no wonder it's so flavorful. Jiang Xinghe widened his eyes slightly, scooping a spoonful of congee filled with preserved egg and lean meat, giving Chu Yang a thumbs up. Riang, even if you don't inherit the family business, opening a restaurant could make you filthy rich. Chu Yang rested his chin on his hand as he watched Jiang Xinghe eating heartily, smiling merrily. I only cook for you. Cough cough cough, too oily, did you learn that from some TV drama? Don't talk like that ever again. Are you blushing? Shut up, or I'll hit you. Chapter 12, Heartache is never an abstract expression. After breakfast, Chu Yang put the bowls and chopsticks into the dishwasher. Jiang Xinghe went back to his room to change clothes. Due to work reasons, he had to wear a uniform every day, so he didn't have much casual wear. He stood in front of the wardrobe and pondered for a while, eventually picking out a beige mid-collar sweater that just covered the red marks on the back of his neck. Then he found a matching pair of long pants and finally took out a camel-colored overcoat before stepping out of the bedroom. Seeing Jiang Xinghe, Chu Yang was stunned, only one word popping into his head, handsome. It was as if they were transported back to their school days when he was the gentle senior. Jiang Xinghe originally had a gentle appearance, it was just that the 4 years of experience gave him an edge in his demeanor. After returning from King Island and taking on his role as a department head, he could no longer settle disputes on the fighting ground like in the Black Panther team. To better manage his subordinates, Jiang Xinghe would wear a pair of gold-rimmed glasses to appear more dignified. Usually, he styled his hair slicked back and wore suits, exuding stability, but always creating an indistinct sense of distance when interacting with people. The bangs falling down slightly irritated his eyes, and Jiang Xinghe fiddled with them. It's time for a haircut, I'll go to the barbershop after we get back. Chu Yang nodded after regaining his senses. Let's also go to the mall and buy some clothes. It's been a long time since I've seen you dressed like this, you look really good. Really? Jiang Xinghe sheepishly rubbed his hair. Jiang Xinghe wasn't sleepy at all, probably because Chu Yang drove so steadily that he dozed off shortly after getting into the car. During a red light pause, Chu Yang reached out to grab a thin blanket from the back seat and covered him with it. After staying awake all night, Jiang Xinghe fell into a deep sleep in the car, with fragmented memories long buried surfacing in his dreams, playing like a movie, frame by frame. He heard himself scream heart-wrenchingly, seeing Gu Jingxian handing over the letter left by his father for each mission in case it might be needed. Jiang Xinghe had written one too. Jiang Xinghe knew he was dreaming, wanting to wake up but unable to open his eyes. In the darkness, it felt like hands were pulling him down, sinking into oblivion. He saw Su Qi's neck bleeding, crying and saying, "Baby, Daddy hurts so much." Until someone urgently called out to him, Jiang Xinghe, wake up." Jiang Xinghe abruptly opened his eyes, breathing heavily, his face wet, tears hanging on his lashes, bloodshot eyes. As the dark haze cleared, he saw Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang frowned slightly, worry visible on his face. He gently wiped away the tears on Jiang Xinghe's face and softly asked, "Did you have a nightmare?" Jiang Xinghe covered his face, pressing his forehead against Chu Yang's chest to steady his breath. Chu Yang lightly caressed his shoulders, calming pheromones swirling around the confined space of the car. After a while, Jiang Xinghe lifted his head. Let's get out of the car. Uncle is still waiting. Chu Yang grabbed his wrist, looking deeply into Jiang Xinghe's face, as if searching for signs of whether he was truly alright. Jiang Xinghe smiled and patted his hand. I'm really fine. I haven't had Uncle Shan's cooking for a long time, I'm craving it already. Chu Yang opened the car door and got out with him. This morning you said my cooking was great, why are you praising my dad at noon? Jiang Xinghe opened the trunk, taking out 2 boxes of pastries he had waited in line for an hour to buy, as well as some local specialties sent by King Island teammates. Chu Yang took the heaviest ones from him, and together they entered the house shoulder to shoulder. Chu Shan was in the kitchen wearing an apron, peeking out when he heard the door open. Xing is here. Come try the freshly cooked sweet and sour ribs. Chu Yang teased, your own son has returned too. Chu Shan ignored it. Luo Sun came out smiling from the study and gave Jiang Xinghe a light hug. Welcome home. Jiang Xinghe's eyes watered, nodding, yeah, I'm home. Chu Yang sat on the sofa for less than a second when he was pulled into the kitchen by Chu Shan to help. You alpha brat won't find a wife without knowing how to cook. Chu Yang thought to himself, do I need you to say that? I cook for my wife every day. Even though Chu Shan was the richest man in the Sais Empire, Luo Sun's job had zero privacy. To protect his private life at home, Chu Shan would usually do the cooking, and the housekeeper would leave after cleaning up. Chu Shan nudged Chu Yang's arm slightly and looked back, whispering, Xing, he is a mega. Aha. Chu Yang chopped green onions into thin strips. Frowning faintly, Chu Shan flipped the scrambled eggs in the pan. I remember your genetic tests showed you both as alphas, so how come he? Lowering his head while chopping vegetables, Chu Yang replied, I don't know, Dad, don't ask him about it either. We'll listen when he's ready to tell us. The sound of sizzling filled the air. Chu Shan chuckled, that's why you never wanted to date, because you knew all along and were waiting for this? After putting the prepared vegetables aside on a plate, Chu Yang glanced at his father and said, even if he's an alpha, I still like him. Chu Shan cursed softly, you little bastard, our family really has a throne to inherit. Chu Yang let out a couple of hums and didn't respond further. Luo Sun held Jiang Xinghe's hand and sat down on the couch, wiping away tears with lowered eyes. Xing, these years must have been tough, right? Jiang Xinghe understood he wasn't only referring to his time on King Island but also knowing now that he had become a mega. Today, he did not use the pheromone concealer patch, not because he gave up after Chu Yang found out, but because he considered Chu Shan and Luo Sun family. There should be no secrets among family members. Jiang Xinghe's voice cracked, choking slightly, a little bit. It was the first time he showed weakness after his father sacrificed himself. He was exhausted. The mission of revenge weighed heavily on him, leaving him breathless. He worked tirelessly for 4 years but failed to find even a single clue about the notorious Viper. Despite cracking down on many gland traffickers, he couldn't locate the one responsible for his father's death. He even hesitated to visit the graves of Jiang Cheng and Su Qi, overwhelmed by guilt. During one operation, he got shot in his right arm, resulting in a comminuted fracture, which forced him out of the Black Panther team. He could no longer serve as a commando. Truthfully, Jiang Xinghe never liked this high-risk profession hanging between life and death, but it was his only chance to take personal vengeance. Inside, he was tormented, frequently haunted by nightmares, yet he had no one to talk to. He didn't want to burden those close to him with his pain. Jiang Xinghe had borne everything alone for far too long. Luo Sun pulled him into an embrace, gently stroking his head. It's all over now, Xing. You know, Uncle always thought of you as my own son. From now on, this place will be your home. Through the kitchen window, Chu Yang had been observing the living room situation. He originally thought the word heartache was abstract, but now he truly felt a heaviness in his chest, as if needles were piercing his heart. An excellent alpha should protect their mega, making them happy forever, but obviously, he was still very far from that ideal. The onion in his hands was crushed, spilling out its juices. Chu Shan exclaimed in shock, son, does it not hurt? With tears streaming down his face and his eyes reddened from the fumes, Chu Yang responded, what do you think? Chapter 13, each with their own thoughts. After returning from Chu Shan's home, Jiang Xinghe was clearly in much better spirits. Chu Yang noticed his obvious lack of sleep and didn't bring up the matter of going to the mall to buy clothes again. Instead, they directly drove back to their place. Jiang Xinghe lazily opened his eyes, finding Chu Yang leaning sideways in the driver's seat, gazing at him. He yawned and looked around. The car was already parked in the underground garage, the heater blowing warm air, the windows slightly open. When did we arrive? Why didn't you wake me up? Chu Yang tossed the thin blanket covering Jiang Xinghe to the back seat. I didn't have the heart to wake you up because you were sleeping so soundly. Jiang Xinghe rubbed his stiff neck and stretched. Even though it was in the car, it somehow felt more comfortable than on the bed. I didn't sleep well last night. Chu Yang smiled knowingly. Jiang Xinghe didn't even need to ask what he was thinking. Yes, it's exactly because of you that I didn't sleep well. Are you satisfied? Jiang Xinghe opened the car door and headed toward the elevator. Chu Yang quickly grabbed the small dishes Chu Shan's father brought and hurried after Jiang Xinghe. Running so fast without waiting for me. Jiang Xinghe noticed the items loaded in his hands and extended his own awkwardly, let me carry some. Chu Yang avoided his reach, leaning against the wall in the elevator, no need, they're not heavy anyway. Humph, Yang really knows how to behave. When you were little, I always carried your school bag for you. Chu Yang looked at the elevator display as the numbers kept rising and smiled, isn't it natural to carry things for my wife? Jiang Xinghe's memory instantly went back over a decade, when he was carrying 2 school bags while Chu Yang followed behind, munching on a small cake and complaining about walking too fast. Back then, Luo Sun and Su Qi had joked about arranging a childhood marriage for them, so once Chu Yang turned of age, he'd be given to Jiang Xinghe as a spouse. Sure, it's only proper to carry things for your wife, hey, you. Jiang Xinghe suddenly snapped back to reality as the elevator reached their floor with a ding, opening the door. Chu Yang stepped out of the elevator, and Jiang Xinghe followed behind, muttering, you little brat, keep taking advantage of me, and I'll teach you a lesson. Chu Yang had both hands full, so Jiang Xinghe kicked his butt and then pressed his fingerprint to unlock the password lock. Chu Yang put down what he was holding, took off his coat and hung it on the hanger, and then arranged Jiang Xinghe's shoes neatly next to his own. After taking the groceries out of the bag, Chu Yang stuffed each item into the fridge, grumbling quietly about the shoe print left on his butt. Ouch. That hurts. Who has such an aggressive omega like you? Jiang Xinghe drank a glass of warm water, then glanced at him with a smile, the tiny red mole at the corner of his eye captivating Chu Yang for 3 whole seconds. Aggressive omega? My martial arts scores have consistently been in the top 3. Do you want to try? Chu Yang momentarily zoned out, 2 dimples appearing on his cheeks, his alpha eyes filled with tenderness. Mighty omega, you're a mighty omega. Jiang Xinghe realized Chu Yang was just teasing him. It felt like removing the pheromone suppressor patch didn't just reveal his nature, it also unlocked something in Chu Yang. He had become all talk now. When passing by Chu Yang's room, he caught sight of the shoe print still on Chu Yang's bottom and raised an eyebrow. I'm not going to bother with you. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me. Jiang Xinghe fell asleep soundly until he woke up needing to use the restroom. If he hadn't woken up, he probably would have slept through till morning. After coming out from the bathroom, he picked up his phone to check the time, 7 p.m. Jiang Xinghe yawned as he walked out of the bedroom. The bright chandelier in the living room made him squint, as the curtains in the bedroom were drawn tight, not allowing any light to come through. Now exposed to light, his eyes needed some time to adjust. He rubbed his eyes for 5 seconds before adapting and planned to heat up some food from the fridge to eat. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the study light on with voices speaking inside. Chu Yang was there. Jiang Xinghe opened a box of yogurt and lazily shuffled toward the study in his slippers. Chu Yang sat at the redwood desk, a laptop in front of him. The alpha crossed his arms, slightly frowning. Jiang Xinghe thought this was new, he'd seen Chu Yang being boisterous, obedient, but never working. Apparently, he was on a video call with subordinates reporting work updates. The pen in Chu Yang's hand spun idly between his fingers. Who's responsible for the North City project? We're not giving up any shares. I'll personally handle the negotiations tomorrow. Jiang Xinghe leaned against the doorframe drinking yogurt, catching Chu Yang's gaze accidentally. Alright, that's all. Everyone's done a great job. Meeting adjourned. Chu Yang smiled at him, taking off his headphones and closing the laptop casually. Did I wake you up? Jiang Xinghe shook his head, this is the first time I've seen you work. You actually do look like an adult when you're focused. He squeezed the last drop of yogurt out of the box, throwing it perfectly into the trash can and stretching lazily, revealing a stretch of slim white waist. Chu Yang shifted his gaze and noticed the 2 takeout boxes sitting on the dining table. Seems like you woke up because you were hungry. Let's go out for dinner today. Great idea, let's have hot pot. Are there any good hot pot restaurants nearby? Chu Yang returned the leftovers to the fridge. Let me check my phone. Jiang Xinghe eyed him suspiciously. Hadn't Chu Yang said he lived here because it was close to the company? Why didn't he know if there were any good restaurants around? Chu Yang met his gaze confidently. After getting dressed, they went downstairs. Jiang Xinghe opened the food delivery app and checked the nearby hot pot places. One located just 1 kilometer from his house caught his attention. The ratings were quite high. Jiang Xinghe shoved his phone in front of Chu Yang. It's pretty close. Should we walk there? Sure. Chu Yang nodded, tossing the trash he brought from home into the bin. Since he was little, Chu Yang had been a young master who waited for his clothes to be handed and food served at the table. Even before Jiang Xinghe left, Chu Yang never helped with anything like tipping over a soy sauce bottle. Jiang Xinghe was truly curious how in these 4 years Chu Yang had become someone who could cook and handle social events. Yang, I've discovered that you've grown up a lot during these 4 years. Chu Yang blinked, which aspect are you referring to? Jiang Xinghe paused momentarily, laughing and cursing, go away, you. With this interruption, Jiang Xinghe didn't ask further. The 2 laughed happily as they walked on the sidewalk, streetlights stretching their shadows long, eventually merging together. Chu Yang lowered his eyes to look at Jiang Xinghe's smiling eyebrows and face, feeling an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. After Jiang Xinghe left, Chu Yang always thought it was because he himself was too useless. If he were good enough and strong enough, perhaps Jiang Xinghe would have shared his secrets with him, or perhaps wouldn't have left without saying goodbye. He worked hard to become the best alpha, waiting for Jiang Xinghe to return so he could embrace him. Perhaps it was destiny. In childhood, it was Jiang Xinghe who took care of him, protected him, and indulged him. Now that he's grown up, Jiang Xinghe has differentiated into an omega. It's only natural then for Chu Yang to take care of him now. Chu Yang's promise of waiting for you wasn't false. In fact, every second of these 4 years, he was indeed waiting for Jiang Xinghe. If longing had a sound, Jiang Xinghe would have long heard his deafening love. Jiang Xinghe felt Chu Yang's gaze. He quickened his steps. I'm starving, hurry up, I want 2 orders of tripe. He thought that Chu Yang's confession was because of the jokes adults made when they were children. After all, he is an inferior omega, and one could easily guess that their compatibility rate was extremely low, far below the standard for marriage. Without high compatibility, a relationship solely based on deep affection is too fragile. When a mega with high compatibility with Chu Yang appears, those childish words will be like sand, scattered by the wind. But when that day comes, I will still be your brother Xinghe. Chapter 14, I seem to be slightly drunk. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was the busiest time. The hot pot restaurant was filled with many people. Chu Yang wanted to book a private room, but Jiang Xinghe stopped him. Let's eat in the main hall. I like this lively atmosphere. The waiter looked at Chu Yang, who nodded. All right, let's stay here. The two chose a seat by the window where they could see the opposite lake and the pedestrians on the arched bridge. A little girl with braids was being held in the middle by her alpha father and mega father, bouncing joyfully. Jiang Xinghe's lips curved into a gentle smile. Chu Yang followed his gaze and saw the little girl being lifted onto her father's shoulders. The alpha father held her little legs while holding the hand of his lover with the other, leaving behind a happy silhouette under the night sky. Plain and simple happiness is even more precious. The yin-yang hot pot hadn't arrived yet, but Chu Yang reached across the table to gently grasp Jiang Xinghe's hand. This city's plain happiness has come at the sacrifice of too many extraordinary people, brother Xinghe. Their happiness includes your contributions. Jiang Xinghe looked blankly at the alpha, his eyes contained many intense emotions, swirling and reflecting the image of Jiang Xinghe. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Sweat began forming where Jiang Xinghe had touched him. The server broke the ambiguous tranquility. Sir, here's your yin-yang hot pot. Jiang Xinghe snapped back to reality, pulling his hand away, awkwardly rubbing his pants. This year is the year of the tiger, and the oil in the yin-yang hot pot is shaped like a tiger. However, if it weren't for the character, Wang, written on its forehead, anyone looking would think it's a little cat with bared fangs. The server asked them if they wanted to take photos. Before Chu Yang could decline, Jiang Xinghe pulled out his phone and took photos from all angles. All set, please add some broth for us. Chu Yang got up to prepare the dipping sauce. Jiang Xinghe's bowl was filled with sesame paste, which he preferred for its sticky texture. Upon returning, Jiang Xinghe was still looking happily at the photo of the oil tiger on his phone. Chu Yang placed the dipping sauce in front of Jiang Xinghe, leaning in with his hand on the table. What's making you so happy? Jiang Xinghe showed him the phone screen. Look, doesn't it resemble you when you were little? So adorable. Chu Yang froze for a moment before quietly returning to his seat. The soup bubbled vigorously, rising white steam. Looking at Jiang Xinghe through the steam, the red mole at the corner of his eye seemed even more vivid. Jiang Xinghe's face turned bright red from the spiciness. Chu Yang handed him fruit juice to relieve it, but he still found it unsatisfactory and ordered a pitcher of beer from the waiter. We're not driving today, let's have a drink. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. Sure, last time when I was drinking with Chen Che, it seemed like you had a great capacity for alcohol. Jiang Xinghe smiled and poured him a full glass. The alcohol you guys drink is too low in proof. When we're on missions, we carry a flask of our own brewed liquor to warm ourselves, which is particularly strong. Hearing this, Chu Yang turned the transparent glass in his hand. This was another memory that he hadn't been part of. Jiang Xinghe didn't know what was going through the alpha's mind, so he just collided his cup with Chu Yang's, creating a crisp sound. Toasts. Jiang Xinghe tipped his head back and drank it all, then picked up a piece of tripe to start cooking. The more Chu Yang spent time with Jiang Xinghe, the more fascinating details he discovered about him. Chu Yang was sure that none of the various beauties Chen Che had dated were as handsome and charming as his brother Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe glanced at Chu Yang's full glass and complained, "Hey, why are you avoiding alcohol at the beginning?" Chu Yang laughed and tilted his head back to drain it. "How come you act like such a socialite, brother Xinghe?" When the hot pot was finished, only some vegetable leaves remained. They had consumed all the alcohol, yet their tolerance was as if they had just been drinking plain water. Aside from urgent bladders, there was no other reaction. After paying the bill, one went into the alpha restroom while the other went into the mega restroom. Chu Yang couldn't take much spicy food, so he stayed in the restroom longer than usual, feeling burning pain. He wished he could thank heavens and earth, it was terrifying, and was grateful that Jiang Xinghe was an omega. When he came out, he didn't see Jiang Xinghe, so he called him curiously. The ringing sounded around the corner. Jiang Xinghe had been waiting outside the restroom playing a snake game. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. He looked up and saw a drunk alpha. "Wow! Are you a mega?" I've never seen legs this long. Jiang Xinghe frowned. You don't see them often and you make a fuss. The alpha wobbled closer to him. Still pretty fiery, I like it. Why don't we go have a drink together? Jiang Xinghe grabbed the hand reaching toward him, spinning it back to pin the alpha against the wall, applying enough force to hear a crisp snap snap from the bones. Jiang Xinghe's combat record had always ranked among the top 3. Jifeng said that if he were an alpha, he would certainly be first place. It was quite unnecessary using such skills on a drunken mess of an alpha. But he didn't expect this mess to be in a sensitive period. A powerful wave of boxwood pheromones invaded his nose, causing Jiang Xinghe to stagger back 3 steps. What the hell is this? The pheromones smell so disgusting. Jiang Xinghe waved his hands to fan away the surrounding air, suddenly gripping his neck tightly. Damn, he was still in his heat cycle. Though he had taken the suppressant that morning, his genetic variants made him even more sensitive, and craving, alpha pheromones. The disheveled alpha, spotting Jiang Xinghe's predicament, grinned maliciously. Heat cycle, huh? Let me help you out. While being dragged down the corridor, Jiang Xinghe cursed profusely. Shit. These genes were really messing with him. The strength of his punches was reduced by half due to his heat cycle, making him powerless against the towering alpha. He reached for his phone in his overcoat pocket but was thwarted when the disheveled alpha snatched it away and threw it to the ground. I'll break your bones. Jiang Xinghe, clutching his overheated gland, glared at him fiercely. But the drunk alpha could only detect the sweet rose scent emitted during the heat period of an omega. As Chu Yang approached, the hand of the disheveled alpha was holding onto Jiang Xinghe's waist. A rich aroma of Polish distilled vodka pressured the pheromones, bursting out from Chu Yang's posterior gland. Superior alphas naturally exerted dominance over ordinary ones. The disheveled alpha's legs immediately gave way under the strong pressure, his glands crushed painfully, preventing him from standing straight. Chu Yang drew Jiang Xinghe into his embrace, his pheromones were somewhat out of control for the first time, filled with fierce murderous intent. The alpha cast a look of disdain toward the person lying beneath his feet, whose black leather shoes ground down on his face, producing a crunch-crunch sound. What sort of garbage are you? The disheveled alpha screamed for mercy, recognizing who the man with high-grade pheromones was. Can Hurricane Group just oppress people like this? I'm going to file a complaint against you with the League. Chu Yang let go of Jiang Xinghe, squatted down, and shoved his shirt into the man's mouth, gripping his arm and violently throwing him down. The disheveled alpha's agonized groan turned into muffled sobs because of the cloth stuffed in his mouth. Jiang Xinghe, regaining his senses, called out, Yang Yang, let it go. Chu Yang calmly got up and crushed the disheveled alpha's hand, saying coldly, tell him thanks, otherwise wiping out your kind of garbage from this world would be easy for me. The disheveled alpha sobbed, looking up at Jiang Xinghe from the ground. His eyes were no longer drunk but filled with panic. Wawa sorry Wawa thank you Wawa. Chu Yang stepped over him and put his arm around Jiang Xinghe to leave. Even through the thick coat, it was clear that Jiang Xinghe had a high body temperature. There was some of that moron's boxwood pheromone scent on him. Chu Yang furrowed his brows and pulled him into the safety corridor. A bit of light leaked in through the cracks of the door. Jiang Xinghe leaned against the wall, his gaze slightly hazy. Temporary marker. Can suppress. Mega heat cycle. It hurt a little. Jiang Xinghe wrinkled his eyebrows slightly as the restless pheromones gradually calmed down. Are you? The alpha looked up. There was still mega pheromone taste lingering on his lips, and his voice sounded even deeper in the quiet space. Jiang Xinghe shyly touched the back of his neck, But I think I'm a little drunk. What? Jiang Xinghe tilted his head and looked at him. But Chu Yang was against the light, so Jiang Xinghe couldn't see his face clearly. The intertwining of vodka pheromones and hundred-leaved rose pheromones in the air had a maddening sweet flavor. Chu Yang kissed the corner of his mouth gently. Chapter 15 My love goes beyond genetic instinct. Warm alpha breath fanned across his face. Staring straight ahead, Jiang Xinghe saw Chu Yang's slightly closed eyes. He didn't know whether it was because he was drunk on the quality alpha's pheromones that he didn't push Chu Yang away. When his teeth were pried apart, he snapped back to consciousness. Biting down hard. A strong iron rust flavor spread throughout his mouth. Chu Yang let go of him, extending his thumb to press on the corner of his mouth, smearing a streak of red. With a pitiful look, he said, you bit down pretty hard. Jiang Xinghe pushed Chu Yang's shoulders, increasing the distance between them. In the tranquil space, it seemed like he could hear his own rapid heartbeat and uneven breathing. You're drunk, let's go home. He even dared not to look him in the eye. Chu Yang looked down at the top of the mega's head and his slightly flushed ear tips. Seems like I'm drunk. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with mischief, murmuring against his shoulder, Brother Xinghe, don't hold it against me. His soft tone sounded like he was cooing. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Xinghe had the cool cement behind him and the warm chest of an alpha before him. He shifted sideways to avoid Chu Yang's head, fearing he would hear his uncontrollable heartbeat, trying to stay calm. No way, my pheromones just interfered with you. The Omega's steps were somewhat disorganized, pushing open the door of the safety passage as if escaping. The light suddenly shone on Chu Yang's face, blood stains on the corner of his mouth, making the dimple next to it even more captivating. Chu Yang slipped his hands into his coat pockets and followed Jiang Xinghe with long strides. There weren't many people on the sidewalk, all rushing home to sleep. If someone were to observe carefully, they'd notice the bite mark on the back neck of the mega who carried alpha pheromones. Jiang Xinghe tugged at his coat, wanting to bury himself inside it. A moment ago when Chu Yang approached him, his mind turned to mush. Now, though, the wind blowing made him much clearer. However, the flush on his face persisted. His heart was in turmoil. Chu Yang silently trailed behind him. Once inside, after turning on the entrance hall light, he started changing into slippers. Jiang Xinghe went directly to the bedroom without even changing shoes. Sitting on the couch, Chu Yang nibbled on his nails, looking at the tightly shut door of Jiang Xinghe's room, reflecting if he'd acted too impulsively. Jiang Xinghe's appearance clearly indicated shock. Calling himself fierce? No, he was actually cute. He touched the small wound on his lip corner, reminiscing about that kiss, scratched his head fiercely, the cheeks of the alpha blushed pink extending all the way down to his collarbone. His glands excitedly pulsed. No regrets. Wants to kiss again. Chu Yang stood up and paced in the living room. After returning, he took a cold shower and changed into pajamas, walking around the living room again. Finally, he stopped in front of Jiang Xinghe's bedroom and knocked on the door. Brother Xinghe, are you asleep? No one answered him. Chu Yang leaned against the doorframe, tapping his fingertips lightly against the wall repeatedly. Are you a pig? You've slept all afternoon, and you're still sleeping. The bedroom door, clicked, opened, and Jiang Xinghe stood there with tousled hair, expressionless face staring at him. Do you feel like getting hit? Jiang Xinghe averted his gaze from Chu Yang's slightly swollen corner of the mouth. He had already changed into pajamas, which were loose and revealing, showing off the back of his neck in full view of Chu Yang. The bite mark on the gland was deep, with streaks of blood. Chu Yang had bitten hard, intending to embed his pheromones, declaring to everyone that this long-legged mega was already taken. Do you want some honey water to sober up? Jiang Xinghe wanted to say he wasn't drunk, but he couldn't explain why he hadn't pushed Chu Yang away immediately, so he just nodded. Chu Yang went into the kitchen to make 2 cups of honey water, adding a few slices of pear. Jiang Xinghe drank most of the cup, finding the sweet taste soothing his stomach irritated by the chili peppers. Then he began looking for excuses. Really, alcohol is not a good thing at all, Chu Yang held the honey water in his hands, blinking innocently. Brother Xinghe, isn't your alcohol tolerance pretty good? Jiang Xinghe wanted to throw the cup at Chu Yang's head. Damn it, would you step down when I give you an out? Living under the same roof, seeing each other every day, it's about adult consideration, isn't it? Chu Yang leaned his elbows on the dining table, supporting his chin with his palm, gazing at Jiang Xinghe under the soft restaurant lamp. Jiang Xinghe, I always feel like you treated my confession as a child's joke. There it goes again. Jiang Xinghe also recently realized that though Chu Yang often addressed him as Brother Xinghe, he showed no respect and even had a certain amount of oppression when calling him by his full name. Chu Yang. Hearing his full name, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and sat up straight, waiting for Minister Jiang to scold him. Jiang Xinghe put down the cup, poking the pears inside with a spoon, saying softly, Do you know I am an inferior mega? Chu Yang nodded. So what? You're not an alpha anyway. Even if you were an alpha, I would still love you. Our pheromone compatibility doesn't reach the standard to get married. Chu Yang smiled, showing 2 little tiger teeth. Do you want to marry me? Tisk, can you stop picking only what you like to hear? Jiang Xinghe couldn't help kicking him under the dining table. Fine, what do you want to say? Without compatibility to support, a relationship based solely on feelings won't last. If you meet a mega with high compatibility with you. Chu Yang frowned and interrupted him. I won't. Jiang Xinghe sighed. No one can resist genetic instincts. We instinctively will be attracted to people with high compatibility. Enough. Chu Yang stood up, his face turning gloomy, erasing all the previous cheerful expressions. He braced his hands on the dining table, looking down at Jiang Xinghe from above, his eyes filled with stormy emotions. Jiang Xinghe, you don't understand, my feelings for you have already surpassed instinct. Jiang Xinghe was startled. Chu Yang's fingers lightly grazed over the gland on Jiang Xinghe's neck, causing Jiang Xinghe's body to tremble. I'm very angry, that you don't believe me. I will use time to prove that I didn't lie. But here, there should only be the scent of vodka. Chu Yang gave Jiang Xinghe no chance to speak further, he turned and went back to his bedroom. Jiang Xinghe could see his annoyance through his silhouette. In fact, Jiang Xinghe still had a sentence unspoken. An alpha can mark many people during their lifetime, but a mega can only be marked for life by one alpha. After being marked, the mega will develop a high-level dependency on his alpha. Jiang Xinghe detested the rules brought by genes and didn't wish to depend on anyone. The words caught in his throat. Instinctively, he felt Chu Yang would be even more heartbroken if he heard them. Sitting in the chair stunned, a nerve ending somewhere seemed ignited, feeling burning hot. He finished the last sip of honey water, fishing out the pears inside and eating them. What did Chu Yang say earlier? My feelings for you have already surpassed instinct. Jiang Xinghe blushed, standing up and walking around the living room, then going to the balcony to look at the night sky, which was cloudy and pitch black with nothing visible. His throat was dry, so he went to the water dispenser, filled a cup with cold water, and drank it while rubbing his head, turning off the light, plunging the living room into darkness. Jiang Xinghe fumbled his way back to his bedroom, burying his head under the covers. Bay rose pheromones overflowed from his glands, mingled with a faint scent of vodka pheromones. Jiang Xinghe tried to cover it with his hand, but it wouldn't stay. A tiny bud sprouted in his heart. The sweet aroma and thunderous heartbeat filled his bedroom. Chapter 16 Jealousy. After returning from King Island, Jiang Xinghe rarely had trouble falling asleep, but in the past 2 days, his total sleep time added up to no more than 8 hours, all because of Chu Yang. As soon as the alarm went off at 7, Jiang Xinghe forced himself to open his eyes. He stared at the ceiling for a while, struggled to sit up, and fiddled with his messy hair. He yawned and opened the drawer to give himself an injection of suppressant. Then he randomly pulled his pajamas apart and shuffled into the bathroom in slippers to take a shower. Afterward, he felt much more awake. Breakfast was already laid out on the table, but there was no sign of Chu Yang. On the fridge, a sticky note was attached. "I'll be on a business trip for 2 days. Remember to eat well while I'm gone." Jiang Xinghe muttered Chu Yang's instructions twice in his mind, vaguely realizing that Chu Yang now seemed more like a big brother than ever before. Upon arriving at the FAA Union, Jiang Xinghe noticed that his colleagues were giving him quite subtle glances. Confused, he went to the restroom to check if there was something on his face. The mirror reflected a tired face of Jiang Xinghe, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't managed to change into his uniform yet, so his V-neck sweater openly revealed the bite mark on his neck, along with a faint smell of alpha pheromones. Anyone could see that he looked as though he'd spent a wonderful and intense night. However, in his colleagues' eyes, Director Jiang had always been a reserved and disciplined person. Never did they expect him to act so indiscreetly. This completely shattered his image. Jiang Xinghe quickly wanted to return to his office and change into his uniform to cover up the bite. He regretted not buying a bottle of pheromone soap yesterday to mask Chu Yang's lingering scent. He hurriedly headed for the door with his head down, bumping into a solid chest, accompanied by the scent of pale green snow pines. "Wind brother, sorry, I didn't watch where I was going." Jiang Xinghe smiled at him and tried to squeeze through the door crack. Ji Feng slightly furrowed his brows, stepping sideways to block his way. His eyes fell on Jiang Xinghe's covered neck. "Xinghe, what is this?" Jiang Xinghe avoided him and walked away hastily, with an urgent tone. "I'm fine, see you later." The Omega moved quickly, disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Ji Feng stared at Jiang Xinghe's retreating figure, his gaze deepening. After putting on his uniform, Jiang Xinghe found that his shirt collar perfectly concealed the bite mark. Opening his drawer, he searched but couldn't find any pheromone concealing patches, remembering that they were used up. He rubbed his neck and spun around in a chair on wheels with his feet. Whatever. 10 minutes later, a senior meeting began, where subordinate special agents from the investigation department brought new intelligence. Grey Wolf, a high-ranking member of the Gland Crime Syndicate, was spotted in High City. Ji Feng and Jiang Xinghe's gazes met. In his eyes, he saw the flame of hope. A pen tightly held in Jiang Xinghe's hand left red imprints. He was excited to the point that his fingertips trembled. For 4 years, he had finally glimpsed a ray of light. Ji Feng nodded to Jiang Xinghe, proposing a joint operation with the security department. As Jiang Xinghe and Ji Feng were walking and discussing the battle plan, they encountered a mega colleague rushing toward them. Jiang Xinghe casually asked, "What happened to make you so rushed?" The Omega adjusted their glasses. "There's someone causing a disturbance in the hall, I'll go check it out." Jiang Xinghe and Ji Feng exchanged a glance and followed the colleague into the elevator. In the FAO public hall, they saw a man holding a banner standing. Jiang Xinghe recognized him. Moving closer, he realized it was the Alpha from yesterday, bruised and swollen, with a plaster cast on his arm, a signature move by Chu Yang. Jiang Xinghe carefully read the banner which said, "Hurricane Group Heir bullying people with power." A circle of spectators formed around him as the Alpha passionately recounted his ordeal. When the security personnel saw Jiang Xinghe and Ji Feng, they immediately parted the crowd. Jiang Xinghe raised his chin. "Hey, what are you doing?" Just as the Alpha was in the middle of his narrative, he was startled by the sudden interruption, momentarily annoyed. But when he saw Jiang Xinghe in uniform, he froze. Jiang Xinghe gave him a bright smile, showing his white teeth. "Pin him down for me." Upon receiving the order, the security guards, who had been harboring suppressed emotions, immediately executed a bear hug takedown, pinning the Alpha to the ground with knees. Security staff in the hall aren't allowed to fight back when attacked or respond to insults. The slightest show of resistance might end up being filmed and uploaded online, so the guards held nothing back as they took action. Only the cries of agony from the Alpha filled the air, resembling a pig being slaughtered. Murmurs rippled through the onlookers. Jiang Xinghe stood before the Alpha, leaning down slightly. "Good job, delivering yourself right here." Seeing this exuberant and unrestrained mega, Ji Feng was moved. Jiang Xinghe took the loudspeaker from the staff. This person openly used pheromones to induce during the susceptible period. Mega was rightly defended by General Chu of Hurricane Group, and now he has the audacity to come here with false accusations, making his offense even worse. Jiang Xinghe turned off the loudspeaker, watching the A's colorful expression with great pleasure. This must be what young people online call a joyful story, right? Indeed, it was exhilarating. Chu Yang was surrounded by a crowd, not showing much emotion on his face. He attended the opening ceremony of a hotel owned by an uncle in Haicheng on behalf of Chu Mountain. He had originally planned to decline the invitation, but when he remembered what Jiang Xing had said about pheromone compatibility, he felt infuriated. Afraid that they would end up arguing if they stayed in the same space for too long, he thought it better to get out for a bit. Maybe once he left, Jiang Xinghe would start missing him. As Chen Che said, distance created beauty. Although Chu Yang detested Chen Che's loose ways, he still found this statement quite reasonable. He needed some time alone as well. With Jiang Xinghe always around, either his gland or little General Chu might explode. After searching for a while, Chen Che finally found Chu Yang sitting quietly in a corner closing his eyes for rest. "Mr. Chu, what are you doing?" Chen Che shook his phone, showing off the 15 new WeChat contacts he added overnight. The grand opening of the Wells Hotel invited many celebrities to perform, and wherever the noble alpha stood, it became the focus. At first, a group of mega artists approached trying to chat with Chu Yang, but all received a cold reception and left disheartened. Chen Che was different from Chu Yang. Although his family wasn't as wealthy as Chu Yang's, they were still a prominent aristocratic family in Shisai City. With good looks and sweet talk, he didn't carry any airs of being a master's son and was particularly popular. Chu Yang gave him a disdainful look. "Aren't you afraid of catching diseases?" Chen Che grinned mischievously, leaning close to Chu Yang's ear. "What's there to be afraid of? I wore one throughout the night." Roll. Chu Yang rubbed his ears as if wiping away some dirty things. Chen Che laughed loudly. "Oh, young A, your purity will kill me." "Chen Che, do you want a beating?" Chu Yang coldly scanned Chen Che's lower body with his gaze. "Do you believe I'll chop it off?" Chen Che fell silent, pinching his fingers together in front of his lips to make a zipping motion, then fiercely slapped Chu Yang on the shoulder. "Chu Yang. Chu Yang. What? I'll beat you." Chu Yang followed the direction of Chen Che's finger, and saw something he'd never imagined before. Jiang Xing had dressed in a tailcoat with a butterfly bow tie at his collar. There was no time to admire the tall figure of the mega. Chu Yang felt a lump rise in his chest. Only to see Jiang Xinghe's hand on Ji Feng's arm, both wearing matching suits, dressed like a couple. Chu Yang's teeth clenched audibly. Chen Che pulled back the almost out-of-control alpha. "Big brother Chu, calm down. If you ruin Uncle Gu's opening ceremony, once he reports it to Mountain Uncle, you'll be scolded. Calm my ass." Chu Yang violently broke free from Chen Che's grip and strode quickly toward Jiang Xinghe with a dark face. Chen Che shook his aching wrist and swore as he hurried after. Ji Feng was hugging Jiang Xinghe's waist and talking with Uncle Gu. "Uncle Gu, this is my boyfriend Jiang Xinghe. I'm late because I had something to take care of today, so I will penalize myself with 3 cups." Chu Yang stumbled to a stop, feeling as though his heart was pierced by a knife, and countless needles seemed hidden in his bone marrow, making it hard to breathe. His fists made a crackling sound as they tightened, and powerful waves of pheromones erupted from the glands at the back of his neck, squeezing the nearby small alphas and ordinary alphas, who groaned in pain. However, Chu Yang showed no intention of reining in his pheromones. Jiang Xinghe suddenly turned his head. Having been temporarily marked twice by Chu Yang, his body had already become accustomed to his pheromones, yet he still experienced discomfort under their potent effect. Seeing Jiang Xinghe's furrowed brows due to the distress, Chu Yang regained his senses and managed to suppress the incessant release of pheromones. Ji Feng embraced Jiang Xinghe's shoulders to steady his swaying body. "Director Chu, this isn't very polite." Chu Yang gazed intently at Jiang Xinghe, and his soft 3 words resounded heavily. "Let go of him." People around started whispering. Jiang Xinghe, seeing the hurt look of the alpha in his anger, placed his hand on the side of his leg and slightly shook his thumb and forefinger. This was a secret signal they established in their childhood, representing, "Stop what you're doing, we've got a situation." It was mainly used to warn each other before getting caught by parents for doing bad deeds. Of course, most of the time, it was Jiang Xinghe giving Chu Yang the reminder. Seeing this signal, Chu Yang was startled. It had been years since he last saw it. Uncle Gu, seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, tried to smooth things over. "Young Chu, what's wrong?" Chen Che ran over and put an arm around Chu Yang's shoulder, laughing nervously. "Sorry Uncle Gu, Chu Yang is drunk. We'll excuse ourselves now." Chen Che pulled Chu Yang away from staring at Jiang Xinghe and led him off, glancing at Ji Feng as he went. Who was this guy, and why did he seem so familiar? Chapter 17, Blue Spruce and Wild Rose. Chen Che dragged Chu Yang into the elevator. The moment the doors closed, both men let go of each other instinctively. Chu Yang leaned on the railing, lost in thought about the small signal Jiang Xinghe had given him earlier. For once, Chen Che was uncharacteristically quiet, his expression dark and stormy. Chu Yang, seeing his reflection in the elevator door, nudged his arm. "What's up with you? Don't tell me you're mad at me. Did you smell the scent of blue spruce pheromones just now?" Chen Che asked through gritted teeth. Chu Yang gave a cold snort. "Yeah, it was that little bastard Ji Feng's. So disgusting, even his pheromones reek of arrogance." Chen Che ground his teeth audibly, veins bulging in his neck. "Shit, I've been looking for that son of a bitch for 5 years. Now that I've found him, if I don't skin him alive, my name isn't Chen written backwards. Chu Yang was utterly confused. What? Do you have some grudge against him? What did he do to you? Chen Che swallowed his words at the last moment, his chest heaving with suppressed anger. It's personal. Not telling you. Chu Yang scoffed, I don't want to hear it anyway. But let me tell you this, Ji Feng became an instructor at the training base when he was 19. He's seen countless real combat missions big and small. With your puny frame, you might not even get close before he shoots you dead. Chen Che paused, now understanding why he couldn't find any trace of the guy in all the bars in Shisai. He'd been holed up in Song River Island all along. He looked at Chu Yang. Hey, if your brother-in-law is already someone else's boyfriend, why are you still sticking your nose in my business? The elevator dinged open, reaching the top floor. Chu Yang walked out, taking out his room card. Fake news. He's probably on a mission. Chen Che followed him into the room, curious. How do you know it's fake? Didn't see anyone message you just now. Chu Yang smiled at him. Personal matter. Not telling you. Chen Che's lips twitched. You really hold a grudge. He suddenly remembered something, leaning closer to Chu Yang and winking. Hey, did you see Ji Feng putting his arms around Brother Star just now? Have you ever done that? Never. Chu Yang tugged at his tie while placing a hand on his collar, then suddenly grabbed a pillow from the bed and hurled it at Chen Che. I'll beat you to death. Chen Che laughed heartily as he was hit, collapsing onto the carpet with his legs crossed, laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath. My bad, my bad. Get out. Chen Che's phone kept vibrating. He unlocked it to find over 99 plus WeChat messages, instantly forgetting his previous foul mood. Smiling slyly, he swiped through them casually and randomly opened a chat window. Spending one night is worth 1,000 gold coins, I'm outta here. Chen Che whistled a tune as he left Chu Yang's room and headed downstairs to pick up his cute little. Sometimes when a person has bad luck, even drinking cold water results in a toothache, like now. In the enclosed elevator, Chen Che had his arms around a slightly tipsy young lady, standing next to Ji Feng and Jiang Xinghe. The seething desire he'd felt moments ago was instantly cooled by the painful memories evoked by a certain incident. Jiang Xinghe, holding his tie in his hand, asked curiously, is that your boyfriend? Chen Che gave an awkward smile, more or less. The scent of blue spruce in the space irritated him intensely. He didn't know if Ji Feng still remembered him, but he would never forget this scent of blue spruce in his entire life. It made him throw away all perfumes that resembled this scent, whether black spruce or white spruce. All three of their rooms were on the top floor. Chen Che kindly warned, Brother Star, if you share a room with this guy, watch out that my brother Chu goes crazy. Ji Feng gave a fleeting, indifferent glance at the girl in Chen Che's arms. Jiang Xinghe stumbled momentarily. Top secret, Wells Hotel owner Gu Changhe was a high-ranking member of the Gland crime syndicate known as Grey Wolf. All his emerging industries were merely facades for money laundering. This opening ceremony was actually a cover-up for Gland trading. Their mission this time was to obtain evidence and secretly arrest Gu Changhe. Coincidentally, this opening ceremony invited the Ji family. Though Ji Feng was the head of the investigation department, as the second son of the Ji family, it was reasonable for him to attend this event in place of his father and elder brother. However, naturally, the two of them would be assigned to the same room, a couple's king-sized bedroom. Xinghe, let's go. Ji Feng held Jiang Xinghe's wrist and brushed past Chen Che. The omega in his arms was emitting sweet courting pheromones, but Chen Che had lost interest. He gently pinched the omega's waist and said warmly, honey, I have something to do today. Would you mind going back to your own room? The omega widened his eyes, his face full of humiliation, with tears welling up in his eyes. What did you say? Chen Che gave him a tender kiss on the cheek. Big brother Chen will take you shopping tomorrow as compensation, alright? The omega pouted and tugged at his sleeve. Do you really not want it today? Chen Che affectionately patted his head. Shall I escort you back to your room? The omega shook his head dejectedly and got off the elevator by himself. Chen Che lit a cigarette, leaning back on the sofa and puffing out smoke rings, reminiscing about how he used to be an innocent teenager. 5 years ago, when Chen Che first differentiated into an alpha, he snuck into a bar with some classmates to drink like adults. After just a few drinks, he was already drunk, with a painfully full bladder. He wobbled around trying to find the restroom and stumbled into Ji Feng, who was suffering from an induced sensitivity period during a mission. The sudden burst of intense spruce pheromones enveloped Chen Che. He remembered from biology class that an alpha in a sensitivity period could become extremely violent and irrational, sometimes even requiring hospitalization. Instinctively feeling threatened, Chen Che tried to run but was lifted off the ground by the waist and dragged into the stall by the alpha in heat. When Chen Che finally managed to stagger out of the stall, his eyes were red and swollen, his clothes disheveled, clutching a diamond cufflink left behind by Ji Feng which was digging painfully into his hand. Chen Che threw the diamond into the toilet and flushed it. Damn it. If I ever catch you, I'll definitely skin you alive. He didn't dare to go to the Sayus Medical Center where his uncle worked. Though young, he valued his reputation. He found a small clinic instead. The old doctor adjusted his glasses and asked, hemorrhoids? Clutching the medicine tightly, Chen Che gritted his teeth. That kind of fissure. The old doctor understood. Young people these days are too reckless. Chen Che felt he had lost all dignity for life. An alpha. And he hadn't even held hands yet, woo. Chen Che took a deep drag on his cigarette, letting the smoke fill his lungs. His current anti-marriage attitude was undoubtedly related to Ji Feng. Damn bastard. Chen Che poured a glass of white wine and drank it in one gulp, the burning sensation soothing the anger in his chest. Just after finishing his shower, the doorbell rang. Still damp from the water, thinking it was an Omega, he went barefoot to open the door. Ji Feng, already changed into casual clothes, looked surprised seeing Chen Che's state. Shit, Chen Che cursed, quickly turning around to tighten his bathrobe. Isn't it somewhat unethical for Director Ji to interrupt someone's fun? Chen Che leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, glaring coldly at him. Ji Feng glanced toward the inside. It wasn't just you, was it? Almost forgot he's from the investigation department with exceptional observational skills. What do you want? Chen Che glared at him without any warmth, his fists so tight they hurt. If it weren't for being afraid he'd lose in a fight, he would have punched Ji Feng long ago. Ji Feng calmly said, in Ganana Bar 5 years ago, Your damn grandpa. Chen Che quickly covered his mouth, dragging him inside, kicking the door shut. Fiercely pointing his finger at him as a threat, shut up. I'll kill you if you breathe a word. At that time, I was rushing to execute the mission and couldn't apologize properly. I feel very guilty about it. Haha, Chen Che sank into the couch, feet propped on the coffee table, lighting another cigarette. Guilty? Alright then, give it back to me, and I'll forgive you. Ji Feng raised an eyebrow, that's impossible. Chen Che jumped up from the couch, flailing his arms, then what the hell are you pretending here for? Ji Feng took out a business card from his pocket and placed it down, this is my phone number. You can contact me for anything, and I will do my best. Then he added, unless it's illegal or criminal. Chen Che, are you crazy? Ji Feng put his foot on the door, hand on the handle, turning his head, you might want to reel in your pheromones. The scent of wild rose, as bold and uninhibited as Chen Che's personality. If only Chen Che weren't an alpha, his overly sensual pheromones might get him devoured completely without a trace left behind. Chapter 18, A Different Kind of Alpha. The TV flickered with a cheesy family drama as Chu Yang pulled the curtains open. A bolt of lightning tore through the pitch-black night sky, followed by a thunderclap. Raindrops the size of beans hammered against the floor-to-ceiling windows, blurring the traffic below into a refracted, dreamlike illusion. Chu Yang's phone vibrated in his hand. He unlocked it to find a message from Jiang Xinghe. There's a mission. I'll explain when I get home. Chu Yang's thumb traced the 2 words, get home, on the screen, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips before being replaced by a look of worry. The crystal chandelier in the room began flickering and went dark 2 seconds later. Chu Yang shed his silk robe, and his lean yet powerful frame was quickly covered by clothing as he zipped up his windbreaker and rummaged through his suitcase. A sleek combat knife spun deftly between his fingers, reflecting a cold glint from the headlights of a car passing by in the distance. When Jiang Xinghe and Ji Feng broke into Gu Changhe's room, he was already gone. The heavy rain had erased most of the clues, making it difficult even for Ji Feng, who excelled at tracking. Technicians from the department managed to hack into the Wells Hotel surveillance system and discovered that Gu Changhe's last known location was in the greenery zone leading from the eastern corridor to the backyard before disappearing. No suspicious activities were picked up by road cameras, and the accomplice awaiting him had already been cuffed by the security department. It was thus suspected that he was hiding somewhere within the greenery. Jiang Xinghe signaled Ji Feng to split up and search the area. The first-floor landscaping of the Wells Hotel spanned over 30 acres, practically a small park, with all kinds of plants that made it challenging to conduct a search in the downpour. Jiang Xinghe was completely drenched. His lightweight, breathable combat uniform was soaked with rainwater, becoming somewhat cumbersome. The boots squelched as they pressed through puddles while he wiped his visor, trying to clear his vision. Suddenly, the infrared thermal imaging on his goggles lit up, revealing 2 living creatures in his sightline. Activity detected at the gazebo southwest. Jiang Xinghe cautiously approached, gun drawn. Yang. Jiang Xinghe paused, lowering his weapon as he quickly scanned his surroundings. In the rain stood the alpha, his black hair slicked back behind his head, revealing an unblemished forehead. Water trailed down his resolute and handsome face, creating a delicate trail before disappearing into his collar. For just a moment, Jiang Xinghe caught a glimpse of the cold sharpness in the alpha's expression. But then Chu Yang's sharp eyes softened upon seeing him, curving into a warm arc as dimple flashed under the pale streetlight. Brother Xinghe. At his feet lay a man, tied up like a pig, seemingly unconscious. The water dripping from his shoulder was a light pink hue, flowing toward a low spot before vanishing into the drain. Jiang Xinghe holstered his gun, knelt down, and turned the person's face, Gu Changhe, the very man they intended to arrest. Chu Yang bent down, picking up a black umbrella from the ground and shielding Jiang Xinghe from the icy autumn rain. Pitter-patter sounds echoed above as Jiang Xinghe glanced at the alpha beside him. His thoughts tangled like a web. This moment he realized Chu Yang was no longer the little shadow trailing after him anymore. Under Jiang Xinghe's gaze, the alpha's dark eyes swept him briefly before leaning down to sniff him. The warmth of his breath contrasted starkly with the icy rain, sending shivers across his skin where they touched. Jiang Xinghe stepped back, startled. What are you doing? The disordered footsteps grew clearer in the storm as Ji Feng led his squad rushing over. Chu Yang stared coldly at Ji Feng approaching, but suddenly winked playfully at Jiang Xinghe. Good thing there's no scent of his on you. Otherwise, I'd kill him. Though the alpha's tone was light-hearted, Jiang Xinghe felt a sudden chill. He believed Chu Yang was serious. Ji Feng glanced at Gu Changhe sprawled out on the ground and raised an eyebrow. Mr. Chu, anything you'd like to explain? Jiang Xinghe also looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang shrugged lightly, tilting the umbrella more towards Jiang Xinghe so as to shield every single raindrop away. Must you interrogate law-abiding citizens in such a tone? Humph. Ji Feng smirked coolly, looking warmly at Jiang Xinghe. Xinghe, are you hurt? As Jiang Xinghe prepared to answer, someone grasped his shoulder, forcing him into Chu Yang's embrace. Ji Feng's brows furrowed as their gazes clashed, sparking with defiance. The oppressive pheromones of vodka and white pine competed fiercely in the downpour, brightening flashes of lightning seeming to give them substance. The team didn't dare to breathe loudly, and the injured Gu Changhe suddenly groaned in pain. All right, nephews, can you send me to the hospital first? No one paid him any attention. Jiang Xinghe couldn't stand it anymore and pulled a retractable electric baton from his leg strap, giving each of them a jab. That's enough. Both of you reel in your pheromones. Don't ruin others. Chu Yang let out an exaggerated cry of pain, clutching his arm. Ow. Ji Feng gave him a disdainful glance, then quietly rubbed his own arm. Jiang Xinghe had such a strong grip without realizing it. A voice came through the communicator from their colleagues in the investigation department. Basement level 3, discovered an illegal gland trafficking operation. Jiang Xinghe and Ji Feng exchanged glances, stepping into the building while Chu Yang followed discontentedly. Upon opening the door, they were immediately hit with a pungent smell of blood. In the enclosed space, there were 2 operating tables, surrounded by various monitoring devices beeping incessantly. Gland transplants could only be performed on live subjects. This place was a makeshift operating room. Jiang Xinghe's fists clenched tightly, his eyes reddening with rage, while Chu Yang detected his seething anger through his pheromones. Chu Yang stared at Jiang Xinghe. He had been involved in countless rescue operations and witnessed unimaginable cruelty. So why was he so emotionally affected? Jiang Xinghe, what are you still hiding from me? After the lab and investigation team secured the scene, Jiang Xinghe exhaled heavily. Mission's over. Let's head back and take a hot shower. Yang, you'll need to come with me tomorrow for a statement at the league office. Chu Yang nodded. The 3 boarded the elevator together in silence. Once they reached the top floor, Chu Yang grabbed Jiang Xinghe's wrist. Brother Xinghe, come wash up in my room. You 2 bachelors don't have the convenience we have. Ji Feng snorted, amused. So convenient for you. We grew up but naked together. It's not the same for you. Suddenly, the neighboring room opened, revealing Chen Che with tousled hair yawning against the doorframe. He raised his chin toward Jiang Xinghe. Stop all the racket, Brother Star. Come sleep in my room. Ji Feng briefly glanced at him before looking away. Under Chu Yang's threatening gaze, Chen Che chuckled and closed the door. You 3 are quite amusing, aren't you? In the end, Jiang Xinghe entered Chu Yang's room but locked him outside, glaring at Ji Feng. Ji Feng turned and swiped into his own room. Chu Yang knocked on Chen Che's door. Chen Che was thoroughly exasperated, getting out of bed furiously to open the door. Can your little triangle romance stop disturbing others' sleep? Who's in a triangle? I and Brother Xinghe are mutual lovebirds. What does it have to do with him? Chu Yang walked straight in, stripping off his wet clothes casually, pausing as he unfastened his belt, wrinkling his nose towards the air. Chen Che, why does your room smell of Ji Feng's pheromones? Chen Che faltered, becoming defensive as he raised his voice. You and Ji Feng are the ones truly together. What smell? Go take your shower already. Chu Yang shuddered, unsure whether it was from the cold or Chen Che's words being unsettling. As water gushed in the bathroom, the chill gradually left Chu Yang's body, replaced by warmth. He wiped his face with hot water, recalling Jiang Xinghe's expression of utmost anger earlier. What exactly are you hiding from me? Chapter 19, An Alpha's Petty Thoughts. Knock knock. Clad in pajamas borrowed shamelessly from Chen Che, Chu Yang confidently knocked on Jiang Xinghe's door, explaining seriously, Chen Che snores too loud. I can't sleep. Chen Che sneezed in his sleep, burying his head deeper under the covers. Jiang Xinghe, with damp strands still clinging to his hair, was drying it with a towel. He eyed Chu Yang suspiciously, stepped aside to let him in, and said helplessly, all right, come in. I'll sleep in the bed and you can take the sofa. Sure. Chu Yang shut the door triumphantly, shooting a smug glance at Ji Feng's room. Jiang Xinghe, clad in a bathrobe, sat cross-legged on the bed filling out an action report on his laptop, glasses perched on his nose. His hair was wet, releasing a faint scent of shampoo, oblivious to the dangerous alpha nearby who longed to pounce like a tiger and devour him. Chu Yang's gaze lingered for a moment on his fair calves before pulling out the suitcase and heading into the bathroom, rummaging around. Thankfully, as a late-age virgin, Chu Yang carried suppressants with him habitually. Pushing clear liquid into his vein calmed the restless agitation. He leaned closer to scrutinize himself in the mirror. Dark circles beneath his eyes betrayed a fatigue of unfulfilled desire. Stretching out his right hand, he hesitated for 2 seconds, then opted to bite his left thumbnail instead. In the past, suppressants were only needed during the sensitive period. But ever since Jiang Xinghe came back, Chu Yang had to use them more and more frequently. Sometimes he even felt discomfort in his glands, slightly sore and swollen. Could there be any side effects? Chu Yang tried to inspect the state of his glands sideways from the mirror. There seemed to be no visible changes on the surface. Suddenly, Chen Chei's words echoed in his mind, "Is your thing still usable?" The air seemed to freeze. Chu Yang stopped biting his nails, took a deep breath, quickly pulled down his sleep pants, and glanced at his manhood before exhaling again. It should be fine, still quite active. The alpha sat by the bathtub, silently chanting calming words to himself for a while, then picked up the cordless hairdryer and moved to the bedside, turning on the warm wind to quietly dry Jiang Xinghe's hair. The warm breeze rustled softly as the deft hand combed through his hair. Jiang Xinghe paused in typing, his eyelashes trembling slightly. "No need, it'll dry soon." Chu Yang pouted his lips. "You're so rough, yet act like a macho man. Be careful not to catch a cold." Mumbling these words, Chu Yang's cool fingers combed through his hair gently. Why did Jiang Xinghe smell better than him despite using the same hotel shampoo? Jiang Xinghe smiled, adjusting his glasses with one hand. The rimless lenses reflected the light of the computer screen. In fact, he didn't wear glasses because of myopia, they were for protecting his eyes against blue light and radiation. Although he didn't have to scope anymore now, his habit of taking care of his eyes was still maintained. "Classmate Chu Yang, you're full of yourself. Just how old do you think you are?" While meticulously drying Jiang Xinghe's hair, Chu Yang's fingers occasionally touched his earlobes, giving a faint smile but not answering. "Anyway, I'm older than you." If spoken aloud, this would definitely provoke a beating. Chu Yang had seen Jiang Xinghe's combat videos, he was incredibly fierce. Although Chu Yang could rely on his physique to overpower him, if Jiang Xinghe got serious, Chu Yang thought he wouldn't have much advantage. Moreover, how could he bring his full strength against Jiang Xinghe anyway? The screen was filled with dense text, and the cursor flickered continuously. Jiang Xinghe yawned, a tear flowing out from the corner of his eye. He removed his glasses to rub his eyes, his eye sockets red. Chu Yang put down the hairdryer and casually tousled his soft short hair, it felt great under his fingers. "Stop writing, let's go to bed. Work never ends." Jiang Xinghe nodded, closed the laptop, placed it casually on the bedside table, then snuggled into the covers, sighing contentedly. "You're right, good night, little brother." Chu Yang was already heading towards the sofa with his blanket when he heard the 2 words, "little brother." Instantly, he turned around 180 degrees, kicked off his slippers, and crawled into the bed. Jiang Xinghe's body was bounced slightly by the elastic mattress due to Chu Yang's big movement. His originally heavy eyes instantly opened wide. Chu Yang was lying flat next to him, sharing the same blanket. Jiang Xinghe sat up alertly, pulling the blanket closer to his chest, and lightly kicked Chu Yang with his foot. "What are you doing? Go sleep on the sofa." Without even opening his eyes, Chu Yang rubbed his head on the pillow innocently. "What's wrong, big brother? We're brothers. Can we not share a bed?" Jiang Xinghe choked. The guy was clearly mocking him with his own words. Chu Yang opened his eyes. All the large lights were turned off, leaving only a warm yellow bedside lamp that made everything appear exceptionally soft. The face of the alpha was bathed in a gentle glow, a faint smile on the corner of his lips as he turned to face Jiang Xinghe. "Afraid of me?" His hoarse voice carried an irresistible allure. "Am I afraid of you?" Jiang Xinghe chuckled and lay down again, turning off the light with a snap, plunging the room into darkness. "Let's sleep. There's lots of work tomorrow." Chu Yang laughed lowly twice. The deep laughter pierced through the darkness and landed in Jiang Xinghe's chest. He flipped over and faced away from Chu Yang. Though his mind was drowsy, his consciousness kept rising and falling until fatigue finally overpowered him. Jiang Xinghe fell asleep. In the quiet space, his steady breathing could be heard. Chu Yang turned over, propping his arm under his head. His eyes had adapted to the dark, allowing him to see Jiang Xinghe's vague silhouette. The loose bathrobe exposed his vulnerable neck, and the pale pink gland was helplessly displayed before the alpha's eyes. There was a faint circle of red marks left on it, their shape barely discernible. Chu Yang licked his sharp teeth, as if savoring something. Deep into the night, as the temperature in the room dropped suddenly, Jiang Xinghe curled up in the blanket and moved closer to the heat source beside him. Soon, that giant hot water bag wrapped him in its arms, and he adjusted himself into a comfortable position before drifting off to sleep again in the warm embrace. In the morning, when Jiang Xinghe opened his eyes, he was momentarily stunned at the sight of Chu Yang's chest just inches away, with his arm still slung around his waist. Chu Yang yawned upon sensing his movement, showing slight dissatisfaction. "You're awake. You kept sneaking into my arms in the middle of the night." Jiang Xinghe's face turned bright red. The words of retort on the tip of his tongue froze as fragmented memories surged into his mind. He had dreamt of going alone to Antarctica for a mission, nearly freezing to death until he found a giant warming baby. Could it be that this dream was real? Jiang Xinghe awkwardly smiled, glancing around, staring at the central air conditioner on the ceiling in puzzlement. Is the air conditioner broken? Why do I feel so cold? Chu Yang sprang up from the bed and blocked his motion to check the display screen. Brother Xinghe, aren't we supposed to return to Shisai today? Hurry up and go get ready. Still dazed from waking up, Jiang Xinghe allowed himself to be pushed into the bathroom. As soon as he stepped inside, Chu Yang hurriedly adjusted the temperature back from 15 degrees Celsius to 26 degrees Celsius, then sat on the bed laughing quietly, lifting his arm to sniff the scent of his pajamas which smelled faintly of bay roses, like some kind of freak. Jiang Xinghe came out holding a toothbrush, spitting foam, confusedly muttering, I always thought this air conditioner. 26 degrees. Standing up, Chu Yang asked without a trace of guilt, I find it pretty warm, Brother Xinghe. Are you afraid of the cold? Furrowing his brow slightly, Jiang Xinghe looked alternately at the display screen and Chu Yang, who smiled faintly at him. Chapter 20, Jiang Xinghe's Secret. Chu Yang, stop stalling and let's go. Coming. When Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe opened the door, they coincidentally ran into Ji Feng about to knock. Staring at each other wide-eyed, Chu Yang arched an eyebrow. Brother Feng, good morning, Jiang Xinghe greeted cheerfully. The instant Ji Feng saw Chu Yang, the smile on his lips froze, turning icy cold with disdain as he nodded briefly, good morning. Standing behind Jiang Xinghe, Chu Yang revealed two little tiger teeth in a mischievous grin. His dimples deepened provocatively before waving a middle finger right in front of Ji Feng, who would probably have flashed too if not busy pulling a suitcase. This was the first time Chu Yang saw irritation flash in Ji Feng's eyes. His mood improved significantly. With furrowed brows, Ji Feng pressed, Xinghe, you too. Even though Jiang Xinghe wasn't clear why these two always argued whenever they met, he didn't dwell much. He didn't think it necessary to explain things thoroughly to Ji Feng either. Pulling out his phone to check the time, he said, alright, we should go now. The plane will take off in an hour. Ji Feng tried opening his mouth but couldn't ask anything, following along silently. Passing by Chen Che's room, he casually mentioned, is he not returning? He can't get up, Chu Yang responded, curious about what might have transpired between Ji Feng and Chen Che, but all his attention was on Jiang Xinghe so he gave it no more thought. Chu Yang followed Jiang Xinghe to the FAO Alliance for routine questioning, finishing in less than half an hour and even getting a cup of fine tea for free. Just going through the motions, no one truly dared to give the only son of Hurricane Group, their cash cow, a hard time, especially since he did help big time. Anyone could see Chu Yang went through this ordeal for Jiang Xinghe, so why bother interfering with the young couple's business? After leaving the interrogation room, Chu Yang went straight into the elevator heading to Gu Jingqian's office, the president of the FAO Alliance. Gu Jingqian raised his head from piles of files like a mountain and seeing Chu Yang grinned, wow, what brings you here, little scoundrel? Chu Yang sprawled on the couch with legs crossed, grabbing a clean strawberry from the coffee table and tossing it into his mouth, tasting its mild sourness. Isn't it because you guys dragged me in for questioning? Nonsense, I clearly saw you trailing after Brother Xinghe obediently. Gu Jingqian shot him a glance, hey. Don't eat all the strawberries the secretary just washed for me. Uncle Jian, you sure are stingy. Chu Yang grabbed another berry and popped it into his mouth. This one was sour, making him scrunch up his face, prompting him to stand and walk around the office. Picking up Lu Sun's poster on the bookshelf, he smirked, your office seems rather humble, I'll send you a blue and white porcelain decoration. Putting down the file, Gu Jingqian leaned back on the chair, crossing his arms as he snorted coldly, there's no such thing as free charity. Spill it, what do you want? Chu Yang decided not to feign any longer. He casually pulled a chair with wheels over to Gu Jingqian's side and said earnestly, Uncle Jian, I want to know the real reason behind Uncle Jiang Cheng and Uncle Su Chi's sacrifice. It must be more complicated than it appears on the surface, right? Otherwise, Jiang Xinghe wouldn't suffer from nightmares every night. Last night, while in his sleep, he had clutched Chu Yang's pajamas tightly, trembling and muttering repeatedly, Dad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chu Yang held him in his arms, releasing plenty of soothing pheromones, gently patting his back as he coaxed Jiang Xinghe for an hour. By the time the latter finally fell into a deep sleep, his eyes were red with tears and Chu Yang felt like his glands were almost depleted, leaving him with low blood sugar. Chu Yang originally planned to wait until Jiang Xinghe told him the secrets hidden deep within his heart, but thinking of how yesterday he had trembled and cried in his arms, he found he couldn't afford to wait anymore. He wanted to do something. He hoped Jiang Xinghe would always laugh, free from fear. Gu Jingqian looked deeply at him, got up, and poured himself a cup of tea, saying, so, you only call me uncle when there's something on your mind, otherwise it's just plain mister, huh? He raised the teacup to his lips, took a sip, and asked, hasn't Brother Xinghe told you about this? Dejected, Chu Yang lowered his head and fiddled with the pen in his hand, a pen that was quite old but well preserved by its owner. If he was willing to tell me, would I still need to come ask you? I feel like Brother Xinghe has a heavy burden in his heart, and I can sense it. Gu Jingqian took the pen from his hands, cleaned it with a soft cloth, then put it carefully into his suit pocket before walking to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looking down at the traffic and hurried pedestrians below. Jiang Cheng and Su Chi were the most harmonious partners in the special agent department. They were killed while undercover in an endocrine crime syndicate. You knew this, right? Chu Yang nodded, realizing Gu Jingqian wasn't even looking at him, so he added an affirmative, This story, about the day they perished, was first told to Chu Yang by Chu Shan. Jiang Cheng and Su Qi were hailed as heroes of the empire, they gave their all for the safety of the common people. Chu Yang vividly remembered how heavily it had rained that day, as if the deluge could wash away everything. After handling the posthumous affairs of Jiang Cheng and Su Qi, Jiang Xinghe simply disappeared. Chu Yang sank into thought, squeezing his palm so hard 4 crescent-shaped marks appeared in his skin. Gu Jingqian's voice grew hoarse as he continued, but what you don't know is that Deputy Minister Su Qi's body was discovered in an underground operating room at the crime base. His endocrine gland had been transplanted away. Chu Yang jerked his head up in shock, fragmented memories colliding in his mind. Frame by frame, images of Jiang Xinghe's abnormal behavior after returning from King Island replayed in his brain. He knew Jiang Xinghe harbored secrets, but never imagined such a brutal, heartbreaking truth. Rubbing his temples wearily, Gu Jingqian sighed, little Qi, he bled to death. Even now, his ashes are incomplete. Gu Jingqian, Chu Shan, Jiang Cheng, and Su Qi had once been comrades in arms who trusted each other implicitly, entrusting their backs to one another countless times. Who could have predicted that they'd eventually end up this way? Chu Shan returned home to inherit his family business, Gu Jingqian campaigned for the role of Union President, and only these two remained steadfast on the front lines, operating at the very edge of danger in the Sai Empire. Sitting silently in his chair for a long while, Chu Yang wiped his face when he noticed tears had splashed onto his palm. Anger ignited in him swiftly, growing as hot and fierce as a wildfire. There were too many dark aspects in this world. With their lives, Jiang Cheng and Su Qi tore open a glimmer of light amidst it. As Chu Yang left the president's office in a daze, the only thing he remembered Gu Jingqian saying was, we will surely avenge our most outstanding warriors in Sai. Taking a deep breath, exhaling through gritted teeth, Chu Yang clenched his fists so hard they clicked audibly. He didn't dare imagine the pain inside Jiang Xinghe. All he felt was a mass of dense discomfort, like ants gnawing away at him internally. Despite it being a clear, sunny day outside, his entire body felt cold. Jiang Xinghe carried such a heavy burden, yet he knew nothing about it, and even worse, made empty promises to protect him as an alpha. Like a lost spirit, Chu Yang aimlessly drifted into the elevator. Originally, he intended to visit Jiang Xinghe's office, but in the blink of an eye, ended up following staff down to the first floor instead. Though he had quit smoking, he still wandered into the nearest store and bought a pack of cigarettes that looked incredibly cheap. Inhaling them made his lungs burn, but squatted beside the flower beds downstairs of the FAO Alliance building, Chu Yang lit one cigarette after another fiercely. Passers-by noticed the elegantly dressed alpha, his head hanging low, roughly running his tobacco-stained fingers through his meticulously styled short hair. A strikingly handsome face, clouded with melancholy and frustration. Any dog passing by would probably get punched for no good reason. At one point, an Omega walked by with a teddy dog. The little teddy barked twice in his direction, woof. Woof. The alpha furrowed his brows impatiently and glared at the dog, scaring it. The Omega quickly tucked the little dog into his arms and hurriedly ran away. Chu Yang watched the man and the dog flee and helplessly curled his lips. He crushed the cigarette in his hand against the ground and stood up, only to feel dizzy and almost lose balance. Chapter 21, Spending Money. The shop owner was dozing off on the counter when the doorbell rang loudly as it was pushed open. Rubbing his eyes, he was surprised to see Chu Yang. Hadn't this person just bought a pack of cigarettes 20 minutes ago? The alpha's hairstyle was slightly messy, with a few strands hanging over his forehead, which he irritably brushed aside. His aura seemed even more intimidating than before. Swallowing nervously, the owner straightened up. Chu Yang scanned around, do you have mouthwash? The owner pointed to the back shelf. Chu Yang went over and picked up a peach-flavored one, holding it in his mouth for a while before spitting it out. Chu Yang looked at his wristwatch and saw the hour hand pointing to 11, Jiang Xinghe should be finishing work soon. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang walked toward the FAO Alliance office building. Winter was approaching, and leaves rustled as they fell everywhere. Looking up at a certain part of the building, Chu Yang's gaze softened. He decided to spend the new year with Jiang Xinghe this year. After entering the FAO hall, Chu Yang was stopped by security personnel who asked him to show his ID. Chu Yang pulled out his phone and called Gu Jingqian. Uncle Jian, I'm going upstairs to find Brother Xinghe. Can you inform this security officer, please? Gu Jingqian chuckled, brat, you were calling me dry father just now, and now it's uncle. What's with all the changes? You're my real father, okay? Chu Yang handed the phone to the security guard. The guard accepted it respectfully, yes, President. When Chu Yang arrived at the Department of Security Maintenance, Jiang Xinghe was still working. Leaning against the wall, the alpha thought about the fact that Jiang Xinghe was on the other side of the wall, which made him particularly happy. Chu Yang was grateful that Jiang Xinghe had returned safely into his sight. Someone tapped him on the shoulder, Yang, what are you squatting here for? As soon as Jiang Xinghe left the office, he saw a large-sized figure squatting at the door. Chu Yang looked up, his eyes slightly red as if he had been crying. Chu Yang resembled Luo Sun in 7 parts, and whenever he acted weak, it always evoked sympathy. Jiang Xinghe furrowed his brow slightly, ruffling Chu Yang's head, did someone bully you? Chu Yang didn't answer, staring instead at the handsome Mega wearing a black uniform. This was the first time Chu Yang had seen Jiang Xinghe in the FAO Alliance uniform. Usually, Jiang Xinghe would change into casual clothes after returning home. Not hearing any response, Jiang Xinghe assumed Chu Yang meant yes. Seeing the protective streak flare up, the Mega rolled up his sleeves and stormed toward the interrogation room, appearing quite menacing. Our child helped so much, how dare you make him cry? Come on, I'll take care of them for you. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud, standing up to hug Jiang Xinghe from behind, rubbing his forehead against Jiang Xinghe's shoulder. His voice was hoarse. You're so imposing, brother. Why do you feel so secure? Jiang Xinghe's emotions calmed down due to this embrace, patting Chu Yang's hand. What's wrong with you? Chu Yang took a deep breath, and the scent of 100-leaf roses in his nasal cavity brought comfort and healing. Chu Yang pouted, whining nasally, I'm hungry, can you take me to your canteen for food? Hungry enough to cry. Jiang Xinghe laughed and shoved his head, alright, I'll take you to eat something good. Chu Yang followed Jiang Xinghe to the FAO cafeteria, past the dining hours, and there weren't many people left. Jiang Xinghe found an empty seat and let Chu Yang sit and wait for him. Chu Yang pulled out some wet wipes to clean the chair and the table, propping his chin as he watched Jiang Xinghe fetch his meal while holding a tray. Jiang Xinghe was tall with long legs, quite conspicuous among the crowd. Chu Yang could always spot him immediately, and there was no one more stylish than Jiang Xinghe, the Mega. Jiang Xinghe came back with a plate full of green vegetables, looking very healthy. Chu Yang poked the white rice in his bowl with his chopsticks, clearly distracted, and kept glancing at Jiang Xinghe from time to time. He wasn't really hungry, but he had just claimed to be starving. What to do? You, cough cough. Chu Yang got choked on his saliva midway through speaking. He started to cough violently, his face and neck turning crimson from embarrassment, half from coughing and half from being flustered. It was truly impressive how he managed to choke on just talking. Jiang Xinghe stood up, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and handed it to him, starting to gently pat his back. Chu Yang enjoyed the strength transmitted through his back, contemplating whether he should keep coughing for a bit longer. However, his cough gradually weakened until it became feeble. The alpha felt somewhat stupid. Finally, after drinking 2 sips of water to moisten his throat, his voice cracked from using too much force. He sighed inwardly, thinking about stopping. Jiang Xinghe also sat back down at his own seat and placed a piece of rapeseed into Chu Yang's bowl. Chu Yang wrinkled his nose. He was picky about food and extremely selective. No green onions, no ginger, no garlic, no celery, no rapeseed, no cabbage. In summary, he didn't eat fibrous vegetables. Luo Sun said that at 24 years old, his teeth were like those of a 60-year-old man, only able to chew soft things. When cooking at home, he tried to avoid these vegetables as much as possible. After all, as an adult, he still had the right to choose the vegetables he liked in the supermarket. But this came from Jiang Xinghe. It came from Jiang Xinghe. So, closing his eyes, Chu Yang stuffed it into his mouth and ate it. It lacked flavor, and he didn't like it. The chef hired by FAO wasn't up to par. Jiang Xinghe added 2 more pieces of rapeseed into his bowl. Chu Yang stared at the tender green in his bowl, his face was turning green too. You're so old already and you're still picky with your food? Chu Yang picked a piece of sweet and sour pork rib, nodding obediently, I don't like it. Don't be picky. Jiang Xinghe piled some healthy organic vegetables onto his bowl. I can't believe how tall you've grown. Are you not going to tell me? Jiang Xinghe chewed on a piece of beef that he put in his mouth. Chu Yang feigned ignorance, tell you what. Jiang Xinghe extended his index and middle fingers and swiped them across his face, making a weeping motion. Chu Yang lifted the corner of his mouth, secret, I won't tell you. TCH, Jiang Xinghe pushed the tray towards Chu Yang slightly, never mind, just hurry up and eat, it's getting cold. Chu Yang forced himself to finish it. Jiang Xinghe specially prepared a strawberry cake for Chu Yang as dessert, rewarding him for eating well. When Chu Yang was little, he was very mischievous. Chu Shan spanked him often, but afterward, used small cakes to soothe him. Every time, Chu Yang would eat happily with his puffed up red eyes from crying. Chu Shan laughed, saying this boy didn't hold grudges and was easy to raise. However, Luoxuan, upon returning home from filming, inflicted a severe beating on Chu Shan. Chu Yang instinctively reached out to take the cake but paused mid-air, finding Jiang Xinghe's way of pampering childish. Brother Xinghe, I've grown up. Jiang Xinghe raised an eyebrow, you don't like it anymore. Saying that, he made a move to put the cake back, but Chu Yang laughed and stretched out his hand to take it back, it's not that I don't like it. Chu Yang opened the cake's packaging, feeding the strawberry topping to Jiang Xinghe. They shared the small cake together. Seasoned worker Jisheng stepped in right before the cafeteria staff finished their shift, saw this scene, and scolded under his breath, deadbeat. Then he turned around and went downstairs to eat instant noodles. After bidding farewell to Jiang Xinghe, Chu Yang exited FAO, and an extended business car stopped in front of him appropriately. The driver got out to open the door for him, Mr. Chu. Chu Yang nodded, got in, and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Issue a bounty throughout the whole Sea. Catching Viper alive rewards 5 billion, dead 1 billion, and anyone providing verified clues gets rewarded with 100 million. The highest leader of the Gland Crime Syndicate, code name Viper. Jiang Cheng and Su Qi sacrificed their lives during the capture of this person and haven't surfaced for 4 years, being exceedingly cautious. The driver ahead seemed experienced, hearing one astronomical number after another without batting an eye. Chu Yang hung up the phone, leaned against the back seat, closed his eyes, propped his head with his hand, and lightly tapped his temple with his finger. It was time to stir up trouble, letting these bastards fight among themselves. Where force couldn't reach, he would break the deadlock with money. Chapter 22, Plato. Flickering neon lights mixed with the smell of alcohol and nicotine, momentarily having a numbing effect on everything. In the dance pool, men and women danced enthusiastically, moving their bodies rhythmically with the electrifying electronic music, their limbs entangled in a sea of debauchery. At the bar counter, a young alpha rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, exposing smooth yet strong forearms. A shaker was deftly handled in his hands, spinning and shaking gracefully, the movements clean and skillful. Chen Che poured the cocktail from the shaker into a glass, then scanned the man sitting in front of him, raising an eyebrow. Ji Feng's gaze followed his movement until it finally settled on Chen Che's face. He chuckled, "What? Has Chen family fallen to the point where the young master has to do part-time work?" Chen Che slid the mixed cocktail to him and, leaning forward with his elbow propped on the bar counter, blinked, "Does Director Ji intend to help out a bit?" Ji Feng swirled the blue liquid in the glass, glancing at the wine cabinet behind him, and casually said, "Open all the bottles worth over 200,000. The nearby waiter was stunned. With this amount of alcohol, it wouldn't be less than 10 million yuan. Chen Che's eyes curved with amusement. "What are you stunned for? Hurry up and mark Director Ji's name on them." The waiter snapped back to his senses, nodded, and started working swiftly with the name tags. "All right, boss." Ji Feng flicked an eyelid, a small curve appearing on the corner of his lips. "Boss? Are you kidding me?" Under the dim lights, Chen Che rested his cheek on his palm and looked at him. Ji Feng drank a sip of the custom-made cocktail while making eye contact with him and furrowed his brows. "What did you put in this that it's sour and bitter?" Chen Che burst out laughing. "How fitting for your current situation of being dumped. I'll call this cocktail, Lick Dog's Tears especially for you." "That obvious?" "Super obvious. The main liquor here is vodka, right? It smells disgusting and tastes even worse." Ji Feng wiped his mouth with a tissue, clearly showing his disdain. Chen Che jumped out from behind the bar counter and threw his arm around Ji Feng's shoulders in a hearty manner. "Since you're my big benefactor today at my bar, I'll stick with you until we're both utterly drunk." Ji Feng tilted his head and looked at the hand resting on his shoulder, wondering if Chen Che was really naive or just clueless. Despite all the clamor about killing him only days ago, now they seemed like great friends again. Is this what they call having social anxiety? Though he spoke boldly about accompanying Ji Feng, the truth was, most of the drinks were bought by Ji Feng. With absolutely no hesitation, a total of 12,500,000 yuan was spent. He added up to 13 million for the convenience of rounding off. Ji Feng didn't bother to argue with him. In the past, during missions, Ji Feng avoided drinking unless necessary. After transferring back to FAU Union, he outright refused participation in drinking parties. Even when attending family banquets, he avoided drinking whenever possible. Therefore, his tolerance was extremely poor. Before Chen Che even got his kicks, Ji Feng had collapsed. Chen Che pushed Ji Feng's head slightly with an expression of disbelief. "You dumbass, coming to a bar, are you crazy?" He had someone carry Ji Feng upstairs to his restroom, then leaned against the wall grinning as he scrutinized Ji Feng, who was drunk as a skunk. An eye for an eye. The opportunity to repay Ji Feng for humiliating him has come. The strong smell of alcohol killed the appetite. In 3 quick moves, Chen Che stripped Ji Feng and threw him into the shower. To be fair, Ji Feng looked thin but was all muscle. Surprisingly heavy. After washing him clean, Chen Che was breathing heavily, soaked from head to toe. He let loose with curses directed at Ji Feng. By the time he finished his own shower, all signs of drunkenness had faded. Though harboring intentions, there was not much courage left. And besides, Ji Feng really wasn't his type, his preference went toward beautiful, frail females. So nothing happened, except he kicked and beat up Ji Feng, who had no ability to fight back. Eventually worn out himself, he collapsed on the bed and slept. When Ji Feng woke up the next day, his head felt like it was splitting open. Although he was thoroughly drunk yesterday, his excellent biological clock forced his eyes open. There was a lump moving under the blanket emitting Chen Che's muffled voice. "Just leave quietly without waking me up." Ji Feng quickly pulled the blanket away and checked himself. Naked as he was, there was no sign of any sexual activity last night, yet his whole body felt so sore. Realizing he must have mistaken Ji Feng's naked state for something more earlier, Chen Che opened his eyes from beneath the covers, still groggy but smiling cheerfully. "Oh, you're awake? You performed admirably last night." Chen Che winked at him suggestively. Ji Feng got dressed silently. As the distinguished head of the search department, he couldn't possibly be fooled by Chen Che. "Did you punch me while I was drunk last night?" Chen Che laughed helplessly, pretending to die. He hid back into the blanket and muttered inwardly, "This guy is hard to fool, boring." Recently, Jiang Xinghe had been quite downcast, always coming out early and going home late, overworking himself every day. Chu Yang could guess why. Likely because Gu Chanha failed to divulge any useful information. When Jiang Xinghe exited FAO, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The moon was full in the middle of the month, and the sky was dotted with stars. On the roadside stood a Maybach with its hazard lights flashing. An alpha clad in a black long coat waved at him, smiling broadly with two adorable dimples, almost outshining the brightness of the moon. Citing concerns over his safety when leaving work at night, Chu Yang forcibly demanded that he would personally pick him up. Jiang Xinghe wanted to say that usually no one could get close to him, but seeing the expectant look on the alpha's face made him swallow the words of rejection. Chu Yang approached him quickly, taking off his scarf and wrapping it around Jiang Xinghe's neck. Jiang Xinghe was enveloped by the warmth, carrying a faint scent of vodka pheromones. "It's getting really cold lately, wearing so little, aren't you cold? Don't tell me you prefer style over comfort." Chu Yang complained unhappily as he helped him open the passenger side car door. With warm air blowing inside the car, wearing a scarf made it feel slightly warm, but Jiang Xinghe didn't take it off. Recently, he had been very tired, and Chu Yang's pheromones helped ease his fatigue. Although he detested and tried to avoid dependency on alphas, if it was Chu Yang, well, it seems acceptable. Chu Yang took out a cup of hot milk tea from the armrest box and handed it to Jiang Xinghe. "Have a sip to warm up. Have you been eating properly at noon recently?" Jiang Xinghe held the milk tea and chuckled softly. "Do you think I'm as picky about food as you and don't eat well?" Chu Yang also laughed. "If you get busy, who knows if you'll forget to eat. You've lost weight." Jiang Xinghe touched his face. "Really? I feel like I've gained weight instead." Suddenly, Chu Yang leaned over and cupped his face with his hands. Though his palms were cool, they seemed to burn Jiang Xinghe with intense heat. "There is. Look, your face is smaller than my hand." The alpha was so close that his breath fanned against Jiang Xinghe's face, making the air gradually thin and breathing difficult. Jiang Xinghe lowered his eyes and cleared his throat. Cough, cough. "Let's go home. I'm sleepy." Chu Yang watched as the redness on Jiang Xinghe's mega face made him curve his lips, then he let go and started the car, accompanied by the rumbling engine sound. "Let's go." This kind of platonic relationship seemed nice too. Although Chu Yang wanted to leave suppressants soon, he was willing to give Jiang Xinghe time to slowly accept him. He had plenty of time. One day, Jiang Xinghe would be willing to become his mega. Jiang Xinghe looked out the window at the racing night scenery outside, took a sip of the milk tea in his hand, and found it sweet. Chapter 23, Boss Chu is really virtuous. The house heating system was set high, even though the outdoor temperature was already below zero. Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe were still wearing short sleeves at home. The scar on Jiang Xinghe's right arm wound its way across his fair skin like a centipede, evoking pity. Chu Yang's heart felt like it was hit by a little hammer and throbbed painfully. Jiang Xinghe ate sandwiches while looking at his phone, glancing occasionally at Chu Yang who squirmed restlessly as if grass had grown under his bottom. He laughed. "What are you doing? Why are you shaking while eating?" Chu Yang's gaze was fixed on the 7-centimeter scar on Jiang Xinghe's right arm. He didn't say anything, but quietly ate. Jiang Xinghe swung his arm following Chu Yang's gaze, unconcerned. "Ah, this is called the Empire's medal." "Medal my ass." Chu Yang stuffed the last piece of sandwich into his mouth and chewed fiercely. Jiang Xinghe chuckled, turned the chopsticks around, and lightly tapped Chu Yang's head, talking nonsense. "Do you deserve a beating?" Chu Yang got up and put the porcelain plate into the dishwasher, side facing Jiang Xinghe. "Try getting injured one more time." Jiang Xinghe drank the hot milk while laughing, then handed the glass to Chu Yang, shuffled back to the room in slippers to change clothes and prepare for work, revealing a small section of delicate white ankle. The warmth in the glass still lingered in Chu Yang's hand. He turned on the faucet, washed the glass, wiped his hands with a few pieces of paper, and by then, Jiang Xinghe was ready and sitting on the stool in the entranceway to put on shoes. "Why aren't you wearing long underwear again?" Chu Yang frowned. Jiang Xinghe tugged his pants, slipped on a pair of mid-calf boots. "I'm not cold." Speaking, he casually grabbed the coat hanging on the rack to go out, but Chu Yang pulled him back angrily, forced his own down jacket on him, zipped it all the way up. Jiang Xinghe's neck was pressed upwards, pulling at the collar which could cover half of his face. Chu Yang patted his head contently. "Go ahead. At such a young age, why do you act like an old man?" Jiang Xinghe mocked him while laughing. Chu Yang's down coat was a bit big for him, covering half of his calves, but it was quite warm. Jiang Xinghe picked up the car keys and opened the door, just waiting for the elevator when Chu Yang poked his head out again. "Today I'm going to have dinner at Grandpa's house, might be back late." Jiang Xinghe nodded. "You already told me yesterday, hurry up and get ready for work." The elevator door opened with a ding. Jiang Xinghe stepped inside, but Chu Yang, wearing short sleeves, strode over and blocked the elevator doors. "By the way, the weather forecast says there will be snow tonight. Don't work overtime, come home early." Jiang Xinghe couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, Grandpa Chu." "Hey." Chu Yang let go, watching the elevator doors close, sneezing. The alpha came out in short sleeves, frozen goosebumps rose on his arms. Chu Yang rubbed his arms and went back home, changed into a suit, and wore a black long coat outside. He wasn't wearing long underwear either, but strong alphas can withstand the cold. Jiang Xinghe performed a smooth reverse parking maneuver, wrapping himself in Chu Yang's down coat, entering the FAO office building. The heat from the underfloor heating system warmed his back, making him sweat finely and closely. He hung the down coat on his arm, pulled at his shirt hem, just when waiting for the elevator, coincidentally bumping into Ji Feng, whose eyes were bruised. "Good morning, Brother Feng." Jiang Xinghe smiled and greeted him. Ji Feng was still wearing yesterday's clothes, a detail that caught Jiang Xinghe's trained eye. Ji Feng noticed Jiang Xinghe's gaze and cleared his throat, feeling somewhat guilty for no apparent reason. His eyes scanned the down coat in Jiang Xinghe's arms, hesitating to say something. "Xinghe, you." Jiang Xinghe suddenly looked up at him. "Brother Feng, did you go drinking with Chen Che last night?" "Ah." Ji Feng pulled at his coat and smelled it. "Is the alcohol smell that strong?" "How do you know I was with Chen Che?" The elevator arrived at the first floor, and both Jiang Xinghe and Ji Feng stepped inside. "You have traces of wild rose pheromones on you. Once you've smelled it, it's hard to forget." Jiang Xinghe leaned against the elevator wall, watching as the display screen showed the floors increasing. Ji Feng explained, "I went to a bar last night, coincidentally the one owned by Chen Che." Jiang Xinghe had only asked casually, but he was surprised to find out how extensive Chen Che's social circle was. Ji Feng was usually not one for crowds. Still, he didn't want to pry into other people's privacy. "Brother Feng, has there been any clue about Gu Changhe?" Ji Feng shook his head. "The old man is buried too deep. However, I've heard that their company has some significant unrest recently. It seems like an internal power struggle. The details will need verification from the Special Agent Department." Ding, the elevator arrived at the maintenance department. Jiang Xinghe stepped out and turned back with a smile. "I'm here. We'll meet in the meeting later." "Xinghe." Before Ji Feng could ask if he was together with Chu Yang, the elevator door closed again and started ascending. The alpha closed his eyes slightly and gave a self-deprecating laugh. It felt like a rejected confession without even getting a chance to confess. Just now, in Jiang Xinghe's arms, there was the scent of Chu Yang's pheromones. His already aching head due to hangover pain seemed worse. Ji Feng rubbed his forehead, the scent of pine needles around him carrying a touch of sadness. At noon, Chu Shan specifically called Chu Yang to remind him not to forget to eat at Grandpa's place. Chu Yang hung up the phone, walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, where dark clouds were gathering, a sign of snow. Chu Yang leaned beside the bed and stared at the distant rolling dark clouds, then pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Xinghe. "There will be snow today. Go home right after work." 10 seconds later, understood. Chu Yang drove to the Shesan Villa estate by 7 in the evening, just in time for dinner. After handing over Hurricane Group to Chu Shan, Grandpa Chu moved to this suburb near Zaisa. The Shesan Villa spanned 1,000 mu, approximately 667 acres, including the mountain and lake behind it, all belonging to the Chu family estate. With good weather and fresh air, it was a perfect place to retire. The sky was pitch black, and the wind had picked up. Chu Yang adjusted the collar of his coat closer, his short alpha hair swaying slightly in the wind. Chu Yang took out his phone once more and sent another WeChat to Jiang Xinghe. "Are you home yet? The wind has started blowing." Jiang Xinghe replied with a picture of the scrambled egg fried rice he had prepared in the morning, kept in the fridge. When Jiang Xinghe came home, he could heat it up in the microwave. Helpless as Jiang Xinghe may be skilled in his job, his cooking was certainly nothing extraordinary. Chu Yang, believing takeout was unhygienic, made sure to prepare meals in advance. Chu Yang chuckled. Then came the text from Jiang Xinghe. "Boss Chu is truly so virtuous. Then hurry up and keep me." Chu Yang watched his phone, seeing the typing, status. About 5 minutes passed before Jiang Xinghe sent him an emoticon package, considering.jpg. Chu Yang suddenly stopped in his tracks, as if a little flower bloomed swiftly at the spot of his heart, knocking and pushing as though trying to break through his chest cavity. "Jiang Xinghe, you're really good at teasing people." The butler leading ahead was startled. "Young master, what's wrong?" Chu Yang slipped his phone into his pocket, his smile unable to be concealed, leaving deep dimples on his cheeks. "Nothing, let's go." Even though it was winter, why did it feel like he could smell the fragrance of roses? It must be because of the alpha's overflowing love. Chapter 24, Chu Duijui. The butler accepted the greatcoat Chu Yang took off respectfully. "Young master, your grandfather is waiting for you in the dining room." Chu Yang nodded, loosening his tie a bit and walking towards the dining room. Indeed, everyone was already there. It was just 4 people in total. Their family wasn't big. Chu Yang was the sole heir across 3 generations. Grandpa Chu single-handedly created Hurricane Group but only had time to raise Chu Shan as his child. Originally, he wanted his son to have several grandchildren for him to play with, but Luo Sun was obsessed with his career, unwilling to sacrifice for family, while Chu Shan loved his wife dearly and therefore only bore Chu Yang. The heavy responsibility of continuing the family line fell on Chu Yang's shoulders. Ever since Chu Yang came of age, Chu's grandfather had eagerly anticipated him getting married and producing a brood of grandchildren for him, but unexpectedly, after 4 years, he didn't even have a partner. This led to him dreaming about grandchildren every night. Chu Yang pulled out his chair and sat down, complaining, "There are only 4 people in our family, so why do we need such a big dining table?" This was a long table that could seat over 20 people. Chu's grandfather sat at the head, and when he originally ordered this table, he had beautiful dreams of his son having 4 or 5 grandchildren and each of those grandchildren producing another 4 or 5. When the table was first made, he thought it was too small, so he asked for an even bigger one. That larger table now gathered dust in the warehouse, likely never to be used. Chu's grandfather coldly sniffed, "Do you even have the face to say this? A single dog who comes this late, are you even embarrassed?" Chu Yang touched his neck, a faint smile appearing on his face, and there was a soft warmth behind his normally sharp gaze. Luo Sun raised an eyebrow, exchanging glances with Chu Shan. "I feel like I'm about to escape being single," Chu Yang said as he picked up a piece of honey-roasted yam and put it into his mouth, finding it sweet but not as sweet as his own heart. Jiang Xingha's reply, considering .jpg, had already been screenshot by Chu Yang, who intended to print it and frame it, commemorating the significant step he took towards escaping singleness. 3 pairs of eyes stared at Chu Yang intently. Chu Shan grinned, "Have stars finally blinded themselves?" Luo Sun nudged him with his elbow reproachfully, "What nonsense are you saying?" Only Chu's grandfather looked utterly perplexed, "Whose stars? Why does this name sound familiar?" Just as Chu Yang was about to introduce the person, Chu's grandfather suddenly realized, his expression hardening, "Is it that Jiang boy? He's an alpha, right? Chu Yang. What on earth are you doing?" Chu Shan quickly served food to his father, "Look at you getting so upset. Xinghe has become mega." Chu's grandfather then relaxed a bit, asking further, "Then what's your compatibility level? Did you check?" Chu Yang paused with his chopsticks, remembering how not long ago Jiang Xinghe had rejected him by saying people are naturally attracted to high compatibility pheromones, and replied irritably, "No, in this day and age, why bother with compatibility levels?" Chu's grandfather stopped eating altogether and began lecturing, "You see your dad and my son, they love each other so deeply because their compatibility reached 95%. Without high compatibility, love is just like a pile of sand, scattered by the wind. Oi, heaven." Chu Yang pinched the bridge of his nose helplessly, saying, "Grandpa, could you stop watching so many idle dramas? Besides, the person most compatible with Dad's son was Uncle Qian, reaching 98%, but wasn't it still your persistence that won him over?" Back then, both Chu Shan and Gu Jingqian liked Luo Sun, but Gu Jingqian kept his feelings to himself and silently devoted his time and effort, while Chu Shan declared his affection for Luo Sun across the entire Seth Empire, spending extravagantly to ensure Luo Sun only performed in shows he preferred, almost giving up everything to win his heart. If Chu's grandfather hadn't stepped down yet, Hurricane Group would probably have changed its last name to Luo. It was still vivid in everyone's memory how the internet was abuzz with rumors claiming Luo Sun chose Hurricane Group's prince purely for money. But Gu Jingqian knew very clearly, Luo Sun chose Chu Shan because of the complete security he offered. Though it pained him to admit it, he did respect the decision. Gu Jingqian once said, "Passion will never beat reason." But Gu Jingqian, a man of logic, approached 50 without even falling in love once. Perhaps meeting someone too stunning early in life causes a lifetime attachment. Gu Jingqian doted on Chu Yang only because he resembled 7/10 of Luo Sun. Hey. Brat. The relationship between me and Sun Sun has nothing to do with Gu Jingqian. Chu Shan became agitated whenever his wife's name was mentioned alongside his rival, his eyebrows twisting into a knot. The friendship between Chu Shan and Gu Jingqian was very complicated. They could be brothers who take bullets for each other, but they could also stab each other in the back over Luo Sun. Luo Sun sighed and patted his leg, signaling him to calm down. Chu's grandfather was choked speechless, furious, and blowing smoke from his nostrils. "Damn brat, if you don't find me a perfect granddaughter-in-law, I'll die restless." After some thought, Chu Yang slowly but resolutely replied, "Grandpa, nowadays cremation is more popular. Whether or not your eyes are closed doesn't matter much." Chu Shan burst out laughing. Luo Sun frowned, "Chu Yang, watch your tone." The air seemed to freeze for a moment. 2 seconds later. "You little rascal, today I must beat you to death." Chu's grandfather remained in good health, standing up and starting to look for a feather duster. Chu Yang popped a fried meatball into his mouth and quickly dashed to the side, laughing, "Grandpa, a gentleman uses words, not actions." Chu's grandfather tapped the feather duster in the palm of his hand and coldly sniffed, "I'm no gentleman, I'm your grandfather." Chu Shan happily gave his wife another serving as he watched the drama unfold. The next moment, his father slowly walked over to him, then in an instant, the feather duster landed on his back, causing him to yelp in pain and wail, "Dad! Why are you hitting me? Upper beam's crooked, lower beam skewed. And why shouldn't I hit you? If my grandson gets injured, who will produce great-grandsons for me?" Luo Sun shook his head, seeming already accustomed to it. He gracefully lifted a bowl of mushroom soup, blew away the floating tender scallions, took a sip, and found it fresh. The female servants standing by seemed to be trying hard not to laugh, their heads almost buried in their laps. "You prefer great-grandchildren over sons. When I visit your grave, I'll complain about you to Grandpa." Chu Shan tried to lift his arm to block but was afraid of knocking his dad over. What kind of experience is it to still be chased and beaten by your dad at nearly 50? As soon as Chu's grandfather heard this, he swung the feather duster again but pulled back some force. "Don't wait till the funeral, I'll send you there myself today." "Ah." Chu Yang quietly sat down next to Luo Sun and ate. Only by staying near his dad could he be safest. Luo Sun ladled him a bowl of soup, softly saying, "Are you really dating Jiang Xinghe now?" Chu Yang accepted the bowl and took a sip, smirking, "Not yet, but I think we're close." "You'd better not bully him with alpha pheromones," Luo Sun warned. "How could I dare? Dad, you don't know how much it hurts when brother Xinghe hits." Luo Sun looked at Chu Shan being chased around the dining table by Chu's grandfather and smiled, "Both you and your dad need discipline, you need a partner who can handle you." The phone on the dining table displayed a chat window with Chu Yang. Jiang Xinghe stared at his own reply, considered .jpg, and sat in the chair lost in thought. The underfloor heating seemed too intense, making him feel hot, and the small red mole at the corner of his eye appeared even redder. Since there was no one home, Jiang Xinghe raised his hand and took off his short sleeves, revealing a pale and slim upper body, narrow waist tucked into loose beige pajama pants. Barefoot he went to the fridge to grab a can of icy beer, his Adam's apple sliding up and down as he gulped several mouthfuls. Jiang Xinghe slapped his face, muttering, "Am I crazy?" Sticking the chilled soda can against his cheek, the heat dissipated from his face, yet his brain cortex crackled with increasing activity. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window where a snowflake drifted onto the glass and slowly slid down. Jiang Xinghe exhaled on the glass, drawing patterns with his finger as the first snow arrived. Chapter 25, Heart Flutter. This meal was a cacophony of chaos. Chu's grandfather had eaten his fill and achieved the post-meal stroll of 100 steps. As he departed, he glared fiercely at Chu Yang. Not everyone can step into the Chu family's door. Chu Yang arched an eyebrow, leaning on the sofa armrest with one leg crossed over the other, casually tossing a small strawberry into his mouth, completely unbothered. "No problem, I can marry into the Jiang family." Chu's grandfather fumed so much that he even took out his blood pressure medication. In the end, unable to argue further with Chu Yang, he let the nanny support him upstairs to rest. Chu Shan massaged his sore arm and kicked Chu Yang's leg. "Take your arm away, couldn't you just keep quiet? You enjoyed your little rant, but your old man here is the one getting hurt. Isn't it snowing?" Luo Sun held a cup of warm milk and tilted his head toward the window. Fine, intricate snowflakes swirled in the villa's lighting and gently fell. Chu Yang suddenly stood up. "Dads, I'm going home." "Hey, kid, it's already so late, and it's snowing. Why go back? You don't have to work tomorrow anyway." Chu Shan placed a fruit platter before Luo Sun. "Dear, replenish some vitamin C." Chu Yang took the coat handed to him by the maid, buttoned it up, and said, "First snowfall, you must be with the one you love." Chu Shan wrapped an arm around Luo Sun's waist, speechless. "You kid, aren't you all love drunk or something?" Chu Yang twirled the car keys on his fingertip and waved, shouting, "Ancestral trait, I'm off." "Is he implying something about me here?" Chu Shan asked Luo Sun. Luo Sun smiled faintly, got up, and prepared to retire upstairs. "What do you think?" Chu Shan pursued Luo Sun passionately, expressing his devotion by drafting an equity gift agreement. Even without inheriting all of Hurricane Group's shares at the time, that 10% stake was worth hundreds of billions, nearly scaring Luo Sun away. The paparazzi were spreading rumors that the top-stream white flower Luo Sun had been kept by a wealthy benefactor. After half a month of following, they managed to capture Chu Shan on one knee tying Luo Sun's shoelaces. This wasn't keeping someone, this was love. That day, the headline of the news became, "The Sweet Love Story of Top-Stream Luo Sun and Chu Shan of Hurricane Group." But in reality, the two weren't even dating at that point. Luo Sun's shoelace had come undone just as he was about to squat down to tie it himself when Chu Shan suddenly thudded and dropped to his knees. Luo Sun was completely baffled by the widespread official announcements. Later, he learned that Chu Shan had spent a hefty amount on marketing to create the hype. Chu Shan hurriedly caught up, saying, "Wait for me. Our son said you should be with the person you love during the first snow. Honey, let's go out and play in the snow." Their movements paused as they went upstairs. They're living together. It takes 2 hours to drive from the Shisan Villa estate to the city center, but with the snowfall, the journey extended to 3 hours. However, as long as he thought about seeing Jiang Xinghe, Chu Yang felt his heart lift with joy. The headlights illuminated the road ahead, and snowflakes swirled around the car as they were swept away by the wind. The Bentley speeding through the night extended the hues of darkness. Chu Yang returned home wrapped in the cold air. Even though the car was parked in the underground garage and there was no need to step outside into the chill before taking the elevator home, his shoulders were already covered with tiny snowflakes that melted as soon as he entered, turning into water droplets. The Alpha quietly removed his shoes and tiptoed to gently open Jiang Xinghe's bedroom door. It was already midnight. The Mega had fallen fast asleep. Normally, Jiang Xinghe would wake up at the slightest sound due to his alertness. Perhaps the overflow of alpha pheromones made him feel safe, allowing his breathing to remain steady, with most of his head buried under the covers in deep sleep. Jiang Xinghe's hand was left exposed, palm facing up, resting on the edge of the bed. A cold object was placed in his hand, startling him awake. He squinted his eyes and saw the Alpha squatting by his bedside, still not having changed out of his winter coat. Jiang Xinghe blinked, gradually becoming more awake. "Yang Yang. How did you?" Chu Yang turned on the small bedside lamp, casting a soft glow over his handsome face as he affectionately looked at Jiang Xinghe. Are you awake? Jiang Xinghe's heart skipped a beat as he realized there was a small snowball in his palm, which had already started to melt. He held it for a while and his eyes gradually curved upwards, his gaze brimming with uncontainable happiness. You, really? Is the snow already sticking? He pulled back the thick curtains, and outside was already a vast expanse of white. Chu Yang gazed in surprise at Jiang Xinghe's bare upper body, the shoulder blades creating an elegant curve with every movement. His lower back dipped elegantly before disappearing beneath beige trousers, concealing alluring contours. The omega scent gland was fully revealed before Chu Yang's eyes. The alpha's gaze was fixated on it, and the traces of temporary marking had already faded. Jiang Xinghe still clutched the little snowball in his hand and excitedly turned back to Chu Yang. We can have a snowball fight tomorrow. Just like when they were kids. But the alpha had grown up now. The chubby little boy from memories had disappeared. The tall alpha could envelop his entire body. He saw Chu Yang's darkened gaze staring at him intently as if trying to devour him whole. The alpha's palm pressed against Jiang Xinghe's lower back, radiating heat capable of burning the mega. Yet, his back still rested against Chu Yang's icy greatcoat, causing goosebumps along his spine. The side of his waist being tightly held by the alpha broke out in fine sweat. Mega's brain immediately shut down. Chu Yang was already making a significant effort to suppress his pheromones, yet a trace of high-grade vodka-like pheromones leaked out and were absorbed by the mega. Jiang Xinghe heard Chu Yang's raspy voice, Xingxing, when will you finally make up your mind? Every time the alpha wanted to seduce him, he called him Xingxing. Omega shrank his neck, opening and closing his mouth but unable to utter a word. His mind was a mess as sweet, moist bay roses pheromones seeped out from the back of his neck glands. Warm breath grazed his ear, and the snowball fell from his hand, smashing onto the floor. Small fragments of ice splattered across Jiang Xinghe's ankles, making him shiver slightly. The underfloor heating quickly melted the ice into water. Chu Yang leaned down and kissed the back of Jiang Xinghe's head. The soft strands of hair brushed against him, sending tingling sensations throughout his heart. The alpha released him and grabbed a few sheets of tissue, kneeling down to clean up the melted snow water on the floor. Jiang Xinghe still stood in a daze by the floor-to-ceiling window when Chu Yang pulled the curtain shut with a smile, pretending to stay calm as he said, "You'll be seen by others, so no standing by the window naked." Jiang Xinghe belatedly wrapped himself in a small blanket and looked up at Chu Yang with a sense of due to being overwhelmed by the high-grade pheromones from the alpha. It was just too warm today from the heating, I didn't wear clothes, but usually, I do. Chu Yang's smile couldn't be hidden. He lifted his hand to ruffle Jiang Xinghe's hair teasingly, "It's fine, there are only two of us in the house, you don't have to wear anything." Jiang Xinghe stared at him, slowly becoming clear-headed as the haze in his eyes dissipated. He slapped Chu Yang's hand away, and then an unexpected spinning kick hit Chu Yang's chest, making him cough violently. "You little bastard, you dare take advantage of me." Chu Yang leaned against the wall, sliding to the ground while clutching his chest and laughing quietly, "You're amazing, I give up." Jiang Xinghe had already put on his shirt and walked over to tower above him, tapping his head repeatedly, "Dare again? Next time I will. I dare." Chu Yang looked up at him and smiled, with the dimples on his cheeks almost blinding. "What?" Before Jiang Xinghe could react, he was flipped over and carried over Chu Yang's shoulder, thrown into the bed and rolled around a few times until he was sealed inside the blanket. With his hands and feet tied by the blanket, Jiang Xinghe was speechless. Chu Yang leaned down and kissed his forehead, revealing his tiny tiger teeth mischievously, "You need to act more like your size." Chu Yang. Ignoring his anger and embarrassment, the alpha turned off the night light and quickly left the scene. "Good night, see you tomorrow." The laughter seemed to linger in Jiang Xinghe's room. The mega let out a sigh and gazed at the pitch-black ceiling for a while, struggling to escape the cocoon of blankets before shaking them out and covering himself again, burying himself completely inside and rolling around. Chapter 26, Improper Thoughts. Chu Yang's bedroom door opened silently, and the sleeping alpha heard the sound without opening his eyes yet suddenly sensed a shadow. In the next second, a large fluffy snowball slammed into his face, winter cold rushing in, with some even falling into the duvet. Awoken instantly by the cold, Chu Yang sat up abruptly, shaking his head. The snow melting on his face turned into droplets of water, with crystal-like flakes clinging to his lashes. Chu Yang wiped his face, his hair stood on end in all directions, leaving the alpha looking dazed. By the bedside, the mega laughed with his eyes squinting into slits as he yanked the curtains open, letting the wintry sunlight stream into Chu Yang's dim bedroom. Chu Yang blinked, noticing the red mole at the corner of Jiang Xinghe's eye which appeared to bleed color, thumping repeatedly against Chu Yang's heart with each laugh. Out the window, the land was covered in white, and there were already children holding small shovels building snowmen. Jiang Xinghe, snugly dressed in a long black down jacket, had flushed cheeks and a reddened nose. The furry gloves hung loosely from his neck, and his knuckles were tinged red. After smashing Chu Yang with the snowball, he hopped far away, winking at him with a cheerful smile, "Good morning." His bright, joyous laughter seeped through Chu Yang's veins, spreading rapidly throughout his body, causing his heart to pound recklessly in his chest. Chu Yang froze for a moment, taking a deep breath, burying his face in his palms. Damn it, Jiang Xinghe was adorable. Chu Yang wanted to pin him down and see if the mega could laugh so happily in bed. Why did he look so good? Shit, he wanted to make him cry. Calm down, Chu Yang. Little Chu. Calm down, too. Chu Yang propped up one leg, adjusting the silk blanket to ensure the Mega wouldn't see anything he shouldn't. Unaware of the lewd thoughts in the Alpha's mind this early morning, Omega thought he'd frozen him dumb and poked his wet snow-laden shoulder. What's wrong? Shocked by the cold. Chu Yang raised his head from his palms, grabbing the hand that remained on his shoulder. Jiang Xinghe's fingers were cool and smooth. The Alpha's eyes turned red at the edges, glaring at Jiang Xinghe with sleep-heavy voice laced with laziness and hoarseness. Did your physiology teacher not teach you not to enter an Alpha's room in the morning? Jiang Xinghe tilted his head slightly, quickly catching on, his gaze involuntarily dropping to Chu Yang's lower body. His face flared red, the flush spreading rapidly to his ears as he jerked his hand back, retreating stammeringly. You are shameless. Chu Yang burst out laughing. Jiang Xinghe leaned against Chu Yang's closed bedroom door to steady his heartbeat for a moment. Though he had woken up early just to make snowballs in retaliation for last night's teasing, how did it end up with him fleeing in disarray? Tricky Alpha. After changing the bedsheet that was wet from the melted snowball, Chu Yang tossed it into the washing machine and walked barefoot to the bathroom for morning grooming before yawning and heading out of his bedroom. He saw Jiang Xinghe standing in front of the fridge holding a can of icy beer, his raised neck revealing a fragile Adam's apple. Even more, Chu Yang could see the small jutting collarbone on the Mega. Chu Yang took the beer away from Jiang Xinghe's hand, slightly frowning and saying, drinking beer on an empty stomach in winter. Do you not want your stomach? Or your body? Jiang Xinghe wiped the alcohol traces from his lips. It's so warm at home, there isn't a hint of cold. As he spoke, he reached out to snatch the beer back, but Alpha quickly lifted his arm higher, a height difference one couldn't help but respect. Speechless, Jiang Xinghe pressed his lips together. You brute. I won't drink anymore, now go cook. I'll go back to bed and take a nap. As Chu Yang watched Jiang Xinghe's retreating figure, he let out a low chuckle, pretty good at ordering people around. He opened the fridge door intending to put the beer back but paused. Instead, he tilted his head back and downed the drink from where Jiang Xinghe had started. The chilled beer was cool and refreshing. Carefully tasting it, he detected a hint of sweetness like roses. Chu Yang casually tossed the can, creating a perfect arc that sent it straight into the kitchen trash bin. With his thumb wiping over his lips, he looked out at the snowy landscape, scratching his head and murmuring, "Tisk, I might really be a pervert." It was freezing outside, so Chu Yang didn't feel like going to the breakfast shop and decided to simply boil some noodles instead. The water boiled vigorously in the pot as Chu Yang single-handedly cracked 2 eggs into a porcelain bowl and stirred them. Jiang Xinghe disliked hard-boiled eggs, he only liked scrambled egg flour. The Alpha's movements were highly skilled, stirring the eggs into the boiling pot and brushing the bowl afterward. Flipping through the fridge, he found there was only 1 cucumber left, which severely limited Mr. Chu's creativity. Fortunately, there was still 1 sausage tucked in the corner. Chu Yang served the noodles and sprinkled a layer of fresh scallions on top, even though he didn't particularly enjoy eating them either, it was purely aesthetic enhancement. Jiang Xinghe wasn't asleep at all, lying in bed scrolling through his phone with a hungry rumble sounding continuously from his stomach. After checking the time, assuming dinner should be ready, he shuffled out in his slippers searching for food. Just as Chu Yang was about to call him, he emerged and smiled, "You sure know when to appear. Rested well?" Jiang Xinghe shook his head, pulled out a chair, sat down, and found the bowl of clear soup noodle surprisingly decent looking. Couldn't sleep, played on my phone for a while. Jiang Xinghe picked up a bite of noodles, blowing on it before putting it in his mouth, appreciating the taste. Oh, by the way, Xiaoying and Xia Wan are returning to Shisai after their vacation. I plan to have dinner with them tonight. Chu Yang slid a sausage piece from his own bowl to Jiang Xinghe's, a warning bell ringing in his mind, alerting, who are Xiaoying and Xia Wan? My teammates. Jiang Xinghe picked up the sausage and ate it without hesitation, observing Chu Yang's expression. Alpha slightly pouted his lips. Oh, teammates they're also alphas or megas? They're a couple, planning to get married after retiring next year. Jiang Xinghe smirked and sipped some soup. Alpha's mood instantly brightened like sunshine. Next year? Have they decided where to hold the wedding yet? How about having it at the Shanshuan Hotel? I'll offer it for free. Deal. Mr. Chu is so generous. I'll tell them tonight. After both finished their meal, Jiang Xinghe stood up with the intention of washing the dishes. Doing absolutely nothing would leave him restless. Chu Yang didn't stop him. There were only 2 bowls anyway, so they didn't bother with the dishwasher. Jiang Xinghe turned on the faucet, rinsing under the stream, while Chu Yang leaned against the cabinet, hands in his pockets watching him, his eyebrows arching and curving again. So perfect, just like 2 spouses living their daily lives, one cooking, one washing the dishes. Snow hasn't melted outside yet. I've got nothing going on tonight, can I join you? Chu Yang handed Jiang Xinghe a tissue. Jiang Xinghe dried his hands and looked at him, as if hesitating. Chu Yang immediately held up 3 fingers to swear, I promise, I will definitely keep quiet, faithfully being an A-class worker M. TCH. Jiang Xinghe threw the tissue into the trash can, like I'm taking advantage of your money or something. I do have savings, alright? Come on, between us who's kidding whom? Please, spend my money faster, I can't get through it all alone, ha ha ha. Jiang Xinghe laughed and gave him a kick, annoying capitalist. Chu Yang chuckled and dodged aside as his phone vibrated. Looking down, he saw a text message from Chu Shan, son. Dad knows you've grown up. You understand, when an alpha loses control, they might not think twice, so remember to wear protection. If you dare to bully Xinghe, watch out for your hide. Chu Yang tossed the phone onto the sofa with disdain. He just hadn't seen pigs run, but he'd definitely eaten pork. Besides, Chu Yang tugged uncomfortably at his pants. It wasn't as if things had reached that point yet with Jiang Xinghe. Cough, cough, maybe it would be soon. Jiang Xinghe rubbed his arms. What's with that weird look? It's freaking me out. Chapter 27, Omega's Mark. The snow on the road had already been cleared away. Chu Yang drove Jiang Xinghe to their dining destination, a barbecue shop, or perhaps it didn't even qualify as a shop. More like a barbecue stand located in the snack street of Shisai University town, half indoors and half outdoors. Chu Yang followed Jiang Xinghe into the snack street. He had spent 4 years studying here at the university but never once visited this place. After Jiang Xinghe disappeared, he became reluctant to socialize and moved out of the dormitory, buying a small apartment nearby where housekeepers cooked for him daily. Chu Yang gazed at Jiang Xinghe's profile and regretted not attending university with him. They missed out on all the fun of campus romance. Jiang Xinghe used navigation to guide them, turning a corner and pointing to a dimly lit cheap sign that read, Boss Xiao Barbecue. Turning his head, he told Chu Yang, we're here. This is it. Mr. Chu was momentarily speechless at the sight of the small stools before him. Growing up wealthy, he had never eaten at places costing 1,000 yuan per person, not only because he had money, but also because he had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Jiang Xinghe grinned knowingly, this was your idea, but we can still leave if you want. Chu Yang pursed his lips, retrieved a pack of wet wipes from the car, and wiped the table and stool 3 times before reluctantly sitting down. The alpha who was grilling meat greeted them, boss, you guys made it. Jiang Xinghe stood up and walked over to him, no wonder you have the best grilled meat in our team, it must be passed down in your family. Chu Yang watched with disapproval as the alpha exchanged fists with Jiang Xinghe. His voice sounded familiar. It dawned on him, it was the Black Panther team member who said he had a bad temper. That must be Xiaoying, right? Xiaoying called out to someone inside, Wan, the boss is here. A delicate mega stepped out wearing light-colored cotton clothes, looking more like someone who wasn't working. His cheeks were flushed from the heat of the air conditioner, and he still held a skewer, which he immediately shoved into Xiaoying's hands before rushing into Jiang Xinghe's embrace. Boss, I've missed you so much. Jiang Xinghe patted his back with a smile, eyes shining with uncontrollable excitement and joy. I've missed you too. Xiaoying removed his apron and handed over the grill to his dad, extending his arms for a hug with Jiang Xinghe, but before he could even touch a corner of his clothing, Jiang Xinghe was pulled aside by Chu Yang, who muttered unhappily, why hug in this cold weather? Xiaoying and Xia Wan glanced at each other and smiled meaningfully toward Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe cleared his throat, ahem, okay, let's eat then. I'm starving. The 4 of them sat around a small table. Soon, Boss Xiao came out cheerfully carrying a tray wrapped in plastic bags and placed it on the table. Try my cooking skills, it's better than Xiaoying's for sure. Of course it is. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Xinghe picked up a thick skewer of fatty lamb dripping with oil, took a bite, got some cumin on his mouth, which he quickly licked off, and nodded repeatedly, wow. Uncle, this is incredible. Chu Yang, try some too, it's really good. Jiang Xinghe nudged Chu Yang's arm with his elbow. Chu Yang retrieved his gaze, grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks, and broke them apart. He slid the grilled lamb off the iron skewer onto a clean plate, using the chopsticks to pick up a piece and put it into his mouth, his eyes lighting up. Xiaoying looked at him expectantly, young Master Chu, how is it? Chu Yang sincerely nodded, indeed, it's excellent. Xia Wan carried a pitcher of beer from inside the room, nimbly opening 4 bottles with a bottle opener and placing them on the table, let's drink till we drop today. Xiaoying took Xia Wan's hand and rubbed it gently, does it feel heavy? Leave the labor-intensive tasks to me. Xia Wan pulled her hand away and gave Xiaoying a rap on the knuckles, do you find that disgusting or something? What about dozens of pounds of gear and rifles, why didn't you help me carry those? Xiaoying frowned petulantly but then shamelessly pulled Xia Wan's hand again, our Wan is the best. Jiang Xinghe's eyes curved into a thin line, this was the first time Chu Yang had seen him look so relaxed. Without realizing it, he also smiled along. Chu Yang couldn't find a way to join their conversation but listened as they spoke about the Tsang River Island and the Black Panther Squad. The more he heard, the more he felt like he was gradually becoming part of Jiang Xinghe's life. As the conversation went on, Xia Wan's mood suddenly dipped, and Chu Yang noticed her eyes turning red. A somber silence filled the air, separating them from the noise of others around. Jiang Xinghe gave a weak smile, poured a cup of wine, and sprinkled it onto the cement floor. Chu Yang heard Xia Wan quietly say, every time we go on a mission, we do so with the realization that we may not return. A.R. Lin sacrificed himself for peace. It will be a lifetime honor for any soldier. Chu Yang opened his mouth to protest, gripping her hand tightly, thinking, what nonsense talk about glory. You must live. What good are medals or titles after death? I just want you alive, able to still smile at me. But he couldn't voice these words in front of those who daily risked their lives to protect their homeland. Jiang Xinghe's hand was being squeezed painfully by the alpha, his knuckles turning white, but he smiled at Chu Yang and said, but we all yearn to survive and see the people we love again. Chu Yang's eyelashes flickered slightly. Jiang Xinghe had no family left. Did he long to survive? And if so, who did he want to see? Jiang Xinghe's fingers moved slightly, reciprocating Chu Yang's grip. Chu Yang looked up sharply at him. But Jiang Xinghe didn't meet his gaze. He raised his glass and toasted Xiaoying and Xia Wan, to you, to the Black Panther Squad, to everyone fighting for the Empire's peace. Lastly, I wish you both happiness and a big red envelope next year. Xiaoying wiped away the tear from Xia Wan's eye and chuckled, Boss, how big is this red envelope? Too small, and I won't accept it. Chu Yang grinned, not enough, I'll cover for Brother Xinghe. Xiaoying laughed loudly, deal. Count on Chu Yang's red envelope to get me to a moderately prosperous life. Xia Wan giggled at this, relieving Xiao Ying's tension. Chu Yang held his glass and clinked it against Xiao Ying's. You two make it back safely from service next year, and Hurricane Group will give you a villa as a present. Whoa. Xiaoying couldn't help but curse, poking Jiang Xinghe's arm. Boss, this guy's literally a walking ATM. You better lock him down fast. Chu Yang spun the glass in his hand and gazed playfully at Jiang Xinghe, waiting for his reply. Jiang Xinghe shot Xiaoying a glare. Eat your skewers and stop talking so much, Wan will take care of you. Xia Wan's head lay on Xiao Ying's shoulder, somewhat tipsy. She laughed stupidly, I'm also curious when the boss will snatch Mr. Chu. Jiang Xinghe looked somewhat flustered as he fiddled with his pants. He hadn't thought too deeply about this issue, or maybe he was afraid to think about it. Chu Yang had always been right beside him. Deep down, he was very clear about his feelings for Chu Yang, it wasn't just brotherly affection. However, Omegas were simply too cautious. In this world, he practically had nothing left, as he once put it, high-compatibility pheromones have an irresistible allure. If they started dating now and eventually broke up, even their friendship would be ruined. Then, he truly would have nothing. Chu Yang was still young and didn't understand the cruelty of the gene-based rules in this world. He didn't know if Chu Yang's love surpassed genetic instinct as claimed, thus he didn't dare to gamble, lose the bet and he'd lose everything. One step over the line was an abyss. The fleeting look of loss passed quickly, and Chu Yang poured a cup of wine, smiling faintly, no need to capture each other. Anyway, I'll always be here, forever Jiang Xinghe's. Xiaoying and Xia Wan cheered and mischievously winked at Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe smiled faintly, looking at the side profile of the alpha. He seemed lost in thought. After drinking, both of them sat in the back seat waiting for a designated driver. The warm car interior made the alcohol effect stronger, and Jiang Xinghe began to feel drowsy. Suddenly, Chu Yang asked, Jiang Xinghe, can you give me a temporary mark? Jiang Xinghe looked up, confused. What? An omega can indeed mark an alpha, but such markings last only a short period of time, about a day before fading away. Though Seius claims to be an equal society, in reality, it's still dominated by alphas, all due to the cursed genes. Therefore, almost no alpha would let an omega leave a mark, it would be too embarrassing. Chu Yang pulled down his high collar, revealing the posterior neck gland. Give me the marking. Jiang Xinghe was startled. Why do you want to do this? Chu Yang kept his head down, hiding his expression from Jiang Xinghe. The alpha let out a faint chuckle, actually, I'm a little sad, so you. Give me some comfort. Before the words had fully settled. Jiang Xinghe didn't give him any time to react. A light spray of rose-like pheromones infiltrated Chu Yang. Stunned for a second, Chu Yang's heart began to pound violently, excitement coursing through him. Although he didn't quite understand why Jiang Xinghe wouldn't confront his feelings directly, he knew that Mega's boundaries were gradually being eroded by him. Chu Yang's lips curved slightly, this fish was swimming into his net. Chapter 28, Ambiguity. An unfamiliar stinging sensation came from his gland, as if opening some sort of valve, whoosh, it released pure vodka-like pheromones in one sweep. A gentle ripple spread in the depths of Jiang Xinghe's heart, floating along with his bloodstream and intensifying the intoxication. Jiang Xinghe felt dizzy. Chu Yang instinctively felt that he should do something. Raising his head, he saw the mega avoiding eye contact, with what seemed like a trace of red on his lips. This contrasted sharply with the snow outside that hadn't melted yet. The alpha's throat was parched. He reached out his hand to touch Jiang Xinghe's face. Mega's eyes widened slightly, glancing behind Chu Yang. There was a tap-tap knock on the car window, and Chu Yang turned around to see a plain, honest face smiling at the alpha through the glass, even showing off 3 distinct crow's feet. Boss, are you two calling for a designated driver? The mood deflated. Chu Yang nodded, unlocking the car door, looking rather grim. The atmosphere of ambiguity shattered with a bang, leaving only the scent of pheromones hanging in the air, mixing heavily with alcohol laced with delicate notes of rose fragrance. Anyone could easily guess what just happened inside. In a hurry, Jiang Xinghe opened the car window for ventilation, letting the cold northern wind dissipate the heat in his face and a thin layer of sweat on his palms. Only the unruly heartbeat persisted, pounding wildly inside his chest. Fortunately, the designated driver was a beta who wasn't affected by the pheromones inside the car. As the car started, the late-night breeze flowed into the vehicle, dispersing the last traces of intimacy. Leaning back, Chu Yang closed his eyes with his arms crossed, the furrowed brow betraying the frustration under his calm exterior. Jiang Xing had tilted his head toward the window, catching a glimpse of Chu Yang's discontented profile reflected in the glass. His lips curved into a small arc. As the car sped by, splashing an uncleaned patch of snow onto the green belt where it melted instantly. The glaring neon sign of "Color Temptation" flashed brightly, with 2 towering security guards standing guard at the entrance. In the ground-level parking lot, a few men stepped out of an SUV, leaning against it while chatting and smoking as if waiting for someone. After a while, a white Phaeton parked steadily in the designated space. All the men looked over as the Alpha got out of the driver's seat, spinning the key on his fingertip. "Let's go, Brother Feng is treating us today." Having been tricked by Chen Che last time into buying so much alcohol, which he couldn't finish alone, Ji Feng decided to bring a few colleagues from the investigation department for a team-building outing. Recognizing Ji Feng as a super VIP, the server eagerly led the group to the best booth with the finest view. Glancing around, Ji Feng asked casually, "Is your boss not here today?" The server pointed towards the dance floor across, where Ji Feng spotted an electric wheelchair at the center. An Alpha stood on one leg with his right leg in a cast, gyrating to the beats of aggressive electronic music under the spotlights, while the crowd cheered fervently. With a card A in his mouth, the Alpha bent forward to feed it to the Mega who was tilting his head up, their eyes gleaming mischievously. Sweat beads shone prominently on Chen Che's collarbone within Ji Feng's sightline. "He's beautiful," that was all Ji Feng thought before lifting his drink for a sip. One of his colleagues let out an exclamation of surprise, "Holy crap. Is that an Alpha? He's way too flashy." The word was strikingly accurate, making it hard for Ji Feng to associate the Alpha on the dance floor with the boy 5 years ago, who cried and begged for mercy in his arms. If there was anything unchanged about him, it would be that sharp tongue of Chen Che's. Ji Feng spread his right hand and examined it. It was this very hand that silenced the fiery temper of young Alpha. Ji Feng rubbed his fingertips. Chen Che suddenly glanced at their booth, smiling and waving at them before descending from the stage, sliding swiftly over in his wheelchair. The colleague who just called him flashy froze, alarmed. Did he hear us? Huh, don't chicken out. Chen Che was still breathing slightly heavier from the previous dance. He hopped on one leg to sit on the empty sofa opposite Ji Feng, raising an eyebrow. "Director Ji, how do you have time to come over?" Ji Feng pointed at the expensive alcohol on the table. "It couldn't all go to waste on you, could it?" Chen Che snorted and laughed. "Look how stingy you are." After saying that, he poured himself a full glass from Ji Feng's cup and raised it generously towards his colleagues in the search department. "Everyone here is my god, drink up and enjoy yourselves. It's on Director Ji's tab." The colleagues laughed a few times and drank with Chen Che. Ji Feng saw Chen Che's lips seem to land where he had just drunk from, withdrawing his gaze to look at the cast on his right leg which was covered in contact information. "What happened to your leg?" Chen Che tapped his cast with his knuckles, showing no concern. "Fell off a motorcycle. I'm never riding again, damn it hurts. I'll teach you." This sudden sentence made not only Chen Che pause but also surprised Ji Feng himself. Fortunately, a colleague chimed in, "Our brother Feng's motorbike skills are top-notch, he guarantees teaching and learning." Chen Che responded meaningfully with an, "Oh, sure, though some skills still need practice." "They're too bad." The colleagues asked curiously, "Which ones?" Chen Che looked at Ji Feng, smiled without saying anything. Ji Feng was stuck. A Mega came over and sat beside Chen Che, cuddling into his arms, whispering something near his ear. Chen Che curved his lips. "Baby, with one leg broken, I can't use much force. Tonight." He leaned close to the Mega's ear and softly said a word, smiling gently, "Can you?" The Omega blushed and nodded shyly. Ji Feng frowned. "Chen Che, does Uncle Chen know about your rich nightlife?" Chen Che paused while being helped back onto his wheelchair by the Mega. The young Master Chen feared nothing in his freewheeling lifestyle except for his alpha father since he was the firstborn, strictly disciplined since childhood. Yet, Chen had always been a carefree spirit hard to control, until finally his father gave up managing him and left him with only one requirement, not to associate with unsavory characters, and eventually marry a Mega from a family of equal status as his wife, otherwise all financial support would be cut. Who would have thought that Chen Che proclaimed himself as a bachelorist? After taking a look at his younger son, his father lowered the standard for him to just one rule: no promiscuity. Don't disgrace the Chen family. Chen Che looked at Ji Feng, gritting his teeth. "Are you threatening me?" Ji Feng raised his eyebrows, neither confirming nor denying, shaking the glass in his hand. Chen Che sat back on the sofa, patting the Mega's slender waist apologetically. "Baby, I can't accompany you tonight." The Omega glanced at Chen Che then at Ji Feng, stomping her feet before walking away. Chen Che was speechless. "Just because you said your game isn't good enough, you're threatening me." The environment was noisy. Even if Chen Che didn't lower his voice, no one could hear him. He lit a cigarette, glaring at Ji Feng irritably. "You've become too petty, what did I say wrong about you?" Compared to Chen Chei's irritability, Ji Feng remained calm, as if it wasn't about himself. "Nothing serious, it's just Mr. Chen has to sleep alone tonight." "Humph." Chen Chei gnashed his teeth. "You look so gentlemanlike but inside you're rotten. You're sneakily bad." Ji Feng smiled and nodded. "Very accurate evaluation." Feeling like punching sandbags, Chen Chei was speechless, grabbing the wine bottle to take a swig straight from the mouth, but Ji Feng took it away. Ji Feng looked briefly at Chen Chei's injured leg, slightly frowning. "Your leg is still hurt, drink less alcohol." Chen Chei was very frustrated, casually putting his injured leg on Ji Feng's thigh and stepping on it with his foot. "Are you my dad? So controlling." Ji Feng grabbed his ankle and placed his leg back on the sofa, expression unchanged, calmly saying, "If I had a son like you, I'd hang myself on the southeastern branch." Mr. Chen, the literary illiterate, didn't know which poem the phrase, "hang myself on the southeastern branch," was from, but it didn't sound good, humming discontentedly as he glared at Ji Feng several times. Chapter 29, Gentle Alpha Incapable of Self-Care. After bidding Jiang Xinghe good night, Chu Yang returned to his own bedroom. Setting aside the facade of calmness, he eagerly ran into the walk-in closet and stood in front of the full-length mirror to admire his neck. But try as he might, twisting his alpha body into knots, he couldn't see it. Then he quickly found his phone and took over a dozen photos of his gland. There was a circle of pale red tooth marks on his gland, with a blood spot covered by a scab where Jiang Xinghe's teeth had pierced through. Chu Yang zoomed in and out on the photos with his phone, grinning like an idiot. It's more fun to share joy, so Chu Yang decisively sent the photos to Chen Chei. Unexpectedly, Chen Chei replied instantly, "What is this? Did you get bitten by mosquitoes?" Next second, "I really can't stand it. You make me feel sick. Get lost." Seemed like he didn't enjoy scolding enough, Chen Chei sent over another photo. In the dim environment, there was one of Mr. Chen's middle fingers. Next to it was a blurred half-side face which Chu Yang found familiar, but he quickly tossed it aside. He was too lazy to care about whom Chen Chei was with. Shutting off his phone, Chu Yang fondly touched the scab on his own neck, digging it off with his fingertip. Blood seeped from the gland again, while the room was filled with the faint humid fragrance of Baie roses. The alpha lying on the bed pressed his gland forcefully with his thumb, leaving bloody prints in his fingerprints which he wiped towards his mouth and licked it off. It tasted sweet. Chu Yang buried his head into the pillow and chuckled foolishly, wriggling like a maggot in the bed. The room overflowed with vodka pheromones. After a while, the alpha pursed his lips and crawled off the bed. Despite the cold winter, he stood under the shower head and took a cold shower, sneezing several times. After getting up, Jiang Xinghe didn't find Chu Yang's figure, so he went to knock on his bedroom door. Getting no response, all he heard were some soft hm's. Chu Yang's bedroom wasn't locked, and Jiang Xinghe directly pushed open the door. The alpha curled up in the quilt, his cheeks flushed, his brows tightly furrowed as if in great pain. Jiang Xinghe quickly walked over and touched his forehead. It was burning hot. Why did he have a fever? Chu Yang felt his cool palm and opened his eyes slightly. His eyes were already inflamed, with water light in the pupils. Jiang Xinghe's face appeared as a double image in his line of sight. Jiang Xinghe asked cautiously, "Is it the susceptible period?" Chu Yang's throat was a bit hoarse and weakly responded, "No, it's just, plain fever." Ah. How embarrassing. This isn't how things go in boss CEO romances. Why don't they ever catch fevers? Where's the majesty of alphas? Achoo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinghe immediately pulled him off the bed, swiftly fished out his padded coat for him to change into, squatted down and patted his shoulders. "Get on. I'll carry you." Even though Chu Yang was already delirious due to fever, the pride of strong alphas made him hesitate. "Not necessary, I can handle it." The alpha forcibly stood up but after taking 2 steps wavered and fell onto the carpet, losing both face and dignity. "Why so slow?" Jiang Xinghe grabbed his arm around his neck, hooking his hands under his knee pit and flipping him smoothly onto his back. With a robust frame, Jiang Xinghe sprinted quickly. Chu Yang was steady on his back. The foggy mind of Chu Yang could only think one thing: thank goodness he's a mega, otherwise, I might not be able to control him. Thanks heaven and earth and 18 generations of the Jiang family. Jiang Xinghe smells so good. His moist nose gently grazed Jiang Xinghe's gland at the back of his neck. The mega paused, helplessly pulled up the corner of his lips, then threw him into the back seat of the car and gave his head a pat. Chu Yang pouted, lowering his head in disappointment. Jiang Xinghe became anxious, directly taking him to the emergency room. His temperature was 39.5 degrees Celsius, a nurse drew a tube of blood, and the doctor hooked him up to an 4 drip. Coincidentally, they met Uncle Chen Chei's relative who worked in the proctology department. Uncle Chen adjusted his glasses. "Oh my, why has little Chu turned such a high fever?" His occupational habit made him quickly glance at Jiang Xinghe beside him. "A mega? Truly powerful. Youngsters these days are amazing." Lying on the hospital bed, Chu Yang barely opened his eyes and wanted to punch the uncle when seeing his expression, gritting his teeth and said, "Took a cold shower." Both looked at Chu Yang simultaneously. Jiang Xinghe exclaimed in surprise, "Taking a cold shower in winter, do you want to die?" Chu Yang closed his eyes pretending to be dead, cursing himself for being physically too tough to even pass out yet. Can someone hit him with a stick? After 3 hours of treatment, his fever finally subsided. Jiang Xinghe stayed beside him all along, supporting Chu Yang to lean against his chest to drink soy milk. Chu Yang thought this sickness was worth it. Star's embrace smelled so good. When the doctor saw he woke up, he held the test report and walked over. Looking at Chu Yang and then at Jiang Xinghe, the doctor seemed hesitant to say something. Chu Yang's annual physical examination results had always been very healthy, but being stared at like this still startled him. Speak your mind. The doctor cleared his throat. Mr. Chu, you are already an adult alpha, but the pheromones inside your body seem quite chaotic. Haven't you recently taken excessive amounts of inhibitors? Chu Yang cleared his throat. Ahem. The doctor understood immediately. Although the side effects of inhibitors are negligible, long-term use will cause a heavy burden on your body. You should, well, release some energy occasionally. Don't you have a suitable partner around? The doctor glanced at Jiang Xinghe out of the corner of his eye. His underlying meaning was clear: stop playing around with pure love and do something adults should do with your mega. Look how much pressure you've put yourself under. Chu Yang understood, and Jiang Xinghe probably did too because Chu Yang saw him blush. After the treatment ended, Jiang Xinghe queued up to get medicine from the pharmacy and then took Chu Yang back home. Chu Yang was almost fully recovered but pretended to be weak, complaining about dizziness and claiming he couldn't walk. He leaned softly against Jiang Xinghe, so helplessly that Jiang Xinghe let him lean on his shoulder while wrapping an arm around Chu Yang's waist, walking close together. Jiang Xinghe reached out to press the elevator button, and Chu Yang looked at the whirl in Jiang Xinghe's hair, his lips curving slightly. What are you smiling about? Jiang Xinghe asked suddenly. Chu Yang denied it outright. Me? I'm not smiling. Jiang Xinghe pointed at the wall of the elevator and looked at Chu Yang as if he were an idiot. It's reflected, I can see it. Caught red-handed. Chu Yang froze awkwardly. At noon, Jiang Xinghe made lunch. How to say this? If it weren't terrible, it was actually pretty good. Chu Yang turned his filter on Jiang Xinghe all the way up, forcing himself to finish every last bite. Jiang Xinghe was astounded. Sick people must really lose their sense of taste. After eating, Jiang Xinghe received an urgent meeting notice from the league and helped Chu Yang to bed. There's something at the league. I'll be right back. Stay at home and rest. Call me if anything happens. Chu Yang nodded, curling further into the blankets and obediently said, okay. As soon as he heard the door lock click shut, Chu Yang quickly got up from the bed, opened the fridge, and grabbed a can of cola, drinking several mouthfuls. The food Jiang Xinghe had cooked was absolutely disgusting, and without something to wash it down, he'd definitely throw up. After arriving at the FAO League, Jiang Xinghe learned of the latest progress from the search department. Chaos erupted within the Gland criminal organization. Someone posted a bounty order for Viper, 5 billion for him alive, 1 billion dead. And anyone who provided valuable clues would instantly receive 10 million. Forceful suppression by the upper levels failed. Why bother risking your neck when there's an easy way to make money? The Viper was being forced out of hiding. After the meeting concluded, Jiang Xinghe stayed in the conference room, leaning back in his chair, frowning deeply with a crease between his eyebrows. Who did this? Why? Ji Feng looked down, tapping his fingertips lightly on his palm. For some reason, he just felt it might be someone he knew. Xinghe, regardless of the circumstances, this is good news for us, Ji Feng remarked. Jiang Xinghe smiled faintly. Yes, I'm just curious about the person's motive. Revenge? 5 billion isn't a small sum. Ji Feng sighed. Who knows? Worried about Chu Yang still recovering, after the meeting, Jiang Xinghe didn't stay longer. Passing by a cake shop, he bought Chu Yang a strawberry cake. Chapter 30, High Compatibility Pheromones. Chu Yang fell ill quickly, but he also recovered fast. After a nap, he was bouncing around like nothing happened. Climbing out of bed, washing his face, glancing at the time, he realized dinner time was near. Quickly changing out of his pajamas and putting on a hoodie, grabbing a down jacket, he decided to go to the mall to buy groceries to stock the fridge. Chu Yang went downstairs to the B2 underground parking lot. As he unlocked his car, his phone in his coat pocket rang. Pulling it out, he saw it was a call from Grandpa Chu. Grandpa never called at this time, so Chu Yang picked up with a puzzled look on his face. Hey, Grandpa, what's up? Chu Yang held the phone in one hand and opened the car door with the other, slipping into the driver's seat and fastening his seatbelt. I'm at some fancy restaurant called Yuntafa. Come join me for lunch, came Grandpa Chu's loud voice from the phone. Chu Yang silently moved the phone away from his ear, rubbing it gently. What? You're downtown. Let's eat at home. Why eat French cuisine? Grandpa Chu stammered for a moment. Brat, come when I tell you. Stop asking so many questions. Chu Yang tried to say more, but his grandpa had already hung up. Alpha slightly furrowed his brow, his intuition telling him that his grandpa's behavior was very unusual. How could a guy who had been eating Chinese food all his life suddenly decide to eat French cuisine? Chu Yang started the car, opened the navigation system and entered the name of the restaurant. This restaurant wasn't far from his house, only 8 kilometers away. He chuckled when he saw the comments section on the screen, the most romantic dating spot. What kind of nonsense is this? Taking advantage of the traffic light turning red, Chu Yang sent Jiang Xinghe a voice message. Big brother Xinghe, my grandpa came over, we won't be having dinner at home tonight. Jiang Xinghe quickly called back. Chu Yang connected the call to the car's Bluetooth system and answered. Yang, you're still sick, did you take a taxi? Chu Yang felt happy hearing the caring voice of Jiang Xinghe echoing around the car. I'm feeling much better, don't worry. You should have a proper dinner tonight too. Turn left at the upcoming intersection and please drive carefully. Hearing the GPS's voice, Jiang Xinghe chuckled lightly. Alright, stop worrying about me and focus on driving, okay? Hang up now. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xinghe got out of his car with the strawberry cake and took the elevator upstairs. The underfloor heating was ample, so he placed the cake in the refrigerator to keep it cold. Ever since he had been teased by Chu Yang last time, even if he was alone at home, he would always properly wear his top. Mega emerged from the bathroom with just a towel draped over his head, his soft short hair dripping water, which he nonchalantly wiped off with the towel. As Chu Yang had said, he really lived a little rough. Sitting cross-legged on the couch, Jiang Xinghe turned on the TV, flipping to the children's channel. He didn't like watching dramas or variety shows but loved cartoons usually meant for children. Perhaps because of his work, he enjoyed cultivating a happy childlike heart. On the large screen, there was a kid with big ears being scolded by his mother, tugging his ears harshly. Jiang Xinghe chuckled softly, no wonder those ears are so big. Feeling around in the sofa cracks, he found his phone and opened an ordering app, rapidly scrolling through it but not seeing anything he wanted to eat. Sighing, Jiang Xinghe realized that ever since leaving King Island, breakfast and dinner were mostly prepared by Chu Yang, without even asking what he wanted to eat, yet everything cooked was exactly what he liked. He hadn't had this trouble of, what to eat today, in a long time. After browsing through several stores, he selected the highest rated one, ordered a fried chicken meal, and then added a large vegetable salad, somewhat hypocritically using this to reduce his guilt over consuming too many calories. After arriving at the restaurant, Chu Yang was led by the waiter to the private room his grandpa had told him about. It was an aerial dining room, with large floor-to-ceiling windows offering a perfect view of the sunset. The private room was on the top floor with the best scenic position, causing Chu Yang's heart to race anxiously, his intuition telling him this wasn't good. Sure enough, Sammy Chu wasn't in the private room. A well-dressed, delicate-looking person stood up and smiled at him. Hello, I'm Zhao Yu, your date. Alpha immediately understood Grandpa Chu's intention, this was an arranged marriage. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. Sorry, I don't plan to date you. As he turned to leave, his phone buzzed. It was a text from his grandpa. Young man, sit down and finish this meal, otherwise I'll drive right over to have a talk with Star. Staring at the screen silently, Chu Yang stuffed the phone into his pocket with a grimace, pulled out the chair and slumped into it. He had grown accustomed to being defiant, except for Jiang Xinghe, he inherited this trait from his grandpa generationally. Thus, he knew all too well that his grandpa never made empty threats. They say two tigers can't coexist on one mountain. Chu Yang was seething as another tiger-like figure at home irritated him, pulsing in his temple. Having finally managed to reach this point with Jiang Xinghe, absolutely nothing could let his grandpa cause trouble. Zhao Yu showed no sign of being offended and continued to smile politely. Straightforwardly, she said, my father is Zhao Zhe. Our compatibility rate is as high as 90%, matching not only in family background but also in pheromones. Chu Yang gently tapped his fingers on his thigh, a signal that he was starting to get restless. He knew Zhao Zhe, he was one of the old men who gathered last time. But how was this compatibility tested? How did you test our compatibility? Zhao Yu smiled faintly, I don't know the details, but I just provided one strand of my hair. The results were told to my father by old Mr. Chu. Chu Yang sighed inwardly, guessing his grandpa must have dug up one of his hairs from somewhere and had it tested. Truly exasperating. Chu Yang didn't want to talk more with her. What if the compatibility rate was high? He didn't care about such a match, he only cared what Jiang Xinghe had eaten for dinner. I already have someone I like, so let's just quickly finish this meal and humor Grandpa. Zhao Yu reached out to adjust her hair, the person you like has only a 45% compatibility rate with you. Chu Yang paused his finger on the tablet used for ordering food, narrowing his eyes slightly. He could tolerate being tested for compatibility without knowing, but Jiang Xinghe being tested implied something else, no privacy and his personal safety wasn't guaranteed. Oppressive pheromones burst from the back of his neck glands. Since Zhao Yu's compatibility rate with him was high, she experienced more of the oppressive feeling. She struggled to hold herself up against her chair, pained as she said, Mr. Chu. Chu Yang stood up, glanced at Zhao Yu who had started tearing up due to the oppressive pheromones, then retracted them. An alpha leaned forward saying, I hate being manipulated most. You're also just a pitiful pawn in your family's plans. Go back and honestly tell your father today. He won't make it too hard on you. Zhao Yu lowered her gaze, rubbing her sore neck gland, the sleeve slipping down revealing a wrist bruised with marks that sharply contrasted against her pale skin. Mega's eyelashes flickered slightly. There was no way she could give her father an answer now. Chu Yang exited the restaurant as the last ray of sunset disappeared. He leaned on his car and called Grandpa Chu, Grandpa, whom I like and who I stay with is my own business. If you dare bother Jiang Xinghe, I can't guarantee how far I might go. There was a pause from the other end of the phone. Are you threatening your grandfather? Yes. Chu Yang realized his tone was sharp and sighed, softening it again. I know you mean well, but I've liked Jiang Xinghe for over 2 decades. To be honest, even if he was an alpha, I would still like him. You should be glad he differentiated into a mega. As twilight deepened and streetlights lit up the city, Chu Yang watched a couple hand-in-hand walk by. He desperately wanted to see Jiang Xinghe now. A mere 45% compatibility was far from the scientifically proven qualifying line for AO companionships. But so what? He liked this person. Liked only him. Chu Yang gripped the steering wheel tightly, a pang of panic rising within him. What if Jiang Xinghe met an alpha with higher compatibility? He parked by the roadside, entered a store, and bought a pack of cigarettes, lowering the window and exhaling a circle of smoke. The alpha's eyes were cold. When Chu Yang got home, Jiang Xinghe hadn't yet gone to bed but was dozing off watching cartoons on the couch. Seeing Chu Yang come back, he yawned and asked, "Had your dinner? Don't forget to take your medicine." Chu Yang silently sat beside him and hugged him. Xinghe. Are you not feeling well? Jiang Xinghe wanted to feel his forehead to check for fever, but Chu Yang held him tight, leaving no room for movement. Chu Yang rubbed his head against Jiang Xinghe's shoulder and muttered softly, "If you cannot love me, then please don't fall for anyone else either, regardless of the compatibility rate." Jiang Xinghe, blushing slightly at this indirect confession, teased, "What nonsense are you talking about? Get up, your body is freezing." Chu Yang acted childish, "I won't get up until you promise me." Alpha's breathing brushed over his neck, tickling it. Jiang Xinghe helplessly pushed his head, "All right, I promise you. I'm exhausted, I need to sleep." Chu Yang watched his silhouette retreat, lost in thought, hungry because he hadn't eaten anything. Opening the fridge looking for yogurt, he found a box of strawberry cake instead. Chu Yang opened the packaging, scooped a mouthful of cream with a spoon, and smiled joyfully while propping his cheek. "Jiang Xinghe, I bet you like me." Chapter 31, The Jealousy Jar. It was getting close to the new year. On the day before the holiday break, Jiang Xinghe organized a team-building activity to thank his colleagues for their support over the past half-year. The Wei-in department, totaling around 50 people, prompted his secretary Xia Yan to joke about eating Jiang Minister into poverty. Jiang Xinghe laughed, "All right, then I'll go celebrate the new year at your place." Amidst the chatter and laughter, the conversation shifted toward work. Jiang Xinghe joked, "Since everyone loves working so much, why not put in some overtime after we finish eating?" The subordinates begged laughing, "Minister Jiang, please spare us." Their work was special, so even during holidays they took shifts to ensure every position had someone on duty. Therefore, after dinner, those who still had to work tomorrow went home early to rest, leaving behind about a dozen young people who were clamoring to go clubbing. Jiang Xinghe checked the location and realized it was close to Chen Chei's color prohibition, so he decided to take them there to support the boss. Chen Chei was surprised to see Jiang Xinghe for a second, then sent a voice message on his phone and slid out from behind the bar in his electric wheelchair, exclaiming with delight, "Brother Xing, what a rare guest." Jiang Xinghe's gaze fell on Chen Chei's leg in a cast. "What happened to you?" "I fell, but I'm fine, almost healed." Chen Chei stood up on one leg and hopped around Jiang Xinghe, then complained, "Why isn't Chu Yang here with you? He's been indulging in his own paradise all day, completely forgetting about his brother." The mention of paradise embarrassed Jiang Xinghe, who pointed at a few people wildly dancing in the pool beside them. "I'm here with my colleagues for a team-building event." "Oh," Chen Chei smiled knowingly and nudged Jiang Xinghe's arm, "Brother Xing, should I call you sister now?" Jiang Xinghe bent down and tapped Chen Chei's cast, speaking in his gentlest voice while delivering the scariest threat, "If you do, your other leg will join this one." Chen Chei's lips twitched as he silently cursed under his breath, "These two are really interesting. Too bad Jiang Xinghe is a mega, or we'd have some drama to watch." Wait. Brother Xing, just let loose today, put everything on Brother Chu's tab." Jiang Xinghe hesitated, "No, pay how much it is. Why are you being so polite with him? He'd be thrilled if you spent his money." Chen Chei knew Chu Yang's personality inside out, purely love-driven. "Anyway, he has plenty of money. Don't waste an opportunity not to spend it," Chen Chei added. As dazzling lights danced with electronic music, they shone on Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe raised his hand to shield himself, continuing to be overly sensitive would make no sense. Whether Chu Yang and he had a relationship or not, they'd shared a friendship for over 2 decades. There was no need to distance themselves like this. Buying him a gift would be a good way to express gratitude. Jiang Xinghe nodded, "All right, charge it to his account." Xia Yan came out of the dance pool to find Jiang Xinghe. "Minister, why don't you join us? Isn't that section Chief Ji?" Both Jiang Xinghe and Chen Chei followed Xia Yan's gaze. Ji Feng saw them, paused, then waved before striding over with his long legs. "Brother Xinghe, how did you end up here?" Chen Chei rolled his eyes mentally. This kid Ji Feng clearly had a crush on Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe smiled, "It's the holiday season, so I brought everyone here to relax a bit." "Good idea, I'll treat you." Ji Feng turned to Chen Che, "Boss Chen, put it on my tab." Chen Che. "What a bunch of fools." Jiang Xinghe laughed and waved his hand, Don't make me feel indebted." Ji Feng didn't press further since he knew Jiang Xinghe disliked troubling others. "Alright, but today's drinks are on me." Before Ji Feng could finish, a cold voice cut through the intermittent beats of the music, "There's no need to trouble Section Chief Ji. Of course, Brother Xinghe's drinks should be covered by me. Che, bring out your most expensive bottle." Xia Nian glanced back and forth between the two, as if uncovering some monumental secret. An alpha with tousled hair casually hung over his forehead, wearing a black jacket and mid-calf boots. Jiang Xinghe wondered if he wasn't cold. But when he moved closer, he noticed Chu Yang's hair still had dampness, likely freshly showered. Chu Yang lazily looked at Xia Nian and slightly frowned. Why were there so many alphas around Jiang Xinghe? Xia Nian wisely slipped away. Among those present, only Chen Che laughed gleefully. He finally earned Chu Yang's money. Two bigwigs paying for the same thing. Ji Feng opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted by Chen Che. "Hey. No one's competing with Brother Chu today, I'm set to earn his cash." Chen Che arranged a larger VIP booth for them and left the bar counter, unwilling to miss this chance to witness jealousy and rivalry. Chen Che nudged Chu Yang's shoulder and boasted, "How about that? Good enough, right? Timely report. You didn't tell me Ji Feng was here." "Tisk, when I sent you the voice message, he wasn't there yet." Chu Yang grasped the key point and scrutinized, "What do you mean? Does Ji Feng come here often?" Chen Che shrugged, "Yeah, my super VIP. Hey. Why do you keep talking about him? Do you even have a conscience? Your brother's leg is all messed up and you won't give him a hand." Chu Yang kicked his cast lightly, without even glancing at him, "Don't pretend with me. It's just a tiny crack. Isn't it supposed to be healed in 3 months? All for the battle damage charm to attract the little ones, right?" Chen Che chuckled, switching from single leg to double leg hopping, moving rather smoothly. "You know nothing. This is called utilizing sympathy wisely, learn from it." Ji Feng glanced back and forth at Chen Che's perfectly fine legs, wanting to say something but swallowing it down. This guy kept breaking his worldview but somehow appeared kind of cute in an inexplicable way. Colleagues from the security department left cleverly for the dance floor. No one wanted to babble in front of 2 leaders anyway. In the spacious private booth, there were only the 4 of them left. Jiang Xinghe touched Chu Yang's hair, it was still wet indeed, and frowned, "You just got over a cold. How could you not dry your hair today and wear so little?" Chu Yang snorted coldly, "And you are one to talk. Didn't you say you'd go home after dinner? So why are you here in the bar?" He looked at Ji Feng as he spoke, hinting that this guy was together with him too. If he hadn't shown up, would he be outbid? Chen Che nestled into the sofa, enjoying desserts while watching the drama unfold. Ji Feng abruptly spoke, "Are you dating?" Jiang Xinghe froze, intending to shake his head, but was stopped by Chu Yang grabbing his wrist. "We're on our way." Ji Feng swirled his glass of wine and smiled, "So you're not then?" Section Chief Ji seems overly concerned about Brother Xinghe's private life. Isn't that a boundary issue? Chu Yang gripped the crystal glass tightly, narrowing his eyes slightly with strong menace. Jiang Xinghe sighed and tugged at Chu Yang's sleeve. "Do you guys have some grudge or something? Why do you always fight when you meet?" Chu Yang sneered, "No grudge, just can't stand looking at him." Ji Feng nodded quite in agreement. Jiang Xinghe remained speechless. Inside Chen Che's mind, "My goodness. This is so entertaining. I want to record it." In the dim surroundings, Ji Feng caught the alpha's excited face out of the corner of his eye, barely concealing amusement. Jiang Xinghe's gaze fell on the slightly open jacket of the alpha. The shirt underneath seemed familiar, likely Chu Yang's pajamas. Chapter 32, Remembrance. The new year was approaching, and the streets and alleys of the city were festooned with red lanterns and colorful lights. Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe brought wine and flowers to the cemetery in the outskirts of Beijing. The biting cold wind stirred their clothes' edges, piercing through the collars with freezing chills. Chu Yang moved forward to tighten Jiang Xinghe's scarf around him. The mega's nose was red, and so were his tear-filled eyes, but Chu Yang patted his head silently without saying a word. After walking 5 minutes ahead, they reached a double grave. A large bundle of sunflowers was placed there, burning with vibrant vitality, along with 2 bottles of plum wine. Chu Yang put the sunflowers he carried down and made a deep bow 3 times. He knelt down and poured 2 cups of the plum wine he had brought, muttering softly, "Seems like my dad has been here already." Their families were good friends, and Chu Shan and Luo Sun always came to pay tribute during holidays. Jiang Xinghe knelt down and wiped the photo on the tombstone with his sleeve. It was a joint portrait of Jiang Cheng and Su Qi. They were smiling happily, even death couldn't separate them. The Omega's eyes never wavered as they stared at the photograph. His vision blurred gradually with mist, a tear splashing onto the stone ground as Jiang Xinghe lifted his arm to wipe his face, sobbing brokenly, "Rang, this is my first time here since their burial. Where in the world could such an unfilial son exist?" Chu Yang kneeled half down beside him, embracing Jiang Xinghe's shoulder and pressing his head into his chest. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he didn't know what to do. Uncles understood. You inherited their lifelong ambitions. They would be proud of you. Jiang Xinghe lifted his head from his embrace, wiping away his tears, with a tone full of sorrow and guilt. I didn't come because I had no time, but because I felt ashamed to come. Picking up the wine Chu Yang poured, he sprinkled it onto the ground one by one, whispering softly, what's buried inside isn't my father's complete ashes. The Omega's expression was painful. His hand shook as he poured the wine, biting his lower lip till it bled, opening his mouth but only letting out a weak sound. Chu Yang could feel the anguish tearing apart his heart as if spilling blood. My dad and Uncle Chi have spent their whole lives dealing with the gland traders, only to die at their hands in the end. My dad's glands were even. Jiang Xinghe couldn't continue, roaring painfully as he knelt on the ground, tightly gripping his fists while trembling uncontrollably. I'm such a failure. I still can't let my father rest in peace. What face do I have to come see them? For the first time, he poured out all his nightmares and obsessions to Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked at his shaking shoulders, his heart-wrenching state, feeling as if his heart had been pierced by countless needles. A fierce storm brewed in the Alpha's dark eyes, flashing with murderous intent. Jiang Xinghe was so overwhelmed with grief that he didn't notice Chu Yang's lack of surprise at the revelations. Chu Yang lifted Jiang Xinghe up and embraced him, gently rubbing Omega's back as he whispered softly, Brother Xinghe, how could uncles blame you? They must miss you very much and be extremely worried about you. They would be so happy you came to visit them. In the future, let me accompany you here often, alright? Jiang Xinghe finally found some relief for his restrained sobs in Chu Yang's arms. The Mega tightly clutched onto the Alpha's clothes, letting out all of his sorrow in his embrace. The tranquil cemetery was filled with a son's heartrending yearning and pain for his father's. Chu Yang released a large amount of soothing pheromones to comfort the heartbreaking Mega in his arms. Jiang Xinghe cried until he felt refreshed, wetting a large patch of the Alpha's down jacket. Slightly embarrassed, the Mega pulled himself from his embrace, sniffling heavily, I think I smeared your shirt with snot. Chu Yang wiped the tears streaming down his cheeks with his hand, then couldn't help but kiss his puffy, tear-swollen eyes. It was a completely pure kiss, fleeting and without any lustful intention, just an Alpha's deep compassion for his Mega. Jiang Xinghe's eyelashes fluttered quickly like a little fan, leaving him speechless for a moment. You, right in front of my dad's, you. Omega raised his red face and glared at him, yet Chu Yang just smiled faintly, let's say this counts as meeting the parents. Jiang Xinghe opened his mouth but couldn't produce a word, watching Chu Yang's face flush a deeper red. Jiang Xinghe had knelt on the ground too long. As he stood up, his legs went weak, wobbling and almost falling into Chu Yang's arms. The Alpha playfully wrapped his arm around his waist, learning to throw yourself at me now. Annoyed, Jiang Xinghe pushed Chu Yang away and stormed off toward the exit. Chu Yang's teasing expression vanished as he suddenly kneeled before the tombstones, his forehead banging hard against the cold, hard stone. Uncle Jiang, Uncle Su, I swear to take care of Jiang Xinghe for the rest of his life. Please rest assured. Standing up, Chu Yang walked towards Jiang Xinghe. Snow began to fall from the sky. He tilted his head up, watching the snowflakes twirling and landing softly on his shoulder. Jiang Xinghe's head was wrapped in a scarf, stomping his feet by the car side in the cold. After waiting for a while, he saw Chu Yang's silhouette. His gaze lingered on the red mark on Chu Yang's forehead for 2 seconds before looking down. Why are you so slow? It's snowing already, I'm freezing. It's because you ran too fast, still so easily flustered. Chu Yang chuckled as he unlocked the car, pulling open the passenger door to guide Jiang Xinghe in, careful of his head. He then rounded to the driver's side, starting the vehicle, where warm air blew strongly. Chu Yang took off his coat and threw it in the back seat, asking Jiang Xinghe, you're not going to take yours off? Not hot. Jiang Xinghe buried his whole face in his scarf, muttering quietly, no, I'm not hot. Caught up in his emotions earlier, he had cried to the point where the world blurred around him. When Chu Yang removed his coat, he also noticed the large damp patch left by his own tears. Now with his swollen eyes and red nose, how could he ever face Chu Yang calling him Brother Xinghe again? Alright, if you're not hot, Chu Yang's voice carried a hint of laughter as he drove the car out of the temporary parking zone. Oh, by the way, come home with me for the New Year celebration tomorrow. My grandpa, he wants to meet you too. Chu Yang lightly scratched the steering wheel with his fingers. Since last time when he clearly expressed his resolute stance to Grandpa Chu, his grandpa grumbled about having Sam produce another grandson for him. Chu Yang could tell, that meant he'd loosened up. Although Grandpa Chu was known for his ruthless methods, he genuinely loved his only grandson. As long as his grandson was happy, everything else didn't matter. Grandpa Chu wants to meet me? Jiang Xinghe was taken aback. Though they had played together since childhood, he hadn't seen Grandpa Chu many times. One reason was that Grandpa Chu was always busy, the other was that Jiang Xinghe was a little afraid of him. The legendary founder of Hurricane Group who created the business empire from scratch brought an intimidating aura that wasn't to be trifled with. The only one who dared oppose him was Chu Yang. Why? Jiang Xinghe asked again. Chu Yang turned on the music, playing a soothing song. Why are there so many questions? The old man simply wants to see you. Jiang Xinghe cast Chu Yang a dubious glance. Alright, then do we need to go to the Xia Mountain Villa? No need, my grandpa is coming downtown for the New Year celebration. Got it. Chu Yang stole a glance at Jiang Xinghe and chuckled, are you really not feeling hot? Look at the sweat on your forehead. I'm not hot. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow and silently lowered the air conditioner temperature a little. How cute, Jiang Xinghe. Chapter 33, Are all alphas this shameless? Since tomorrow was a workday, Chen Che couldn't play around too much and had to get up early. He left the bar just after 10:30 in the evening, sticking to working hard at the office during weekdays and cutting loose on weekends. Color became ranked first within a year among the bars in Shisai City through Chen Che's solid management skills. That's why his father didn't mind his behavior so much. Despite looking like a playboy, Chen Che actually had great work capabilities. So his father sighed while secretly feeling proud, torn apart by his son's complex character. Facing the biting cold, Chen Che lit a cigarette. The smoke he exhaled was blown back onto his face entirely. Waving at the air with his cigarette pinched between his fingers, its tip flickering, he chuckled to himself, so this is what people mean by being out of one's mind, huh? Suddenly, the rear door of an SUV opened, and a hand shot out, pulling Chen Che inside abruptly. Chen Che bumped his head and got disoriented for a second, ready to yell curses before catching the intense cedar pine scent in the car. Ji Feng stared at him with bloodshot eyes. You. Chen Che sputtered multiple times before grinding his teeth and punching Ji Feng in the face. What the hell is wrong with you? Hounding me during your heightened sensitivity period? I'm an alpha, damn it. Ji Feng twisted his head due to the punch. Although Chen Che looked lean, he wielded true alpha strength. Ji Feng wiped his lips, they were broken, with a metallic taste in his mouth. I've taken suppressants. Chen Che exasperatedly exclaimed, as he released Ji Feng's collar he grabbed. Then why did you drag me in here? Are you crazy? Ji Feng massaged his temple, thinking that his earlier actions were indeed insane. No, ever since the image of Chen Che's haughty, unrestrained face appeared in his mind during the heightened sensitivity period, he'd gone mad. He couldn't explain the fact that he had stayed up all night just to see Chen Che, nor could he explain why he had pulled Chen Che into the car. Was it because he thought Chen Che looked adorable when he laughed and waved in the cold wind? Hey! Are you alright? Chen Che patted Ji Feng's back. He seemed unwell. Did the heightened sensitivity period cause such symptoms? Get out, Ji Feng said coldly. Chen Che froze, frowning. What did you say? Ji Feng leaned over him to open the car door. I said get out. Chen Che laughed angrily, cursing under his breath as he got out of the car. Ji Feng. You need to take rabies vaccines, not suppressants. Freakin' psycho. With a loud bang, the car door was slammed shut. On the New Year's Eve morning, Chu Yang got up early, cooked the shiitake pork dumplings that Jiang Xinghe loved most, laid them on plates to cool, lightly tapped the door twice as a signal, then walked in, pulling Jiang Xinghe from his cozy bed and made him eat first. After eating, he dragged him to put up the Spring Festival couplets, then took several pictures with his phone against the door and smiled as if he had found $100 billion. In Chu Yang's 24 years of life, never had he welcomed the new year with such solemnity. He used to not care about the festive atmosphere because anything he wanted would be delivered with a single phone call. But during these 4 years that Jiang Xinghe was missing, he wished more than anything that Jiang Xinghe would always be by his side during family reunions. Ever since he was 20, every year on his birthday, his wish was for Jiang Xinghe to return to him. This year, it had finally come true. After changing their clothes, Chu Yang hurried Jiang Xinghe along to shop for New Year goods. Yawning, Jiang Xinghe let Chu Yang push him into the mall. Alpha pulled out a shopping cart and watching his Omega's tired expression, grinned mischievously, feeling that sleepy. Should I carry you? He gestured toward the infant seat on the cart and tapped it. Jiang Xinghe retaliated by punching him. Isn't the shopping usually done by your dedicated team? Why should Lord Chu handle it personally? Jiang Xinghe picked up a pack of beef jerky, checked its expiration date, and threw it into the cart. Chu Yang followed closely behind, while Jiang Xinghe continued throwing items into the cart, pushing it ahead as he went. There are goods, and the two of us will need to eat and drink them. At the mention of our home, Jiang Xinghe involuntarily touched his nose, feeling uneasy. The word home seemed far away from him. What gifts should we get for uncles and grandpa? Jiang Xinghe was a bit troubled. After all, they lacked nothing. Everything is available at home, your presence is enough. Chu Yang stopped pushing the cart at the New Year goods promotion area and picked up a case of yogurt priced at 69.9. Jiang Xinghe chuckled as he watched the frugal Mr. Chu who saved on everything, but then saw that soda was also on sale, so he grabbed a pack and threw it into the cart too. That won't do. It's the Lunar New Year, there must be some token of respect from us younger ones. The Chu family was wealthy, but merely pursuing monetary value would seem insincere. Thus, Jiang Xinghe chose a few boxes of New Year gift packages in the year goods section, including essentials such as cigarettes, alcohol, tea, drinks, all items needed when visiting friends or relatives. He got one of each. Chu Yang pushed the shopping cart behind Jiang Xinghe, and before long, the contents inside had piled up like a small mountain. When it came to paying, Jiang Xinghe insisted, leaving Chu Yang grinning, saying teasingly, "Big brother really has money, how reassuring." After finishing the payment, Jiang Xinghe slipped his phone back into his pocket without looking up. "Keep this crap attitude up, and I'll kick your ass." Chu Yang laughed heartily, pushed the cart into the underground parking lot, loaded the things into the trunk, then both took the elevator up to the 4th floor, intending to buy a few new clothes. Even as adults, the ritual couldn't be skipped. Moreover, Chu Yang harbored a tiny wish. He hoped Jiang Xinghe would carry Chu Yang's mark everywhere on him, so every good item he spotted, he wanted to give to Jiang Xinghe. Even if Jiang Xinghe simply ate meals cooked by him, he felt delighted. As soon as they went up to the 4th floor, Chu Yang felt every piece of clothing looked beautiful, trying to visualize them on Jiang Xinghe. Finding out Jiang Xinghe looked good in everything, he let the shop assistant pick out sizes and wrap them, packing casual wear, sportswear, business style, minimalist style, everything together. Jiang Xinghe got a glimpse of how thrifty Chu Yang could be when he saved a penny but spent millions without flinching, frightening Jiang Xinghe enough to stop him quickly. Chu Yang found it too stingy and refused, until Jiang Xinghe picked out a black long coat, instructing the saleswoman to fetch 2 copies in both their sizes, which finally made Chu Yang happy again. The alpha immediately took off his old jacket and put on the new one, forcing Jiang Xinghe to do the same. Standing side by side, weren't they practically wearing couples' outfits? Chu Yang, having gained an advantage, became willing to listen to anything from Jiang Xinghe. Passing by an underwear shop, Chu Yang glanced twice, making Jiang Xinghe follow his gaze, and burst red upon seeing the skimpy designs. While Omega was shocked, Chu Yang already strode confidently inside. The shop assistant approached with a smile. "May I help you with anything, sir?" "Just browsing," said the alpha without even blushing, behaving as proper as someone touring a museum. Are all alphas this shameless? Chapter 34, Lost in Thought. The shop assistant held up a piece of black lace lingerie, looking toward the door where Jiang Xinghe stood almost boiling under self-awareness, then spoke kindly to Chu Yang. "Sir, your partner has very pale skin, this style would make him look more enchanting." Chu Yang's eyes lit up as he was about to take it, but Jiang Xinghe hurriedly pulled him along, dragging him out as though fleeing from some fierce monster. Before going, Chu Yang stole another glance, getting his waist pinched hard by Jiang Xinghe. "Ouch! What are you laughing at?" Jiang Xinghe buckled his seatbelt, irritated by the alpha's smirk. Chu Yang reached out and gently messed up Jiang Xinghe's soft hair, then gave a wicked grin. Secret. He intended to buy all the items in that store and have Jiang Xinghe try them on for him to see. The alpha's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed his saliva. Jiang Xinghe narrowed his eyes, leaned back, pretending to sleep. All FAO Alliance members trained on Song River Island had taken a course in analyzing microexpressions. So, he could roughly guess what the alpha was thinking. What a dirty-minded bastard Chu Yang was. After driving back home, they left the gifts for elders in the trunk, carrying the rest inside. The fridge was nearly packed to its brim. Jiang Xinghe tore open the package of soda, taking a can to drink, leaning lazily on the couch, lost in thoughts. Chu Yang patted him. "Tired? Why don't you sleep for an hour?" Jiang Xinghe shook his head, stretching his arms. "Not sleepy, just exhausted. There were way too many people today. My feet got stepped on several times." "Got stepped on? Are you hurt?" Chu Yang grasped his ankle, about to remove his socks. The alpha's palms were slightly cool, and the fingertips lightly hooked onto his mega white sock edge. His ankle was quite sensitive, so the unexpected touch startled him, and by reflex, he kicked Chu Yang in the chest. Caught off guard, Chu Yang was kicked to the floor, staring blankly at Jiang Xinghe as he pressed his lips together. "Do you have a tendency towards domestic violence, Jiang Xinghe?" Jiang Xinghe was speechless for a moment before pulling Chu Yang up from the ground. "Why did you suddenly grab my foot?" Chu Yang massaged his chest and then moved closer unexpectedly. His tone was sincere. "Is your ankle that sensitive?" There came a crack sound as the can in Jiang Xinghe's hand got deformed, the remaining soda trickling down his hand. He gritted his teeth fiercely. "What did you say?" Alpha knew when to back off. Knowing where to stop meant knowing how to live. With a sudden jerk, Chu Yang stood up and put his phone to his ear. "No, nothing, my dad called me just now, I'll call him back." Jiang Xinghe's father had a special job. Several times over the years he had been on missions outside during the New Year festivities. On those occasions, Chu Yang would knock on Jiang Xinghe's door and hold his hand, taking him to his home to celebrate the holiday. Though it wasn't the first time going to Chu Yang's place, Jiang Xinghe inexplicably grew nervous. He spent half an hour selecting clothes and eventually chose what he wore the first time, a white crew neck sweater paired with a thick jacket coat and finished with light straight-leg jeans. Turning around once in front of the mirror, Jiang Xinghe thought he looked fine. Seeing Jiang Xinghe's attire, Chu Yang's eyes brightened. "Whoa, you're dressed up, huh?" Sitting on the low cabinet while putting on shoes, Jiang Xinghe glanced downward and replied, "No, just something random." "Oh, you look good even in random stuff. Not surprising coming from our star." Chu Yang squinted and bent down to rub Jiang Xinghe's head, surprised to find he seemed to use some hair gel. Raising an eyebrow, his eyes kept twinkling. "Chu Yang, I notice you've been getting cocky recently." Jiang Xinghe slapped away the hand messing with his head and tilted his head to look at the alpha. Chu Yang grabbed the coat hanging on the rack and slipped it on. This was still the couple outfit they bought 2 hours ago at the mall. Initially, he wanted Jiang Xinghe to wear one too, but considering the other man's mega sense of shame, he decided to save it for later when things became more official between them. "How do you mean?" Chu Yang adjusted the collar of his coat and turned to Jiang Xinghe with a smile. Jiang Xinghe lost focus for a brief moment at the sight of the small dimple in Chu Yang's cheek. He bent down to tie the laces of his boots, muttering, "You don't call me bro anymore, isn't that being cocky?" Lowering himself slightly, Chu Yang let the coat fall loosely on the floor, helping Jiang Xinghe tie the other boot's lace. Jiang Xinghe slowed considerably compared to Chu Yang, who tied much prettier bow knots. Omega stared at his ugly butterfly knot, and Chu Yang directly undid it, creating a beautiful one instead. Smiling warmly, Chu Yang asked, "Big brother, does my knot look pretty?" A low-pitched "brother" left Jiang Xinghe's scalp tingling, so he silently moved his foot out of Chu Yang's reach and stammered, It's fine." Alpha stood up, resting his hands on his thighs, bending over to whisper suggestively into Jiang Xinghe's ear, "I know more than how to tie butterfly knots with my hands." Reacting immediately, Jiang Xinghe shot up from his seat, his cheeks flushing red as he gritted his teeth. "Chu Yang, are you close to your heat cycle? If you dare tease me again, I'll cut off your tongue." Chu Yang held up his hands in surrender, serious-faced, "My bad, won't happen again." Jiang Xinghe tossed the car keys into Chu Yang's arms and went out to wait for the elevator, not sure if it was embarrassment or anger causing his face's flush, which lasted for a long while. Chu Yang was like a little rascal dog now. After putting on his shoes, Chu Yang followed Jiang Xinghe into the elevator, draping the scarf in his hand around Jiang Xinghe's neck. "Don't freeze." Carrying their bags filled with purchased New Year goods, the duo arrived at the Chui Bamboo Garden Villa complex, where they both had grown up. Despite owning many houses, neither Chu Shan nor Luo Xian had ever moved away. Initially, it was because moving away would inconvenience taking care of Jiang Xinghe, later on because they worried that if they left, Jiang Xinghe wouldn't be able to find them. And so, they stayed there for over 20 years. Jiang Xinghe didn't know all these details, and no one had told him. He only thought that the two uncles were nostalgic, always worrying about burdening the person they love by speaking their mind. Luo Xian opened the door with flour on his hands and smiled at the items they carried. "Nice, you two have truly grown up. Coming home for the new year like returning to your maternal home." Jiang Xinghe tried to say something but finally just uttered, "Uncle, Happy New Year." Chu Shan was rolling out dumpling skins, peeking over when the two entered. "Chu Yang, never seen you bring anything for the family before, are these all from Stars?" "Look at him, and then look at yourself. Go wash your hands and help." "I know." Chu Yang hung his coat on the rack and went to the kitchen with Jiang Xinghe to wash their hands. "Where's Grandpa Chu?" Jiang Xinghe asked quietly. Chu Yang took a tissue and handed it to Jiang Xinghe to wipe his hands. "He's upstairs taking an afternoon nap. My grandpa always sleeps for 2 hours every afternoon." Jiang Xinghe slightly widened his eyes. 2 hours. That's too long. Chu Shan chuckled. "Elders don't need much sleep, they wake up after 3 or 4 hours at night, so they need to take a nap in the afternoon. Very health conscious, he must get 8 hours of sleep every day." Jiang Xinghe took a piece of dough skin and used chopsticks to pick up some meat filling, shaping it into a crescent moon. "Uncle, is it possible that Grandpa Chu can't sleep at night because he sleeps too much in the afternoon?" The air seemed to stop flowing, and the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Jiang Xinghe placed the dumpling on the tray and gave a puzzled Chu Shan walked to the staircase and shouted, "Dad! Don't sleep anymore. If you sleep too much now, you won't be able to sleep tonight." A second later, Grandpa Chu scolded, "Get lost." Chapter 35, Smelling Your Scent Again. Chu Shan silently picked up the rolling pin and continued working, nodding toward upstairs. "Tisk, such a temper." Luo Xian took a dough skin and also pinched a crescent-shaped dumpling onto the tray. Chu Shan smiled happily. "My wife makes them look so nice." Chu Yang looked at the other crescent next to Jiang Xinghe's dumplings that Luo Xian had made and sneered while making a pleat on one of the dumplings that Jiang Xinghe had wrapped. "What are you doing with my dumplings again?" Jiang Xinghe didn't stop his hands as he quickly wrapped another. Mega might lack talent in cooking, but his speed at wrapping dumplings was fast. Adding Luo Xian and Chu Yang who were also helping out, Chu Shan was struggling to keep up with rolling out more skins. "Separate your dumplings from Dad's, otherwise we won't know which ones are yours." Chu Yang made another pleat while keeping pace with the production line-like rhythm where each time Jiang Xinghe made one, he added a pleat. Jiang Xinghe looked at Chu Yang's actions and laughed. "They'll all be cooked in the same pot, why separate them? Can't you tell? The little brat just wants to eat what you've made by hand." A loud voice came from the staircase. It was Grandpa Chu speaking. Jiang Xinghe stood up respectfully and called out, "Happy New Year, Grandpa Chu." "You too, young man, sit down. Don't be so formal. You've been afraid of me since you were little," said Grandpa Chu as he glanced at everyone's progress and sat aside to crack sunflower seeds. Jiang Xinghe felt a bit awkward, not knowing how to respond. Chu Yang complained unhappily, "How can anyone not fear you, sir?" This comment clearly carried resentment over being set up on a blind date last time, and he sarcastically teased his grandpa. Grandpa Chu took away the rolling pin from Chu Shan's hand and whacked Chu Yang's bottom. A white flour mark was left on Chu Yang's dark trousers. "You damned boy. Just arguing back. Ouch. It hurts." Chu Yang howled. "Hey. This is a tool for making noodles. And you use it on people's butts. Chu Shan grabbed back the rolling pin and wiped it clean with a tissue, looking somewhat displeased. Jiang Xinghe, observing this lively household scene, lowered his head and smiled enviously. Grandpa Chu turned to Jiang Xinghe and suddenly said, "I heard that you two are living together. Young people these days are truly unruly. Take some time to register your marriage certificate." Jiang Xinghe was stunned. Chu Yang was also shocked, but there were tears of gratitude in his eyes. "Dear Grandpa. Absolutely a real grandfather." Grandpa, Yang and I, Jiang Xinghe felt awkward and wanted to explain. "What's wrong with you? Do you look down on my grandson?" Grandpa Chu raised his eyebrows. "Chu Yang, is this unrequited love?" This confirmed to Jiang Xinghe whose carefree recklessness Chu Yang had inherited. Chu Yang interjected, "You mind your own business, Grandpa. Who has the patience to care about your affairs?" The tone of Grandpa Chu shifted immediately, directing his words toward Jiang Xinghe. "I heard you work under Little Gu." Little Gu? Was he referring to President Gu? Jiang Xinghe nodded. Grandpa Chu praised approvingly, "Very good, ambitious and determined. That kid hasn't visited me for ages. Call him tomorrow to come over for dinner." Now Chu Shan wasn't pleased, "So the two of you will have a private dinner." Amidst the laughter and chatter, the dumplings were all wrapped. Chu Shan dragged Chu Yang to the kitchen to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Few would believe that these two influential figures in the business world were actually home cooks, and they did their jobs pretty well. Grandpa Chu went out for a walk, promising to return for dinner, leaving only the four of them at home. The two Chus made a commotion in the kitchen. The sound of knives chopping against the cutting board was loud and clear. Jiang Xinghe felt restless, having never felt uneasy when alone with Chu Yang at home before. He even frequently bossed Chu Yang around for various tasks. But now here, without something to do, sitting idle made him feel unsteady. "Uncle, let me go help them in the kitchen," Jiang Xinghe said as he rose from his seat, only to be pulled back onto the couch by Luo Xian. Luo Xian shoved a pack of melon seeds into his hands. "Let those two handle it. You work so hard, you should sit and relax during the holidays while I watch some TV with you." Jiang Xinghe reluctantly sat down but couldn't help turning his head toward the kitchen every now and then. Their home had an open-plan kitchen, and strangely, each time he turned around, his eyes met Chu Yang's gaze. Chu Yang had rolled up his sleeves to just above the elbow, revealing well-toned forearms that flexed as he chopped the meat. He was also wearing a pink pig-patterned apron, which contrasted humorously with his usual dominant alpha demeanor. Jiang Xinghe unconsciously touched his nose, then accepted a banana from Luo Xian, peeled it, and began eating. It was sweet. The father and son duo spent 3 hours bustling in the kitchen, preparing 8 delicious dishes, all beautifully presented. When the water in the pot came to a boil, Chu Yang added the dumplings, watching the white, plump shapes bob about in the boiling water. Following what Chu Shan had taught him, he added cold water when the dumplings floated back up. This was necessary for ensuring the meat-filled dumplings were fully cooked after 3 rounds of boiling. As the dumplings floated to the surface, Chu Yang scooped them out with a slotted spoon and placed them on a plate. Dumplings were an indispensable part of their New Year's Eve dinner. Jiang Xinghe helped arrange the food on the table, and the enticing aroma made his stomach growl embarrassingly loud. He shyly rubbed his belly. Suddenly, Chu Yang appeared behind him and popped something into his mouth. After chewing, Jiang Xinghe recognized it. It was juicy and bursting with flavor. His eyes lit up as he said, "Fried meatballs. Taste good." "This is Chu General Manager's exclusive recipe," Chu Yang said with pride as he held the plate in front of Jiang Xinghe, looking around furtively before whispering, "Quick, I'll allow you to sneak eat 2 more. Jiang Xinghe quickly grabbed another 2 meatballs and stuffed them into his mouth, his cheeks bulging slightly as he chewed fast. In this moment, they both seemed like children again. Their parents always taught them to wait until the adults started eating first. As kids, the two had often used their height advantage to sneak into the kitchen beforehand, thinking they were cleverly hiding it. But in fact, their parents had seen through them but simply chose not to say anything. Chu Yang looked at Jiang Xinghe's satisfied face, and the dimples at the corner of his mouth deepened. Alpha thought that he would give everything for this fleeting happiness. Luo Xian stopped Chu Shan just as he entered the dining area and pointed a finger at him. "Don't be a third wheel. These two, they're pretty good together." Chu Shan smiled, wrapping his arms around Luo Xian's shoulders gently. "Happy New Year, my love." Grandpa Chu said he'd come back for dinner, and true to his word, the table had barely been set with utensils when he walked in. He returned carrying 2 bottles of strong vodka, insisting that everyone join him in drinking a few shots. Jiang Xinghe held the glass up to his nose and sniffed, prompting Chu Yang's curiosity. "What are you sniffing?" "Your scent." Jiang Xinghe lowered his head and smelled again, adding matter-of-factly, "Though it may not be as pure as your pheromones." Even though Jiang Xinghe was merely stating a fact, Chu Yang's Adam's apple moved slightly as he tilted his head and gulped down the liquor in one swig. The alcohol burned its way down his throat, spreading a fiery warmth from his esophagus straight into his stomach. Chapter 36, Giving You a Month to Accept Me. Chen Che lay bored on his bed scrolling through his phone, trapped indoors on the holiday playing the obedient child. "Bro," Chen Jing shuffled in wearing slippers, pushing the door wide open, "let's go make a snowman." "It's too cold, no way." Suddenly, Chen Che sat upright in bed. Hey, Jing, can you run out and grab me a pack of cigarettes? I'll send you a lucky red envelope. Chen Jing pursed her lips and stared at Chen Che like he was a fool. Big bro, I'm not a kid anymore. You think you can bribe me with a little pocket money? Oomph. Ever since you differentiated into an alpha, you become entirely unlovable, just like Dad. Chen Jing yanked open the curtains of his room. You need some sunlight. Always lying around. The younger generation sure knows how to nag, Chen Che muttered as he got up, ready to spend some time with his brother and enrich his childhood. Just then, glancing out the balcony, he noticed someone standing below their building. As if by telepathy, the person looked up, catching Chen Che's gaze and waving. Chen Che flipped him 2 middle fingers and closed the curtain. How did Ji Feng end up here? Ever since being mysteriously kicked out of the car that day, Chen Che had blocked Ji Feng's contact number. Crossing his legs, Chen Che played a game with his brother for a while, losing 3 consecutive rounds, growing increasingly annoyed. He threw down the phone, went to the balcony, and cracked it open slightly. Ji Feng had already left. This guy must have issues. There was a knock on the bedroom door. Aunt Qian handed Chen Che a gift box. Young master, I found this at the doorstep. There's a note saying it's your New Year's present. Chen Jing peeked over. Big brother, are you in a relationship? Ha! As if I'd be the type to fall in love. Chen Che opened the brocade box to reveal a diamond wristwatch. Beneath it was a note, and Chen Che avoided his troublemaking younger brother's gaze as he snuck a glance. Happy New Year. He had expected some sobbing apology. Chen Che shooed his younger brother away and hesitated for a moment before pulling Ji Feng off the blacklist. You going to apologize? It took Ji Feng a long while to reply. I'll say sorry in person. When do you have time? I'll treat you to dinner. Chen Che scratched his neck, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then headed downstairs where he ate 2 plates of dumplings. After dinner, everyone watched the Spring Festival Gala together. Grandpa Chu couldn't hold out any longer and returned to his room to sleep. Before leaving, he handed Jiang Xinghe a thick red envelope, making Chu Yang wait expectantly for a long time before pulling a single coin out of his pocket and placing it in Chu Yang's palm. Jiang Xinghe was startled by the thickness of the envelope but thought about it for a moment and decided not to decline. It wasn't like they were kids anymore. Skipping the awkward back and forth felt right. Thank you, Grandpa. Happy New Year, Grandpa. Grandpa Chu kindly nodded at him, approving of the child more with each passing day after Chu Shan told him many things about the Jiang family recently. He always admired those who selflessly contributed despite being stereotyped as profit-driven merchants. Chu Yang tossed the coin around in his hand, scrutinized it from all sides, even blew on it to place it next to his ear but there was no ringing sound. Grandpa, this is way too stingy. Grandpa Chu chuckled and pulled another red envelope with matching thickness from under the sofa and handed it to Chu Yang. Brat, am I going to miss you? Here, for Sun too. He reached into his pocket, produced an even bigger envelope, and shoved it into Luo Xian's hands. Luo Xian smiled. Thanks, Dad. Chu Shan leaned in, grinning and held out his hands. Dad, what about me? You're already an adult, no share for you. With that, Grandpa Chu left them behind, humming a tune as he ascended upstairs to bed. Chu Shan shrugged. Alright, I guess I'm the only one not blood-related here. Chu Yang tossed the coin to him, laughing. Here, Dad, it's yours. Chu Shan picked up a slipper, ready to swat him. You disrespectful brat. Luo Xian also prepared 2 red envelopes, handing them to Jiang Xinghe and Chu Yang. Here, let the dad give you both New Year money. Wishing our star and Yang happy growth. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, Dad. Chu Shan intended to stay awake for the countdown alongside the gala, but Luo Xian dragged him away, insisting on giving more space to the children so as not to irritate them. In an instant, only the 2 of them were left downstairs. The television broadcasted a comedy sketch while Jiang Xinghe curled up cross-legged on the sofa, completely relaxed. Chu Yang suddenly stood up, winking mysteriously at Jiang Xinghe. Stay put, I've got a surprise for you. Jiang Xinghe looked curiously as Chu Yang sprinted out the door in his shirt sleeves. It was -7 degrees Celsius outside, yet he didn't grab a coat. 5 minutes later, Chu Yang appeared in the backyard, waving through the large glass wall in the living room at Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe grabbed his own jacket and ran to the backyard with Chu Yang's coat in hand. There, Chu Yang held a big bunch of sparklers, smiling stupidly. Fireworks are banned in the city, but I'll take you to the suburbs in a few days to light them. Today, we'll play with these. Jiang Xinghe draped the coat over Chu Yang's shoulders. Alpha's nose tip was already red from the cold, but he warmed up slightly once the coat was on, following Jiang Xinghe's motion. With a smile, he accepted the sparklers from Chu Yang, surprised. When did you buy these? How come I didn't know? Haven't we been together all the time? I told you, didn't I? I can do anything. Alpha grinned smugly. Chu Yang lit them with a lighter. Small fireworks burst from the mega-handled stick in Jiang Xinghe's hand, crackling briefly with tiny sparks that illuminated Jiang Xinghe's face. But in Chu Yang's eyes, the brilliance of the fireworks paled in comparison to the twinkle of stars in Jiang Xinghe's eyes. Omega gazed at the fireworks while Alpha watched him. The chime of midnight struck suddenly, and Chu Yang bent down, seeking out Mega's lips, cool, trembling, carrying the stirring vodka pheromones with a trace of Rosa multiflora fragrance. Happy New Year, Jiang Xinghe. Alpha's eyes shone brightly, having seen countless starlit oceans, yet reflecting only Jiang Xinghe within them. Jiang Xinghe's eyelashes fluttered as he caught sight of himself reflected in Chu Yang's eyes. The sparkler in his hand still burned, crackling wildly like the erratic rhythm of his heartbeat. Happy New Year, Chu Yang. Chu Yang exhaled deeply and pulled Jiang Xinghe into his arms, his slightly cool nose grazing over Mega's exposed neck as he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Jiang Xinghe, I don't want to force you, but I can give you at most 1 more month. Jiang Xinghe's neck tickled, so he tilted his head slightly, puzzled. 1 month for what? For accepting me as your boyfriend. The word Chu Yang used was acceptance, not consideration. The alpha seemed amicable but had actually given him a one-way choice. Jiang Xinghe grumbled quietly, you're too domineering. Before the words had even faded, a slight dull pain came from his nape gland, followed by a faint invasion of vodka pheromones. Then he felt a warm, fine touch. Mega shuddered violently, gripping onto Alpha's arms tightly. His breathing became uneven. What are you doing? A temporary mark. It'll stop others from eyeing my property, said the Alpha with a flick of his canine teeth, which carried a light, sweet fragrance of Rosa multiflora. Jiang Xinghe opened his mouth, the warm breath turning into white mist in the cold air before quickly dissipating. Who is your property? Though the injected pheromone was minimal, top-tier alpha pheromones were highly attractive to inferior megas. Jiang Xinghe tried his best to stabilize his breathing and keep his voice steady. Chu Yang fondly rubbed the head of the limp mega and grinned triumphantly. You, of course. Chapter 37, a perfect match between the one who can fight and the one who can take punches. Jiang Xinghe was momentarily speechless. Hold out your hand. Chu Yang's eyes sparkled with amusement, a blush creeping up his ear tips, uncertain whether it was from the cold or shyness. Jiang Xinghe spread his hands, feeling something cool placed into his palm. It gleamed with a blue sheen, its multifaceted surface forming a spherical shape. As pure as possible, it resembled a blue glass sphere without a trace of impurity, crystal clear and bright. What is this? A marble? Doesn't seem right, maybe a sapphire. Jiang Xinghe held the glass ball with his fingers in front of him, checking if there was anything different. Chu Yang took the glass bead from him and aligned it with the small lamp in the backyard. Only then did Jiang Xinghe realize that the glass ball was riddled with cracks radiating outward from its center. When light passed through, it looked like scattered stars emitting light rays, or like a human pupil. What is this? So beautiful. Isn't it very expensive? Jiang Xinghe couldn't help but admire it. Not really, it's just a piece of blue glass. I like it as long as you do. Chu Yang nonchalantly tossed the so-called glass ball in his palm. Not really expensive, just worth an apartment in the city district. Jiang Xinghe smiled warmly and took the glass ball back from Chu Yang, clasping it tightly in his hand. Thanks for the New Year's gift. I really like it, though unfortunately, I didn't prepare anything for you. How about I make it up tomorrow? Chu Yang adjusted his collar, stuffed both hands into his coat pockets, and walked towards the house. I've already received your New Year's present. Jiang Xinghe slipped the glass bead into his pocket, stepped forward to catch up with Chu Yang, and asked curiously, did I send it? When? Chu Yang cheekily pointed at Jiang Xinghe's lips, only to be kicked down onto the carpet by Jiang Xinghe. What to do when your wife is too fierce? Chu Yang winced as he got up from the carpet, rubbing his sore bottom painfully. No worries, he could take punches. One who can fight, and one who can endure it, they were a perfect match. An ideal pair. Born to be together. Hee hee. When it came time for bed, Jiang Xinghe returned home. The place was empty and devoid of life, yet his mindset after returning from King Island was much different than before. He wiped the family photo on the short cabinet with a soft cloth and softly murmured, Dad, Happy New Year. They hired an auntie to clean the house regularly, keeping it spotless. The bedding was aired out especially 2 days ago upon his request. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Jiang Xinghe wandered around in nothing but his underwear since he was the only one home. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Chu Yang. Stop wandering naked near the window. Startled, Jiang Xinghe hastily draped a bathrobe around himself and realized the curtains in the bedroom hadn't been drawn completely, offering a direct view of Chu Yang's room. Warmth rushed to his face. Mega immediately jumped up and yanked the curtains shut. Ignoring Chu Yang's message, he burrowed himself into the cozy blanket, chuckling as he thought more about it. He picked up the glass bead and held it up to align with the bedside lamp, slowly rotating it. The pristine blue gem refracted dazzling fragments of light, indeed resembling an iris pattern. Jiang Xinghe carefully put it away, placing it into a small box beside the pillow. He turned off the light, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. The Omega had a dream, no longer a nightmare but a memory of his childhood when he and Chu Yang held hands and ran through alleys, crossed roads, and bought a string of candied hawthorns by the street. The enduring nightmare was finally dispelled by the Alpha's smile, casting light through shadowy recollections. Having slept too late the night before, Jiang Xinghe couldn't wake up in the morning despite the alarm ringing 3 or 4 times. He barely managed to open his eyes slightly, finding the curtains drawn tight so the room was dim. The mega yawned several times before dragging himself out of bed to wash up. It was cold outside, so Jiang Xinghe rummaged through the bathroom cabinet for a hairdryer to dry his hair, then pulled the curtains open. Outside, it was all white. It had snowed last night. Jiang Xinghe dressed neatly and prepared to go visiting relatives for New Year's Day. As soon as he opened the door, a blast of north wind froze him with a few sneezes. Quickly, he tightened his scarf and trotted over to knock on Chu Yang's door. Chu's grandfather answered the door, and Jiang Xinghe immediately greeted, "Grandpa, Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." Grandpa Chu warmly invited him in. "Come inside, it's freezing out there." The heating inside was excellent, gradually warming his chilled body. Jiang Xinghe bent down to change into slippers and glanced around. Where are Chu Yang and the uncles? Grandpa Chu scoffed, sighing helplessly, "They're still asleep. Only you are honest enough to wake up early and come give me New Year's greetings on such a cold day." Jiang Xinghe touched his nose, laughing modestly. "Actually, I almost didn't get up either. Are you hungry?" "I'll cook dumplings for you," said Grandpa Chu, heading toward the kitchen. "Let me do it, Grandpa." Jiang Xinghe rolled up his sleeves and followed him. "No need, go upstairs and wake Chu Yang." "A young man sleeping in? Unacceptable." Jiang Xinghe glanced upstairs and smiled. "All right, I'll call him." Jiang Xinghe initially intended to barge in, but paused holding the doorknob and knocked twice instead. An alpha's lazy, hoarse voice asked from within, "Who's there?" Pushing the door open, Jiang Xinghe said, "Me. Your grandpa sent me to wake you up." Chu Yang's sleeping habit was different from Jiang Xinghe. He always kept a small night light on, though it was strange that an 189 punch-hard alpha would be afraid of the dark. Faint vodka pheromones lingered in the air, catching Jiang Xinghe's attention on the crumpled paper ball on the floor. When Chu Yang saw Jiang Xinghe squinting at him, his sleepy eyes shot wide open. "Xinghe, how did you wake up so early?" Sitting up in bed, the alpha remained bare-chested, showing off his well-defined collarbone. Feeling uneasy, Jiang Xinghe turned away. "Isn't it New Year's? Hurry up and get up. I'm going downstairs." Mega quickly left. Chu Yang snapped to full awareness with the sound of the closing door, throwing back the covers and silently throwing the paper ball into the trash can. Properly dressed in casual wear, the alpha descended the stairs without hesitation. The dumplings were already cooked, and Chu Shan and Luo Sun were awake. In Chu Yang's bowl were crescent-shaped dumplings, crafted by Jiang Xinghe. Chu Shan winked at him. "Dad understands you." Chu Yang secretly gave him a thumbs-up in response. Luo Sun chuckled, amused by their covert communication. "Grandpa, Uncle, I'm leaving after eating these. I need to go on duty at the union this afternoon," said Jiang Xinghe. Chu Yang furrowed his eyebrows lightly. "You have to work on New Year's Day? That's outrageous." Jiang Xinghe smiled without responding. In fact, with his position, he didn't have to stand guard, but his colleagues all had family to accompany, whereas he. Though the Chus treated him like their own son, he felt it wasn't proper to stay indefinitely now that he was no longer a child. Old Chu tapped Chu Yang's hand with chopsticks. "What kind of talk is that? Can the union operate without people? Moreover, this is an equal society now." "Oh, I didn't mean that." Chu Yang rubbed his hand and told Jiang Xinghe, "I'll return with you after the meal. There's snow accumulation outside. I don't feel comfortable letting you drive alone. Don't worry about me. Stay here and keep your uncle and grandpa company." Chu Shan, "I don't need his companionship." Grandpa Chu, "Nor do I." Jiang Xinghe twitched his lips. "All right then. Let's head back together." Chapter 38, Taking Away Your Little Cookie. When he came, the trunk was full. When he left, not only was the trunk still full, but even the back seat was crammed with all sorts of specialty products from Xia Mountain Estate that Grandpa Chu brought along, organic vegetables, organic fruits, all grown by Grandpa Chu himself, who even managed greenhouse cultivation. The Chu family never lacked for produce, they couldn't possibly consume it all. Chu Yang didn't come often, so Chu Shan almost wanted to empty the fridge for him to take away. Jiang Xinghe was still holding the box of various small cookies made by Luo Sun. He opened the box and took a bite out of a cranberry cookie. "Our fridge can't hold all these things. How about I take some to share with my colleagues at the union?" "Sure, take away the ones I don't like. There are several large cabbages in the trunk." Chu Yang turned his head and gestured for Jiang Xinghe to feed him a small cookie. "Feed me a yogurt-flavored one." Jiang Xinghe fished out a star-shaped yogurt-flavored biscuit and brought it to Chu Yang's lips. "Picky eating isn't a good habit." As Chu Yang's lips brushed over Jiang Xinghe's fingertips and he nibbled the cookie, he said, "Maybe if you tried cooking for me, I wouldn't be so picky." Jiang Xinghe thought for a moment, laughing, "Then continue being picky, my cooking might poison you." Chu Yang burst into laughter, turning the steering wheel to make a sharp turn. "You know yourself pretty well." Jiang Xinghe snorted, turning his head toward the window, pleasantly surprised. Yang, it's snowing again." After returning home, they moved items back and forth several times, until finally only 3 large cabbages and some melons and fruits were left in the trunk, which Jiang Xinghe would bring to his colleagues in the afternoon. After stuffing everything into the fridge, they sat on the couch to rest. Chu Yang even got up to make 2 cups of honey water and handed one to Jiang Xinghe. Replenish your energy. You've used up all the energy from this morning's dumplings, haven't you? Jiang Xinghe took a sip of the honey water, its sweet taste reminding him of locust flower honey. It's far from enough. In training, we always carried a 40-kilogram load. Chu Yang patted his head, good job. Aren't you on duty this afternoon? Go take a nap. Whoever that stupid guy was that let Jiang Xinghe replace him on duty really irritated Chu Yang. Jiang Xinghe stretched his neck and got up, stretching lazily. All right, you also rest. The Omega yawned and entered the bedroom, taking a small box out of his pocket. Inside was a deep blue glass bead. Jiang Xinghe placed it in the bedside cabinet drawer. Since he had gone to bed at 1 in the morning last night and got up at 7 in the morning today, Jiang Xinghe almost fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. In the dim room, you could hear the Mega's light snoring. He was truly exhausted. Having eaten too much rich food yesterday, Chu Yang made a couple of simple vegetable dishes for lunch to clean out the oil from their stomachs. With 2 eggs left in the fridge, he also made a fried rice dish, which smelled quite fragrant. Chu Yang removed his apron and couldn't help but laugh. He really didn't think there would be a day when he'd diligently cook every day. Even during the time he learned how to cook, meals were usually handled by the housekeeper. It's only because of you, Jiang Xinghe. The alpha glanced at the wall clock. It was already 12:30, and went to knock on Jiang Xinghe's door, asking him to wake up for lunch. When the Omega came out, 2 strands of hair were sticking up like little antennae, and his eyes were dazed and confused as he rubbed them and yawned. Chu Yang, while feeling sympathetic, silently screamed in his heart, so cute. So cute. Want to kiss. But outwardly, he remained composed as ever. They watched TV and ate together, creating a warm atmosphere like an old married couple. As Chu Yang watched the talking soda cans on the TV screen, he wondered why Jiang Xinghe liked to watch cartoon shows even 8-year-old kids found childish. The alpha's mind turned, considering whether he should try to take Jiang Xinghe to watch a horror movie later, but this plan never fully formed as it was quickly shot down by himself. No, Mega might not be afraid of horror movies, but Alpha really is. Doing so would embarrass him in front of Jiang Xinghe. After finishing their meal, Jiang Xinghe let Chu Yang stay at home to rest while he drove to work. Chu Yang disagreed strongly, saying he wasn't sleepy at all and staying home would be boring. Therefore, Jiang Xinghe agreed. The 3 large cabbages and some fruits were left at the reception desk of the hall, available for anyone who needed them. Jiang Xinghe didn't want to carry them upstairs again. However, he still held 2 boxes of small cookies made by Luo Sun, planning to eat them while on duty. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped off the elevator, he bumped into Gu Jingqian. President Gu, why have you come? Jiang Xinghe greeted. I just finished an online meeting with other departments. Gu Jingqian's eyes caught sight of the cookies in Jiang Xinghe's arms. Did Uncle Sun make these? Jiang Xinghe, unaware that Gu Jingqian had once pursued Luo Sun, laughed and said, yes, Uncle Sun's cookies are very delicious. Would you like to try some? It was just a polite gesture since Gu Jingqian didn't seem like the type who enjoyed sweets. But unexpectedly, President Gu took the entire box, smiling, all right, let me try. Star River, you've worked hard. I'll go home first then. After finishing speaking, he stepped into the elevator. Jiang Xinghe stared at his empty hands for a moment, having been told that the cookies were just for tasting, yet both boxes had vanished entirely. What's with the stunned look? Ji Feng descended from the security passage with some documents. He didn't like waiting for the elevator. Jiang Xinghe's eyes lingered on the documents in Ji Feng's hand. Nothing. Feng Ji, are you looking for me? Ji Feng nodded. The informant has passed on the latest information about the Gland Crime Syndicate. Viper disappeared with several loyal followers. The 2 arrived at the Weian department office and closed the door. Jiang Xinghe opened the file and read every word carefully. Currently, the Gland Crime Group was in utter chaos. Viper had intended to step out and suppress the situation, but unexpectedly, his subordinates had formed several small factions, all eager to capture him and claim the 500 million bounty. In the end, Viper disappeared along with a few trusted underlings at the port of Jiangzhou City. Jiang Xinghe gripped the document tightly in his hands. Xinghe, we're about to see the light. Ji Feng patted his shoulder, comforting him. Jiang Xinghe smiled and nodded at him. That's right, it's coming soon. It was still snowing outside. Since it was overcast, it got dark very quickly. Ji Feng and Jiang Xinghe took the elevator together after work. Chu Yang stood casually by his car waiting. His face lit up upon seeing Jiang Xinghe, only to instantly frown when he saw Ji Feng beside him. The alpha's eyebrows furrowed slightly, appearing as though he was bracing for an attack. Grabbing a random snowball, it perfectly hit Ji Feng's shoulder. Jiang Xinghe looked startled. Oops, sorry, I was intending to have a snowball fight with Star. Didn't expect to hit Section Chief Ji. Though apologizing verbally, there was no real remorse in his tone. Ji Feng brushed off the marks of snow on his shoulders indifferently. Children really can be immature. Star River, I need to go now. See you after the holiday. See. What kind of meeting? Hypocritical old man. Jiang Xinghe waved goodbye to Ji Feng. Brother Feng is pretty good. Why do you dislike him so much? Because he likes you. Though the words were on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back down. Since Jiang Xinghe couldn't see through his actions, it might be better not to let him know. Nothing, I'm just messing around with him. Chu Yang opened the passenger side car door, waiting for Jiang Xinghe to get in. In a blink of an eye, someone stuffed a snowball down his neck, chilling him abruptly. Ha ha ha, aren't you going to have a snowball fight with me? Let me show you what 100% accuracy looks like today. Laughing, Jiang Xinghe ran away and crouched down to make ammunition. Chu Yang bent over and scraped the snow off his neck, much of it had already melted and trickled into his collar. Gritting his teeth, he grinned, nice move sneaking up on me. But don't expect mercy from me. Snowballs flew between them, and in no time, their clothes were covered with snow. They broke out into a sweat despite the freezing cold. Chu Yang pulled Jiang Xinghe, who wasn't quite finished playing, into the car. You'll catch a cold if we keep this up. Let's head home. Alright, let's go home then. Chapter 39, An Aggressive Cat. As Ji Feng drove to pick up Chen Che, the alpha wearing a pink down jacket was rolling snowballs on the ground, his hands red with cold. It was odd that he hadn't worn gloves. Ji Feng remembered encountering Chen Che in High City, where he was dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, looking like a CEO at least. Now. Seeing Ji Feng stop the car by the roadside without getting out, Chen Che put down the snowball to fiercely bang on the car window. Ji Feng lowered the car door handle, noticing the alpha's frostbitten nose. Slightly wrinkling his brow, he unbuttoned his own scarf and draped it around Chen Che's neck. Do you know how long I've waited for you? How could you lack punctuality when inviting people to dinner? Chen Che wrapped the scarf around his neck tighter. Your trifling doesn't work on me. Ji Feng laughed. What were you doing just now? Building a snowman. Chen Che picked up the well-rolled snowball and placed it on a larger one nearby. Turning his head, he asked Ji Feng, do you have any coins? Ji Feng opened the armrest box inside the car, failing to find any coins. He glanced down at the metal buttons on his overcoat, nonchalantly tearing two off and handing them to the alpha. Chen Che looked at the buttons in his palm and teased, you carry buttons with you. Section Chief Ji is skilled in needlework, isn't he? Ji Feng said nothing. Chen Che inspected the hidden patterns on the buttons. They seemed handmade, probably quite expensive. He pressed the buttons onto the snowball to serve as the snowman's eyes. Anyway, it wasn't his money spent, so more expensive, the better. Perhaps truly wanting to apologize, Ji Feng let himself be commanded by Chen Che without uttering a single complaint. After making the eyes, Chen Che directed Ji Feng to find a carrot for the snowman's nose. Where was Ji Feng supposed to find a carrot? So he had to make do with what was available and found a 3-centimeter diameter stick in the bushes, pulling out an elegant pocketknife from his pocket to carve it into the shape of a carrot as requested by Chen Che. You're really something. I've never seen anyone carry a knife around. It's a habit. Ji Feng cut some leaves into arcs and handed them over to Chen Che for the snowman's mouth. Ji Feng's gaze lingered on Chen Che's red finger joints. Let's have dinner. Don't catch a cold. Chen Che unwrapped the scarf around his neck and wrapped it around the snowman before giving himself a satisfied pat. Perfect. The alpha had been squatting too long, and when he stood up suddenly, he felt dizzy, stumbling slightly. Ji Feng grabbed his arm to steady him. Too close now, the faint aroma of wild roses pheromones wafted toward Ji Feng, who let go of his arm and stepped back. Chen Che took out his phone and snapped several photos of the snowman before heading towards the car parked at the roadside with its hazard lights flashing. Art. So artistic. Ji Feng turned and glanced at the snowman. A 68,000 yuan scarf, 1,000 yuan per piece buttons, definitely art. What kind of food do you want? Ji Feng lightly pressed down on the gas pedal and got onto the main road. Chen Che revived in the warmth inside the car, adjusting the seat to a comfortable angle, scoffing, Director Ji hasn't ever asked someone out, has he? You should reserve a table beforehand when inviting people to dinner. Ji Feng cast a sidelong glance at Chen Che, indifferent, are we on a date? Chen Che was taken aback, opened his mouth and retorted forcefully, who's on a date with you? I was just using an analogy. You're terrible at socializing. Can you even maintain good relationships with your colleagues? How are you even qualified to be a director? Blah blah. Ji Feng gave a slight smirk. Chen Che was so easy to understand, all his emotions written on his face, like now, clearly embarrassed and angry. With no response from Ji Feng, Chen Che became even more irritated, looking like an angry cat. Ji Feng couldn't help but wonder if this was the same demeanor when he dealt with his little ones. He really wanted to stroke his fur. The food had gotten a bit cold. Chu Yang let Jiang Xinghe take a hot shower first while he reheated the dishes. After reheating the food and setting it out, Chu Yang gathered up Jiang Xinghe's snow-soaked clothes and tossed them into the washing machine, selecting the appropriate mode. After finishing everything, Chu Yang touched his chin, feeling like a little housewife, too considerate. The alpha silently awarded himself 10 points. If Jiang Xinghe didn't like him, then he must surely be blind. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and Chu Yang instinctively looked toward Jiang Xinghe's room door before quickly averting his eyes. 5 minutes later, Mega wore light-colored pajamas, towel atop his head drying his hair, walking toward the dining table, the freckle at the corner of his eye increasingly vividly red. I'm starving, the warm water while bathing nearly made me faint from hypoglycemia. Chu Yang opened the pressure cooker and served him a bowl of cooked coarse cereal porridge. Didn't you bring 2 boxes of biscuits to work? Why are you this hungry? A drop of water rolled down from Jiang Xinghe's wet hair strand as Mega sat down, landing on his neck and flowing into his collar. Chu Yang lowered his gaze at that spot where there were a few faint tooth marks, pulled out a chair, and sat beside Jiang Xinghe. The Omega draped the towel around his neck. President Gu beat me to it and didn't leave me a single piece. Chu Yang chuckled at his unrestrained movements. Uncle Gu probably recognized that the cookies were made by my dad. Jiang Xinghe put a chopstickful of sour and spicy shredded potatoes into his mouth and mumbled through chewing, "Is that so? No wonder President is observant, but why would he eat the things?" Jiang Xinghe paused his chewing and raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Impossible. Is it what I think?" Chu Yang nodded, thinking that while you were perceptive about others' feelings, it was like you were oblivious when it came to yourself, like an idiot. Jiang Xinghe enthusiastically listened to the love and hate stories of the 3 uncles and exclaimed, "So touching. The president being single at such an advanced age, wouldn't it be because of Uncle Sun?" Chu Yang lifted his eyebrows slightly. "What did you call my dad?" Mega froze for a moment, somewhat flustered and muttered, "Sorry, slip of tongue. It's Uncle Sun." "Uncle Sun." Chu Yang smiled inwardly, thinking there will be a time for you to correct your address. Alpha continued skillfully saying, "You're very smart, actually, the highest compatibility rate is between Uncle Gu and my dad. Do you know why my dad chose my father instead?" Jiang Xinghe hesitated, swallowing the unfinished rice in his mouth. "Why?" Chu Yang stared unblinkingly at Jiang Xinghe's eyes, slowly and firmly saying, "Because of love. My dad gave Dad Sun enough security. Dad Sun will always be my father's first choice, even though his compatibility with Uncle Gu is higher. But the love my father gave to Dad Sun made up for the lack in compatibility, do you understand?" Jiang Xinghe blinked and the spoon in his hand clanged into the bowl, splashing a few drops of congee broth, which landed precisely on Chu Yang's arm. Mega hurriedly took a wet tissue from the dining table to wipe the Alpha's arm. Chu Yang patted Jiang Xinghe's head gently, saying softly, "No need to rush, you still have a month." Jiang Xinghe thought of last night's kiss and Chu Yang's childish words about accepting him as boyfriend within a month, and drank a big mouthful of congee while lowering his head. Chu Yang sighed and rested his chin on his hand looking at Jiang Xinghe whose face was almost buried in the bowl. "Are you really 25 years old? How come you're like my grandpa, such an obstinate old man, chicken-hearted?" Jiang Xinghe raised his head and tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Then should I call you grandpa?" The Alpha raised his eyebrows, the dimple at the corner of his mouth getting deeper as it curled upwards, teasing, "Everyone else calls me daddy, how unusual are your preferences?" Jiang Xinghe slapped the chopsticks onto the dining table, stood up and clicked his wrists a few times, moving his neck side to side. Mega blocked the ceiling light in the dining room, casting a shadow over Chu Yang, who noticed a hint of murderous intent in his gaze. "Do you want to test the top 3 combat skills on the Tsang River Island?" "Brother Xinghe. Sorry. I'm wrong." Chu Yang's laughter froze on his lips as he raised his hands in surrender, just about to run when he was pushed down to the ground by Jiang Xinghe, pressing his knees against his lower back. "Ah." A lump of soft flesh on the Alpha's waist was pinched hard, causing his eyes to instantly brim with physiological tears, struggling to recover after some time. Chapter 40, The Uncontrollable Emotions. After finishing their meal, Jiang Xinghe put the bowls and chopsticks into the dishwasher, and turned around to see Chu Yang's aggrieved face. The Alpha pulled up his shirt and pointed to the bruise on his side as an accusation. "Look what you did. It hurts so much." Jiang Xinghe slightly lifted his eyebrows and walked over, poking it with his water-dampened fingers, making Chu Yang shiver in pain. "I didn't think I used that much force. Wait here, I'll get some red flower oil to rub on it." Jiang Xinghe strode into his own room. Due to his profession, he kept many medicines for bruises and injuries. Jiang Xinghe came out holding a bottle of red flower oil and instructed Chu Yang to lie on his side on the sofa. He lifted up his shirt, poured a little red flower oil into his palm, and kneaded it before placing his warm palm over the skin on the Alpha's waist, hotter than fire. The Alpha's Adam's apple rolled twice as he looked into Jiang Xinghe's tightly pursed lips. The Omega's hands were very skilled. After rubbing for a while, it indeed didn't hurt as much. Chu Yang quietly used his foot to grab the small blanket at the end of the sofa and cover the part under his waist. After all, he was a young man full of vitality. As an older virgin Alpha, Chu Yang believed his self-control was top-notch, but once he encountered Jiang Xinghe, his defenses broke easily. Jiang Xinghe saw his action, his eyelashes quivering slightly as he quickly pulled Chu Yang's clothes back down, saying, "I'll go wash my hands." Under the sound of rushing water, Jiang Xinghe saw his cheeks flush in the mirror, cupping cold water to splash on his face to calm himself. Chu Yang sat up, closing his eyes and reciting a mental purification spell silently before smiling, taking the blanket off, walking to Jiang Xinghe's door and knocking lightly, annoyingly saying, "Jiang Xinghe, didn't you take a nap this afternoon? We don't have work tomorrow, let's watch a movie." Jiang Xinghe opened the door and walked out. His damp bangs stuck to one side carelessly, revealing his beautiful forehead. "What kind of movie?" "A horror film, are you scared?" Chu Yang suddenly got close to him, as if trying to scare him. But Mega showed no reaction whatsoever, and even looked at Chu Yang like he was an idiot, mocking him, a guy who's scared of caterpillars actually dares to watch horror films. Chu Yang's smile froze on his lips. When they were in primary school, a classmate had pulled a prank bringing caterpillars to scare people in class. By accident, one was thrown onto Chu Yang's desk, scaring him cry right there. Wiping his tears, he ran upstairs to seek comfort in Jiang Xinghe, crying and saying someone in his class bullied him. Jiang Xinghe was only a year older, immediately grabbing the broom from behind the classroom and rushing downstairs asking who bullied his younger brother. His fierce appearance intimidated all the elementary students of class 3 grade 2. Jiang Xinghe managed to turn the tables, smiling brightly as he entered the gaming room. There was a large screen, a mini-home cinema setup. It wasn't here when he first moved in, he wondered when Chu Yang arranged it. Chu Yang certainly wouldn't pick a horror film to watch, although he longed for Jiang Xinghe to snuggle into his arms. The more likely scenario was that he would end up in Jiang Xinghe's arms instead. Though the effect might be similar. It was too much of an affront to his manliness as a strong alpha. The persona of a domineering tycoon couldn't falter. The curtains were drawn, the lights turned off, leaving nothing but the light cast by the projector. The two of them nestled in the beanbag chairs, Chu Yang placing a box of popcorn on Jiang Xinghe's crossed legs. As the movie began, the glow illuminated Jiang Xinghe's pale ankle, that little protruding bone. Chu Yang uncontrollably recalled the day he had accidentally touched Jiang Xinghe's ankle and ended up being kicked to the floor. Jiang Xinghe popped a kernel of popcorn into his mouth, eyes glued to the screen. Are you going to watch the movie or not? Caught red-handed. Chu Yang had chosen a romance film, about two people from different classes breaking free of their shackles to stay together forever, his way of telling Jiang Xinghe that love could conquer all. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xinghe watched the entire 2 hours with an expressionless face, finally furrowing his brow slightly at the end. The wise don't fall in love, it's too terrible to have a brain consumed by romance. Huh. That wasn't what Chu Yang had expected at all. Chu Yang. How did you come to that conclusion? Jiang Xinghe took a sip of water to clear his throat. That aristocratic young master abandoned his inheritance rights for a man and went to live a life of coarse tea and simple food in the countryside. Isn't that a case of having a brain consumed by romance? What if there's a possibility this movie wanted to express is that the protagonist is willing to abandon everything for his beloved? Chu Yang tentatively asked. Jiang Xinghe looked at him speechlessly. Isn't that still a brain consumed by romance? Chu Yang pinched the bridge of his nose. He had underestimated his Mega, a realist. I'm going to sleep. Jiang Xinghe glanced at the troubled alpha and subtly curved his lips. Fool. Chu Yang responded with an "oh," getting up to turn off the projector. Jiang Xinghe, who had already started walking away, turned back and patted his head. Good night. Chu Yang rubbed his face, letting out a quiet laugh in the palms of his hands, falling deeper, completely done for. Well, whatever, since he was already hopelessly devoted to Jiang Xinghe anyway. Ji Feng picked several restaurants but Chen Che rejected all the options, Japanese cuisine, French cuisine, you name it. In the end, they chose a barbecue shop on the University Town Snack Street, introduced by Chu Yang, claiming it was owned by a friend of Jiang Xinghe's father and the taste was decent. Upon arrival, Chen Che realized he'd been here before with his classmates. Back then, he tried dragging Chu Yang along, but Chu Yang refused, claiming it wasn't clean. Chen Che smirked. It was truly the power of love. Uncle Xiao came over holding a simple menu and smiled warmly. Young sir, what would you like to eat? Chen Che grinned. Uncle Xiao, Chu Yang said your place was excellent. I thought today would be a wasted trip, never expecting that your shop would still be open during the holiday. Chu Yang. Oh yes, I remember. Today, we'll give you 70% discount. Uncle Xiao chuckled kindly. My child isn't home, and staying alone at home feels meaningless. It's better to come out and earn money. Chen Che pointed at Ji Feng and joked, don't offer discounts. Let me off the hook, aha. Ji Feng smiled faintly. Uncle, the original price will do. You two are really interesting. Whose money isn't worth something? Uncle Xiao carried the menu Chen Che ordered to the grill area. After the dishes were served, a pot of warm wine was also sent, homemade, perfect for cold winter nights. Ji Feng was driving and didn't drink any alcohol, leaving all of it for Chen Che. He assumed his alcohol tolerance was decent, but the wine had a strong after-effect. After finishing, his stomach burned hotly, making his head quite dizzy. In the end, Ji Feng practically carried him onto the car when they left. The mix of alcohol and wild rosemary's fragrance made Ji Feng unconsciously swallow saliva, then he promptly opened all the windows for ventilation. Blown by the cold wind, Chen Che sneezed, squinting his eyes and glaring at Ji Feng. Do you want to freeze me to death? Rain in your pheromones, they're full of wild rosemary scent. Chen Che blinked, suddenly unfastening his seatbelt and leaning towards Ji Feng, who immediately activated the right turn signal to stop the car at the side of the road. Ji Feng whispered softly, I'm driving, don't act drunk and unruly. Chen Che shook his dazed head, trying to open his eyes fully to look straight at Ji Feng, but his vision was blurry. You. Chen Che poked Ji Feng's chest and grinned, saying, you, feel the effects of an alpha's pheromones too? Is Section Chief Ji a pervert? Chen Che pulled back into his seat, leaning against it, closing his eyes while muttering, you're just a pervert. What kind of place is that where someone even entered? Little Master applied medicine for a whole week. A whole week. His voice gradually softened as he tilted his head and fell asleep. Chapter 41, Repair Shop. Ji Feng gazed at Chen Che, his Adam's apple moving twice. Every frame of memories from 5 years ago was vivid in his mind, the flickering fluorescent light in the restroom stall, and Ji Feng spread out his hands, revealing the scar on the right hand's tiger's mouth which had faded. That place had once been bitten by a wild cat's sharp teeth, creating a bloody hole that erased the last shred of rationality for an alpha in estrus. Ji Feng had never done anything immoral in his life, except for what he did to Chen Che. 5 years ago, Ji Feng went to a bar on a mission, got drugged, and it triggered his estrus period. Panicking, he hid in the restroom, but before he could lock the door, the boy with the rose scent mistakenly entered. The estrus period induced by the drug was short-lived. After regaining consciousness, Ji Feng received immediate orders to arrest the suspect. He hadn't even managed to ask the boy's name when he hastily left behind only a diamond cufflink. Upon their first meeting in High City, Ji Feng immediately recognized him. As the faint scent of cedar and snow lingered in the air, Ji Feng closed the car window, covering Chen Che with his coat while stepping out in just a shirt to light a cigarette. Amongst the flickering sparks, Ji Feng exhaled a cloud of smoke as hidden emotions sprouted within his heart. Chen Che squinted his eyes, a hangover made his head heavy. Rubbing his temples, his vision gradually cleared. This wasn't his home. Yesterday. The room carried a faint aroma of cedar and snow pheromones. Chen Che violently threw off the blanket. His clothes had already been changed, but fortunately, he felt no discomfort. The alpha stood up, surveying the room, which was clearly Ji Feng's bedroom, gray and white tones, businesslike with little romance. What caught the eye most was the display cabinet filled with weapon models. Attempting to open it, Chen Che found it locked. Next to the display case was a bookshelf lined with books. Chen Che picked one at random, flipped through it without understanding much, then put it back. One side represented force and bloodshed, while the other symbolized warmth and peaceful times. Chen Che touched his chin, wondering if Ji Feng suffered from split personality disorder. Ji Feng knocked on the door calling for Chen Che to wake up, receiving no response. Upon opening the door, he saw no one there, only the sound of running water from the bathroom. The bathroom door opened. A towel draped over his head, Chen Che walked out bare-chested, showing off the strong muscle lines of an alpha. Only a bath towel wrapped around his waist remained. Startled upon seeing Ji Feng, he then casually strode out, saying, "Sorry, I used your towel, you don't mind, do you?" "Hey! Where are my clothes?" Ji Feng glanced aside. "You threw up all over them yesterday. I threw them in the washing machine, they're not dry yet." "Then what should I wear?" "You should be able to fit into my clothes, let me find something for you." Ji Feng walked straight into the wardrobe, soon reappearing with a hoodie and long pants that he tossed to Chen Che. Chen Che took the clothes and smiled at Ji Feng. "Director Ji, why won't you look at me?" Ji Feng turned around to meet his gaze, coolly replying, "No reason." Chen Che tossed the clothes onto the bed, approaching Ji Feng, narrowing his eyes. "Are you attracted to both genders?" There was a smell of Ji Feng's shower gel mixed with the scent of Chen Che's wild rose pheromones. Ji Feng lowered his head, using his fingertip to hook the edge of the towel tied around Chen Che's waist. Chen Che shuddered, shielding his towel protectively, abruptly retreating as he cautiously asked, "What are you doing?" Ji Feng rubbed his fingers together. "Enough fooling around, get dressed and come downstairs for breakfast." "Who said I'm fooling around with you?" "You're sick. Pervert." Chen Che cursed loudly, grabbing a pillow and throwing it at Ji Feng. Ji Feng slightly tilted his head, allowing the pillow to fall to the wooden floor as the door shut with a click. Since they both slept late last night, neither woke up early this morning. They decided to combine breakfast and lunch. Jiang Xinghe suggested eating out to avoid cooking. After all, it was vacation time to rest, and Chu Yang wholeheartedly agreed, claiming that he'd turn into a full-time cook if cooking continued. However, after Jiang Xinghe spent some time browsing apps, only a few restaurants were open, most had suspended operations. It was understandable since people worked hard throughout the year and deserved proper rest during the holiday. Chu Yang had already changed his clothes when Jiang Xinghe hesitated and said, "All the restaurants are closed, we'd better eat at home." Chu Yang paused while putting on his shoes. Jiang Xinghe tentatively proposed, "Shall I cook?" It would be better not to bother the hospital. Chu Yang hung his coat back on the rack, walked to the kitchen, opened the fully stocked fridge and examined it. Turning around, he addressed Jiang Xinghe who was sitting in the living room. "Brother Xinghe, shall we have hot pot for lunch?" "Sure." Jiang Xinghe shuffled over wearing slippers, peeking inside the fridge at the ingredients. "Do we have sesame sauce?" "No, the nearby supermarket is still open, I'll go buy some for you." Chu Yang closed the fridge. "We also don't have hot pot base, so I'll pick that up too." "Is there anything else you want?" "I'll go with you." Jiang Xinghe finished his cola in one gulp, and with a graceful arc, the can landed perfectly in the kitchen trash bin. Chu Yang couldn't help but reminded him like an old father. "All right, don't drink too much cola, it's bad for your teeth." "Understood, Grandpa Chu." The two drove to the largest supermarket nearby, their goals set straight as they headed directly to the seasoning area. Jiang Xinghe hesitated between buying beef tallow hot pot or mushroom soup base, and Chu Yang simply threw both into the cart. We'll have pot, a combination of spicy and non-spicy hot pot. Do we even have a hot pot at home? Jiang Xinghe placed freshly ground sesame sauce into the cart. Chu Yang chuckled softly, seems not, let's buy one. Fortunately, they were at a large supermarket, where all living necessities were available. To cook a hot pot meal, from utensils to seasonings, everything had to be newly purchased, which was rather absurd. Neither of them had much life experience, nor could they discern the quality of different materials. Jiang Xinghe hesitated over 2 pots, bewildered by the shop assistant's explanations, while Chu Yang directly asked for the most expensive one. Isn't 28,000 yuan for a pot excessive? Jiang Xinghe looked at the label and winced. If it's expensive, there must be reasons, little impoverished guy. No one in the entire Seth will be richer than me, so stop worrying. Jiang Xinghe pulled up the corners of his mouth. True, just consider this as contributing to society. As they pushed the shopping cart forward, passing the seafood section, Chu Yang bought some abalone and lobsters, saying he would cook a seafood porridge for Jiang Xinghe tonight. Jiang Xinghe stared at the enormous Boston lobster in the cart. Is this adding seafood to the porridge, or adding porridge to the seafood? Chu Yang smiled. After returning home, we could also grind the shrimp into paste and add it into the hot pot. With laughter, they continued toward the checkout area, when suddenly someone behind them called out, Mr. Chu. Chu Yang remembered this voice. In an instant, his muscles tensed. He didn't want Jiang Xinghe to know about this person's existence, planning to pretend not to hear and continue moving forward, but Jiang Xinghe had already stopped. Your friend? Jiang Xinghe looked at the delicate-looking Mega who asked. Chu Yang's expression darkened. No. Zhao Yu's gaze lingered for 2 seconds on the identical coats worn by the 2 men, then he smiled and extended his hand toward Jiang Xinghe. Hello, I'm Zhao Yu. Chapter 42, I love you. Jiang Xinghe shook hands with Zhao Yu in confusion, maintaining a polite smile. Hello, I'm Jiang Xinghe. Zhao Yu said, Minister Jiang of the Weian Department, I know you. You know me? Jiang Xinghe glanced questioningly at Chu Yang. Chu Yang obviously didn't want the 2 of them chatting casually, pulling Jiang Xinghe to leave. Let's not chat anymore, let's go back home and eat. Hey. That's impolite, Chu Yang. Alphas had immense strength. Jiang Xinghe was dragged forward by Chu Yang's hand on his shoulder, turning his head to look at Zhao Yu and bid farewell. Bye. Zhao Yu waved at him with a smile. To hell with that. Chu Yang muttered under his breath. Watching their retreating backs, a flicker of envy crossed Zhao Yu's face. Being loved by someone so deeply should indeed be an envious thing. The Zhao family valued alphas more than omegas, giving all the family industries to the alphas, using omegas merely as tools for gaining benefits. Ever since his father knew that his compatibility with Chu Yang was as high as 90%, he continuously urged him to quickly climb aboard the Chu family tree to serve as future support for his brother. Sighing bitterly, Zhao Yu thought Chu Yang's eyes and heart were entirely focused on Jiang Xinghe, leaving no room for him anymore. Careful. A prominent corner of a nut gift box wobbled on the shelf, nearly falling off. A hand propped beside Zhao Yu's ear, pushing the almost falling package back. Startled, Zhao Yu looked up to see a youthful face caught between a teenager and young adult, hair cut very short, dressed in a baseball jacket and sport pants, with a pair of sport headphones hanging around his neck. Thank you. You're welcome, be careful, the boy smiled cheerfully at him and waved goodbye. Having lived cautiously for 20 years, Zhao Yu suddenly summoned up some courage. Hello, may I ask your name? My name is Chen Jing, see you. The boy held potato chips in one hand and a phone in another, seemingly still on a call. Brother, where did you wander last night? Dad blew his top, hurry home. Chen Jing. Zhao Yu mumbled this name, watching the boy's retreating figure while whispering, my name is Zhao Yu. His voice was soft, yet Chen Jing suddenly turned around, his clear eyes curving slightly. Nice meeting you, Mr. Zhao, maybe we'll meet again. Something inside his chest violently vibrated. Jiang Xinghe clearly sensed that Chu Yang didn't want him to have too much contact with Zhao Yu. He tightened his safety belt and, as if asking casually, inquired, is Zhao Yu your ex-boyfriend? The foot that had just stepped on the accelerator suddenly slammed on the brake. Jiang Xinghe was jolted forward by the inertia and then fell back into his seat. The display showed that an emergency recording was in progress. Chu Yang's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help raising his voice. What nonsense are you talking? Where did I get a past boyfriend? I am still an A. An A. Jiang Xinghe cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, calm down, I understand. How can I calm down? Chu Yang's voice became softer as he awkwardly touched the tip of his nose, muttering quietly, I'm very committed. Jiang Xinghe pursed his lips tightly, barely holding back laughter. Then why are you so wary of him? Don't you have something you don't want me to know about? Chu Yang looked at Jiang Xinghe and sighed, smiling, why are you so smart? There's nothing that needs to be hidden from you, just a matchmaking partner my grandfather set up for me. Ah. It was during the days before the new year, but now my grandfather really likes you, Chu Yang hurriedly added. Jiang Xinghe thought back briefly and quickly figured out the timeline. Was this when you said your grandfather came to the city and you didn't return home for dinner? Chu Yang was speechless, realizing how astute Jiang Xinghe was at analyzing problems. After a while, he could only say, yes. Did he match highly with you? Jiang Xinghe lightly concluded. If their compatibility hadn't been high, Chu's grandfather wouldn't have tricked Chu Yang into attending the matchmaking session, and it was even possible that the compatibility between Jiang Xinghe and Chu Yang had already been tested. Chu Yang's face fell, and he begged for mercy. You're right, star brother Jiang is amazing. Can we stop talking about him? Jiang Xinghe arched an eyebrow. Alright, let's head home. Even though Jiang Xinghe kept responding to Chu Yang could sense a subtle shift in Jiang Xinghe's emotions. The Omega leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes as if dozing off. Chu Yang gripped the steering wheel tightly. In the depths of his heart, there was a secret joy, because after seeing Zhao Yu, Jiang Xinghe seemed unhappy, indicating that his feelings toward Chu Yang had fundamentally changed. It could even be called jealousy. Chu Yang should have been happy, but looking at Jiang Xinghe's low spirits, he couldn't feel fully joyful. This young man stubbornly valued matching compatibility a lot, which Alpha Chu could somewhat sense. Mega lacked security. He and Chen Che had discussed this issue before. Chen Che said that friendships were forever, but love wasn't. Jiang Xinghe feared that friendship could turn into love, but love could never convert back into friendship. At that moment, Chu Yang realized that having so many past relationships wasn't entirely useless. During the wait at a red light, Chu Yang's palm covered Jiang Xinghe's hand, gently squeezing it. The Mega who had closed his eyes flinched slightly. This was a one-way street, and Chu Yang rushed toward Jiang Xinghe without hesitation, a kid grown up in love, pouring his sincerity and never thinking of failure, as if deep down, Jiang Xinghe belonged to him and could only belong to him. But Jiang Xinghe had experienced too much and lost too much, so he hesitated and was uncertain. It didn't matter, Chu Yang had time to wait for Jiang Xinghe to come to him because Alpha would always stay where he was waiting for Mega. If you don't believe me, I'll keep telling you I love you over and over again. One day, you will believe, I really will love you for life. Chu Yang raised Jiang Xinghe's hand and pressed a kiss onto it. I might just kiss you if you keep pretending to sleep. Jiang Xinghe pulled his hand away from Chu Yang's grip. Who's pretending to sleep? The light turned green. Drive the car. Chu Yang smirked at the corner of his lips and pressed the gas pedal amidst the continuous honking from the cars behind Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe yawned, closing his eyes, truly feeling a bit sleepy. I love you. The Alpha stared straight ahead, saying it naturally, as if he were talking about today's hot pot meal in daily conversation. This was the first time Chu Yang had told him these 3 words. Jiang Xinghe, observing Chu Yang's expression showing no ripple, thought he might have heard it wrong. But the glance at the leather steering wheel, almost worn out from gripping, confirmed that Alpha wasn't as calm as he appeared. Jiang Xinghe scratched his hair, unsure of how to respond, or whether Chu Yang needed a response from him. Chu Yang held the steering wheel with one hand and spared the other to rub Jiang Xinghe's head. Look at how startled our star got. Take your time, no rush. Jiang Xinghe opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, and Chu Yang seized the moment to wink at him. There are 27 more days left, let's go for it. Jiang Xinghe chuckled, and the awkwardness dissolved in Chu Yang's playful tone. Chapter 43, What is Liking? Chu Shan's birthday this year coincided with Valentine's Day, and Chu Yang's plan to spend a candlelit dinner with Jiang Xinghe was directly ruined. The birthday banquet of the chairman of Hurricane Group was bound to be sensational throughout the city of Shisai. This wasn't just a birthday party, it was more like a networking event, where all attendees were significant figures in the CES empire who had received the invitations. One could afford to lose $1 billion rather than miss such a social occasion. Everyone present, except for the host's own son, was smiling cheerfully. Chu Shan helplessly looked at Chu Yang's long, sullen face, put on a happy face. What do you mean? Star isn't coming soon. Oh alright, I'll go meet brother Xinghe at the entrance, he should be off work by now. Chu Yang couldn't resist peeking towards the door. Go ahead, go ahead. You're really unbearable, Chu Shan complained as he looked at his son, then held his wine glass and smoothly mingled with the crowd, accepting others' blessings with ease, exchanging polite words, and indulging in mutual flattery. Luo Sun chatted with a few wealthy ladies on the sofa. Mrs. Zhao brightened up upon seeing Chu Yang's figure and said, Mr. Chu is still unmarried, right? Our younger son underwent a gene test recently, and his compatibility with Mr. Chu reached as high as 90%. Luo Sun took a sip of coffee, smiled, and remained silent. It was something he and Chu Shan learned about later. After Chu Shan found out, he spent half an hour instilling the idea of children have their own destiny into the old man Chu. After hearing about Jiang Xinghe's father, Grandpa Chu stayed quiet for a while. When he heard that Jiang Xinghe continued his father's business, though stubbornly insisting he did nothing wrong, he eventually softened his stance and let Chu Yang handle it as he pleased. Luo Sun has always been open-minded, believing that even though he gave birth to Chu Yang, children had their own independent personality rights and should make their own choice regarding who they would spend their life with. Moreover, since that person was Jiang Xinghe, Luo Sun also deeply cared for him and liked him. Seeing Luo Sun staying silent, Mrs. Zhao shifted her eyes and called over Zhao Yu, who was standing in the corner, to greet them. An Omega in a light-colored suit obediently greeted, Uncle. Luo Sun had met too many people chasing fame and fortune in the entertainment circle, but he could see that the child before him was a good one. He was also aware of the outdated custom in the Zhao family of favoring alphas over omegas. If Luo Sun showed dissatisfaction with Zhao Yu at this moment, the child might be reprimanded when he returned home. Luo Sun slightly smiled and nodded, no need to feel constrained. Chu Yang waited a long time at the entrance before finally seeing Jiang Xinghe's car arrive. He hurried forward and grumbled, working overtime again. How much are they paying you for it? Jiang Xinghe parked his car and got out from the driver's seat. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, this was his first time seeing it. The Mega wore a perfectly tailored black suit which made Jiang Xinghe appear even more imposing. If only he used pheromone hiding patches, probably everyone would assume Jiang Xinghe was an alpha. Jiang Xinghe adjusted the position of his tie clip, looking quizzically at Chu Yang. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the formal wear I specially bought? Is it not pretty? Chu Yang moved his gaze from Jiang Xinghe's slender, elegant fingers and smiled, saying, our star looks far too handsome. Tomorrow, he'd raid them all so that Jiang Xinghe would ideally wear a suit every day for him. Chu Yang carried the gift Jiang Xinghe prepared for his father, and the two entered the banquet hall side by side, quickly drawing many inquisitive stares. Chen Che approached holding a wine glass, handing it to Jiang Xinghe and laughing, Brother Star, how dare you be late for Uncle Shan's birthday feast? Isn't a self-inflicted penalty of 3 cups necessary? Tisk. Chu Yang snatched the glass from Jiang Xinghe's hand and pushed it back to Chen Che impatiently, if you want to drink, you drink it. I'm thoroughly impressed. Brother Star's alcohol tolerance is almost as good as yours, yet what nonsense are you protecting? Chen Che rolled his eyes and drank the wine. Being able to drink and being willing to drink are two different things. Chu Yang patted Chen Che's shoulder as he walked forward. Where did you go during the spring festival? Not replying to any messages. Chen Che awkwardly touched his neck. What nonsense are you talking about? I've been home listening to my dad lecture me. Jiang Xinghe walked up to Chu Shan with the gift. Uncle, I apologize for being late. Here's the gift I prepared for you. Happy birthday and wish you and Uncle Sun lasting happiness. Chu Shan smiled and accepted the gift, then introduced Jiang Xinghe to a group of curious guests who had been eyeing him ever since he entered. My son, Jiang Xinghe. No, he's better than my real son. Though the crowd didn't quite understand what kind of son this was, they still followed along agreeing, this young master truly has remarkable talent. Standing nearby with his hands in his pockets, Chu Yang complained loudly, Dad really takes it too far. Who calls him son? Clearly, he should be referred to as daughter-in-law. Chen Che dug in his ear as if he were trying to remove some dirt. I can't stand you. Must you flaunt your affection all the time? Can you even consider us single people? Chu Yang gave Chen Che a faint look, narrowing his eyes slightly. When have you ever been single? That's not right, Chen Che. It's been a long time since I've seen you with anyone new. Have you changed your ways? Chen Che was momentarily speechless. Can you speak properly? I'm taking a break. You wouldn't understand. Dealing with women is exhausting too. Chu Yang leaned closer and teased, is this because you can't handle it anymore? Shall I get you some American ginseng for nourishment? You go take a hike. The two were laughing heartily when Zhao Yu was pushed over by his father. You young ones should sit together. Chen Che looked at Zhao Yu and raised an eyebrow, displaying an expression of amusement. Chu Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Since all present were guests, he couldn't lose his temper and had no choice but to tolerate Mrs. Zhao seating Zhao Yu beside him. After Mrs. Zhao left, Zhao Yu smiled apologetically, sorry to bother you, Manager Chu. Rest assured, I won't bother you. It's fine, sitting there is good enough. Chu Yang could tell that Zhao Yu was being forced into this and replied indifferently. Zhao Yu silently sat in the corner, staring down at the wine glass in his hand. He seemed entirely out of place at the event and even appeared lonely. Chu Yang thought Zhao Yu had somehow changed. The first time they met, Zhao Yu had acted like a puppet controlled by strings, doing whatever he was told. Today, Chu Yang noticed that Zhao Yu seemed to possess some vitality or developed a sense of independence. Chen Che cheekily approached and asked, Brother Chu has someone in his heart now. How do I look? Chu Yang rolled his eyes, would you die without showing off your charms? Zhao Yu smiled distantly, thank you, but I already have someone I like. Woo! Chen Che whistled mischievously. How come everyone has someone they like now? What does it feel like to like someone? The experienced Chen Che felt a fleeting moment of loneliness. He once thought liking someone was merely about living for the moment. But seeing these individuals who refused everything for their loved ones, Chen Che was surprisingly envious. He shook his head, thinking he must be crazy. It was foolish to give up the entire forest for one tree. Xinghe. That familiar voice reached Chen Che's ears and he turned his face to see Ji Feng smiling and greeting Jiang Xinghe. Chen Che tugged at his tie and suddenly became annoyed. Chapter 44, Attractive from Head to Toe. Jiang Xinghe finished offering his blessings, then stepped away from the crowd, once again realizing how complicated social interactions could be. He glanced around for Chu Yang's figure. Upon spotting the back of Chu Yang who was facing the opposite direction, he paused. Even though he'd only met him once, his professional instincts made him immediately recognize this as Zhao Yu, the Mega who had high compatibility information with Chu Yang. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Jiang Xinghe's mind but didn't show on his face. Chu Yang's gaze remained on Jiang Xinghe. When he saw Jiang Xinghe looking at him, he smiled and waved towards the mega, standing up. Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe turned around and was surprised to see Ji Feng, smiling and saying, "Big brother Feng, you're here too." "Yes, my dad insisted I come out and meet some influential people." Ji Feng placed his highball glass onto the waiter's tray. The Ji family had been involved in business for generations. Ji Feng's father desperately wanted Ji Feng to help his brother inherit the family business. After all, the investigation department might be safe most of the time, but during dangerous moments, lives were put on the line. In recent years, Ji Feng hadn't suffered fewer injuries. Thus, the family had secretly applied pressure hoping Ji Feng would quit the FAO alliance, causing family relations to become tense. "How is he everywhere?" Chu Yang slammed the wine glass heavily on the side table, walking over to Jiang Xinghe with a dark expression. Chu Yang squeezed between Jiang Xinghe and Ji Feng, his towering frame completely blocking Jiang Xinghe, warily eyeing Ji Feng while complaining to Jiang Xinghe, "What are you so happy talking about?" Before Jiang Xinghe could open his mouth to answer, Ji Feng interrupted, smiling, "It's not convenient to tell Manager Chu." Jiang Xinghe tilted his head questioningly, had they talked about any alliance secrets? Oh, Ji Feng probably didn't want others to know his personal matters. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, watching Ji Feng with an expression that said, "That's our little secret with Xinghe," wanting nothing more than to grab Ji Feng by the collar and punch him flat on the ground. The alpha frowned, creating a crease on his forehead, his complexion turning pale green, demanding, "Why can't I know? It's some private matters, stop asking." Jiang Xinghe pulled away Chu Yang's hand gripping his arm. "You're really strong, let go." "Private matters? What kind of private matters?" The volume of the alpha's voice increased unconsciously, as curious gazes were about to focus on them. Jiang Xinghe quickly dragged Chu Yang away. "Lower your voice. I never realized you could be so curious before." Chu Yang was pulled along by the mega and threw a fierce glare at Ji Feng. Ji Feng provocatively shrugged at Chu Yang, causing Chu Yang to grind his teeth in hatred. Seeing Chu Yang's infuriated expression, Ji Feng chuckled and shook his head. "This kid can't stand any teasing, he gets riled up over every matter concerning Jiang Xinghe like an angry puppy, but dares not to act with him around, it's just too entertaining." In Ji Feng's mind another face flashed, subconsciously looking around, his gaze met Chen Chei's. Chen Chei blinked, giving him a big rolling of eyes. Actually, Chen Chei had noticed Ji Feng even before he called out Jiang Xinghe's name, but Ji Feng's focus was on Jiang Xinghe, though the surrounding was chaotic with people moving to and fro. Chen Chei clearly observed how Ji Feng's tension eased at the sight of Jiang Xinghe. A feeling of inexplicable annoyance arose. Chen Chei drank a glass of wine, only to find Zhao Yu missing when he snapped back to reality. Just a moment ago everything was lively, now he was left alone. Just as he was about to get up and leave, the sofa beside him suddenly sank down as Ji Feng grabbed his arm. "Why do you always run away when you see me?" Chen Chei was forcibly brought back to the sofa, eyebrows standing up. "So I gave you a face and this is what I get? Who said I ran because of seeing you? I just need to pee. Let go." The little wild cat got its fur raised again. Chu Yang was pulled by Jiang Xinghe to a corridor. He must ask for clarification today. Chu Yang's attitude towards Ji Feng was too hostile. "Say it then." Jiang Xinghe crossed his arms, leaning against the wall. Chu Yang pressed his lips into a pale straight line, brows slightly furrowed, after a long while finally squeezing out a sentence, "I'm jealous." "Ah." Jiang Xinghe was stunned. With his cheeks slightly red, Chu Yang decided to throw all caution to the wind, attempting to take the moral high ground. "I said I'm jealous. Isn't your relationship with Ji Feng a bit too intimate?" The alpha looked down at Jiang Xinghe, carrying a sense of pressure. Jiang Xinghe was completely lost, believing that Chu Yang was being unreasonably fussy. "My relationship with Brother Feng has been good for 4 years, it's normal to have close ties, but we haven't reached the intimacy level yet, right?" Chu Yang anxiously messed up his hair, some meticulously arranged strands got disheveled. "You, not having feelings for him doesn't mean he doesn't have feelings for you." Jiang Xinghe smiled amusedly. "Chu Yang, don't you think too highly of me? Someone like me doesn't seem to fit the common standard of megas for alphas, don't assume other alphas will like me just because you do. You're talking nonsense." Chu Yang suddenly swore, paused for a moment, lowering his voice and muttering like a mosquito, "You don't even know how attractive you are." Jiang Xinghe resisted laughing. "Where am I attractive? For someone like me, others should fear me instead. Who's ever heard of an 182 centimeters tall mega who's so combative?" Although Jiang Xinghe considered himself handsome, his charm probably wouldn't suit the taste of alphas. If he were an alpha, he might prefer petite and cute megas. After all, dating isn't the same as finding a buddy. Chu Yang looked down at Jiang Xinghe with lowered eyes, softly saying, "Do you think yourself too powerful?" Jiang Xinghe arched his eyebrows. His combat scores were consistently top-notch, and he was quite confident in his own strength. Suddenly, Chu Yang grabbed his arm. Before Jiang Xinghe could react, his hands were pinned behind his back against the wall, his cheek pressing against the cool surface. This pose was familiar to Jiang Xinghe. It was the method he usually used to arrest suspects. Now the roles reversed, creating a strange sense of humiliation and anger. Jiang Xinghe struggled, unexpectedly discovering the astonishing strength of the alpha. His wrists tightly clutched by iron-like hands immobilized him entirely. Chu Yang's free hand gently swept over the gland at the back of the mega's neck, warm fingertips pressing lightly downwards, causing Jiang Xinghe to struggle even more fiercely. Chu Yang leaned close to his ear, whispering softly, "Brother Xinghe, you're overly confident in your abilities, all this yelling and shouting isn't decent." Jiang Xinghe's ears tips turned red, he turned his head to evade Chu Yang. "Let me go." The alpha patted the mega's side waist, his gaze darkened slightly. "You ask me where you attract people?" Chu Yang's gaze wandered over Jiang Xinghe's back. Jiang Xinghe, though facing away from him, seemed to sense the almost scorching look of the alpha, which made his breathing unstable. The alpha whispered 4 words softly, from head to toe. Chapter 45 You have Chu Yang sent on you. A concentrated dose of information of 100-leaf roses overflowed from Jiang Xinghe's gland. Chu Yang blinked in surprise, subconsciously swallowed once, tightened his throat, and the strength under his hands became less. Jiang Xinghe felt the force controlling him weaken, seizing the opportunity to break free, leaving behind an alpha lost in reverie due to the pheromones, he fled as fast as a streak. Chu Yang looked down, he was very sure that despite only having a 45% match rate with Jiang Xinghe's pheromones were absolutely attractive to him. Jiang Xinghe is too crafty. Chu Yang smiled helplessly at the retreating figure of Jiang Xinghe. In the next second, intense desires surged up in the pitch-black pupils. The alpha placed his right thumb, which had just pressed against Jiang Xinghe's gland, against his lips, drawing in a faint trace of rose sweetness, then grinned crookedly, "I will discipline you sooner or later." The whooshing sound of water from the restroom covered some unknown secrets. Chu Yang wiped his hand with a randomly grabbed tissue, looking at his reddened eye corners in the mirror. He turned on the faucet and splashed cold water all over his face to calm himself down. Suddenly, Chu Yang stopped mid-step after stepping out of the restroom. How could there be the smell of blue snow pine and wild thorn rose here? He hadn't noticed before, now it was still vaguely detectable despite being heavily masked by vodka. An unbelievable conclusion flashed through Chu Yang's mind. After entering the banquet hall, Jiang Xinghe slowed his steps. The voice saying, "from head to toe," was very soft, yet the sound entered his eardrums like a thunderous roar, making his heart in the chest race uncontrollably as if wanting to jump out, even the surrounding air felt thin. In 25 years of life, Jiang Xinghe had never been so out of control. Jiang Xinghe sighed while covering his face, realizing how increasingly defenseless he was becoming against Chu Yang's actions. What should he do? He was calm and steady, faced with a criminal's sharp blade without blinking, and endured excruciating pain when hit by bullets in his right arm without thinking of retreating. But just now, simply upon hearing Chu Yang utter 4 words, he ran away without the courage to look back, and even unconsciously released mating pheromones. Too embarrassing. If it weren't for the crowd, Jiang Xinghe would have groaned aloud. "Brother Xing, what are you doing?" Chen Chei's voice startled him unexpectedly, and Jiang Xinghe's guilty heart quivered. However, he quickly forced himself to regain composure. Jiang Xinghe adjusted his tie clip and said indifferently, "Nothing much." "Oh." Chen Chei stuffed a piece of chocolate into his mouth and winked at him, "But I can smell the scent of Chu Yang's pheromones on your body." Jiang Xinghe stiffened his body and lifted his arm to sniff, panicking slightly, "Is there?" "There shouldn't be." Chen Chei burst out laughing, "I was teasing you. Now confess. Did you two hide somewhere and do inappropriate things?" Jiang Xinghe looked at Chen Chei speechlessly, finally understanding why Chu Yang could be good friends with him, because both shared a common trait, they were foul-mouthed. Though tough, not able to win against Chu Yang, certainly he could defeat Chen Chei. Jiang Xinghe glanced around and raised his eyebrows slightly, pointing to the corner of Chen Chei's mouth with his finger, "Mr. Chen, this is Mr. Chu's birthday party after all. Please behave yourself." Chen Chei's face turned ashen when he touched the corner of his mouth, where there was a small wound that had already scabbed over. Jiang Xinghe noticed the redness creeping onto his cheeks, which made him inwardly surprised. Is Chen Chei shy? That couldn't be possible, wasn't he the one who could seduce others brazenly without changing expression or blushing? Therefore. Chen Chei, do you have a fever? Jiang Xinghe subconsciously extended his hand to feel Chen Chei's forehead but had it blocked midway by Chu Yang, who then seized the hand and squeezed it lightly. He doesn't have a fever, he's in heat, Chu Yang mouthed, only emitting the SJ sound since there were still quite a lot of people in the hall and one must be mindful while speaking. Chen Chei glared at Chu Yang, feeling goosebumps rise as Chu Yang's contemplative gaze landed on him. "And you? Mind your manners. Don't touch him casually." Chu Yang admonished and pinched the palm again. Jiang Xinghe withdrew his hand to his waist, opening his mouth to say something, then swallowed it down. Who was it that just casually made physical contact with him? And now he has the nerve to criticize, such a hypocritical alpha. But with this interruption, Jiang Xinghe forgot about Chen Chei's fever. Luo Sun had called Jiang Xinghe over for a chat, while Chu Yang sat with his legs crossed next to Chen Chei and scrutinized the restless alpha from top to bottom. "What are you looking at?" Chen Chei grew annoyed under his gaze, jittering his leg nervously. "What's going on between you and Ji Feng?" Chu Yang got straight to the point, giving no time for Chen Chei to fabricate a story. Chen Che hesitated with his hand paused mid-air holding a dessert, glancing around evasively. What could be going on between me and him? What did you two do in the restroom? Chu Yang's question struck right at the heart of Chen Che's fears, making him almost choke on his saliva. After a bout of fierce coughing, he glared at Chu Yang through clenched teeth. Can't you be more subtle in your speech? What would others think if they heard? Chu Yang shifted closer to him. All right, let me phrase it subtly then. Was it you or Ji Feng who was the VJP client at your uncle's place? Chen Che's uncle, the chief physician of anorectal surgery at Seth Center Hospital. Chen Che's mouth twitched. Is this what passes for subtlety? Chu Yang. Stop jumping to conclusions. Me and Ji Feng have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Chen Che tilted back his head and downed the brandy in one gulp, frowning as he said, it was just him getting drunk and being unruly. Don't make assumptions about me. I'm a fierce alpha. Chen Che reaffirmed his stance, gazing sincerely into Chu Yang's eyes. Do you understand what fierce alpha means? Chu Yang nodded, indicating he understood. Chen Che sighed in relief, finally managing to get away with it. So it was you who handled the VJP. Chu Yang smiled faintly at him. Go to hell. Chen Che was grinding his teeth, sometimes really wanting to pin Chu Yang down and beat him up, but alas, he wasn't strong enough. I wonder if Ji Feng could take him down. I heard he used to be a coach at Song River Island. Why am I thinking about Ji Feng again? Chu Yang looked at Chen Che's vivid expressions thoughtfully, touching his chin. Just now, Chen Che said Ji Feng was drunk, which means Ji Feng took the initiative. So, does that mean Ji Feng doesn't like Jiang Xinghe anymore? The alpha's eyes lit up, feeling not even a shred of regret that his own ally had been outclassed. But he quickly calmed himself, drunkenness generally doesn't count. Ji Feng looks proper and gentlemanly, turns out after a few drinks he shows his true colors too. He's completely devoid of virtue. Indeed, only I match up with brother Xinghe, humph. Still can't let my guard down, need to lock Jiang Xinghe in my pocket quickly. Chu Yang calculated on his fingers, there were only 10 days left until his agreed-upon deadline with Jiang Xinghe. It was a unilateral designation, but since Jiang Xinghe didn't oppose, that meant he approved. Chen Che was crunch, gnawing on the stem of a glass. Ji Feng that dog actually followed through on rolling away. There were two people sitting on the couch, but their joys and sorrows as humans don't seem to connect. Chapter 46, I don't believe in gene rules. As twilight fell, the banquet eventually dispersed. Chen Che yawned as he stepped outside, the evening breeze bringing a chill. Just as he was ready to take out his phone to call the driver, the lights of a parked business van blinked a few times. Chen Che squinted slightly against the harsh light, before recognizing which fool had dared to flash him with their lights. The rear door opened, and Ji Feng stepped out, draping a coat over Chen Che's shoulders. His eyes lingered briefly on the wound by Chen Che's mouth. Let me drive you home. The scent of blue snow pine pheromones enveloped Chen Che. He pushed Ji Feng's hand away, tossing the coat onto the ground. Ji Feng gave a faint glance, bent down to pick it up and handed it back to Chen Che. Keep it, it's cold. Chen Che kicked at a pebble beside his foot, a mix of helplessness and anger welling up in him. Ji Feng, I'm kind of confused about you. Don't you like Brother Xing? Then why do you always bother me? Ji Feng pulled him into the car, giving the driver Chen Che's address before raising the partition between them and the driver's cabin. I did like Xinghe, and I still admire him very much. But... Ji Feng seemed to struggle, his lashes trembling lightly as he spoke slowly yet firmly. Now I like you, Chen Che. Chen Che met his gaze, feeling a tremble in his heart. Ji Feng didn't know exactly when it happened, but his eyes no longer followed Jiang Xinghe. Instead, they rested on this little wild cat in front of him who was prone to flare-ups. So good at cursing, so good at scratching, it hurt badly, and never made any sense. Ji Feng preferred quietness and never went to raucous places. However, that day he went to the bar anyway. Actually, he knew that Siju belonged to Chen Che. The circle was so small, he had always heard of the Chen family's eldest son, someone unfocused but remarkably gifted in business. But he still went in, and buying wine worth over 10 million yuan was voluntary too. Ji Feng just thought that Chen Che's sly attempt to trick him was rather cute. Ji Feng also struggled, trying to distance himself from Chen Che. But when he found out he had been blocked by Chen Che, he couldn't take it after just one day. That day, he sat at the edge of his bed and smoked cigarettes until they covered the floor. As soon as the sky brightened, he drove straight to the Chen family villa. When Chen Che saw him, Ji Feng had already been standing there for 4 hours. Chen Che smirked and broke the awkwardness. Are you crazy? I'm an alpha. Ji Feng looked at him intently. I know. But 5 years ago, what you felt wasn't just pain. The last veil of doubt had been lifted. Chen Che's pupils contracted violently as he took several deep breaths. Stop the car. Chen Che lowered the partition and shouted at the driver. The driver paid no attention, he only followed Ji Feng's orders. Chen Che glared furiously at Ji Feng. I said. Stop the car. Ji Feng sighed. All right, stop the car. The business car pulled over with its hazard lights flashing. Chen Che got out, the cold wind sobering him up, but it couldn't ease the sudden burst of panic in his chest. He kicked Ji Feng's car door hard. Ji Feng followed behind holding a coat. Chen Che's mind was chaotic. He liked megas who were cute. He absolutely would not like alphas. But how could he explain that he didn't push Ji Feng away immediately when Ji Feng kissed him? Chu Yang stood beside Chu Shan, waving goodbye as the uncles and aunts got into their cars. After they left, he exhaled deeply. These people sure do love bragging. Chu Shan patted Chu Yang's shoulder. For now, I'm still here to handle things for you. Once I step down, all the socializing and relationships will fall on you. No choice, get used to it. Chu Yang stretched his neck. It's not easy inheriting a family business. Such is the sorrow of the third generation of wealthy families. Don't act smug when you're getting everything handed to you. Chu Shan laughed and gave him a kick. Alright, everything here is done. I'm going to spend Valentine's Day with my wife. You go find your Xinghe brother. Chu Yang grinned and walked toward Luo Sun, asking, Dad, where's brother Xinghe? Haven't seen him for a while. Luo Sun looked puzzled. I let him go home since he was tired all day. Didn't he tell you? I didn't check my phone. Chu Yang touched his pocket, realizing he might have left it upstairs in the bathroom. As Chu Yang climbed upstairs, he caught a strong scent of white jasmine pheromones. He raised his hand to cover his nose, cursing inwardly. Who allowed a mega to release courtship pheromones in his house like this? What nerve? Following the trail of the pheromones, Chu Yang discovered the source in a room around the corner. He asked, surprised, Zhao Yu. Aren't you supposed to be home? What are you doing here? If Chu Yang hadn't forgotten, he clearly saw Mrs. Zhao get into her car. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. That explained why the old Omega was looking at him strangely, because he'd left their son with him. Zhao Yu lay curled up by the door, his gaze unfocused as it fell on Chu Yang. Chu Yang was shocked. It was the Mega's heat period. A wave of concentrated white jasmine pheromones rushed into Chu Yang's nasal cavity, causing his posterior neck glands to throb heavily. Damn it! Chu Yang covered his neck, his breathing growing increasingly rapid. Their pheromones matched perfectly, and Zhao Yu's heat pheromones were inducing Chu Yang's susceptibility phase. Suddenly, memories of Jiang Xinghe discussing so-called gene rules flooded Chu Yang's mind. Jiang Xinghe said genes made it impossible for anyone to resist the allure of matching pheromones. Chu Yang cursed under his breath and turned around to leave the room. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yu suddenly grabbed Chu Yang's hand, feeling the alpha unknowingly releasing his own pheromones, which were akin to sweet dew for Zhao Yu. Please, give me your pheromones. The Omega's palm was scorching hot, making Chu Yang's glands swell. He looked deeply at Zhao Yu, his Adam's apple bobbing twice. Chu Yang shook his head fiercely, then rudely tore off the sheets inside the room, twisting them into ropes to tie Zhao Yu's hands and feet irritably. Behave yourself. I only love Jiang Xinghe. Go to hell with the gene rules, I refuse to believe this nonsense. With a loud bang, Chu Yang slammed the door shut and rushed into the bathroom to call Luo Sun. By the time Luo Sun arrived, Chu Yang had already left, leaving behind a heavy aroma of vodka-like pheromones in the corridor that hadn't dissipated yet. At this moment, Zhao Yu knelt painfully on the carpet. Luo Sun approached him and injected a dose of potent suppressant. Such indecent situations were something Luo Sun had witnessed many times before. Zhao Yu's heat seemed to have been forcibly triggered. Luo Sun untied the rope binding Zhao Yu's hands and feet, brushing back his sweat-drenched bangs affectionately, saying gently, Don't worry, it's all over now. Chu Shan was waiting downstairs for Luo Sun to come down, angrily saying, Mr. Zhao actually used his own son to scheme against my son. I won't forgive him. Luo Sun sighed, let's not talk about that now. Your son was probably lured into the susceptible phase. That alcohol-like pheromone smell almost choked me. What? Darling, are you alright? We both have our bamboo and Gushan dragon pheromones, how did we end up with such an oppressively scented son? Is that the point? Luo Sun shot a glance at Chu Shan. Chu Shan looked toward the door, oh no. Xiao Xing will be in trouble, won't he? Chapter 47, No Desire for Suppressants. The potent suppressant took effect quickly, relieving Mr. Zhao's discomfort within 10 seconds. After a brief daze, Mr. Zhao's head buzzed, and he suddenly threw off the covers. There were no signs of tampering on his clothes, aside from some minor abrasion marks on his wrists causing slight pain. Relieved, Mr. Zhao exhaled deeply. His wrists had already been disinfected and smeared with iodine. A glass of water sat on the bedside table. When Mr. Zhao picked it up, it was still warm. His throat burned painfully due to the dehydration caused by the induced heat period raising his body temperature. Mr. Zhao hesitated for a second before drinking the entire glass. If they wanted to harm him, the best time would have been when he lost consciousness. The Omega stared blankly at the glass in his hand, recalling the dry, warm palm that had stroked his forehead after Luo Sun administered the suppressant. That was the care from elders he'd never experienced. The door to the guest room opened as Luo Sun walked in carrying porridge. Seeing he was awake, he asked gently, awake? Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Mr. Zhao shook his head, feeling his nasal cavity tighten as he turned away to wipe away tears. He hadn't cried since he was 6 years old, because only those who loved him cared about his tears, yet even his father didn't love him. This cry opened the floodgates of his tear ducts, releasing 20 years worth of hardships/feelings of injustice. Luo Sun asked nothing, said nothing, but simply embraced him lightly, softly patting his back. Mr. Zhao apologized awkwardly. Uncle, sorry, let you see this. Luo Sun wiped away the tear streaks on Mr. Zhao's face, laughing. What's wrong with this? Isn't it normal for kids to cry? There's nothing shameful about it. Mr. Zhao lowered his eyes. I'm already 20. So what if you're 20? Chu Yang is 24, and when he's drunk, he still wails. Luo Sun handed the porridge over to Mr. Zhao. Eat something. As Mr. Zhao accepted the bowl of porridge, Chu Yang's arrogant face came into his mind, the kind where talking too much might lead to getting beaten. Huh? Could that happen? Luo Sun smiled and said nothing, still choosing to save face for his son. Chu Yang wasn't born with a great tolerance for liquor either. In the early days after Jiang Xing had disappeared, Chu Yang, when drunk, would demand Chu Shan carry him to go play with brother Xinghe. If he refused to go, Chu Yang would pout and cry. The next morning, upon waking up, he'd act cold-faced, claiming he couldn't remember anything. Mr. Zhao finished a bowl of porridge, admiring their family atmosphere with a tinge of loneliness. Your family ambience is really nice. Luo Sun cleared the dishes and patted Mr. Zhao's hand. Under natural law, parental love for their children is innate, but there are always people who value interests more than family ties. The child isn't at fault. Mr. Zhao looked at Luo Sun in a daze. Unfair rules aren't meant to be followed. Every child is an independent individual. Uncle says these words without other implications, just to tell you, try living for yourself, don't throw your life away needlessly. Luo Sun pulled up Mr. Zhao's sleeve, revealing faint bruises. He applied ointment carefully. Mr. Zhao blinked, tears blurring his vision. No one had ever told him, you should live for yourself. Aren't you angry with me? I nearly tricked your son. Luo Sun raised an eyebrow, smiling. Chu Yang is such a stubborn little fellow, there's no way you could scheme against him. Look at him, he has no compassion for fragrances, even scraping your wrist red. Through his sobs, Mr. Zhao expressed his gratitude. Thank you. It's getting late, you rest well. You can sleep here tonight. Luo Sun gently stuck a bandage on Mr. Zhao. Thank you, uncle. Not knowing how to express his gratitude, Mr. Zhao could only repeat the word thank you over and over again. Luo Sun chuckled. All right, you've thanked me enough tonight. My ears are starting to grow calluses. Mr. Zhao shyly lowered his head, opening his mouth but realizing he could only say thank you, so he swallowed it back. Luo Sun laughed and bid him good night. Good night. Chu Shan was standing in the corridor waiting for Luo Sun, and when he came out, Chu Shan quickly approached him. How is this child? Is he all right? Luo Sun handed the stuff he was holding to Chu Shan, saying, he's fine now. Hey, still so young. Look how obedient Xiao Yu is compared to our Yang Yang who's such a troublemaker. Chu Shan put his arm around Luo Sun's shoulder and whispered, what if we have another one? A mega this time. Luo Sun shot him an annoyed glance and gave a faint smile, softly saying, roll. Chu Shan burst into laughter. Wasn't it true that Luo Sun failed to realize Chu Yang's temper had partly come from him? It was all just jokes anyway. If they had another child, would Luo Sun even have time left to care about him? By the way, how are Yang Yang and Xing doing? I hope Xing won't get bullied, Chu Shan said with some worry. A grin appeared on Luo Sun's face. Don't worry, if Xing doesn't want to, our Yang Yang can never approach him. Huh? That's impossible. Yang Yang's pretty tough, Chu Shan said. You fool. What I mean is Yang Yang cares too much, Luo Sun chuckled. When the driver came to pick up Chu Yang, he got a shock. No one told him that tonight's overtime work included enduring alpha pheromones. Though the driver was also an alpha, being an ordinary alpha meant that high-quality alpha's pheromones affected him too, forcing him to endure the strain on his glands for the sake of overtime pay. The driver wanted to ask whether there would be compensation for occupational injuries, but seeing Chu Yang's gloomy and restless face, he didn't dare to speak. An alpha during their susceptible phase was an especially dangerous creature. Except for his own mate, everyone else seemed like a potential threat. Chu Yang, as a top-tier alpha, could have a stronger attack. Fortunately, Chu Yang was a shrewd capitalist. Leaning back with his arm covering half his face, he exhaled and said, sounding very tired, your overtime pay will be 10 times higher tonight, thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Mr. Chu. The driver was moved almost to tears just now after cursing silently, and he resolved to work hard, driving every trip safely for Mr. Chu. Before he finished his mental pledge of loyalty, the driver stared wide-eyed at what he saw in the rearview mirror, almost stepping on the brakes instinctively. Only his excellent professional skills kept him firmly gripping the steering wheel. Mr. Chu's Swiss Army knife grazed his thumb. People say fingers are connected to the heart. Indeed, the pain from fingertips could preserve what little reason an alpha has left. The startled driver began to stammer, Mr. Chu. Are you alright? Should we go to the hospital? Chu Yang looked at the wound on his thumb as though thinking deeply, casually pulling out a tissue to wipe off the blood. In his current condition, going to the hospital was the best choice, using potent suppressants which could alleviate the susceptible period within 10 seconds. I'm fine, let's go home. This one time, he wanted to indulge himself, he didn't want suppressants tonight. Chapter 48, Happy Valentine's Day. The car smoothly raced along the road. It was already late at night, there were very few cars on the road, and even the traffic lights seemed unusually lonely. Chu Yang watched the red light ticking away second by second at the intersection, then reached out to touch his neck gland, which was burning hot. His uncontrollable pheromones couldn't be held back anymore. As they drew nearer to home, the usually confident Chu Yang master felt an unusual pang of panic. He was afraid, he feared Jiang Xinghe would push him away, feared seeing the look of disgust in Jiang Xinghe's eyes. Just hold on, Mr. Chu, we're nearly home, the driver said from the rearview mirror, noticing his boss's furrowed brows, seeming to contain other emotions amid the pain. After all, the driver was also an alpha, an ordinary level 1, but as men understand men, that much was true. Still, the driver couldn't help but comment, Mr. Chu, you and your boyfriend really have a good relationship. Silent all this while, Chu Yang finally spoke, why do you say that? The driver scratched his head shyly before quickly returning his hand to the steering wheel. Think about it, someone as rich as you wouldn't need to rush home during a susceptible phase. There would be countless people queuing up to. Realizing his last word might sound vulgar and disturb noble ears, the driver hastily swallowed it down. Chu Yang sighed and laughed helplessly, afraid someone may not even want me. The driver was amazed in his heart for a second but didn't dare ask further. He should talk less and do more. His wife had always been right saying that too much talk leads to mistakes. The business car smoothly entered the underground parking lot of the upscale residential area, when suddenly Chu Yang in the back seat, tightly shut his eyes fighting the susceptible phase, opened them, go to the hospital. The driver was surprised, what did you say? Chu Yang pinched his temples, feeling somewhat agitated. The pheromones coursing wildly through his body were desperately seeking an outlet, causing him immense pain. An alpha only needed to board the elevator, and within a few seconds he could see his mega. His high-class pheromone suppression would ensure that Jiang Xinghe wouldn't be able to push him away at all. But Chu Yang truly didn't want Jiang Xinghe to dislike him. He had once told Jiang Xinghe, my love for you surpasses genetic instinct. So wasn't his current behavior tantamount to slapping himself in the face? Being induced into a susceptible phase by a high-matching mega and then going home to bully Jiang Xinghe, how was this any different from behaving like a beast? Chu Yang's breathing became somewhat rapid, and his eyes were already filled with red bloodshot lines as his nails dug fiercely into the genuine leather seat. I said, go to the hospital. The driver was startled by Chu Yang's irritable tone and quickly turned the car around to head out. While obeying the traffic rules, the driver pressed the gas pedal to the floor. Luckily, Chu Yang's premium neighborhood had a good location, and it was close to the hospital. It took just 10 minutes to arrive at the emergency department, where the on-duty doctor looked up at Chu Yang and showed a second of surprise. A man as precious and handsome as Chu Yang, meeting him once basically meant forgetting about him would be impossible, let alone he also carried the aura of Hurricane Group. The doctor quickly administered a strong suppressant injection to Chu Yang and helplessly said, Mr. Chu, you really can't continue like this. I've already told you last time, though the side effects of the suppressants are negligible, long-term use will still burden bodily functions. After receiving the injection, Chu Yang's suffering was relieved significantly. He pulled down his sleeve and calmly said, I understand. The doctor adjusted his glasses, and deep inside he grew more respectful toward Chu Yang. For someone of Chu Yang's status, they usually wouldn't need suppressants after differentiation anyway, since they surely aren't short of megas. Chu Yang picked up the newly prescribed suppressant prepared by the doctor and was about to leave when the doctor couldn't help but open his mouth. Mr. Chu, you must appropriately release some tension, otherwise it might also impact your little friend's functions. Chu Yang paused in his steps, his face pale with anger as he nodded slightly. This doctor sure does worry a lot. Feeling the glands return to calmness, Chu Yang exhaled. Fortunately, he had become sober right at the last moment. Otherwise, if he had bullied Jiang Xinghe, he would have only been able to atone by dying. However, Chu Yang lowered his gaze to check below his waist. Would there really be any impact? Chu Yang tilted his head and gazed outside at the swiftly passing night scenery, watching as the car once again entered the residential parking lot. Suddenly, Chu Yang remembered something and sat upright abruptly. Is there any flower shop still open? The driver was startled and hit the brakes. Should be, right? Go find one. The driver felt like crying. All he wanted was to hurry home to his wife and kids, but why was life so hard? Chu Yang glanced at his wristwatch. It was already 1 a.m., and Valentine's Day had passed. Jiang Xinghe should be sound asleep by now. The heartless guy who sleeps at 10. Recalling Jiang Xinghe's peaceful sleeping face, Chu Yang's lips curled into a faint smile, and his heart was suddenly full. The black business car sped through the night in the city of Shisai, circling over a dozen streets and covering half the city. They found several flower shops still operating, but there were no roses. On this special day of Valentine's Day, clearly, roses were much more in demand. The driver didn't understand why the boss was obsessed with finding roses, but he could only follow orders and search each one individually. Finally, at 2:30 a.m., when the driver was nearing fatigue while driving, they located a store just about to close down. The owner was a feminized Mega, currently bringing the flowers inside. Chu Yang instantly spotted the proud blooming pink-white roses in the vase. "Wrap these up for me, please." At this hour, the flowers were being sold at a discount price, and the owner said she could freely add other flowers such as roses or lilies to make the bouquet prettier. Chu Yang refused. He only wanted roses, and they could only be roses. The beautifully wrapped roses were handed over to Chu Yang, who embraced them and lowered his head to smell them. They smelled a lot like Jiang Xinghe, but not as pleasant. Chu Yang reached out to pinch a petal, and his thumb, which had scabbed over, left a light red fingerprint on the white-pink petals, as if marking it to signify the intense love of an alpha. Chu Yang tiptoed as he opened the door quietly, at which point Jiang Xinghe had already fallen asleep. However, he slept lightly and woke upon hearing the door opening, pulling out his phone to check the time, 3 in the morning. He thought Chu Yang wouldn't come home today. Jiang Xinghe rubbed his eyes and got up from the bed, shuffling out of the bedroom in slippers to see if Chu Yang was drunk and needed some sobering soup. The living room lights were off, but through the bedroom light, Jiang Xinghe saw Chu Yang crouching on the floor untying his shoelaces. He glanced up when he heard Jiang Xinghe's footsteps. From a distance, Jiang Xinghe couldn't clearly see the lingering redness at the corners of Chu Yang's eyes left by the susceptible phase. "I thought you wouldn't come back." What happened to your hand?" Jiang Xinghe's consciousness snapped awake as he noticed the cut on Chu Yang's left thumb. Frowning, Jiang Xinghe squatted next to Chu Yang, taking his hand into his own. Concern and anger mixed as this was definitely no accident. "Who did this? Who hurt you?" Chu Yang tightened his throat, allowing Jiang Xinghe's index finger to lightly touch over his wound. Jiang Xinghe froze as an intense wave of Polish distilled vodka pheromones erupted from Chu Yang. It was stronger than any time before. Omega caught a whiff of a light rose fragrance under the high alcohol concentration and turned his head to see a large bunch of roses placed on the side cabinet with a faint fingerprint on it. "Jiang Xinghe, happy Valentine's Day." Jiang Xinghe's neck gland pulsed heavily. The Omega touched his burning cheeks in confusion. You too. Chapter 49, Can the scheduled date be moved up? Jiang Xinghe had forgotten to close the living room window before sleeping. A soft evening breeze fluttered the white gauze curtain used for blocking sunlight, and the wind chimes near the window jingled melodiously. Apart from this, there was not another sound. Chu Yang was shocked that he could release such strong pheromones despite just taking an inhibitor. His lips pressed tightly together, forming a pale straight line. Still crouched on the ground, Chu Yang maintained a pose similar to a proposal, staying in a single knee kneeling position while untying his shoelace with one leg extended. With his hand being held by Jiang Xinghe, he seemed exactly like someone proposing. As soon as the word proposal entered Chu Yang's mind, his glands seemed even more excited. Chu Yang froze for a moment, then lamented internally, "Xiao Chu. Are you even useful at all? That was just him touching your hand." But on the surface, the alpha remained calm, observing Jiang Xinghe's expression, noticing that the Mega only appeared somewhat dazed without showing other emotions. "What's going on? Didn't he smell my pheromones? Is Jiang Xinghe nose blocked due to a cold? No, he must have smelled them from before, so why is there no reaction? Could my pheromones have lost their appeal to him?" Chu Yang suddenly remembered the doctor's warning, overusing suppressants can affect bodily functions. Alpha's heart went cold, all was ruined. Chu Yang slightly pulled his pants, and Xiao Chu's spirit gave him a bit of comfort. After squatting face-to-face for a while, Jiang Xinghe finally remembered to get a band-aid for Chu Yang. When the Omega stood up, his legs buckled suddenly, his body swaying. Jiang Xinghe thought it was because he had squatted for too long, making his legs go numb. At the moment he turned, a faint aroma of bay rose wafted into Chu Yang's nostrils. This wasn't right. Chu Yang lifted his hand and turned on the foyer lights with a snap, bringing clarity to his thoughts. While Jiang Xinghe fetched the medical box, Chu Yang quickly stood up and rushed into the bathroom, locking himself inside. In the mirror, the alpha's dark pupils gleamed abnormally red. Chu Yang knew well these were signs of the susceptible phase approaching. He was about to lose his mind. This must be the plight of older unmarried alphas, right? Chu Yang touched the heated glands at the back of his neck. The alpha raised his hand to turn on the faucet, splashing cold water onto his face repeatedly to subdue his restlessness. His damp bangs were casually flicked to the back of his head. In the gushing sound of water, Chu Yang sat on the toilet lid, silently gnawing on his fingernails again, using the same left hand as always. It felt eerily familiar. The bathroom door was tapped gently, and through the water noise came the clear voice of Jiang Xinghe. Every knock resonated deeply in the chest of Chu Yang, sending electric pulses rushing through his bloodstream. "Chu Yang. Don't waste water. Turn off the faucet properly." The alpha was deeply moved, yet his Mega partner was lecturing him not to waste water resources. Although feeling a little deflated, Jiang Xinghe was really adorable. Yang was confused. Inferior Megas usually heat up upon inhaling even a small amount of superior alpha pheromones. But how could a Mega, during his fever period, still care about whether others were wasting water or not? Chu Yang plunged his 10 fingers into his hair and vigorously rubbed his scalp in despair. Finished, finished. He had lost his allure to Jiang Xinghe. Chu Yang. Are you about to faint? If you don't open the door right now, I'll kick it down. Jiang Xinghe grew slightly anxious upon receiving no response. He stepped back a couple of steps and raised his leg. I'm fine, Chu Yang hurriedly opened the door. However, the Mega had already prepared to kick forward and didn't have time to retract, accidentally kneeing Chu Yang directly in the groin. Ah! Go! Chu Yang's handsome face twisted with agony as he hunched over, falling to his knees, cold sweat beading profusely on his forehead. Fortunately, the Mega reacted quickly and held back most of his force, otherwise, Chu Yang would probably have been incapacitated by now. Jiang Xinghe was startled and unsure where to place his hands. Yang. Are you alright? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Chu Yang curled up on the floor like a shrimp, painfully shaking his head while muttering through gritted teeth, no. I'm fine. How could he admit something when it concerned reputation? Jiang Xinghe helped Chu Yang to the sofa for rest. This disruption diverted his pain, somewhat suppressing the agitation brought on by the susceptible phase. Chu Yang hastily extended a trembling finger pointing at Jiang Xinghe, his brows furrowed deeply. Jiang Xinghe, this is your happiness down there we're talking about. Tisk. Jiang Xinghe flushed and smacked the loose-tongued alpha across the back of the head. After half an hour of inhaling cold air, the alpha gradually calmed down but looked rather disheveled. His bespoke suit, not yet removed, was rumpled, and his hair was in complete disarray. Chu Yang felt speechless. Despite doing nothing, it felt like they had just gone through some intimate activity. He picked up the cup and drank some water, his peripheral vision catching Jiang Xinghe's presence. He quirked an eyebrow and flashed his two small tiger teeth, grinning mischievously as he lightly tapped the Omega's eye corner with his finger. With his eyes half closed, the Alpha's dimples danced around, dazzling Jiang Xinghe momentarily. Jiang Xinghe, you're reacting. Chu Yang's confidence returned. He had initially thought there might have been an issue with his pheromones, but now realized that it was due to the strong willpower of his Mega, who hadn't noticed what had happened yet. During regular training at the King Island, both Alphas and Megas underwent pheromone resistance training. Unless it coincided with the fever period, their resistance to AO pheromones was significantly stronger than that of ordinary people. The Alpha's fingertips carried a slight moisture and coolness as Jiang Xinghe turned his head to avoid them. What? The Omega's little red mole at the corner of his eye stood out even more vividly. Chu Yang's heart fluttered. He covered his face, pressing all his rapid breaths into his palms as his posterior neck gland started heating uncontrollably. Jiang Xinghe took a few steps back. He had been inhaling high-grade alpha pheromones for half an hour. With his palm pressed against the edge of the sofa, his long lashes slightly trembling, he finally realized, Yang, are you, in the susceptible phase? Chu Yang held his neck glands, comforting him, don't be afraid. I've already been to the hospital for an injection. But why are you? It was then that Jiang Xinghe noticed the hospital paper bag on the side cabinet along with what appeared to be the alpha suppressant inside. Chu Yang's Adam's apple slid up and down as he met Jiang Xinghe's unfocused gaze, smiling helplessly, what else can it be but because of you? With only 45% compatibility, you've managed to induce heat in an alpha who has already received suppressants. Chu Yang deeply stared at Jiang Xinghe. His dark eyes flickered with complex love. Jiang Xinghe, how much do you think I must love you to become like this? Upon waking, the dizziness Jiang Xinghe felt after being disturbed was replaced by another kind of confusion. Before he had time to process Chu Yang's mention of 45% compatibility, a stronger smell of vodka reached his nose. Chu Yang watched the oblivious expression of the Mega and understood that the accursed susceptible phase had returned once again. Jiang Xinghe clawed at his palm, leaving 4 deep crescent-shaped marks. He saw Chu Yang take another dose of suppressant from the paper bag. Even though Jiang Xinghe's consciousness was unclear, he still remembered Chu Yang saying earlier that he had already injected himself with suppressants, as well as the doctor's warning months ago to use suppressants in moderation. You shouldn't. Jiang Xinghe stepped forward and stopped Chu Yang from injecting the drug into his arm, repeating, don't inject it anymore, it's harmful to your body. Chu Yang looked down at the hand grabbing his arm, softly asking, then what do you want me to do? Jiang Xinghe looked up and met his gaze, seeing Chu Yang looking at him with deep affection. The sparkling eyes ignited every nerve ending in Chu Yang. He had planned to bully the Mega with high-grade pheromones. Chu Yang's burning fingertips brushed away the stray hairs on Jiang Xinghe's forehead, his throat raspy as if it had been filed, asking hoarsely, Stars, can we move the agreed-upon date forward? Chapter 50, Ambition of a Wolf. What? Jiang Xinghe slightly widened his eyes, trying to clear his consciousness. Chu Yang coaxed gently, I've changed my mind. A month is too long, I can't give you that much time. The Omega still clutched a bandage in his hand, already crumpled. Jiang Xinghe blinked hard to try and see Chu Yang clearly, wanting to understand what he meant. But his brain couldn't process anything anymore, all he could hear was the violent beating of his heart from his left chest cavity. The Alpha caught a whiff of the sweet fragrance of 100-leaf roses, his pupils trembling slightly. Chu Yang watched as Jiang Xinghe took his hand and carefully peeled off the bandage, sticking it over the wound on his thumb before raising his head and asking innocently, does it hurt? A loud roar echoed in his mind as Chu Yang deeply inhaled, staring intently at Jiang Xinghe, his voice rough and gravelly, it doesn't hurt. The alpha extended 2 fingers to lightly pinch the mega's cheeks, softly chuckling. Jiang Xinghe, do you know how irresistible you look right now? Jiang Xinghe frowned slightly. How so? Chu Yang's Adam's apple bobbed twice. Your current appearance makes me want to be a despicable alpha. Chu Yang lowered his eyelashes and murmured against the mega's lips, stars, don't push me away. Jiang Xinghe suddenly remembered Chu Yang 6 years ago, when he had just differentiated into an alpha. In a hot summer, a sweaty Chu Yang had mysteriously pulled out an ice cream bar from his school bag and handed it to Jiang Xinghe. Back then, Jiang Xinghe thought Chu Yang's flushed face was due to the sun. Now, it was shyness. The pedestrian street was almost deserted at dawn. Chen Che irritably shoved a cigarette into his mouth, unlit, and started chewing dryly, anxiously crunching away with frustration. The footsteps behind him made him irritable, his thin suit provided no defense against the chill of spring, prompting a series of sneezes from Chen Che. Ji Feng sighed, quickly walking to Chen Che's side and draping the coat he was holding onto Chen Che, tightening it around him. Chen Che tried to struggle, cursing loudly, take it back. It smells like you, disgusting. Ji Feng calmly fastened the buttons for him, all right, stop being childish. Chen Che's jaw twitched, this was usually the line he would use to flirt with someone else. Now hearing it used on himself felt incredibly awkward. He felt goosebumps on his arms, but they were definitely not from the cold. Come on, seriously, Ji Feng, are you crazy? Can you stop talking like that, it's gross. Are you not fond of it? Ji Feng's gaze swept across the wound on Chen Che's lip, a faint smile appearing on his face, with a lingering fragrance of wild roses between his teeth. Cold sweat dripped down Chen Che's spine, you're insane. I warn you, stop following me or I'll file a complaint against you at the union. He hastily flagged down a taxi, rolled down the window, flipping Ji Feng the middle finger before driving off. Inside the warm cab, the scent of pine snow became even more pronounced on the coat. Chen Che couldn't help but lower his head to sniff, then quickly raised it, closing his eyes and repeating, I like Xiao, I like Xiao. I like Xiao. When he got home, he found the living room light was on. Looking inside, his troublemaking younger brother was holding a game controller playing a game, briefly glancing at him, Big brother, why are you back? Chen Che indeed stayed in hotels more often than he returned home, he didn't like bringing people over. This is my house, where else should I return to? Chen Che threw Ji Feng's coat to the floor, kicked off his leather shoes casually, and lazily leaned back on the couch, go get me a glass of water. I'm dying of thirst. Chen Jing was in the middle of a critical moment in his game, about to score points, hey, get it yourself. Do you want me to call Dad and tell him you're gaming at my place? Chen Che faked reaching for his phone to make a call. Chen Jing hurled the game controller aside, jumping off the sofa, and within 10 seconds, served the lukewarm water to Chen Che with a solicitous attitude, brother, please. Chen Che, several times, do you think I can't handle you? Since discovering that his eldest son was favored by destiny, their father focused all his efforts on nurturing the younger one, striving to turn Chen Jing into an exemplary youth. Chen Jing could only sneak to his brother's place occasionally to escape the excessive fatherly love from their dad. Brother, are you heartbroken? Chen Che almost choked on a sip of water, what? Nonsense. Do I look like a loser? Chen Jing leaned closer, examining him up and down, nodding, you do look extremely unlucky right now, brother. Everyone who walks along the river will eventually have wet shoes, sooner or later someone will come to deal with you. Balderdash. Chen Che slapped the back of his younger brother's head, the person who can handle me hasn't been born yet. Alright, it's so late already. Go to sleep. I know, said Chen Jing, before quickly slipping into the guest room and locking the door, considering that you're broken-hearted, I'll let it go this time. Chen Che sighed in speechlessness, after taking a shower he specifically took a look at himself in the mirror, where do I look unlucky? I'm obviously handsome. After Zhao Yu left the Chu family, he went home, packed up his stuff, then hailed a taxi to go to the Zhao residence. The whole family warmly came out to welcome him. In their eyes, Zhao Yu wasn't their son but a tool for climbing aboard the Hurricane Group. Zhao Yu placed all of his bank cards, car keys, and property deeds on the table. Zhao's father immediately turned cold, what is the meaning of this? With a still polite smile on his face, Zhao Yu replied, I voluntarily give up everything related to the Zhao family. From now on, I won't be under anyone's control. Are you rebelling? Zhao's father slammed the table hard. Normally, as long as he got angry, Zhao Yu would tremble with fear and then apologize. But today Zhao Yu didn't even flinch once. He stood up and adjusted his clothes, all the evidence of your domestic violence and the heat accelerators you gave me has been properly preserved. If you don't want to see me in the alliance court, I suggest you better act as if I am not your son. He finished speaking without another word, turned around, and walked out of the house. Zhao Yu lifted his head and took a deep breath of the air. The weather was bad that day, even slightly hazy, but Zhao Yu felt that this was the most relaxed day of his life in 20 years. A dull thunder rumbled following a flash of lightning. Jiang Xinghe struggled to lift his heavy eyelids. Through the gap of curtains not fully closed, he saw the sky outside was pitch black. His head was dizzy, his body feeling like trapped in a nightmare, sore and painful. Struggling for a long time, he couldn't even raise his arm. Staring blankly at the dark ceiling, fragmented and chaotic memories started returning. The tiredness made his pale face suddenly gain some color. In the last second of consciousness, all he remembered was an endless swirl of light circles from the living room chandelier. Jiang Xinghe moved his stiff neck. Chu Yang's head was resting on his shoulder. The alpha slept soundly, with the steady rhythm of his breathing audible. Like fireworks going off in his mind, Jiang Xinghe reached for the phone on the nightstand and glanced at the time. 7:30 p.m., February 16th. He still remembered that Chu Yang should have returned at 3 a.m. on February 15th. Where did the time go? Jiang Xinghe's face turned red. Chapter 51, Who is the Jerk? The room was very quiet. Outside, one could hear the wind howling, and the ticking of Chu Yang's watch on the bedside table. The alpha was still releasing soothing pheromones in his sleep. Jiang Xinghe stared at the wood grains on the ceiling for a while, soon accepting reality. Even though his heat cycle was forcibly triggered, it didn't matter since it was Chu Yang. After realizing this conclusion, he felt a little shy, but after the shyness passed, he wanted to beat Chu Yang. What nonsense about, I'll give you a month to accept. All bull. Still bullying him with his high-grade pheromones. Jiang Xinghe turned his side, putting his arm under his head. Staring at Chu Yang's peaceful sleeping face, he poked the alpha's slightly curled lashes with his fingers, sighing. Is this fool ever going to stop releasing those soothing pheromones? His glands will be depleted. Chu Yang's lashes flickered, still sleeping soundly. Jiang Xinghe's lips curved up slightly. The little bastard indeed looked good-looking, too good-looking to curse at him. Then he suddenly realized he had skipped work for a whole day, sitting up abruptly and tugging at his sore muscles, which felt as if they'd been repeatedly run over by a truck. Even during the devilish training he received on Tsang River Island, Jiang Xinghe never felt so bad when performing nocturnal marches. Blushing, the Omega hugged his own head, glancing sideways at the glowing screen of the phone, discovering an unread text message. Confused, Jiang Xinghe picked up the phone and opened it to find an approval from FAO's HR department. Your application for leave during heat has been approved. Wish you a speedy recovery. What was going on? Did he ask for leave? Jiang Xinghe covered his face, peering through his fingers to see the vacation application Chu Yang had submitted on his behalf, succinctly stating, in heat. Don't contact me. Chu Yang. Unable to endure it any longer, Jiang Xinghe kicked Chu Yang, only to grimace in pain himself. Chu Yang groaned softly, eyes cracking open slightly, exuding a languid air of being well-fed and satisfied. Upon seeing Jiang Xinghe's face clearly, the corner of his mouth curled nearly up to his ear. The alpha's voice upon being woken sounded like he was pouting, as he snuggled closer towards Jiang Xinghe. Xing, hee, baby hee. What nonsense are you babbling? Jiang Xinghe's face turned red, twisting Chu Yang's ear as he pulled him up. You're simply. Ow. Chu Yang's hazy consciousness cleared up due to the tug on his ear. The small light on the bedside table cast a dim yellow glow, giving Chu Yang's mega face a honeyed hue with the reddish tint still not gone from the corners of his eyes. Chu Yang's gaze fixated on that tiny mole, staring until he was lost in thought. The alpha's Adam's apple moved up and down as he lowered his head to try and kiss Jiang Xinghe. He was met by a palm smacking his forehead, and Jiang Xinghe said sarcastically, go away, bothersome thing. Chu Yang let out an sound, lowering his head in distress while covering his forehead which had been reddened by the smack. As he bowed his head, he happened to see the exposed ankle of Jiang Xinghe, under the sleep pants, revealing half a faint tooth mark. Drip, something emerged from Chu Yang's nostril and dripped onto the silk quilt. Jiang Xinghe suddenly grabbed Chu Yang's face and saw the alpha's bewildered expression, saying, Chu Yang. You are bleeding from your nose. Chu Yang hastily wiped it off with the back of his hand, looking at the blood and feeling rather embarrassed. How shameful. How could he be bleeding from the nose? Chu Yang felt humiliated and angry. Another flurry of chaos ensued. Instinctively, Chu Yang wanted to tilt his head back, but Jiang Xinghe slapped his forehead again, making a clear sound. Chu Yang found that the most frequent beatings in his life seemed to have come from Jiang Xinghe. After others were done, there would usually be tenderness, but they ended up like a war every time. Lean your head forward. Jiang Xinghe directed Chu Yang's head, reaching out to pinch his nose, forcing the alpha to breathe through his mouth, trying to lift his head in distress but pushed down again by Jiang Xinghe. With his nose pinched, Chu Yang's words sounded muffled with a nasal tone, Brother Xinghe, let go. I feel like I'm better already. No, at least pinch for 5 minutes. Jiang Xinghe wouldn't let go, even increasing the pressure. Chu Yang thought if the nose wasn't real, it would have been skewed by now. After 5 minutes, Jiang Xinghe released him, holding his face to check. The nosebleed had stopped, but blood stains were smeared all over Chu Yang's face. Jiang Xinghe couldn't help but laugh, pulling wet wipes from the drawer to gently clean Chu Yang's face. Look at your incompetence. I finally escaped my A-status identity, a bit excited. Chu Yang grinned with a hint of shyness rarely seen after regaining his composure. Jiang Xinghe blushed, increasing the strength in his hands, and directly rubbed the disinfectant wipe harshly on Chu Yang's face, yelling viciously, this is disinfectant, I'll disinfect this mouth of yours too. Chu Yang didn't resist, allowing Jiang Xinghe to do whatever he pleased with his handsome face, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. Jiang Xinghe's stomach grumbled, having not eaten properly for nearly 2 days, consuming some honey water during the period, but those calories were long consumed. Mad dog. Go make me food. Chu Yang leaned over and kissed Jiang Xinghe's cheek. Good job, darling. I'll make you a Manchu Han imperial feast. Having said that, he hopped off the bed and cheerfully whistling went to the kitchen. Jiang Xinghe clenched his teeth, watching how agile Chu Yang's movements were. After the door was closed, the sound of darling lingered in Jiang Xinghe's ears a few more times. The Omega buried his head into the pillow, wildly kicking his legs a few times. Chu Yang poured the washed rice into the pot, pressed the natural gas valve turning around, the blue flame jumped instantly before Chu Yang's eyes. Chu Yang opened the fridge and checked, the food inside had mostly been consumed by the both of them. He found some shrimp paste made a few days ago and 2 abalones. Once the porridge in the pot began to bubble, he added the abalones and shrimp paste, preparing a seafood porridge for Jiang Xinghe to drink. Following the smell, Jiang Xinghe lazily shuffled out of the bedroom wearing slippers. His eyes lit up when he saw the steaming hot, flavorful seafood porridge on the dining table. Then he turned up his nose saying, "Is that all? Weren't you going to make me a Manchu Han imperial feast?" Chu Yang went over to support his waist, but Jiang Xinghe slapped it away. Smiling, the alpha walked to the dining table and pulled out a chair for Jiang Xinghe, picking up a spoon to stir in the bowl so the porridge could cool faster. Porridge is easy to digest, you can't eat fatty meats right now. Just as Jiang Xinghe was about to retort, I'm not 80 years old. Why can't I eat well at night? He caught Chu Yang's teasing gaze and swallowed his words instead, muttering irritably, do you need a lesson or what? Never, never. Let's just have dinner. Chu Yang smiled and pushed the cooled porridge in front of Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe took a spoonful into his mouth, it was very fresh. There were seaweed flakes for flavoring, and he finished almost half a bowl in one breath. Aren't you eating? Jiang Xinghe looked at Chu Yang curiously, who was resting his chin on his hands while staring at him. Chu Yang winked, hinting mysteriously, I'm full. Jiang Xinghe's temple twitched violently, and he kicked the foot under the table, hooking onto his sleep pants with 8/10 of his strength. Chu Yang yowled, and Jiang Xinghe shot him an exasperated glare. Without a second thought, he grabbed Chu Yang's bowl of seafood porridge and drank it himself. Humph, you're full, are you? Fine then, no more food for you. After the meal, Jiang Xinghe rubbed his full belly and commanded Chu Yang like a grandmaster to wash the dishes. Chu Yang limped off obediently, though it didn't faze him. With a yawn, Jiang Xinghe prepared to go back to bed, Chu Yang tagging behind him like a little tail. What are you following me around for? Jiang Xinghe stopped the alpha trying to enter the room. Chu Yang lazily leaned against the doorframe, flashing 2 little tiger teeth smugly, you're my boyfriend. Isn't it normal that I sleep with you? Jiang Xinghe arched an eyebrow, when did I agree to be your boyfriend? What? Chu Yang gaped wide-eyed, Jiang Xinghe. Aren't you going to take responsibility for this? You scumbag. Scumbag. Chapter 52, The Gate Opens. Clutching the doorframe, spitting out the word scumbag one after another, Chu Yang slammed it onto Jiang Xinghe's forehead repeatedly. Jiang Xinghe nearly burst out laughing, being provoked by Chu Yang, finding the act identical to when they were kids, relying on his cuteness to do whatever he pleased, knowing fully well no one would dare hit him. A child's irrational tantrums are called coquettishness, but grown-ups aren't just cute, it's unruly behavior. Yet Chu Yang remained irresistible despite being good-looking enough that even if he threw himself on the floor crying, no one could stay annoyed. Jiang Xinghe felt completely cornered by Chu Yang. Every time those shiny eyes locked onto him, his boundaries disappeared instantly. Jiang Xinghe, I love you. Jiang Xinghe's heart was jolted fiercely, fireworks exploding in his mind. Chu Yang suddenly let go of the door and shuffled in his slippers to the hallway, picking up a previously bought bouquet of pink and white roses sitting on a small cabinet unplaced in a vase yet. Jiang Xinghe eyed the roses in Chu Yang's hand. The water bag still had ample water, aside from a few wilted blooms, they were mostly blooming gorgeously. Jiang Xinghe, be my boyfriend, Chu Yang blushed faintly, presenting the flowers, from now on, I'll buy you flowers every day, cook for you, and follow wherever you ask me to go. Jiang Xinghe's eyelashes trembled slightly. Chu Yang pursed his lips and continued, considering we've been brothers for over 20 years, would you please agree? Jiang Xinghe was dumbfounded, looking blankly at Chu Yang. Considering our brotherhood, become my boyfriend? What an absurd logic is this? Seeing there was no sign of Jiang Xinghe accepting the flowers, Chu Yang felt wronged. No one could possibly love you more than I do, Jiang Xinghe. A dark thought bubbled up in the alpha's mind. He regretted not marking Jiang Xinghe permanently yesterday. If he had, then he'd only belong to him forever. Chu Yang's heart was pounding with tension, skipping beats. Truthfully, Chu Yang had nearly drafted his will when he first became lucid. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Xinghe beating him, but the thought of losing touch because of this terrified him. Having known each other for so many years, Chu Yang understood Jiang Xinghe's stubborn personality perfectly well. Jiang Xinghe disliked passivity. He preferred to control his own destiny, detesting any alpha's genetic superiority over megas. His dream was to create a truly equal society. Chu Yang, during Jiang Xinghe's mega phase, lured him using pheromones driven purely by self-interest. Because an elite alpha like Chu Yang rarely lost control so easily. He simply wanted, deeply and urgently, to possess this mega. The world was unfair, inferior megas had zero resistance against superior alpha's susceptible phases. While Chu Yang used the susceptible phase as a noble-sounding excuse, all it did was deliberately cover up the sinister act of an alpha abusing high-tier pheromones to suppress megas. He figured if Jiang Xinghe refused him, he'd stop immediately. But the alpha didn't give the mega a chance to push him away, releasing increasingly purer pheromones that smelled like high-grade vodka. When Jiang Xinghe murmured Chu Yang's childhood nickname, Tuan Tuan, Chu Yang lost it and couldn't care about anything else. Let's drown together. Chu Yang anxiously awaited his verdict, his heart sinking to the bottom of his chest. As he moved to take back the rose, Jiang Xinghe suddenly reached out and pulled out the stem marked with Chu Yang's fingerprints. Jiang Xinghe lightly covered Chu Yang's fingerprint with his thumb, the two imprints aligning perfectly as if sealing a contract. The Omega whispered softly, "I'll dry this one." The heart that had been plummeting stopped just in time before shattering, leaping back up rapidly. Chu Yang's voice trembled. What does this mean? Jiang Xinghe remembered the day before yesterday when Chu Yang said their compatibility was only 45%, but he decided to take a gamble, betting on Chu Yang's sincerity. He chose to believe that, "My love for you transcends genetic instincts." Because he felt the same, even though he feared the bumpy road ahead, he didn't want to let go of Chu Yang's hand. "It means I accept," Jiang Xinghe smiled, shaking the rose slightly before preparing to hang it upside down on the balcony to dry. It seemed this was how it was done online. But Chu Yang wouldn't give him a chance to leave, wrapping his arms around Jiang Xinghe tightly, his excitement making him stutter. I'm so happy. This is the happiest day of my life." Jiang Xinghe actually wanted to remark if Chu Yang hadn't been happy yesterday too, but thought better of it. Instead, he heard Chu Yang's fierce heartbeat reverberating against his eardrums. Jiang Xinghe whispered softly into Chu Yang's embrace, "Me too." Chu Yang paused, then pushed Jiang Xinghe toward the bedroom, only to be given a hard punch by the mega. Rubbing his red waist where he'd been pinched, Chu Yang watched as Jiang Xinghe walked to the shoe cabinet and took out the shoelace from his globally limited edition sneakers. He tied it around the stem of the rose, hanging the flower upside down on a clothes hanger before placing it on the balcony. "Will this work? Make sure it doesn't smell later." Chu Yang leaned closer, smiling brightly. "If you like, I can press my fingerprints onto the flowers I buy you every day." Jiang Xinghe smacked Chu Yang's forehead. "Are you sick? Do you really enjoy hurting yourself?" Grumbling while holding his head, Chu Yang mumbled, "Isn't it because I see that you like it? It's useless talking to you. I'm going to sleep, and you should return to your own room." Jiang Xinghe stomped off to his bedroom. Chu Yang helplessly watched as Jiang Xinghe entered and locked the door. Sitting on the couch, the alpha crunched on his nails deep in thought. Suddenly bright-eyed, he ran to the storage room and began rummaging through the cabinets. Jiang Xinghe was startled awake when he heard the lock being opened. Chu Yang, clutching a pillow, quickly lay down beside him. "Sam Yang, Chu Yang, you're really something." Amusedly irritated, Jiang Xinghe ignored him, trying to turn over to face away from the alpha. However, as soon as he turned, Chu Yang flipped him back. "You're not allowed to turn your back on me." Chu Yang's eyes were shining brightly, utterly devoid of any sign of fatigue. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Jiang Xinghe finally opened his eyes to glare at him. "If you plan to sleep, do so quickly. If you don't plan to sleep, then get back to your own room and stop ruining my sleep, alright?" Laying his arm down and propping his head on it, Chu Yang side-laid facing Jiang Xinghe, flicking stray strands of his hair with his fingers. "Stars." Jiang Xinghe sighed deeply. He no longer expected Chu Yang to call him Brother Star River, as long as there were no sudden bursts of "wife" or "darling," which he wasn't psychologically ready to hear yet. "What is it?" Chu Yang hesitated, giving an embarrassed smile. "How many days of vacation do we get during the alliance's heat period?" Jiang Xinghe considered for a moment. Usually 3 legal days, but can be extended in special circumstances." Mid-sentence, the mega warily pulled the blanket higher. "Why are you asking this?" Chu Yang nudged his forehead against Jiang Xinghe's shoulder, his short hair grazing Jiang Xinghe's chin. The Omega's eyelashes twitched, his voice faltering slightly. "Say whatever you need to say. You're already grown up, stop whining." Chu Yang's pitch-black eyes gleamed brilliantly, full of images of Jiang Xinghe. "Stars." Jiang Xinghe's Adam's apple bobbed as he retreated further into the blanket, whispering softly, "Don't call me that nonsense." Suddenly, the small bedside lamp on the nightstand flickered, almost going out. Chu Yang took a deep breath, pulling the blanket over both of them in urgency. "Baby, you understand, I just opened the floodgate." "What?" "Chu Yang. You're unbelievable." Chapter 53, Peck. The morning in February was still freezing cold. Young people seemed to have iron stomachs. Chen Jing stretched lazily, opened the fridge door, took out a box of milk, drank it all up, and considered that breakfast. Before leaving, he deliberately knocked on Chen Che's bedroom door, then heard something hit the door and fall back to the ground. Good, he's still alive. Actually, Chen Che hadn't slept all night. He stuck out his messy head from under the quilt, with dark circles under his eyes, staring blankly at the chandelier on the ceiling. Ji Feng's "I Like You" kept playing in my ears all night, making my head buzz. President Chen had been through the dating scene for 4 or 5 years and had never lost sleep over feelings. He even mocked Chu Yang for being love-struck, offering to introduce him to an anal specialist. How ironic. Now thinking back, he wanted to slap himself. Karma truly comes around, the heavens spare no one. You often walk by the riverside, but how can you avoid getting your feet wet? But President Chen realized this after a sleepless night. More than just wet shoes. He fell into a ditch. He was extremely annoyed. His phone vibrated. Chen Che glanced at it. It was Ji Feng's message. He flipped the phone face down on the bedside table and smacked his head against the pillow. The absurd vacation was finally over. Jiang Xinghe couldn't help but kick Chu Yang out of the bedroom. Jiang Xinghe originally planned to drive himself to work, but Chu Yang insisted on showing his "five good boyfriend" spirit by sending him off to work. With no energy to argue, he let Chu Yang go ahead. Without comparison, there would be no hurt. Compared to the elated Chu Yang who was humming songs while driving, Jiang Xinghe was much more dispirited, with a new pheromone concealer patch applied on his neck again. On one hand, it masked the pheromones that smelled like vodka, on the other, it concealed the gland full of scabs. Jiang Xinghe tugged at the corner of his mouth. Chu Yang. Watch the road. Don't look at me. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, grinning. Who's looking at you? I'm checking the right rearview mirror. Jiang Xinghe choked, turned his head to look out the car window at the non-motorized vehicle lane. There were hurried white-collar workers riding electric scooters, and energetic teenagers standing on their bicycles. It was a very ordinary workday. Jiang Xinghe rested his head against the car window, feeling for the first time that he belonged to these ordinary yet happy members. The glass was misted by the warm breath of the mega, and he drew a smiley face with his finger on it. The alpha saw his little move and a faint smile appeared on his face. How do you know I'm looking at you if you don't look at me? Jiang Xinghe, you're peeping at me. At the red light ahead, Chu Yang shifted into neutral and turned his body slightly to look at Jiang Xinghe sitting with his back turned to him. Although he couldn't see his face, he could spot the red tips of the mega's ears and the shadow of the pheromone concealer patch beneath the turtleneck sweater. Do you think I'll bother to acknowledge you? Jiang Xinghe tugged at his sweater collar, not liking high necks because they scratched his neck, but he had no choice. The alpha couldn't help but ruffle Jiang Xinghe's hair, which was very soft. Jiang Xinghe sighed. Now Chu Yang towards him was just like a cat seeing fish, or a dog seeing bones, unrestrained once the floodgates were opened. The car came to a smooth stop at the roadside of the FAO Alliance. Jiang Xinghe unbuckled his seatbelt, ready to get out when Chu Yang grabbed his hand. The alpha pointed to his cheek with his index finger, showing 2 small dimples, the implication clear. Jiang Xinghe pretended not to know, playing dumb. What's wrong with your face? Chu Yang laughed. Don't pretend with me, come on, give me a peck. Jiang Xinghe chuckled, blocking Chu Yang's puckered lips with his hand, raising an eyebrow. Nope, I'm going to work. With that, he directly opened the passenger door and slammed it shut without mercy, waving goodbye to Chu Yang through the car door with a satisfied smile. Chu Yang gazed at the radiant mega, tightening his throat as he rolled down the car window teasingly. Wait for me tonight. Jiang Xinghe blushed, turning away and entering the Alliance building. He adjusted his collar, his expression regaining its calmness as he returned to being the serious Director Jiang. A colleague passed by and greeted him. Good morning, Director Jiang. Jiang Xinghe nodded politely with a smile. Good morning. His mindset changed overnight. He no longer plunged headlong into work. The succulent on the windowsill sprouted tender buds. Spring had truly arrived. As soon as Jiang Xinghe returned to the office and changed into his FA uniform, he received an urgent notice for a meeting. Ji Feng pulled out a chair and sat beside Jiang Xinghe, glancing at the back of his neck. Jiang Xinghe noticed his gaze and cleared his throat awkwardly. The secretary handed confidential files sequentially to Ji Feng and Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe untied the thin rope wrapped around the file bag and opened it. Upon seeing its contents, he quickly exchanged a look with Ji Feng. Due to the dual pressure from an unknown organization and the FAO Alliance, the Vipers had been driven into a desperate situation. Their traces were discovered in a small village under the jurisdiction of Pingyang Town in Jiangzhou City. There had been a recent influx of strangers in the small village, which was likely the Vipers' hiding place. The Alliance demanded that the search department and the security department quickly dispatch personnel to ensure that all the gland dealers were apprehended. After the meeting ended, Ji Feng and Jiang Xinghe walked together toward the office to formulate a battle plan. Xinghe, I know you don't listen to advice, but I still want to advise you, stay at headquarters for this mission. Every frontline task was dangerous, let alone when their opponents were ruthless and desperate criminals. This time, Ji Feng didn't even dare guarantee he could bring all his subordinates back unscathed. Feng Ji, I know you're looking out for me, but I must go. This time, the Alliance issued a strict order, anyone who resists should be eliminated on the spot. But Jiang Xinghe had his own reasons. He needed to see the Vipers alive so he could find the location of Su Qi's glands. Ji Feng smiled. Alright, I won't try to dissuade you anymore. It seems we'll fight shoulder to shoulder once again. Jiang Xinghe raised his fist and tapped it against Ji Feng's. The Vipers had an extremely strong anti-surveillance awareness, and the Alliance feared they would vanish again. After discussing the combat plan with Ji Feng briefly, Jiang Xinghe boarded a plane bound for Jiangzhou City. Ji Feng unlocked his phone and saw the last message he sent in the pinned conversation box this morning. Good morning. Chen Che hadn't bothered to reply. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Xinghe sitting beside him. Xinghe, does Chu Yang know you're going on a mission? Jiang Xinghe waved his phone in front of Ji Feng's eyes helplessly. I just told him, and now he's sulking. After delivering Jiang Xinghe to the Alliance, Chu Yang received an email from J. The mole named Scarface inside the Vipers transmitted new clues, helping them lock down the Vipers' location. Chu Yang thought this way, he'd drag the Vipers right in front of Jiang Xinghe and recover Su Qi's glands, a memorial gift for Jiang Xinghe agreeing to be his boyfriend. But Jiang Xinghe decided to personally retrieve the gift. Seeing the 5 words Jiang Xinghe sent him, on a mission, don't worry, made Chu Yang's teeth itch with frustration. They were the Vipers. The top leader of the Gland Crime Syndicate, whose hands were stained with an unknown amount of blood. Why did Jiang Xinghe always like rushing to danger so much? Jiang Cheng and Su Qi had already sacrificed enough, it absolutely wasn't Jiang Xinghe's turn to gamble his life away. Can't a minister just stay put at headquarters? Jiang Xinghe sighed helplessly, it's my job, stop being childish. Chu Yang's temples throbbed. He opened the contact list and called Jay, ordering him to ensure Jiang Xinghe's safety no matter what. After the call ended, Chu Yang sent a picture of Jiang Xinghe to Jay. If Jiang Xinghe returned safely, double the payment. When Chu Yang's assistant was urgently summoned to the office, he was startled by how bad his boss's expression looked, almost like he was about to start punching someone. Book me on the earliest flight to Jiangzhou. Chapter 54, Losing Contact with Jiang Xinghe. Mr. Chu, the earliest flight is at 2:30 in the afternoon. Chu Yang nodded, book that one. The assistant hesitated slightly. Mr. Chu, you have an appointment with Mr. Wang from Taiyuan at 2:30, concerning our real estate project negotiation recently. Chu Yang pinched his temple. That was true, this project was quite important, and he had personally participated in its assessment. You do your job. Book the ticket first. The assistant wanted to say more. So many companies were eyeing this project closely, and if delayed, all previous efforts might be wasted. However, seeing Chu Yang's sullen face and menacing aura, the assistant didn't dare utter another word and quietly booked the ticket. With only half an hour before the plane took off, Chu Yang grabbed his coat and rushed into the elevator in a hurry. The driver was already waiting downstairs. Chu Yang threw himself onto the back seat and took out his phone to call his father. Dad, I have an emergency and need to leave for Jiangzhou immediately. You can represent me to meet Mr. Wang from Taiyuan at 2:30 this afternoon. Although Chu Yang has been self-centered from childhood to adulthood, he wouldn't waste the efforts of all employees, because this project was not only his hard work and couldn't be abandoned. Chu Shan immediately agreed but hesitated for a moment, worriedly saying, did something happen to Xinghe? Other than Jiang Xinghe, Chu Shan could not think of any matter that would make Chu Yang so anxious. Chu Yang paused, slowly and firmly saying, Dad, I will bring him back. The small village of Taoli under the jurisdiction of Ping'an Town in Jiangzhou City was located on the top of a mountain, with very inconvenient transportation. The 5G network had yet to cover this area, and the cell phone signals were intermittent. Jiang Xinghe slightly frowned at the no-signal sign on his mobile phone and put it back into the pocket of his combat uniform. This backward village communicated little with the outside world. The young people had left to earn money through labor, leaving behind only some elderly people and left behind children. The Vipers chose to hide here precisely because the elders and children have low awareness against danger, they could be easily silenced with just a little money and lacked the ability to seek help from the outside world. The car could only drive halfway before being unable to proceed further. Jiang Xinghe had jumped down from the passenger seat to check the situation. The road was too narrow and surrounded by dense forests, forcing them to walk ahead. All around was barren land, with a winding mountain path seemingly endless, showing no signs of human habitation. Within sight were nothing but trees and stones, and beside them was an abyss. Jiang Xinghe picked up a stone and threw it down the mountain, hearing no sound at all. Such a perilous cliff indeed showed no mercy. They had no choice but to abandon their vehicle and proceed on foot. Jiang Xinghe opened the satellite map and saw that they were still 20 kilometers away from Taoli village. Tonight was destined to be a tough battle. Looking at the rocky mountain path covered with gravel, Jiang Xinghe said into the communicator, it has just rained, everyone should take extra caution against landslides. The team split into 3 squads, 1 for the frontal assault, and 2 for auxiliary encirclement. Ji Feng grabbed Jiang Xinghe's arm as he was strapping on his gear and quietly said, Xinghe, I'll lead the assault team. Before Jiang Xinghe could say anything, Ji Feng seriously added, Jiang Xinghe, I know you're the most outstanding striker, but your right arm carries old injuries. Can you ensure 100% combat effectiveness? Jiang Xinghe unconsciously touched his right arm and a look of desolation crossed his face. That's right, he was no longer the captain of the Black Leopard squad he used to be. Ji Feng placed his hand on Jiang Xinghe's shoulder and pressed it firmly, trust me. Jiang Xinghe looked at Ji Feng's worried gaze and gave him a faint smile, lightly patting Ji Feng's hand, alright, thank you for the effort. Take care of yourself. Jiang Xinghe led more than 10 others and parted ways with Ji Feng. They had to cross the hill ahead and head to the left side of Taoli village. Taoli village was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Jiang Xinghe led his team in combat uniforms through the dark night. As they stepped over dry branches, there was a crunching sound beneath their feet. Carefully listening, animal howls echoed in the forest. The roads after the rain were slippery and steep, a misstep could send someone tumbling down the mountain. Injuries like fractures were minimal concerns, as severe accidents might result in permanent loss of life. Jiang Xinghe looked up at the bright moon hanging in the night sky and thought, wasn't there a phrase? How beautiful the night is tonight, I'm thinking of you. With the gloved right hand, the Omega gently caressed the inside pocket on the left chest, where Chu Yang's New Year present, a pair of blue glass beads engraved with pupils, was stored. Captain Jiang, what's wrong? A subordinate saw Jiang Xinghe suddenly stopping, wondering if something happened. Jiang Xinghe shook his head, nothing, the moon tonight is really full. The subordinate was somewhat confused. Jiang Xinghe activated the communicator, boosting morale, if we complete the task successfully tonight, I'll treat everyone to drinks when we return to Shisai. A few small cheers came through the communicator. In the hotel's presidential suite, Chu Yang paced back and forth anxiously. He had undone the first 3 buttons of his shirt, and his tie hung loosely around his neck. His usual composed and elite demeanor was gone, replaced by an expression filled with gloom. Chu Yang lifted the wine glass on the low table, and the fiery liquor flowed down his throat, igniting alpha irritability within his stomach. His phone had been unlocked hundreds of times today, yet Jiang Xinghe hadn't replied to any of his messages. Every call he made returned a response of, not in service area, making Chu Yang feel like he was going crazy. He threw the transparent glass cup onto the carpet, creating a heavy thud, rolling twice before stopping. With another kick, it eventually shattered. Chu Yang slumped into the sofa, extending his hand and rubbing his face forcefully. He really hated losing control of the situation. This feeling of panic, as though his heart was being torn apart by a large hole, was identical to how he felt 4 years ago when he lost Jiang Xinghe. Terrible. He clearly wanted to clear all obstacles for his mega. Was it because he was too useless? That's why Jiang Xinghe had once again put himself in danger. Chu Yang sighed wearily. Jiang Xinghe would not be willing to live in the greenhouse Chu Yang provided, becoming a protected flower. His mega was a wild rose growing on cliffs. There was only one bedside lamp on in the room, and the shadow cast by the light made the alpha look pitiful. Anxious Chu Yang began biting his nails. He dared not imagine what Jiang Xinghe might currently be facing, whether there was any danger. As soon as he thought about Jiang Xinghe being somewhere he didn't know, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel restless, unable to stand or sit still. Agent J sent the latest news. FAO had already infiltrated Taoli village, but the night was too dark, and they were afraid of alarming them prematurely, so they had not yet found Jiang Xinghe's whereabouts. All Chu Yang could say besides, protect him well, was silence. He had checked the terrain of Taoli village. It had a perilous landscape, easy to defend but hard to attack, with enemies that didn't care about their lives on the other side. Chu Yang knew Jiang Xinghe was capable. To learn more about Jiang Xinghe, he had repeatedly watched videos of Jiang Xinghe in combat, trying to make up for those 4 years of absence. But no matter how capable Jiang Xinghe was, in Chu Yang's eyes, he was still someone who needed protection. How skilled in fighting he may be, yet he would cry pitifully in Chu Yang's arms. This morning, he was still in Chu Yang's embrace, now he felt like he couldn't hold on to him anymore. A minister risking his life every day. How can he be so talented? So annoying. When Jiang Xinghe comes back, he'll never let him go. Chu Yang suddenly pulled the electric curtain open and saw the full moon hanging in the night sky. Chapter 55, He is just my Jiang Xinghe. Leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, Chu Yang stared at the full moon for a moment. He picked up the cigarette pack from the short table, flicked out a cigarette, and bit it between his lips. Chu Yang learned how to smoke on the day Jiang Xinghe left. Drinking alcohol was also something he picked up then. At that time, he was still young and didn't know how to deal with anxiety mentally, and nicotine and alcohol temporarily relieved his unease. It was during this time that Chu Yang and Chen Chei's friendship rapidly deepened. At first, Chu Yang didn't even look down on Chen Chei, this playboy, but Chen Chei was always friendly, often inviting him out to drink and eat. Over time, Chu Yang discovered this guy was actually pretty righteous. Putting aside Chen Chei's shattered love view, the two of them indeed got along quite well. The lighter spun on Chu Yang's fingertips. He originally planned to quit. Nor could he exactly say he was addicted to smoking or drinking. Cigarettes and alcohol were merely another kind of substitute for Jiang Xinghe. Chu Yang was simply addicted to Jiang Xinghe. A small flame shot out from the lighter. Chu Yang took a puff, nicotine entered his lungs, but it couldn't suppress the panic bubbling up from within. A faint spark flickered at the fingertips of the alpha. Chu Yang exhaled a circle of smoke and gave the white wall a strong kick, making his heel and lower leg tingle with numbness. His foot tingled, but even the fingertips of the alpha trembled. He was scared. Jiang Xinghe normally wouldn't shed a single tear without breaking Chu Yang's heart. He dared not think what might happen if Jiang Xinghe got injured or even. Chu Yang regretted. He should have followed his instincts and marked Jiang Xinghe for life the first time around, making Jiang Xinghe permanently dependent on his advanced pheromones, ensuring he'd never leave him. Chu Yang lay listlessly in the sofa, wide awake staring at the waning moon, the sky welcoming the first rays of dawn. The Alpha slightly squinted, bloodshot eyes due to sleepless nights, the ashtray overflowing with ashes. Chu Yang rubbed his forehead, he had lost count of how many times he had unlocked his phone screen. It was now 5:30 in the morning, still no word from Jiang Xinghe, nor any messages from Agent J. Chu Yang could wait no longer. As he stood up, his vision went black momentarily, swaying. He rushed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, splashed a few handfuls of cold water onto his face, which cleared his mind significantly. He casually wiped his face with a towel, turned around, and took his Swiss Army knife from the drawer, putting it in his coat before heading out. The driver was already waiting downstairs. Seeing the boss come down, he quickly got out of the car and opened the rear door, but Chu Yang didn't get in. He held out his hand, "Give me the keys." The driver hesitated and took the car keys from his pocket, handing them over to Chu Yang. "You go back and rest. You don't need to follow me." Chu Yang opened the driver's seat door, sat in, smoothly started the car. The driver stood there, watching as Chu Yang deftly turned the wheel, made a U-turn, stepped on the gas, driving away, leaving him standing disheveled in the wind. Taoli Village, a tiny village that doesn't exist on regular maps, with only a vague landmark. Chu Yang opened the satellite map, located the last position sent by Agent J, and cursed inwardly. What a joke. Useless good for nothing. Chu Yang watched the red light count down. Finally, his phone, which had been silent all night, began to ring. He picked it up immediately. It was Agent J calling. Chu Yang felt a fleeting sense of disappointment but quickly suppressed it. Even though it wasn't Jiang Xinghe who called, something was better than nothing. From the other end of the phone came chaotic noise, and Chu Yang could vaguely hear hurried footsteps walking back and forth, making his heart tighten instantly. Agent J didn't give him time to think. "Boss, Jiang Xinghe fell down the slope while covering for a colleague. We're searching for him with FAO." The green light lit up. The roaring sound in Chu Yang's head merged with the honking behind him, followed by an ear ringing that lasted for dozens of seconds. Chu Yang gripped the phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. Someone was knocking on his car window. Looking at the person outside speaking through the glass, Chu Yang tried to understand what they were saying but failed. As if in an old movie, the world seemed to briefly lose its sound, and he could only see someone outside the car hitting it in anger. A sudden ding-dong from his phone broke the silence. Chu Yang saw a text message pop up on the screen, sent 3 hours ago by Jiang Xinghe. "I love you too." Chu Yang took a sharp intake of breath as his heart started thumping violently, and the world regained its color and sound. He paid no attention to the angry person outside pounding on the car or the continuous honking. Chu Yang pulled out his satellite phone and dialed Agent J. "Tell G-Phone to remotely control my phone right away. 3 hours ago, Brother Xinghe sent me a text. Immediately locate his position. I'm coming there now." In front of his car stood a man punching the hood. Chu Yang shifted into neutral and pressed hard on the gas pedal. The Land Rover's engine roared loudly, and the man jumped back, sitting on the ground as he cursed at the taillights, yelling, "Crazy man. There's only so much time left for the best possible rescue." Chu Yang didn't dare to imagine how badly injured Jiang Xinghe might be. Were his bones broken? Would he have gone into shock from blood loss? Spring mornings carried dampness and cold, the sun hadn't yet risen above the horizon, requiring near lights to drive safely. Was Jiang Xinghe alone, scared? Chu Yang wiped his face, finding it moist. He gripped the steering wheel tightly to stop his hands from shaking. A 1-hour drive compressed into 35 minutes, Chu Yang almost went mad on the mountain road. He couldn't drive any further. 20 kilometers remained to Taoli Village. A world champion would take 55 minutes and 31 seconds to run 20 kilometers. Even if Chu Yang went crazy, it would take him at least an hour and a half to get there. You deserve your poverty for not building decent roads. Cursing all the way, after running for half an hour, Chu Yang never thought about changing into athletic shoes. Alpha's handmade custom leather shoes were a waste on ordinary streets, the designer certainly wouldn't expect them to race across mountains. Damn it, he should have come with a helicopter. After panting heavily and running 10 kilometers, he finally spotted an FAO helicopter with their Alliance logo circling overhead. At the same moment, his satellite phone rang. Chu Yang pressed the answer button, urgently asking, "Did you find him? How is he?" Ji Feng's cool and weary voice came from the other end, "Chu Yang, calm down. Xinghe has already been taken by helicopter to the nearest Jiangzhou Central Hospital." Chu Yang's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and his legs gave out, causing him to kneel on the ground. The gravel dug into his knees, but Alpha didn't feel the pain. Opening his mouth slightly, he struggled to speak. "How is he? Is he severely injured?" There was a second of silence from Ji Feng. "One leg is broken, and he has many abrasions. We need to wait for hospital results for details. When we found Xinghe, he still had weak consciousness," Ji Feng added. "Don't worry too much." Chu Yang exhaled deeply, mocking bitterly, "Are 2 deaths in the Jiang family not enough? Why didn't you stop him? Why did you let him participate in such a dangerous mission?" An Alpha businessman had his own idea of justice, only for Jiang Xinghe. "Chu Yang, calm down. This is our job, it's his mission. Screw your mission. He's not some minister Jiang, he's just my Jiang Xinghe. I'm not as noble and great as you are. If anything happens to Jiang Xinghe, even blowing up FAO can't compensate for him. Chapter 56, Younger Brother-in-Law. Chu Yang raised his hand to smash the satellite phone, his arm already lifted high in preparation for the throw. But then he reconsidered, what if something else happened? So, his arm lowered again. Ji Feng looked silently at the satellite phone in his hand. Chu Yang's curses were right, if anything happened to Jiang Xinghe, the entire FAO would be unworthy of the sacrifices made by Jiang Cheng and Su Qi. He pressed his knuckles against his brow, regretting not insisting that Jiang Xinghe stay at headquarters. Chu Yang jogged wearily along the mountain road, having neither slept nor eaten all night. He was truly grateful for his daily fitness routine, or else collapsing here in this desolate place, no one might have found him. As long as he's alive, it's good. If his leg is broken, so be it, I'll keep him by my side forever. This dark thought popped up momentarily, and Chu Yang immediately slapped himself across the face. You're a trash alpha, I'm nothing but garbage. Cursing under his breath, Chu Yang turned back along the way, when suddenly a strong gust of wind surged around him, followed by the thud-thud noise of helicopter rotors. The alpha's shirt collar flapped in the wind, his disheveled hair flying wildly. Chu Yang looked up to see the helicopter hovering above his right. Ji Feng opened the cabin door and waved at him, lowering the helicopter's rope ladder to signal him to climb aboard. Chu Yang scoffed inwardly, this younger brother-in-law still came in handy during critical moments. He tucked the satellite phone into his waistband and grabbed the rope ladder with one hand, his body swaying slightly as it hung in midair before Ji Feng pulled him up. As soon as the cabin door closed, the deafening noise outside was cut off. Chu Yang didn't bother asking how Ji Feng knew he was there, instead, Ji Feng spoke first, wasn't it you who issued that bounty order for 500 million? Chu Yang arched an eyebrow without giving a definitive answer. Ji Feng continued, and wasn't the organization that set up an ambush in Taoli village also your people? They helped quite a bit. Chu Yang frowned tightly, grinding his teeth and cursing, useless. I sent them there to protect Jiang Xinghe. A bunch of incompetent fools. Ji Feng tilted his head to look out the window at the endless mountains, saying, I thought they were there to help you catch Viper. Chu Yang let out a cold snort, closing his eyes slightly as if taking a nap, protecting my wife should be their main priority. What's FAO even for? Everything falls on me. So, did you catch the Viper? Chu Yang added. Ji Feng hesitated, remaining silent. Humph. Chu Yang leaned back against the seat, narrowing his eyes slightly, another guy just eating dry rice. Ji Feng clenched his fists tightly but had no way to counter Chu Yang. Not only did they let the fish slip away from their grasp, but Jiang Xinghe also got seriously injured, it was too embarrassing to even mention. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward, both men silent, only the sound of the propellers cutting through the air could be heard. Chu Yang tapped on his phone, staring blankly at the message from Jiang Xinghe, I love you too. What was his state of mind when he sent this text? Was he afraid he wouldn't get another chance to say it if he died? Chu Yang gently brushed the screen with his thumb, his pitch-black eyes filled with sorrow. If possible, he would gladly endure 10 times the pain for Jiang Xinghe, as long as Mega could safely stand in front of him and smile. When they arrived at the Jiangzhou Central Hospital, Jiang Xinghe had already entered the emergency room. Chu Yang leaned against the wall and slid down until he was sitting on the ground. His custom-made handmade leather shoes were already worn beyond recognition. Dark circles lingered beneath the alpha's eyes, revealing his fatigue and anxiety. His lips were dry and cracked, some skin torn off carelessly, leaving a small blood blister that stung momentarily, causing him to furrow his brows, and he stopped tearing at it. He glanced at Ji Feng. Ji Feng's combat suit was covered in mud, and a large gash on his arm, whether from branches or stones, was left untreated, the torn fabric revealing deep cuts oozing blood. Numerous abrasions marked his knuckles. Hey, Ji Feng, Chu Yang called. Ji Feng looked up at him, and despite always maintaining his calm and composed demeanor, Director Ji now looked utterly disheveled. What is it? Chu Yang seemed nonchalant as he said, I noticed those nurses aren't very busy. You should take care of those wounds on your body. Ji Feng appeared surprised, and Chu Yang furrowed his brows, snapping coldly, it's your choice whether you want to go or not. President Chu actually cares about me. Ji Feng looked at his own wounded hand, smiling faintly. Chu Yang's expression twitched slightly. He adjusted his rumpled dress shirt, saying sarcastically, don't put false praise on yourself. If you weren't my younger brother-in-law, I wouldn't give a damn whether you live or die. Younger brother-in-law. Ji Feng repeated the phrase twice aloud, finding it fresh and novel. He didn't refute it. Ji Feng opened his combat suit and took out his phone from an inner pocket. Still, no reply from Chen Che. Ji Feng's face flashed a hint of melancholy. Jiang Xinghe's surgery lasted 3 hours. The two almost 6-foot-tall, always prim and proper young lords were now squatting on the ground, looking more like destitute refugees than they ever had. Ji Feng's combat suit was torn and ragged, Chu Yang's suit was wrinkled, dirted by mud, and even adorned with a dried leaf stuck to it. The operating room door opened, and both Chu Yang and Ji Feng abruptly stood up from the floor and approached the doctor. The doctor thought he was about to be attacked and almost called for security until he noticed the worried looks on their faces and realized they were family members. The surgery was successful. The patient suffered multiple soft tissue contusions, but the most severe injury was a fracture of his left lower leg. Chu Yang pursed his lips anxiously. Will there be any after effects after recovery? If the patient cooperates well with treatment and is carefully looked after by his family, the possibility of after effects is minimal. Hearing this, Chu Yang finally exhaled in relief. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xinghe was transferred to the VJP ward, and Chu Yang sent Ji Feng away. Chu Yang sat on a stool, gripping the pupil-patterned blue gemstone tightly, rubbing it between his palms. His gaze lingered on Jiang Xinghe's plaster-covered leg, feeling a painful sting in his eyes as his hand lightly touched Mega's plaster cast. He murmured to himself, "Poor baby, how much pain must you have endured?" Omega couldn't hear him, lying quietly on the hospital bed with several healing abrasions visible on his pale face that had already scabbed over. Jiang Xinghe was dressed in a hospital gown, his pheromone suppression patch had been removed before the operation, and his body still smelled faintly of Chu Yang's pheromones. Chu Yang used a cotton swab soaked in water to gently moisturize Jiang Xinghe's slightly dry lips, sighing softly, "You're just too disobedient. I'll lock you up at home next time so you won't go anywhere." "Never mind, if I really locked you in, you'd probably get mad. I don't want you to be upset, I want you to be happy every day and not get hurt." The alpha rambled on. His phone vibrated in his pocket, and when he pulled it out, he saw it was his father calling. Only then did he realize he hadn't yet reported Jiang Xinghe's condition. Chu Yang stepped into the bathroom of the VJP ward and answered, "Dad." What happened? You sound exhausted." Leaning against the sink, Chu Yang chuckled softly, "Can you really tell that?" Chu Shan teased back, "Of course. Don't dodge my question, what exactly happened to Stars?" Chu Yang straightened up, serious now. "Dad, give me Mom's phone, I need to talk to him." From the other end of the line came the confused voice of Luo Sun, "What's wrong? What happened?" And just like that, Chu Yang let everything pour out, unconsciously slipping into a tone laced with petulance. "Dad! Call Uncle Gu and yell at him. He keeps sending dangerous missions to Brother Star. Look what happened, his leg broke. Yell at him." "Broken leg?" Chu Shan and Luo Sun exclaimed in unison. "Yes. Just finished surgery, and his little face got scratched. It breaks my heart," Chu Yang said, as if suddenly finding an ally to vent all his frustrations. "What? Leave it to me, I'll berate him till he doesn't know where to hide his eyes." Even through the screen, Chu Yang could picture his father rolling up his sleeves. Chapter 57, Husband. Chu Yang leaned against the wall and gave a light chuckle. The taut nerves from the last few days finally relaxed. It seemed as though Chu Shan had received a slap across his face, protesting mildly, handing the phone back to Luo Sun. "How serious is it? Medical facilities in Jiangzhou aren't as good as those in Shisai. Let your father help Stars transfer to the Sayas Center Hospital." Chu Yang absent-mindedly used his index finger to scrape at the paint on the wall, his bitten nails seemingly finding their purpose in life again. The alpha glanced at his nails and decided to trim them soon. He needed to quit the bad habit of biting them, after all, he now had a boyfriend. "Alright, but we need to wait a couple of days until Brother Star recovers a bit more before transferring." Jiang Xinghe's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. For a moment, everything was blurry, but gradually, clarity returned. He found himself surrounded by a field of white, the 4 was inserted into the back of his hand, and the anesthesia had begun to wear off, bringing dull throbbing pain in his left leg. Looking around, his gaze finally settled on the restroom area, catching the sound of Chu Yang deliberately lowering his voice while making a call. Although quiet, the voice reached Jiang Xinghe's ears with unusual reassurance. Seeing himself in such a state, Chu Yang must have been terrified, right? Would he still cry and hide like he used to when they were kids? As Jiang Xinghe watched the medication drip into his bloodstream drop by drop, a sense of gratitude welled up within him, a feeling akin to surviving the storm and finding happiness. The ward was quiet, sunlight filtering through the white lace curtains and falling on Jiang Xinghe's plaster-covered left leg. He felt the warmth of life. The chaotic scene from the early morning replayed frame by frame in Jiang Xinghe's mind. He saw the fleeing back of the venomous snake, saw the hate he had been chasing all along. But when the bullet grazed his cheek, he didn't think about death. Instead, he thought of Chu Yang's face, showing 2 little tiger teeth in a faint smile. When he pushed his teammates away and rolled down the hill himself, he felt an unprecedented fear, not the frustration of being unable to avenge, but the possibility that he might never see Chu Yang smile at him again. His left leg hit a rock, he heard the cracking sound as excruciating pain seared into every nerve. Jiang Xinghe's teeth chattered with pain. Somewhere during his fall, his communication device got caught in the shrubs and was lost. The screen of his phone inside his combat suit was shattered, but it could still be used. The signal flickered between 1 bar and no signal. With bloodied fingers, he typed out 4 words, "I love you too," and sent the message, praying that Chu Yang would see this text when the signal improved. Jiang Xinghe lay on his back looking up at the pitch-black night sky, regretting not kissing Chu Yang yesterday, regretting not telling him, I love you, even once. No one knows which encounter will be their last. Jiang Xinghe hadn't expected it to come so soon. After Chu Yang ended the call, he quietly closed the bathroom door. Jiang Xinghe's weak voice reached his ears, halting his closing of the door. He quickly turned around. In the bed, Mega raised his hand weakly towards him, and Chu Yang instantly moved next to Jiang Xinghe's bedside, holding his lifted right hand, fearing it would drop if delayed for a second. Are you awake? Where do you hurt? I'll call the doctor. After the joy passed, Chu Yang let go of Jiang Xinghe's hand and prepared to rush out, but his little finger was held back. Though it was only a small force, Alpha was rooted in place, unable to move. Jiang Xinghe looked at Chu Yang's normally handsome face now filled with fatigue. His Alpha's eyes were bloodshot, his hair messily flopped over his forehead as though it had grown longer recently, partially hiding his eyebrows. Omega tried to move his lips, his parched throat making a sound as his voice trembled, Yang, I'm sorry. Alpha looked away, his eyes reddening. While Jiang Xinghe slept, he'd rehearsed dozens of scenarios in his mind. He wanted to interrogate Jiang Xinghe in the fiercest tone whether he wanted to die. To question what place he held in Jiang Xinghe's heart. But the moment Mega pulled his hand and said, sorry, he lost all ability to speak. All he wanted to do was hold Jiang Xinghe and beg him to think of him next time he joined a dangerous mission. Chu Yang sat beside the bed, gently wiping the tears from Jiang Xinghe's eyes, looking down at him. How could you possibly be wrong? You saved your teammate's life. Jiang Xinghe tilted his head and rubbed against Chu Yang's palm, in a submissive tone, I made you worry, I'm sorry. Chu Yang hesitated for a moment, increasing his grip strength, pinching Jiang Xinghe's cheeks while shaking them fiercely, glaring, you know that. If you want my life, just say so. My leg hurts. Jiang Xinghe didn't avoid Chu Yang's teasing with his fingers but simply softly muttered two words, which made Chu Yang panic. I said I'll get the doctor, why are you pulling me? Chu Yang pressed the nurse's bell quickly. Jiang Xinghe had suffered various injuries, more than 10 types of varying degrees. Even without medication, gritting his teeth would allow him to bear it. He chose to appear weak to divert the Alpha's attention, preventing further lecturing. As expected, Chu Yang had no time to be angry and focused entirely on Jiang Xinghe's left leg. This was his leg. One careless moment and he'd be crippled. Even if Jiang Xinghe were a cripple, he'd still love him, but Omega's mental tolerance also needed consideration. The doctor came promptly and examined Jiang Xinghe's condition. Everything was fine, but if the pain became unbearable, they could administer some sedatives. Jiang Xinghe shook his head, it's okay, I can endure it. Closing the medical file, the doctor asked Chu Yang, are you his Alpha husband? Chu Yang blushed red in an instant. Although he occasionally called Jiang Xinghe wife to boost his presence, hearing the word husband spoken by someone else had an indescribable goodness. He wanted to hear it again. Why not take advantage of Jiang Xinghe being immobile to carry him to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get the marriage certificate? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He was about to happily accept this most beautiful title worldwide. Jiang Xinghe, lying in the hospital bed, spoke up, he's just my boyfriend right now. The Alpha felt a little deflated but didn't dwell on it too much, boyfriend was fine. It was better than younger brother. Jiang Xinghe added, he will be in the future. Chu Yang turned sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he couldn't believe those words had come out of Jiang Xinghe's mouth. Jiang Xinghe gave him a weak smile and asked, is there something wrong with what I said? When Omega flirted, they paid no mind to Alpha's feelings. Chu Yang's smile spread wider, revealing dimples by his mouth. The Alpha realized one thing. His heart was held tightly in Jiang Xinghe's hands. If Jiang Xinghe wanted him alive, he'd live. If Jiang Xinghe wanted him dead, he'd die. Without hesitation. The doctor quietly handed the medical chart over to an intern nearby. Having worked all day, he was already exhausted, yet still forced to endure this display of affection. Standing there for a moment, the attending doctor wasn't sure whether to continue instructing the patient's family or tactfully leave so as not to intrude like a third wheel. Chu Yang turned back towards the doctor, nodding heavily, the dimples at the corner of his mouth were brimming with honey. I'm his future husband. Speak freely. His voice carried a trembling excitement. The doctor adjusted his reading glasses, obviously sensing that the young Alpha across from him suddenly became more respectful, and cleared his throat, eat more meals, and release soothing pheromones whenever possible, it will help your wife recover faster. The Alpha's smile seemed to grow even wider, and the doctor quickly ushered the intern out. Is this kid insane? Why is he so elated? Chapter 58, The Controlled Alpha. When only the two of them remained in the ward, Chu Yang strode quickly to the bedside, his face glowing as he bent down to give Jiang Xinghe a firm kiss. Did you hear that? The doctor said I need to build up strength. A gentle wave of vodka-soothing pheromones escaped from the Alpha's neck glands, which Mega could indeed feel alleviating his physical pain. Chu Yang kissed him again, and then again, practically squishing Jiang Xinghe's face out of shape. Jiang Xinghe laughed and said, the doctor told you to eat more, not behave indecently. Chu Yang, forehead pressed against his, chuckled softly, his nose lightly brushing Jiang Xinghe's. You're far more filling than food. Get well soon. Jiang Xinghe pointed to the adjacent caregiver's bed. Haven't you rested for a long time? Your dark circles are about to fall off your face. Get some sleep. Chu Yang glanced at the other bed, then suddenly rolled up his sleeves, exposing sinewy forearms, bending slightly to drag the bed alongside Jiang Xinghe's. He lay down fully clothed, managing to hold Jiang Xinghe's uninjected right hand, gently closing his eyes. After staying awake for a day and night, once his high-strung emotions relaxed, Chu Yang almost fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow, but even in slumber, he kept releasing soothing pheromones. Listening to Chu Yang's steady breathing, Jiang Xinghe felt the warmth transmitted through the alpha's touch on the back of his hand, and also closed his eyes, falling asleep together. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Gu Jingqian was still working overtime in the president's office. As an aging bachelor, he had almost dedicated his entire life to the FAO alliance. In the president's office, there was a resting area with floor-to-ceiling windows where Gu Jingqian slept 3 days out of every week. Upon hearing news of Jiang Xinghe's injury, he smoked 2 cigarettes while staring at a photo of himself with Jiang Cheng and Su Qi, contemplating perhaps transferring Jiang Xinghe out of the security department. When Luo Sun's name flashed on his phone screen, he was still buried under a mountain of documents. He answered almost instantly, because Luo Sun had the only special ringtone on his phone. Though Gu Jingqian had let go of his fixation after Luo Sun agreed to date Chu Shan, maintaining polite social distance. Could anyone really control who another person loves? Sitting up straight, president of the league, whose decisions usually involved ruthless judgment, revealed a tender expression. Hey, Xuan, what's wrong? There was a second of silence on the other end before Chu Shan roared, who are you? Do you have any right to call her Xuan? Gu Jingqian's stiff posture slumped as he leaned lazily into the chair back, disgruntled. Do you need me for something? Chu Shan cleared his throat and began a tirade. What's wrong with you? Old Jiang and Qi only have one child. You took him to King Island for 4 years, that's enough, but when he finally made it back to the HQ, you gave him such a dangerous mission. Do you even have a brain? After a breath, Chu Shan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Standing on moral high ground and criticizing Gu Jingqian was so gratifying. Gu Jingqian's brow twitched violently. He cared deeply about Jiang Xinghe's injury too. He also felt guilty towards Jiang Cheng and Su Qi, but being scolded this way by Chu Shan really made him want to drive full speed to the Emerald Bamboo Garden Villa area and pick a fight with Chu Shan. Just as Gu Jingqian was mulling over a counterattack, Luo Sun's calm voice reached his ears through the phone. Brother Jingqian, although what Chu Shan said wasn't polite, you really weren't right on this matter. Beyond the rules, there should still be human sentiment. Gu Jingqian swallowed all the righteous words bubbling up in his throat. You're right. Alright, then I won't bother you anymore, get some rest early. Alright, you too. Before hanging up, Gu Jingqian heard Chu Shan's displeased tone. How dare you call her Jingqian? Don't you know how to call me Shan? Then he heard Luo Sun say, do you really think Shan sounds good? Gu Jingqian glanced at the 20-year-old photo of Luo Sun on his bookshelf from his first leading role drama, smiled slightly, and hung up the phone. With Chu Yang taking care of Jiang Xinghe, Ji Feng was very assured. After confirming Jiang Xinghe had no physical problems, he went back to Shisai to give his report. Ji Feng stared at the red traffic light timer while fatigue was evident on his face. After failing the mission, he needed to submit large amounts of analysis reports. These days spent handling .rd files left him restless and irritable. The moment the green light lit up, the name Chen Che flashed on the car's dashboard screen. Ji Feng hesitated momentarily, then turned on the right signal, parking the car by the roadside before pressing the answer button. The emotions in Chen Che's worried voice swirled around Ji Feng through the 360-degree surround sound of the car speakers. Ji Feng, Brother Chu said that when all of you went to Jiangzhou on a mission, Star Brother got injured and fractured. I just wanted to ask if you are still alive. Ji Feng, with both hands on the steering wheel and head resting against the center, softly chuckled, still alive. Feeling as if adrenaline had surged through him despite his previous exhaustion, Ji Feng realized he could immediately drive back to the FAO Alliance to write 10,000 words worth of mission reports. Oh, you're alive, cheap luck. Chen Che touched his nose, intending to hang up. Ji Feng added, but I'm injured too. Chen Che sat straight up in bed, worriedly asking, where are you hurt? Is it serious? Ji Feng's fingers gently tapped the steering wheel as he calmly replied, you come take a look yourself. When Chen Che parked his flashy red Ferrari downstairs outside Ji Feng's building, he wanted to slap himself. How crazy was this? Damn it. His phone ding-donged, and Ji Feng's text appeared on top of Chen Che's screen, come up. Clutching his teeth, Chen Che thought, since he was already here. Dressed in V-neck single clothes as an alpha, Ji Feng casually grabbed his knit jacket from the passenger seat and stepped out of the car. Looking up at Ji Feng's second-story balcony, Chen Che noticed Ji Feng leaning on the railing waving at him. What the hell? Does this look like someone who is injured? Chen Che stood at the door with arms crossed, contemplating going home. As he turned around, the door opened. Ji Feng, dressed in loungewear, had warm soft light spilling from inside. Why are you running away? Ji Feng extended his hand to grab Chen Che's wrist, dragging him inside, raising an eyebrow at Chen Che's attire, aren't you cold wearing so little? Chen Che shook off his hand. Director Ji, you call this injured? If this is considered injured, my star would have been dead long ago. It is an injury. Suddenly, Ji Feng pulled his shirt hem, revealing a scarred waist where the wound had already formed a scab. Chen Che rubbed his temple with his thumb, laughing angrily. Oh wow, this serious? Shouldn't we amputate everything below your waist? With a steady voice, Ji Feng coolly said without breaking a sweat, yes, it's severe, which is why I asked you to come see me. A gentle breeze passed over the tranquil lake surface, creating a massive wave. Chen Che's heartbeat momentarily skipped a beat. Chapter 59, Sweet Vodka. With permission from the attending physician, Jiang Xinghe transferred hospitals and returned to Shisai, receiving treatment at Seth Central Hospital. Even though 3 mega caretakers were arranged for Jiang Xinghe, Chu Yang still ran between the hospital and the company daily. The caregivers stayed at the nearby Shanchuan 5-star hotel, while he slept on the attendant's bed in the VJP ward. Chu Yang had been suffering from insomnia ever since he was a child whenever he slept in unfamiliar environments, resulting in him accumulating significant dark circles under his eyes over the past half-month. Jiang Xinghe pitied Chu Yang for spending money and causing himself trouble. He advised Chu Yang to go home and rest well. Chu Yang extended his finger slightly and said seriously, no, as your future alpha husband, it's my duty to release and soothe pheromones. Jiang Xinghe leaned casually on the hospital bed, taking the apple slices Chu Yang cut for him. I really don't hurt anymore. You should pull back your pheromones. Look at how pale you've been lately. Aren't you feeling weak? Chu Yang's hand paused briefly while peeling a pitaya, then he grinned showing 2 small tiger teeth. Me? Weak? Once your leg gets better, I'll show you whether I'm weak or not. Jiang Xinghe pressed his lips together and took a bite of the apple, sweet juice bursting in his mouth. Chu Yang opened the bedside dedicated small table and placed a platter full of fruits, bananas, apples, cantaloupes, pitayas, and strawberries, on it. Over these 15 days, Jiang Xinghe practically replenished all the vitamins he would need in his lifetime. A knock came from the ward door, and Chu Shan and Luo Sun walked in, holding bouquets of flowers and baskets of fruit. Wow, is this my son's pheromones I smell? Why do they have a sweet flavor? Chu Shan sniffed and learned for the first time that Chu Yang's typically invasive pheromones could carry a trace of sweetness. Chu Yang took the flowers from Chu Shan and placed them on the floor. There was already a vase of blooming pink-white roses on the table. You put the flowers I bought on the floor. Chu Shan's lips twitched. Chu Yang shrugged indifferently, isn't it because there's no more space on the table? Next time, buy roses. Star brother doesn't like baby's breath. I didn't. Jiang Xinghe glared at Chu Yang, trying to sit up straight but wincing slightly as his wound was pulled. That's enough for you. Luo Sun grabbed a pillow and placed it behind Jiang Xinghe, gently touching the cast on his left leg with concern. Jiang Xinghe used a toothpick to pick a strawberry and offered it to Luo Sun. Uncle, I'm fine. The doctor said I'm recovering well. Chu Shan paused for a second looking at Jiang Xinghe's neck, then led Chu Yang aside, whispering, Kid. Be more restrained. Chu Yang was utterly baffled, asking doubtfully, Dad, what are you talking about? Chu Shan quickly pointed to his own neck, and Chu Yang looked back at Jiang Xinghe before touching his nose. That's just mosquito bites. At this time in March, where would mosquitoes come from? And even if they did, they'd be driven off by the strong smell of alcohol in the hospital room. Chu Shan suddenly chuckled, you should have studied medicine back then. Your pheromones would have been perfect for a hospital environment. Luo Sun pinched Chu Shan's arm and reproved, is that any way to be a father? What do you mean, perfect for a hospital? Spit, spit, spit. Spit, 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 I'm wrong, wrong. Chu Shan shook off Luo Sun's pinch and murmured, in front of the kid, give me some face. Jiang Xinghe and Chu Yang exchanged a glance and shared a quiet laugh. After confirming that Jiang Xinghe was fine, Chu Shan and Luo Sun left earlier to avoid disturbing his rest. Recently, since Chu Yang had focused so much attention on Jiang Xinghe, Chu Shan had to take care of more business affairs. Him flirting with stars ends up making his old man do all the work, truly filial piety incarnate. Chu Shan has been online more recently and picked up many internet slang terms, often flaunting them in front of Luo Sun. As the footsteps outside the ward gradually faded away, Chu Yang laughed and poked Jiang Xinghe's neck, saying, my dad saw it. Jiang Xinghe's face heated up, it's so faint, how could he see? My dad worked as an investigator when he was younger, he's got excellent eyesight. Chu Yang was unyielding and selected another strawberry, which was also sour. Frustrated, he popped 2 more into his mouth. Dad had sharp eyesight when he was young. Chu Yang picked another one, it was still sour. Irritated, he shoved 2 more into his mouth. Jiang Xinghe felt embarrassed and scratched his neck, suddenly sitting up in thought, startling Chu Yang. What do you want to do? Let me help you. I need to use the restroom. The fruit had a lot of water content, and he drank 2 bowls of pork rib soup at noon. He couldn't hold it in any longer. In the beginning, when Jiang Xinghe was too weak to get out of bed, Chu Yang had to carry him to the bathroom. Otherwise, a nurse would assist him. Jiang Xinghe, who was shy, would wait until Chu Yang went out to buy something or food, then he would use crutches to go to the toilet himself. Today, after eating too much fruit, he figured he couldn't wait until Chu Yang went out to buy lunch. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, carefully and quickly lifting Jiang Xinghe into his arms in a horizontal position following the curve of his knee, laughing as he said, "I'll carry you. I can go myself, put me down quick." Jiang Xinghe tried to struggle, but when he was at full strength, he wasn't stronger than Chu Yang, not to mention now that he was injured. Chu Yang carried him to the bathroom and could no longer resist Jiang Xinghe's repeated requests, gently lowering him to the ground. With his left leg in plaster, Jiang Xinghe couldn't stand properly without supporting himself on Chu Yang's shoulder. Jiang Xinghe gritted his teeth and said, "Pass me my crutches. You've done this before, what's there to be shy about? If you don't want to stand." Chu Yang got an idea and winked mischievously at Jiang Xinghe. "Do you know how kids are held by their parents while using the toilet?" Whether it was Chu Yang's shamelessness or the typical alpha bravado, Jiang Xinghe had endured for too long and didn't feel like engaging in banter. He whispered, "Turn your head. Don't look." Chu Yang did not argue back, complying and staring at the white door of the restroom. Jiang Xinghe bit his lip, and after 10 seconds of psychological preparation, he closed his eyes and pulled down his pants. "Should I hold you up? Get out." Chu Yang focused intently on the white doorframe, listening with a sliding Adam's apple, silently reciting mantras in his mind to keep his composure. When Jiang Xinghe first got injured, Chu Yang maintained self-discipline, careful not to accidentally bump Jiang Xinghe. Now, wasn't this just self-torture? "Little Chu, stay calm. Don't be ridiculous." After finishing, Jiang Xinghe glanced at Chu Yang, who still had his neck strained looking at the door, but with redness spreading from his earlobes down his neck. "Chu Yang, I'm done." Oh, Chu Yang bent down and picked Jiang Xinghe up. Whether intentionally or not, he seemed to have lifted him slightly higher than before. Chu Yang gently placed Jiang Xinghe back onto the hospital bed. Just as Jiang Xinghe was about to say something, Chu Yang swiftly turned and dashed into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Jiang Xinghe chuckled softly, muttering under his breath, "Filthy flirt." Chapter 60 Dog Food. Chu Yang pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands and threw it into the toilet, flushing it away before turning on the tap. After thoroughly washing his hands with some liquid soap, he walked out refreshed. "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll get someone to cook it for you." Jiang Xinghe put down the popular science magazine in his hand and teased, "What were you doing in the bathroom for so long?" Chu Yang replied smoothly without hesitation, pulling the curtains wide open, revealing the sunset outside. "My right hand worked non-stop for 20 minutes instead of you. Hope Director Jiang gets better soon so it doesn't have to work overtime." Jiang Xinghe almost choked on his own saliva. His intention was to countermock the alpha, but never expected Chu Yang's audacity reached another level. Laughing, Chu Yang patted Jiang Xinghe's back and joked, "You're such a novice, yet you love playing around. That annoys me." Jiang Xinghe coughed for a while before regaining his breath. "Haha, cute." Laughing, Chu Yang pinched Jiang Xinghe's cheeks, and in these half-months under Chu Yang's devoted care, the mega had finally gained some weight, providing a very good feel. Powerless, Jiang Xinghe let Chu Yang tease his cheeks as he wanted. "By the way, Brother Foam will visit me after work, so you don't need to ask the small kitchen to prepare food. I asked him to bring some sweet and sour pork from the cafeteria, haven't eaten it for a while, kinda miss it." Chu Yang smirked and commented, having last tasted the FAO Union cafeteria food with Jiang Xinghe once, it was terrible compared to his cooking. Not sure if Jiang Xinghe was easy to please or if there was something wrong with his sense of taste. "Is the cafeteria's sweet and sour pork more delicious than the one I make?" Chu Yang sourly asked. Jiang Xinghe thought for a moment, facing Chu Yang's threatening gaze and laughing as he patted the alpha's head. "Of course Tuan Tuan makes the better dish." Just as the words fell, the nurse entered to hang the 4 drip on Jiang Xinghe, glancing meaningfully at Chu Yang before biting her lips to stifle a laugh and backing out of the room. Chu Yang's face dropped unhappily. "Hey. Can you stop calling me that name? A tough guy like me with a height of 189, it's too embarrassing." Jiang Xinghe took a sip of hot water, deep in thought. I think you really like that name." The thought brought Chu Yang back to the Valentine's Day scene when Jiang Xinghe inadvertently triggered his fever period. "Honey, do you still know who I am?" The Omega helplessly climbed onto his shoulders and softly called out, "Tuan Tuan." Judging from Chu Yang's crazy reaction that followed, it was evident he truly enjoyed Jiang Xinghe calling him by his nickname at that moment. There was a strange contrast and sense of conquest in it. The alpha didn't say anything, only staring. The Mega grew uncomfortable under his gaze, cautioning Jiang Xinghe, "What are you doing?" Chu Yang smirked and flicked Jiang Xinghe's forehead. "Looks like someone's been turning naughty, eh?" Jiang Xinghe retorted bitterly, "Guess I learned it from the best." Chu Yang chuckled, kneading Jiang Xinghe's nape with his thumb teasingly as it neared the Mega's gland, which was now teetering on the brink of danger. Alpha leaned closer to Jiang Xinghe's ear, whispering a low warning, "Let me warn you, don't mess with me, or else you'll have to deal with the consequences." The noisy voice of Chen Che could be heard outside the ward, clearly reaching their ears through the door. Jiang Xinghe glanced at Chu Yang. "Chen Che is here too?" With an amused look, Chu Yang shrugged, "I'm not sure, he didn't tell me." The door burst open, revealing Chen Che shoving Ji Feng's shoulder and barging in, glancing at Jiang Xinghe. "Wow, looks like Brother Chu has taken good care of you, your face is getting chubby. Jiang Xinghe touched his cheeks, huh? Am I getting fat? Probably because I can't exercise recently and I've been eating too much. Not true, don't listen to him, you're not fat at all. Annoyed, Chu Yang shot Chen Che a glance, shut your mouth already. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Chen Che snapped to attention and grinned, yes, sir. Jiang Xinghe asked Chu Yang to lay out the food Ji Feng brought over on the small dining table. He eyed the sweet and sour pork but suddenly remembered what Chen Che had said earlier and quietly stuffed a piece of vegetable into his mouth. Glancing at it, Chu Yang grabbed a piece of sweet and sour pork with his hand and offered it to Jiang Xinghe, threatening, you need to build up your strength, so eat it. Jiang Xinghe hesitated for a while, then finally opened his mouth and chewed while asking in a soft tone, did you wash your hands? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and shook his head. Feeling disgusted, Jiang Xinghe slapped Chu Yang's hand and turned to Ji Feng and Chen Che, how did the two of you end up coming together? Chen Che denied hastily, who says we came together? Just coincidence. Indeed, it was purely coincidental. When Chen Che visited Jiang Xinghe during his hospital transfer half a month ago, they hadn't met since until he impulsively wanted to check how well Jiang Xinghe had recovered after work. He ran into Ji Feng exactly at the hospital parking lot. Ever since that episode where his heart rate irregularity occurred, Chen Che always felt uneasy whenever facing Ji Feng. After confessing his feelings, Ji Feng never mentioned whether he liked him or not again, keeping the same sporadic contact with Chen Che as before, seemingly showing no unusual behavior. But Chen Che remained fidgety and restless. Is that so? Chu Yang looked meaningfully at Chen Che. What's that supposed to mean? Chen Che felt uneasy. Finally, Ji Feng spoke up, alright, it was a coincidence. Alright? Speak properly, don't confuse people. Jiang Xinghe curiously watched Chen Che argue with Ji Feng, it reminded him of kids throwing tantrums with adults. Casually, he said, your relationship seems better than before. Omega casually commented, without associating it with any deeper meanings beyond friendship. He assumed these two just became friends. However, this hit home for Chen Che, triggering his suppressed emotions instantly, no way. We aren't close at all. Jiang Xinghe questioned with a hint of confusion, ah. Behind Chen Che, Ji Feng couldn't help but crack a faint smile. Proudly leaning back and crossing his legs, Chen Che ate all the mango slices Chu Yang had cut for Jiang Xinghe from the fruit platter. Upon noticing, Chu Yang immediately removed the tray. You're supposed to eat it, right? I really don't get it. Brothers are like hands and feet, wives like clothes, know this? Jiang Xinghe lazily cast a glance at Chen Che, making him surrender immediately, hands and feet can both be severed, but one must wear clothes, and elder brother Chu is absolutely correct. Jiang Xinghe laughed, turning toward Ji Feng, big brother Feng, any news about the vipers? Ji Feng shook his head, their counter-surveillance awareness is extremely high, leaving almost no useful traces behind. Then, Ji Feng turned to Chu Yang, has the person you sent out found anything? Before Chu Yang could respond, Jiang Xinghe asked with confusion, what does that mean? Jiang Xinghe was unaware that the bounty worth 5 billion yuan was posted by Chu Yang, nor did he know that the Alliance and someone using the code name J had participated in his rescue. Chu Yang didn't intentionally hide it, but rather out of fear it would affect Jiang Xinghe's mood. Ji Feng smiled, you didn't know? That bounty worth 5 billion yuan. Chu Yang put it up. Jiang Xinghe slightly widened his eyes, realizing Chu Yang had done so much without his knowledge. The Omega was deeply moved but blurted out, are you burning through your money? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, I am burning through my money, because I'm just that rich. Such a show of affection. Chen Che grinned. I haven't got any news either. If I do, I'll inform Ji Feng. You don't need to think about this anymore, focus on getting better. When Chen Che left, he took away one of Chu Yang's boxes of yogurt and remarked, these two really have a great bond. Glancing back, Ji Feng had entered the fruit supermarket near the hospital and came out 2 minutes later with a basket of mangoes in his hand, handing it to Chen Che. Chen Che paused for a moment. Ji Feng pushed the basket into Chen Che's hands, don't you like mangoes? Chen Che looked at the mango in his hand, tightened his throat, and cursed silently, damn. That's killing me. Chapter 61, Filial Piety but not much. Chen Che returned home with a basket of mangoes. His father had a rule, Chen Che must return home at least once a month or else they would cut ties. Aunt Qian took the basket from him and laughed, Master is really growing up, bringing things home now. Ah ha ha. Chen Che dryly chuckled twice as he hung his coat on the hanger, where's Dad? Has he gone to bed yet? Not yet, he's waiting for you in the study. Chen Che felt his head getting bigger. His father was excellent in every way except for his penchant for lecturing. One visit per month resulted in a full day of lectures. With no retreat possible, Chen Che climbed upstairs, pushing open the heavy wooden door of the study. In the study, only a desk lamp was lit. Chen Shunchang sat before the desk, holding a large photo album in his hands, a loving smile on his face. Since Chen Che could remember, he'd never seen his father laugh so kindly. In his memory, Chen Shunchang was a very stern man who imposed strict education on him in Qinjing. Perhaps due to extremities leading to reversals, Chen Che grew up wild, always breaking those rigid rules set by his father. Father, what are you looking at? Chen Che approached curiously, discovering that his father was viewing his childhood photos, a time when his mega-father was still alive and the family seemed harmonious. Chen Che's mega-father died from amniotic fluid embolism during the birth of Chen Jing, almost taking Chen Jing's life too, who spent a month in the incubator. When Chen Che was urgently brought to the hospital from kindergarten by Aunt Qian, he didn't even get to see his father's last moments, only hearing the cries of Chen Jing wrapped in blankets. At that time, he didn't understand the meaning of death, just feeling that his father's hands were so cold. Little Chen Che tried his best to cover his father's big hand with his small ones but couldn't transmit even a bit of warmth. Chen Che's eyes welled up, the face of his father in his mind had become somewhat blurred, even though he repeatedly tried to remember through the photographs, which couldn't withstand the passage of time. Chen Shunchang closed the photo album, noticing Chen Che's slightly red eyes. Where have you been? Returning home at this hour. Chen Che wiped his tears sideways and responded nasally, I went to the hospital to visit a friend. Oh, I heard you've been working hard recently, even visiting bars less often. It seems like you've grown up a bit. Sitting on the edge of the sofa, Chen Che scratched his eyebrows, rare praise from his father making him feel guilty because he avoided going to CG recently to dodge Ji Feng. Little Che, have I not set a good example? That's why you're against marriage. In his youth, Chen Shunchang devoted all his energy to work, believing that ensuring his family's material comfort was the greatest expression of love. After losing his wife, he deeply regretted it, finding little common language with his children. Father, if I like an alpha. Startled, Chen Che found his heartfelt words spilling out unintentionally, anxiously observing the shock reflected in Chen Shunchang's eyes. Chen Shunchang looked intently at Chen Che, trying to glean some information from his son's eyes. Weren't you dating mega boyfriends? Oh God. How did that come out? Stupid idiot taken down by just a basket of mangoes. Alpha wanted to bang his head against the ground and die. Joking, haha, I've always been a bit silly, don't think too much. Chen Shunchang pulled out a blood pressure pill from the drawer and swallowed it with warm water, his gaze complex. It wouldn't be Chu Yang, right? He's an only child. Chen Che's sweat dropped, imagining if Chu Yang were to kiss him. Too disgusting. Alpha shivered with goosebumps all over his arms and shook. How could that be? Dad, you're overthinking it. Chen Shunchang visibly relaxed. Father, it's pretty late. I'm going to sleep. You should rest early too. Chen Che yanked the study door open and rushed out. Behind him, Chen Shunchang's voice sounded, if he's a good family kid, you can bring him home for me to meet. Chen Che halted mid-step and turned back in surprise at his father. Dad, are you really so liberal? For the first time, you've told me about liking someone. Chen Shunchang's hand rested on the smiling face of his wife in the photo album, without looking up at Chen Che. If this person makes you settle down. Fine, go sleep now. Chen Che suddenly felt his father seemed older. A wave of bitterness welled up inside him, and he softly said, thanks, Dad. As he closed the study door, he coincidentally ran into Chen Jing coming out to get some water. When had the little pink ball from his memory grown so tall? Chen Che was moved. He didn't spend nearly enough time with his family. The alpha reached out and patted Chen Jing's shoulder, rare warmth seeping through. Tell me if you need anything, big brother will buy it for you. Chen Jing holding the cup paused, looking intently at Chen Che with a complex expression. Brother, do you have terminal illness? We can treat it since we're wealthy. Don't lose hope. There was a cracking sound in his heart. Brotherly love never truly existed. I'll beat you to death. The flicker of guilt in Chen Che's mind disappeared completely as he kicked Chen Jing's butt. Chen Jing shook his water cup slightly, spilling a few drops onto the floor. Rubbing his sore rear, he eagerly followed Chen Che into the bedroom. What did Dad tell you? Why does it look like you were crying? Who cried? A tough guy like me would never cry. Without changing clothes, Chen Che directly lay down on the bed with his legs crossed. Jing, do you have someone you like? Chen Jing firmly replied, no. TSK, think harder. Indeed, Chen Jing thought hard, scanning everyone he knew in his mind. Finally, his memory lingered on someone with faint white jasmine pheromones, his preferred scent. But their face was a bit blurry, it probably didn't count. Really no one, do you like anyone yet? Chen Jing teased, has your playboy reputation finally caught up with you? So much dirt dragged along. After muttering all this nonsense, Chen Jing pulled his phone closer to avoid being hit by Chen Che. However, Chen Che didn't make any move, only staring at the chandelier on the ceiling. Jing, what if I start dating an alpha? Chen Jing's hand froze while playing a game, without even raising his head. Well, if you like them, it's fine, not a big deal. Chen Che's eyes brimmed with tears, he hadn't raised such a bad younger brother after all. Everything he owned would be left to Xiao Jing. His gratitude overflowed but couldn't find the words to express it. Chen Jing added further, you're already rebellious enough, so this wouldn't make much difference. Chen Che. At 7:30 in the morning, Aunt Qian's knock followed immediately after the alarm rang. Young master, wake up. It's time to prepare for work. Chen Che yawned, pulling back the blanket and heading to the bathroom for washing up, gazing at the curls at the end of his hair in the mirror and whistling in appreciation, so handsome. His hair had slight natural curls just at the tips, fitting perfectly with his flashy flirtatious image. Dressed neatly and stepping out of the bedroom, seeing the nourishing breakfast on the dining table, he shrugged, "Aunt Qian, I've got somewhere to go, I won't eat here." Qian handed over 2 buns quickly. "How can one skip breakfast? Eat a bun at least." Chen Che stuffed a big bite in his mouth and laughed, "Got it. Thanks, Aunt Qian, I'm off." Aunt Qian watched the tail lights of Chen Che's Ferrari disappear around the corner before returning indoors. Just then, she met Chen Shunchang coming downstairs. "Did Xiao Che leave?" "Yes, sir. Master said he had something to attend to." Chen Shunchang sat at the table and coldly sniffed. "He doesn't want to eat at home. By the way, did you hear that Xiao Che brought home a basket of mangoes yesterday? This stinking kid has indeed grown up, cut me a plate." Qian hesitated with her ladle in hand, awkwardly explaining, "Sir, Master took that basket of mangoes away again when he left." Chen Shunchang. Chapter 62, Never One to Seize Verbal Advantage. Jiang Xinghe's recovery ability was strong. After about 2 months, the plaster cast was removed. Although leaning on crutches made him look somewhat pitiful, it didn't affect his daily life. After the doctor conducted a comprehensive examination and informed him he met the conditions to be discharged, he emphasized to remember not to engage in strenuous activities within half a year. Chu Yang stood nearby, examining Jiang Xinghe's leg x-rays, asking quietly, "What exactly do you mean by strenuous exercise?" Jiang Xinghe pressed his lips and delivered an elbow strike to Chu Yang's abdomen. Though his leg was still incapacitated, the strength in his arms was no less formidable. Chu Yang immediately grimaced in pain but forced himself to stand straight, pretending as if nothing had happened. The doctor glanced at their antics with a smile and then addressed Chu Yang, "Don't exert yourself too much, just avoid touching his left calf, it should be fine." Jiang Xinghe massaged his temples. Who could rescue him from this predicament? It would have been better if someone had knocked him out with a crutch. Chu Yang grinned sincerely, showing 2 little tiger teeth. 2 months, what did that mean? If he'd remained abstinent all along, it would have been one thing, but after indulging, eating plain soup for another 2 months felt like torture for the alpha. On the day Jiang Xinghe was discharged, drizzle fell. Chu Yang rushed over after finishing a meeting to handle the discharge procedures. These trivial tasks could have been handed off to an assistant, but Chu Yang preferred handling every detail concerning Jiang Xinghe personally. Chu Yang held Jiang Xinghe like some fragile porcelain vase, taking extra care not to bump against his wounded leg. An assistant followed closely beside them, shielding them from the rain with an umbrella. Jiang Xinghe felt extremely embarrassed. He was a tall man at 182 centimeters, yet here he was being carried princess-style by another man. And there was a stranger following. Even though the assistant showed no expression and didn't even glance at Jiang Xinghe, he couldn't help but feel deeply humiliated. Chu Yang caught sight of the awkward look on Jiang Xinghe's face and laughed, "Why are you so shy?" Sometimes, Jiang Xinghe envied the alpha's thick skin. "Shut up. Walk faster, let's go home quickly." Chu Yang wanted nothing more than to parade around holding Jiang Xinghe, announcing to the world that this was his wife. Unfortunately, the rain kept everyone rushing under umbrellas. The alpha's love showing off heart yearned in vain since no one noticed their affection. "Do you have a boyfriend, you?" Chu Yang suddenly turned the conversation to focus on the small assistant holding the umbrella. Yu Zhou hesitated briefly, shaking his head. He was a recent graduate from last year who joined Hurricane Group to work in the technical department. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang's previous assistant had resigned, and the personnel department saw him quiet and assigned him to be Chu Yang's assistant. It seemed like a promotion on the surface, but it wasn't actually a good job because being Chu Yang's assistant required immense patience. But Yu Zhou, cold and quiet but reliable, suited Chu Yang well, so the boss hadn't found him troublesome. Chu Yang smiled mysteriously, "Find yourself a boyfriend soon. Why do we work hard? Isn't it for our wife and family happiness?" Jiang Xinghe was speechless. He wished he could hop onto the car with just one leg. "Chu Yang. Hurry up. Stop speaking like an old man." I know. Chu Yang appeared to be in an excellent mood, whether because Jiang Xinghe was discharged or because of showing affection to Yu assistant. Yu Zhou raised an eyebrow while following behind them, thinking indeed one could conquer the other. Chu boss, so arrogant normally, was now fully subdued. In the hospital's parking lot, there sat a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Standing at over 183 centimeters, the space was spacious and wide. Chu Yang had specifically chosen it so as not to disturb Jiang Xinghe's leg. If this car could be used for something else in the future, that would be great, hee. Chu Yang gave Jiang Xinghe a mysterious smile, with 2 dimples concealing improper thoughts. "Chu Yang, your smile is so perverted," Jiang Xinghe criticized bluntly. Chu Yang paid no heed, instead arrogantly retorted, "I can be even more perverted. Want to see?" "Thanks, not necessary." Jiang Xinghe quickly shot a glance at the nearby Yu Zhou before gritting his teeth. Yu Zhou opened the door, allowing Chu Yang to carefully place Jiang Xinghe in the back seat. He bent down, retrieved a blanket to cover Jiang Xinghe's legs. Since it was raining, cold might hurt the bones. Chu Yang climbed into the driver's seat and waved at Yu Zhou, "You assistant, you can leave for today." Yu Zhou, with the umbrella still open, took 2 steps backward watching as the Culinan's tail lights gradually disappeared in the drizzling mist. At Jiang Xinghe's repeated requests and under some coercion, his feet finally touched the ground again. The Omega leaned on crutches, inputted fingerprints to unlock the front door, and discovered a bouquet of roses in the flower vase on the short cabinet in the foyer. Remembering Chu Yang's promise, "I'll buy you a bunch of flowers every day," he smiled, truly impressed by his word-keeping nature. Hey. What are you doing?" While Chu Yang turned around for just a moment, he found that Jiang Xinghe had disregarded the crutches altogether, hopping into the living room on one leg before plopping down onto the couch, making Chu Yang break out in a cold sweat. Jiang Xinghe picked up the dry flower printed with Chu Yang's fingerprint from the coffee table with delight. "It really works." Chu Yang hung both their coats on the hanger and neatly arranged the shoes on the floor. "Yeah, your method actually worked. Worked like hell." When he got back from Jiangzhou, the flowers had already gone bad. Chu Yang found time to buy new ones, pricked his thumb with a needle to leave a fresh fingerprint, and finally sent it to the flower shop to be processed into a dried flower. This kind of love really required some blood, but it was all worth it since the alpha enjoyed it. Chu Yang opened the fridge. There were oranges he had bought in advance. Recently, Jiang Xinghe had grown tired of eating fruit, so Chu Yang decided to make him fresh orange juice. Yang, you're really thoughtful. If you were a mega, whoever marries you would be so lucky," Jiang Xinghe said as he took a sip of the orange juice, genuinely impressed. "Husband." Chu Yang suddenly spoke up. Jiang Xinghe almost choked on his orange juice. "What are you blabbering about? You're impossible." Chu Yang leaned his head against Jiang Xinghe's shoulder, rubbing it gently while teasingly calling out, "Husband, why are you blushing?" "Ugh, that's disgusting." Jiang Xinghe couldn't hold back his swear word. The Omega was usually composed and well-mannered, but seeing Chu Yang acting like a dog made him lose control. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yang laughed until tears came out, holding Jiang Xinghe's face to kiss away the remnants of orange juice from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Xinghe was speechless. Chu Yang brushed the stray hair from his forehead and whispered, "When will you call me once? Let me feel happy too." Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe furiously drank the orange juice. Chu Yang placed his lower leg on his own lap and began to massage the muscles lightly to prevent atrophy in his left leg due to uneven force distribution between his legs. Jiang Xinghe lay comfortably back in the sofa, enjoying the premium service from the alpha while giggling at the big-eared kid on TV. Chu Yang secretly grabbed his ankle and kissed it, stopping Jiang Xinghe's laughter abruptly as he tried to pull his leg back. But the alpha held it firmly and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't move around, your bones haven't healed properly yet." Chapter 63, I Only Like You. The big-eared little boy on TV had finished airing, and Jiang Xinghe flipped through the children's channel to find the father and son duo with cans he'd been yearning for. Perhaps because of his fondness for canned cola, this duo of cans seemed particularly familiar to him. "Xinghe, since you like watching cartoons so much, do you like kids?" Chu Yang casually glanced at the TV and asked. Omega's hand tightened on the remote control, lowering his eyelashes. "I do like them, but unfortunately, I'm an inferior mega. Yang, I might never have my own child." Chu Yang appeared nonchalant, continuing to give a massage. He had specially learned from a master for 2 days, so his technique was quite professional. "So what if we don't have kids? Our life doesn't need children to complete it." Chu Yang glanced at Jiang Xinghe's emotions and added, "Kids are so noisy anyway. Say if we had a baby Chu Yang at home, wouldn't he drive me crazy?" A faint smile appeared on Jiang Xinghe's face. "Do you even know how annoying you can be?" "Yeah, that's right." Chu Yang tore off a piece of plaster and stuck it on Jiang Xinghe's left leg, which felt cool at first but then warm after a few seconds, very comfortable. "Besides, I hope your eyes stay fixed on me alone. Do you know? My dad Sean used to compete for my affection when I was a child." Chu Yang smiled as if reminiscing. "When I was young, I intentionally said I was scared at night and wanted to sleep with Dad's son, which angered him to no end." Jiang Xinghe took back his gaze glued to the TV screen and turned to look at him. Yang, but your Uncle Sean still loves you deeply. Even if you don't care, what about your family? Even though the uncles treat me like their own son, but..." Jiang Xinghe didn't continue. He had initially rejected Chu Yang not just because of their compatibility rate but also because he was an inferior mega. Chu Yang was an only child, with a large family fortune, truly like inheriting a throne. Chu Yang broke into his heart with pure devotion, but that didn't mean he could disregard everything. Chu Yang might not care, but this conflict still existed. Only a 45% compatibility rate and being an inferior mega, both added together meant anyone would think they weren't a good match. Luo Sun and Chu Shan were so kind to him, and whenever Jiang Xinghe thought about being with Chu Yang, he felt guilty, feeling like he didn't deserve them. Zhao Yu's clear face popped up in his mind. On Valentine's Day, Chu Yang's abnormal behavior must have been due to Zhao Yu's pheromones causing a chemical reaction, right? They might be more compatible. The advertisement playing on TV was extremely catchy. Chu Yang glanced up for a moment while Jiang Xinghe fast-forwarded with the remote. The rain outside had become heavier, splashing loudly against the floor-to-ceiling windows, forming streaks of water. "Where did you find so many butts?" Chu Yang took a deep breath and smiled as he flicked Jiang Xinghe's forehead. What is going through your mind every day? First, my dad Sean only has eyes for dad Sun, they have no time to care about us. Finally, don't you remember what I said? I like you, I love you. Having you is enough for me. Can you engrave these 2 sentences in your heart? Jiang Xinghe pursed his lips into a pale line and asked the question buried in his heart, Chu Yang, on Valentine's Day was it because of Zhao Yu's pheromones? The alpha twitched his lips. Clearly, the one who lost control during the susceptibility period was him, yet why was Jiang Xinghe acting like he had memory lapses from drinking? Did he not remember a single word Chu Yang had said? Jiang Xinghe. You're really going to kill me with anger. Chu Yang pinched the Mega's cheek hard and growled, didn't I tell you that I had already taken suppressants before seeing you? Zhao Yu's pheromones did affect me, but I went to the hospital to take suppressants. The alpha's emotion seemed close to breaking down. Jiang Xinghe tugged at Chu Yang's sleeve, hey, calm down. How can I calm down? Remembering what should be remembered and letting the irrelevant wander off into tangents. It was because of you that I broke out in susceptibility just after taking suppressants. Didn't I say, my love for you surpasses genetic instinct? And you still can't remember those few words. Chu Yang let his head droop on Jiang Xinghe's shoulder helplessly, remember this, I only like you, and I only like the scent of 100-leaved roses. Got it? Jiang Xinghe massaged his temple and said, oh, once without saying anything more, but his mood improved significantly. Chu Yang leaned close to the Mega's ear and laughed wickedly, besides, with my physique, even if you were an alpha, I could still make you, there goes another flick on my head again. Jiang Xinghe shook Chu Yang's head around, did you hear that? Nothing but dirty noise. Disinfect yourself with alcohol quick. You trash. The alpha raised an eyebrow mockingly, spicy, huh? You haven't even tasted it. Realizing 5 seconds later what Chu Yang meant, Jiang Xinghe shot up eyebrows and raised his left leg to kick, only to be intercepted midair by the alpha panicking, hey. Honey, I'm sorry. Be careful with your leg. Chu Yang, you are really, you. Jiang Xinghe repeated the word, you, multiple times, unable to find any words to describe Chu Yang, so he gave up. The alpha proudly tilted his chin, silently praising his own fast wit. Jiang Xinghe cleared his throat casually, I can walk by myself now, and I plan to report to the union the day after tomorrow. The alpha instantly turned serious and coldly said, I disagree. You've barely recovered. No going. Can't this little cripple stay home and heal properly? Yang, I'm really much better. I can walk perfectly fine with just crutches. Jiang Xinghe stood up from the sofa, grabbed the crutches leaning against it, and walked around Chu Yang in the living room. Watching Jiang Xinghe walk stubbornly despite his limp made Chu Yang feel both amusing and heartbroken. Being too proud wasn't a good habit. See? No problem at all, right? Besides, the doctor said I need appropriate movement. Jiang Xinghe sat beside Chu Yang and coaxed him sweetly. Chu Yang arched an eyebrow, are you sure you've recovered enough? Sitting up straight, Jiang Xinghe raised 3 fingers, I swear, I can do it. So. His remaining words were cut off by the alpha's kiss, leaving his eyes slightly widened in surprise. The sweet aroma of 100-leaved roses wafted from his neck gland. You're reacting quite a lot, brother Xinghe. Chu Yang gazed deeply into Jiang Xinghe's eyes, his irises revealing unbridled possessiveness. Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Xinghe covered his glands with his hand. The more anxious he became, the more 100-leaved rose pheromones leaked out. The bunch of roses on the hall cabinet seemed to bloom even more luxuriantly. The Omega caught the scent of vodka, burning hot like a blazing flame. Rough and fierce. Yet, Jiang Xinghe always felt as though he could detect a hint of strawberry cake sweetness inside it. Chu Yang chuckled softly twice, huskily whispering, let me see how well you've actually recovered. Shrinking back into the sofa, Jiang Xinghe pushed Chu Yang's shoulder seriously, Yang, I think, this leg, it seems a bit sore. Oh, really? Chu Yang's gaze roamed over Jiang Xinghe's left leg, where a plaster patch remained, emitting a faint herbal medicine fragrance, quite pleasant. That's right. Jiang Xinghe chuckled dryly and pulled his leg back under the small blanket, you're absolutely correct, I still need a few more days of rest before I can return to work. There are times when it's best to back down, otherwise, it wouldn't just be sore legs he'd have to worry about. However, the alpha didn't intend to show mercy today. His little tricks only counted when the alpha wanted to play along. Chu Yang shamelessly released his high-level pheromones, lightly patting Jiang Xinghe's side waist with a hoarse voice, I promise I won't hurt you. Chapter 64, Accepted and Endured. The inviting aroma of food wafted into his nostrils as Jiang Xinghe squinted and straightened up from the sofa, the blanket slipping off. The Mega looked rather disheveled. A tuft of hair stuck up awkwardly on Jiang Xinghe's head, his eyes tinged with red, and his voice raspy, Chu Yang, what dish are you cooking? Chu Yang was wearing light-colored loungewear, a pink pig-printed apron tied around his waist, gently stirring the rich soup in the pot with a spoon. The pot bubbled softly with steam rising, creating an ambience that made the alpha appear unusually gentle. When Chu Yang heard Jiang Xinghe's voice, he peeked out from the kitchen with a warm expression, awake already? I've made you some mushroom spare rib soup. The TV screen continued playing Gilligan Father and Son, its clanging sounds blending with the faint hum of the kitchen range hood, while the chandelier illuminated the entire living room brightly. This sense of daily life felt truly wonderful. Jiang Xinghe wearily glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window. It was pitch dark outside, even though the rain had stopped, there were no stars in the sky, not even a sliver of the moon. Grabbing his phone, Jiang Xinghe saw it was 8 in the evening. The Omega dully rubbed his head and mumbled, "It's spare rib soup again, I've had enough of it." Chu Yang smiled as he pulled out a damp tissue and wiped Jiang Xinghe's face. "Today it's with mushrooms, it's very fresh. I guarantee you'll like it. But it's still spare rib soup." Just waking up from the influence of vodka pheromones, the Mega's voice sounded soft and cutesy, almost like he was pouting. Chu Yang was delighted and couldn't resist kissing Jiang Xinghe on the cheek. "You need calcium. I won't make it tomorrow, but can you endure it today? I've been simmering it for 2 hours." Jiang Xinghe pushed Chu Yang away disdainfully, wiping his face with the back of his hand. "I feel like I've drunk all the bone soup I'll ever need in my life these past 2 months. And so, you'd better not get injured anymore. If you end up like this again, I'll discipline you." Chu Yang said seriously, his smile fading. "You discipline me? You don't have the guts, even if you had to." Jiang Xinghe raised his hand, and Chu Yang handed him the crutches immediately. The doctor said Jiang Xinghe needed appropriate exercise, including some weight-bearing training. Chu Yang hummed as he helped him sit on the dining chair. "I didn't specify which kind of discipline anyway." "You're annoying." Chen Che worked 2 extra hours today, mainly because he blamed his inefficiency. What usually took an hour to finish, took 3 today. Staring at the computer screen, his thoughts would wander, and when they returned, another half-hour had passed. On his solid wood desk lay the pit of a mango he had eaten earlier. Chen Che glanced at it twice before tossing it into the trash bin. Someone knocked on the office door, and the assistant entered looking conflicted. "What's wrong with you? Constipated?" Chen Che casually asked, glancing at his assistant. He wondered if he should introduce this kid to a colorectal specialist. As soon as those 3 words popped into his mind, Chen Che quickly slapped his forehead. Damn it, now he's associated with this department. "Mr. Chen, I have something urgent at home today." The assistant hesitantly started. Their boss rarely worked overtime throughout the year. Usually, by 5:30, Chen Che would be gone from the office. Under his leadership, their slogan changed from "working diligently, strive to be the rich first generation" to "run when it's time, seize every second." Who would have thought that on his first blind date, he would run into Chen Che working overtime? Chen Che glanced at the clock on the wall. "Oh my. 8 o'clock already. Go ahead and leave then." "Thank you, boss." "Are you sure you're not leaving?" The assistant wanted to bolt but out of politeness, asked one last question. Chen Che rocked his legs, crossing them. "I'll leave later, don't worry about me." "Go ahead, I'll give you overtime pay." Grateful to tears, the assistant left the president's office, quickly pressing the elevator button to go downstairs. Chen Che stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and put an unlit cigarette in his mouth, chewing it dry. He wasn't the type to hesitate or linger, living boldly with passion and without regrets being his life principle. Chen Che admitted that he liked Ji Feng, but the problem was, they were both alphas. Chen Che crunched on the cigarette mouthpiece, his face displaying an expression of reluctant hatred. He couldn't beat Ji Feng. For an upper-level alpha to accept becoming subordinate, what a painful thing. Chen Che took out a lighter, turned the button, and a flame shot out. Leaning against the window, he exhaled a ring of smoke while gazing at the brilliantly lit scenery of Shisai under the night sky. Conflicted. He wondered if Ji Feng could accept platonic love. Who said being in a relationship had to involve that kind of intimacy? Chen Che's sudden enlightenment froze on his lips as he chuckled. Ji Feng could endure it, but Chen Che himself couldn't. They weren't monks after all. Oh, this is so annoying. Chen Che squatted on the ground, exposing a streak of pale ankle from beneath his trouser legs. He abruptly grabbed a handful of his perfectly styled curly hair. To avoid Ji Feng, Chen Che hadn't been to color taboo for half a month. Feeling slightly irritable today, he decided to take a stroll through the bar and check if the employees were slacking off. The deafening electronic music suddenly reached Chen Che's ears. For the first time, he thought the sound was a bit too loud. Bartender Xiao Zhang brightened up upon seeing him, quickly pulling out his phone to start typing. Chen Che suspiciously leaned over, asking, "What are you doing? You're not acknowledging the boss but playing with your phone." Xiao Zhang opened the chat screen and showed Chen Che. The note read there in big letters was, "Director Ji," and in the chat history was a newly sent message just seconds ago, "Director Ji, our boss has arrived." Chen Che slapped the back of Xiao Zhang's head and laughed, scolding, "You little rat, how dare you betray the boss." Xiao Zhang chuckled while following him, saying, "Boss, Director Ji said if I inform him, he would come by and buy us a 5 million yuan wine. It's for the good of our bar, isn't it? Besides, I didn't hide it from you, it's all out in the open. Should I thank you then? All right, go and do your work." Laughing, Chen Che gave Xiao Zhang a kick. This kid was a nearby university student who worked part-time, completely lacking guile. Chen Che couldn't get truly angry at him, and he even felt a little excited. About 20 minutes later, Ji Feng sat on the high stool at the bar counter, dressed casually, evidently rushing from home. His bangs down made him look younger. Chen Che raised an eyebrow, skillfully mixing Ji Feng a cocktail and pushing it toward him, saying, "Taste it, tell me what's inside, and there'll be a reward." Ji Feng met Chen Che's gaze, picked up the glass, and sipped it, a mixture of spice and sweetness. White rum mixed with flavored syrup. Ji Feng swirled the glass, took another sip, and smiled faintly. "Wild rosemary, your pheromones. You're sharp." The spotlight in the bar flickered over Chen Che, and Ji Feng caught sight of the glittering diamond earring on the alpha's left ear. "So, what's the reward?" Ji Feng stared at the bartender, whose palms rested on the bar counter, in the dim environment. Chen Che looked deeply into him, struggling with some internal conflict for a moment, then leapt over the bar counter, grabbing Ji Feng's arm and heading upstairs to his private room. Ji Feng didn't quite understand, yet obediently followed Chen Che into the box. With a bang, Chen Che slammed the door shut and kicked Ji Feng onto the sofa. Ji Feng rubbed his chest, which hurt a bit. Chen Che looked skinny, but he certainly possessed the strength one would expect from an alpha. Swearing under his breath, Chen Che yanked at his tie. "Do you know how long it took me to make up my mind? You're reaping the benefits, I'm telling you. Your ancestors must be laughing in their graves. It's so annoying. So hard to resolve." Ji Feng narrowed his eyes watching the alpha unbutton his own shirt, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, heart pounding furiously. How did his colleagues describe Chen Che again? Promiscuous. Chen Che spun his tie around his fingertips, gritting his teeth. "Young master here gives you only one chance, treat me well, or get out. Forever." Their positions had reversed, and Chen Che smelled the scent of cedars now pine, exactly the same as 5 years ago at the Cannon Bar. Chapter 65, Let's Fall in Love. Ji Feng's alarm rang for a second before he silenced it. The alpha beside him was still sleeping soundly, his little curls sticking out messily, and in the tranquil room, one could hear Chen Che's steady breathing. Ji Feng extended his finger, twirling a strand of Chen Che's hair, the curl bouncing once, tickling his fingertips. The scent of cedars now and wild rosemary lingered in the room for a long time. Normally, two alpha pheromones should repel each other, but Ji Feng found Chen Che's wild rosemary quite pleasant. Although Chen Che kept yelling about how Ji Feng's cedar pine scent was disgusting, he still cuddled up to Ji Feng in his sleep. It must not have been as unpleasant as Chen Che claimed. Ji Feng gazed at the sleeping face of Chen Che for a moment, still cuter asleep than awake, which was when he got too loud. He had a sharp tongue and claws just as sharp. Ji Feng put on a bathrobe, the friction against his back stinging from their earlier roughhousing. The alpha smirked to himself, wondering if he should take leave. Leaving like this to go to work felt cruel under these circumstances, and he hadn't used his annual leave anyway. Ji Feng opened his phone and logged into the internal FAO app to draft a vacation application. The person sprawled out on the bed twitched slightly, pulling the blanket over his head and muttering, "Just leave quietly and don't disturb me." Ji Feng paused mid-typing, frowning. Why did that sentence feel so familiar? Had Chen Che said it to every Omega he'd been with? Realizing his bedmate wasn't an Omega but a muscular alpha, Chen Che peeked out from under the blanket with sleepy eyes, trying to glare at Ji Feng who raised a brow questioningly, protesting, "What kind of look is that?" "Indeed, very noisy. Chen Che, if you mess around again." Ji Feng hesitated, leaning against the headboard and staring down at him expressionlessly, making Chen Che feel a chill down his spine. "Threatening me? I don't care for that nonsense. Go away, I'm trying to sleep." Chen Che grumbled loudly before retreating back under the covers, wincing in pain with a soft tisk. Ji Feng sighed and bent down to kiss his temple through the thin blanket, saying helplessly, "Why are you so irritable?" The lump under the cover moved, muffled words came out, "Mind your own business." Ji Feng chuckled softly, uncovering the blanket and ruffling Chen Che's furry head. "Even when you're mad, you're still adorable." Chen Che suddenly sat up with distorted facial expressions, his pride barely sustaining him through the pain. "Don't talk to me like that, I'm getting goosebumps all over." Chen Che rubbed his arms and showed Ji Feng, asking curiously, "Aren't you supposed to be at work by now? Didn't you skip work as well?" Ji Feng picked up his phone, it was already 8 a.m. Chen Che leaned against the edge of the bed, rummaging through the nightstand for a cigarette box, popping one out and placing it between his lips. He laughed, "I'm the boss, how can I compare to you?" Ji Feng snatched the cigarette from his mouth and took a drag himself, exhaling a ring of smoke. "I've taken leave." Chen Che simply replied with an "oh," falling silent, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. It was Ji Feng who broke the silence first, turning to ask, "What exactly are we now?" Chen Che hesitated with the cigarette lighter, looking evasive, countering, "What do you think? Let's start dating." Ji Feng extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. The great Chen Che who always kept himself unattached amidst numerous affairs rarely felt shy, yet he gave a subtle nod, "All right. Chen Che, I still need to clarify, since we've established our relationship, you'll need to break things off with your Omegas." Ji Feng stood and pulled open the curtain, letting the sunlight fall at Chen Che's feet. Stretching his legs out from under the blanket to bask in the sun, Chen Che rolled his eyes and bit on the cigarette mouthpiece. Brother, do I really seem that careless? Though Ji Feng didn't answer, his attitude clearly implied yes. Chen Che brushed his hair aside, somewhat awkwardly reaffirming his loyalty. Okay, fine, even though I might be trash, I don't play with people's feelings. We agreed beforehand that no one would get serious. Chen Che didn't see anything wrong with it. Everyone traded what they wanted up front and parted ways happily. Though he'd encountered those wanting something more emotional, he'd refused them all. When it came to feelings, he wouldn't give false hope if he couldn't deliver. Ji Feng was the exception. Chen Che thought he must have committed some unforgivable sin in a past life to crash and burn so badly over Ji Feng. But since the ship had capsized, Chen Che chose to accept it openly. Ji Feng's expression didn't improve because of these few sentences but deepened his frown instead. And you're proud of that? Chen Che became irritated. He'd already given up something for love, so why was Ji Feng blaming him now? What's with you? If you can't handle my past, then why stir things up? Did I beg you to come here or something? Anger rose in Ji Feng's eyes but subsided quickly. So with me, are you playing it emotionally or physically? Chen Che wordlessly threw the cigarette into the ashtray and scratched his eyebrows, wondering why he had never noticed Ji Feng's petty-mindedness before. It was smaller than that of many others and more irritating. Is dating this much trouble? Seeing that Chen Che wasn't saying anything, Ji Feng asked his question again with a cold face. Chen Che directly grabbed a pillow and hurled it at Ji Feng, gritting his teeth. Do you know my ass is split into 3 now? You keep asking. Ask what? You dumbass. Does a pillow hitting even hurt? Ji Feng let Chen Che vent for a while until he got tired. Then Ji Feng pulled Chen Che's arm and embraced him, whispering, I like you. The clear voice resonated directly in Chen Che's heart, shaking every capillary until they went numb. The irritable alpha finally calmed down. Humph. Every Wednesday, FAO held regular meetings attended by leaders of various departments. The main content was to summarize the past week and discuss how to carry out work next. Gu Jingqian, sitting at the head of the table, looked up only to find that the positions of the director of the search department and the minister of maintenance were empty. Are they on strike? This is absurd. Jiang Xinghe's absence could be tolerated, but where had Ji Feng run off to? Where's Ji Feng? Gu Jingqian complained, looking at the Secretary General. The Secretary General adjusted his glasses and replied truthfully, Director Ji has taken annual leave. Just me working overtime, right? Just me, huh? Annual leave? Who approved it? Where'd he go? Get him back here. There's so much work at the union. Gu Jingqian angrily slammed the table twice. Here he was, over 50 years old and still diligently working hard, and those youngsters had vanished without a trace. The Secretary General sighed, President Gu, give the kid some time to date. Not everyone can keep up with you and stay unmarried and child-free. Gu Jingqian choked, feeling blocked in his throat, and crossed his arms, letting out an icy huff. Chapter 66, Contented Yang Yang. Jiang Xinghe felt like he would sprout mold if he stayed home any longer. He truly believed he was ready to return to work, but Chu Yang simply wouldn't allow it. Though Chu Yang called him Brother Xinghe cheerfully all the time, he clearly didn't treat Jiang Xinghe as a brother at all. Every time Jiang Xinghe mentioned returning to work, Chu Yang would immediately subdue him using primitive means. Though Chu Yang was only 1 year younger, there was no denying that the physical strength difference left Jiang Xinghe struggling. When training in King Island, Jiang Xinghe hadn't feared the hardest efforts, but now he genuinely feared Chu Yang. However, waking up naturally every day at home wasn't such a bad feeling. Rubbing his eyes and yawning, Jiang Xinghe tilted his head to watch the curtain fluttering in the breeze. May brought summer vibes to Shisai, even the wind was warm. Jiang Xinghe could now slowly walk without relying on crutches, although limping awkwardly made it somewhat clumsy. Still, he was satisfied with his recovery progress. Perhaps thanks to his alpha releasing abundant calming pheromones daily, Jiang Xinghe felt completely comfortable. Lifting the blanket, he walked barefoot into the bathroom and washed up simply. In the mirror, the omega appeared ruddy, but somewhat weak-looking. His lips had suspicious scabs, and his posterior gland was in a deplorable state. Jiang Xinghe massaged his neck silently and cursed the alpha for being a dog. After exiting the bedroom, the omega placed the breakfast Chu Yang had prepared for him in the microwave for a quick reheat. As the Minister of Maintenance of the FAO Alliance, how could Jiang Xinghe do nothing while at home? He ate breakfast while checking emails. Fortunately, nothing significant happened during his rest period. The only thing unresolved was about the viper who had disappeared into some unknown mountain forest, leaving the search department grasping at straws. Even the scarred insider whom Chu Yang bribed with 500 million had lost contact. Their opponent was too strong. Jiang Xinghe pinched the bridge of his nose, though slightly disheartened, not experiencing the same nightmare of failing to capture the viper as before. Perhaps it was because sleeping beside the alpha made him feel so secure. Or maybe it was due to his exhausting manual labor each day, which left him sound asleep upon hitting the pillow, not having time to dream. A single sentence from Chu Yang, "There's me," made Jiang Xinghe realize he was no longer alone. Someone was willing to share his joys and sorrows and take on part of his burden for revenge. Jiang Xinghe found new meaning in life beyond vengeance. The wind chime by the window jingled melodiously, and Jiang Xinghe thought of raising a dog. After finishing his meal, Jiang Xinghe opened his phone and ordered a private car, carrying a pot of clear wine and a bouquet of sunflowers to visit the cemetery in the outskirts of Beijing. The Omega sat on the ground, pulling a soft cloth from his pocket to gently wipe the photo on top of the urn. He then poured 2 cups of wine and sprinkled them onto the ground. "Dad, I can't drink with you today." Jiang Xinghe looked at the photo in front of him and smiled. "I got injured, and Yang Yang said he'd beat me up if I dare drink." The Omega rambled about recent events, finally adding somewhat bashfully, "Yang Yang and I are together now, and I really love him." The early summer breeze blew through Jiang Xinghe's bangs, gently swaying the sunflowers by his feet. Jiang Xinghe smelled the fresh scent of the sunflowers, reminding him of the comforting pheromones his father had once released for him. The Omega paused, lightly leaning his head against the tombstone, and smiled faintly. "Thank you, Dad, for your blessing. I will take good care of him and be with him properly." A black Hummer slowly drove into the underground parking lot, Chu Yang getting out of the driver's seat holding a fresh bouquet of roses. Jiang Xinghe was going for a follow-up checkup at the hospital this afternoon, so since there wasn't much work at the company, Chu Yang returned early just in time to make him lunch. There would be no alpha more virtuous than him. Clever Yang Yang. Chu Yang closed the car door, opened the trunk, and picked up the vegetables he had just bought from the supermarket. Jiang Xinghe had grown tired of drinking all kinds of bone soup, so Chu Yang planned to cook cabbage and shrimp dumpling soup for him today, light and refreshing. He specially found the recipe. It replenished calcium and iron. The car keys spun twice around his finger as his long legs stepped into the elevator. He swiped his card and pressed 21st floor, leaning against the wall while considering whether to let Hurricane Group venture into the catering industry. With young people starting to embrace healthy living these days, a wellness restaurant might bring unexpected gains. The elevator chimed as it arrived at the 21st floor. Chu Yang eagerly unlocked the door. For years ago, Chu Yang thought Jiang Xinghe's return was the greatest happiness. Now Chu Yang felt that seeing Jiang Xinghe waiting for him every day when he came home was the ultimate joy. Indeed, humans were greedy, getting one led to wanting two. "Sweetheart, are you awake?" Chu Yang placed the flowers and car keys on the low cabinet by the entrance, quickly swapping his shoes for slippers. A robotic vacuum rolled up to his feet and was kicked aside, changing direction. Receiving no response, Chu Yang tilted his head curiously toward the bedroom. The door was open. He should have been up already. Chu Yang took off his casual jacket and hung it on the rack, revealing the undershirt underneath. It had recently become much hotter, and wearing short sleeves didn't feel cold at all. The Alpha strode toward the study, where Jiang Xinghe usually worked during this time. However, there was no sign of Jiang Xinghe anywhere. There wasn't even a trace of the computer being turned on in the study. Chu Yang felt a moment of anxiety. Could he have secretly gone to work without telling him? The Alpha furrowed his brows slightly, taking out his phone and calling the top contact in his list. "The number you dialed has been turned off." Chu Yang pulled at the corners of his lips. So Jiang Xinghe had some nerve to turn his phone off. Sitting down on the sofa, Chu Yang directly called the president of FAO Union, Uncle Qian. "Where's my husband? Where's my big husband?" Gu Jingqian's head buzzed. He had just been scolded by Chu Shan not long ago, and now this little brat was yelling at him again. He truly felt like he owed the Chu family from his previous life. "Who are you shouting at? If you lose your husband, go find him. What do you think FAO is?" Gu Jingqian's heart flared with anger. Overtime work was already annoying enough. Chu Yang paused for a second, softening his tone. "Is Brother Xinghe not going to work today?" "No, you weren't the one who asked for an extra month off for him." "But Chu Yang, don't think that because you donated 3 billion, you can do whatever you want. The security department needs Xinghe. If his body has mostly recovered, you must let him come back to work." Gu Jingqian massaged his temples. Though FAO Union was known for its humane management, no one had ever taken sick leave this long before, not even for injuries. But since Jiang Xinghe could move independently now. Originally planning to have Jiang Xinghe resume work soon, Gu Jingqian hadn't expected Chu Yang to transfer 3 billion to the union's account the very next day. Well, it wasn't impossible to make exceptions. "Uncle Qian, my dad recently made some pastries. Would you like some?" Chu Yang tilted his head and noticed a sticky note under the fridge magnet. It was left by Jiang Xinghe before heading out. "I'm visiting Dad at the suburban cemetery in Beijing. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Gu Jingqian cleared his throat on the other end of the phone. "Ah, sure, bring me some cranberry ones. I like those." Chapter 67, Devious Man. Chu Yang looked at the sticky note back and forth. Jiang Xinghe's handwriting was strong and sharp, just like the zero-tolerance personality of an Omega who can't stand sand in his eyes. The Alpha smiled. "All right, I'll pack 3 boxes for you, Uncle Qian. I think I hear the elevator." Chu Yang put down his phone and opened the door just as Jiang Xinghe stepped out of the elevator, holding a small box of cakes. Chu Yang's gaze lingered on the cake for 2 seconds, making him feel warm inside with happiness. But the Alpha could act perfectly, top-notch acting, and pretended not to see that strawberry cake. "You little cripple, why are you running around without answering your phone? Do you know how worried I was? Chu Yang slightly furrowed his brows, supporting Jiang Xinghe's arm and making him sit on the stool Chu Yang had specially bought for him to change shoes. The alpha squatted down to take off Jiang Xinghe's shoes and massaged his ankles. Jiang Xinghe pulled his foot back. My phone battery died, it wasn't intentional. Humph, didn't know to charge it earlier. Didn't know I'd worry. Chu Yang placed the shoes in the cabinet and slipped soft slippers onto Jiang Xinghe's feet. Sorry. I just missed them. Jiang Xinghe raised his hand and ruffled Chu Yang's hair, smiling. I told Dad today that we're together, and they seemed really happy. Chu Yang took Jiang Xinghe's hand and pressed it to his lips. Really? Next time, I'll go with you to visit the uncles, make them even happier. Jiang Xinghe gently met Chu Yang's loving gaze and nodded. Yang, let's get a dog, shall we? Jiang Xinghe accepted the freshly squeezed juice Chu Yang prepared and took a sip. Chu Yang tied the apron around his waist and entered the kitchen to cook. His culinary skills had improved significantly. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, you need to capture his stomach. Chu Yang felt he had already gotten a firm grasp on Jiang Xinghe. Once he started working and eating in the cafeteria, he would realize how good he had it. There were always foreshadowings in life, and one must play a few tricks here and there. Why did you suddenly want to raise a dog? After finishing his juice, Jiang Xinghe turned on the tap and washed the cup casually. Having no problem standing for short periods now, he wiped his hands clean and prepared to help Chu Yang wash the vegetables. Chu Yang handed over some baby cabbages for Jiang Xinghe to tear into pieces and place on a clean plate. Jiang Xinghe split open the cabbage, tearing each leaf meticulously, and said softly, I've liked dogs since childhood but never had the chance to keep one. Now that life is gradually stabilizing, I feel I can take responsibility for one. Chu Yang curved the corner of his mouth slightly, dimples appearing on both cheeks, lightly bumping shoulders with Jiang Xinghe and laughing, no wonder you keep calling me a dog, it's because you love me. Sometimes, Jiang Xinghe found it hard to understand the logic of an alpha. Could a year difference lead to a generation gap? The Omega sighed and dropped a clove of garlic into the bowl, smirking faintly, you're thinking too much, I was purely scolding you. Chu Yang raised his chin, don't believe it. If you want, let's do it. I own a small villa nearby, and we might as well move in. A dog needs a yard. Chu Yang added a little water to the pot and turned on the gas stove. Ever since learning about Chu Yang's bounty of 5 billion, Jiang Xinghe was unmoved by his occasional displays of wealth. Turns out rich people really have properties scattered everywhere. Why haven't I heard you mention owning a villa nearby before? Jiang Xinghe saw that there was no more work left in the kitchen and wiped his hands clean. Chu Yang shrugged, proudly saying, had I said it, would we still be living here? If I hadn't lived with you, when would you have realized your feelings for me? Jiang Xinghe shook his head, such a scheming man. Chu Yang leaned forward and kissed his forehead, isn't it all because I love you? What kind of dog do you want to raise? After you finish the checkup this afternoon, I'll accompany you to buy one. Do we have to buy it this afternoon? Jiang Xinghe's eyes widened slightly, planning to keep a dog, but hadn't expected the timeline to move so fast. I haven't decided exactly which breed yet. It's fine. The water in the pot boiled, and Chu Yang added shrimp dumplings and baby cabbages. Let's visit a pet store this afternoon. If one doesn't cut it, we'll keep two. Anyway, I have plenty of houses. Did you know that sometimes what you say makes others very envious? Jiang Xinghe laughed and patted Chu Yang's waist, feeling the solid muscles beneath his clothes. Chu Yang stretched out his arm, pulling him into his embrace, voice filled with complaints, isn't mine yours? Why don't you use the card I gave you? Are you trying to distance yourself from me? A few days ago, Chu Yang slipped a black card to Jiang Xinghe. It was accepted throughout the whole of Sais, with the password being Jiang Xinghe's birthday. He urged him to spend as much as he wanted without hesitation. I didn't even have a chance to spend it. You buy the groceries, and you pay the electricity bill. My salary doesn't come in handy for anything, let alone your card. Jiang Xinghe wasn't being pretentious with Chu Yang, he just really had no use for so much money. Though the principle of Mega is not to depend on Alpha, this was Chu Yang we were talking about. To refuse free money would be stupid. You've got some logic there, I forgive you. The pot bubbled, Chu Yang quickly turned off the heat and left the shrimp soup inside to steep for a moment. Jiang Xinghe thought of something and asked, Chen Che said you never pay when drinking at his place. With all your wealth, why don't you help out your buddy a bit? Without thinking, Chu Yang blurted out, even close brothers should keep accounts clear. We aren't that close, I'm not going to bother clearing debts with him. Besides, Chu Yang smiled slightly, his dark eyes glinting mischievously, Chen Che will soon make a marriage alliance with a high-ranking family. He certainly doesn't lack my small beer money. Ah. Jiang Xinghe didn't get what Chu Yang meant, and looked at him questioningly, does Chen Che have a boyfriend? That's right. And he's also my rival. Hee, thanks, bro. Chu Yang gave an enigmatic smile, wait until he announces it officially, you'll be shocked. Chu Yang recalled their earlier encounter at the dinner table with Ji Feng, when they were still rivals. In fact, because Chu Yang didn't know Jiang Xinghe was a mega, Ji Feng mocked him over it. Who would have guessed Ji Feng ended up hooking up with Chen Che, making them a double alpha couple now? Jiang Xinghe wasn't interested in gossip. If Chu Yang didn't mention it, he wouldn't ask either. Chu Yang put the ceramic pot on the dining table, hesitating only a moment before opening the lid. Ji Feng's father was extremely conservative. At one point, when his elder brother Ji Yun had fallen for a mismatched mega, his father broke the guy's hand and forced Ji Yun into breaking up to marry someone he approved of. Chen Che, however, was an alpha. Chu Yang frowned slightly. Still, the Chen family weren't easy to provoke, and neither was Chen Che himself, who didn't bother others enough to get bullied himself. This thought put Chu Yang at ease. But still, he sent Chen Che a message: Big brother Chu will always have your back. 5 minutes later, Chen Che replied, are you having a sensitive period? So sentimental. Chu Yang laughed, threw his phone onto the sofa, and muttered, idiot. Chapter 68, Do you want to marry me? As soon as Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe arrived at the Saya Central Hospital, someone came to greet them, making Jiang Xinghe marvel once again how great it was to have money. Just a few days ago, he found out that Hurricane Group owned 10% of Saya Central Hospital. That explained why he'd enjoyed service akin to a 5-star hotel during his hospital stay. Jiang Xinghe's attending physician picked up the X-ray of his leg and glanced at it. Recovery looks good. Just avoid strenuous activities for a short while. Jiang Xinghe almost developed a phobia for the phrase strenuous activities. After hearing the doctor's advice, he immediately nodded, yes, doctor. The doctor adjusted his reading glasses, looked up and shot a glance at Chu Yang. Clearing his throat, he continued addressing Jiang Xinghe, Minister Jiang, broken bones are serious. You must not participate in frontline missions for at least a year. Reaching your previous explosive power is a very long process. Have you ever considered switching careers? Jiang Xinghe lowered his gaze to his calf, still plastered with ointment, and frowned slightly. What you mean is, even after recovery, I won't be the same as before. Am I, lame? Instinctively, Jiang Xinghe touched his right arm. A bullet ended his career. Though it didn't affect daily life, he could no longer aim a sniper rifle, and precision shooting movements became nearly impossible, which was why he was transferred to headquarters. If his leg were to also. Chu Yang exchanged glances with the doctor, the alpha signaling frantically, you scared my wife. Hurry up and comfort her. The doctor picked up Jiang Xinghe's medical file and said, Minister Jiang, please don't worry yet. Your physical fitness is excellent, and you're recovering faster than others. But bone injuries inevitably lower combat capabilities. Therefore, do consider switching careers. Of course, this, is my personal suggestion. Jiang Xinghe finally sighed in relief, thank you for your advice, but currently I have no intention of switching careers. Though I don't enjoy the danger, I am proud of the honor this job brings. Leaving the hospital, Chu Yang was clearly in low spirits. Silently, he opened the passenger door and waited for Jiang Xinghe. He was selfish. He didn't want Jiang Xinghe to go back to work and leave him in a state of constant fear like a neglected husband. His experience in Jiangzhou was something he never wanted to go through again. The panic of not knowing whether Jiang Xinghe was alive or dead, eating away at his very soul, had been too painful. Every day since returning from Jiangzhou, Chu Yang only slept after watching Jiang Xinghe fall asleep first. In the past 4 years, this alpha had suffered countless nightmares about losing Jiang Xinghe. Every time he woke up from one of these nightmares, seeing Jiang Xinghe lying next to him, Chu Yang would take another look and even touch to confirm if it were real. As a child, Chu Yang wasn't afraid of the dark when sleeping. But when Jiang Xinghe asked why he now slept with a nightlight on, Chu Yang casually said he was scared of the dark without telling Jiang Xinghe the real reason. That year, during the time Jiang Xinghe disappeared, Chu Yang dreamed of a blood-drenched Mega holding onto his hand, begging for help. After waking up from that nightmare, that vivid image stayed etched in Chu Yang's mind, and even after 4 years, it hadn't faded. So when Jiang Xinghe lost contact while on duty in Jiangzhou, Chu Yang became extremely tense and anxious. He feared that nightmare would turn into reality. When Code J informed him that Jiang Xinghe had fallen off a cliff, half of Chu Yang's body went numb. Whether you called him selfish or lacking patriotism, Chu Yang accepted it. He simply didn't want Jiang Xinghe risking life and death anymore. He just wanted Jiang Xinghe to stay by his side, safe and sound. Chu Yang tapped the steering wheel repeatedly as his anxiety made him want to bite his nails. But he felt embarrassed to do so in front of Jiang Xinghe. Besides, megas were too soft. Chu Yang didn't want his bitten nails to hurt Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe could feel Chu Yang's restless emotions. Placing his hand over Chu Yang's, he softly asked, Yang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chu Yang grabbed his hand and intertwined their fingers. Despite trying to suppress it, he couldn't hold back his feelings. Gritting his teeth, the alpha frowned and complained unhappily, do you have to do such dangerous work? What will I do if something happens to you? Jiang Xinghe raised an eyebrow, noticing a flash of surprise in his eyes. What the doctor said earlier, that was actually what you wanted to say, wasn't it? Chu Yang was caught off guard, slumping back into his seat, making the Bentley sway slightly. Yes. I colluded with the doctor. So what? Do you have any objections? Are you angry? A string of aggressive words came out from the alpha, but Jiang Xinghe heard the underlying insecurity behind his tough exterior. Why would I be mad at you? Jiang Xinghe smiled and leaned his head to the side. Chu Yang had some scheming tricks, but they weren't many, and he always ended up self-exploding in a cute way. Chu Yang folded his arms and coldly sniffed twice, secretly relieved inside. He didn't want Jiang Xinghe to think he was dragging him down. Lifting his finger to smooth Chu Yang's furrowed brows, Jiang Xinghe gently said, "I'll consider the issue you raised." Chu Yang's eyes lit up as he turned sideways to look at him. "What do you mean?" "Hey. I'm not one of those chauvinistic bastards who force my wife to stay home unemployed," the alpha quickly added, realizing how obvious his concerns sounded. Jiang Xinghe laughed softly. "I know, Tuan Tuan is concerned for me." The car window was still open, and Chu Yang quickly scanned around. Fortunately, no one had heard. "Just as long as you know, take it seriously. Don't bluff me." Chu Yang's mood shifted rapidly, pressing the vehicle start button. "Let's go, buy a puppy from the pet store." Jiang Xinghe nodded with a smile and looked out of the window. Gu Jingqian called him once after his injury, "Xinghe, if anything ever really happened to you, I'd have no face to meet your father after 100 years. Still, let me ask your opinion, have you thought about leaving the security department and working in logistics?" Jiang Xinghe declined, because he still had a mission to complete and his father hadn't rested in peace yet. However, once everything was done, on the day he truly leaves the security department, Jiang Xinghe doesn't intend to stay in FAO anymore. Maybe he'll open a flower shop, saving Chu Yang from buying flowers from others' shops every day and cutting out the middleman. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Xinghe turned and suddenly spoke up, "Chu Yang, do you want to marry me?" Alpha's foot slipped, stepping hard on the gas pedal, almost rear-ending the car ahead. Wide-eyed, he stared at Jiang Xinghe. "What? If you didn't hear me, then forget it. I was just joking." Jiang Xinghe rolled down half the car window, letting the outside wind tousle his hair. The mega smelled freedom in the air. "Don't joke around. Let's go home and grab the household registration book." Chu Yang was slightly overexcited, speeding at 70 km/h in the city. Jiang Xinghe smiled, "Drive steadily. Pay attention to safety." Chu Yang immediately pulled over to the side of the road with the hazard lights on. As soon as he switched to park gear, before Jiang Xinghe could react, Chu Yang had already unfastened his seatbelt, leaned over the armrest box, and kissed him. The alpha's heart was racing, his breathing quick. "Let's not buy a dog, let's go home instead. I want." Jiang Xinghe couldn't help but roll his eyes and pushed Chu Yang's face away. "That's enough. I don't want that. I want a puppy. I am your puppy." Chu Yang mumbled as he rested his head on Jiang Xinghe's shoulder. Chapter 69, A House with Two Dogs. The car by the roadside had its hazard lights on, and the tinted windows hid what they were doing from the passers-by who hurried by. Chu Yang's hair tickled Jiang Xinghe's cheeks. The mega smelled the vodka scent that Chu Yang still couldn't suppress despite trying, enveloping him in the confined car space. Jiang Xinghe smiled and gently kissed Chu Yang's head, asking softly, "Are you this happy?" The alpha moved slightly, his eyelashes brushing against the mega's neck, planting a kiss there. Of course I'm happy. Since the day I differentiated, I've been dreaming about marrying you." Jiang Xinghe paused, surprised. "On the day you differentiated?" "That was 6 years ago." Chu Yang looked up, his pitch-black pupils filled with Jiang Xinghe's reflection, his brows radiating tenderness. "More than 6 years, for a very, very long time, I've liked you." The Omega's pupils trembled slightly, refocusing just as Chu Yang's kiss landed on his lips. "I love you more than you imagine. So, you must be good, and stay with me until old age." Jiang Xinghe took a deep breath, something inside his chest spreading warmth, a tiny current flowing through his blood. "All right." Chu Yang resumed his usual carefree expression, looking expectantly at Jiang Xinghe. "Let's go home." "We're going home." The earlier warmth seemed like a dream, leaving an imprint in Jiang Xinghe's heart. "No way." Jiang Xinghe firmly rejected, nudging Chu Yang's shoulder. "All right, we agreed to go to the pet store. Drive now." What kind of joke was that? Going home? Wasn't that suicidal? Chu Yang sighed, looking regretful but accepting his fate as he switched to drive gear, gripping the steering wheel and turning left back onto the main road. "Jiang Xinghe, you're playing hard to get, teasing me and not taking responsibility." The car behind honked and sped past on their left. Jiang Xinghe chuckled, "How did I tease you? All I said was one sentence. That one sentence was lethal. My mind is excited now. Tomorrow, I'll keep the household registration book in the car, and if you say it again, I'll directly take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau." Chu Yang held the steering wheel, his gaze forward, laughter evident in his tone, glancing at Jiang Xinghe beside him occasionally. "I won't say it then," Jiang Xinghe stretched lazily, joking. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, "Then I'll just move the Civil Affairs Bureau into our house, so you can't escape." "Huh, you're really clever." Jiang Xinghe unfastened his seatbelt, stepping out of the car and looking at the sign of the pet store called Woof Woof Squad, finding the name amusing. Chu Yang locked the car and naturally draped his arm over Jiang Xinghe's shoulders. "Let's go, there are many kinds of dogs inside, definitely one you'll like." Jiang Xinghe wasn't quite accustomed to such public displays of affection with Chu Yang, subconsciously pulling away from his arm. Chu Yang looked down at his empty hand, confused. "Jiang Xinghe. Do you even know how to be someone's boyfriend? Can't you even let me hold you? Not used to being close to people like this, Jiang Xinghe stepped back a little to placate the irritable alpha. Chu Yang demonstratively hugged the mega's waist, leaning down and saying, we're both -20 degrees apart in compatibility, why are you still so formal with me? Jiang Xinghe's pupils widened instantly as he swiftly turned to look if anyone nearby noticed, hitting Chu Yang lightly with an elbow and whispering a threat, be careful what you say outside. Don't think I can't deal with you because my leg is hurt. What? How do you plan to deal with me? Chu Yang grinned wickedly, showing two little fangs, moving his hand lower mischievously. Jiang Xinghe's eyes flashed as he twisted Chu Yang's hand, lifting his leg and using his knee to press slightly above Chu Yang's lower abdomen. Chu Yang got a big scare, carefully holding Jiang Xinghe's leg and placing it down slowly. Scared the wits out of little Chu. Jiang Xinghe, your leg is still injured. Behave yourself and stop causing trouble, Chu Yang coaxed. Jiang Xinghe moved his left leg slightly and said in surprise, I think I can do a spinning kick without any issues. Chu Yang pinched the bridge of his nose, how could his little one seem so lacking in brains? The alpha turned Jiang Xinghe around, pushing him forward, that's enough. I know you're tough, but your bone fractures have just healed. Let's not be reckless and check out the dogs. The shop assistant smiled and led the two upstairs, where a chorus of barks welcomed them. Jiang Xinghe's eyes lit up at the sight of all the puppies, stroking a husky's head here, pinching a Samoyed's cheek there, and finally chasing a little corgi around trying to pick it up. Chu Yang took out his phone and started snapping photos quietly, click click, 61 shots in a minute. They really shouldn't have missed this visit to the pet store, who would have thought he'd see such a childlike side of Jiang Xinghe. Brother Xinghe, be careful with your leg. Chu Yang lifted a little golden retriever by its scruff, these little guys don't know their own strength, they might bump into you. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Jiang Xinghe was playing with the corgi as dog hair stuck to his black short sleeves, no problem, didn't the doctor say I'm recovering well? Omega was completely lost in the fluffy dog heads, giving not even a glance to the alpha. Chu Yang squatted down and approached Jiang Xinghe, reaching out to pick off the dog hairs, only to find that it was impossible to remove them all, so he gave up. Which one do you like? Jiang Xinghe looked somewhat conflicted. Chu Yang smiled and said, why not buy them all? I'll hire someone specifically to take care of them afterward. Why don't you just open a pet shop then, Mr. Chu? Jiang Xinghe held the corgi and laughed at him. Chu Yang considered it for a moment, standing up and asking the shop assistant, does your store sell? I'll pay double. The assistant was taken aback, looking toward Jiang Xinghe for help. Jiang Xinghe quickly pulled on Chu Yang's sleeve, knowing Chu Yang was serious. Anxiously, he pleaded, stop wasting money. We don't have that much energy, getting one will suffice. The little corgi in his arm stretched out its small paw, scratching Jiang Xinghe's fingers and barking submissively. Chu Yang exchanged a glance with the corgi and pouted, little girl dog. But Jiang Xinghe quite liked it, looking up at Chu Yang, this little guy then. He's clingy and cute. As long as you like it. Chu Yang once again locked eyes with the little corgi. It opened its mouth as if smiling, and Alpha felt a sense of challenge in the air. They bought a doghouse and some dog food in the store. Then they put the little corgi into the small box given by the shop assistant, carried it onto the car, and let Jiang Xinghe sit in the back seat with it. The corgi was 3 months old, had been fully vaccinated, very healthy, and as soon as it got inside the car, it jumped out, standing on its hind legs and twirling around Jiang Xinghe's ankles, sniffing them. Seeing this, Chu Yang coldly snorted, it knew just where to get affection. Oops, he regretted it already, wasn't this thing bought to compete for his affection? Alpha lightly tapped the steering wheel, taking advantage of the red light to speak, Brother Xinghe, why don't we get this little guy a companion? It must be lonely being the only dog. He glanced through the rearview mirror, waiting for Jiang Xinghe's reaction. Jiang Xinghe smiled while stroking the corgi's head, not necessary. It already has an older brother. When the green light lit up, Chu Yang gently pressed the accelerator, crossing the intersection before he reacted, laughing, me? Ha ha ha, Fondwan, call big brother. Jiang Xinghe held the corgi, turning its face toward Chu Yang. In no time, even a name was chosen. Fondwan woofed once, making Jiang Xinghe laugh even more happily. Our Fondwan is really smart. Chu Yang, rarely speechless, pursed his lips, why does my little brother get named Fondwan? Why not Sushi, which also has plenty of fillings? Jiang Xinghe smirked mysteriously, real name Jiang Fondwan, nickname Duan Duan. Chu Yang slightly narrowed his eyes, pulling at the corner of his mouth, we'll deal with you when we get home. Chu Yang trailed behind carrying a jumble of dog supplies as Jiang Xinghe walked ahead holding Fondwan and opening the door, setting Fondwan down. Fondwan wasn't shy at all, immediately darting off to play. Jiang Xinghe, after changing shoes, wanted to prepare some dog food for Fondwan but hadn't stepped beyond the entrance before Chu Yang picked him up directly from behind, arrogantly slapping Jiang Xinghe's waist. Let it wait in line first, big brother eats first. Chapter 70, Repeated Heartbeats. Jiang Xinghe walked out of the room in a listless manner, still carrying the smell of vodka. His ankle seemed bruised, red in patches. And his walk had worsened. Omega felt that his health was actually getting worse while recuperating at home, with the only benefit being a noticeable improvement in sleep quality. He didn't even know when he fell asleep. Chu Yang was holding an online meeting in the study. Jiang Xinghe's throat was extremely dry, so he walked into the living room and poured a large glass of water, drinking it all down in one go. The cool water trickling down his throat made him feel much better. It was then that he remembered Fangduan hadn't eaten yet. Jiang Xinghe hurriedly pushed open Fangduan's little room and discovered that Chu Yang had already prepared the dog food and water for Fangduan. The little one had gorged itself until its belly was round and plump, lying soundly in its dog bed. Such a carefree little thing. Jiang Xinghe squatted down and lightly touched Fangduan's head. From now on, we're a family. A family of 3, it sounded pretty good. Chu Yang acted quickly. Within a week, he had already moved Jiang Xinghe and Fangduan to a villa in Yujiang Park, which was only a 20-minute commute from the FAO Alliance, closer even than their current high-rise apartment. Jiang Xinghe looked at the 400-square-meter, small, villa Chu Yang spoke of and choked, cradling Fangduan as he stared at it, the center of the city, 400 square meters, and still a villa. He'd lost count of how many times he'd marveled at how good it was to be wealthy. Jiang Xinghe carried Fangduan into the backyard, where the little guy immediately went wild running on the grass. Only then did Omega notice the many rose bushes planted along the wall. He looked surprised toward Chu Yang leaning against the sliding door. Alpha proudly lifted his chin. How about it? Aren't you dying to marry me? Jiang Xinghe bent down to sniff the roses. They smelled somewhat like his pheromones, filling him with immense emotion. Chu Yang pulled out a pile of wooden boards from the trunk. These were doghouse templates he had ordered a carpenter to prepare yesterday. The carpenter wanted to assemble it for him, but Chu Yang thought it would be more meaningful if they built it together with Jiang Xinghe, so he had Yu assistant pack the boards directly and send them over. The Alpha returned to the bedroom to change into a sleeveless white work shirt, wearing loose light-colored knee-length pajama pants as he came back outside, looking sunny and exuding a fresh, youthful aura. Jiang Xinghe took a moment longer to look at him in the bright light. Fangduan, after rolling around on the grass for a while, came over to rub against Jiang Xinghe. The little guy had a keen eye. It could tell who the leader of the house was and showed all its flattery towards Jiang Xinghe. On the contrary, it ignored Chu Yang and occasionally peed on his custom-made leather shoes. Chu Yang got angry enough to want to smack its bottom, but Jiang Xinghe doted on it, stopping him every time, making Fangduan act even more confidently. That mangy dog. Tomorrow I'll cut your dog food in half. Chu Yang grabbed it by the scruff and held it up, poking Fangduan's face with his finger. Don't you have a wife? Why are you online? Jiang Xinghe tapped the wood panel with a gloved hand. It's still a baby. Don't corrupt it. Unsatisfied, Chu Yang tossed Fangduan aside, shoving it to play elsewhere so it wouldn't interrupt his date with Jiang Xinghe. You've never called me baby. The Alpha pouted and started assembling the doghouse. Chu Yang had excellent hands-on skills. Even without looking at the instructions, he put it together flawlessly. Are you jealous of the puppy? Jiang Xinghe wasn't really helping much, just handing over the panels as Chu Yang worked. Chu Yang rested his head on Jiang Xinghe's shoulder. Am I not your favorite little puppy? I'm far more capable than it. Jiang Xinghe looked down, his throat convulsing slightly. Don't talk to me like that. Why not? Jiang Xinghe sighed as Chu Yang finished assembling the last panel, opening the eco-friendly paint to color the doghouse. My heart can't handle it. Chu Yang looked at Jiang Xinghe in surprise, the corners of his mouth curling wider and wider. Why so articulate today? Say you love me and let me hear it. Jiang Xinghe turned his head to meet Chu Yang's gaze, his pupils reflecting Chu Yang's image. Before he spoke, I love you. Plop, the tool in his hand fell to the ground. After so long, this was only the third time Chu Yang had heard those 3 words. The first time was in a text message received in Jiangzhou. To be honest, Chu Yang had screenshot that message, printed it, and stored it in a safe. Chu Yang reclined onto the grass, gazing at the clouds moving across the sky, before getting up after a long while. Nope, need to buy a ring and propose right away. Under Jiang Xinghe's firm insistence, Chu Yang reluctantly agreed for him to return to work at the Alliance, but there was one condition: Jiang Xinghe must always stay in contact with him. If another situation happened where he couldn't be reached or found again, I'll tie you to the house, take your clothes away, and keep you here forever. Hear me? Chu Yang parked the car by the roadside of the Greenbelt at the FAO Alliance entrance, growling in threat. Jiang Xinghe chuckled as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Got it, Boss Chu. Chu Yang grabbed his wrist and pointed to his cheek. Give me a peck. Jiang Xinghe's memories were drawn back to 3 months ago, also at this intersection where Chu Yang had said the same thing. He regretted in his dreams that he hadn't granted Chu Yang's wish before leaving that day. Seeing Jiang Xinghe not moving, Chu Yang grumbled with dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Don't you want to? Then I'll be mad. Fate wouldn't give Jiang Xinghe another chance to go back in time, but Chu Yang would. The Alpha still had his face stretched out toward Jiang Xinghe, threatening him with his eyes to hurry up. Jiang Xinghe smiled, cupped Chu Yang's face, turning it toward himself, and finally placed a kiss on Chu Yang's lips. Chu Yang was taken aback. This was the first time Jiang Xinghe had been so proactive, and instinctively leaned forward, trying to deepen the kiss. But the seatbelt blocked him, and by the time Chu Yang had unfastened it, Jiang Xinghe had already opened the car door and stepped out. Jiang Xinghe was holding 3 boxes of cranberry cookies made by Luo Sun, used as a bribe for Gu Jingqian. Chu Shan had worried about not being able to finish eating them all and happily handed them over. If he knew these two eventually gave them to someone else, he might have lost it. The Omega waved at him, saying they'd see each other at noon. They both originally ate lunch at the company or at the Alliance, but thanks to Fondwan, Jiang Xinghe feared he'd be afraid of unfamiliar environments, so he decided to eat at home recently. At this point, Chu Yang thought Fondwan turned out to be pretty useful. Still, sometimes. The night before, after dinner while playing in the living room on the first floor, Jiang Xinghe couldn't help calling out Chu Yang's pet name when emotionally moved. That stupid dog thought it was being called, scratching its way up the couch. Alpha almost wilted on the spot. Chu Yang shook the image of that silly dog out of his mind and leaned into the chair back, reminiscing about that brief kiss which stirred up immense waves in his heart. Though they had already done the most intimate things together, Chu Yang's heart still skipped a beat because of these small gestures from Jiang Xinghe. The Alpha touched the back of his neck and wondered if maybe pure love suits him. Nah, adult relationships are better. Chu Yang turned off the hazard lights and was about to drive to the company. Just as he gripped the steering wheel, his phone vibrated. It was a text from Jiang Xinghe. Report to Mr. Chu, I've arrived safely at the Weian department office, no worries. Report finished. Drive carefully. Red heart. His mouth nearly stretched to the sky. Chu Yang lightly bit the new nails growing out, bumping his head against the steering wheel twice, accidentally honking the horn and startling nearby pedestrians. Jiang Xinghe. Ah. Love you so much. Chapter 71, Chen Total's wife-controlled life. Since Chen Che started dating Ji Feng, his nightlife disappeared completely. After work every day, he had to return home on time for dinner. Even when there were gatherings, he couldn't drink too much alcohol. If he smelled strongly of liquor, Ji Feng would drag him to the bathtub, showering him with a spray nozzle. Chen Che once doubted if Ji Feng had any unusual preferences. He did try resisting, but it didn't work, always ending with Mr. Chen hitting the pillow begging for mercy. In 24 years of living, Chen Che's life had never been so regular. Within half a month his skin became even more tender. If his dad knew this situation, he'd definitely approve of Ji Feng as a daughter-in-law. Yet all of this began with Chen Che's invitation to cohabit, thinking that since they were adults, why bother acting coy? Living together made fitness more convenient. Little did he know, thus started his wife-controlled life. He wanted to go out and play, not to mess around with Omega, but purely wanted to drink and sing karaoke. Chen Che shut down his computer with boredom and prepared to go home. His phone buzzed. Ji Feng sent him a WeChat message, working overtime tonight, go to sleep early. Chen Che's eyes lit up, finally giving him the chance. After replying, okay, he immediately flipped open his WeChat group chat and started rallying people. Within 5 minutes, 10 people gathered. Chen Che hummed a tune with his car keys and headed to Zijiao. The vibrating eardrum electronic music, the aroma of alcohol, Chen Che spread his arms wide and took a deep breath. This was his comfort zone. Chen's interest peaked, immediately dancing on stage while whistles rose from below. Feeling invigorated, the Alpha danced until drenched in sweat, then leisurely ascended to a second-floor private room. Everyone had arrived, each one hugging an Omega or Alpha. Several friends saw Chen Che alone and curiously asked, Big Brother Chen, just yourself? Is this part of your recent health regimen or are you simply avoiding distractions? A burst of laughter followed their words. Chen Che nonchalantly picked up his wine glass, so what if I just love drinking plain wine? Ahau stepped forward and slung an arm around his shoulder, laughing, tell your bro, are you feeling weak? I've got some miracle drug. Roll away with your nonsense. Go take care of yourself. I'm fine. Chen Che rolled his eyes as he shrugged off Ahau's arm, sighing, I invited all of you here to have a casual drink. Why do you have to be so troublesome? Ahau laughed mischievously and gave a shrug before dragging him off to sing karaoke. Leaning back into the sofa, Chen Che took in the boisterous atmosphere but suddenly felt uninterested, realizing it wasn't fun at all. He much preferred being at home with Ji Feng having a warm meal, at least something good for the stomach. Thinking is believing, sometimes Chen Che felt like Ji Feng had planted a tracking chip inside his brain. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Ji Feng, I'm home. Where are you? Chen Che shot up from his seat, what's going on? Overtime ended at 9. Wasn't the go to sleep early meant to be around 11? Crap. Chen Che muttered, something came up, see ya, grabbing his jacket and rushing out. Ahau tried to stop him but failed, looking perplexed at the others. Is Brother Chen in love? With his 3-minute enthusiasm, they probably won't last more than a few days. Yeah, let's find him again after a few days. Chen Che stomped on the gas pedal and drove home, forgetting even to turn on the air conditioning and breaking out in a sweat. When he opened the door, the light in the living room was still on, making him feel inexplicably guilty. Ji Feng hadn't even changed out of his uniform, sitting there on the couch waiting for him. Seeing him walk in, Ji Feng cast a cool glance and approached him, went to a banquet. Chen Che guiltily touched his nose, wondering whether or not to confess everything. But sometimes white lies can. Before he could nod, Ji Feng frowned deeply enough to kill a fly and his voice chilled 8 degrees. Why do I smell other pheromones on you? Chen Che. Where did you go? That dog's nose. Chen Che cursed inwardly about how terrifying Ji Feng's observational skills were when it came to him. He couldn't even lie properly. Chen Che quietly swallowed, carefully lifting his arm to smell it. Indeed, there was a hint of blue star flower pheromones. Recalling, the alpha figured he must have accidentally brushed against it while dancing. But why should he feel guilty? He didn't do anything wrong. Chen Che straightened his back, ready to explain, but Ji Feng shoved past him, opening the door and walking out. Chen Che. I'm deeply disappointed in you. The door slammed shut behind him, leaving Chen Che dumbfounded. What kind of thing was this? I haven't even said a word since entering. Chen Che grew irritated. I rushed back home just because of your one message, and now you give me the cold shoulder. What's going on between two big men like us? So immature. Mr. Chen truly found himself speechless. Thick-skinned alphas who bore grudges really were more troublesome than those flirtatious women he'd been with before. The house fell completely silent, with only the ticking of the wall clock filling the void. Why hadn't he ever noticed how vast the room was before? In annoyance, Chen Che kicked the sofa, hitting his big toe in the process and yelping as he hugged his foot, wincing in pain. He got even angrier. Finally, too lazy to take a shower, he pulled back the covers and jumped into bed reeking of alcohol. Tossing and turning for 2 hours, he couldn't fall asleep. Chen Che stuck his head out from under the blanket. There was still a faint scent of snow pine on the pillow. He stared blankly at the pitch-black ceiling. Men need to spoil their wives. Mr. Chen, thick-skinned though he might be, calmed down quickly from his anger and reached for his phone to call Ji Feng. The ringing barely lasted a second before it was hung up. Chen Che ground his teeth audibly, making a grinding sound. After being cut off 3 consecutive times, Mr. Chen became furious enough to scratch his head and sent Ji Feng a WeChat. Send me your location right away. Or I'll dominate later on. Ji Feng responded instantly, sending the location of the FAO Alliance building. What's wrong with him? Chen Che threw off the covers and got up, deciding to shower and wash off the alcohol smell anyway, changing clothes too. While sitting in the car, Chen Che was still exasperated. Why didn't Ji Feng go home? Why did he rush to the Alliance building? I'm in the parking lot downstairs at the Alliance, come down quick, I can't go upstairs. 5 minutes later, Ji Feng tapped on the window and found Chen Che sitting in the back seat. The SUV, quite spacious. Big brother, give me a chance to explain, will you? I just went out for some drinks, nothing happened. Ji Feng glanced at him without a word. Chen Che's fists clenched, his anger barely suppressed. Why didn't you go home? Do you enjoy sleeping in the office or what? I was working overtime. Chen Che looked confused. Didn't you say you went home after work? Ji Feng's expression darkened further. I wasn't finished with my work. I wanted to come back early and keep you company, but it seems like Mr. Chen was out keeping someone else company. Chen Che realized he had no defense. In an instant, the spiky attitude that Chen Che had adopted softened completely, and he reached out to stroke Ji Feng's face. Baby, let's go home. A flicker of light appeared in Ji Feng's eyes before he pulled Chen Che closer for a kiss, breaking it only moments later to ask, did you drink alcohol and then drive? The heightened emotions faded quickly when Chen Che remembered that Ji Feng, as an alpha, was always one to follow the rules conscientiously. Director Ji, did you notice me sitting in the back seat? I hired a designated driver. Ji Feng's complexion changed suddenly. I thought you were sitting in the back seat because you wanted. Chen Che blinked and smirked, teasingly, Ji Feng, you are repressed. Did you forget that every corner of the FAO Alliance parking lot has 360-degree cameras? Are you thinking about broadcasting live? While you're into that. Should I buy a high-definition camera tomorrow? Ji Feng froze, his ears reddening slightly, clearly overpowered by Chen Che in this area. Turning around and getting into the driver's seat, Ji Feng coldly said, I wasn't thinking that. Let's go home. Chen Che spent 3 hours cajoling Ji Feng, using everything he'd learned throughout his life. He nearly passed out from exhaustion, yet gained nothing in return. Director Ji accused Chen Che of using on him all the tricks he'd learned from others. Chen Che's temples throbbed uncontrollably, and his patience finally ran out. He kicked Ji Feng off the bed with a shout. Damn it. Die. Chapter 72, Ji Feng and Chen Che officially coupled. Jiang Xinghe is shocked. Jiang Xinghe changed into casual clothes in the break room, turned off the power in the office, and was about to leave when he suddenly turned toward the floor-to-ceiling window. From his position, he could perfectly see the parking lot below the building. From the height of the 17th floor, cars and people on the ground looked very small, but Jiang Xinghe immediately spotted Chu Yang. It wasn't just because today he drove a flamboyant lava-orange sports car, but because there stood the alpha, leaning against the car door with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Jiang Xinghe took the elevator down to the hall, where a front desk colleague greeted him with a smile. Minister Jiang, Director Chu has been waiting for you for a while now. Chu Yang was either intentionally or unintentionally overly flashy in his behavior, treating the entire FAO Alliance staff to drinks and coffee every few days. Other people usually treated their own department or group, easily delivered by a single delivery rider. But Chu Yang covered everyone, from the president of the Alliance down to the janitor. Whenever a pink delivery truck parked at the entrance of the alliance, the colleagues knew that the wealth god was spreading warmth once again. Gu Jingqian didn't mind at all since this saved them from having to budget for afternoon tea expenses, he even encouraged it. The weather in mid-May carried the heat of early summer, yet Chu Yang never waited inside the car. Seeing Jiang Xinghe exit the building, the alpha holding the bouquet of flowers greeted him with a warm smile and walked up to him. A flower every day, never broken promise. Jiang Xinghe accepted the roses from Chu Yang, sniffed them briefly, and mused that perhaps opening a flower shop should be put on the schedule soon, it was too expensive continuing like this. Chu Yang opened the passenger side door for Jiang Xinghe, who smoothly slid in. It's quite hot outside. Why don't you wait inside the car? I want you to see me right away. Chu Yang leaned down, pecked Jiang Xinghe's hair gently, and closed the door. Who could resist that? Chu Yang started the car and slowly drove out of the parking lot. By the way, we won't be going home for dinner today. Chen Che said he wants to celebrate your discharge from the hospital with a little party at Color Ban. Jiang Xinghe placed the flowers on the back seat, pondering, it's almost been a month since I was discharged. Celebrating now? Chu Yang made a left turn into the main road, raising an eyebrow. Who knows what crazy idea he has in mind. Maybe it'll surprise us. The last time Chu Yang spoke to Chen Che, he distinctly heard Ji Feng's voice, even though it was quiet. Alphas tend to remember the tones of their past rivals quite vividly. He hadn't expected them to move in together so soon, these young ones just couldn't contain themselves. Jiang Xinghe leaned back in his seat, puzzled. What kind of surprise? You'll find out then. Chu Yang gave him a mysterious smile. Hey! What about the rice ball? Jiang Xinghe suddenly remembered there was a little one at home awaiting feeding. Chu Yang reached out a hand to pinch Jiang Xinghe's earlobe. Don't worry. It won't starve. I went home from the office earlier, and by now, it must have eaten its fill and is probably snoozing in its nest. Chen Che was of course glad that Jiang Xinghe had been discharged from the hospital. However, the main reason for throwing a party was because Ji Feng controlled him too strictly. His previous gang of friends had pretty much all drifted apart, and he wanted to have fun. He just liked lively gatherings. Unable to join his old buddies' parties, surely he could attend parades with someone as righteous as Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe followed Chu Yang into the private booth at Color Ban, where an aroma of alpha fir snow pine and wild roses pheromones wafted through the air. Jiang Xinghe frowned slightly. Though Chu Yang had never marked him for life, he had grown accustomed to Chu Yang's scent. The sudden whiff of other strong alpha pheromones made his glands uncomfortable. Can you two tone it down? Hurry up and open the windows to disperse the smell. Chu Yang put his arm around Jiang Xinghe's shoulders and walked out, closing the door behind them. Ji Feng choked, quickly standing up to push all the windows open and turning the air conditioning to its highest speed to accelerate ventilation. Actually, they hadn't done anything. Chen Che had just been teasing him, and Ji Feng lost control momentarily, releasing too many pheromones. Chen Che lounged in the sofa like a lord, one leg crossed over the other, swinging idly. Whoa, look at you rushing around, so afraid of Brother Star misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Brother Star might think we did something inappropriate. Chen Che tore open a package of mint candy, popping one into his mouth. Ji Feng picked up the wrapper Chen Che had thrown on the floor and tossed it into the trash bin. Isn't that the truth? Chen Che crunched the candy in his mouth and laughed. Ji Feng, your most charming moment is when you use a straight-laced face to say the least proper things. As Ji Feng was about to discuss whether or not this statement was appropriate, Chen Che already opened the door, calling out, the smell's gone, Brother Star can come in now. Jiang Xinghe wasn't foolish. How could he misunderstand the scent of those mating pheromones? The Omega pressed his lips together and looked at Ji Feng, hesitantly asking, Brother Feng, are you two together? Sitting nearby, Chu Yang appeared calm but inside, he silently thanked the 18 generations of ancestors of the Chu family. Thank heaven for making this little feudalistic thinker turn into a mega. Chen Che said nothing, crossing his arms and glaring at Ji Feng, as if daring him to deny it or else. Ji Feng admitted it straightforwardly, yes, we are dating. Jiang Xinghe widened his eyes in astonishment, but both of you are alphas? Chen Che burst out laughing, instinctively reaching out to pat Jiang Xinghe's shoulder but was deterred by Chu Yang's glare. He retracted his hand mid-air, scratching the back of his neck instead. Brother Star, you're only 25, yet so old-fashioned. So, who's top and who's bottom? Jiang Xinghe asked bluntly, likely influenced by Chu Yang. This question was unexpectedly direct, making Chen Che close his gaping jaw. Ji Feng saw Chen Che looking frustrated and lowered his gaze, sipping some wine to hide his smile, careful not to let it show on his face. Then Mr. Chen blew up, nonsense. I'm an aggressive A. Of course, I'm on top. Chu Yang pulled at the corner of his mouth, peeling shrimp for Jiang Xinghe. Ji Feng didn't contradict, but Jiang Xinghe obviously didn't believe him. Nonetheless, good manners drove the mega to nod politely. Oh. 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 Chen Che gnawed noisily on his candy, taking a deep breath and jokingly saying, Brother Star, you don't know yet, do you? Brother Chu thought you were an alpha at first. Chu Yang paused, his hands faltering while peeling shrimp. This kid was certainly enjoying having a support system after falling in love. Jiang Xinghe widened his eyes again. He remembered that Chu Yang said he had liked him 6 years ago. Facing Chu Yang's somewhat sheepish gaze, he suddenly recalled the day he met Chen Che, when Chu Yang asked what he thought of double alpha relationships. The Omega touched the back of his neck and whispered softly, "What if I were really an alpha? It wouldn't matter. No matter what your second gender is, you're still my Jiang Xinghe." Chen Che was near enough to hear every word clearly, nearly being driven crazy by jealousy. "Don't worry, brother Star, my brother Chu is flexible, he'll definitely be willing to bottom for love." Jiang Xinghe smiled gently towards Chu Yang, "Is that so?" Chu Yang shoved a piece of shrimp into his mouth, "Forget it, little you. Don't even think about something impossible in your lifetime." Watching these two interact gave Chen Che goosebumps on his entire arm. Chu Yang's fawning was sickeningly sweet and terrifying. Beside him, Ji Feng was somewhat quiet but held a faint smile in his eyes. Just before, Chen Che mentioned doing it for love. Chen Che loved him. Chapter 73, Don't Pressure Him. 2 days ago, Grandpa Chu gave Chu Yang a call, and in the 1-minute conversation, Chu Yang was scolded 15 times. "Little brat. How long has it been since you last visited me?" Chu Yang was cooking at that moment, using his shoulder to hold the phone while chopping vegetables, and he chuckled, "Grandpa, if I'm a turtle egg, then what are you? 1,000-year-old turtle, 10,000-year-old tortoise, you sure know how to bless yourself." After saying that, the alpha immediately put down the knife in his hand and held the phone at a distance. Sure enough, the next second was Grandpa Chu's roar. Jiang Xinghe, who was giving the dog treats, accidentally scattered them all over the floor, making Fan Tuan excitedly twist its bottom. Grandpa Chu had given an ultimatum, ordering Chu Yang to definitely bring his future grandson-in-law to see him at the Shishan villa. Chu Yang nodded in agreement, thinking it would be good to take Jiang Xinghe out for some fresh air, as the suburban air was far better than in the city. The alpha's fingers gently tapped on the steering wheel, looking at the small fat dog flatteringly nestled in Jiang Xinghe's arms through the rearview mirror of the car. In less than a month since Fan Tuan came to his house, it gained 10 pounds. Jiang Xinghe would come close to his feet every time he got off work, begging for kisses and caresses, leaving no time to pay attention to Chu Yang. "It'd be better to leave Fan Tuan at home, bringing him out means you have to take care of him," Chu Yang said calmly. Jiang Xinghe rubbed the dog's head. "When we were in the city, going out for a walk required a leash. The puppy needs more contact with nature, and this is a good opportunity for it to run around happily in the suburbs." Chu Yang coldly snorted, "Now all your focus is on it, you don't even want to sit in the passenger seat with me anymore. How can you still be jealous of Fan Tuan?" Jiang Xinghe laughed. "Who's jealous of it? It doesn't even deserve it." Chu Yang coldly snorted again, turning on the left turn signal light. Just in time for the green light, he turned directly. Wang! Wang! As the Hummer entered the Shishan villa, Grandpa Chu was fishing in the small lake in the backyard. After 2 hours of fishing, not a single little fish had taken the bait, angering him to the point where he was blowing his mustache and glaring. Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe were led by the butler to the backyard, and once Fan Tuan touched the ground, it ran around happily chasing butterflies. "Xinghe has come." Grandpa Chu smiled at Jiang Xinghe and shot a glare at Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked at his grandfather's changeable face, raised an eyebrow, hands in pockets, walked over, looked at the little bucket beside Grandpa Chu which only contained water, and then seriously turned to look at the butler. "Uncle Li, this shows your dereliction of duty. How did you conduct the recruitment work? How could there be vacant positions?" Grandpa Chu and the butler looked at Chu Yang in confusion. Jiang Xinghe silently sighed. Chu Yang was about to make sarcastic remarks again. Chu Yang cleared his throat, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, cunningly smiled and said, "We lack a diving post at our place. Have Uncle Li hire someone later. Let him stay underwater specifically to hang fish on your fishing hook." Grandpa Chu thought about Chu Yang's words for a moment, casually tossed aside the fishing rod, picked up the cane from the ground, and struck Chu Yang's butt. "You little devil. If I don't beat you today, I'll accept you as my grandson," Chu Yang said, painful, while laughing, seeing how swiftly his grandfather walked, making being hit worthwhile. Jiang Xinghe sat on the grass playing with Fan Tuan and softly said, "Don't follow your dad, he really deserves to be beaten." Fan Tuan, Wang, Ed once. Jiang Xinghe smiled and fed it a piece of beef jerky. Chu Yang hadn't expected that although Fan Tuan usually called him brother, behind the scenes his rank was actually so high. By the time lunch was ready, Jiang Xinghe followed Grandpa Chu into the dining room, and Chu Yang was left in the backyard fishing. If he didn't catch any fish, he wouldn't be allowed to eat. Under the blazing sun, the alpha wearing a straw hat looked at the calm surface of the lake, helplessly pulling grass to play with. Fan Tuan came wiggling its bottom toward him and barked, "Wang," before running off again. Chu Yang felt like he was mocked by a dog. Jiang Xinghe stood stunned at the sight of the long table in front of him that could accommodate more than 20 people when the Chu family only had 4 members. Grandpa Chu welcomed Jiang Xinghe to take a seat and cheerfully introduced his grand-past wish upon seeing the astonishment in Jiang Xinghe's eyes. "Xinghe, after you and Chu Yang get married, the 2 of you should go all out and have kids, preferably 4 or 5 or even 7 or 8. We have plenty of money in our family." Jiang Xinghe's smile froze, awkwardly twitching his lips, trying to look normal despite the unusual request. Indeed, families as big and wealthy as the Chu family, how could they not have requirements for their descendants? Just as Chu Yang walked in holding a fish the size of a small finger, he heard Grandpa Chu urging for grandchildren. He glanced at Jiang Xingha's expression. Clearly, it showed forced joy. The alpha solemnly handed the small fish to the butler and sincerely said, "Uncle Li, cook the fish 3 ways." Uncle Li looked at the tiny fishling in his hand, too small even to wedge between teeth, yet it was supposed to be cooked 3 ways. The servant pulled out Chu Yang's chair, and as he sat down, he glanced at Grandpa Chu. "Grandpa, stop worrying so much and eat more. I'm rebellious by nature. If you keep urging me, I'll get sterilized just to show you." Jiang Xingha tugged Chu Yang's sleeve under the table, signaling him to be more tactful and less provocative. Chu Yang instead held Jiang Xingha's hand, gently squeezing it to reassure him. Jiang Xingha's previously low spirits vanished after that comforting gesture. "Chu Yang. Don't you feel restless if you don't irritate me every day?" Grandpa Chu set down his chopsticks and glared at him. Chu Yang sighed and placed a piece of fish into his grandfather's bowl. "Grandpa, children will find their own blessings. Whether or not to have kids, and how many, is a decision for me and brother Xingha. Please don't interfere." Grandpa Chu frowned slightly. "So according to your meaning, are you two planning not to have children?" Jiang Xingha opened his mouth to say something but was stopped by Chu Yang gripping his hand. "Grandpa, this is something that happens naturally and cannot be rushed." Grandpa Chu looked at Chu Yang, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Xingha, projecting the authority of an elder. "Do you agree with this as well?" Jiang Xingha tightened his grip on the table beneath, leaving 4 marks in his palm, struggling to say, "Grandpa, I." Chu Yang furrowed his brows and slammed his chopsticks onto the table with a clack. "Why are you questioning brother Xingha? He isn't your grandson, so what pressure are you putting on his child?" The alpha's dissatisfaction was evident. He had worked hard to win his partner, not for the sake of continuing the family line. After going through so much effort to make Jiang Xingha open up and accept him, if his grandfather scared him away, he would truly turn against him. When Chu Shan and Luo Sun were younger, they were busy with work, and even when they weren't, they were too preoccupied doting on each other. Chu Yang was essentially raised in a free-range environment and became quite unruly, except when he was around Jiang Xingha where he acted like the obedient little brother. Chu Shan's only requirement was that Chu Yang played within the bounds of law and morality, leading to a loose family atmosphere that sometimes made Chu Yang forget the hierarchy of seniority and respect. Grandpa Chu scowled at times, annoyed that this grandson could make him ecstatic one moment and utterly speechless the next. "You little brat." Grandpa Chu paused mid-sentence, scolding with a grave face. "Don't you know who you're talking to?" Chapter 74, Perfect Match. Jiang Xingha lightly tugged Chu Yang's pinky, calming himself before looking at Grandpa Chu. "Grandpa, my compatibility with Chu Yang is only 45%, and I." The Omega steadied his resolve, speaking humbly but firmly, "You should know that I am substandard Mega. The prospect of grandson surrounding you might be difficult to achieve, and for this, I deeply regret." Jiang Xingha understood that he and Chu Yang did not form a traditional perfect match, which had once caused him hesitation. But his repeated probing wasn't because he thought himself unworthy of Chu Yang, but to see whether Chu Yang's attitude was strong enough to support his stepping forward. Chu Yang was indeed very outstanding, but he was Jiang Xingha, the Minister of Security of the FAO Alliance, who had risked life and death for the Empire. He didn't think himself inferior to Chu Yang. Chu Yang's heart trembled as he nervously glanced at Jiang Xingha, only to find his expression calm, without any signs of sadness or regret, and he finally relaxed. Grandpa Chu was somewhat surprised since Jiang Xingha had always been the courteous junior in front of him. "What if I disapprove of your relationship with Chu Yang?" Chu Yang shot upright with concern. "Grandpa. What do you mean?" Grandpa Chu ignored Chu Yang, focusing solely on Jiang Xingha and waiting for his response. Chu Yang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes locking onto Jiang Xingha as well, wondering what choice he would make. Jiang Xingha gently pulled Chu Yang's arm, signaling him to sit down, speaking peacefully, "I respect your decision, but my personality is stubborn. Once I've made up my mind, no one's interference can change it. I won't leave Chu Yang unless one day he chooses to leave me on his own. I won't. Never in my entire life." Chu Yang gripped Jiang Xingha's hand tightly, making a promise and a confession all at once. The dining table atmosphere fell silent. After a long pause, Grandpa Chu finally spoke. "Xiao Chen, buy me 2 dogs tomorrow. I think that little Fan Tuan guy is far cuter than my grandson." The housekeeper nodded in agreement with a yes. Chu Yang and Jiang Xingha exchanged a glance, uncertain of the intention. What's with all the meaningful glances? Eat already. Without great-grandchildren, can't I still play with some dogs? After the meal, Jiang Xingha went to prepare food for Fan Duan while Chu Yang was called into the study by Grandpa Chu. Grandpa Chu stood against the light, his back toward Chu Yang, appearing even older. Chu Yang looked at him with some concern. "Grandpa, my tone earlier was too harsh, please don't be mad." Grandpa Chu shook his head and sighed. "So you've decided to be good with him for life?" Chu Yang thought his grandpa was going to persuade him to break up with Jiang Xingha, and he frowned slightly. "Didn't I tell you? Even if he were an alpha, I would still like him." Grandpa Chu turned around, looking seriously at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's heart clenched, ready to say, "You will never separate us." However, all he heard was a glimmer of expectation in Grandpa Chu's voice. "This child is quite interesting, and I like him." Give it your all, everything is possible. When I first met your mega-grandfather, our compatibility was only 50%, but we still had your father, didn't we? Chu Yang experienced a momentary short circuit in his brain, not expecting to hear a love story from the previous generation. He said speechlessly, no, your compatibility wasn't high either, so why did you object to me and brother Xinghe? Did I object? Didn't you? Grandpa Chu patted Chu Yang's shoulder, in any case, put more effort. Don't let me look down on you. I want great-grandchildren. Chu Yang. His mind buzzed. Initially, Chu Yang planned to stay in Xia Mountain Villa with Jiang Xinghe for 2 days. However, his grandpa's twisted logic made him afraid that the elder might say something shocking again. Thus, after dinner, he fled with Jiang Xinghe and the dog. Chu Yang glanced sideways at Jiang Xinghe in the passenger seat. Baby, don't take my grandpa seriously. He's old, so some thoughts are rather rigid. Jiang Xinghe touched Chu Yang's shoulder gently to soothe him. Don't worry, I'm not. Grandpa's wish makes sense. Chu Yang's heart tightened. You won't give up, right? My grandpa actually likes you very much, of course, you don't need his favor, brother Xinghe, The alpha became nervously incoherent, fearing that Jiang Xinghe would revert their relationship to mere brothers. You underestimate me too much, Yang. I'm a cautious person, and before being with you, I had gone over all possible difficulties we might face hundreds of times in my mind. The Omega leaned his head against the passenger seat backrest, speaking slowly but firmly with a calm yet heartfelt confession. I am willing to overcome these difficulties with you. Nothing can compare to the pain of missing you, Yang. I have no family left in this world, I don't want to lose you. Chu Yang's heartbeat skyrocketed with just a few words from Jiang Xinghe, racing to 120 beats per minute, the heart in his chest almost jumping out through his throat. Alpha stepped on the brake suddenly, causing Jiang Xinghe to lurch forward due to inertia, nearly hitting his head. Fondwan, who was sleeping soundly on the rear seat, fell off, startlingly barking, woof woof, scrambling to climb onto the front using the armrest. When Jiang Xinghe held Fondwan in his arms, Chu Yang had already pulled the car over to the side of the road steadily. The Omega sighed without reproach, merely sounding a little helplessly, Yang, drive a little more steadily. Why can't you control your emotions? Chu Yang's eyes were rimmed with red, his black pupils misty with moisture, shocking Jiang Xinghe as he untied his seatbelt to feel his forehead. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Chu Yang leaned into his embrace, his voice choked. I'm just too happy, brother Xinghe. You don't know how scared I am. Every time mentioning compatibility or quality standards, I fear that you'll leave me because of that. Jiang Xinghe opened his mouth, patting Chu Yang's back of the head. I am not that fragile, am I? Chu Yang rubbed all his tears on Jiang Xinghe's shoulder. Yes, you initially seemed ready to walk away at any time. The alpha expressed his grievances quietly. Hey. Like the time when discovering Chu Yang crying secretly in the cabinet as a child, Jiang Xinghe ruffled his hair. Such a grown-up already, why do you cry like you used to when you were a kid? Fondwan was squashed between them, angrily, woof, ing, and was sneakily swatted on the buttocks by Chu Yang. As Chen Che was about to take off his coat and leave work, his assistant knocked on his office door. Boss, there's a Mr. Ji here to see you. Chen Che raised an eyebrow, instinctively thinking it was Ji Feng. They had agreed to have dinner after work, but unexpectedly Ji Feng came directly to the company. Let him come up, and tell the receptionist that next time he comes, there's no need to stop him, just bring him directly to my office. The assistant nodded, pushed the door open, and left. Chen Che stroked his chin and looked around his office. He guessed every man fantasized about certain scenarios in the office. Maybe after playing with Ji Feng a bit, they could go for dinner. He. Just as Boss Chen was tidying up his desk, the door to his office was pushed open. Turning his head, he wondered, who is this guy? Chen Che narrowed his eyes slightly. The man before him was impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, even the position of his tie clip was perfect. Though already 35 years old, time hadn't diminished his charm at all, instead, it made his demeanor even more mature. He bore a slight resemblance to Ji Feng. Ji Yun. Chapter 75, I Don't Care Whom You Love. Chen Che and Ji Yun had met once at a business banquet, but since their two families didn't have any business dealings, they didn't interact much. They barely acknowledged each other when they crossed paths, and if it weren't for the slight resemblance to Ji Feng, Chen Che wouldn't have remembered him. Ji Yun curtly nodded and went straight to the point. Mr. Chen, please break up with my younger brother. Chen Che found this statement truly amusing, never expecting in his life to hear someone say this to him. Would Ji Yun give him a check next? If so, then he would fill the number field with nothing but nines. As these thoughts occurred, he got slightly excited. If you let Ji Feng come and talk to me personally, I'll leave right away, don't make it seem like I'm clinging to him or something. Chen Che sat back into his boss chair without inviting Ji Yun to sit down, propped his feet up on the desk, swinging them lightly, and casually tossed a cigarette into his mouth with an attitude that exuded complete indifference. Frankly speaking, even if Ji Feng's father came today, Chen Che would still act like this. My dad doesn't interfere with me, why should someone else's father? Chen Che liked Ji Feng quite a lot. If possible, he thought living a lifetime with Ji Feng wouldn't be bad either. But asking him to bend over backward and fawn upon others for so-called love? That wasn't him. He didn't want to change for anyone, not even for Ji Feng. To hell with that. Who dared to let him suffer? Chen Che took out his phone, tapped a few buttons, and carelessly threw it on the desk. It hit some documents, producing a muffled sound. Ji Yun saw Chen Che's behavior and furrowed his brows slightly. His and Ji Feng's upbringing was extremely strict, let alone putting his feet on the table, they were required to sit upright in their chairs at all times. Chen Che once joked to Ji Feng about whether he wore a posture corrector, always maintaining such correctness seemed exhausting. Later, Ji Feng learned how to recline like Guyu under Chen Che's influence, because that way, Chen Che would rest in his arms. As for eating quietly or resting peacefully, they'd forgotten all about that at Grandma's place. If Chen Che couldn't sleep, then neither could Ji Feng. Ji Yun sat down opposite Chen Che. Mr. Chen, surely you've heard, our family has very strict values regarding upbringing. My father will never agree with your relationship with Xiao Feng. Chen Che lowered his feet, crushed the cigarette butt in the ashtray, his lips curving into a smirk as he mocked, Mr. Ji, do I look like someone who needs approval from others? I'll say this again, breaking up with Ji Feng can be done, let him come personally and tell me. Chen Che rested his elbow on the armrest of the chair, supporting his face with his palm as he gazed at Ji Yun. Mr. Ji, did your first love go well? Ji Yun was taken aback, and the calm expression slowly crumbled. His thoughts were pulled far away, his lips twitching slightly in what looked like a smile. I haven't been in contact anymore. Ah. Chen Che wasn't particularly concerned about Ji Yun's affairs, he was just trying to counter his remark. But seeing the bitter expression on Ji Yun's face, it didn't seem interesting anymore. That's kind of a shame. Ji Yun clenched his fists tightly, his expression regaining composure. There's nothing shameful, it's better than staying together with me anyway. His current calmness was forged through countless nights of shattering and reassembling himself, his heart was already battered and bruised, pierced by wind. Not once had he regretted it. If only he had persisted longer. But his father broke the hand that played the violin, it was half of Zhou Yi's life. How could Ji Yun take the risk? Chen Che, propping his chin in his hand, stared at him. Are you sure letting him go is the best choice? Maybe he's willing to face everything together with you. For Chen Che, it was hard to understand the feeling of being forced to abandon one's beloved, because anything he liked, he absolutely would not let go. Even if it cost him something he couldn't bear, it was still his and only his. Back in the day, Ji Yun and Zhou Yi's affair caused quite a stir in their circle. The spectacular yet misplaced romance ended in disaster. At that time, Chen Che was young and only caught a small rumor, he only knew that after Ji Yun married, Zhou Yi went abroad. Time had passed so quickly, it had been 7 years already. 7 years could wash away who knows what, and no one could accurately measure how much. Chen Che saw the grief in Ji Yun's eyes, it was a regret that lingered till death. Mr. Ji, if I were you, I would rather die than separate from the person I love. Ji Yun froze, Chen Che's eyes were pure, showing no trace of lying. How many times had Ji Yun not considered threatening his father with death? But what about Zhou Yi? He couldn't gamble with Zhou Yi's life for his father's mercy. Nothing can be more important than life, Mr. Chen. Right now, we're talking about your relationship with Xiao Feng. Ji Yun lowered his gaze and adjusted the wristwatch on his left hand, its needles had stopped moving long ago. It looked very old, totally mismatching with Ji Yun's status, but the owner cherished it dearly. Chen Che suddenly stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, stretched lazily, then turned around and smiled at Ji Yun. Mr. Ji, this building has 56 floors. There are dozens of buildings like this in Seth, all named Chen. You want to threaten me? Shouldn't you consider your own worth? The backlight outlined Chen Che, and the last glow of sunset shone upon his hair ends. Ji Yun met his challenging gaze and faintly smiled. Mr. Chen, you've got a strong personality. Ji Yun looked at Chen Che's carefree expression and thought of someone who would always be buried deep in his heart. Before Zhou Yi and he were together, she was just as spirited as well. Though 7 years had passed, Zhou Yi still remained vivid in his memory, never fading. Leaning against the wall with arms crossed, Chen Che grinned boldly. Mr. Ji, I'm quite self-loving. If I separated from Xiao Feng, I'd feel terrible. Not separating makes you guys uncomfortable. Therefore, I choose to make you guys uncomfortable. As Chen Che finished speaking, the door to the office opened on cue. Ji Feng came in with a young assistant, looking troubled. Boss, I couldn't stop him, he insisted on rushing in. Chen Che waved a hand, not your problem. Go out, hey. Wait. The assistant froze mid-step, turning back to wait for his boss reprimand. Chen Che pointed at Ji Feng, this person can come up directly from now on. Then he pointed at Ji Yun, when you see this person, chase him out directly. Ji Yun pinched the bridge of his nose, and in a place others couldn't see, slightly curled his lips. The assistant quickly glanced at Ji Feng and Ji Yun, adding Ji Yun to the blacklist in his mind. Nodding, he quickly slipped away. In Ji Feng's hand, there was a phone, it showed an ongoing call, and the contact name was Che Che. Originally, Ji Feng gave him the note, Xiao Chen, which sounded like a street vendor selling pancakes to Chen Che. At first, when Chen Che asked Ji Feng to change it, Ji Feng refused. So Chen Che started calling him Xiao Ji, deliberately mispronouncing it to irritate him until Ji Feng finally gave in. Chen Chei's note for Ji Feng was, wife, forcing Ji Feng himself to change it. If Ji Feng didn't change it, he'd force him to sleep in the study. Ji Feng had probably heard more, roll s, go to hell, than anyone else. He was curious why Chen Chei liked scolding so much. But after some deliberation, he decided to ignore it. Let him have his way. Call whatever he wanted, no point fighting over such small victories. Chen Chei's mouth was truly something one loved and hated simultaneously. When things got too noisy, Ji Feng would simply cover Alpha's mouth to force him to shut up. Chapter 76, Sunflower Pheromones. Ji Yun cast a glance at Ji Feng's phone screen, understanding immediately. Calmly, he called out, Xiao Feng. Ji Feng rushed all the way here, even forgetting to change out of his FAO uniform. His breathing was somewhat hurried as he quickly sized up Chen Chei's emotions before turning to Ji Yun, big brother, why did you come? Ji Yun stood up and adjusted his suit, I came to check out your boyfriend, he's interesting. Ji Feng's eyebrows furrowed slightly, wary, did father send you? If father knew, you would have been brought back to the Ji family by now. I just came to check, whether he's worthy of your affection or not. Ji Yun had never seen his younger brother act so anxious, momentarily finding it novel. Chen Chei pouted behind him and shouted, so, do I pass your test? Am I worth it? Ji Yun didn't respond to Chen Chei's question. Instead, he patted Ji Feng's shoulder and left directly, you two are braver than me. Chen Chei took a few steps forward, wanting to go after him, but was embraced around the waist by Ji Feng, where are you going? I'm furious. I must make him say I'm worth it. Chen Chei looked extremely unhappy, ready to roll up his sleeves. Ji Feng helplessly laughed, whether or not it's worth it is decided by me. Oh. Do you think I'm worth it? Chen Chei's pitch-black eyes sparkled, smiling brightly at Ji Feng and playfully winking, wife. After shouting, Chen Chei was about to run away but hadn't moved when Ji Feng picked him up from the ground and embraced him into his arms, kissing him gently. Worth it. Ji Feng had just finished work when he received Chen Chei's call. Hearing Ji Yun's voice from the phone chilled him halfway. He'd seen too many of his father's methods. Although Chen Chei appeared fearless, Ji Feng still worried a lot. It wasn't so much that he worried about Chen Chei being wronged, with Chen Chei's personality, he wouldn't let himself suffer. Ji Feng could easily guess that his well-mannered older brother couldn't possibly gain any advantage in words against Chen Chei. What Ji Feng was truly concerned about was that his place in Chen Chei's heart was too shallow, and he might be abandoned lightly. He was afraid Chen Chei would find staying with him too troublesome and kick him away. Not until the phrase, I'd feel terrible if I left Ji Feng, came through the phone did Ji Feng finally feel reassured. The voice was soft, yet to Ji Feng, it sounded thunderous. They'd been together for 2 months and 3 days already, but Chen Chei had never said even half a sentence of liking him. Ji Feng watched as the red light at the crosswalk ticked closer and closer to green, breathing deeply from his chest. The last glow of the sunset faded under the night, and the minute hand on the wall clock kept circling. The office gradually quieted down. Chen Chei leaned lazily in his arms, if I agree to break up with you because of your brother, what would you do? The arm hugging Chen Chei's waist tightened, and Ji Feng reached out to playfully flick Chen Chei's curly hair end, replying calmly, until you dare not leave me. Wow. Director Ji really rocks. Chen Chei chuckled lowly, looking at the wall clock, it pointed already to 9:30 p.m., far past the restaurant reservation time. You should have kept track of the time better. I'm starving, what am I going to eat? Not satisfied yet. Ji Feng's hand rested over Alpha's abdomen. You go to hell. By 3 a.m., Seth fell silent, the bedroom dark except for a few streaks of moonlight seeping through the curtain slits, faintly illuminating the delicate patterns on the carpet. The couple embraced as they slept. Chu Yang held his mega, no longer needing the small night light. Suddenly, the phone beside the pillow lit up its screen, flashing a name, vibrating quietly in the still of the night, cutting the peaceful atmosphere. Chu Yang frowned slightly, reaching blindly for the phone placed nearby. His eyes, accustomed to darkness, struggled temporarily with the light as he squinted to read the missed call on the phone screen. Code J. Chu Yang draped his hand across his forehead and slowly opened his eyes, all sleepiness gone now. It had been 4 months since Code J was ordered to track snake venom out of Jiangzhou City. Given their organization's tracking prowess, this prolonged inability to find the target led Chu Yang to suspect snake venom might have fallen off a cliff and become a black eagle's meal. Alpha glanced at the sleeping face of his mega, placing a gentle kiss on his temple. The matter is about to conclude, there will be no one to disturb our happiness ever again. Chu Yang's right arm, which had been cushioning Jiang Xinghe, felt numb. He carefully wiggled his fingers, finding no sensation. He turned the phone to silent mode and very slowly extracted his arm from under Jiang Xinghe's neck. It was like suddenly being bitten by a million ants, uncomfortable though indescribably so. Chu Yang prepared to get up holding his paralyzed right arm, and Jiang Xinghe stirred, opening his eyes lazily, HM. What's wrong? With his intact left hand, Chu Yang adjusted the blanket for him softly, I'll use the restroom, keep sleeping. In nothing but a pair of shorts, Alpha's broad back could still be clearly seen in the dark, evidence of how much he'd grown. When Chu Yang was young, he used to be short like a pumpkin, fitting neatly within Jiang Xinghe's arms. Now, just trying to sling an arm around each other was strenuous. Closing the bedroom doors softly, a faint click sound echoed. Jiang Xinghe closed his eyes again and flipped over, ready to continue sleeping. On the verge of dozing off, he realized Chu Yang didn't go to the bathroom in the master bedroom but left through the main door. Picking up the bathrobe lying on the living room carpet, Chu Yang covered himself and went barefoot into the study, unlocking the phone and returning the missed call. 2 seconds later, Code J's deep voice came from the other end of the line, "Boss." Chu Yang pinched his eyebrows, still harboring residual irritation from being awakened, plopping straight into the couch without turning on any lights. "It's me. Are you out of your mind? It's 3 a.m. Who wouldn't be irritated to wake up from embracing his wife?" The person on the other end of the phone ignored his dissatisfaction. "Boss, we found Scarface. He wants to see you." Chu Yang paused while playing with the belt of his bathrobe and looked at the dark night sky outside the study window, speaking calmly. "Did he mention where snake venom is?" "No, he said he'll only tell when he sees you, and he demands a 2 billion deposit into an overseas account." "He sure has a big appetite." Chu Yang leaned back into the couch, looking up at the pitch-black ceiling with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Does he think who he is?" "Just some scum of society." Chu Yang rubbed his fingertips as if reminiscing about something. "Is this all you can do? Isn't it hard to get the location of snake venom out of him? Leaving him just enough breath to speak should be sufficient." Code J fell silent for a moment before replying. "He's down to his last breath, but this guy is tough-mouthed. He won't talk unless his conditions are met." Chu Yang exasperatedly scratched his nose tip. Code J continued, "Boss, there's another piece of news. Scarface says maybe you'd be interested." Chu Yang rested against the edge of the sofa, looking up at the chandelier on the ceiling. "Speak." "Snake venom's glands have been replaced." Chu Yang suddenly sat up straight, frowning deeply, subconsciously clenching his fists as suppressive pheromones unexpectedly burst from his posterior neck gland, coldly demanding, "Are his pheromones sunflowers?" Chapter 77, We Face It Together. The air in the study was heavy with the pungent smell of vodka mixed with anger. The voice of Code J on the other end of the phone remained calm. "He said he'll naturally tell you the answer when you meet." Chu Yang irritably brushed his hair aside, revealing his smooth forehead. His face was shrouded in gloom, fierce and melancholic eyes piercing through the darkness as he spoke in a deep tone. "Find a house doctor to treat his injuries. I'm heading over tomorrow." After pressing the disconnect button, Chu Yang tossed the phone onto the couch with a muffled thud. The Alpha rose, walking to the window and pulling open the curtains with a large hand. The streetlights below were still lit, and the moon hung in the night sky. Not too far away, the artificial lake shimmered under the moonlight. It seemed as though the Alpha was enveloped by an ominous shadow, almost consuming him whole. Had the nightmare lingering in Jiang Xinghe's heart for more than 4 years finally begun to dissipate? The study door was left ajar and tapped gently twice. Chu Yang turned around to see Jiang Xinghe leaning against the doorframe, stray strands of black hair casually hanging across his forehead illuminated by the faint light from the bedroom showcasing his pale skin. "Are you not planning to share?" Jiang Xinghe raised a hand and turned on the light in the study before walking to Chu Yang's side, using his index finger to poke the furrow between Alpha's tightly knitted brows. Chu Yang rolled his throat a couple of times, lifting his hand to embrace Jiang Xinghe and whispered lightly in his ear, "Brother Xinghe, I need to go to C-City, to meet Scarface." Scarface, an S-class wanted criminal of the FAO, ranked only lower than snake venom in the Gland Crime Organization. Jiang Xinghe was slightly surprised. He knew Chu Yang had informants within the Gland Organization, yet he never asked about them, not expecting it to be Scarface. The Omega slightly arched his eyebrows. Did Scarface betray because of those 5 billion? Chu Yang softly picked up a strand of Jiang Xinghe's unruly hair, rubbing it between his fingers with a hint of laughter. "Money makes even ghosts push mills, my dear." Jiang Xinghe stood dumbfounded. Indeed, money could solve 99% of problems. If there's still 1% unresolved, it simply means there wasn't enough money. "I will submit an action report to the Federation tomorrow. Yang, let's go together." Jiang Xinghe stepped out from Chu Yang's embrace and walked towards the computer, switching it on intending to immediately draft an action request and submit it early the next morning. Chu Yang raised a hand to stop his actions, opening his mouth hesitantly, looking sorrowful with reluctance creeping into his features as he struggled to say, "Brother Xinghe, snake venom's glands have been replaced." Jiang Xinghe's hand gripping the mouse froze as he abruptly looked up at Chu Yang, detecting the same shock mirrored in their eyes. The Omega felt as if something was lodged in his throat, managing after a long pause to ask, "Are they sunflower pheromones?" His heart was pounding wildly inside his chest cavity, awaiting an answer, a reply he had hoped for nearly 5 years. Chu Yang covered Jiang Xinghe's trembling hand back, the Alpha's palm dry yet warm, calming the boiling heart beneath. As Jiang Xinghe met Chu Yang's gaze filled with pain and tenderness, he wanted to peer deep into his soul. Chu Yang half-squatted and gently rubbed Jiang Xinghe's slightly bruised knee. "We still don't know for sure. Scarface will only talk when he sees me, Brother Xinghe. Shall we not report to the Alliance for now? After all, since Scarface has reached the second-in-command position, his ability is not to be underestimated. If he discovers that the Alliance got involved in this matter, maybe he won't tell us a single word." Chu Yang's voice was soft, clearly transmitted into Jiang Xinghe's ears in the quiet night. The Omega gradually calmed down under his gentle tone. Jiang Xinghe's hands were a little cold, warmed slowly by Chu Yang, who held them in his own palms until they became warm. The Omega looked down at the computer screen in front of him where the cursor was still flashing. After a while, Jiang Xinghe moved the mouse and clicked, shut down. Chu Yang lightly squeezed his shoulder. Jiang Xinghe gripped his hand and said softly, lowering his eyes, thank you for giving me this step down. Scarface would be nothing compared to the FAO alliance and Chu Yang's influence. How could they possibly not find a way to make Scarface open up and also let the FAO apprehend him? What Chu Yang said was merely providing an excuse for Jiang Xinghe's private feelings. If snake venom's replaced glands really belonged to Su Qi, being imprisoned and judged would be far too lenient. Jiang Xinghe rested his head against Chu Yang's shoulder Nestle, his voice hoarse, Yang, I have betrayed my previous oath. Every member of the FAO alliance must take an oath before joining. I voluntarily joined the FAO alliance, dedicating my life to the peace of the empire. For righteousness, personal emotions are secondary. I will uphold faith and remain true to my original aspirations. You didn't. Chu Yang gently stroked Jiang Xinghe's back, again and again, it was my choice on your behalf, don't feel guilty. You just followed me. Jiang Xinghe smiled faintly in his arms, I'm not a kid anymore, can you really fool yourself with such words? Who says I'm fooling anyone? When you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken, when you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Since you're my wife, shouldn't you follow your husband? Chu Yang patted Jiang Xinghe's head lovingly, his eyes filled with tenderness, as the husband is the guideline for the wife, how could someone as small as you bear the social norms? You just need to adhere to your morality, sigh, my poor little one. Jiang Xinghe curved his lips but couldn't help laughing out loud, what nonsense is this? Mr. Chu, what kind of morality am I supposed to uphold? 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Chu Yang, seeing him truly laugh, finally relaxed his tense heart. He pulled his hand and kissed it tenderly, whispering flirtatiously, I am very open-minded. You don't need to follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. All I ask is that you listen to me in some aspects. Jiang Xinghe arched an eyebrow and smiled at Chu Yang, like what? Which aspects? Chu Yang smirked slyly and pushed Jiang Xinghe toward the bedroom, like positions, times, etc. Isn't that reasonable? Jiang Xinghe leaned backward, putting his weight onto Chu Yang's palm, increasing the resistance of Chu Yang pushing him. Chu Yang, you really only stay decent for 3 seconds. Chu Yang retracted his hand, causing Jiang Xinghe to fall back unconsciously. He was then carried horizontally by the alpha, let's add another one. What? Jiang Xinghe instinctively embraced Chu Yang's neck. Chu Yang's corner of the mouth lifted, you should wear the clothes I buy for you. Clothes? Did you buy me clothes? Yeah, clothes, though I haven't bought them yet. We'll do it after returning from Haicheng. Jiang Xinghe's intuition told him these weren't ordinary clothes, so he kept silent in bed. You're pretending, aren't you? Chu Yang adjusted the blanket for him, go to sleep, darling. We'll go to Haicheng tomorrow. Jiang Xinghe turned around and faced Chu Yang directly, rubbing his forehead against his shoulder, closing his eyes, good night, Tuan Tuan. Chu Yang's heart almost melted due to his little actions, not knowing how much he loved them. The alpha stretched out his arms and hugged him close, lightly kissing Jiang Xinghe's forehead, good night, stars. Not until the breathing of the person in his arms became steady did Chu Yang open his eyes. The curtain wasn't drawn tightly, allowing weak light to seep into the bedroom. In the dimness, the alpha extended his index finger and gently smoothed out the wrinkles between Jiang Xinghe's eyebrows. Don't be sad, don't be afraid. I will always be by your side. Chapter 78, Jiang Xinghe is always the priority. On Wednesday morning, the FAO Alliance had its routine morning meeting. Jifeng hurriedly arrived on time, pulling out a chair and sitting down before surprisingly finding that Jiang Xinghe's seat was empty. Jifeng glanced at the Secretary-General beside him, did Xinghe take leave? The Secretary-General adjusted his glasses and sorted out the documents the President would need today. Yes, Minister Jiang said he has family matters and requested a week off. Jifeng's eyes lingered on Jiang Xinghe's nameplate for 2 seconds, and his professional sensitivity made him feel that something was off. Apart from the last time when he fractured his bone, Jiang Xinghe had never taken a day off outside of his fever periods. Jifeng intuitively sensed that he might have encountered something. Just as he was about to take out his phone to send Jiang Xinghe a text message asking what the situation was, he then thought that with Chu Yang around, there seemed to be nothing to worry about, so he put his phone away again. The Secretary-General heard his movements and turned his head to look at Jifeng. Is Director Ji in love? Jifeng was stunned, nodded slightly, how did you know? The Secretary-General smiled with the knowing smile of someone who'd been through it, you've already come to work just in time 3 times this month. And young man, pay attention to the impact. When Jifeng saw his gaze fall on his neck, he quickly raised his hand to cover the back of his neck. Chen Che was very double-standard. He gave Jifeng a righteous lecture, adults should have the awareness of adults. So anywhere clothes couldn't cover, Jifeng wasn't allowed to touch. He could only look but not touch the glands, which really went against the alpha's instinct, but Jifeng endured it. But Chen Che was completely strict with others yet lenient with himself. This forced Jifeng to thoroughly check himself before going out every time. Today, after being delayed by Chen Che for half an hour in the morning, Jifeng didn't even have time to eat breakfast before rushing over to work, underestimating the situation. The Secretary General took out a piece of pheromone concealment patch from his bag and handed it to Jifeng. Use this to cover it, it's the smell of alpha pheromones. Jifeng almost choked, rarely showing an embarrassed emotion, and quietly stuck the patch on the back of his neck, where the redness spread to behind his ears. As the plane glided over the runway accompanied by a brief sensation of weightlessness, the high-rise buildings outside the window gradually became small. Jiang Xinghe pulled up the small blanket on Chu Yang's body while looking at his continuous yawning. Didn't sleep well last night. Goodness. With such a beautiful wife in my arms, how can I possibly sleep well? My heart is all fired up, Chu Yang said jokingly, but the dark circles under his eyes revealed exhaustion. Stop clowning around, get some rest, it's a 3-hour flight. Jiang Xinghe lifted his hand and pressed his palm to Chu Yang's eyelashes, forcing him to close his eyes. Chu Yang closed his eyes, caught his hand and kissed Jiang Xinghe's palm, adjusted his position, and tilted his head toward Jiang Xinghe. Alright, I'll sleep. Call me if there's anything. Alphas fall asleep quickly. Jiang Xinghe could hear the faint snoring, indicating that Chu Yang hadn't just slept poorly last night, but probably hadn't slept at all. Jiang Xinghe took out his phone and snapped a picture of the sleeping face of the alpha. Chu Yang looked obedient when he slept. It was only during his sleep that one could see the shadow of Luo Sun's gentleness on him. The Omega whispered, "You've worked hard." The reason for Chu Yang's insomnia was obvious. Jiang Xinghe felt like his heart melted, but at the same time, he felt sorry and heartbroken. During the time when he didn't know, Chu Yang had undertaken too much for him. Jiang Xinghe turned his head and looked out of the window. The plane broke through the cloud layer, leaving a trail of clouds, with orange light falling from the sunlight. By the time they arrived in Haicheng, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Chu Yang opened his phone and called a car, following the location sent by Jay to reach a shabby old neighborhood. Looking at the rusted gate of the community and the aged security guard sitting in the guard booth, Chu Yang sighed in disbelief and placed his hands on his hips. I pay him hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, and he lives in such a rundown place. The security guard didn't even glance at the two of them, lying on a rocking chair, listening to opera music on the radio, and lazily waving his hand to open the gate for them. Jiang Xinghe tugged Chu Yang's sleeve. That's fine, let's go in. This is an old neighborhood in the suburbs. There aren't usually many outsiders coming here, so it's safer. Brother Xinghe, you're so smart, no wonder you're my wife. Chu Yang's face, which had just been full of incredulity, was now radiant with joy, wishing he had more eyes so he could watch Jiang Xinghe from every angle. Jiang Xinghe pushed away the face that was getting closer and kicked the pebble beside his foot. Flattery. All true words. Chu Yang seized the opportunity to grab his hand, and together they walked into the community, eventually spotting the person coming down to meet them at the northernmost building. The man was wearing a black sleeveless work shirt, with a large wolf tattoo covering his right shoulder, its fangs lifelike, incredibly eye-catching. Jiang Xinghe shifted his gaze upward, locking onto his face, surprisingly youthful and refined, probably around 23 or 24 years old. Boss. The young alpha swept his eyes over Jiang Xinghe and finally looked at Chu Yang. The alpha's voice was deep, hard to correlate with his face, and Jiang Xinghe quickly figured out his identity. Chu Yang raised his hand slightly to introduce, Brother Xinghe, this is Jay. Then Chu Yang put his arm around Jiang Xinghe's shoulder and said proudly, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Xinghe. Agent Jay gave a slight nod, boss, informal way to refer to the wife of the boss. Jiang Xinghe was slightly stunned upon hearing this title. Meeting Agent Jay's eyes, he asked, have we met before? Chu Yang looked at Jiang Xinghe curiously, you've met? Agent Jay remained unfazed and explained casually, in Lian, we've met. Lian? Chu Yang was totally confused, he had never heard that Jiang Xinghe went to Lian. An event from 4 years ago, when the Black Panther Squad and the Lian police station collaborated on a case, targeting the person right in front of you, illegal organization using violence to threaten others' lives. Jiang Xinghe narrowed his eyes slightly, Zhang Jieqi, are you still doing your old trade? Zhang Jieqi. That name seriously doesn't match the face. Chu Yang laughed and patted Agent Jay's shoulder, saying with clenched teeth, you're making money pretty easily. Agent Jay was introduced by Chim Che to Chu Yang specifically to find Jiang Xinghe. Public forces couldn't uncover his whereabouts, so Chu Yang decided to try under-the-radar methods, which turned out quite effective. He quickly learned about Jiang Xinghe's location on King Island. Thinking about it, Chu Yang felt his men were just there for show. He didn't expect it was because Agent Jay had already met Jiang Xinghe that he could give him the message so quickly. Agent Jay shrugged indifferently, Minister Jiang, I'm now an upstanding citizen. You're just exploiting loopholes at the edge of legality. Jiang Xinghe walked upstairs with his foot. The stairs were already severely worn out, the handrails covered in dust, and the wall plaster cracked. Jiang Xinghe flicked it with his fingertip, and grayish-white flakes crumbled and fell down. This building was at least 60 years old. Chu Yang and Agent Jay followed behind, keeping their gaze fixed on Jiang Xinghe. An alpha's legs were fine, but they still needed to be cautious to avoid any bumps or scratches. In a low voice, the alpha whispered, no matter what, your primary task is always to protect Jiang Xinghe. If it comes down to a choice between Snakehead and Jiang Xinghe's safety, always choose Jiang Xinghe, got it? Agent Jay raised his gaze and looked at Chu Yang, what if it's between your safety and his? Chu Yang curled his lips, choose him. Chapter 79, female Omega. Agent J nodded and said no more. Crossing over Jiang Xinghe to the 5th floor, he knocked on an iron door covered with all sorts of small advertisements. Jiang Xinghe glanced over and only saw one of those high-paying child requests, anti-fraud notices everywhere, along with various swindlers taking dangerous risks. Chu Yang stood behind Jiang Xinghe, pulling him closer into his embrace. The iron gate opened, and Jiang Xinghe instinctively inspected the person who opened it, an olive skin tone, sharp yet juvenile features, including both eyebrow and lip piercings, likely not older than 20 years old. There was no pheromone scent, meaning second sexual differentiation hadn't happened yet. Jiang Xinghe withdrew his gaze, not wanting to look further. One glance was enough for him to want to haul this kid into the station and educate him properly. The boy was looking vigilantly at Jiang Xinghe. Agent J lifted his hand and slapped the boy on the forehead. Why are you staring? This is our boss. The boy screamed in pain, and the sharp look collapsed instantly, showing grievance as he glared at Agent J. Brother Chi, you hit too hard. Calling him Brother Cheng will do. Agent J shoved the boy's head aside, inviting Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe inside. The interior decoration of the room was quite different from the decrepit exterior, which seemed like it might collapse at any second. It was neat and warmly decorated. Besides Brother Cheng, there were 3 other people inside. All of them looked young. One was wearing glasses with high prescriptions and held a computer displaying codes that Jiang Xinghe couldn't understand. The remaining 2 were sharpening knives. Arrest them. All of them. Jiang Xinghe's temple throbbed violently, and his head buzzed. What was wrong with these kids? Were labor forces getting younger and younger? Agent J noticed from the corner of his eye the deeply regretful expression on Jiang Xinghe's face, and kicked the 3 into the guest room. Brother Cheng opened the door to the farthest room in the corridor and gestured toward the inside with his thumb. Boss, Scarface is in this room. Although young, he was smart. In less than 2 minutes, Brother Cheng realized their big boss was under the thumb of his wife and speaking would be useless. It was better to deal directly with the boss. Jiang Xinghe nodded and stepped in together with Chu Yang. The curtains in the room were drawn halfway, and lying on the bed was a 40-something Omega woman, her eyes tightly shut, long brown curls spread across the pillow. She appeared pale-faced but had red lips from lipstick, obviously applied makeup. Her left hand was handcuffed to the headboard, while her right wrist dripped intravenous fluids. Chu Yang was shocked as he looked at Agent J. Why didn't you tell me that Scarface is a woman? Jiang Xinghe didn't show much reaction. He had seen Scarface's photo long ago in the FAO Union Confidential Information Database. As Mega walked to Scarface's bedside, he noticed an alarming scar on her neck. Agent J remained calm, meeting Chu Yang's eyes. Is this important? Not particularly, Chu Yang said lazily with his hands in his pockets. If I had known she's a woman, I would have asked you to leave her more breaths. TSK, look at what people have done to her. Chu Yang showed no sign of sympathy but kept a tight watch on Jiang Xinghe's emotions. Jiang Xinghe tilted his head and glanced at Chu Yang. What? Are you unwilling now? Do you like females, Mega? The moment Chu Yang's hand was in his pocket disappeared, leaning against the wall, his body suddenly stiffened. His voice rose slightly as he enthusiastically declared, nonsense. I only like you. My dear. Standing behind him, Agent J heard such affectionate words from his usually irascible boss, breaking his previously calm demeanor as he glanced at the back of Chu Yang's head. Who's the boss whose hair stands up like stubble? Brother Cheng giggled while holding a can of soda, but quickly swallowed when he saw Agent J's cold glare. The woman lying on the bed slowly opened her eyes. When her pupils focused on Jiang Xinghe, her once dull gaze lit up with tears rolling down her cheek. The iron chain on her left wrist clattered lightly. Chu Yang frowned slightly, stepping quickly in front of Jiang Xinghe to guard against the struggling woman. What do you want? Jiang Xinghe pulled Chu Yang's sleeve signaling him not to be so agitated since Scarface was restrained and extremely weak, thus no threat to him. So they were at an impasse. Scarface gazed at Jiang Xinghe, her voice choked with emotion. You look so much like him. Suddenly Jiang Xinghe's hand gripping Chu Yang's wrist tightened, his nails digging into Chu Yang's soft flesh making the alpha hold back the urge to cry out. Whom do I resemble? Jiang Xinghe released Chu Yang's wrist, softly massaging the red marks on his fingers. Scarface lifted her right hand to wipe the tears at the corner of her eye, where blood briefly returned through her vein before the medicine suppressed it. Are you Xiaoqi's son? The tone of Scarface turned tranquil. Jiang Xinghe felt his heart pounding violently, trembling fingertips betraying his anxiety. Do you know my father? What happened back then? Scarface glanced at Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe's intertwined hands, lowering her eyes and smiling faintly. I once wondered who spent so much money to buy Snakehead's life. That trash wasn't worth 5 billion yuan. Now I understand. Scarface looked at Chu Yang with more kindness in her eyes. Mr. Chu, I don't want any of those 5 billion yuan. After capturing Snakehead, I will surrender myself. Chu Yang was confused, exchanging a look of equal bewilderment with Jiang Xinghe. Agent J pushed Brother Cheng, who wanted to eavesdrop, out of the room and closed the door behind them. Was the information altered by Sunflower? Jiang Xinghe directly questioned without preamble. After a 2-second silence, Scarface nodded. Jiang Xinghe could hardly describe how he felt at the moment. He had been chasing this for 4 years and finally saw some hope. He should feel happy, yet under the shadow of his father's blood, joy eluded him. Pain gnawed at his chest instead. Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe sat opposite Scarface, listening to secrets never mentioned in the FAO Union confidential files. Scarface's original name was Su Shi. Those familiar with her called her Ah Shi. She was the sole college student from Plum Village in nearly 3 decades. However, on her first day of enrollment, she simply helped bring an elderly grandmother with walking difficulties home and was shoved into that dusty van at the alleyway entrance. When she woke up again, she found herself in Set's border region, the headquarters of the Gland traders. Back then, Snakehead was merely a small leader. Finding her attractive, he spared her life. Yet sometimes being alive proved harder than death. Jiang Xinghe slightly lowered his eyelids. People could be corrupted, none could remain unscathed in such an environment. He wasn't sure whether or not to trust this woman stained with too much blood. Scarface sensed Jiang Xinghe's suspicion and spoke quietly, I used to be Shao Qi's informant. Chapter 80, Love Brain does not make good shit. Used to. Informant. This explosive revelation caused a massive wave of astonishment in both Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe as they looked in surprise at the woman in bed. Jiang Xinghe quickly calmed down, what evidence do you have to prove it? Su Shi shook her head bitterly, none. Snakehead destroyed all the evidence on the day Shao Qi was captured. I won't believe you without evidence. Jiang Xinghe observed Su Shi's expression, analyzing how much truth there was in her words. I don't need your belief, nor confession for leniency. People like me, no matter how many merits we accumulate, are still bound for hell, we can never wash off our sins. Su Shi reached up and smoothed her long hair. In theory, during their escape from Snakehead, she wouldn't have had the time or mind to tidy up her appearance. But her hair was very smooth, without a single split end, clearly well maintained regularly. You look so much like Shao Qi. Seeing you reminds me of the first day I met him 10 years ago when he told me I still had a future ahead, how funny. After being in the organization for 10 years, someone still told me that I had a future. Su Shi paused for a moment, lifting her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes before continuing. I asked him why he said that. He said he saw me feeding stray cats downstairs, saying I still had kindness left and shouldn't go down the same path as others. I believed him and worked as an informant for 6 years, finally expecting some light at the end of the tunnel. But then I got pregnant, how ironic. I had been taking birth control pills for over a decade but still became pregnant. Jiang Xinghe tightened his grip, staring intently at Su Shi. His throat tightened slightly as he spoke gravely, so what? You betrayed him, didn't you? The Omega's face immediately turned deathly pale. Recruiting informants within criminal groups itself was a gamble because you could never be sure whether they would turn back against you. Even if the chance was only 0.1%, that 0.1% could be devastating. Su Shi placed her hand on her abdomen, smiling wryly. I didn't want my child to be born in jail or straight into an orphanage right after birth. Chu Yang shot up instantly, alpha pheromones emanating pressure. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Do you know who you killed? Every day, they walk on the edge of life and death, only to be betrayed by someone they trusted with their lives. He believed in you so much. Su Shi's face was soaked with tears as her glands reacted painfully under the overwhelming pressure from Chu Yang's alpha pheromones, especially since she'd already been permanently marked by Snakehead. Her once beautiful features contorted in pain. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to hurt him. But Snakehead was too suspicious. All I did was asking him to stop the deal, and he found evidence of my contact with Shao, with Commander Su. I didn't mean to harm him. Jiang Xinghe squeezed Chu Yang's hand tightly, feeling his palm go cold despite the warmth. It took enormous willpower for Jiang Xinghe to stay calm in front of the person who'd nearly directly caused his father's death. The alpha's heart felt as if pricked repeatedly by countless needles. Those 4 years must have been unbearably painful for Jiang Xinghe. Is the scar on your neck from that time? Jiang Xinghe sounded unusually composed, though Chu Yang knew his hands were icy cold, refusing to warm up even after a long while. Su Shi shakily touched the hideous scar on her neck, her laughter twisted. He almost killed me, but for the sake of the baby, he let me live. Chu Yang looked at Su Shi's distorted expression, frowning slightly and instinctively stepping in front of Jiang Xinghe. Then what about the child? Did it survive? Su Shi covered her face, laughing or crying, it wasn't clear. Her voice became sharp and grating, dead. All dead. I took too many drugs earlier in life, and the baby didn't make it. It was my retribution. Retribution. Humph, good thing. Giving birth in a family like yours would have been the beginning of more sins anyway. A frosty layer spread across Chu Yang's face. Gloomy clouds and ferocious aura surrounded the alpha as he coldly judged someone else's loss of a child. Su Shi glanced up at him and smiled faintly. Jiang Xinghe found her smile too sharp and glaring. Furrowing his brows, he interrupted, enough storytelling. Tell me, where is Snakehead? Su Shi wiped away her tears, smearing her lipstick, which now looked grotesque against her pale complexion. It's been 2 days since Agent J brought me here. With Snakehead's paranoid nature, he won't stay in one place for long. Chu Yang sneered coldly, are you playing with me? Do you think I'll hand you over to the Union just so you can live comfortably behind bars? Su Shi gave a shallow smile, looking at the angry alpha. Then, after a quick glance at Jiang Xinghe, she returned her focus to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, I naturally believe in your capabilities, but would you dare use them in front of Director Jiang? Chu Yang hesitated momentarily. In fact, he really wouldn't dare as a member of the FAO Union family, constantly reminding himself to abide by laws and regulations, refraining from disgracing his wife. Jiang Xinghe wasn't particularly surprised that Dabia knew about his position. Meeting Dabia's gaze, he said, you intend to use yourself as bait to lure him into a trap. It wasn't a question but an assertion. Jiang Xinghe immediately understood why one of the alpha snakes had changed. The mega pheromones were utterly harmful to his body without any benefit, even if his glands had suffered severe injuries, they should have waited for the alpha glands. It was because of his sick possessiveness. Dushi assumed Dabia grew close to Su Qi due to affection and envied that Su Qi had turned Dabia against him, so he transplanted Su Qi's gland to Dabia. What a madman! Chu Yang asked in astonishment, even though she knows so many secrets, Dushi has already been wanted by the police, there is no need to go through all this trouble just to kill her, right? Jiang Xinghe patted Chu Yang's hand and smiled faintly, is there no other reason except killing her? Chu Yang thought for a moment and pulled the corner of his mouth, you don't mean, it's because of love, do you? Jiang Xinghe didn't respond, just smiling at him while Dabia remained silent, leaning against the bedpost looking at the two young men across from her, who knows what she was thinking. Brother Xinghe, Dushi almost killed her, how could someone so ruthless harbor love? Chu Yang couldn't believe it, after all, in his mind, his wife was the apple of his eye, something Jiang Xinghe had tried so hard for, mega shaking fingers and even more, cutting directly with a knife would make one insane, right? Jiang Xinghe sighed, as you've said, almost. Dabia almost ruined half of Dushi's life work, but Dushi only almost killed her, doesn't this clearly show the situation? Oh, MVG.D. What twisted and sick love. Chu Yang scratched his brow center and couldn't understand. Alright, let's go out. Jiang Xinghe pulled Chu Yang up and didn't look at Dabia again. Agent J was playing games in the living room with Cheng when they saw the two coming out and asked, did you tell her? We did. Chu Yang looked around, and on the coffee table found a freshly cut apple plate, picked it up and handed it to Jiang Xinghe. Cheng was furious inside but dare not say anything, those apples were just cut for Chi-gu. Chi-gu hasn't eaten a bite. In Cheng's resentful eyes, Jiang Xinghe ate 2 large pieces. Agent J put down the game controller, where? I'll go grab him. Chu Yang leaned back on the sofa pillow, stretching lazily, she didn't say where, wait, he will come himself. Agent J grunted in affirmation and asked no more. Cheng curiously poked his head over, he comes himself. Why? Chu Yang blinked at him, because of love. Cheng rolled his eyes, of course, being brainwashed by love always leads to a bad end. As soon as the words left his lips, along with Jiang Xinghe putting down the fruit plate, Cheng quickly picked it up and held it before Agent J, laughing foolishly, Chi-gu, eat some fruits. Agent J, upon seeing the nearly shoved fruit plate, wanted to kick him away but saw Cheng's expectant face, so finally endured his anger, picked up a toothpick and pierced a piece into his mouth, finding it a little sour. No wonder the boss wife stopped eating after 2 bites. Cheng pursed his lips and smiled wider. Chu Yang saw the not-so-obvious blush on Cheng's wheat-colored cheeks and nodded towards Jiang Xinghe, mimicking his tone and whispering, people driven by love die hard. Jiang Xinghe looked at Chu Yang like a fool, smirked and took a sip of the honey-sweetened fruit tea on the coffee table. Cheng was lost looking at Chu Yang, boss, did I say anything wrong? Chu Yang smiled gently at him, nothing wrong, brother Cheng, remember one word from your elder, those who fawn on others get everything eventually. Jiang Xinghe gave Chu Yang a punch, stop teaching nonsense. Cheng silently contemplated Chu Yang's words while holding the fruit plate, finding them extremely reasonable. A tingling clanging sound came from the kitchen, causing Chu Yang to sit upright and stretch his arms to block Jiang Xinghe. What the heck? Crawled in through the chimney. Jiang Xinghe pushed aside his arm, where's the chimney in this neighborhood? Agent J sighed, stood up, walked to the kitchen door, kicked it open with his foot, and a strong greasy smell surged out, shards of porcelain bowls were all over the floor, the boy adjusted his glasses with one hand, clutching a fish in the other, numbly saying, leader, too difficult to kill. Chu Yang seemed to see the black line appearing on Agent J's forehead. Both he and Agent J had previously only communicated by phone, and their first meeting was during the rescue mission in Jiangzhou to save Jiang Xinghe. He hadn't expected Agent J to be so young. At the time, apart from Agent J, everyone else had been wearing masks, so no one had imagined that all of his subordinates were around 20 years old. His head buzzed with disbelief. The outside world had built up this organization into something mysterious, who would have believed they were all just a bunch of newly grown kids. Little Lu, go out. Akang and Xiaomi, wash the vegetables. Agent J rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the fish from Little Lu's hand and threw it into the sink. In one fluid motion, he took a knife from the rack, using the back of the blade to knock out the carp before deftly cutting it open and scaling it within moments. Little Lu clapped twice nearby and then walked out, holding his laptop under his arm as he settled on the sofa to start coding, entirely ignoring Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe sitting close by. Chu Yang tilted his head to look over, oh ho, you're a computer genius. Jiang Xinghe also glanced over, surprised. Can you understand it? I can't, which is why I think he's amazing, the alpha stated matter-of-factly. Jiang Xinghe chuckled lightly, indeed reality was different from novels. He still remembered seeing a book on Chu Yang's bookshelf titled The Overbearing President's Love Pursuit. The tycoon in the book could do everything, from astronomy to geography, and even his son was a prodigy, being one of the top 3 hackers in the world at the age of 4. When Chu Yang was 4, he was still afraid of being bitten by the toilet seat, requiring company just to use the bathroom. 5 minutes later, the other 2 were also sent out. Kang, the boy, patted his short hair while mumbling, I think my cooking tastes pretty good. What do you think, Cheng? Cheng was leaning against the kitchen door watching Agent J cook. Taking a moment away from observation, he responded, I agree, your stir-fried tomato and scrambled eggs were quite tasty. Kang smiled, ready to punch him, but an angry shout came from the kitchen, Agent J, you're all useless cookies. Don't make noise near my ears, go work somewhere else. Kang and Xiaomi shrugged, picked up their coats, and went out to investigate the surroundings. After realizing what was tucked in their waistbands, Jiang Xinghe almost fainted. Arrest them. All of them. Chu Yang smirked at the commotion and laughed, what kind of demons and ghosts are these? Agent J seems more like a nursery caregiver. What nanny? Chiga is an angel, said Cheng after being kicked out of the kitchen, laughing jovially. Jiang Xinghe pursed his lips, whose angel had such extensive wolf tattoos. Cheng took 2 cans of cola from the fridge and handed them to Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe, asking, boss lady, want some cola? Jiang Xinghe reached to take one but was stopped by Chu Yang, isn't your stomach uncomfortable lately? Don't drink cold stuff. Jiang Xinghe withdrew his hand, and Chu Yang contentedly patted his head, I'll get you some hot tea later. Beside them, Cheng was completely astonished, and when his surprised gaze met Chu Yang's, Chu Yang sighed irritably, what are you looking at? Do you also want some tea? Cheng shook his head, sizing up Jiang Xinghe, I just recognized who our boss lady really is. Minister Jiang, aren't you the Black Panther team captain called Yen Luo on the street? Jiang Xinghe raised a brow but didn't answer. Chu Yang was startled, looking at Jiang Xinghe, Yen Luo. Who gave you such an ugly nickname? Our star river should at least have a cute nickname like Brave Cow. Spit. Cheng sprayed his entire can of cola on the floor and began choking. Jiang Xinghe twitched his mouth and spoke softly, Chu Yang. Pay attention to your image outside. What brave cow? What nonsense is that? Cheng burst into laughter, unable to resist patting Chu Yang on the shoulder, only to be flicked away by him. Boss, if you knew how our boss lady could take down 3 heads in a minute, you wouldn't say that. This truly shocked Chu Yang. He naturally knew Jiang Xinghe's 4-year experience must have been filled with gunpowder, but since Jiang Xinghe had never told him much about it, hearing such tales from someone else made him feel, well, extremely excited. Seeing Chu Yang's eyes brighten clearly, Jiang Xinghe shifted slightly away, wary, Chu Yang, are you psychologically abnormal? Normal people should feel scared hearing about their lover's past, shouldn't they? Why did Chu Yang seem more excited instead? Too stimulating, brother Xinghe. Thank goodness you're mega, or what would I do? Chu Yang grinned, revealing 2 little tiger teeth, looking very relieved. What would you do? Jiang Xinghe's eyebrows curved gently. Didn't you say you wanted to be 0 for love? Rang, though I'm mega, I can give it a try. Chu Yang's smile froze at the corner of his lips. Perhaps it was because Jiang Xinghe had almost differentiated into an alpha, even though Jiang Xinghe was younger than him, he indeed wasn't far off from being an alpha. As for whether Jiang Xinghe could handle this, Chu Yang truly dared not to say. In this very second, he suddenly thought of Uncle Chen Che. The alpha gripped Mega's hand and warmed it within his own palm earnestly, brother Xinghe, such a violation of gene instinct shouldn't be attempted. Jiang Xinghe gave him some weighty advice, Rang, didn't you say your love for me overcame gene instinct? I think I can try too. There was a sparkle of amusement in Omega's eyes, he just wanted to bring Alpha down a peg or 2. He hadn't genuinely planned on doing anything harmful to Chu Yang, considering Chu Yang's excellent conditions. There was no need for him to go against the grain, things were fine as they were. The Alpha obviously looked disheveled and nervous. How could Jiang Xinghe use his past words against him like this? And yet, he couldn't deny them either, for any denial would make it seem like he lied before. The delighted expression Chu Yang wore just moments ago noticeably dropped. Cheng was drinking cola while listening to gossip on the side, blankly staring towards the kitchen after a moment. He drank the last gulp of cola, mentally repeating that he must differentiate into a mega only. Chapter 82, I won't be controlled by you. No wall is impervious to wind, what Ji Yun knew, Ji Qingji had naturally known long before. It's just that he never took this matter seriously from the start. He understood well what Chen Che had done back then. A person who spends much time with omegas cannot possibly sustain a relationship with an alpha. But more than 2 months had passed, and the people sent to investigate reported that Chen Che hadn't visited pleasure houses these past couple of months, even going less frequently to his own color prohibition. Ji Qingji realized the seriousness of the situation. The Chen family's power was considerable and unlike Zhou Yi who was easier to manipulate. If he made a move on Chen, it would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from Chen. Even though the Ji family wasn't inferior to the Chen family, such a lose-lose deal was something he wouldn't do. When Ji Feng was called back to the Ji residence, he had already mentally prepared himself. His father wouldn't force him home without a reason. Ji Feng saw his eldest sister-in-law as soon as he entered the house. She had a 91% compatibility match with Ji Yun and was a very gentle woman. Little Feng has returned. Hiruashi gave him a warm smile. Ji Feng's gaze fell onto her abdomen. Hiruashi smiled faintly. Little Feng, you're about to become an uncle. Congratulations, sister-in-law. Take good care of yourself. I'll go find father in the study. Ji Feng slightly nodded and turned upstairs, meeting Ji Yun coming down. Big brother. Ji Yun patted his shoulder. Do what you wish. Ji family sacrificing me has been enough. Ji Feng lowered his gaze and spoke rather painfully. Big brother, sister-in-law is a good woman. Since it's done and can't be changed, don't let her down. Rest assured. Even if I can't give her love, all the dignity and consideration I will give her are hers. Ji Yun sidestepped and walked downstairs. Hiruashi asked as she rose, are you done? Let's go for the medical checkup. Ji Yun slightly supported her arm. When he heard Hiruashi saying she lately craved sour food, Ji Yun pulled out his phone and called his assistant to buy some sour jujubes. Ji Feng felt an immense pang of bitterness watching this scene. One misstep leads to step after step of errors. From the moment Ji Yun chose marriage, he missed Zhou-Yi forever. But Hiruashi wasn't wrong. She and Ji Yun alike were the sacrifices coerced by their families. Luckily, Ji Yun could offer her the utmost dignity and care, even if that love wasn't romantic. Passing the rest of their lives harmoniously together was plenty. Ji Feng knocked lightly on the study door. As he just walked in, a book was hurled directly at his head. Ji Feng dodged a bit, but his forehead still got a small cut. You damn thing. Do you want the whole Ji family to lose face with you? Ji Feng casually wiped the blood on his forehead, slightly frowning. If you want to persuade me to break up with Chen, forget it. As for losing face or not, I don't care. Ji Qingji slammed his hand on the table angrily. I thought you were just playing around, so I indulged you repeatedly. Who would have thought you'd take this seriously? Don't you have any sense of belonging to the Ji family? Ji Feng pulled a chair and sat in front of Ji Qingji coldly. What kind of sense does being part of the Ji family entail? Is it that after you married my mother, you subjected her to emotional abuse, leading to postpartum depression and suicide? Or did you force my big brother to marry someone he doesn't love, causing 3 people to never find happiness? Marrying you was the biggest failure of my mother's life. A perfectly good career woman was confined to the family by you and ended up dying miserably. Ji Qingji raised his hand and slapped Ji Feng across the face. You damned brat. Do you know who you're talking to? Ji Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. I'm not Ji Yun, and Chen isn't Zhou-Yi. Save your tricks. If you think it's too embarrassing, you can announce that we've cut ties in the newspaper. Father, I will never be controlled by you for the rest of my life. Please restrain your disgusting controlling nature. After saying this, Ji Feng kicked the chair away and left the study. Each time Ji Feng came here, he would always think of his mother. Although there were no traces of her existence in his memory, his mother had written him many letters before committing suicide. He could feel the sense of guilt intertwined with her collapsing love. Ji Feng disliked this place, even the air carried a sense of suffocation. Ji Qingji slumped back into his chair. Ji Feng had always been his pride. He wasn't as strict with Ji Feng as he was with Ji Yun, and he couldn't understand how his son turned out like this. It seemed necessary to have a chat with Chen Shunchang. No matter how indulgent Chen was, he wouldn't want his son to date an alpha, right? The accusations from Ji Feng left Ji Qingji sitting stunned in his chair for a long time. He felt he might be getting old. The clock on the wall ticked another circle. Code J neatly put away the apron and came out from the kitchen after finishing up. There were a few oil stains on the black short sleeves, and the lean forearms also had splattered oil spots, which had all turned red from the heat. A Cheng got up, opened the drawer, found some burn ointment and wanted to apply it for Code J, but was pushed away. Wait 20 more minutes, then we can eat. Chu Yang glanced at the messy kitchen and thought Code J's cooking skills must not be too great, so he pulled Jiang Xinghe up. Alright, you guys eat then. Call me if anything happens. Code J originally planned to invite the two to eat together and even made a special fish dish for the occasion. But since the two had other arrangements, that was fine. Cheng liked eating fish and could have more. Alright, boss, take care. Jiang Xinghe looked around the structure of the room. The windows were all welded with railings, especially the room belonging to Scarface. The window was nailed shut. Judging from the defense measures, it was decent. But according to Scarface's implication, Poisonous Snake probably wasn't alone anymore, and likely had his own little gang. But there were only 5 people here under Code J's command. Can the 5 of you handle it? Should I send a team from the Alliance? Although Jiang Xinghe didn't want Poisonous Snake to have it easy, he also didn't want these young ones to die needlessly. His father definitely wouldn't want him to sacrifice others for revenge either. A Cheng held the burn ointment and shrugged. Boss, we may look unreliable, but we are quite reliable in reality. Don't worry. Jiang Xingha's gaze flickered over the calluses on Cheng's hands, judging that he most likely assumed the role of a sniper in this organization. Chu Yang comforted Jiang Xingha by putting an arm around his shoulder. Don't worry, I can dispatch a team from the security department of Hurricane Group to join them. Jiang Xingha nodded without further comment. If chosen by Chu Yang, their abilities were undoubtedly dependable. Code J saw the two off at the entrance of the residential area and watched them board the private car before heading back inside. As soon as he entered the unit door, he saw Cheng holding the burn ointment looking at him with a hurt expression. Fine. I'll use it. Code J irritably reached out and took the burn ointment from Cheng's hands, squeezed out a little bit, and randomly smeared it around on his arms before tossing it back to Cheng, satisfied. Cheng, hee, laughed and scratched the back of his head. Code J helplessly shook his head. Cheng was someone he picked up along the way. They've known each other for 6 years already. Although there was only a 5-year age difference between them, Code J always felt that Cheng regarded him as a mother figure, like a little duckling following its mother everywhere all day long. Come on, I made your favorite steamed fish. Code J patted Cheng's head and wrapped his arm around his shoulders as they walked upstairs. This kid seemed taller again. It was just his 19th birthday the other day, and Code J silently calculated the time, thinking that Cheng should soon differentiate. Given his build, he'd most likely become an alpha. The differentiation of alphas usually comes with a sensitive period, so Code J thought it was necessary to find a time to educate Cheng about this aspect. TSK, he's becoming more like a mom. Chapter 83, Love Makes One Blind. Ji-Feng located the first aid kit from the trunk, disinfected the wound on his forehead with iodine, and stuck on a band-aid. He originally planned to stay late at work in the Alliance so as not to worry Chen Che. But Chen Che sent him a message that read, "Honey, I've made dinner at home. Come back quick." Ji-Feng, sitting in his car, smiled as he read the message over and over again. He was already immune to the word honey, as long as Chen Che didn't force him to call him hubby. Recently, Chen Che had caught some strange wind, getting obsessed with cooking, which was hard to swallow. Yet, he liked to use Ji-Feng as his guinea pig. Ji-Feng inwardly rejected it because Chen Che really wasn't talented in cooking, but he also enjoyed hearing Chen Che tell him, "I've prepared dinner waiting for you to come home." So, he endured patiently, hoping Chen Che would soon be able to cook something edible. Fortunately, Ji-Feng had undergone rigorous training and eaten all kinds of wild vegetables, insects, even earthworms, so Chen Che's dishes could only cause him mental harm. Ji-Feng fastened his seatbelt, stepped on the gas pedal and drove back home. Before he even managed to say, "I'm home," upon seeing Chen Che, he froze. Chen Che could sometimes be shameless, all he wore now was an apron, and nothing else underneath. Standing at the entrance, Ji-Feng stared for 2 seconds, then lifted his hand to take off his shirt. But before he touched anyone, Chen Che suddenly slapped the table, startling him. Chen Che pointed at the band-aid on his forehead, frowning so deeply that his eyebrows were twisted together. "That moron hurt you? How dare someone bully my future daughter-in-law?" Ji-Feng looked at Chen Che pretending to roll up his non-existent sleeves, smiled and hugged him. "Good, you finally care." Chen Che irritably pushed him away. "Quickly tell me which moron did this. Hubby will go and avenge you." Ji-Feng reached out to touch the band-aid on his forehead, faintly saying, "My dad." The normally fiery alpha calmed down instantly. Your dad, still can't just hit people, right?" Chen Che slightly frowned. "Did he find out about us?" But don't worry, he can't control me, and I won't listen to him." Ji-Feng pulled out the chair and today's scrambled eggs actually looked okay, with far fewer eggshells. "I doubt you'd dare listen. If you dared to betray me, I'd beat you to death. However, if you dare," my dad had no reaction, "he even told me to bring you home for him to see." Chen Che boldly placed one foot on the chair, adopting a very ungraceful posture. Ji-Feng paused. "You told your dad about us? When? How come I didn't know?" Ji-Feng pulled on Chen Che's apron to cover little Chen. Chen Che swatted his hand away, pouted. "It wasn't long ago, forget it, whatever, I said it." He was too embarrassed to tell Ji-Feng that he had actually told his father about them before dating Ji-Feng, making it seem like he couldn't wait to fall for Ji-Feng. Although, he did really like Ji-Feng, but it's not going to be mentioned. "Alright, if you don't want to talk about it, we won't." Ji-Feng put a piece of scrambled egg into his mouth. Finally Chen Che managed to separate sugar and salt this time. Even though it was a bit salty, no problem, he could drink more water. "Alright, hurry up and eat, after dinner let's get to the main event." Chen Che winked at him. Ji-Feng smiled, his eyes filled with indulgence. Although Chen Che had a nasty mouth and a bad temper, he was quite adorable in reality. Being scolded by him was cute, breaking things was cute, even beating him up, Ji-Feng found it cute. This must be love. Indeed, love does make one blind. High city surrounded by sea, the temperature was several degrees lower than Shisai, a bit cold in the morning, but pleasant at noon, making it a good city for vacationing. Chu Yang, thinking they shouldn't miss the opportunity since they're here, and with Jiang Xinghe having a rare free week, decided these days would be spent traveling with him, allowing Mega to relax a bit. The private car dropped the two off at the Shanshuan Seaside Hotel. Built by the seaside, the hotel had a prime location and better scenery, with the smell of the slightly salty seawater, and the wind carrying moisture. Jiang Xinghe had become unfazed by Chu Yang's wealth now. The front desk attendant took Chu Yang's ID card, looked at it, and respectfully addressed him as Mr. Chu. This was their first time seeing the living young master alive. Unable to help but take another look, all silently marveling at the power of genes, Chu Yang almost encompassed all the advantages of both Chu Shan and Luo Sun. Having heard that Master Chu had a bad temper, now looking at such a handsome face, how could his bad temperament matter? That's called charm. After checking out Chu Yang, they started peeking at Jiang Xinghe, estimating their relationship to be intimate. It's possible this might be their future boss lady. Jiang Xinghe smiled back at the young woman's sneaky glances, who immediately blushed red. How handsome this mega is. The hotel manager appeared in the hall within a minute, thinking Chu Yang had come to inspect the premises, and he rushed over anxiously with sweat breaking out all over his forehead. Upon hearing that the two were there for tourism, the manager's sweat diminished by half, and he smiled while introducing several scenic spots in High City to Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe. Chu Yang took the room card from him, waving it off impatiently. That's enough. I know. Don't appear in front of me and disturb us unnecessarily. Then he took Jiang Xinghe's hand and swiped the card as they stepped into the elevator. Their family's hotel business almost covered every city in Shisai, and the best suite on the top floor was always reserved exclusively for the Chu family. Because of Luo Sun's special job, whenever Chu Shan had any spare time, he would take Luo Sun on trips and leave Chu Yang at home to study alone. However, since Jiang Xinghe was around, Chu Yang didn't feel that his father's actions were overly excessive during his childhood. This suite was new territory for Chu Yang. He unlocked the door and, as expected, it matched Luo Sun's minimalist modern aesthetic. There were also travel photos of Chu Shan and Luo Sun hanging on the wall in High City. Chu Yang smirked and looked at Jiang Xinghe sitting on the couch. Let's leave a photo of ours when we go, like a check-in. Jiang Xinghe spotted a photo of their younger selves playing together on the low cabinet under the TV and waved Chu Yang over with a smile. Come here, let me show you this chubby kid. Chu Yang leaned over and saw the young Xinghe and himself playing Legos on the floor. The younger Xinghe was bent over looking at the instruction manual, while only he looked up at the camera grinning widely, missing one of his front teeth and appearing silly. The alpha gazed at young Xinghe in the picture frame, his eyes softening. Their child would probably be just as cute, wouldn't they? Lost in thought, Chu Yang suddenly jolted back to reality, quickly shaking away these thoughts. Child. Who needs children? He needed only Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe pointed at Chu Yang's mouth where his tooth was missing and laughed. Look how cute you were as a child. Chu Yang wrapped his arms around Jiang Xinghe's waist from behind and affectionately rubbed his hair. Am I not cute now? You're annoying now, Jiang Xinghe chuckled, dodging Chu Yang's kiss and putting the photo back in its place. After surveying the three-bedroom suite, he opened the secondary bedroom door. We'll stay in this room tonight. Chu Yang nodded. The master bedroom was for his dad Chu and dad Luo, and he wasn't interested in rolling around with Jiang Xinghe on a bed that had been slept on by them. Jiang Xinghe opened the window in the secondary bedroom, letting the sea breeze blow through and play with the strands of hair on his forehead. The golden beach was visible nearby. Chu Yang pulled open his small suitcase and hung both of their sets of clean clothes into the wardrobe. Jiang Xinghe sneezed from the breeze and turned around just as Chu Yang put something inside the drawer of the bedside table. Chu Yang, did you have time to bring these things when we were rushing so much in the morning? Jiang Xinghe sometimes really admired the logic of an alpha. Chu Yang blinked unapologetically. Could I go without them? You make me sick. Jiang Xinghe said with a smile. Chapter 84, An Encounter with Xiaoyingxia. The alpha laughed twice and got up, pushing the luggage to the side. I won't mess around with you anymore. Are you hungry? Jiang Xinghe glanced at the wall clock. It was already 2 p.m. Although he'd been fed some snacks by Chu Yang earlier, upon noticing the time, he realized he hadn't eaten lunch, which made his stomach uneasy. Brother Xinghe, let's go eat first. Try some local specialties of High City. Chu Yang spun the car keys given to him by the hotel manager on his finger. Sure, let's go eat seafood. Jiang Xinghe stretched lazily. It had been a chaotic day filled with unsettling memories from the story told by the scar-faced man. His heart ached knowing that his father's sacrifice was due to betrayal by someone they trusted, leading to a failed mission. These facts weren't even recorded in the FAO Alliance's classified files. Jiang Xinghe wasn't sure if he should believe what the scar-faced man had said, but it undeniably affected his mood somewhat. Yet, Chu Yang kept making playful jokes beside him, helping dissipate some of the heaviness in his chest. Jiang Xinghe allowed Chu Yang to fasten his seatbelt, although he found this level of care a little hard to get used to at first. However, seeing how satisfied Chu Yang looked doing so, he simply went along with it. Yang, I've always had a question. Other people's CEOs always have dedicated drivers. Why do you drive personally every time? Chu Yang paused as he started the vehicle, frowning slightly. Other people's CEOs? Who else do you know? Why was he so quick to get jealous? A faint smile appeared on Jiang Xinghe's face. Isn't there a novel on your bookshelf? I took a glance at it. Chu Yang was taken aback. TSK. He had forgotten to throw it away after reading it. Mr. Chu sure has a wide range of interests. Jiang Xinghe couldn't help but laugh. It's just for casual reading. Chu Yang felt somewhat mortified and pressed the accelerator, driving out of the underground parking lot. You haven't told me why you don't hire a driver yet. Jiang Xinghe was really a bit curious. Chu Yang always drove himself to work. Don't you think men who drive are very handsome? With my wife sitting in the passenger seat chatting with me, such a happy scenario, why add a third person? Actually, before Jiang Xinghe returned, Mr. Chu had 3 drivers taking turns, and there were 5 housekeepers at home cooking his meals daily, changing flavors for each meal. Not to mention personally going to the supermarket to buy groceries. Usually, when he wanted to learn how to cook, the master chef would bring the ingredients to his door to teach him. Of course, these pampered daily life routines Chu Yang would not tell Jiang Xinghe. He wanted to maintain the image of a good man who takes care of the household in Jiang Xinghe's heart. Since Jiang Xinghe liked simple happiness, he would do his best to provide it. Jiang Xinghe didn't expect Chu Yang's reason for driving himself to be so purely romantic, but he did like it this way. Compared to being served by others, he preferred living together with Chu Yang alone. Chu Yang tapped the navigation app, positioning them to a seafood restaurant, glancing sideways at Jiang Xinghe. Brother Xinghe, your stomach has been bad recently, let's start with some congee later. Jiang Xinghe nodded, feeling increasingly that Alpha was considerate. Then, Chu Yang suddenly changed the topic. Do you still remember last year when you pretended to be a couple with Ji Feng while executing a mission here, Minister Jiang? Jiang Xinghe paused, smiling. You're petty, but you remember quite clearly. Could I not remember clearly? That idiot even put his hand on your waist. Chu Yang clenched his teeth as he focused on the road ahead. If you hadn't given me the signal, I would have sneaked into his room at night and chopped off his hand. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Jiang Xinghe recalled and remembered something similar. Back then, he was surprised to see an enraged Chu Yang, but the suppressed underneath his anger touched him more deeply, and now recalling it, he even felt a little pity. Jiang Xinghe patted Chu Yang's shoulder. All right, it was all fake. Don't take it to heart. Now Brother Feng is with Chen Che. Forgive him, okay? If Jiang Xinghe was willing to soothe Chu Yang, it was like soothing a fool, just soften his tone a bit and he could easily make Chu Yang's soul fly away. Sure enough, Chu Yang appreciated it and cheerfully turned on a cheerful song. As the Mercedes G63 drove along the coastal road, Jiang Xinghe leaned his head and looked out the window at the coastline, gazing at a tiny point on the horizon. This place is quite close to King Island. Chu Yang gripped the steering wheel and made a turn. What, do you want to go back? Not exactly, I'm just missing my teammates. I wonder how they are doing now. Jiang Xinghe sighed. After being transferred back to FAO Alliance last year, he had never seen them again. It had been more than half a year since their gathering with Xiaoying and Xia Wan early in the year. Calculating the time, they would retire and return to Shisai in the second half of the year. The destination, Fish Bay Restaurant, has been reached. Please select a parking lot, a female voice from the navigation system announced. Chu Yang raised his hand and turned it off. The seafood restaurant they were heading to wasn't a high-end one. It was something Chu Yang found online in a travel guide, reputed for its authentic taste. Just as they parked in the parking lot, they heard a familiar voice. Oops. Wan. I'm sorry, I'll kneel by the keyboard once I get home. Forgive me. Jiang Xinghe and Chu Yang both turned around at the same time, their eyes meeting the person. Boss. Xiaoying. All 4 people were stunned when they saw each other, obviously not expecting to run into each other in this coastal small city. Xiaoying seized the opportunity and grabbed Xia Wan's hand. Her boyfriend was as hard to catch when angry as a pig, but the moment she grasped it, Xia Wan pulled away and excitedly ran into Jiang Xinghe's arms. Boss. How are you here? I miss you so much. Jiang Xinghe staggered under her impact, and Chu Yang quickly supported him from behind. Xia Wan, unsure what to do, asked, what happened? Are you hurt? Chu Yang anxiously squatted down, touching Jiang Xinghe's left thigh bone. Does it hurt? Were you injured? Jiang Xinghe, slightly embarrassed, pulled Chu Yang up and whispered, I'm not that fragile. Let's not make a spectacle in public. Xia Wan apologized, sorry boss, I didn't know you were injured. It's fine, Chu Yang is just too nervous. I've been better for a while. Jiang Xinghe smiled and returned her hug. Why do you have time to come down from the island to High City? There haven't been any missions recently, so we took a 3-day vacation. It's not far from King Island, so we can return quickly in case of an emergency. Xiaoying walked over wanting to give Jiang Xinghe a warm embrace, but Chu Yang blocked him with his arm before he could even touch Jiang Xinghe's shoulder. Chu Yang feigned a brotherly attitude but was actually gritting his teeth as he gave Xiaoying a hard pat on the back. Long time no see, buddy. Xiaoying coughed hard from the strong pat, rubbing his chest. Mr. Chu, you sure have strength. Xia Wan criticized without hesitation, you're just showboating. As this concerned male dignity, Xiaoying immediately straightened up. Chapter 85, The Boss's Affairs Are Our Affairs. Chu Yang chuckled slyly but cleared his throat when caught by Jiang Xinghe. Alright, don't just stand here. Have you 2 eaten? My big brother Xinghe is starving. Xiaoying opened his mouth to speak, but Xia Wan cut him off. No. I'm speechless. He didn't get lost in the jungle executing a mission, but it took him 2 hours to find a restaurant. His phone battery died before he could use navigation. Hardly ever out, how unlucky can one be? I'm starving. The Omega complained heavily, while Xiaoying carefully tugged at her wrist. Don't be mad, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Though harsh with words, Xia Wan couldn't help but laugh when Xiaoying pulled her wrist. She pushed away Xiao Ying's hand. That's enough, enough. In front of the boss and Mr. Chu, I won't count against you. Then she pulled Jiang Xinghe into the restaurant and cheerfully reported the recent situations of the Black Panther squad to him. Chu Yang and Xiaoying followed behind, and Chu Yang joked, Captain Xiao, you're already a captain now, why are you so afraid of your wife? Xiaoying fanned himself with his hand, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead as he glanced at Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, you are now among the richest. Would you dare say something harsh to our boss? Why would I say something harsh to brother Xinghe? Chu Yang found Xiao Ying's words ridiculous. He liked Jiang Xinghe more than anything, how could he bear to be harsh with him? Xiaoying scratched his hair. Didn't you say you're not afraid of your wife? I'm not scared, I love her, the alpha replied logically, which left the listener somewhat speechless. Xiaoying recalled their first meeting at the wall jewelry exhibition, remembering vividly the intense oppressive pheromones from Chu Yang, like strong alcohol that smelled intimidating. Now looking at Chu Yang, whose eyes seemed glued to Jiang Xinghe, they were completely different from the person back then. And their boss, everyone in the Black Panther team assumed he was an alpha, because almost everyone had lost to Jiang Xinghe on the training field. Even now, Xiaoying still finds it unbelievable that Jiang Xinghe is a mega. After all, he was once severely beaten by Jiang Xinghe in a fight and hospitalized for 2 days. Who would have believed such a fierce man was a mega? Although Xia Wan was also fierce, she was incomparable to Jiang Xinghe. Xiaoying silently sighed inside. Love truly is a magical thing, and he clearly felt Jiang Xinghe becoming somewhat cozier. To be honest, it was a bit creepy. Xia Wan noticed the halting footsteps behind them and looked back. Are you trying to apply for a job as a waiter? Hurry up and come in. Oh, coming. Xiaoying lifted his foot to follow up the stairs. Led by the waiter, the four entered a new private room, where originally Chu Yang had reserved seats only for him and Jiang Xinghe. But adding Xia Wan and Xiaoying made the space too small, so they let the staff change their reservation to a 5 to 6 person private room. Each private room had a large wooden window, opening it allowed them to view the sea waves. All the seafood was freshly caught that day, incredibly fresh. Chu Yang took the menu and first ordered a seafood porridge for Jiang Xinghe, then chose all the store specialties. He then looked at Xiaoying and Xia Wan. Is there anything else you'd like? Xia Wan waved her hand and laughed. Mr. Chu, you've already ordered plenty, it'll be great if we finish what's ordered. Alright, order more if you need. Chu Yang handed the menu to the server, instructing not to use ginger to remove the seafood's fishy smell, opting instead for other methods. The server smiled and nodded. Sure, mister. She slightly bent down and went out with the menu Chu Yang just ordered. Xiaoying glanced at Jiang Xinghe and teased, Mr. Chu, why didn't you ask if our boss wants anything else? Jiang Xinghe hadn't thought of this. Chu Yang had never asked him before, so he also looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang poured a glass of warm water and pushed it in front of Jiang Xinghe. I know you better than yourself. Aren't the things I ordered all your favorites? Jiang Xinghe took a sip of warm water, pondered for a moment, and it seemed to be true. Although Chu Yang never asked for his opinion when ordering dishes, every dish he ordered was something Jiang liked to eat. The Omega's gaze toward the Alpha became filled with even more affection. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Yes. Another success. Oi, my goodness, feeding me this much dog food. Xia Wan tapped an empty cup on the table, glaring at Xiaoying. Big brother, what are you doing? Do you have any eyes to see? Xiaoying felt utterly wronged. Wan, don't you dislike drinking plain water? I've already ordered fruit tea for you, and the delivery will be here soon. Xia Wan humphed. But boss, why are you guys really in High City? Xia Wan was somewhat curious. If it was an FAO operation, Chu Yang shouldn't have been following along. But today was a weekday, so without an operation, Jiang Xinghe should have been in the FAO Union building working at the office. Jiang Xinghe twirled the cup in his hand, thought for a moment, and decided to truthfully inform them. After all, capturing poisonous snake wasn't just his personal wish, it was also the long-term goal that the Black Panther team had strived for. Xiaoying immediately slapped the table. How many years has it been? Finally, we can bring this bad guy to justice. Only then did Chu Yang remember that he had been too focused on making Jiang Xinghe happy to call the security department and dispatch manpower. Sorry, let me make a phone call to rally some people. I almost forgot. Xia Wan looked at Chu Yang curiously. Mr. Chu, is this operation involving Hurricane Group 2? Is it because FAO didn't send enough people? By the way, these days the Black Panther team has nothing to do. Should I call all the brothers? Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe exchanged glances. Jiang Xinghe pressed his lips together and said faintly, this isn't an official action. After contemplating the meaning behind Jiang Xinghe's words, Xia Wan blinked in surprise. Boss, I didn't mean anything. Aren't you the most disciplined one? A flicker of struggle passed through Jiang Xinghe's eyes as he gripped the glass cup tightly in his hand, feeling both guilt and reluctance. Poisonous snake's changed glands belong to my father. I can't wait for the League's judgment, I need to retrieve them personally. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became heavy. Xiaoying scratched his chin. It's like that, so it's indeed a bit hard to handle. Jiang Xinghe took a deep breath, trying to keep the tone light-hearted. Alright, it's not your matter anyway. Don't dwell on it. Xia Wan nudged Xiao Ying's arm with annoyance. Nonsense. What our boss wants is what we want. Are you afraid or something? I'm not. Hear me out. Without orders from superiors, we don't have weapon permissions. Xiao Ying laughed towards Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, surely you wouldn't expect us to fight with fish forks, would you? My wife's hands are made for sniping. Who's your wife? Chapter 86, Having Love and Friends. An indescribable wave of emotion surged through the Omega's heart, for he was merely the captain for 2 years among the team members, nothing more. But those times of life and death camaraderie seemed engraved in everyone's hearts. Jiang Xinghe once thought the time on King Island was painful because he was bound by hatred, haunted by nightmares, waking up each day to tasks of uncertain survival. Yet, on the real departure day, he realized he'd gained many things, people he couldn't bear to part with, brothers he could trust his back with. Painful days eventually turned into stars lighting his growth path, illuminating the future. Under the dining table, Chu Yang squeezed his palm, moved by the friends who were willing to risk their lives for Jiang Xinghe. He was glad that Jiang Xinghe wasn't lonely those 4 years. Alpha caught Xiao Ying's teasing glance and raised his eyebrows. Relax, I assure you, it'll be more advanced than on King Island. Hearing this reassurance from Mr. Chu makes me feel secure. Xiao Ying tapped a few buttons on his phone, and within 5 seconds, there were 4 replies. Skilled Wilderness Alpha, fun times. Tell the boss I miss him like crazy. Earth's Strongest Alpha, acknowledged. Beautiful young Omega soldier, want to meet mega-looking boss, nervous. 24-year-old eager to marry male, acknowledged. Hey, seeing the boss again soon. Favorite of late-night snacks lovers, 185 centimeters tall, shoo. Settle down. The boss boyfriend is ultra jealous. The Black Panther team belonged to an elite combat unit, and each member was an outstanding talent selected from thousands. After Jiang Xinghe left, only 6 people remained. Once Xiao Ying and Xia Wan retired, they would begin selecting a new batch of members. Xiao Ying waved his phone in front of Jiang Xinghe for a brief moment and solemnly said, Boss, the Black Panther team is ready at your command anytime. Jiang Xinghe couldn't make out the specific replies but caught the word received. He hesitated and said, Xiao Ying, I don't want to drag you all into this. After this was over, Jiang Xinghe was certain he would be punished. There was no way such a big matter could escape the League's notice. Poisonous Snake was an S+ level wanted criminal, even a regular arrest would require an enormous amount of paperwork. Moreover, it was a personal operation, and according to discipline, he might even face trial. Boss, what nonsense is this about dragging us into trouble? Your affairs are our affairs, Xiao Ying winked cunningly and added jokingly, besides, we're on vacation. A mere poisonous snake? We don't know him or care about him. He wagged his finger teasingly and said, just don't snitch on us later. Jiang Xinghe felt a lump in his throat as his eyes misted over with tears. He was just about to say something to express his gratitude when Xia Wan waved her hand, cutting him off. No. If you dare say, thank you, we'll cut ties. As soon as she finished speaking, the server pushed in a cart of dishes, and Xiao Ying's eyes lit up. Wow. Wan. Such a huge lobster. Hush, lower your voice. Don't let people know we're so naive, Xia Wan whispered gently, reminding him. The server smiled softly, enjoy your meal. Xia Wan lifted her knife and fork, her brows curved pleasantly, then we won't hold back. Thanks for the treat, Mr. Chu. Chu Yang suddenly stood up and used an opener to crack open a bottle of sake. He poured everyone a drink one by one, much to Xiao Ying's surprise. My goodness, Seth's richest billionaire pouring me wine. Wan, take a picture. I'm going to frame it. Chu Yang smiled and raised his own glass with deep sincerity. Thank you for everything you've done for Brother Xinghe. I appreciate that during those 4 years, you were always there for him. From now on, you are also my friends, not Mr. Chu. Just call me by my name. Brother Xinghe can't drink, so I'll drink this toast on his behalf. Please join me. Chu Yang tilted his head and drank the wine in one gulp. Since he grew up, except for his father, grandfather, and Jiang Xinghe, he had never poured wine for anyone else. One reason was that he didn't like doing it, and the other reason was that no one was qualified enough. He used to dislike Jiang Xinghe meeting people from King Island. He thought they had taken away those 4 years from Jiang Xinghe. But today, seeing how Xiao Ying and others were willing to risk their lives and punishments to stand beside Jiang Xinghe, Chu Yang truly appreciated them. Xiao Ying and Xia Wan put aside their playful thoughts, drank the wine in their glasses, creating quite a bonding moment akin to swearing brotherhood. Xiao Ying set down his glass and laughed, Chu. Yang, I am 1 year older than you, can't you call me Brother Ying? Xia Wan kicked Xiao Ying, how are you already drunk and throwing tantrums? Brother Chu, don't mind him. Chu Yang pushed a bowl of seafood porridge to Jiang Xinghe's side, gently urging him to eat the porridge before the seafood, then turned back to Xiao Ying, Brother Ying, is Yang a name you can call? Call me Chu Yang, please. Xiao Ying handed the peeled crab meat to Xia Wan and grinned, that annoying tone suits you well, Yang. Chu Yang. Who was the one who deserved a beating again? Having just toasted them, Chu Yang couldn't bear the embarrassment and shook his head helplessly. Jiang Xinghe gave a soft chuckle twice. It's good to have friends and lovers. However, Jiang Xinghe eyed Chu Yang warily, stopping his act of shucking crabs. You mentioned earlier that the weapons are more advanced than those on King Island. Where did you get them? Did you submit a report? Do you have the authority? Is the channel legal? Xiaoying and Xia Wan shrugged and muttered quietly, here comes the familiar walking FAO regulation manual. Dear, you are. Chu Yang laughed as he carefully fed Jiang Xinghe a piece of crab roe. A company as wealthy as Hurricane Group donates billions to the alliance every year, so a little privilege does exist. Rest assured, the security department has been approved by the FAO alliance and holds the right to use weapons. Besides, your boyfriend here has a gun license too. But the team marked J. Jiang Xinghe chewed slowly while raising his concern. Already incorporated under the Hurricane Group security department. Don't worry, although their methods, well, aren't entirely compliant, but nothing major will be found wrong. Chu Yang patiently explained, I anticipated a day like this. To avoid hindering Jiang Xinghe, I persuaded the J Group to work with me and they all signed contracts. Whether in terms of emotion or law, I am their boss. What Chu Yang didn't expect was that he would also involve Jiang Xinghe. He initially planned to give Jiang Xinghe a surprise after the matter was resolved. But since it had been discovered, he did not wish to lie. Still, it was fine. Sometimes a bit of well-intentioned manipulation was acceptable, and he would never let Jiang Xinghe step into a courtroom. The Jiang family had done so much for Seth Empire, if FAO were to judge his son, it would be absurd. Of course, these weren't things Jiang Xinghe needed to know. As an alpha, he must clear all obstacles for his mega. Chapter 87, An Alpha Must Have No Shame. Xiaoying interrupted Jiang Xinghe's questions from his official side, to be able to fight alongside our leader again makes me feel somewhat excited. The delivery person also brought the fruit tea, and Jiang Xinghe substituted it for alcohol, drinking a big sip, I feel the same. It's been a long time since we've acted together. This was genuinely felt. Although Jiang Xinghe didn't like life and death line jobs, he missed those fiery days, and never expected there would be another chance to fight alongside the Black Panther team. The thought of it was indeed exhilarating. He joined the Black Panther team to track Poisonous Snake, and this time ended up finishing it off with them. It could be considered a start-to-finish journey. After the four finished eating, they headed towards the parking lot direction. Now, only Jiang Xinghe hadn't drunk alcohol, so naturally, the driver position fell on him. Chu Yang sat in the passenger seat, finding it fresh yet worried about Jiang Xinghe's leg injury. Unable to help but grab the hand grip, he asked, Brother Xinghe, can your leg handle it? If not, I can call a designated driver. No sooner had these words been spoken than Xiaoying and Xia Wan in the back seat immediately buckled up while grabbing the hand grips. Boss, I haven't married yet, and I definitely don't want to die prematurely, said Xiaoying. Xia Wan slapped Xiaoying's mouth, shoo shoo shoo. Don't bring bad luck. Hee hee. Xiaoying took the opportunity to kiss Xia Wan's palm, only to get flicked on the forehead by her. Jiang Xinghe started the car with a speechless expression. Firstly, my leg is already healed. Secondly, it was my left leg. Lastly, all of you shut up. Having said that, Jiang Xinghe slowly drove out of the parking spot and stepped hard on the gas pedal. Accompanied by the roaring engine sound, the Mercedes-Benz quickly exited the parking lot, which was the first time Chu Yang had experienced such intense pushback sensation. Naturally, Jiang Xinghe's driving skills were excellent. After all, during missions, even damaged cars whose hoods were torn apart could still be driven smoothly by him. Chu Yang turned sideways to stare at Jiang Xinghe, feeling that his mega looked more handsome. The more he understood Jiang Xinghe, the more his love deepened. Alpha originally intended to let Jiang Xinghe stay in the hotel waiting for the good news from Team J regarding the capture of Poisonous Snake, but now with the involvement of the Black Panther team, Jiang Xinghe would surely not stay behind while the members fought on the front lines. Chu Yang took out his phone, opened his contact list, and made a call to Yuzhou, sending the address and building number where Team J was stationed. Assistant Yu, I'll give you 1 hour. Clear out all the residents of this building, whether renters or owners. After an hour, I need to move in, and make sure the cleaning is spotless. Although the situation with Poisonous Snake's weapons wasn't clear, it was important to ensure no harm befell civilians. In order to better plan actions, it was necessary to free up space for the Black Panther team to operate effectively. After Chu Yang finished speaking, Yuzhou was momentarily silent. Flying from Seatside to Haicheng takes 3 hours, yet Chu Yang was asking his assistant, who was over 2,000 kilometers away, to remotely handle the negotiation within just 1 hour. To be honest, Yuzhou instantly realized why the previous assistant Zhou resigned. His boss was exactly like this, issuing commands easily without concern for results. Not getting a reply from Yuzhou, Chu Yang impatiently said, Assistant Yu, is it too difficult? Yuzhou coolly replied, Mr. Chu, how much funding do we have? Chu Yang leaned his head back to admire the exquisite side profile of his mega, slightly curving his lips with a faint smile, use it as you see fit, your boss isn't lacking anything. Understood. Compared to Jiang Xinghe's calm demeanor, Xiaoying and Xia Wan, who had never seen such extravagance before, couldn't resist speaking up. "Brother Chu, shall I try to find some documents from King Island to evacuate the residents instead? It'll save you quite a bit of money." Chu Yang tossed his phone onto the dashboard casually, catching Xiao Ying's gaze through the rearview mirror. "Enough, you two broke penniless guys, stop worrying about saving money for the richest billionaire." Jiang Xinghe couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Watch your words. How is that a personal attack?" Then he glanced at the rearview mirror and said to Xia Wan, "Ignore him. Just think of it as the god of wealth appearing and blessing everyone." Xia Wan took a sip of her unfinished fruit tea, sucking on the burst beads inside, and sighed. "It's truly different being part of the wealthy elite. Is this still our Commander 01 who let us eat instant noodles to save a few bucks for the fund?" Jiang Xinghe was momentarily speechless. Chu Yang burst into laughter. "Is Brother Xinghe really this stingy? Don't worry, in the future, if you work with Brother Chu, I'll add 2 fried eggs to your instant noodles." Xia Wan pulled her lips back faintly. "Indeed, 2 people sleeping in the same bed doesn't produce 2 types of people." Xiaoying leaned his head against Xia Wan's shoulder bashfully. "No wonder I've been feeling better looking recently. It must be because I've been sleeping with you." "Ah. Stop hitting my head, or I'll get dumb." Xia Wan whispered lowly, "If you speak nonsense again, I'll bust your brain open." After King Island members reached a certain level, their dormitory conditions improved accordingly. As an elite combat team, logically speaking, Xiaoying as captain could have lived alone, while other team members shared dormitories in pairs. On King Island, alphas and megas enjoyed equal opportunities and resources, everything depending solely on merit. Thus, everyone's second gender remained hidden, and over time, they tacitly chose to share dorms with people of the same gender. When Jiang Xinghe first arrived at King Island, he stayed in an 8-person dormitory. New members couldn't discern each other's second gender since all were concealed, so everyone's bed had curtains ensuring privacy, with an alarm installed overhead. If disturbed by someone with ill intentions, one could press the alarm button, resulting in immediate expulsion from King Island and inclusion in the FAO Alliance blacklist, imposing restrictions on daily life. Hence, no one violated these rules since its establishment. However, after Jifeng accidentally learned Jiang Xinghe was a mega, he deliberately moved him to a dormitory full of megas. The roommate megas mistakenly thought he was an alpha. With 8 people in the dormitory, 5 confessed their feelings to Jiang Xinghe, scaring him to double-lock the shower room whenever bathing. Only after Jiang Xinghe became the captain of the Black Panther team did he obtain a private room, enjoying the freedom of bathing and changing clothes without hassle. If Chu Yang found out about this, there would surely be some commotion. Therefore, Jiang Xinghe seldom mentioned his experiences at King Island. After all, posing as an alpha for 4 years and calling others brothers didn't exactly reflect well on him. Jifeng was too gentlemanlike, unlike Xiaoying who lacked shame. On his first day as the captain of the Black Panther team, Xiaoying did one thing, opened his computer and wrote a transfer request report. Skipping lunch entirely, he drove straight to the office of the general commander. He formally submitted his report to the general commander, claiming it was to save funds and resources of King Island by agreeing to share a dormitory with his team members. The general commander naturally understood Xiao Ying's intentions, but as long as missions were accomplished beautifully, such small matters weren't worth troubling about. The only prerequisite was obtaining Xia Wan's consent. Thus, Xiaoying went to persuade Xia Wan, saying there weren't enough dormitories available blah blah blah, and as a captain, he should possess a sense of the bigger picture blah blah blah. Being the youngest member of the Black Panther team, Xia Wan was easily fooled. Though the dormitory originally had 2 beds, Xiaoying claimed every night that he was afraid of the dark and insisted on sharing a bed with her. Every time Xia Wan kicked him off, he shamelessly climbed back, repeating this cycle for half a month. Xia Wan developed black eye circles from exhaustion and eventually stopped kicking. Finally, Xiaoying got what he wanted. From this experience, Xiaoying drew a conclusion: being an alpha means not caring too much about dignity. Chapter 88, Two Dogged. Jiang Xinghe and Chu Yang exchanged a glance, seeing each other reflected in their smiling eyes. Yu Zhou worked very efficiently. Though given an hour by Chu Yang, he completed the task in just 40 minutes. Of course, the bill would certainly stretch out to quite a few digits. But Chu Yang was very satisfied. This young assistant wasn't overly dramatic and knew how to meet Chu Yang's needs instead of obsessing over helping the boss save money when it wasn't required. The previous Zhou assistant was a decent person with a good work attitude, just not knowing that following Chu Yang's orders should come first, always focusing on minor issues and neglecting major ones. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, all members of the Black Panther team arrived at the suburban area of Haicheng City. Those lively chatterboxes in the WeChat group seemed a bit awkward upon seeing Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe being a mega was something Xiaoying told them, and the team members were all shocked at the time, unanimously declaring that they wouldn't believe it until they saw a photo on Xiaoying's phone of Chu Yang feeding Jiang Xinghe barbecue meat. The fact that the only son of Hurricane Group was a top alpha was common knowledge to anyone online. Zhengyan, Feng Yan, and Feng Shi were surprised but still believed it. However, Jiang Yu, after consuming 2 bottles of beer, insisted that Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe were involved in a double alpha romance. There was no other reason. Jiang Yu had once harbored secret feelings for Jiang Xinghe for a while. Later, he discovered that Jiang Xinghe was extremely slow to recognize emotional cues, combined with the fact that during each training session, Jiang Xinghe would push them hard, which eventually wore down his initial affection. Still, given that he had liked him, the sudden revelation that his once admired commander was a mega left him unable to cope. Seeing the four standing as stiffly as soldiers, Jiang Xinghe touched his face and asked curiously, "What's wrong? You guys look like you've seen a ghost." Jiang Yu had more than once imagined what Jiang Xinghe's pheromones might smell like, and now that he had smelled them, they weren't different from what he'd imagined, but his emotions were inexplicably mixed. Jiang Xinghe noticed Jiang Yu's bitter expression and laughed. Jiang, what's wrong with your face?" Jiang Yu pouted and threw himself into Jiang Xinghe's arms, wailing, "Big brother. I secretly loved you for 3 months. And you turned out to be a mega, ugh. I'm so heartbroken." Chu Yang thought inwardly how glad he was that he was a mega, otherwise, today's crier would have been him. But why did Jiang Xinghe attract everyone like this? Alphas or omegas, it didn't matter, it seemed like he attracted all types. Thankfully, Chu Yang made his move early, or there'd be too many rivals. Beside them, Zheng Yan and Feng Yan slightly curled their lips. Jiang Yu was famously known on King Island for having a 3-minute crush, a notorious Sea King who pursued people for 3 days before giving up. However, liking Jiang Xinghe lasted 3 months, which could basically be considered true love. Due to Jiang Xinghe's integrity, Jiang Yu had barely switched to a secret admiration. Jiang Xinghe looked confused and exclaimed, "Ah. You had a crush on me? When was that?" Jiang Yu's expression worsened. He had originally thought he had been very obvious, but Jiang Xinghe simply didn't reciprocate due to lack of interest. When Jiang Xinghe revealed himself as a mega, Jiang Yu reasoned that maybe it was because they shared the same gender type that Jiang Xinghe didn't respond to him, but never did he expect that Jiang Xinghe wasn't even aware of his feelings. Feng Shi grabbed Jiang Yu by the collar and dragged him away, exasperatedly saying, "He gets up 10 minutes earlier every morning to be the first one at the training ground just to leave a good impression on you, working tirelessly to rank high just hoping you'd praise him." Jiang Yu swatted Feng Shi's hand away and glared suspiciously, "How do you know? Do you like me?" Feng Shi's eyes widened incredulously, pointing to himself, "Me? Like you? Am I blind? You shut up, you desperate to get married guy. I'm actually super happy that you don't like me." In the Black Panther team, Feng Shi and Jiang Yu mainly handled the atmosphere group. With them around, the scene was always lively, though a bit too noisy and often disruptive. Jiang Xinghe pinched his temple, the familiar headache-inducing clamor starting again. Xiaoying interjected, all right, let's save the fun for the celebration banquet later. Now we need to formulate our battle plan." The group finally calmed down and followed Jiang Xinghe and Chu Yang into the apartment building. It was still Ah Cheng who opened the door, startled by Chu Yang and the group behind him. "Boss, in one afternoon, the team has grown this large already?" Agent J, stifling a yawn, came over to greet them. Ever since capturing Scarface, he hadn't slept much, either interrogating or devising action plans. Their line of work demanded they consider every possible outcome in every situation, otherwise, failure was certain. Jiang Yu became curious upon noticing the wolf tattoo on Agent J's right shoulder. "Brother, does the tattoo hurt? I plan to get one when I retire." Agent J had just brought out the whiteboard from his room where the action plan was outlined. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, he lifted an eyelid lazily and replied indifferently, "No pain." Jiang Yu wanted to say more, but Ah Cheng stepped forward cautiously, shielding Agent J from Jiang Yu's view. Jiang Yu arched an eyebrow and winked at Ah Cheng, "Little guy who hasn't yet differentiated, quite active thoughts, aren't you?" Ah Cheng's face flushed, quickly scanning Agent J's expression to confirm that his expression remained unaltered before calming down. Feng Shi stepped in, "Are you free or what? Why are you teasing kids?" Jiang Yu kicked him in the leg, "Mind your own business." Feng Shi brushed off his pants but didn't retaliate. Agent J had already devised a fairly comprehensive strategy. After all, their main task this time was to defend and capture. Compared to previous assault missions, this could practically be considered safe. As a businessman, Chu Yang understood very little of their conversation. He didn't expect to comprehend it anyway since it wasn't his field of expertise, so there was no shame in that. The Alpha was sitting on a small stool nearby, gazing at him, the Mega. He had never seen Jiang Xinghe like this while he was working, even the slight furrow of his brows looked so appealing. Truly, a man focused on his work was the handsomest. Ah Cheng sat next to Chu Yang and nudged his shoulder. "Boss, how did you manage to snag someone as impressive as your boss?" Hearing this, Chu Yang curved his lips into an almost smile, eyeing Ah Cheng mischievously. "What? You want to learn?" Ah Cheng's eyes lit up. "Boss, teach me." "All right, I'll teach you," said Chu Yang. Hearing a cough from Jiang Xinghe, he quickly handed over his water cup to him, turning back to Ah Cheng and saying, "First, tell me who you're after." Ah Cheng hesitated, his gaze pausing on Agent J for 2 seconds. Just then, Agent J happened to glance in his direction. Their eyes met for a brief moment before Ah Cheng hastily looked away, not uttering a word. Chu Yang chuckled knowingly and patted Ah Cheng's shoulder. "Your difficulty level is quite high." "Why?" asked Ah Cheng anxiously. "Go make honey water for my wife and I'll tell you." Ah Cheng muttered something under his breath but obediently went ahead with the task anyway. Ah Cheng originally planned to serve the honey water directly to Jiang Xinghe, but Chu Yang stopped him. Instead, the Alpha placed the honey water into Jiang Xinghe's hand, whispering affectionately, "Darling, soothe your throat." Jiang Xinghe took a sip, tasting its sweetness, and smiled at Chu Yang gratefully, thank you. You're welcome, don't mention it. Chu Yang nodded and retreated back to his small stool, no longer disturbing his work. Ah Cheng stared, dumbfounded, this exchange was too doggo. However, he had learned something. Chapter 89, one dared to teach, the other dared to listen. Xia Wan glanced at the honey water in Jiang Xinghe's hand and tilted her head toward Xiaoying, who was analyzing the operation plan with crossed arms. She sighed silently, working men were easy to forgive. I think we should set up a sniper here. We're unsure about the current strength of the Viper, better to be careful. After expressing his opinion, Xiaoying stood up, poured a glass of lukewarm water by the dispenser, found some honey in the kitchen, and added a spoonful. Xia Wan looked at the honey water in her hand and at Xiaoying, feeling slightly moved. When he noticed she wasn't drinking, Xiaoying questioned curiously, what's wrong? Not sweet enough. Before Xia Wan could reply, Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim loudly, so sweet. You guys are making me diabetic with this much sugar. Are you letting us live? All you lovebirds out there, give single dogs like us a chance to breathe. Oh, I'm injured, Mr. Chu needs to pay for it. I need king crab tonight. The group, upon hearing his words, echoed in agreement, I'm also injured, I want king crab too. Most of the tense atmosphere dissipated. Chu Yang smiled and responded, don't worry, eat until you're full. Once they started working again, Ah Cheng leaned over to Chu Yang and whispered, boss, you'd better keep your promise. Tell me why my success rate is so low. Even your boss seems difficult to pursue. Leaning back with his arms folded, Chu Yang eyed Jiang Xinghe's figure and whispered, my wife, however fierce, is still a mega. If all else fails, I can always attract him with pheromones. But Agent J is an alpha, which makes your odds naturally lower. Using pheromones to entice a mega? Is that what good people do? Ah Cheng's lips formed a stubborn line as he muttered discontentedly, I haven't differentiated yet, what if I turn out to be a mega? Chu Yang appraised Ah Cheng from top to bottom and laughed, you're taller than Agent J, but still dreaming of becoming a mega? Ah Cheng hung his head in silence, looking troubled down to the roots of his hair. This suddenly sparked Chu Yang's interest, as he bared his little tiger teeth mischievously and teased, Ah Cheng, when you dream about Agent J at night, is he below or are you? Ah Cheng was deep in thought about how he could get his brother Qi when he instinctively replied, of course, brother Qi is on the bottom. Upon realizing what he had said, he paused abruptly, Chu Yang roared with laughter and clapped Ah Cheng on the shoulder, have you ever heard of a mega dreaming about being on top? Ah Cheng's face turned bright red, the blush creeping all the way down to his neck, clearly visible against his wheatish complexion. Chu Yang made a very valid point, leaving a gaping hole straight through Ah Cheng's heart. The enthusiasm he felt earlier crumbled immediately. Chu Yang felt like he was about to make the kid cry, so he added, don't worry, there are plenty of AA relationships these days. My brother, an alpha, also became a 0 for love, right? If it doesn't work, just take the bottom. Ah Cheng thought Chu Yang was comforting him and looked up, asking, aren't you an only child? You have quite an interesting focus, don't you? He's a good buddy of mine, almost like a younger brother. Chu Yang said this while constantly staring at Jiang Xinghe, the mega's earlobes were still slightly red from bruising. If Chen Che knew that Chu Yang openly called him a bicycle wheel but secretly considered him closer than a brother, he would definitely be moved to tears, wiping them all over Chu Yang, who would then kick him away. Ah Cheng immediately sat straight, pulling out his phone to open the Notes app, ready to take notes anytime. He sincerely asked, boss, how did your brother chase an alpha? Chu Yang pondered for a bit, but he really didn't know much about how Chen Che and Ji Feng got together. Ji Feng, with his prideful nature, didn't seem like someone who would chase anyone, and Chen Che always had people sticking to him. After thinking for 5 minutes, the alpha ultimately came to a conclusion, Chen Che must have been trying something new, but accidentally got himself stuck. Thus, Chu Yang, aligning his gaze with Ah Cheng's studious one, said seriously, it should be by charm, or perhaps skill. Skill. Ah Cheng paused in typing, his face falling. I seem to lack both. Ah Cheng's looks belong to a rugged handsomeness, but this boy doesn't like looking in the mirror and has no clear recognition of his own appearance. He merely thinks that being as fair-skinned as his brother Qi is what's attractive, completely unaware of how popular dark-skinned athletes are outside. What are you thinking so much for? Just go for it. Who knows if Agent J might be blind? Chu Yang glanced at Ah Cheng curiously, asking, why aren't you going with them to the meeting? Why sit here with me? Ah Cheng sighed, stuffing his phone back into his pocket. What's the point? I'll just do what brother Qi tells me to. Idiot, would you die if he told you to? Chu Yang thought Ah Cheng wasn't very smart and suspected this guy had been emotionally manipulated by Agent J. Ah Cheng nodded, I would. If brother Qi tells me to die, there must be a reason. Hearing this, Chu Yang froze for a moment. The cap of a whiteboard pen hit Ah Cheng on the head and then bounced onto the floor with a thud. Agent J, arms crossed, coldly glanced at Chu Yang, as if saying, don't mess around and corrupt my child. Chu Yang rested his arm on the chair back and laughed once. This was the first time he'd seen such obvious emotional expression on Agent J's face. The dumb little fool A Ching picked up the pen cap from the floor with resentment, bending over and presenting it with both hands to Agent J, backing to his seat while staring intently at Agent J's silhouette. Chu Yang sighed, patting A Cheng's shoulder, differentiate quickly. The Alpha's phone rang once, and Chu Yang took a look at the message sent by his assistant, picking up his notebook and heading to the next room. Being in High City, he still couldn't neglect the work in Shisai. Chu Yang opened his mailbox, first replying to urgent emails, and let Yu Zhou send over contracts that needed his signature via courier. After all, being a dominant tycoon isn't an easy job. Others only see that the Chu family is the wealthiest in Sai-Si. But they can't see how infinitely joyful it is for Chu Yang to have unlimited wealth, nor can they see how he often works overtime until 8 or 9 at night. Although his family's wealth could allow the Chus to slack off for several generations, Chu Yang still retains his ambition. In the 4 years waiting for Jiang Xinghe, he worked hard to improve himself, aiming for Jiang Xinghe to rely on him as Chu Yang, not on the Chu family background. Once he finished working, the luxury seafood platter he ordered also arrived, filling a large table. Jiang Xinghe had eaten lunch late and wasn't hungry by dinner time, so he simply ate half a bowl of crab roe noodles. The part he didn't finish was naturally taken over by Chu Yang, who cleared it away. Back in the day, Mr. Chu would throw away food after eating a few bites, disliking it. Now, whether he liked it or not, as long as it was given by Jiang Xinghe, he could eat it. Due to Jiang Xinghe's left leg still being unable to move intensely, the team insisted he stay in the rear. The Mega was somewhat unwilling, but he realized that he would only hold everyone back in this state, so he agreed with a nod. Xiao Ying, having equipped his gear properly, smugly played with his hair, saying, the youth will overtake the old boss. Today, I'll show you the strength of this rising wave. Captain Xiao, stay safe, Jiang Xinghe smiled faintly. Xiao Ying hesitated for a moment, panicking, don't call me that. I was just joking. You will always be our commander. Xia Wanla said, let's see how you can pretend anymore. Chapter 90, you feel wronged? Then who will return my father to me? Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe stayed in the neighboring 502 room marked as J. Even with the Black Leopard squad, Chu Yang still insisted on calling over a team from the Heiken Group security department to guard them, prioritizing the protection of Jiang Xinghe's safety. The captain of the security department remained outwardly calm upon hearing Chu Yang's order but internally felt conflicted. Though their main task was to only protect Jiang Xinghe's safety, could any of them dare put Chu Yang's safety second? He is the only son of the Heiken Group. If anything really happens to him, how could Chu Shan possibly forgive them easily? Money's hard to earn, excrement's hard to eat. Thus, the captain nodded his head to show he understood Chu Yang's meaning. But the moment he turned around, he instructed his subordinates, pay more attention. Neither of these two can have an accident. If we absolutely must choose one. The captain bit his teeth, choose Mr. Chu. Before Jiang Xinghe returned to her room, she went to Daoba's room alone. Her complexion under the bedside lamp looked even paler, her skin almost transparent white, showing the blue veins underneath. She appeared as if she could pass away at any moment. The curtain was half open, yet the moonlight couldn't seep in. In the darkness, Jiang Xinghe switched on the eye-protecting bedside lamp beside Daoba's bed, and light instantly flooded this room filled with the smell of disinfectant. Daoba's eyelids twitched slightly, she had persistently refused to eat, her lips pale and sickly. Jiang Xinghe pulled the chair beside her bed and sat down, looking at the frail woman before her. Her heart filled with hatred, unsure how to vent it. People with high morals often suffer due to internal struggles. If it were Chu Yang, he wouldn't consider whether his enemy was a perfect criminal. Chu Yang would not deliberate over whether someone was once good or not. If they harmed him, they deserved death. A flash of an alpha flaring up crossed Jiang Xinghe's mind, improving her mood a little. Since you are certain poisonous snake is willing to fight for you, why did you betray him? Jiang Xinghe gazed intently at her and softly spoke. The Mega's eyes lingered on the scar on Daoba's neck, a rather horrifying mark contrasting sharply with her fair skin. It was executed very professionally, not too deep, not too shallow, perfectly avoiding major arteries. It caused a suffocating fear akin to death without being fatal. Jiang Xinghe naturally wouldn't believe this was merely a mistake. Poisonous snake hadn't missed killing her by chance, his intention wasn't to kill her at all. Daoba weakly opened her eyelids, revealing dull eyes. She faintly smiled toward Jiang Xinghe. She was well preserved with firm skin and glossy long curls, maintaining her beauty even while fleeing, clearly indicating how much care poisonous snake lavished on her and perhaps indulged her. Director Jiang, does he treating me well mean I should forgive his past cruelties against me? Not everything can be equated. Damage is damage. Without the gland traffickers, I would have graduated from university, obtained a stable job, maybe met someone I loved deeply. Daoba gently placed her hand on her stomach, trembling fingertips, her eyes brimming with tears rolling down her cheeks, landing on her hand, her voice choked up. I was supposed to enjoy ordinary and simple happiness, right? Jiang Xinghe coldly stared at the crying woman before her, uncertain how to respond to her words. Supposed? Ordinary, simple happiness. Had the woman not betrayed them in the first place, Jiang Xinghe would still be part of a happy family of 3. Both Jiang Cheng and Su Qi had promised to apply for a transfer back to FAO Alliance next year, it was just such a tiny step away. Just that little difference. He could have attended university properly, studied his favorite major, never touched a gun with his pen-holding hand, avoided bloodshed, and wouldn't have been plagued by nightmares every night. Even Chu Yang wouldn't have waited 4 years for him alone. You feel wronged? You feel innocent? What about me? What about me? Who will give me back my happiness? Who will give me back my father? And who will compensate for my entire ruined life? An alpha forced into differentiation into an inferior version. Who could shoulder the pain of the disrupted pheromones penetrating my marrow? The Omega's heart was roaring, gripping his fists so tightly that they pinched the soft flesh of his palms, but the faint pain could not suppress the surging anger. He bit down on the soft tissue inside his cheek until the taste of rust hit him, which finally calmed the restless anxiety in his heart. 4 years ago, you betrayed my father and tore apart the ordinary happiness of hundreds of families. The superior life you enjoyed was built upon the blood and lives of others. Jiang Xinghe's face revealed no ripple, he softly spoke, cracking the silence like breaking a fissure, seeping with bone-chilling coldness. Su Shi, do you still feel innocent now? Jiang Xinghe did not call her Scar, but by her real name instead. Tears from Scar flowed even more forcefully. The last person to call her full name had been Su Qi. In the Gland Company, everyone only called her big sister as if Su Shi herself had been entirely erased from existence. I sympathize with your plight, but the law will not forgive you, nor will my father, and neither will I. Jiang Xinghe stood up from the chair, speaking calmly, but I still hope you can regain some strength, live long enough to await legal judgment. Have some food. As the door closed with a click, Scar looked at the bowl of seafood porridge on the nightstand. The iron chains clanked loudly, her hands covered her face, painful sobs escaping through her fingers. The world is not simply black and white, hell and light are but a thought away, yet they are worlds apart. Jiang Xinghe was clear that the root of Scar's suffering came from the gland traffickers. Su Qi had offered her help, but not only did she not seize it, she stabbed Su Qi. From that moment on, the young and kind Su Shi died in that van, leaving behind only FAO Alliance's S-Class wanted criminal, Scar. When Jiang Xinghe emerged from Scar's room, Chu Yang was leaning against the doorframe waiting for him, dark eyes filled with sympathy and heartache. Seeing the Mega afterward, Chu Yang pointed gently at his damp eyelids. The Omega slightly curved his lips, attempting an expression of nonchalance, but eventually slumped his straightened shoulders, leaning into Chu Yang's embrace. Yang, only today have I fully grasped the meaning of this job, to prevent Seth from experiencing tragedies like Scar. Chu Yang tenderly stroked the Mega's back, leaning down to kiss Jiang Xinghe's fluffy hair, murmuring softly, I'm proud of you, baby. Thank you. Jiang Xinghe suddenly tilted his head up, lightly planting a kiss on the corner of Chu Yang's mouth, who froze, forgetting to respond. It was rare for Jiang Xinghe to take the initiative to kiss him. Chu Yang's ear tips were practically on fire, usually when he acted lewdly himself, he didn't think much of it, but why did he feel somewhat shy after being kissed by the Mega? The Omega flicked the Alpha's earlobe with his finger, chuckling lightly, little Tuanzi seems quite pure. Chu Yang covered his own ears, whispering, you remember. If it weren't for the wrong place and time, I would certainly, Jiang Xinghe. Don't run. Alpha quickly followed Jiang Xinghe out of the door as the Black Leopard Squad and Team J had already divided their tasks and gone about their duties. A Cheng passed them, rolling his eyes and hitting the wall with his gun barrel. Jealousy. Jealousy. Everywhere. Chu Yang followed Jiang Xinghe into room 502, closing the door. Jiang Xinghe had a premonition, he would get what he wanted tonight. Chapter 91, Differentiation in the Torrential Rain. With a streak of urgent lightning flashing across the earth, a muffled thunderclap echoed outside the window, resonating powerfully in the ears. Jiang Xinghe, pretending to nap in Chu Yang's arms, suddenly opened his eyes. Chu Yang woke up startled, rubbing sleep out of his drowsy eyes, pupils yet to focus, but instinctively held the Mega tightly and patted his back comfortingly. Yang, it's raining, Jiang Xinghe whispered softly. Chu Yang yawned, getting up to pull the curtain. Fat raindrops splashed against the glass window, creating a noisy pitter-patter. No longer was there any seductive moonlight, only the vast expanse of a pitch-black sky under the dim yellow lights of the suburbs. A Cheng was positioned opposite the building from Scar's room. Scar's room had its curtains half drawn, the light still on. Through the scope, a Cheng could see the silhouette labeled as J. At that moment, the one marked as J sat on a wooden chair, one foot resting on a stool, tinkering with his Beretta 92F, eyes squinted toward the door while his ears remained vigilant, listening for any movement nearby. The figure marked as J was still wearing sleeveless work shirts and large shorts. If it weren't for the bulletproof vest that Xiaoying had forced him to wear, then figure J didn't seem to be on a mission, but rather looked like someone wandering around due to sleeplessness. A red aiming point fell on the back neck gland of the figure marked as J. It slightly slid, outlining the shape of the gland, and then recklessly wandered around behind the ear of the figure marked as J. Sliding down from his back slowly, it paused briefly at the waist. Cheng's hat blended into the night, sheltering him from the rain and preventing water from entering his eyes and blurring his vision. But Cheng's eyes were covered by a mist for a moment, with tiny bloodshot veins spreading through them. It felt like a strange energy was coursing through Cheng's body. The tip of Cheng's nose was surrounded by a faint minty aroma, something that should have refreshed him, yet Ching felt his sanity being gradually washed away by the heavy rain. His eyes were fixated on the exposed neck gland of figure J in the sight of his rifle. Deep within him, an irritable feeling arose. Unfamiliar sensations made him uneasy. Ching tugged at his collar, cold raindrops dripped onto his neck, but they couldn't cool him off even a bit. Ching shook his head. He remembered that he had a task to complete, and if he did it well, Chi would appreciatively ruffle his short hair. When he struggled to move the scope away from figure J, the figure suddenly turned around. Through the scope, there was a fleeting moment when their eyes met. Cheng, of course, knew this was only a coincidence. He was in the dark, so Chi could not possibly see him. Yet Cheng's heart raced unexpectedly. A stronger mint scent filled the night, dissolving in the rain. There was a brief, crackle sound of electric current over the communicator, and the next second, Xia Wan's voice clearly reached Cheng's ears. Be alert, the target character has appeared. Cheng tightened his grip on his sniper rifle, but his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Reason and desire were battling inside him. Jiang Xingha's steady voice came through the communicator, number of people, location. Cheng quivered and said, West Gate left small road, 3 people only. Figure J, who was pretending to nap earlier, furrowed his brows slightly after hearing Cheng's voice. He pressed the button on his communicator and asked, Cheng, are you feeling unwell? Cheng bit his lip and softly replied, Brother Chi, do you like mint? Figure J was confused. Was this some new code? Xiao Ying's voice rarely showed seriousness but carried tones of exasperation and the sound of rain. Kid. Focus on your job, stop flirting. Cheng went silent. The leg crossed casually by figure J swayed slightly. The next second, he sat up straight, activating the communicator. Calm as he usually was, urgency crept into his voice. Cheng. Are you differentiating? Cheng pursed his lips, nodded, and then realized that figure J couldn't see him, so he hummed lightly. Damn. Differentiation at such a time. After standing up, figure J couldn't help himself from cursing under his breath. Cheng. Find hiding spot immediately. Stop your mission. Although Cheng did not say what his second gender was, figure J could guess without any doubt that he must be an alpha. Judging from Cheng's physique and physical qualities, he was likely a superior alpha. The pheromones explosively released during the differentiation period of a superior alpha were no joke. They were enough for others to instantly pinpoint his location. Ordinarily, being located wouldn't be a problem, but right now it was life or death. Xiaoying also began to worry. Cheng, forget about the task now, protect yourself. Others, take down the Viper in 10 minutes. The rain became more intense, as if it had the power to cleanse all sins. Just then, a muffled sound entered Jiang Xingha's ears. He recognized it as a gunshot with a silencer. Following that, they heard the sounds of a fierce struggle in the storm, along with Cheng's suppressed groans of pain. Jiang Xingha and Chu Yang exchanged a glance, their hearts tightening momentarily. Chu Yang quickly pulled open the drawer of the bedside cabinet, taking out 2 delicate handguns, handing one to Jiang Xingha. As the alpha said, he had a gun license which made him legally armed, and his marksmanship was excellent. Chu Yang opened the bedroom door, and the security department personnel instantly stood up and looked at Chu Yang. Jiang Xingha had already rushed out, so Chu Yang followed closely. What are you waiting for? Do I need to give orders? My wife has already gone out. Are you blind? The security personnel quickly ran forward to form a protective circle around the two. Jiang Xingha rushed to the source of the sound, with a moving black umbrella always hovering above his head. The security captain kept pace perfectly in sync with Jiang Xingha, holding a large umbrella over both Jiang Xingha and Chu Yang. Chu Yang felt somewhat speechless, probably because the security department didn't have much to do and had developed too strong a sense of service from being frequently assigned as doormen. As Jiang Xingha thought about how his brother's life hung in the balance while he himself was protected to the point that not even a single raindrop touched him, guilt surged up relentlessly inside him. But this was Chu Yang's intention, and he did not want to disappoint him. Chu Yang glanced at Jiang Xingha's expression and grabbed the black umbrella from the captain's hands. That's enough, stop shielding us. Getting some rain will help them grow tall. By the time they arrived, the Viper had already been subdued after getting shot in the leg. Stress-induced pheromones spilled out due to the pain, and Jiang Xingha smelled the scent of sunflower pheromones, causing his heart to tremble violently. Cheng Lei collapsed in figure J's arms, bleeding uncontrollably from his left shoulder, and the air was filled with the mingling aroma of mint and blood. Jiang Xingha squatted down and tore open Cheng's shirt for a closer look. Although it looked terrifying, the wound had deviated from the heart and did not hit any vital organs. Figure J took the bandage handed over by Xiaoying and skillfully wrapped it around Cheng to urgently stop the bleeding. His fingers trembled slightly but quickly calmed down again. Chu Yang had already prepared the ambulance, which arrived within a minute. Cheng was sweating profusely from pain in figure J's arms, his lips turning pale. Brother Chi, my bank card password is 981,212, there are also 352 yuan under my pillow, Figure J frowned so hard it could have crushed 2 flies, irritably saying, shut up. Are you making a will now? You're not going to. Brother Chi, I like you. Chapter 92, Brother-in-law, I'll give you a first-class merit. The motion of figure J boarding the ambulance froze. Cheng's bloody hand was still clutching the hem of Figure J's clothes. Figure J glanced down at it and loosened Cheng's grip. Cheng's complexion grew worse, his gaze losing its luster rapidly, showing an attitude as if he cared little whether he lived or died. But the next second, Figure J turned his hand and held Cheng's tightly, squeezing once firmly. There was no visible change on his face, his voice remained calm as usual, understood. Don't cry during the surgery, don't embarrass me. Seeing Figure J hold his hand, Cheng's lips quivered before he nodded. The ambulance door was shut, and Figure J briefly locked eyes with Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe gave him a grateful nod. Chu Yang instructed the security team to drive and follow up to assist. Jiang Xinghe's gaze fell onto the subdued viper, his eyebrows furrowing deeply, revealing a scar between them. He had 3 white features below his eyebrows, a fierce appearance. It wasn't clear whether his past experiences had changed his physiognomy, or if he was born to look this way. There was an obvious scar on the back of his neck. The viper's thigh continued to bleed, his head tilted upwards meeting Jiang Xinghe's stare, his eyes narrowing slightly like a demon from hell. With a sinister smile, he taunted, "You must be Su Qi's son, you look just like him. Do you deserve mentioning my father's name?" Jiang Xinghe, expression unchanged, stepped forward and ground his heel into the wound on the viper's thigh. Pain contorted the viper's face. His hands dug into the ground, veins bulging, and a pained groan escaped from his throat. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Jiang Xinghe's pant leg, leaving a streak of blood on his light-colored trousers. Chu Yang kicked his hand away, alertly protecting Jiang Xinghe behind him. The hatred controlling Mega's emotions began to crumble due to Chu Yang's actions. "Let me see her one last time, and whatever you want, I'll give it to you." The viper pressed his trembling hand against his thigh, his brows creased painfully like the strokes of a character. The viper had come this time with no plans to return. He'd battled wits with FAO for most of his life, enjoying both fortune and hardship. When he joined the Gland Corporation, he was alone, and now, as he faced his end, he still was. He had nothing left to cherish in this world. Xiaoying cuffed the viper's hands together and looked down at the 2 dead soldiers lying on the ground, sighing and pressing his temple. "What now? How should we deal with this?" "Damn." Chu Yang patted Xiaoying on the shoulder. "It's alright, don't worry. Just tidy things up quickly. People from the FAO Alliance will come to clean up afterwards." Xiao Ying's eyes brightened. "Big brother Chu, you planned this from the start." Chu Yang arched an eyebrow without answering. After the viper's leg was urgently bandaged, he was escorted onto the 501. The door of Scar's room was pushed open. Scar wasn't asleep. Leaning against the headboard, he turned his head upon hearing the door open, locking eyes with the viper. His body instinctively shuddered. The viper tilted his head back and looked at the ceiling, mocking himself. "I shouldn't have let you live back then. As you said, one day I would die at your hands. You've succeeded. Are you satisfied?" Knife Scar's complexion was pale, almost blending with the white wall behind her. She clenched her fists to stay calm, her gaze shifting past the viper to Jiang Xinghe standing behind him. "We all owe this child, now it's time for us to pay back." The viper burst out laughing a few times, his voice sharp as he shouted, "Pay back? What debts do I need to pay? Survival of the fittest, those who die can only blame themselves for having bad luck." Jiang Xinghe's eyes turned icy cold upon hearing those words. Human nature is inherently evil, so people need constant education during which they gradually learn self-discipline. Even the worst individuals can be bound by law. But some are born cold-blooded animals, morality has no control over them, and laws cannot subdue them, they are beasts that have lost their humanity. Knife Scar's pale lips trembled. "People like you, with no feelings and no bottom line, don't deserve to live in this world." The viper's eyes momentarily showed a flicker of emotion. He stared deeply at the woman before him, pulling up the corner of his mouth in a twisted smile. "No matter what you say, you will still descend into hell with me, Axie. We will meet on the Yellow Springs Road, just a matter of sooner or later." Knife Scar's body began to shake violently, she screamed with all her strength, "You're talking nonsense." The viper turned to look at Jiang Xinghe. "Ask whatever you want to know." Xiaoying escorted the viper out of the door. Just before the door closed, the viper looked back but Su Shi did not return his glance. The viper laughed bitterly, his only moment of kindness in life had cost him everything. Things went smoother than Jiang Xinghe had imagined. After the viper disclosed the various dens of the Gland sellers and the connections involved, dawn had already broken. Jiang Xinghe looked at the interrogation record typed into the computer and asked, "Why did you confess so quickly?" The viper looked down at the handcuffs on his hands. "Consider it my repentance for never seeing the children of this world. Maybe he has reincarnated already, I don't want him living in such a dangerous place." Jiang Xinghe lightly pressed his temple with his knuckles and sneered, "Your sins from this life will never be redeemed. It's a good thing that your disgusting bloodline didn't continue, it benefits society." The viper looked at him and suddenly asked, "Do you want to know what your father's last words were?" Jiang Xinghe's hand paused mid-air holding a pen, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Mega's face was covered with frost as he glared at the viper. He said, "Stars, I'm sorry, Daddy broke his promise." The viper twisted his mouth into a grimace as the cuffs clanked, revealing his madness. His crazed eyes locked onto Jiang Xinghe's. "Are you Stars?" "Ha ha ha. Jiang Xingha's pupils contracted until they seemed about to tear apart, harboring an enormous storm brewing in his eyes. His neck veins bulged, fists gripping hard enough to make his knuckles go white. This was the first time Chu Yang saw such unmasked murderous intent in his eyes. Jiang Xingha stood up, the chair falling with a loud crash due to the excessive movement. The first ray of morning sun shone through the glass window, spilling light around Jiang Xingha's feet. Jiang Xingha exhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling sharply from anger. He shoved his fingers into his hair and grabbed wildly, fishing out a Swiss Army knife from Chu Yang's pocket. Chu Yang saw a pleading look in Mega's eyes. He pursed his lips and exchanged a glance with Xiaoying. Neither of them turned back as they stepped outside. Even outside the door, the viper's wild laughter could still be heard. However, the next second, the laughter turned distorted, and they could faintly hear screams of agony. An eye for an eye. Leaning against the doorway, Chu Yang lit a cigarette, letting it burn on its own between his fingertips. Xiaoying lowered his eyes, big brother Chu smoking because of frustration. "Ha, what a cold joke," Chu Yang muttered, placing the cigarette in his mouth. He flipped open his phone book and found Ji Feng's number. After a long ringtone, when the call was about to hang up, Chen Chei's irritable voice came through the other end. "Who is this? Calling so early in the morning? Go somewhere else to receive your calls." Chu Yang smiled slightly at his terrible mood. Then he heard the rustling sound of fabric rubbing together, followed by a soft click of the door closing. Ji Feng's calm yet curious voice echoed. "Mr. Chu, why are you calling so early? Is it something about Xingha?" Chu Yang clicked his tongue disapprovingly. "Stop worrying about others' wives." Ji Feng seemed to sigh helplessly. "What do you need from me?" Alpha grinned and said, "Sister-in-law, I'll get you a first-class merit." Chapter 93, Mr. Chu accompanies in mourning. Half an hour later, Jiang Xingha came out holding a blood-stained little box. Xiaoying glanced inside the room for a moment, quickly withdrew his gaze, and examined Jiang Xingha. After making sure that Jiang Xingha was not injured, the heart that had been suspended finally settled down. He patted Jiang Xingha's shoulder to comfort him, then went back into the room to let Xia Wan sleep. The Omega's eyes were full of red bloodshot streaks, and when he looked up at the Alpha, Chu Yang couldn't tell whether it was from anger or from crying. Jiang Xingha's hands were trembling, visibly shaking, as if the wooden box weighed 1,000 pounds. Then a large teardrop fell onto the little wooden box, leaving a trail of tears, emitting faint sunflower pheromone smell. Chu Yang felt as though someone had stabbed him in the heart. Jiang Xingha's salty tears dripped onto his wound, causing a sharp pain and making him feel chest tightness. Chu Yang didn't say anything. He gently held Jiang Xingha's hand and led him to the bathroom, turning on the faucet. Chu Yang held Mega's hand under the tap water, carefully washing it, even pressing a pump of hand soap. The foam created by the hand soap was evenly spread by Chu Yang over Jiang Xingha's fingertips, even paying attention to the spaces beneath the fingernails. The mirror reflected Alpha's serious expression. After rinsing off the foam with clear water, Chu Yang took out a small handkerchief from somewhere and meticulously dried Jiang Xingha's hand. He then pressed Mega's hand against his lips, looking intently at Jiang Xingha without blinking, and smiled, "Smells nice." Jiang Xingha couldn't help but curve his lips slightly upon hearing his strange tone. Next, Chu Yang dampened the handkerchief with water, wrung it out until it was half dry, and respectfully picked up the small wooden box carrying the aroma of sunflowers, repeatedly wiping off its dark red stains until there was no trace left. Perhaps due to Su Chi's overly dry and pure glands, there was no hint of blood smell, only the calming scent of sunflower pheromones could be detected. Jiang Xingha watched Chu Yang's movements, his nasal cavity ached. The hard shell of restraint crumbled under Chu Yang's gentleness, and he could no longer suppress his sobs. Tears streamed down Jiang Xingha's cheeks, splashing onto the floor. Mega stubbornly lifted his hand to wipe them away, but they wouldn't stop, gradually choking his voice. Each drop of tear plunged directly into Chu Yang's heart. Heartbroken but at a loss of what to do, Alpha could only softly embrace Jiang Xingha, allowing the fine sobbing sounds to release. Omega choked out in his arms, "Yang, I want to visit my father." Chu Yang's throat tightened as he responded with an affirmative hum. Jiang Xingha leaned his head against Chu Yang's shoulder and cried loudly but freely. He had been suppressing this for 4.5 years, only able to cry like this in his dreams. Jiang Xingha's hand tightly gripped the wooden box, drawing shallow traces on it with his fingertips. His body was quivering, carrying the joy of avenging a great grudge and infinite yearning for his father. All emotions finally found an outlet for release. The confined restroom was filled with Jiang Xingha's suppressed cries. Chu Yang tilted his head back and looked at the ceiling lamp, dazzled, his Alpha's eyes moistening, striving to blink back tears, and then pulled Jiang Xingha closer. He started blaming the heavens, the earth, and himself for those missing 4 years. Chu Yang could not imagine how sorrowful it must have been for Jiang Xingha to walk alone in darkness for such a long time. As Jiang Xingha was crying fiercely, he suddenly heard a muffled wailing sound from above. He froze, sniffed, and raised his head. Chu Yang turned his head and wiped his face hastily, his eyes bloodshot. Jiang Xingha wanted to laugh at him but let out a hiccup instead after opening his mouth. He covered his mouth and couldn't stop crying. Wanting to stop but unable to. Chu Yang bit his lips to suppress laughter. Jiang Xinghe, who sobbed violently, was so adorable, yet fierce. Maybe realizing the rising smile in Chu Yang's expression, Omega raised his hand and slapped him across the arm. Wearing a short sleeve, it produced a crisp sound. You, hiccup, pour me, hiccup, some water. Jiang Xinghe gritted his teeth and shut his mouth. Kicked by Chu Yang, he hurriedly fetched some water for him to drink. After drinking 3 big cups of water, Jiang Xinghe finally calmed down. Both of them glanced at each other and couldn't hold back their laughter. Jiang Xinghe wiped his tears and asked, "What were you crying about just now?" "Because I pity you." Chu Yang sat next to Jiang Xinghe, tilting his head onto his shoulder. Alpha's glands released a slightly sweet soothing pheromone, and Jiang Xinghe's heart that had been pounding since earlier gradually calmed down. Jiang Xinghe patted his head, then pinched Alpha's face, eyes gazing out the window without focus. The sunlight fell on both of them, very warm. Jiang Xinghe squinted slightly and said, Yang, summer has come. Chu Yang shook Jiang Xinghe's hand under the sunlight and replied, "Yeah, summer is here." Suddenly, Jiang Xinghe sat up straight, quickly called Zhang Jieqi and asked how Ching is doing. Hearing the name Zhang Jieqi, Chu Yang paused for a second before realizing it was Jay. He took out his phone, muttering, how could he be? He must have differentiated into an adult. Tell me, who do you think can dominate the other? Can you think about something appropriate for young children? Jiang Xinghe snatched the phone from him, opened the contact list, saw his call record with Ji Feng, hesitated for a moment, then quickly found Jay. The voice of Jay came from the phone, sounding tired but not hopeless. Hello, boss. Jiang Xinghe sighed in relief, it's me. How's Cheng? Oh, boss, he's fine. The anesthesia hasn't worn off yet, he's sleeping now. Jay yawned while speaking. That's good. Thanks to all of you. You should rest too. Jay responded with a then hung up. He looked at Cheng lying quietly on the bed, looking so obedient that one wouldn't believe how talkative he usually was. Jay's eyes were blackened from lack of sleep, feeling extremely sleepy but unable to sleep, filled with worry. What a little rascal, I treated you like my own son, yet. Cheng's last words, Brother Chi, I like you, echoed in Jay's mind for hours, driving him crazy. If Cheng woke up now, Jay would definitely pull him up and beat him. Cheng had already taken a highly efficient suppressant, just as Jay had expected, this guy indeed differentiated into an alpha. His pheromones carried a minty alpha scent. Jay crushed the mint candy used to refresh his mind, feeling very cool. Jay sighed repeatedly, thinking his education still wasn't thorough enough. He should let Cheng read more books about AO. Jay stared at Cheng's sleeping face for a while, noticing the signs of youthfulness fading, realizing he had become an adult. A faint snoring sound broke the silence in the quiet room. Akang and Xiaomi were sound asleep on the adjacent care bed like 2 dead pigs. Xiao Lu was busy typing on his notebook. Upon sensing Jay's gaze, he tilted his head in confusion. Jay waved dismissively, just play your game. Chapter 94, Brother Yang. Jiang Xinghe gently pressed his cheek against the little wooden box, rubbing it, reminiscent of when he was embraced by Su Qi as a child. The sunflower pheromones inside the wooden box gradually weakened, but Jiang Xinghe still felt unprecedented peace under his father's pheromones. Chu Yang's palm covered Mega's head and tenderly stroked Jiang Xinghe's soft hair. With great respect, Jiang Xinghe held the wooden box with both hands and passed it to Chu Yang. His fingers lightly caressed the lid of the wooden box and whispered softly, Yang, please help me. Jiang Xinghe couldn't bring himself to say the 5 words, turn him into ashes, but Chu Yang understood. This feeling of saying goodbye again to a loved one, Chu Yang didn't want Jiang Xinghe to go through it again. He solemnly cradled the wooden box in his hand and nodded very seriously. The wooden box containing Su Qi's gland was handed over to the security team captain. Despite being tall and big, he was quite meticulous in his work. But Chu Yang reiterated the importance, and the captain nodded several times, Mr. Chu, you can rest assured. If I don't handle this well, you can throw me into the incinerator. Go ahead, I'll give you a bonus back in Shisai, Chu Yang patted the captain's shoulder. Without a doubt, following Chu Yang was exhilarating, clear rewards and punishments, and never hesitant when giving money. Jiang Xinghe was pushed by Chu Yang into room 502 to rest. Mega lay on the bed and realized he didn't intend to sleep together. Are you waiting for Brother Feng? Chu Yang's movement faltered when covering him with the blanket. He frowned unhappily, every time you call him Brother Feng, my brain buzzes. Are you two really that close? Have such great feelings? Calling him brother so enthusiastically and calling me only by name. Name. Alpha harbored discontent in his heart. Jiang Xinghe always called him by his first name, except for occasional calls of Tuan Tuan, there was nothing else. Chu Yang really wanted to hear Jiang Xinghe call him dear. If he could call him husband, the alpha might become so excited that he could take off on the spot. Jiang Xinghe laughed and said, you're so petty. So, Brother Yang, are you going to see Director Ji? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, and a light kiss landed on Jiang Xinghe's forehead as he chuckled softly, sleep well. Stop asking about society matters. The curtains were pulled tightly, with only a faint light seeping in. After Chu Yang turned off the bedside lamp, the room fell into dimness. Only Chu Yang's voice could be heard. Good night, my baby. When you wake up, Brother Yang will take you home. Jiang Xinghe closed his eyes in peace. Chu Yang had a magical charm. It felt like there was nothing to fear or worry about when he was around. Finally, Jiang Xinghe's tense nerves relaxed as he drifted off deeply into the sun-scented blanket. Perhaps soothed by his father's pheromones, Jiang Xinghe slept soundly, finally seeing Su Qi and Jiang Qing smiling at him in his dreams. The nightmare that was always shrouded in darkness had completely dissipated. For the first time in a long while, Jiang Xinghe felt the warm embrace of his father, like his sunflower pheromones, carrying the scent of sunshine. He heard Jiang Qing whisper gently, "Baby, you've worked hard." Tears slid down from the corner of Jiang Xinghe's eyes, soaking the pillow beneath his head. Chu Yang did not leave immediately. Half squatting by Jiang Xinghe's bedside, his eyes adapted to the darkness where he could vaguely make out Jiang Xinghe's outline. The alpha reached out and touched Jiang Xinghe's eye corner, feeling its wetness. Chu Yang leaned down, planting a kiss at the corner of his eye, saying tenderly, "Dream well, I love you." Chu Yang tiptoed out and closed the bedroom door quietly, then stepped into the opposite 501. The alpha hadn't slept much these past 2 days. As soon as he sat on the sofa, yawns followed endlessly. Chu Yang shook his head lightly. The sound of glass breaking on the floor came from Knife Scar's room, instantly driving away his sleepiness. Chu Yang quickly pushed open the door of Knife Scar's room. She was trying to pick up the shattered glass pieces on the floor. Luckily, her wrist was locked by handcuffs, otherwise, the shards would have already slashed her arteries. Seeing Chu Yang enter, the once dazed pupils of Knife Scar focused momentarily, and she appeared even more feeble. Is he dead? Chu Yang helped Knife Scar onto the bed and glanced at her hand wound. It wasn't deep. The alpha kicked the broken glass on the ground to one side. Are you in such a hurry to die? You've endured for 20 years. Can you not hold on a few more days? The Viper testified for you during the interrogation. He said you did not directly participate in the operations of the Gland Corporation. Although your cowardice directly led to the sacrifices of Uncle Su and Uncle Jiang, I do want to kill you. Chu Yang pulled the chair from her room, sat in front of Knife Scar, crossed his arms and looked at her, but since Brother Xinghe has chosen to let you go, you should just wait quietly for the law's judgment. Life is long. A few years on a sewing machine, and you can still live well after you get out. Knife Scar looked at the young alpha in front of her, frowning and impatiently speaking something unfamiliar to him, then smiled, "Mr. Chu, not everyone has the good fortune you do, and not everyone's life can start over again." "Yeah, I'm just lucky, which most people truly can't envy." The alpha tilted his chin slightly, and his gaze flashed with disdain. Chu Yang stood up and pulled open the curtains, letting sunlight pour in, squinting slightly. "There is one thing you said that is absolutely right, everyone's life cannot start over again, such as Brother Xinghe's father. They are buried forever underground and can never come back." The alpha's gaze flickered for a moment but was quickly overshadowed by gloom as he looked down at Knife Scar lying on the hospital bed. "Uncle Su once caught your hand. They also tried to pull hundreds or thousands of people out of the mud and paid the price of their lives. Su Shi, why do you deserve to die? Live well. There are still several decades ahead, don't disappoint Uncle Su. After all, you were the last person he sought to save at the end of his life." Chu Yang rarely talks this much to outsiders, and after finishing, he even felt a bit thirsty. He stepped to the doorway, returned to clean up the broken glass on the floor, and finally took all sharp items from this room. Before leaving, Chu Yang looked back once. Su Shi leaned quietly against the headboard, looking out the window, spreading her right hand to let the sunlight fall on her palm. Chu Yang thought she wouldn't attempt suicide again. Forgiveness was impossible, but this woman had suffered enough hardships. Even if Chu Yang held grudges for every slight, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to hurt her. The door of 501 was still open when Chu Yang stepped out from Su Shi's room, just as Ji Feng entered with 3 members from the search division. There remained a faint smell of blood in the room. Ji Feng looked around and didn't see Jiang Xinghe's figure. "Where is Xinghe? Is he injured?" "Sound asleep next door," Chu Yang said dryly with a slight curl of his lips. "Ji Feng, can't you stop worrying about other people's wives?" The 3 colleagues from the search division were standing nearby, listening to their division head, the Minister of Maintenance, and heir of Hurricane Group talk about love and grievances. They all pricked up their ears. Ji Feng waved his hand in the air and frowned. "Chu Yang, I'm only showing concern as a friend. Retract your pheromones, they're too overpowering." The pheromone concealing patch on Ji Feng's neck caught Chu Yang's eyes. Chu Yang twirled it in his mind before maliciously walking over and ripping it off Ji Feng. The scene wasn't suitable for children, cover your eyes fast. Chapter 95, Shock. Director Ji's boyfriend is an alpha. Ji Feng had always maintained a tall and austere image within the search division. At this moment, the usually aloof Director Ji was facing them with disheveled nape hair visible without any restraint. The 3 young colleagues from the search division stared straight. "Oh my gosh. The little one from Director Ji's home sure is fierce." Ji Feng didn't react much to Chu Yang's impoliteness. His bottom line had already been destroyed by Chen Che into the Mariana Trench. This behavior simply couldn't elicit anger from him, making him feel that Chu Yang's hands truly lacked discipline. Thus, Ji Feng silently sighed imperceptibly, thinking that birds of a feather flock together indeed. There was a reason these two could play together. The only difference was that, in his eyes, Chen Chei's actions were cute while Chu Yang was both cheap and deserved a beating. But considering Hurricane Group donates money to the FAO Alliance every year, Ji Feng loosely clenched his fists and restrained himself. Chu Yang smirked and threw the pheromone concealment patch in his hand into the trash can. That Chen Chei really went hard. Is that kid in his sensitive period? Wow, you're gland, TSK. In an instant, the three junior colleagues widened their eyes. Just now, Mr. Chu referred to who? Chen Chei. The people from the search division had met Chen Chei. Last year during Ji Feng's team-building event, they went to Double Agent, owned by Chen Chei, where Chen Chei danced sensually on stage with plaster on his leg, a memory unforgettable for life. After all, how many of these league members had seen such spicy alphas? Alpha. Director Ji's partner is an alpha. The three quickly exchanged glances and silently backed toward the door. They knew too much today. They feared Director Ji might silence them. Ji Feng heard the door close with a click and looked back but couldn't find the figures of the three anymore. Only hearing their voices outside the door, Director, we'll keep watch here. Call us if there's anything. Ji Feng helplessly pinched his temples. He had only slept at 3 in the morning yesterday, and this morning Chu Yang woke him up early. His temples throbbed continuously. Where's Viper? Ji Feng glanced around the surrounding environment, finally locking onto the first room on the left side of the living room corridor. There were faint traces of dark red on the doorknob. Chu Yang pointed vaguely with his chin in the same direction Ji Feng analyzed. Without hesitation, Ji Feng walked over, gripped the handle, and twisted open the door. The strong smell of blood greeted him. The floor was in disarray, and the Viper still sat slouched on the chair, without any signs of life. Ji Feng's gaze shifted from Viper's body to the crimson blood flowing from behind the chair, forming a pool of stickiness on the ground. He quietly approached, circling around to the back of the Viper and finally fixed his eyes on the Viper's nape. There was a bloody hole there, nothing could flow out anymore, yet the surrounding redness still seemed fresh. Ji Feng slightly frowned at the sight. His leather shoes were stepping on the not yet fully dried crimson. Ji Feng lifted his hand to shield his nose. He had seen a similar scene in the classified archives of the FAO Alliance, with Su Qi being the main character. The window in the room was open, the breeze rustling the curtains. Outside, the sunlight was bright, yet Ji Feng felt a piercing cold and heartache. This heartache naturally wasn't for the Viper, but for Su Qi who died from excessive blood loss. Ji Feng lowered his eyes, closed the door, and already understood what happened. Chu Yang leaned against the opposite wall, the corners of his mouth lightly curled, but his eyes showed no emotion, staring at Ji Feng, defiance to the end, got what he deserved. Ji Feng also leaned against the wall, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. There were only 2 left, and he looked at Chu Yang, do you want one? Quit. As he said that, Chu Yang still obeyed his inner desire and took the cigarette Ji Feng offered. In this kind of situation, the fluctuations in psychology are infinitely magnified. Chu Yang's hand was shaking as he lit the cigarette, unsure what Jiang Xinghe had thought about during those 30 minutes, whether he associated it with his own father. Chu Yang's heart felt gripped, he regretted giving the knife to Jiang Xinghe, something like this should have been done by him. Ji Feng felt the same oppression. The two lit their cigarettes and leaned against the wall, taking light puffs. The taste of nicotine could slightly mask the smell of blood. Ji Feng exhaled a ring of smoke and spoke, Viper transplanted Uncle Su's gland, right? Chu Yang extinguished the half-smoked cigarette as Jiang Xinghe didn't like the smell of smoke. Ji Feng nodded, deeply exhaling a breath without saying more. Chu Yang pushed open the door of the adjacent Scar's room, Director Ji, your first-class merit is here. Ji Feng looked towards the woman lying on the bed inside the room, an S-level wanted criminal, Scar, whose profile he'd seen in the FAO Alliance's confidential records. Chu Yang picked up a file folder of a certain thickness from the coffee table in the living room, and Ji Feng reached out to take it. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang retracted his hand. Director Ji, Jiang Xinghe just came out to inspect the branch company with me, and he didn't participate in this matter, right? Ji Feng paused his hand, meeting Alpha's cold gaze, and pulled back his hand. Chu Yang, I will write the operation report truthfully, it was you and Xinghe who captured Scar together. Ji Feng has his principles, credit that doesn't belong to him, he won't take, but if it's his, no one can snatch it away. Chu Yang frowned slightly, what do you mean, Ji Feng? But sometimes these principles could give way a little for reason. Ji Feng once liked Jiang Xinghe and understood very well how much hatred weighed on his heart. Even if he had to face the court, Jiang Xinghe would stick to his present choice. As a friend, Ji Feng chose to support him. Ji Feng looked towards Viper's room, his eyes carrying complex emotions. As for him, let's handle it as you suggested, his resistance was futile, and his death was deserved. But Chu Yang, I think Xinghe wouldn't lie. Alpha sneered, don't act like you know Star Brother better than I do. Chu Yang genuinely couldn't stand Ji Feng's behavior. If not for knowing that Chen Chei had already gotten to him, Chu Yang would surely find a way to beat him up. Ji Feng, seeing Chu Yang's irritated look, felt quite pleased, and chuckled lightly. Chu Yang, your pheromones should be vodka. Chu Yang frowned. What do you mean? Old vinegar suits you more. As soon as Ji Feng finished speaking, he stepped forward and opened the room door, letting the three colleagues come in and get to work. Chu Yang kept the anger bottled up. Now being indebted to someone, he didn't dare burst out. It wasn't appropriate for a businessman like him to stay while the search division people worked, so he turned to go to the opposite room to find Jiang Xinghe. He had taken a step when Ji Feng stopped him. What? Ji Feng took the envelope still clenched in Chu Yang's hand, waved it, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chu. It's because we have citizens like you that Seth developed so well." Chu Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. Are you crazy? Infected by Chinche? After cursing, the Alpha took out the key and unlocked 502, walked inside, and ignored Ji Feng. Ji Feng sat on the sofa, untied the string wrapped around the envelope, and just as he was about to take a look, his phone started ringing with a sound Chinche had set up while he slept. Wife. Hubby's calling. Wife. Hubby's calling. It was Chinche's voice. He recorded it personally, changed it while Ji Feng was sleeping, even turning the volume all the way up. Echoes sounded within the room. The colleague wearing gloves, who was sampling, suddenly froze, his expression rather peculiar. My gosh. Director G. He. Is a zero. Chapter 96, It's none of my business, but you're my concern. Ji Feng quietly lowered the volume, walked to a corner of the living room, and pressed the answer button. The large-leaf turtleback bamboo on the low cabinet flourished, and Ji Feng stretched out a hand to touch the leaves. They were smooth. Chen Che's tone sounded very off, and Ji Feng could even hear the Alpha pacing back and forth in the room. Ji Feng, where did you go? You vanished early in the morning. Leaning against the wall, Ji Feng raised his eyes to glance at his colleagues' positions, lowering his voice gently. I have a mission, I'm on a business trip, but I'll be back tonight. Chen Che paused in his steps and let out an oh, his anger subsiding instantly, followed by a brief silence. Ji Feng sensed something was off with Chen Che and asked, what's wrong? Are you mad? Or is there something going on at home? Chen Che remained silent for 2 seconds, as if deep in thought. After a while, he asked, is your mission dangerous? Nope, just wrapping up some loose ends. What's up? Ji Feng glanced at the half-torn green leaf in his hand and quietly tossed it into the trash can. Although Chen Che didn't spell it out, Ji Feng could still feel his concern. The Alpha was worried that Ji Feng might be sent on an urgent mission, fearing that what he was about to say would affect Ji Feng's mood and cloud his judgment, putting him in danger. That's why he asked. Fortunately, even though Chen Che didn't come out and say it directly, Ji Feng understood the underlying message. Once he learned there was nothing serious, Chen Che opened up like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. I'm so pissed. Shit. Who the hell reported Color Bar? Now the Market Supervision Bureau has shut down my bar. They won't let me operate until they finish their investigation. I lose millions every day. Even over the call, Ji Feng could picture Chen Che flinging pillows and kicking the sofa. Though the Alpha had a bad temper, he never broke fragile items, he preferred throwing cushions around to vent his anger. Who reported it? What was the reason? Chen Che ground his teeth and said, they accuse me of selling contraband goods and engaging in illegal transactions. I'm speechless. All my money is clean. If I find out who did this, I'll kill him. Chen Che had invested a great deal of effort into running Color Bar. Unlike the Chen Group, it was an industry he'd nurtured through hard work. He spent a lot of time in Color Bar, not just to meet people but also to deeply understand consumer preferences. That's why he was so furious. Otherwise, losing some money wouldn't have been enough to make him so angry. Leaning against the wall, Ji Feng tore another leaf off the turtleback bamboo and comforted him, alright, don't get upset. I'll be back soon and we'll deal with it together. Chen Che sniffed and said sarcastically, Director Ji, does this fall under your jurisdiction? Ji Feng played with the leaf in his hands and chuckled softly, this isn't my job, but you are mine. This sentence appeased Chen Che, whose anger diminished significantly. He started teasing back, Director Ji should come home early and discipline me. Ji Feng's Adam's apple moved slightly as he said, got it. Wait for me at home, I need to go to work now. After hanging up, Ji Feng stared at the almost bald turtleback bamboo and fell into deep thought. From working in King Island to the FAO Alliance headquarters, he had always been involved in investigative case solving. Although his profession made him occasionally suspicious, his intuition had always been spot on. Chen Che had a fun-loving personality and maintained good relationships with his partners. Even his competitors hadn't dared cross lines with him. And there was no way Chen Che would engage in illegal activities. He even respected personal consent in his private matters, facts that Ji Feng had secretly investigated using a bit of authority, nearly driving himself crazy in the process. In short, Chen Che didn't have any enemies. Then who could it be? Ji Feng put his phone in his pocket and gave a bitter laugh, concluding it must have something to do with his father. Ji Qingji couldn't risk moving against the Chen family business out of fear of a conflict with Chen Shenchang, so he chose instead to hit back indirectly by targeting Chen Che's private enterprises. Ji Feng sighed in resignation, pinching the bridge of his nose. When will his father ever respect his son's choices? Inside the spacious chairman's office, Ji Qingji listened to his assistant's report and sipped tea from the tea tray. Yesterday, at a certain business banquet, he met Chen Shunchang and mentioned casually about Chen Che and Ji Feng. Chen Shunchang seemed momentarily surprised, clearly having no clue about his son's romantic life. However, before Ji Qingji could rejoice for 2 seconds, Chen Shunchang grinned and shook his hand, calling out warmly, "Father-in-law." Ji Qingji was stunned on the spot. He only heard Chen Shunchang say, "Oh, it turns out it's Ji Feng, that young prodigy. I've heard of him." Finally, Chen Che seems to have chosen wisely. "Let's arrange a dinner between our families sometime." Ji Qingji laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. "Hell if I'll be related to you." Shutting down, color bar, was purely meant as a warning to both of them and a clear statement of Ji Qingji's stance. There was no way he'd accept an alpha as his daughter-in-law. Ji Feng finished his wrap-up work quickly. The 3 younger colleagues happily remarked that this was the easiest task they'd encountered since starting their careers. The physical condition of Scarface wasn't good, so Ji Feng directly arranged for a doctor from Haicheng Hospital to accompany them and they flew back to Shisa together. Scarface was carried down on a stretcher. Ji Feng looked at his colleague and said, "You go down first, I have something to say to Mr. Chu." The colleagues nodded and went downstairs first. Ji Feng's finger was about to knock on the door of room 502 when the door opened. Chu Yang's weary face appeared with dark circles under his eyes. "Were you waiting for me?" Ji Feng glanced inside and Chu Yang blocked his view, closing the door. They stood in the hallway. Anyway, currently only the 2 of them and Jiang Xinghe were in this building. "Ah," Chu Yang sighed, hesitating, "Younger sister-in-law, what do you think I should do to persuade brother Xinghe? He definitely wouldn't abandon his responsibility." As it turned out, Chu Yang had claimed he was going to take a nap but hadn't slept at all. Ji Feng smiled knowingly, "I think you should leave the choice to Xinghe and let him make his own decision." Chu Yang frowned. If he makes the choice, he'll choose to stand before the FAO Alliance Court for trial, and receiving punishment would be the lightest sentence. If sentenced to imprisonment. Our president is not difficult to persuade, isn't Mr. Chu full of money? Ji Feng patted his shoulder. "All right, I'm leaving. I need to report back. You should consider carefully." Chu Yang looked at Ji Feng's back and helplessly touched his nose. What kind of person was that? Teaching him to bribe the FAO president. However, it could be worth a try. If there wasn't enough money, then asking Father Sun for help would work. Ji Feng was right, he should leave the choice to Jiang Xinghe. And whatever choice Jiang Xinghe made, Chu Yang would support him completely. Chu Yang slightly smiled, sighing in relief, stretched, and wanted to return to hug Mega for a good nap when he realized he had left the keys on the low cabinet in the foyer. "Hey!" The alpha helplessly clenched his fists and lightly hit the wall. This lousy neighborhood. Why didn't they popularize password or fingerprint locks? Chapter 97, Squid Circle Ring. Jiang Xinghe's arm had fallen asleep under his head, and his body's instinct prompted him to open his eyes slightly. His right arm almost lost sensation. Mega got startled and quickly sat up, rubbing it with his left hand to promote blood circulation. Jiang Xinghe tried moving his fingers, soon regaining sensation. Omega got up and pulled open the curtain. Outside the window, it was already evening, and one could see the afterglow of the sunset far away. Yang. Jiang Xinghe walked out of the bedroom, seeing no trace of Chu Yang, curiously picking up his phone to call Chu Yang. After a long while, the call was answered, and the alpha's voice on the other end was lazy from being woken up. Honey, you're awake. Jiang Xinghe entered the kitchen and poured himself a cup of warm water, curious, where did you go to sleep? Chu Yang yawned widely, and the next second, Jiang Xinghe heard a knocking sound on the door. Jiang Xinghe immediately opened the door and saw Chu Yang rubbing his eyes, his hair all messy. Mega glanced behind him and saw that room 501 was still open. Chu Yang must have come out from there. Why did you sleep in the neighboring room? Chu Yang drank all the water from the cup Jiang Xinghe was holding, becoming much more alert. I forgot my keys when I went out and didn't want to wake you, so I slept in the neighbor's place. Brother Xinghe, are you hungry? I'll take you out to eat, then we can go home. There's an 8 o'clock flight. After saying that, Chu Yang returned to the bedroom to start packing his small suitcase. This time, he had only brought a few changes of clothes which he crumpled up and threw into the suitcase, and those special items were put back exactly where they were taken from. After putting them away, Chu Yang secretly glanced at Jiang Xinghe, relieved to see that Mega wasn't looking at him. Before coming, Chu Yang thought catching the venomous snake would make Jiang Xinghe very happy. Although Jiang Xinghe seemed happy now, early in the morning, Chu Yang truly didn't expect Jiang Xinghe to cry like that. Chu Yang couldn't stop thinking how stupid he felt, wondering what was in his brain all day. He had actually brought that thing on such a serious trip. Fortunately, Jiang Xinghe didn't pay attention to it, otherwise, if he thought Chu Yang was affected by brain worm, it would be impossible to clear his name. A good alpha should learn to respect his Mega. Jiang Xinghe looked around as if searching for something. Chu Yang closed the suitcase and walked over to Jiang Xinghe, patting his head softly and saying gently, Uncle Su's gland has been processed. I've asked Captain Sun to take it back to Shisa first. The Alpha held Jiang Xinghe in his arms. Tomorrow we'll go see Uncle Su and Uncle Jiang, okay? Jiang Xinghe nodded and asked, what about Xiaoying? And Feng, Ji Feng. Chu Yang pinched Jiang Xinghe's earlobe. He seemed in a good mood. Xiaoying and the others returned to King Island at noon. They didn't call you because they wanted you to sleep more. As for Ji Feng, he should already be in Shisa by now. Alright, let's go, the car is waiting downstairs. Chu Yang pulled the luggage with one hand and took Jiang Xinghe's hand to head downstairs. Jiang Xinghe suddenly stopped, his face showing complexity and guilt. He pointed at room 501, speaking with difficulty, this house, how will we explain it to the tenant? Maybe I'll just buy it. Currently, room 501 could be considered a cursed house, and the building's property value was sure to fall. Jiang Xinghe felt annoyed that earlier, driven by emotion, he hadn't thought much about it. Though he felt better, he realized he had inadvertently affected everyone in the building. Hey, come on, Chu Yang's eyes were almost brimming with love, darling, there's no one as kind-hearted as you in this world. Jiang Xinghe pursed his lips, feeling that the person who had made swift decisions today wasn't exactly kind. Chu Yang's Swiss Army knife was quick, but Jiang Xinghe's movements today were slow. Don't worry. Room 501 belongs to Zhang Jieqi. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I'll give him an apartment in Shisa as compensation. Chu Yang pinched Jiang Xinghe's palm, and besides, this neighborhood is going to be developed in 2 months anyway. Being in a coastal city, there's no worry about its development. Don't think too much about it. Jiang Xinghe finally relaxed and followed Chu Yang downstairs. Sure enough, there was a long business car waiting for them downstairs. The driver stood by the car awaiting them. Upon seeing them, he called out, Mr. Chu, and opened the back seat door. After the two got in, he closed the door and walked around to the driver's seat. Summer days are longer, and at 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky was only faintly tinged with dusk. The cool sea breeze was very comfortable. The driver had already eaten dinner and after parking the car in the lot, he waited inside the vehicle. Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe got out of the car to eat dinner. Both were dressed very casually, wearing Hawaiian flower shirts and large shorts, looking like they were on vacation. The Alpha didn't even bother to fasten the collar properly, revealing his collarbone, giving glimpses of bulging muscles underneath. Jiang Xinghe glanced sideways casually and murmured softly, Chu Yang, button up your shirt. Chu Yang looked down at himself and smiled, it's perfect, so sexy. Who was it that bragged about their moral integrity before? Jiang Xinghe stepped into the restaurant and gave him a cold look. The Alpha hesitated for a moment, quickly buttoning up his shirt with a smile, the air conditioning is set too low here, a bit chilly. Jiang Xinghe smiled but didn't say anything as the waiter led them to a windowside seat. This restaurant limits its number of guests daily and requires reservations made several days in advance. That they could get a spot without reservation obviously meant Chu Yang had used his financial influence. Jiang Xinghe sighed again, it's really great to be rich. The first course served by the waiter was octopus balls, nothing small about them. Their octopus balls were as big as Jiang Xinghe's fist, containing a whole baby octopus inside. In that case, why don't you marry me, and I'll give you half of Hurricane Group. Chu Yang cut the octopus ball for Jiang Xinghe with a small knife to make it easier for him to eat. Alright, then I'd better get ready to join the wealthy family. Jiang Xinghe picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The baby octopus inside was pickled and very flavorful. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow and picked up the fried squid rings from his plate and slid one onto Jiang Xinghe's finger, no regrets now. Jiang Xinghe laughed while watching the squid ring hanging on his ring finger, is this a ring? If it were a bit bigger, it could serve as a bracelet. I'll reserve it for you, so you don't run away. Chu Yang's eyes were red from exhaustion, yet when he looked at Jiang Xinghe, they were bright. Jiang Xinghe nibbled a bite of the squid circle off his finger, alright, I'll watch your performance. Compared to Jiang Xinghe, Chu Yang ate like a bird, taking one bite and yawning once. Concerned, Jiang Xinghe peeled several shrimps and fed them to him personally, which allowed Chu Yang to eat a bit more. Chu Yang slept throughout the flight when they arrived and still slept during the entire trip back. Jiang Xinghe covered Chu Yang with a small blanket and patted him lightly. Chu Yang slightly opened his eyes, smiling and reaching out to interlace his fingers with Jiang Xinghe's. When the two returned home, it was already midnight. Chu Yang had sent the child to his father's place, leaving the house silent, except for a few intermittent cicada chirps outside. Exhausted from sleep deprivation, the two embraced and fell asleep instantly. There was no thought of showering or even changing clothes. Chapter 98, Legal Reasoning versus Emotional Judgment. After returning from Haicheng to Shisa, Ji Feng found himself swamped with work. Gan Daoba's health condition was so poor that he could only be detained at the Seth Central Hospital, which also meant interrogations had to take place there. The confession Chu Yang obtained from Du Shi was verified immediately after being handed over to Ji Feng. It mostly aligned with the facts and significantly aided in dismantling the underground gland trafficking organization in Seth. Staring at the 4 words, action report, on his computer screen, Ji Feng fell into deep thought. As part of the process, a forensic pathologist would determine the cause of death after an autopsy. Since entering King Island, Ji Feng had always kept the 4 words, law knows no mercy, etched into his heart. They were not only Seth's defense line but its moral bottom line as well. But The cursor kept blinking. Ji Feng stared at the forensic death report stating, gland loss, fatal stab wound to the neck gland area, bled out. He didn't know how to proceed. He used to be a special training instructor in King Island, and Jiang Xinghe was one of his first students. Ji Feng knew better than anyone what sacrifices Jiang Xinghe had made to reach this point. He was among the hardest working and most eager learners in that batch. Even before knowing Jiang Xinghe was a mega, Ji Feng had already paid attention to him because of his relentless dedication. Jiang Xinghe trained tirelessly even during rest periods, consistently achieving outstanding results. When Ji Feng accidentally saw on Jiang Xinghe's medical form that his second gender was marked as a mega, he was overwhelmed by shock. It was probably then that he began to feel Jiang Xinghe was different from others. Now reflecting, Ji Feng realized his affection for Jiang Xinghe stemmed from admiration. Yet, his fondness for Chen Che was baseless yet uncontrollable. Ji Feng buried his hands in his hair, wavering between legal reasoning and emotional judgment. The slightly open door was knocked on, interrupting Ji Feng's train of thought, who abruptly sat upright. Gu Jingqian, dressed casually, entered and turned on Ji Feng's office light. He glanced at his watch and laughed lightly, "You're working overtime again. It's already 9:30. Ji Feng stood up and greeted President Gu, instinctively covering the death report on his desk with the files. Gu Jingqian briefly glanced over the documents on Ji Feng's desk with a piercing gaze and smiled knowingly. Is Xinghe in Haicheng? Ji Feng raised his eyes toward Gu Jingqian, revealing a rare nervous tension. President Gu, about Xinghe. Gu Jingqian raised his hand to stop him mid-sentence. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window and looking down at the tranquil streets below, he continued quietly, Xinghe is like my own child, whom I watched grow up. Since childhood, he has been kind and gentle. That warm-hearted child ended up walking down a dead-end road, where no one can pull him out anymore. Ji Feng pressed his hand on the report and pondered what President Gu was implying. Turning around, Gu Jingqian looked at Ji Feng directly, what's right? And what's wrong? Xinghe's methods weren't entirely appropriate, but do she deserve to die anyway? Should I punish someone who has nearly sacrificed everything for peace in Seth, all for the sake of some scum that deserved it? That would break people's hearts. The Jiang family has sacrificed enough for Seth. Seth owes them far too much, we cannot put their child on trial. Pausing, Gu Jingqian locked eyes with Ji Feng, stepping closer and patting Ji Feng's shoulder. Director Ji, do you understand what I'm saying? Dedicating half his life to Seth, this was the only personal favor Gu Jingqian ever asked. Ji Feng felt the icy blood inside him come alive, and the alpha firmly nodded, President Gu, I understand. Good, Gu Jingqian reverted to his jovial demeanor, looking like a benevolent elder, you've worked hard, go home and rest early. There will always be more work tomorrow. Yes, President Gu, please walk safely. I'll tidy up and head home shortly. Gu Jingqian nodded and pushed the door open but paused momentarily, turning back to Ji Feng, seeing all of you young people, I suddenly feel old. But with passionate and sincere young ones like you guarding Seth, it will become more vibrant and get better and better. Ji Feng hesitated, wanting to respond, but Gu Jingqian had already walked out. Raising his eyes to glance at the clock on the wall, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. By now, Chen Che should still be awake, likely playing on his phone. Ji Feng smiled softly, saved the incomplete document, and moved the mouse pointer towards the shutdown button. He switched off the lights in the office, locked the door, and stepped into the elevator. When he got home, Chen Che was indeed still awake, lying on the bed playing games. Ji Feng had been running around all day and had broken out in a sweat. Chen Che wouldn't let him near the bed, you stink. Even the smell has gotten worse. Go take a shower right now. Ji Feng raised his arm to smell it, there was definitely some sweat smell, but were his pheromones really that bad? If they were, why did Chen Che force him to release more during his sensitive period? Alpha pheromones were useless for an omega sensitive period anyway. Unfortunately, Chen Che had lost his mind at the time and had forgotten everything he said. Ji Feng thought it would be necessary to install a recording device at home, to record everything he said so he couldn't deny it later. After Ji Feng took a shower, he approached and took away Chen Che's phone. Alright, staring at your phone screen too much is bad for your eyes. Ji Feng, you're more overbearing than my own dad, Chen Che complained as he obediently dived into the quilt and patted the spot beside him, signaling Ji Feng to come over. Ji Feng smiled and lifted the blanket to embrace Chen Che into his arms. Chen Che nestled into his arms, criticizing how hard Ji Feng's muscles felt while finding a comfortable position. Ji Feng, I need to tell you something. Chen Che played with Ji Feng's bathrobe sash while speaking. Ji Feng stroked Chen Che's head gently and asked warmly, what is it? Is it related to? Hearing this, Chen Che sat up a little from his embrace, looking somewhat troubled. Ji Feng understood, someone had maliciously reported them, and he had figured out who it was. Was the person who reported us your father? Chen Che raised an eyebrow, you knew this all along and didn't tell me. Ji Feng straightened his clothes, making sure even the sleepwear fit properly like an alpha should. I was just guessing. I haven't confirmed yet. Chen Che hugged his arms and replied, tomorrow, I'm going to talk to your dad about this. Do you have any objections? No objections. Ji Feng pulled Chen Che back into his arms, but remember, my father is getting old. Try not to be, too crude, or use fewer dirty words. Chen Che punched him twice on the shoulder, raising his eyebrows. What were you about to say? Were you calling me vulgar? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Punching pretty hard, Ji Feng massaged his shoulder. Chen Che stared at Ji Feng's exhausted face, pursed his lips and said, it's good enough that I didn't kill you. Turn off the light and go to sleep. Ji Feng propped himself up, turned off the bedside lamp, then scooped Chen Che into his arms and laughed. My emotions have been fluctuating wildly today. I only feel settled when I hold you. The previously struggling alpha stopped his motions and asked, what happened? Is something wrong? Ji Feng leaned down, using his chin to rub the top of Chen Che's head. It's confidential, I'm not telling you. You annoy me. Chapter 99, Returning Souls. A rain fell in the morning. Everyone originally assumed today would be gloomy, but after Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe woke up, they noticed the sky had cleared. Jiang Xinghe took a bite of the sandwich he was chewing, noticing the clouds had dispersed considerably. A faint smile appeared on his face. Today is a good day. After we pay respects to Dad, let's take a walk. Sure, wherever you want to go. Chu Yang placed the warmed-up milk in front of Jiang Xinghe and observed the mega's mood. It truly seemed genuine that he was in a decent mood. After finishing breakfast, Chu Yang brought out 2 perfectly ironed black suits. I don't need to dress formally, I didn't lose them again. Jiang Xinghe gave them a quick glance and hung the suits back in the wardrobe. He dug out 2 casual outfits instead. I'll meet your parents as your boyfriend. Aren't you excited? I am. Chu Yang's throat moved slightly, and his voice sounded dry. Jiang Xinghe looked strong despite wanting to cry a little. Mega hadn't cried enough. Jiang Xinghe raised his hand to take off his pajamas, turning back to look at Chu Yang. Brother Yang, could you step out for a bit? I'm changing. Chu Yang composed himself, acting nonchalant once more, leaning against the doorframe of the wardrobe with his 2 small canines showing. Change in front of me. Haven't I seen every part of you? Not only have I seen them, I've also. Chu Yang's sentence got interrupted when Jiang Xinghe threw a shirt at his face. Chu Yang grinned, removing the shirt from his face and stepped out of the room. It's better to know when to stop. If you push too far, it may irritate. As Jiang Xinghe came out dressed, he noticed Chu Yang had tidied up already. However, the alpha didn't wear the casual outfit he provided. A well-fitted casual suit highlighted the tall stature of the alpha, not overly formal, yet dignified. Jiang Xinghe stepped forward and pinched Chu Yang's suit jacket, noting its thickness. Surprised, he asked, Yang, today the highest temperature outside is 30 degrees Celsius. Aren't you hot? Chu Yang remained unfazed and adjusted the crease in his pants. Isn't this about meeting the parents? Shouldn't I dress a bit more formally? What if the uncles don't like me? Overdoing it, Jiang Xinghe criticized without hesitation. When you were a kid, you rode on my father's shoulders, forcing him to take you for a walk. Now you're suddenly concerned with appearances, isn't it a little too late? Where did that happen? Chu Yang picked up the car keys, preparing to hold Jiang Xinghe's hand to head to the suburban cemetery. In Jiang Xinghe's palm was a small white porcelain jar. The alpha's hand stopped midair as he tried to hold Jiang Xinghe's, then turned to pat his head instead. Chu Yang parked the car in the public parking lot, holding Jiang Xinghe's hand as they climbed a series of steps, walking deeper into the cemetery. The summer wind was warm, and Jiang Xinghe smelled the scent of sunflowers in the air. In front of Su Qi and Jiang Cheng's tombstones were crowded full of enthusiastic bouquets of sunflowers, orange-yellow just like the color of the sun. They then saw 2 men in black suits, and a group of people dressed in FAO Alliance uniforms standing solemnly before the graves. Chu Yang noticed Chu Shan, Luo Sun, Ji Feng, and Gu Jingqian present. Jiang Xinghe paused his steps, feeling an acid sting in his nose, pulling out a smile. How did you all come here? How could we not come for something so important? Luo Sun's voice was slightly choked up as Chu Shan put an arm around his shoulder and patted it. Luo Sun and Chu Shan had just learned that Su Qi's gland had been missing for nearly 5 years before being found recently, inevitably causing them great grief. Jiang Xinghe blinked, suppressing the tears that kept rising in his eyes, looking at the alpha beside him. Did you tell them we'd be coming here today? Chu Yang lifted a hand and wiped away a tear trailing down the mega's eye corner, saying softly, Brother Xinghe, Uncle Su and Uncle Jiang are not only your fathers but also friends of my dad and Uncle Gu. They are esteemed predecessors of the FAO who deserve our respect and remembrance. Jiang Xinghe tightened his grip on the white porcelain jar, tears dropping onto its rim. Gu Jingqian approached Jiang Xinghe and lightly squeezed his shoulder. Child, these past few years have been hard on you. Jiang Xinghe deeply exhaled and adjusted his emotions. The small stone coffin was opened, revealing 2 simple urns inside. Jiang Xinghe's emotions surged, his hands trembling as he placed the porcelain jar in. Inside it resided his 2 fathers. One stood 187 centimeters tall, the other 176 centimeters. They had once upheld the law of Cephas, supporting Jiang Xinghe's world while protecting its ethical bottom line. 2 such vibrant individuals now rested within such a small box. Jiang Xinghe's crouching body trembled slightly. As Gu Jingqian raised a hand, one of his subordinates handed him an insignia representing the highest honor of the FAO alliance. He squatted down and placed this badge next to Su Qi and Jiang Qing. Jiang Xinghe reached out one last time to touch his father. He could no longer smell the strong pheromones of his father. But the bouquets of sunflowers in front of the gravestone seemed to tell him that many remembered his father. Together, Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe gently closed the lid of the small coffin. The Alpha quietly said, "Dad, I've managed to get Jiang Xinghe." His voice was soft, but Jiang Xinghe heard it and laughed. "You've changed your title awfully quickly." 12 gunshots echoed through the quiet suburban cemetery, startling some birds into flight. The group bowed deeply 3 times. Death is not the end of life, oblivion is. And Su Qi and Jiang Qing would accompany Jiang Xinghe in another form forever. After paying their respects, the group walked toward the exit. Gu Jingqian spoke up, Xuan, your birthday is coming up soon. Is there any gift you'd like?" Luo Sun was about to answer when Chu Shan cut in, "My wife lacks nothing, President Gu's good intentions are appreciated. You must be very busy, so we won't bother inviting you on the day of the birthday." Gu Jingqian took off his uniform coat and threw it to his subordinate, speechless. "Chu Shan, you're no spring chicken anymore, why hasn't any of the vinegar in your vat evaporated yet? Can't get the grapes, huh? Who's getting old? You're older than me by a month, old man." Chu Shan silently pulled Luo Sun closer to his left side, keeping her farther from Gu Jingqian. "Enough. We're in front of the children." Luo Sun glared at Chu Shan, signaling this attention seeker to keep quiet. Then, Gu Jingqian smiled and said, "Qian Gu, I don't lack anything. On my birthday, if you have time, just come for a piece of cake and I'll be very happy." "I will definitely have time." Gu Jingqian immediately calmed down after his previously explosive mood, then turned to Chu Shan and said, "Chu Shan, it's that time of year again for your contribution to the FAO, 5 billion yuan, don't forget." Hurricane Group made donations to the FAO every year. Although the two of them liked to bicker, Chu Shan was very supportive of Gu Jingqian's work. "Gu Jingqian, show some respect when you talk to your golden sponsor, I'm warning you." Chu Yang poked his ears. Even in such an open space, his father's loud voice was still overwhelming. Ji Feng walked behind them, listening to the 3 elders bickering, and slightly curved his lips. He finally understood how someone as gentle as Luo Sun could give birth to a kid like Chu Yang. It was because of Chu Shan. Chapter 100, Chen Chei's Temper. Ji Feng's phone vibrated, and upon opening it, he saw a WeChat message from Chen Chei. It was a picture. Ji Feng opened the large image, and the first thing that caught his eye was Chen Chei's crossed legs, revealing a section of his thin, pale ankle. On the coffee table sat a cup of tea. Although Ji Feng rarely went to their family company, he could still determine from the decoration layout in the photo that this was the reception room of the Ji Family Pharmaceutical Group headquarters. Chen Chei may seem unreliable, but when it comes to work, he is quite decisive. Yesterday, he just told Ji Feng that he would chat with his father, and today, he already stormed into the company to demand an explanation. Ji Feng was curious to know what would happen when his controlling father met Chen Chei, who followed the principle, if you don't like it, we'll fight. Anyway, Chen Chei wouldn't be the one at a disadvantage. Still, Ji Feng asked a question, do you need me to come over? Chen Chei instantly replied, no need, you'd interfere with my performance. Ji Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gu Jingqian heard the sound and turned back to look at him, little Ji, are you laughing at me? The laughter froze on Ji Feng's lips, and he awkwardly shook his head while waving his phone around, Director, I'm chatting with my boyfriend. Gu Jingqian said, oh, and turned away, that kid Chen Chei is pretty funny. Ji Feng choked. Had he and Chen Chei been that public? How did Director Gu know about their relationship? Director, how do you know about me and Chen Chei? Gu Jingqian looked surprised, I know all the secrets of Seth Corporation. Knowing that you two are dating doesn't count for anything. Ji Feng wondered if the archive department even investigated colleagues' private affairs. As a member of the FAO alliance, indeed privacy was less than for ordinary people, risk control and all that. It couldn't be helped, but did they have to investigate his relationship with Chen Chei as well? The secretary beside him glanced at Ji Feng's deep-thought expression and adjusted his glasses, don't believe everything Director Gu says. He's bluffing. It's just because every day there's some wild rose pheromone smell on department head Ji. Ji Feng stopped in his tracks as the secretary patted his shoulder and walked downward. The colleagues behind him cheerfully took turns patting Ji Feng's shoulder. Department head Ji, we all understand. At the age of 27, it's normal not to hold back. Department head Ji, your boyfriend really is intense. The pheromone masking patch can't even cover up the smell, Ji Feng never thought that one day he could become the center of gossip in the FAO alliance. The Alpha sighed hopelessly and lifted his foot to follow the crowd ahead. Telling Chen Chei to tone it down, he definitely wouldn't agree. He needed to buy some shower gel that could mask the pheromones anyway. Chen Chei had already finished drinking 2 pots of tea, but Ji Qingji still didn't come out to see him. The Alpha's patience was running out, and he was starting to get annoyed. In normal circumstances, Chen Chei would start losing his temper if he waited more than 5 minutes, but it was only due to Ji Qingji being Ji Feng's biological father that he hadn't yet snapped. The Alpha stood up and walked out of the reception room. Outside, an assistant seemed to have been waiting for him, and as soon as he pushed the door open, the assistant approached. The assistant smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, are you leaving?" Chen Che slightly tilted his head at the mega in front of him and grinned, "Who said I'm leaving? Tell Chairman Ji to come out and see me. I don't have time to play palace drama games with him." The assistant hadn't expected Chen Che's respect for Ji Qingji to have expired after just 2 hours. His face couldn't hide the awkwardness, and he forced a polite smile. "Mr. Chen, Chairman Ji is very busy. If you have something urgent, you can leave first." Chen Che wasn't stupid, he could see that Ji Qingji simply didn't want to meet him, playing a power game. If this were anyone else, they might have left out of shame and anger, but Chen Che wasn't just anybody. Very busy, huh? Maliciously reporting others' legitimate businesses, providing fake evidence to spread rumors, Chairman Ji seems to think I won't make a fuss about it. Well, let him keep dreaming. The assistant's face didn't change, but his tone became more serious. "Mr. Chen, I don't know what you're talking about. Our G Group is a prestigious company in Seth, and it's inappropriate for you to speak such nonsense." Leaning against the doorframe, the alpha smirked. "Yeah, sure. Going through formal channels would obviously be useless. This old man is clever enough that he wouldn't slip up. But guess what? I don't play by the rules. My word stands. If Chairman Ji isn't standing in front of me within half an hour, tomorrow I'll personally hang a banner outside your company gates accusing Chairman Ji of using his power to bully others, and I'll also invite a group of journalists to take pictures." The assistant's face changed slightly, surprised that Chen Che would resort to such tactics. "Mr. Chen, don't you think this will damage your dignity?" Chen Che nonchalantly shrugged. "What is dignity? Don't talk nonsense with me. You've got 27 minutes left to get Mr. Ji downstairs." After saying that, Chen Che turned around and went back to the reception room. 26 minutes later, Ji Qingji pushed open the door to the reception room. "Young Chen, did you want to see me?" Chen Che uncrossed his legs and stood up. Ji Qingji hadn't expected Chen Che to be so polite, standing up when he walked in. But little did he know that Chen Che glanced at his wristwatch. "Mr. Ji, I have a meeting half an hour from now. Today, I came just to tell you not to use underhanded tactics, it's embarrassing." Ji Qingji's expression darkened, he hadn't expected Chen Che to be so disrespectful, disregarding seniority entirely. As Chen Che turned away, Ji Qingji called after him, "Mr. Chen, I won't approve of you being together with Jifeng." Chen Che turned around and grinned, "Whether or not you approve, we are already together. If you disown Jifeng, that would be best, let him join the Chen family directly. My father would definitely be delighted to gain such a son-in-law." Ji Qingji's face flushed with anger. In fact, Chen Che had prepared himself. After all, Ji Qingji was Jifeng's biological father, and Jifeng was the person he thought he could spend his life with, so he was willing to rein in his temper and play the role of a good fiancé. But Ji Qingji clearly looked down on him, leaving no room for compromise. In that case, there was no reason for him to suppress his true feelings. "Uncle Ji, I call you uncle today because if you really don't want Jifeng to be with me, then why don't you start by punishing him instead of extending your evil hand towards me? Since you're unwilling to hurt your own son, why come after me instead?" Ji Qingji's face turned as black as coal as he growled, "Does Jifeng know what kind of person you are?" Chen Che smiled, "I'm already restraining myself. Anyway, I do have something important, so I'll leave first. By the way, you'd better withdraw your complaint against Seth Corporation. If you can manipulate, so can I, don't end up making things awkward for both of us." Chen Che finished speaking and pushed the door of the reception room open, walking away. Ji Qingji slammed his fist on the table in anger. No one had dared to be so audacious in front of him. He immediately picked up his phone and called Jifeng. "Hey. It's me. Jifeng. What kind of boyfriend did you find? Disrespectful." Jifeng paused for a second before asking, "Did he swear at you?" Ji Qingji was baffled, not understanding why Jifeng asked this, and answered, "No, but is that the point? The point is this guy doesn't know how to respect anyone." Relieved, Jifeng silently acknowledged that Chen Che had already restrained himself from swearing. "Father, respect is mutual. Did you respect him? Jifeng. Are you out of your mind?" Ji Qingji angrily pounded the table again, and Jifeng heard his labored breathing. Ji Qingji didn't have a strong heart, and getting upset easily caused chest tightness. Concernedly, Jifeng said, "Dad, take your medicine. Do you even recognize me as your father?" "What medicine? You'll kill me with worry someday." Ji Qingji slumped onto the couch, holding his chest while gasping for breath. Then he hung up. Furrowing his brow slightly, Jifeng grabbed his car keys and headed to the parking lot. Chapter 101, The Answer to the Multiple Choice Question Matters. When they arrived at the company, Ji Qingji had already finished taking his medicine and was resting in the nap room. Ji Yun gave him a shoo gesture. Ji Feng glanced at his father who was lying down with his eyes closed for a rest, nodded slightly, and then stepped out. 5 minutes later, Ji Yun also came out, gently closing the door of the nap room. "You have an impressive boyfriend," he managed to make Dad so angry. Ji Yun handed him a tissue as he noticed the light sweat on Ji Feng's forehead from running. Ji Feng wiped his sweat and his expression softened upon hearing Chen Che's name. "He's not the type to be at a disadvantage, but he's very kind. If he doesn't lose out, it means you'll have to give in." Are you sure you want to be with him? Ji Feng nodded. He only regretted one thing, that 5 years ago, after harming Chen Che at the Kana bar, he didn't persist in finding Chen Che, resulting in missing out on 5 years together and more people appearing in his life, making Ji Feng feel sour just thinking about it. Back then, after Ji Feng completed his mission, he returned to the Kana bar to look for someone, but that night was too chaotic. The surveillance in the bar was also broken, and he couldn't find it. Plus, Ji Feng was busy with work, so the matter was left unresolved. Up to this point in his life, Ji Feng hadn't done anything truly heinous except for hurting Chen Che. As a form of making amends, whatever happens to Chen Che is fine as long as he's happy. Ji Feng was willing to spoil him. Ji Yun patted Ji Feng on the shoulder and said kindly, since you've made your decision, cherish him. Big brother supports you. Thank you, big brother. Ji Feng took a sip of tea with lowered eyes and looked at Ji Yun. Big brother, seems like he'll be going on a world tour with the orchestra, his arm should have recovered by now. Zhou Yi's arm was the biggest pain in Ji Yun's life. Ji Feng hoped this could relieve some of the burden in his heart. Ji Yun trembled slightly, spilling the tea onto his hand. Placing the cup on the table, he pulled out a tissue to wipe his hand. Is that so? That's great. Ji Yun turned his back to Ji Feng, his tall figure looking somewhat sad. Ji Feng, holding the teacup, didn't know what to say, encourage him to pursue love bravely. That would be unfair to big sister-in-law. Tell him to give up. But he looked so sorrowful clearly. It seemed every choice was wrong. Ji Yun crumpled the tissue into a ball and threw it into the trash can, still smiling faintly. Xiaofeng, when you reach my age, you'll realize sometimes responsibility is more important than love. Your nephew or niece has already started kicking big sister-in-law's belly. Ji Feng remained silent. Ji Yun joked, alright, go do your work. Section Chief Ji should be pretty busy, right? Ji Feng gave a slight smile, put down the teacup, and said, Big brother, I'm heading back first. If father feels unwell, please remember to call me. Ji Yun nodded. He watched Ji Feng's silhouette disappear at the doorway, feeling all his strength drained out, falling back into the chair. His once upright back collapsed slightly now, and Ji Yun buried his face in his palms, dampness seeping through. It's alright as long as Zhou Yi lives well. It's alright as long as he lives well. There's no need to disrupt his peaceful life anymore, we've already missed each other. Ji Yun pinched the bridge of his nose, a tear falling onto his leg. At an unknown time, the door of the nap room opened a crack, and after a few seconds, quietly shut again. Today was a good weather day. Gu Jingqian had a peaceful afternoon nap, but he always felt as if he wasn't fully rested. Supporting himself, he climbed out of bed, then pulled his office chair towards the floor-to-ceiling windows to bask in the sun. What's wrong with stealing a bit of laziness at this old age? Just as his eyes were half closed and sleepiness started creeping back, there came 2 knocks on the office door, and Gu Jingqian furrowed his brows lightly. Who's knocking? How blind are you? Oh, Xinghe. All right then. Gu Jingqian fixed his gaze on the file bag Jiang Xinghe was holding, waiting for him to speak. Jiang Xinghe opened the file bag, took out the files inside, and placed them on Gu Jingqian's desk. The operation report and resignation letter. Gu Jingqian frowned deeply, flipping through the action report a couple times, not understanding anything. This kid is being too straightforward. Inside were detailed accounts of how he and Chu Yang acted without authorization, handling the snake situation privately. As a businessman, Chu Yang did not act personally, so the FAO alliance might at most issue a reprimand. And since he was the successor to the Hurricane Group, they had to give some face to Chu Mountain, thus Chu Yang wouldn't get in much trouble. However, things were different for Jiang Xinghe. As the head of the security department, acting arbitrarily and committing a legal offense meant that he needed to be investigated. The punishment could range from a suspension to standing trial in the FAO Alliance Court, and in more severe cases, imprisonment with a minimum of 1 year. Gu Jingqian looked at the operation report in his hand, feeling a throbbing pain in his temples. Glancing again at the resignation letter beside it, he felt his head would explode with anger. Jiang Xinghe calmly said, Chairman, I am willing to accept any penalty given by the Alliance. Gu Jingqian took a deep breath and directly threw the items that made his blood pressure soar into the shredder. Jiang Xinghe's eyes widened in shock. Chairman. The action report for capturing the poisonous snake has already been submitted by Jifeng, and I've signed it. Your version is fake. Jiang Xinghe was completely confused, frowning slightly. Could Jifeng be covering for him? That didn't seem like Jifeng's style. Xinghe, this matter is over. Remember, the venomous snake resisted arrest and was killed on the spot. This resignation letter will be treated as if it were never seen. Take it back. Gu Jingqian looked at the shredded paper pieces and massaged his temples. Chairman. Jiang Xinghe was speechless, not knowing what to say. Gu Jingqian sighed and patted Jiang Xinghe on the shoulder. You know the consequences of a false report, right? I don't want my reputation ruined. Got it? Jiang Xinghe loosely clenched his fists, looking somewhat dazed at Gu Jingqian. You silly child, what are you staring at? I have devoted myself entirely to Seth. Slightly using my power won't harm anyone, right? Are you dissatisfied? As Gu Jingqian continued speaking, he amused himself. Moreover, your Chu Yang's spouse, and Hurricane Group is the biggest financier of FAO. Shouldn't I give him some face? Alright, stop standing there stupidly. Go back, relax, rest up before working again. Gu Jingqian shoved the resignation letter back into Jiang Xinghe's hands and gestured for him to leave quickly. Jiang Xinghe scratched his head in numbly, edition. The development of events indeed exceeded his expectations, especially since he had come to confess without Chu Yang's knowledge. But after pondering for a while, Jiang Xinghe placed the resignation letter back on Gu Jingqian's desk. Chairman, it's not just about making mistakes and wanting to resign. These past few years, I've grown tired. My current job brings me much honor, but I truly don't enjoy holding a gun. Gu Jingqian quietly listened to him go on. Jiang Xinghe curved his lips gently, his expression softening, and Uncle Qian, every time I go on a mission, Chu Yang waits anxiously at home for me. Gu Jingqian saw the sincere smile on Jiang Xinghe's face, nodded, and flipped through the resignation letter. Alright, I accept this reason. Xinghe, be happy. If Chu Yang bullies you, come find Uncle Qian, I'll deal with him for you. Jiang Xinghe smiled and nodded, okay. Chapter 102, Lifelong Imprint. As a high-ranking member of the FAO Alliance, Jiang Xinghe's resignation process was more stringent than that of regular employees, and the handover of work was also quite complicated. Even though he had already submitted his resignation letter, it would take at least half a month before his official departure. Jiang Xinghe returned to his office and briefly summarized all the work he had done in the past year. Organizing it was quite a big project. His secretary, Xia Yan, was heavily weighed down by the news of his resignation. Several times while organizing the documents, she wanted to say something but held back. Jiang Xinghe, unable to bear it any longer, smiled and said, Xia, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't look like you're about to cry. Xia Yan placed the materials she held on his desk, walked over to Jiang Xinghe's side, and unhappily said, Minister, are you really resigning? Jiang Xinghe found what he needed from the file rack and glanced at Xia Yan. How could this be fake? What's wrong? Are you going to miss me? Xia Yan's face turned slightly red as she waved her hand. Minister, please don't joke with me. If Chu knows this, I'll be in trouble. Jiang Xinghe shoved a stack of documents into Xia Yan's hands and smiled. He's not someone who gets jealous over everything. He's no kid. Anyway, I'm only resigning. If you miss me, we can always meet up. It's not far. Xia Yan held the documents and pouted, thinking that Chu must have been severely misunderstood by him. Not only did he get jealous of alphas, but also megas. Jiang Xinghe took out his anti-blue light glasses from the drawer, turned on his computer, logged into the FAO intranet, and began typing away. The printer didn't stop working. After Xia Yan briefly classified the paper documents, she stretched lazily by the window. She saw a familiar figure downstairs in the parking lot leaning against a car with something small wriggling beside them. The floor was too high to make out what it was, probably a puppy. Xia Yan glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already time to go home. She then walked over to Jiang Xinghe and laughed. Minister, it's time to go home. Some people may be waiting anxiously. Jiang Xinghe didn't quite understand what Xia Yan meant, so he didn't dwell on it. Adjusting his glasses and checking the time, he stretched. Alright, I won't stay late either. Since I still need to come to the Federation these few days, you can also go home now. As Jiang Xinghe left his office to wait for the elevator, after a ding sound, Ji Feng paused when he saw Jiang Xinghe. Xinghe, are you back to work? He didn't know yet about Jiang Xinghe's plans to resign and assumed he had simply decided to return to work after getting himself together. Jiang Xinghe smiled at him and called out, Big Brother Feng, entering the elevator, not exactly returning, but I resigned. Ji Feng looked at Jiang Xinghe in surprise and furrowed his brows slightly. Why? Because of the Viper incident? Xinghe, you don't have to punish yourself. Jiang Xinghe shook his head. It's not because of this. It's because I want to live differently. Living differently? Have you found what you want to do? Ji Feng smiled. Then I support you. Thank you. When the elevator reached the first floor and they both exited, Jiang Xinghe pressed his lips together, looking at Ji Feng directly in the eyes. There's something I don't know if I should say. Ji Feng raised an eyebrow. That's not like you. Just say it. Big Brother Feng, the scent of wild rose on your body is very strong. Jiang Xinghe patted Ji Feng's shoulder seriously. Young man, you should keep things steady, right? Supervisor Ji. Ji Feng's face flushed slightly, and he showed a hint of embarrassment. Opening and closing his mouth several times, he helplessly remarked, Xinghe, you've learned bad habits from Chu Yang. Maybe, those near ink eventually get stained. Jiang Xinghe's hearty laughter rang through Ji Feng's ears. Ji Feng felt that Jiang Xinghe had truly changed, becoming more open-minded. This should be attributed to Chu Yang's influence as well. Walking together out of the FAO Alliance Hall, they immediately noticed Chu Yang in the nearby greenery zone chasing after Fondwan with a leash. Stupid dog. Stand still. I'll cut off your food. Fondwan barked at him twice, seemingly taunting him, and quickly crawled under Chu Yang, running toward Jiang Xinghe excitedly wagging its tail. Jiang Xinghe laughed as he lifted Fondwan into his arms. Little guy, how come you've gained weight after only a few days apart? Chu Yang, holding the leash, wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave Ji Feng a glance of dissatisfaction. Ji Feng glanced at his watch. Xinghe, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Jiang Xinghe crouched to put the leash on Fondwan and looked up upon hearing this. All right, be careful on your way. Chu Yang slightly lifted his hand as a gesture of farewell. Jiang Xinghe led Fondwan, while Chu Yang took Jiang Xinghe's hand. Together, they headed towards the parking lot. Yang, how did you come here? Didn't you say your company had something this afternoon? Chu Yang reached up to scratch his eyebrows, his expression slightly unnatural. Finish my work, and then I came to pick you up after picking up the food. The Alpha looked at Jiang Xinghe's side face and deeply exhaled a breath in his heart. He was really afraid that once Jiang Xinghe entered the FAO alliance, he wouldn't be able to come out. He knew Jiang Xinghe's personality too well. Before Jiang Xinghe came to FAO, he had given him an unexpected farewell kiss while holding onto his neck. It was as if they were really going to separate, which made Chu Yang anxious at the time. Even though Ji Feng had already told him that the Viper case had been resolved, Chu Yang was still somewhat afraid. And also a little angry. Originally, the Alpha wanted to keep it buried in his heart without saying it, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore, complaining with a hint of, untranslated, means, did you go and confess to Uncle Qian? That word doesn't seem quite appropriate. Jiang Xinghe pressed his lips, quickly observing the Alpha's emotions. They weren't good. Chu Yang put the food into the back seat, then shoved Jiang Xinghe into the passenger seat, pinching his face hard. I'm just too good to you. You didn't even consult me about such a big matter. What would I do if you really went to court and got sentenced to imprisonment? Jiang Xinghe blinked, calming him by rubbing his cheek against Chu Yang's palm. No, I checked, my kind of behavior at most will only result in removal from my position, deprivation of all honors, but no imprisonment. Chu Yang's expression softened somewhat, giving a cold huff, then circling to the driver's seat and slamming the car door shut with a bang. After getting home, Jiang Xinghe untied the dog rope of the food bundle and just wanted to pour it some water to drink when suddenly his body lifted into the air. The Omega was greatly startled and instinctively circled his arms around Chu Yang's neck, panic-stricken. Chu Yang, what are you doing? The Alpha raised his eyebrows with a smile. Of course, it's you. Chu Yang carried Jiang Xinghe upstairs and kicked open the bedroom door with one foot. The Alpha looked down at Jiang Xinghe, his dark eyes flickering with cunning, and the brewing emotions inside were enough to engulf the entire Mega. Jiang Xinghe felt his throat tighten. Chu Yang revealed his little tiger teeth with an evil grin, his lips slightly curved toward the Mega, and the small dimple swayed, making Jiang Xinghe feel dizzy. Since the last time they were interrupted by the food bundle, locking the bedroom door became Chu Yang's habit. The hands of the clock turned circle after circle, the twilight outside the window was enveloped by the night, and faint light circles from the street lamps outside could be seen flashing weakly. The puppy ran back and forth between the upstairs and downstairs, hungry and scratching at the door. Woof woof woof. The smell of vodka pheromones in the room was more intense than any previous time, mixed with the fresh scent of wild roses. Even someone like Jiang Xinghe, who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, now felt dizzy and numb at the back of his head. For a moment, he didn't realize what had just happened. The vodka pheromones spread rapidly through his body via the bloodstream. The pain during nodding came especially fiercely. He was completely marked by Chu Yang. Chapter 103, Chen Jing and Zhao Yu. Chen Jing had his first long vacation of his life at the end of his 19th year. However, before he even enjoyed a full week of leisure, he was dispatched by Chen Shunchang to intern under Chen Che, with a monthly salary of 2,800 yuan. Brother, what can you even do with 2,800? Since there was no way around becoming a 3-month salaried worker for the group, Chen Jing was determined to argue for fair pay. Chen Che, cigarette dangling from his lips, legs crossed, shirt half opened revealing a patchwork underneath, said with feigned seriousness, Xiao Jing, you don't even have your university graduation certificate yet. To be able to intern in the Chen Corporation is already cutting corners. 3 black lines appeared on Chen Jing's forehead as he forced a smile. Could it possibly be that I haven't graduated because I haven't started attending yet? Chen Che tapped some ash into the ashtray and replied cockily, Little Jing, if you hadn't been the head of the household, you wouldn't know how precious firewood and salt are. With 2,800 yuan, you can actually buy a lot. Supporting himself on the desk, Chen Jing sat down with a thud and said, Big brother, stop copying Dad's tone when speaking to me. Are you trying to rip up my umbrella just because you've gotten wet? Red-faced and embarrassed, Chen Che kicked him slightly. What nonsense are you talking? We're close brothers. This is for your own good. What do rain and umbrellas mean? Chen Jing closed his eyes in exasperation. When Chen Che was 19, Chen Shunchang discovered him playing in a bar late into the night and out of anger, dispatched him to work at the grassroots level of the corporation, with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. On top of that, all other bank cards and credit cards were cut off. That period was one of unbearable hardship for Chen Che, so much so that he resorted to secretly taking Chen Jing's lucky money. He was caught red-handed by Chen Jing, who cried accusingly about theft, resulting in Chen Shunchang giving him a stern lesson. This was clearly retaliation. With a grin, Chen Che got up and patted Chen Jing on the shoulder. Hey, you're not dating anyone anyway. You eat and sleep at home. 2008 is more than enough. Obey and experience life well, don't let my kindness go to waste. Chen Jing smiled faintly and stepped down from his desk, cracking his neck. Alright then, Dad hasn't deactivated my card anyway. If it's 2,800, so be it. What nonsense. The cigarette fell from Chen Che's mouth onto his thigh. Since it was summer and he was wearing thin clothing, the sparks burned directly into his thigh. Chen Che grimaced as he flicked the ash off his leg, completely speechless. Why was Chen Jing arguing about deactivating his card when it wasn't even deactivated? Ridiculous. Chen Jing waved goodbye without turning around. I have plans, I'm leaving. He had a dinner appointment with classmates tonight at a large open-air food stall located somewhere within the Shisai University town. Young people love gatherings like this, they crave excitement. There was one difference between Chen Jing and Chen Che, he was not as meticulous as his brother. Although his family was very wealthy, capable of affording hundreds of thousands worth of high-end clothing, 30 yuan short sleeves from Taobao were equally acceptable to him. Excluding the upbringing and vision bought through money, he seemed no different from any other boy from an ordinary family. As a result, he was well-liked, possessing many friends. The summer weather was scorching hot. Chen Jing wore a t-shirt and big shorts, driving his brother's Bentley with one pedal all the way to the parking lot of West City Street in the university town. Nonchalantly stuffing the keys into his pocket, luckily, he couldn't wear slippers while driving, otherwise he might have easily worn flip-flops. An hour later, Chen Jing was incredibly glad he hadn't opted for flip-flops. The university city was bustling with young energy at 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone's face bore the fresh idiocy of youth. Chen Jing casually ran his hand through his hair, plunking down on a little stool. He opened a beer bottle with his teeth. The summer open-air food stalls were swelteringly hot, filled with the smell of charcoal and food everywhere. A well-chilled beer provided perfect relief from the heat. Though he hadn't planned to drink alcohol because of driving, it was too hot. Besides, barbecue without beer would simply be plain dry eating. Chen Jing thought about calling a designated driver on his way back, so he poured himself a full glass and downed it in one gulp. The friends whistled in admiration. Brother Jing, amazing. Chen Jing grinned, the barley juice-flavored beer carrying a faint trace of white jasmine pheromones in its scent, subtle and concealed in the summer breeze. Chen Jing turned back, drawn to the sight of a tall figure clad in an apron, holding a menu board and helping customers place orders. His friends nudged Chen Jing's shoulder teasingly, is Brother Jing interested? You probably don't know this, but this big open-air food stall became so popular because of him. There are many people online specifically coming here for him. Not only does he look handsome, but his voice is also soft and gentle. Just as Omega turned around, his gaze met Chen Jing's exactly. The face that had become somewhat blurred in memory suddenly became clear. Chen Jing smiled and called out, Zhao classmate. Zhao Yu's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and a delighted expression appeared on his face. He had later visited the mall where he first met Chen Jing many times but never saw him, assuming they would never meet again. Zhao Yu approached Chen Jing with the menu board, his eyes twinkling, Chen Jing. Long time no see. Chen Jing stood up, smiling, we're quite fated to meet like this, I didn't expect to run into you here. Are you working here? Zhao Yu nodded, the word fated from Chen Jing causing a small ripple in his heart. Before he could say anything more, customers began urging for their food. Zhao Yu hastily said, I'll talk to you later. Ah, okay, you go ahead and work. Chen Jing watched Zhao Yu dart indoors, scratching the back of his head. His friend leaned closer, excitedly saying, Brother Jing, do you know each other? He looks even better than in the pictures people took online. Does he have a boyfriend? Chen Jing made a clicking sound, furrowing his brows, watch your mouth, don't blabber nonsense after drinking. And stop offending others. He's an Omega, be careful not to scare him. I just asked if he has a boyfriend. Why are you so worked up? Come on, drink, let's celebrate our freedom. An hour later, the group of people who earlier boasted about getting Chen Jing drunk were already struggling, running off to hug the toilet. Chen Jing helplessly sent them one by one into taxis before returning to the open-air food stall. Probably due to the curfew at the dormitory, there were very few people left by 10 o'clock. Zhao Yu quickly changed into his clothes and rushed out, finding Chen Jing sitting on a small stool, looking up at the moon. Omega walked over quietly, were you waiting for me? Chen Jing, slightly tipsy, was slower to respond, hesitating for a while before speaking, yeah. You're an Omega, it's unsafe at night. I'll send you home. Zhao Yu blinked, my dorm is very close, only 5 minutes walk away, and there's nothing dangerous around. Although they had only met once, Chen Jing felt Zhao Yu seemed much livelier and more animated now. Standing up, his figure hidden in shadow under the lamplight, his eyebrows furrowed in concern, then, do I still need to see you home? Zhao Yu chuckled, gazing at Chen Jing with eyes brighter than the stars in the night sky, yes, please take me home. I'd like to talk more with you. Perhaps because of the alcohol, Chen Jing's cheeks flushed red, the warm evening breeze making his heated face feel even hotter. Chapter 104, Tuan Yuan. Jiang Xinghe forced himself to open his eyes. Today was a rest day, and the handover would take place on Monday. He had made plans with Chu Yang to visit Brother Cheng. Chu Yang had always been generous and righteous to the employees under him. On the second day after he and Jiang Xinghe returned, Chu Yang instructed Yu Zhou personally to go to High City to arrange for Brother Cheng's transfer procedures, directly moving him into the VIP ward of Set Central Hospital and hiring 2 nurses for him. When Code J returned home to pack his luggage, he found that the room had already been cleaned by someone Chu Yang sent. There was no trace left, but Code J still noticed the dark red residue in the cracks of the floor. Something had happened here, and he could guess about 80 to 90% of what it might be. However, since Chu Yang didn't seem to want him to know, he didn't bother asking. Anyway, Chu Yang had offered enough compensation, even promising him a standalone villa in Set for the 5 of them to live in. The property transfer agreement had already been signed. Code J decided he could let go of this small broken house. In the end, all his belongings fit into just one suitcase, most of which were things belonging to Brother Kong, Xiaomi, Brother Lu, and Brother Cheng. As for himself, there wasn't much that he needed to take. It's not easy being a parent figure. Carrying the suitcase out the door, Code J locked it and turned around without any nostalgia as he walked away. All the important things in his life right now were staying at the hospital. One of them was a coding-obsessed idiot, 2 dead pigs who could sleep through thunderstorms, and another who was annoying him despite only having a shoulder injury. Just thinking about the latter made his head ache. Code J's mind recalled Brother Cheng shouting, painful, and he couldn't help but smile helplessly. The Alpha tilted his head to look at the coastline on the side of the road through the car window. He could see the waves crashing onto the beach, and the sky was blue like a canvas. The sea breeze moved Code J's short hair, carrying a hint of fishy smell. He lifted his hand to close the car window. A new life was about to begin. After completing his mission, Code J was fully absorbed into Hurricane Group by Chu Yang, clocking in every day for work, though it was irritating, but considering the million-yuan annual salary, it was bearable. As for those 4 younger ones, they were also taken in by Chu Yang, leaving Code J in charge to discipline them, thereby reducing some burden on society. Little brother Lu had an exceptionally high aptitude for computers, able to hack Chu Yang's computer all on his own, so he was sent to a professional school for systematic study. Brother Kong and Xiaomi showed great talent in tracking and counter-surveillance, temporarily staying with Code J while Chu Yang planned to have seasonal winds assess them sometime. If they were willing, they could first go to King Island for training, pass the evaluation, and then join the FAO Alliance as junior search department employees. After all, compared to academic qualifications, the FAO Alliance values abilities more. As for Brother Cheng, this unlucky kid was still in the hospital, suffering from the easy sensitizing period combined with gunshot wounds. Chu Yang asked Yu Zhou to inquire about Brother Cheng's wishes. After all, this young man was a master marksman, merely caught off guard due to sudden changes during the last mission. However, Brother Cheng hesitated when questioned, taking a long time before finally telling Yu Zhou that he only wanted to follow Brother Qi, wherever Brother Qi went, he would go. Chu Yang smiled knowingly, he had anticipated such a result. The sunlight filtered into the room through the half-open curtain, signaling that it was no longer early. Jiang Xinghe yawned, got up barefoot from the bed, and clutched his abdomen, which felt slightly painful as if in spasm. He crouched down for a moment to ease the discomfort. Yesterday, Chu Yang was more out of control than usual during the sensitizing period, and whenever Jiang Xinghe thought about it, his entire body heated up and flushed red. Footsteps could be heard outside the door. "Wife, are you awake?" Holding onto the bed frame, Jiang Xinghe rose slowly, feeling a dragging pain in his abdomen. He gritted his teeth, straightened his body, and tried to act as if nothing had happened. "Oh, I'm awake." He couldn't help but feel envious of Chu Yang's energetic and lively demeanor. As Chu Yang opened the door, he saw Jiang Xinghe standing barefoot on the carpet and raised his eyebrows in surprise. He approached Jiang Xinghe, placing a hand over his abdomen. "Are you not in pain? I heard people say that the next day this area tends to feel both sore and painful." Jiang Xinghe moved away Chu Yang's hand, shaking his head. "I'm fine, let's eat." With that, he started walking toward the door. However, after taking just one step, his legs gave way, causing him to kneel. Chu Yang chuckled lightly and bent down, scooping Jiang Xinghe into his arms at the bend of his knees. "Huh, Brother Xinghe, why are you pretending in front of me?" After regaining consciousness from Chu Yang's high-level pheromones, Jiang Xinghe's sense of shame returned. He covered Chu Yang's mouth with his hand. "I'm not pretending. Just shut up." Chu Yang's brows curved gently. Jiang Xinghe quickly pulled his hand back as if electrocuted, his palm was slightly moist. He wiped it off disdainfully on Chu Yang's shoulder. "Chu Yang, you're such a pervert." Chu Yang tilted his chin up with a smug grin. "An alpha is not bad, unless a mega doesn't care." Jiang Xinghe chuckled, "You've got all kinds of weird logic. Alright, put me down, I can walk myself." He just needed some time to adjust after waking up, now he felt much better. Relenting finally, Chu Yang placed him gently on the ground. Fantian, the drooling dog, joyfully approached Jiang Xinghe's ankles for a rub. Chu Yang nudged Fantian away with his foot and murmured, "Is this where you should kiss?" Fantian barked at him several times, then Jiang Xinghe took out some dog food from the cabinet and poured it into Fantian's little bowl. "Fantian, come have your meal, my little." Chu Yang touched his nose tip, his ears slightly red. "Jiang Xinghe, don't call Fantian anymore in the future." Jiang Xinghe glanced at him, their eyes locking before chaotic images from yesterday replayed in his mind like a movie. Stop it. Go outside. Jiang Xinghe frantically hugged his head, fingers tangled in his hair as he rubbed them nervously. He was losing his mind. Damn genes. Can't the fact that megas are forced into heat by alpha pheromones be changed? On the surface, an unbothered escaped his lips, and without another word, he sat on the dining chair to eat. The atmosphere grew silent and strange. It's not the first time, so why are you embarrassed? Shut up. By the time the two reached the hospital, it was already 11:30 a.m., lunchtime. As they were led by a nurse to Cheng's ward, they heard a scream. Jiang Xinghe was startled and instinctively wanted to rush inside, but the nurse, unfazed, said, "Nothing serious, they're just playing around." The nurse covered her mouth, chuckling softly, and then walked away. Jiang Xinghe and Chu Yang, both confused, pushed open the ward door. They saw Code J knocking Brother Cheng's head with a spoon, saying, "If you keep lying to me, I'll knock your brains out." Chapter 105, Proposal. After covering his head with one hand, Cheng saw Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe and joyfully called out, "Boss lady, how did you guys come here?" Jay turned around to glance at them, then threw the ladle into the clay pot, splashing a few drops of white soup. Chu Yang handed the fruit basket in his hand to Jay and said with delight, "What are you doing? Pretending to hit the wood fish?" Jay put the fruit basket on the table without saying anything. His gaze lingered on Jiang Xinghe for a second. Jiang Xinghe uncomfortably touched his neck. He had washed twice with deodorizing shower gel. Shouldn't there be no smell by now? Cheng sat cross-legged on the bed like a little wife, glaring at Jay with a mix of coquetry and resentment. With a touch of grievance, he complained, "I just asked Brother Chi to feed me, but he beat me." Chu Yang sat on the stool, picked up a fruit knife, peeled an apple for Jiang Xinghe, and said to Jay, "Little Zhang, this is not right of you. He's already injured." Hearing Chu Yang's nickname for him, Jay slightly frowned. Since Chu Yang learned his real name, he started calling him Little Zhang. In fact, they were the same age. Jay was just a few months younger than Chu Yang, which made it feel like he was many generations apart. He injured his left shoulder, but he's not left-handed. Jay, feeling somewhat headache as he looked at Cheng's weepy eyes, reached for an orange in exasperation, peeled it brutally, and threw it to Cheng. Cheng happily caught it and stuffed each segment into his mouth one by one. Jay sighed helplessly, unsure what to do with Cheng. He had lived nearly 25 years with a cold heart and hard liver, never imagining that anyone would like him or that he'd like someone else. He assumed Cheng mistakenly took familial love for romantic love. He thought once Cheng got better, they could have a good talk. But this reckless kid actually stole a kiss from him while he was asleep. Having never been afraid of anything since growing up, Jay dared not open his eyes that day. Thinking it would fool Cheng, who knew Cheng would start stepping all over his boundaries. Every day, he would send more than 100 messages, even reporting when the toilet was clogged. Jay, bothered and restless, punched Cheng on the bed after work and even alarmed the doctor. Afterward, Cheng became a bit more disciplined. But just a little. "Brother Chi, I want." The temple of Jay twitched, "Shut up. If you call me again, I will hit you." When Jay went to the restroom, Cheng whispered to Chu Yang, "Boss, can your method work?" Jiang Xinghe threw the apple core into the trash can and asked curiously, "What method?" "Do alphas not need too much face?" Cheng blurted out, and Chu Yang didn't stop him at all. Jiang Xinghe helplessly hit Chu Yang, "What nonsense have you taught?" "Cheng, don't follow him. When liking someone, sincerity is the most important thing, and nothing else works." Chu Yang leaned in and blinked, "Am I not sincere? How sincere am I? Where can you find such a sincere alpha like me?" Jiang Xinghe pushed Chu Yang's face away and shoved a strawberry into his mouth. Chewing a bite, Chu Yang felt sweetness. Cheng still held on to the tangerine peel Jay gave him and seemed lost in thought. After leaving the hospital, Chu Yang drove Jiang Xinghe to the city center. Jiang Xinghe looked at Chu Yang curiously, "Why did we come here? Do you want to buy clothes at the mall?" Chu Yang mysteriously smiled at him, untied his seatbelt, and came to the passenger side, pulling the car door open for Jiang Xinghe. "You'll see soon." Jiang Xinghe looked up at the alpha beside him, unsure of Chu Yang's intention. Chu Yang led him by hand to the best location store on the commercial street, took out a key from his pocket, and opened the door. Jiang Xinghe realized the answer. While chatting with Chu Yang, he mentioned casually that he wanted to open a flower shop in the future. It turned out the alpha acted so swiftly. This was a duplex-style store. Entering the second floor through a spiral staircase, the first thing Jiang Xinghe saw was their pictures together hanging on the wall, some from childhood, some current ones. Laughing, Jiang Xinghe picked up the photo on the desk where he was sleeping, and Chu Yang, smiling at the camera, took a selfie without waking him. Curiously, he asked, "When was this taken? Why didn't you wake me up?" A pair of small dimples appeared on Chu Yang's lips as he embraced Jiang Xinghe from behind. "Can't you tell? It was our first time on Valentine's Day, and I thought we should leave a memento." Suddenly, Jiang Xinghe felt the picture frame in his hands grow hot, reddening his face as he murmured, "Do you behave properly at all? Honey, take a closer look. Is there any commonality between these pictures?" Chu Yang gave him a little hint. Jiang Xinghe stepped out of his embrace and carefully examined each photo on the wall. There was one showing him holding hands with baby Chu Yang, another showing them swimming together, playing basketball together, and doing homework together. The last photo on the picture wall showed him and Chu Yang hugging their pet dog recently. Both human and animal were smiling brightly. Chu Yang leaned in from behind and asked, "What do you see?" Jiang Xinghe's eyes curved into half-moons as memories washed over his heart like calm waters. "These are all our firsts, aren't they? First meeting, first swim, first time putting together Lego pieces, first time riding bikes, our first responsibility toward a small animal." Just as Omega finished speaking, there was a dull thud from behind. Jiang Xinghe turned around to see Chu Yang falling awkwardly onto his knees, adjusting hastily into a single knee position. Clearly inexperienced in this business. In the alpha's hand appeared a bunch of roses, with a ring box delicately placed among the flowers. Jiang Xinghe's eyebrows arched slightly in surprise. No wonder he insisted on wearing a suit despite the sweltering heat. Omega had thought it was just for show. Chu Yang looked up at Jiang Xinghe with burning love-filled eyes, portraying his every feature. "Jiang Xinghe, all my most important moments in life have been spent with you. We've shared so many firsts, but today I am going to say something that I've rehearsed millions of times in my mind." The alpha wasn't quite sure when he started liking Jiang Xinghe, but one thing was crystal clear: from childhood to now, he had never once considered being apart from Jiang Xinghe. Chu Yang's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his voice grew dry and hoarse. His steady facade broke as his trembling hands betrayed nervousness, tiny dimples brimming with overwhelming emotions. The alpha's voice quivered, "Will you marry me?" Jiang Xinghe's breath caught for a moment, his heartbeat chaotic like glass shattering onto the ground, making loud noises. Chu Yang gazed intently at him, almost panicking. "If you can't accept that, maybe you could marry me instead." Omega's smile broadened as he extended his left hand, "Put it on me." Tears instantly welled up in Chu Yang's eyes, spilling onto the ground with just a blink. There was no time to be shy as the alpha hurriedly reached into the ring box, trembling with fear that Jiang Xinghe might change his mind, and slid the elegant ring onto his intended's ring finger before wiping away the stray tears carelessly. Jiang Xinghe let out a soft chuckle, helping Chu Yang up off the floor. He wiped the alpha's face gently while tenderly asking, "How old is Tuan Tuan this year? Why are you still so emotional?" 3. Chu Yang rubbed his face against Jiang Xinghe's shoulder playfully, "Regardless of my age, I will always love you. In my brief, soon-to-be 25-year life, every day I have loved you, forever will love you most, love you all my life." Jiang Xinghe was dizzied by Chu Yang's barrage of "I love you"s, lifting his hand to rub Chu Yang's back of the head, he softly responded, "I also love you, forever and always." Chapter 106, Part 1. When Ji Feng was returning home after completing a mission, he received a message from his father, "Come home for dinner tomorrow night. Don't come alone." The alpha sitting in the driver's seat was slightly stunned. What did "don't come alone" mean? After sending this message, Ji Qingji felt somewhat awkward. Throughout his life, he had always been accustomed to patriarchal ways, using command-like methods to communicate with both his wife and children. He naturally relied on his experience to guide his child's choices. However, a few days ago, when he saw his usually steady and resilient elder son sitting alone on the sofa crying with his face buried in his hands, his heart ached. Both Ji Yun and Ji Feng were his biological children. As a father, how could he not care about his own children? Over the years, seeing Ji Yun and his elder daughter-in-law treat each other with respect, he believed he had done the right thing, believing they were happy. Ji Yun had always been his pride, but Ji Qingji never expected that his eldest son, who was decisive in the business world, would show such a pained expression. Ji Qingji's hand traced over his deceased wife's photograph as he murmured, "Xiao Jing, did I really make the wrong choice?" Hiroshi gently knocked on the study door. "Father, it's time for lunch." "Ruashi." Hiroshi paused, her hand supporting her waist, and said warmly, "Father, is something wrong?" Ji Qingji's gaze lingered on the bulging abdomen of Hiroshi for a second before shaking his head. "Nothing. You're far along now, take care of yourself." Hiroshi nodded slightly and exited the study. It took 6 years of marriage between Ji Yun and Hiroshi to have their first child. Ji Qingji didn't know if this signified that Ji Yun had finally let go of Zhou Yi. However, regardless of the situation, spilled water cannot be gathered again, late concern could only be deemed hypocrisy. Ji Yun handed his coat to the butler and quickly walked upstairs to hold Hiroshi's arm. "Be careful, don't fall." Hiroshi smiled gently. "I'm fine." "You're exaggerating." Last night, Hiroshi took out a concert ticket from under her pillow and handed it to Ji Yun. Ji Yun curiously took it and saw the name of Zhou Yi's band on it. Yun, you don't need to feel any burden. Our marriage is just a business alliance. We are all victims of our families." Ji Yun looked at her. Hiroshi's eyes were slightly red as she stared without blinking. "Since the day I married you, I knew you wouldn't love me. I've always been trained to be an ideal wife and mother, I've never had the courage to pursue what I truly love. But, I hope to give you courage." Ji Yun was silent for a long while. The room was so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. After some time, he sat next to Hiroshi and held her hand. "Xiao Shi, maybe I haven't been a good husband, but I will learn to be." Let's raise our child together, alright? Hiruoshi's tears fell onto Ji-yun's hand. Ji-yun embraced her and whispered consolingly, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Hiruoshi shook her head in his arms and sobbed, unable to speak. Ji-yun looked at the concert ticket. He had already wronged Zhou-yi and couldn't afford to betray Hiruoshi either. If he had been braver years ago when Zhou-yi smiled at him saying, it's fine, it doesn't hurt at all, then perhaps the outcome would have been different. But there were no ifs. How could there be so many chances for do-overs? It was already fortunate that Zhou-yi could step back onto the stage. How could he disturb her peaceful life again? He couldn't, and he shouldn't. He had a wife and an unborn child. If he left his family and sought Zhou-yi for reconciliation, it would be an insult and betrayal of their once sincere feelings. The wind brushed through the sycamore trees, making whooshing sounds. Chen Che carefully closed the door of the limited edition Rolls-Royce he had just imported from abroad, whistling as he walked home. He glanced and saw Ji Feng's old car still parked in the parking space with its lights on. The Alpha curiously approached, making a funny face at the car window. Ji Feng didn't move a bit. Chen Che tapped on Ji Feng's car window with his curved finger, and Ji Feng turned around, looking annoyed before lowering the window. What are you doing? Why aren't you going home after work? Ji Feng showed his phone screen to Chen Che. Che, what do you think my dad means by this? Chen Che furrowed his brows in thought. Wife, do you think your dad plans to lure me into your house just to beat me up? A smile curled at Ji Feng's lips as he locked his car and slung his arm over the Alpha's shoulder, heading home. Your little brain would have made a great detective. Haha, that's right. If I went to FAO, would the position of section chief still be yours? Ji Feng chuckled and pinched the back of the Alpha's neck. Finally, there was a mark he had left, which could be called a historic advancement. Do you want to go? If you don't want to, we won't. Chen Che stepped on his leather shoes, pulled off his socks, and wanted to slip away barefoot, but Ji Feng brought him back and helped him put on slippers. Even in summer, the floor can be cold. Ji Feng threw Chen Che's socks into the dirty clothes basket and neatly arranged the randomly kicked-off leather shoes. Chen Che grinned and kissed him, let's go. With such a virtuous wife, how can I not visit my father-in-law? Ji Feng smiled helplessly, at home, you can call me whatever you like, but tomorrow when we go to my house, you're not allowed to call me wife or anything like that. Wife. Chen Che murmured a long string into his ear. Ji Feng's eyes darkened slightly. Chen Che always deserved a good scolding, of course, after being disciplined, he only stayed obedient for the time spent in bed. When Chen Che saw Ji Feng's expression change, he quickly retracted his teasing, by the way, hasn't Xiaojing been learning with me these few days? I always feel this kid is in love, hugging his phone and laughing foolishly all the time. I'll have to check out which family's child it is. It's like a 1,000-year-old iron tree blossoming. You'd better stop messing around. He's already 19, an adult. Think about what you did at that age. Give Xiaojing some personal space. Ji Feng took a sip of warm water. After a while, there was no reply from Chen Che, so he turned around curiously. The Alpha suddenly pounced on him, hanging onto his back fiercely. What did I do? At 19, your pure guy fell completely because of you. Every day chasing you in bars, and my dad even thought I was not doing anything serious, then directly cancelled my card. Ah. Ji Feng's eardrums hurt a bit, as he pulled the Alpha off his back, feeling guilty yet servile. It's all my fault. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Oomph. Chen Che flopped down on the sofa, grabbed a candy and cracked it in his mouth, muttering discontentedly, I want to eat stars from the sky. Can you pick them for me, coat them with breadcrumbs, and deep fry them? Chapter 107, Part 2. Jiang Xinghe picked up the pen and signed his last name on the confidentiality agreement, feeling rather complicated. The head of the Human Resources Department tidied up the documents and extended a hand to shake with Jiang Xinghe. Director Jiang, may your journey be smooth. Thank you. Jiang Xinghe retracted his hand, smiling as he closed the pen with a crisp click. He stepped into the elevator after leaving the HR department and pressed the upward button. After a brief farewell with his colleagues, Jiang Xinghe pushed open the office door. The succulents on the windowsill were thriving despite the minimal care he had given them, much more resilient than those at home. The one succulent he took home died within less than a week. Jiang Xinghe gave the remaining plant a final watering and whispered softly, is it homesickness? Just stay here and wait for your new owner. In the end, Jiang Xinghe only took the FAO badge engraved with his name. Leaning against the elevator wall, he watched the numbers on the display drop. This was likely the last time he would ride in the FAO's exclusive elevator. Through the reflection of the elevator wall, the Omega saw his slightly sour expression and adjusted the corners of his mouth with his fingers. He had thought about leaving many times, but on the day of departure, there was still a subtle sense of reluctance. But that was all right. With a long journey ahead, he still had Chu Yang by his side. Jiang Xinghe took a deep breath and walked out of the elevator toward the exit. His Alpha waited for him outside. The glass doors opened automatically in response to the presence of a body. The sunlight outside was intense, causing Jiang Xinghe to squint slightly. Chu Yang was hiding under the shade of a tree, picking fine leaves from a bush. Seeing Jiang Xinghe emerge, he smiled and opened an umbrella to greet him. The Alpha shaded his Omega in the cool shadow, his towering figure providing Jiang Xinghe a strong sense of security. In this world, he still had someone he could rely on. The Omega reached out to wipe the light sweat off Chu Yang's forehead, laughing, "It's so hot outside. Why didn't you wait in the car or even in the FAO lobby? My colleagues all know me, if I went to the lobby, I'd have to negotiate with them. As a social anxiety person, I don't really want to draw attention." Chu Yang swayed Jiang Xinghe's hand, their intertwined hands glistening with rings on their ring fingers more dazzling than the sunlight itself. Jiang Xinghe raised his eyebrows in shock. "You? Social anxiety? Chu Yang opened the passenger door and let Jiang Xinghe in before throwing the umbrella onto the back seat and circling around to the driver's seat. Jiang Xinghe laughed. "Social terrorist is more like it. You're not going into the hall because you're afraid of getting arrested right away. How should you talk to your husband?" Chu Yang extended his left hand, showing off the ring on his ring finger. "Just proposing marriage already makes you proud." Jiang Xinghe leaned forward, opening the small fridge in the back seat, taking out a canned Coke, and sipping it for a refreshing taste. Chu Yang chuckled and rubbed Jiang Xinghe's head affectionately. "From now on, you can't call me Director Jiang anymore. You'll need to call me Mr. Jiang." Jiang Xinghe buckled his seatbelt and met Alpha's cheerful gaze. "Then what are you?" Alpha lifted an eyebrow, gently stepping on the gas pedal and driving quickly out of the FAO Union parking lot. Confidently saying, "Of course, I'm your madam." "Huh, madam, waiting for me to earn money so I can give you a share." Chu Yang, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, kissed Omega's hand during the few seconds waiting at the traffic light. "Alright, since I've followed you since birth, you need to take responsibility for me." The red light at the intersection began to count down. Jiang Xinghe punched Chu Yang's shoulder. "What nonsense. It's green. Let's go home quickly." "Oh yeah, Xiaoying and Wanwan will return to Shisai tomorrow. If you have time, we could go out to eat together." Chu Yang nodded. "Sure, darling, can we two get married before they do?" "It depends on your performance." After returning home, Jiang Xinghe finished dinner and then retreated to the study. Chu Yang couldn't even touch his little hand. He could only cradle a food ball and pout pitifully. The food ball jumped off Chu Yang's leg, leisurely biting its toy and scratching its short legs while strolling into the study. It glanced back at the Alpha provocatively. Chu Yang crossed his arms helplessly. Jiang Xinghe didn't like being disturbed when working, so Chu Yang dared not even approach the study. Alpha heard Jiang Xinghe's cheerful voice. "Ah. Food ball has come to accompany Dad at work. Good boy, good boy." Chu Yang frowned slightly. "What? Dad?" Jiang Xinghe wanted Food Ball to call him Big Brother, yet he himself wanted to be Food Ball's father. Seated on the sofa, Alpha swung his crossed leg and began brainstorming. Could it be that Xinghe Jiang likes this kind of role-playing? Oh, didn't see that coming from the little weirdo. But since the Omega has such a demand, as his Alpha, it wouldn't hurt to satisfy him. Chu Yang gently tapped on the study door twice, leaning against the doorframe in his bathrobe, intentionally opening it wider as he looked at the Omega who was diligently drawing on his tablet. "Sweetheart, it's already 11 o'clock. You should sleep now. You can continue tomorrow." Xinghe Jiang adjusted the anti-blue light glasses perched on his nose bridge and appraised Alpha with a nonchalant expression. "No, I need to finish this fast and then find someone to renovate." Since Chu Yang bought him a shop, every day Xinghe Jiang visited construction material markets by day and retreated into the study at night to work overtime, designing the floral shop's decoration style himself. Of course, Chu Yang respected all of Xinghe Jiang's decisions, but the hours Omega spent in the study every day significantly disrupted their harmonious lives. Still, he only dared complain silently. With hands behind his back, Alpha moved closer to Xinghe Jiang. "Let me take a look at Master Star's design work." Hearing this, Xinghe Jiang lifted his tablet to show him, his eyes full of anticipation as he stared fixedly at Chu Yang's reaction. Chu Yang saw clearly written on the Omega's face, praise me quickly," so he smiled and exaggerated slightly. "My goodness. Master Jiang's works are nothing short of divine masterpieces that stir heaven and earth. Too much praise, too much praise." Xinghe Jiang smiled, pulling back his tablet and nudging Chu Yang's chest softly with his elbow. Chu Yang casually placed his arm around Jiang's neck, bending down to lift him up horizontally. "Alright, time to sleep. It's been a long while since you've paid attention to me." Xinghe Jiang hooked his neck, laughing at Chu Yang's teasing tone. "What's your problem?" "It's just been 3 days, Chu Yang. You need to learn some self-restraint, okay?" Rice Ball crawled out from under the desk, following after Chu Yang, biting his trouser legs playfully. Without mercy, Chu Yang locked him outside the door. "Go play somewhere else." Alpha bent down to kiss Omega's cheek and led him downstairs, sounding pitiful. 3 days. Feels like 3 years. Please rescue me before I explode." Xinghe Jiang's fingers twitched, retracting his hand as if burned. Why do you act like you're in heat every day? You're sick, you need treatment." Chu Yang chuckled softly in Mega's shoulder hollow. "Yes, I'm sick, only Dr. Jiang can cure me." Alpha whispered those 2 words in Omega's ear. "Papa." Jiang stiffened. "Are you crazy?" Chu Yang tickled his ribs and laughed. "Why are you cursing now?" Ha ha ha, rice ball, help. Rice ball. Ow. The little corgi brought its own small nest and placed it outside the couple's door, crawling inside to find a comfy position before falling asleep. Chapter 108, Chaos in the Wedding, 1. The news of the only son of Hurricane Group getting married sent ripples throughout Seth. Chu Yang wished that every dog in Shisai could be notified by Fantuan. While most brides suffer from pre-wedding anxiety, Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe were completely opposite. Jiang Xinghe believed that since they had always lived together, their wedding was just a formality. However, Chu Yang thought differently. His fear of Jiang Xinghe running away on the day of their marriage fueled his own wedding anxiety. Sweetie, do you love me? Chu Yang used both hands and legs to hold Jiang Xinghe in an embrace and asked softly next to his ear. Jiang Xinghe cracked open an eye and stared at the dark ceiling. He had been sleeping for some time already, even dreaming about performing a chest-breaking feat. It turned out Chu Yang had been pressing half of his body onto him. Alpha, not hearing any response from Jiang Xinghe, leaned closer again. Honey, do you love me? Jiang Xinghe felt his temples pulsing. He wasn't someone who got angry when woken up in the middle of the night, but no one would have a good mood being interrupted like this. Omega mustered some strength, flipped Chu Yang over, and kicked him under the bed with a foot. Under Chu Yang's cries of pain were Fantuan's barking sounds, the man and the dog alternating. Jiang Xinghe's head throbbed. Why did his home have two overly noticeable ones? Fantuan whimpered as it crawled out from under Chu Yang and bit down hard on the alpha's arm. Woof. Ah. Chu Yang reacted instantly to the pain, scrambling up and quickly turning on the light. The eyes that had adjusted to the darkness were slightly stung upon meeting the brightness, but when he opened them again, Fantuan had already carried off its doghouse. Alpha complained while stretching out his arm before Jiang Xinghe. Fantuan bit me. Jiang Xinghe sighed helplessly, rubbing Sam Yang's arm with his thumb. There wasn't even a scratch. Fantuan knew how to control its bite force. Omega slapped Chu Yang's arm lightly and rolled back over. Stop fooling around and go to sleep, I'm exhausted. We still have lots to do tomorrow. Chu Yang lay beside Jiang Xinghe, turning him so they faced each other. Xinghe, do you love? Love. Love. Jiang Xinghe grumpily leaned forward and pecked Chu Yang on the lips. Go to sleep already, you're so annoying. Chu Yang made a sound of dissatisfaction but happily closed his eyes while burrowing into Jiang Xinghe's embrace. Turn off the light. Oh. Even though Chu Yang held on to the principle that anything not causing Jiang Xinghe stress shouldn't cause stress, after all, this was their own matter, things like suit tailoring required Jiang Xinghe's presence for accurate measurement. A famous designer brought specially from abroad, whose design fees were equivalent to 2 suites at the center of Shisai. Jiang Xinghe cursed Chu Yang daily for extravagance once he found out the price, then stopped caring altogether eventually, leaving it be. There was never enough trickery from Alpha. Chu Yang initially planned to rent a giant screen in the central square to live stream their wedding, which was denied by Jiang Xinghe. Yang, we're just getting married, not ascending to immortality. Can you please keep a low profile? Although Chu Yang listened to advice and didn't rent the giant screen, he did cover all advertising spaces on every mode of transportation in Shisai. Basically, wherever there were people, images of him and Jiang Xinghe could be seen. When Jiang Xinghe was going to the flower shop and waited for the traffic light, a bus happened to turn right, slowly passing before him. On the whole side of the bus, a high-definition photo of himself and Chu Yang in suits appeared for their wedding announcement. Omega's hand holding the steering wheel faltered, almost crashing. Jiang Xinghe's feelings could no longer be described by mere social death. He truly wanted to dig a hole and bury himself or speed straight to Hurricane Group, pushing Chu Yang from the 66th floor. They hadn't even gotten their marriage certificate, and he was already contemplating divorce. When Jiang Xinghe reached Mighty Tiger Smelling Roses, a small employee had just arrived as well. She had never seen such obvious displeasure on her boss's face before. Little Sang cautiously asked, Boss, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Jiang Xinghe tugged at his mouth corners, forcing a smile uglier than a frown. Nothing, I'm fine. After saying that, he walked into the little garden behind the flower shop, picked up a pair of gardening scissors, and, snap, cut off some overly grown shrubs. Little Sang was startled and quickly slipped into the workroom, changing into her uniform and hurriedly hanging the sign, in business. Mighty Tiger Smelling Roses thrived well. It owed much of its success partly to its location and mostly to Jiang Xinghe's business acumen. Some people are just smart, no matter what field they engage in, they always excel at the top level. And Jiang Xinghe was one of those people. Omega was the type who either didn't do something at all, or if he did it, he would go all out. He did not rely on just traditional brick-and-mortar business. Instead, he simultaneously operated both online and offline, and even registered self-media accounts. Once the number of fans increased, he handed over management to Little Sang. As a young girl, Little Sang knew exactly what the public wanted to see. Occasionally during video shoots, she'd let Jiang Xinghe make an appearance in the frame, and even if it was just a side profile for 1 second, it could still receive tens of thousands of likes. At first, everyone thought Jiang Xinghe was an alpha, so the comments section was filled with many netizens calling him husband, making Jiang Xinghe rather embarrassed. The next day, he had Little Sang reply to the netizens, the boss was actually an Omega, so everyone should be cautious when speaking, wary of internet fraud. However, this made the netizens go wilder. In any case, mighty tiger-smelling roses skyrocketed to massive fame. Chu Yang secretly followed Jiang Xinghe's account, and his jealousy almost reached its breaking point. After forcing Little Sang to add "boss married, boss's wife rich and handsome" to the personal description, Chu Yang felt a little better. Alpha's move to purchase giant screens and monopolize transportation advertisements were all forms of indirect boasting. "Look! Such a good-looking Omega is my wife. You all stop coveting her." Of course, his purpose was achieved, but it went a bit off track as netizens started shipping them as a couple now. The story of the handsome flower shop owner and the youngest billionaire president spread widely on the internet. Jiang Xinghe had never imagined in his entire life that he would rank first on trending topics. Looking at the screen full of "crazy shipper," he quietly rubbed his hair. He was about to go insane too. His phone vibrated, the caller ID showed Yang Yang. Jiang Xinghe pressed his lips, changing Yang Yang to Mad Dog. Omega answered the call from Mad Dog. Chu Yang sounded very happy and proud. "Honey, have you been online? Everyone is blessing us now." "Humph, I've seen it. I'm amazing, right? Now the whole world knows that you are my wife, Jiang Xinghe slapped the table, scaring Chu Yang silent instantly. "Chu Yang, I'll give you until this afternoon to take down those ads immediately." Chu Yang scratched his nails. "What's wrong? Do you think the photos don't look good?" Omega sighed. "If I still see them when I get off work, you can sleep with Fanty in the dog house from now on." "Ah. No." Before Chu Yang could say more, Jiang Xinghe had already hung up. Alpha raised his eyes and looked at his assistant who was organizing documents for him. "You analyze why Brother Xinghe got angry." Yu Zhou's expression was complex. After hesitating for a moment he said, "Maybe because he's shy." "Why else could there be? Not everyone has social confidence like you, boss." Chu Yang touched his chin. "That makes sense. Brother Xinghe is face sensitive, so okay, you take them down. Give yourself 2 hours." Yu Zhou. If he heard correctly just now, Jiang Xinghe had said before he gets off work. It was only 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon. Even if he left at 5:30 p.m., that's still 4 hours, but Chu Yang only gave him 2 hours. Is a worker's life not worth anything? Yu Zhou screamed inside his heart but kept a calm exterior. "Understood, Mr. Chu." Chapter 109, OVA, Chaotic Wedding, 2. It has to be said that there's a reason why Yu Zhou received 2 promotions in half a year at work. Chu Yang had given him 2 hours, and he finished the task in 1 hour 50 minutes. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction and took out a shopping card from a newly opened mall from his drawer and tossed it to Yu Zhou. He didn't know exactly how much money was on the card, but since Yu Zhou did such a great job, he couldn't help giving him a little reward. Yu Zhou accepted it without hesitation. Not sympathizing with capitalists or feeling sorry for their money is his working principle. There was no need to be coy under these circumstances. He just needed to say, "Thank you, Mr. Chu." Chu Yang leaned back in his boss's chair checking his phone. Hearing his gratitude, he slightly nodded. That meant, "No more of your business, go play." Yu Zhou slightly bowed his head and exited the CEO's office. Chu Yang turned the plain ring on his ring finger twice and smirked lightly. The wedding date was set for the 7th day of September, which was chosen by Grandpa Chu based on the couple's birth charts after consulting a master. Even though neither believed in it, as long as their elders were happy, they were happy to follow along. Between an indoor and outdoor wedding, Jiang Xinghe chose the latter, assuming it would only be a simple grassland-style ceremony. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang swiped his card for a cruise ship and planned to have the wedding on the deck, right in the middle of the Sadarak River. Seeing Chu Yang's excited look, Jiang Xinghe couldn't bring himself to spoil his fun. It didn't matter anyway since Chu Yang had enough money. Go all out if you want. The bride and groom should not see each other the day before the wedding, so Jiang Xinghe went home. There was always an auntie who cleaned regularly, so everything was spotless. With the wedding the next day, Jiang Xinghe showered early and got into bed hoping to get some rest because tomorrow was bound to be exhausting. However, Mega kept tossing and turning and could not fall asleep at all, his heart wildly pounding in his chest without control. He and Chu Yang were about to become legal partners. This conclusion made the usually composed Mega bury his head under the blanket and smile foolishly. Jiang Xinghe had touched the pupil pattern gemstone that had been remodeled into a necklace and recalled the love words Chu Yang whispered in his ear. "These are my eyes, and also my heart, and they all exclusively belong to you." Omega turned over and switched on the bedside lamp, taking off the necklace. The pupil pattern gemstone was embedded inside a hidden button, and could be removed once it was opened. Jiang Xinghe held the gemstone under the night light, watching the fractured light refracted from its cracks, fantastic and dazzling. It was his unique treasure, just like Chu Yang. Omega clenched the pupil pattern gemstone in his palm and seemed truly able to feel Alpha's strong heartbeat as he hugged him tightly. Jiang Xinghe threw off the covers, stepped barefoot on the carpet, and upon pulling open the curtains, he saw Chu Yang in his pajamas leaning against the railing looking at him intently. Upon seeing Jiang Xinghe step out, Chu Yang froze for a moment, then stood straight and waved smiling, "Honey." Jiang Xinghe helplessly gave Alpha a "shoo" sign, "Be quieter. Don't wake up uncle." Omega shook his mobile phone as a signal to Chu Yang to WeChat chat with him. How come you're home too? Chu Yang replied instantly, I just wanted to be closer to you. I miss you desperately. Omega leaned against the railing, smiled faintly, and his eyes softened greatly, I miss you too. Just one night, baby Tuan can endure it. Chu Yang didn't reply, and when Jiang Xinghe looked up, where was Alpha's figure? Confused, Jiang Xinghe sent him another message, are you back in the room? Just as the phone displayed the successful send, Jiang Xinghe heard the sound of the password lock unlocking at his own house door. Before he could marvel, the footsteps from upstairs came, and the bedroom door was pushed open the next second. Alpha, wearing slippers, walked over. In the silent night, only the rustling sound of leaves and his own heartbeat could be heard. Every step of Chu Yang was as if treading directly on Mega's heart. The heartbeat that had just calmed down became chaotic again. Alpha gave Jiang Xinghe no time to ask questions. He spread his arms, hooked Mega's waist, and then the kiss fell. With urgency. Jiang Xinghe's long lashes fluttered slightly, his voice hoarse, Baby Tuan, how did you come here? Alpha wiped the corner of Jiang Xinghe's lips with his thumb, staring deeply into his darkened eyes, because I want to kiss you. Is that okay? The moon hung high in the night sky. The white gauze curtain was gently swayed by the wind, even the moonlight seemed shy to shine in. The room was filled with the scent of vodka pheromones and roses. Jiang Xinghe wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but he felt that Chu Yang's pheromones had become much gentler, while his own grew even stronger. Leaning against Alpha's chest, Jiang Xinghe pushed gently with exhaustion. You should go back, we're not supposed to see each other today. Chu Yang pouted. Only you can push me away when we're having such a tender moment. Omega chuckled softly. Be a good boy and listen to me. Humph. Chu Yang reluctantly got up, slipping on his pajamas casually, leaned down to kiss Jiang Xinghe's forehead, and said, Good night, sweetheart. Indeed, after working out, sleep came both quickly and deeply. A waterbird swept low over the river, creating ripples in its wake. The luxury cruise ship was anchored right in the middle of the river. Dressed in a well-tailored white suit, Chu Yang stood on the deck with slightly sweaty palms. He wiped them discreetly inside his pocket and pinched his thigh hard to suppress the excitement trembling through every fingertip. There was no priest for their ceremony, instead, Chen Che served as the officiant, and Ji Feng stood among the crowd witnessing the most formal alpha he'd ever seen. He started to wonder what Chen Che would look like marrying him. As elegant light music played, the cabin door of the cruise ship slowly opened, revealing Jiang Xinghe in a white suit matching Chu Yang's, wearing a neatly tied bow tie. Omega's hair was fixed with some gel, parted 370, exposing a clean forehead, and his smile hinted that his eyes could only make room for this alpha. Chu Yang met his gaze across the distance, hiding his trembling fingertips behind his back. Clenching his fists slightly, he took steady steps toward his Mega. Alpha moved resolutely toward Jiang Xinghe, toward the devotion and joy of 24 years. Perhaps since the day Jiang Xinghe reached out from the crib and grasped the hand of baby Chu Yang, their fate was set for life. The single word, love, couldn't express the tumultuous emotion surging in Chu Yang's heart. When he saw Mega extending his hand, Chu Yang was willing to exchange his entire life for this eternal moment. Alpha's tears finally spilled over his cheeks, his head bowed as he massaged his temples. His hand held by Jiang Xinghe was icy and sweating. Jiang Xinghe couldn't help but get choked up either. With bloodshot eyes, he embraced Chu Yang and whispered softly, How old is Tuan Tuan now? Still so emotional. Chu Yang laughed despite himself. 3 years old. Chapter 110 Bonus Story, The Chaotic Wedding, 3. Chen Che quietly walked over to Ji Feng, his eyes sparkling with amusement, but his mouth wouldn't stop criticizing, wasted all night memorizing the lines for nothing, look at them, they're already kissing. After saying that, Chen Che opened his phone and recorded this moment. He could sell it to Chu Yang tomorrow, for at least 10,000 each. Ji Feng quietly reached out and pried Alpha's fingers open, intertwining their fingers tightly. Chen Che looked up at Alpha and whispered, What's wrong? Jealous? Ji Feng nodded slightly and frankly said, I want to marry you too. Currently, Set's law doesn't support double alpha or double omega romances. But with the progress of time, the FAO Alliance is continuously pushing for legal improvement, and perhaps in the near future, the two can become legally recognized partners. Chen Che rarely retorted back at him or said anything about, it's me who marries you, this kind of verbal advantage. He blinked at Ji Feng and lightly pinched Alpha's palm, whispering, I'm waiting. Ji Feng seemed calm on the surface, just smiling serenely, yet the heart inside his chest was so eager that it wanted to jump out. I love you, regardless of gender, regardless of the world, simply because I love you. Because the two newlyweds were overwhelmed by emotion, Chen Che, as the master of ceremonies, merely made a brief appearance, allowing them to exchange rings before becoming completely useless. Jiang Xinghe handed the bouquet in his hands to Xia Wan, smiling and saying, Who would have thought we'd be ahead of you too, Xiaoying, keep going. Xiaoying cheerfully draped an arm around Xia Wan's shoulders, pulling her close, I definitely won't disappoint the boss's great expectations. We'll get the job done by year end. After retiring, Xiaoying and Xia Wan were directly assigned to the FAO Alliance Security Department, where Xia Wan took care of some clerical work while Xiaoying took over as deputy head of security. Everyone's lives were getting better and better. After skipping a few formalities, the banquet started directly. As Chu Yang and Jiang Xinghe were preparing to toast their parents, Jiang Xinghe suddenly changed expression, turning his head aside and giving a small dry heave. Alpha was startled. Recently, Jiang Xinghe's stomach didn't seem to be in good shape. The words, stomach cancer, flashed through Chu Yang's mind. Alpha's heart quivered. Chu Yang immediately put down the wine glass, ready to take Jiang Xinghe to the hospital, regretting having held any ceremony on the deck. Going to the hospital was too time-consuming. A good friend of old Master Chu, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, said, "Don't worry, Xinghe looks rosy and healthy. Let me check his pulse." Jiang Xinghe extended his wrist to him, and the old TCM doctor placed his fingers there, then smiled, stroking his gray beard after just 1 second. "Master Chu, your family will soon have another addition." The three people surnamed Chu simultaneously widened their eyes, showing signs of joy. Old Master Chu reacted fastest, almost shedding tears of happiness. "Ah. Ah. Xinghe. Grandpa will divide all my shares to you." Chu Shan and Luo Sun also became extremely happy, not expecting happiness to come so suddenly. Jiang Xinghe and Chu Yang glanced at each other, Chu Yang's eyes slightly widening, followed by a spreading smile underneath, immediately picking Xinghe up in excitement, stuttering, my goodness. Baby. We're going to have little Xinghe." Jiang Xinghe turned red and asked him to put him down quickly. Old Master Chu gave Chu Yang a slap on the bottom. "Boy. Be careful." Alpha couldn't help but shed a few more little pearls, no longer caring about his tough CEO image, hastily wiping his face. Chu Yang silently shouted in his heart. "I'm so awesome. I'm so great. I am Seth's strongest Alpha." Especially after last time experiencing the joy of orgasm. Alpha kept removing it secretly. Then got beaten up severely by Jiang Xinghe, repeating this cycle over and over again, never tiring of it. Jiang Xinghe began to suspect if Chu Yang wasn't some sort of masochist. But Mega had been careless, believing himself inferior and thus hadn't paid much attention. Subsequently, following the explosive news of the heir to Hurricane Group's marriage, news broke out about the heir having an heir, which hit all top headlines in Seth, including entertainment and finance news. Chen Che, TSK, remarked, "Indeed, Chu Yang deserved the title of being the NG top on BK in Seth." Chapter 111, Extra, Ji Yun X Zhou Yi, Parallel World He Edition. In the Shisai Music Theater, a young musician was performing his violin solo. Under the spotlight, Mega Zhou Yi closed his eyes slightly, and the notes flowed gently under his strings, carrying a peaceful and heart-touching force. In the first row sat a man in a suit, with a faint smile on his face, mesmerized either by the music or by the violinist on stage. When the piece finished, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Omega gracefully bowed in acknowledgement, and as he stood up, he gave a wink to the man in the first row. The Alpha in the audience applauded for him, giving him a thumbs up. Zhou Yi ran into Ji Yun's arms with his violin and bright black eyes. "How was it? Was it good?" Ji Yun chuckled and pinched Mega's cheeks. "It was great. Isn't there an old saying? This melody belongs only in heaven. You're truly remarkable, Teacher Zhou." Zhou Yi smiled. "Mr. Ji sure knows how to flatter people. Let's go eat. I'm starving." Ji Yun took Zhou Yi's hand and walked backstage outwards. "You're hungry now? No more dieting from now on, got it? I'm just trying to look good on stage." Zhou Yi pouted, rubbing his grumbling stomach. "You already look wonderful. Dieting is bad for your health. If you're not satisfied with your figure, we could work out together later." Ji Yun and Zhou Yi sat down in the back seat together, pulled up the car partition, and Ji Yun gave Mega a lingering kiss. Zhou Yi leaned his head against Ji Yun's shoulder, breathing a little heavily. "So tired. Can we switch to another kind of workout?" Ji Yun curled his lips and pinched Zhou Yi's cheeks. "What are you planning in that naughty mind of yours?" Zhou Yi raised her gaze and blinked at him with playful hands. "Doesn't Mr. Ji understand?" Ji Yun's eyes dimmed slightly. "Let's go eat first." "You're right. If you don't eat enough, you won't have the energy to lose weight." Zhou Yi nodded seriously, lowered the car divider, and said to the driver, "Uncle Lu, I feel like eating grilled meat. Let's go to the one in Shangri-La." Uncle Lu nodded. "Alright, then we'll cancel the French cuisine Mr. Ji reserved." The restaurant was close to their house, so after the meal, the two decided to walk home hand in hand. The sunset cast its glow behind them, making them appear like the most ordinary couple in the world. Zhou Yi held a hot cup of milk tea in her hand. Mega chewed on tapioca pearls in his mouth. "Has your father accepted me yet?" The attitude has softened a bit. "Don't worry about it, I've got everything covered." Ji Yun raised his hand to ruffle Zhou Yi's head. His father was rather traditional, wanting him to find a highly compatible Mega who matched their family status, but Ji Yun's resolve was firm, no marriage without Zhou Yi. This left Ji Qingji quite exasperated. Neither of his sons were much trouble-free, one blindly falling in love, the other holed up on King Island for the whole year and never seen. Ji Qingji didn't approve of Zhou Yi as a daughter-in-law, but his wife liked her, making it seem like he was the only bad person in the family. There was nothing else he could do but turn a blind eye, ignorance being bliss. Zhou Yi nodded. I don't care. After all, the person who will spend my entire life with me is you. I don't care what others think. Ji Yun entwined his fingers with Zhou Yi's and smiled softly. Our Zhou is always so understanding. Mr. Ji, stop flattering me. Oh, isn't Xiao Feng coming home for the New Year holiday? I wonder if he's tanned. Ji Yun took out his phone and flipped through Ji Feng's social media posts, finding a selfie of Ji Feng. Look, he's darkened a few shades. Zhou Yi burst out laughing while looking at Ji Feng's photo. How did I miss this post? What does the caption say? Darker and healthier. I should send him some sunscreen. He'll be trouble finding a boyfriend if he gets any darker. At 20 years old, stop worrying about him. Ji Yun put his phone back in his pocket. Think more about us. Shouldn't we get married next year? Zhou Yi arched an eyebrow. Mr. Ji, you haven't even proposed, and you're already thinking about marriage? I refuse. Ji Yun seemed to pull something out of his pocket and slid it onto Zhou Yi's hand. A cold touch spread across his ring finger. Zhou Yi looked down and saw an exquisitely crafted diamond ring. His eyes widened somewhat as he stammered, why you didn't, when? I've had it for a long time. Just never found the right opportunity until today, since you mentioned it, why wait? Zhou Yi laughed happily. Is this a proposal, Mr. Ji? Feels more like a kidnapping. Although that was what he said, Mega looked at the diamond ring on his hand as if he were moved to tears. Ji Yun stopped in his tracks, took Zhou Yi's hand, and suddenly knelt down on one knee. Zhou Yi, will you marry me? I'm willing to trade everything I have for the chance to be with you life after life. It was rush hour, and there were many pedestrians on the road, some even secretly pulled out their phones to take pictures. Zhou Yi quickly pulled him up from the ground, laughing, I agree, get up quick. As the night grew deeper, the streetlights by the roadside lit up one by one. Zhou Yi woke up abruptly from a nightmare, feeling around frantically beside him. A pair of warm, dry hands grabbed his wrist and pulled him into an embrace. Wife, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Ji Yun wrapped Zhou Yi in his arms, gently patting his back to comfort him. In the strong and steady beat of Ji Yun's heart, Zhou Yi found solace, his voice hoarse, Yun, I dreamed that in another world, we separated. I watched with my own eyes as your wedding convoy went around the city to pick up your bride. As Omega spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, gripping tightly onto Ji Yun's shirt. Yun, it felt so real. I'm so sad, I feel like my heart is being crushed. Ji Yun paused momentarily with his hand resting on Zhou Yi's back. He'd had the same dream as Zhou Yi. Alpha's throat tightened slightly as he chuckled softly, Zhou, it was just a dream. I'm right here with you now, aren't I? Mega nodded in his arms, crying quietly and hugging him tighter. Ji Yun released calming pheromones to soothe Mega's fluctuating emotions, lightly pinching Zhou Yi's neck to give him the greatest sense of security. Finally, the Mega in his arms drifted off to sleep. Ji Yun extended his index finger, gently touching the red rim of Zhou Yi's eyes, filled with deep tenderness. The next day, Ji Yun had his assistant investigate the name Hiroashi. The investigation revealed her to be a female Mega, the fourth daughter of the He family of Jiangchen. Ji Yun gazed at the smiling face of the girl on the file, then raised his eyes and asked, how is she doing now? She married her boyfriend whom she met at work. They have a lovely daughter and are living happily together. Ji Yun nodded, closing his laptop. There was a knock at the office door, followed by Zhou Yi peeking in with a smile on his face. Are you done with work? Let's go home together. Chapter 112, Side Story of Ji Feng x Chen Che, First Encounter at a bar. The first thing Chen Che did after exiting the exam room was tearing up his admission ticket into tiny pieces, while humming something like, peasants rise up as masters. It sounded quite terrible, but he couldn't tell. But he wasn't completely tone-deaf, maybe only 4 out of 5 tones. Driver Uncle Sun watched as Chen Che casually tossed the paper scraps into the trash can and said awkwardly, young master, you will still need it when you register later. Why did you tear it up so fast? Chen Che threw his backpack onto the car's rear seat with some annoyance, Uncle Sun, I printed 10 copies. I'm not stupid. Uncle Sun let out a sigh of relief and grinned, no wonder you're the young master, you're really smart. That's right. Chen Che jumped into the back seat and closed the door, let's go home. They say that at this moment people usually head straight to get their hair permed or dyed, but Chen Che already had naturally wavy hair, and rather flamboyantly just curled at the ends. He also didn't like gaudy colors, so he saved money by skipping all that. After returning home, Chen Che went to the bathroom to wash himself thoroughly from head to toe, which he referred to as, removing bad luck. After showering, Chen Che hummed a tune as he walked out of the bathroom. He waved his hand, pulled the curtains shut, dived under the covers, intending to sleep for a couple of hours in preparation for the all-nighter ahead. After waking up, the Alpha ran into his garage, among numerous luxury cars, and rolled out a cool-looking 2-wheeled electric scooter. Although cool, it was an electric scooter. Since Chen Che didn't have a driver's license, not even a motorcycle one. But where he was about to go, he couldn't let Chen Shunchang find out, so Uncle Sun couldn't follow him. Between choosing a taxi or riding the bike, Chen Che chose the latter, riding his electric scooter to experience the freedom of speeding. Chen Che's steed, though an electric scooter, had been secretly modified by him to reach up to 60 kilometers per hour. He cheerfully pushed his electric scooter out through the back door, since they couldn't ride too fast in the villa area, only to realize once on the road that the throttle maxed out at 23 kilometers per hour. Furious, Chen Che took off his helmet and kicked his little electric donkey hard. After calculating every possibility, it turned out that old age still trumps them all. He had painstakingly avoided letting Chen Shunchang know and found someone to modify it properly, but his old man must have gone and changed it back. And added speed limits. Already having differentiated into an alpha, he was still being treated like a kid. Chen Che was very upset, but only momentarily. Because Chen Che noticed a traffic cop walking towards him, eyeing him suspiciously. "What are you doing?" After saying that, he made him park the scooter by the roadside, gave the throttle a test spin, looked at the speedometer, then returned it to him. "Young man, don't lose your temper on the road," the traffic cop affectionately patted Chen Che's shoulder. Chen Che pulled at the corners of his mouth. Road rage? Riding this broken electric scooter at 23 kilometers per hour, where would he possibly vent anger? Ah. 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 Hitting an elderly lady wouldn't even cause her skin to scrape. But this alpha indeed had business to attend to today, so he obediently nodded, put on his helmet, rode his little scooter slowly away. This 19-year-old little alpha closed his eyes tightly and took a deep breath at the sight of the neon-lit bar street before him. Alas! Chen Che pushed his little electric scooter into the parking lot, feeling slightly awkward, but his excitement easily made up for this awkwardness. Chen Che opened up his phone chat records, found the location Aho sent him, and walked further down the bar street, spotting the Donna sign. Aho was waiting for him at the entrance, with traces of smoke and alcohol, coming over to sling an arm around Chen Che's shoulders. "Big brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Coming so late? What kind of car is that? It needs to be phased out." Chen Che pursed his lips, pushed him away, and scowled. "Your pheromones stink, stay away from me." A newly differentiated alpha isn't accustomed to the scent of pheromones yet, especially those from others of the same second gender, making him repelled. Aho raised his arm to sniff himself, then leaned closer to smell Chen Che, smiling foolishly. "Yours are much better. Being an alpha, why do you give off such a seductive and rich wild rose fragrance?" Chen Che kicked him, frowning. "Smell who, my dad? There's nothing wrong with my pheromones. They're fragrant, all right. Fragrant, fragrant, fragrant. You'll definitely charm the most beautiful Mega tonight." Chen Che brushed his tousled hair, his slightly curled tips bouncing lightly. The alpha tilted his chin proudly and waved his hand. "Let's go, big brother Chen is treating you." Aho formed both hands into a megaphone shape and shouted, "Drinks today, big brother Chen is paying." Chen Che. Electronic music paused briefly at the beat drop, followed by cheers and whistles from the crowd, succeeded by even more thrilling drum beats. Chen Che found himself bathed in the spotlight, slightly narrowing his eyes. Amidst the clamor, he felt as if his suppressed soul had finally been released. From a distance at the bar counter, the man holding a cocktail glanced toward the alpha before quickly averting his gaze and pressing his communicator. Ji Feng's mission today was to arrest the offline transaction operatives of the Gland Crime Syndicate without alerting them. The Mega beside him eagerly hooked onto Ji Feng's arm. "Big brother, how come you haven't touched a drop of alcohol since coming to the bar?" Ji Feng furrowed his brow slightly. This Mega had approached him 3 minutes ago. He originally thought he could use this as a cover but hadn't anticipated how bothersome it would be. The alpha gently swirled the cocktail in his hand and took a small sip. Noticing the bartender's stare, he arched an eyebrow faintly. "What's wrong?" The bartender glanced at the Mega by Ji Feng's side and remained silent. Ji Feng set down his glass, sensing something was off. A rising warmth surged within him, his pheromones stirred up the blood rushing toward his glands. This was a premonition of the sensitive period, yet he had just gone through it not long ago. Ji Feng felt utterly humiliated, having executed many missions, but somehow today he inexplicably turned his head and looked at that so-called brother Chen. Only to be drugged by this delicate, willowy little one in front of him. Ji Feng shoved the eager Mega away, his eyes sharp with fury. "Get out of here." After all, being someone who had faced life-and-death situations and fought criminals, Ji Feng truly had a cold and serious face when he chose to show it. The Mega was startled, and by the time he realized what had happened, Ji Feng was already gone. Inside the noisy private room. A few drinks later, Chen Che's head felt dizzy, and his bladder started ringing alarms. But the bathroom in the private room was occupied by Aho. Chen Che, annoyed, kicked the bathroom door. "You've been in there for half an hour? Are you reincarnated as a poop king?" From inside, Aho groaned in distress. "Sorry, brother Chen. I have diarrhea." Chen Che, speechless, walked out to look for a restroom, his steps floating. Finally, he spotted the alpha-designated restroom at the corner of the staircase. However, the moment he pushed open the door, a thick wave of alpha pheromones hit his nose. Chen Che waved his hand in front of his face, thinking it smelled much better than Aho's. Chapter 113 Bonus, Ji Feng x Chen Che, First Encounter at the Ganon Bar, Part 2. Chen Che stuck his head out, searching for the source of the smell. It seemed to be coming from the closed booth at the very end. The smell of engsub pheromones was wafting out from there. It was the scent of courtship pheromones. Although Chen-Che had only experienced one heat period, he understood clearly how urgent these pheromones could be. He patted his pocket, failing to find an inhibitor. Then it struck him that the clothes he usually carried inhibitors in were tossed into the dirty laundry basket. The alpha scratched his head and decided not to meddle in other people's business. His physiology teacher had taught him that alphas during their heat period lose their rationality. In severe cases, they might even lose control, becoming aggressive, especially towards other alphas of the same secondary gender who naturally hold hostility towards them and may require hospitalization. Chen-Che quickly unzipped his pants, walked to the urinal farthest from the cubicle, and prepared to relieve himself as swiftly as possible. Ji-Feng sat on the toilet seat with a twisted expression of pain. He had undergone training for heat periods on the Shanghai Island, enabling him to endure longer than ordinary people. Normally steady Ji-Feng had already cursed the person responsible through 18 generations mentally. Technically, all he had done was take a sip, yet he reacted this severely. Who knows what dosage of aphrodisiac the other person slipped him. Today's mission was critical since traces of suspects were discovered. His teammates were each handling their tasks, having no time yet to come and deliver the inhibitor to him. He was told to bear with it for now. After drinking copious amounts of hot water, Ji-Feng could only rely on his own willpower to wait for the drug effects to dissipate. His heart pounded unhealthily in his chest, leaving Ji-Feng flushed all over. Leaning the back of his head against the wall, staring up at the glaring fluorescent light, he breathed heavily. His glands glowed an unhealthy shade of red, continuously releasing engsub pheromones. Attempting to cover his face with his hand proved futile. The alpha tightly pressed the palm of his hands, trying to delay the disappearance of his sanity with the pain. The sound of trickling water came from outside the door, causing Ji-Feng to frown slightly. In his haste earlier, he had forgotten to lock the restroom door. He wasn't worried about what he might do to any other alpha, after all, he was an alpha too. What he feared was losing control and hurting someone else. Annoyed, Ji-Feng kept tapping the partition with his gun, waiting for the alpha outside to finish so he could lock the restroom door. The continuous stream of water irritated him further. Clearly, the alpha outside was very healthy, but didn't he think the duration was a bit excessive? Ji-Feng tapped his forehead lightly with his gun, his pitch-black eyes filled with bloodshot veins. His anxiety and the influence of heat pheromones led him to kick open the cubicle door with a loud bang. Halfway through his business, Chen-Che jumped in fright. Hey! Shit! Are you crazy? You made me piss on myself. The alpha gave Ji-Feng a fierce glare, and upon seeing the iron weapon in Ji-Feng's right hand, swallowed quietly. He hastily pulled up his pants without bothering to wipe his shoes and started to tiptoe towards the exit. Ji-Feng squinted his eyes slightly at the sight of the young alpha with cherry lips and curly hair. Possibly due to the young alpha's nervousness, a hint of agitated pheromones lingered around Ji-Feng's nostrils. The aroma of wild roses, rich, heavy, and seductive, carrying a certain allure, surrounded Ji-Feng. How could an alpha emit such alluring and wanton pheromones? Light footstep sounds and laughter from a few men approached the door. Ji-Feng glanced at the gun in his hand and the young alpha moving toward the door. Furrowing his brows, he quickly stepped forward, pulling the alpha aside and swiftly locking the restroom door. Ji-Feng's current state, if seen by others, would inevitably lead to a police report. The suspect had not been captured yet, so no alarm should be raised prematurely. Chen-Che thought victory was within reach, about to escape from this madman who looked dangerous. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly rushed forward, silencing Chen-Che before he could let out a startled shout, by covering his mouth. The body temperature of the madman was extremely high. 2 guns were pointed at his waist. Chen-Che stared fearfully at the man behind him, whimpering in his grip, unable to make sense of anything. The restroom handle was roughly turned several times, followed by crude cursing interspersed with kicks on the door. That idiot locked the restroom. Get out here. Alright, there is a restroom downstairs too. The door was kicked again, and the vulgar voices gradually faded away. Ji-Feng slightly loosened his grip on the alpha, and in the next second, his palm was bitten hard by the alpha, drawing blood. Do you even know who I am? Do you know who my father is? So what if you have a gun? Are you trying to threaten me? I'm an alpha. Alpha. You psychopath. Blah blah. So noisy, incredibly noisy. Ji-Feng glanced at his bleeding palm, then looked at the alpha glaring at him with fiery red eyes, cursing non-stop. He softly spoke, "You're so noisy." Chen-Che froze for a second, then exasperatedly let out a "huh." As a top-tier alpha, his pheromones exerted pressure over ordinary alphas. Bolstered by his initial brashness, Chen-Che unleashed a large amount of these oppressive pheromones, attempting to subdue the infuriating alpha in front of him. Ji-Feng took a deep breath, the drug effects having dissipated partially. The sharp pain from being bitten had brought back some rationality, which quickly began to fade upon encountering the intense burst of pheromones. The pheromones were coursing wildly through his bloodstream. Ji-Feng gently pinched the bridge of his nose. Stop fooling around, get out of here now. Chen-Che thought it was his pheromones that were truly affecting Ji-Feng, so he swaggered with his hands on his hips. Humph. Now you're begging for mercy. Too bad. You've already pissed off this young master. Ji Feng's Adam's apple moved up and down. The alpha in front of him was shorter, looking younger than him. Ji Feng watched the wild and unaware young alpha before him and faintly curled his lips, his voice hoarse. While I still have my sanity, get out. Don't reveal my whereabouts to anyone, understood? Having been coddled since birth, always getting his way, Chen Che had never been threatened. After hearing Ji Feng's warning, he immediately shoved Ji Feng's shoulder. You dare threaten me? Who do you think you are? Ji Feng noticed the fleeting glimpse of the small white wrist, catching sight of a black mole that made its skin appear even fairer. The last thread of reason snapped instantly. Ji Feng's throat tightened as he grabbed Chen Che's wrist and yanked him into the cubicle. Before Chen Che could react, his neck was firmly pressed down, his face squashed hard against the partition. Shit. That's disgusting. My face. Chapter 114, Interlude, Ji Feng x Chen Che, Their First Encounter at the Kana Bar, Part 3. When Chen Che felt the familiar yet strange touch on his waist, his head felt like it was about to split apart. You son of a bitch. I'm an alpha. You're insane. You're a pervert. Let go of me. You're a moron. I'll kill you. I'll castrate you and feed you to the dogs. Ji Feng casually grabbed the toilet paper roll from the cubicle and shoved it into the mouth of the alpha who kept cursing. The alpha stared with widened eyes in disbelief. What had been stuffed into his mouth? This crazy person had actually put toilet paper into his noble mouth. Although unable to speak, Chen Che's mind was filled with dirty curses. But the next moment, all he could do was wail as everything else escaped his thoughts. This was not the kind of pain he was supposed to feel. The drug-induced hypersensitivity soon wore off. Ji Feng's vacant gaze gradually focused, and when it met the tear-streaked eyes of the young alpha, his brain buzzed loudly. Pop. Chen Che lost his balance and fell to his knees, the toilet paper roll rolling out of his mouth and onto the floor. Alpha's mouth was full of the foul wooden smell of inferior toilet paper. He spat out saliva mixed with red streaks of blood. His lips had been bitten through by himself. In his weakened state, Chen Che cursed with gritted teeth, you'd better disappear from Seth, or no matter where you are, I'll find you, chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Ji Feng fastened his belt, crouched down, and apologized with a faint, I'm sorry. But these 3 words paled in comparison to the harm he had done to the alpha. He spoke just once and then found himself at a loss for words. Chen Che feebly uttered a few more words. Ji Feng didn't hear clearly, so he leaned closer. The alpha weakly cursed, may 8 generations of your ancestors rot, all of them sent to be my uncle's achievements. Ji Feng looked puzzled. Who was his uncle? Before he could ask, the communication device suddenly buzzed with a message, Hawk, the target is running towards your position. Are you capable of rejoining the mission? Ji Feng looked at the exhausted and furious alpha in front of him, pursed his lips, and said, Hawk received, mission guaranteed. The floor is cold. Ji Feng tidied up Chen Che's clothes and tried to help the man sit on the toilet seat. But just as the person sat down, they quickly jumped back up, your father. Ji Feng's face flushed, and the communicator was still urging him to act. Ji Feng tore off the diamond cufflink from his shirt and placed it in Chen Che's hand sincerely, saying, sorry, I have work to do. Take this first, wait here for an hour, I promise to come back and let you deal with me however you want. After that, Ji Feng pushed open the door of the cubicle and left, leaving only the back of Chen Che behind. Shit, shit. Chen Che irritably messed up his own curls. Where had the young master ever experienced such injustice? It was both humiliating and painful. Tears streamed down his face as he hiccuped and cried. What the hell was this situation? That bastard actually ran away. Wailing, he called out, Dad, someone bullied me, sob. Chen Che sniffled and cried for half an hour before struggling to stand up. He glanced at the diamond cufflink in the palm of his hand, flipped open the toilet lid, and threw it inside before flushing it away. Was he worth this little? The alpha opened the cubicle door and limped out. As he passed the sink, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror, looking thoroughly battered, and quickly turned on the tap to wash his face. Chen Che walked out of the bar, chilled by the night wind despite the summer season. Not in a condition to ride his electric scooter anymore, he wiped his nose, opened his phone, and hailed a car. He returned home pitifully. Chen Shunchang and Chen Jing had already gone to sleep. Clenching his teeth, Chen Che quietly slipped into his room and tore off his stained clothes, throwing them into the trash bin. Limping into the bathroom, he took a hot shower. Hot water slid down his body and flowed into the drain, tinged slightly pink. Chen Che wrapped himself in a bathrobe, leaning against the wash basin, glaring at his own red and swollen eyes, clenching his teeth fiercely. If he didn't kill that imbecile someday, he would never call himself Chen Che again. The young alpha curled up under the blanket, burying his face into the pillow and massaging his sore bottom. It hurt so much. After handing over the criminal to his colleagues, Ji Feng rushed back to the Kana bar, but there was already no trace of the young alpha. He squatted down and looked at the faint bloodstains on the cubicle floor, then slapped himself on the face. Ji Feng. What have you done? He turned the Kana bar upside down but found no trace of Chen-Che. He took out his ID and asked the manager to check the surveillance, but the manager said the cameras were broken and under repair. With a sense of guilt, Ji-Feng rubbed his face. How could he forget to ask for his name? He had no idea where to start making up for it. The Alpha stood dumbfounded amidst the hustle and bustle, the dazzling lights piercing his eyes painfully. His phone buzzed, with teammates urging him to return. They were heading back to King Island that night. Ji-Feng's steps were heavy as he turned to leave. He glanced down at the tiger's mouth area of his right hand, where a scab had formed, still carrying the scent of wild roses. The first ray of sunlight in the morning fell on Chen-Che's foot protruding from the covers. Chen-Che pulled back the blanket to reveal his unruly curls. He disliked sleeping on his stomach, he simply couldn't fall asleep, and the dark circles under his eyes were terrifying. Chen-Che wasn't one to endure pain. Too embarrassed to seek help from his uncle, he opened an app and found a urology hospital some distance away from his home. The elderly doctor adjusted his glasses after seeing the young Alpha across the desk wearing a mask and hat, mumbling something incomprehensible. What's wrong? So young and already unable to. Chen-Che's eyebrows furrowed deeply. It's not that, seems like it split. True to his extensive experience, the doctor wasted no words and pulled the curtain to let Chen-Che lie down for a checkup. Not serious. I'll prescribe some medicine, the doctor said earnestly while cleaning his hands with alcohol. Young man, don't overdo it, health is important. Chen-Che's face flushed red as he bit his lip, saying nothing, and left to pick up the prescribed medication. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. As soon as his body healed slightly, he ran off to the bar to catch criminals only to be mistakenly regarded by Chen Shunchang as lacking discipline. Not only did his father force him to stay under close watch and study business management with the group, but all his bank cards and credit cards were suspended too. Receiving only a salary of 3,000 yuan per month, being restricted by the house curfew at night, and unable even to afford hiring someone, Chen-Che just delayed things for 3 months, completely missing Ji-Feng who had requested annual leave to come looking for him in Shisa. Ji-Feng didn't want Ji-Qingji to know about this incident and didn't wish to bother his older brother either since his brother seemed unhappy these past couple of years. So Ji-Feng searched on his own, entrusting friends to look for him as well. However, Chen-Che rarely went to bars, failing to become familiar with anyone, thus remaining undiscoverable. With no options, Ji-Feng returned to King Island after his annual leave ended. Their paths missed each other, and they wouldn't meet again until 5 years later. Ji-Feng recognized Chen-Che the moment their eyes met. The once innocent and naive little A was nowhere to be seen, moving confidently amongst his peers now. Other than the unchanged pheromone scent, everything else seemed to have changed. Chapter 115 Bonus Chapter, Qingyi x Zhang Jieqi, 1. Qingyi, young and strong, had a better recovery ability than ordinary people. After staying in the hospital for a week with no problems, he was discharged. Aside from the slight pain that came with moving his left arm which affected his wound, one could say he moved as agile as ever. This boy was handsome, had an open personality, and carried a simple sort of innocence. Thus, everyone from the nursing staff to his chief doctor at the hospital liked him very much. When he was leaving, there were even some young nurses seeing him off. Brother Cheng, take care of yourself when you go home. Zhang Jieqi threw his luggage into the trunk and watched Qingyi happily waving goodbye to the young nurse, saying, Sister, we'll meet again if it's fate. He called every one of them sister. Zhang Jieqi gave Qingyi a slap on the back of his head and complained, what kind of fate brings you to the hospital? Qingyi was pushed by Zhang Jieqi into the passenger seat, his dark eyes sparkling brightly. Jieqi, are you jealous? Don't watch so many TV series. You're already not very smart. Zhang Jieqi slammed the passenger door shut so hard the whole car shook. After starting the car, it beeped a few times, reminding someone wasn't wearing their seatbelt. He turned his head to look at Qingyi, giving him a look. Qingyi tugged at the seatbelt with his right hand and blinked. Jieqi, I can't move my left hand much, it's difficult for me to fasten the seatbelt myself. Zhang Jieqi slightly narrowed his eyes, leaning against the seat while staring at Qingyi intently, then said, Who taught you all this stuff? TV shows or Brother Chu? Qingyi, who couldn't hide things in his heart, felt a little nervous after being pointed out by Zhang Jieqi. Brother Chu, what are you talking about? I don't understand, it's just that my arm hurts and I have trouble doing it myself. It was Chu Yang who taught him. Qingyi sincerely appreciated this billionaire boss, who was so busy but still took the time to teach him how to pursue someone, truly a good-hearted big person. Actually, Chu Yang was just teasing him for amusement. He thought Qingyi was extremely like the little stray dog that his grandfather picked up recently, silly but fun. After mentioning it to Jiang Xinghe, he was ridiculed, you may be fancy, but both of you belong to the same species anyway. Chu Yang protested, claiming that he at least was a Czech wolf dog. Jiang Xinghe sympathetically patted his big head, baby, you're just a Shiba Inu. Chu Yang. Woof. I'll bite you. However, Qingyi didn't know about these matters. He didn't have such sharp insight, his 2 eyes weren't enough to keep track of Zhang Jieqi alone. Zhang Jieqi sighed, feeling he might have neglected the development of Cheng Ye's intelligence over the years. Leaning forward, he helped Qingyi fasten the seatbelt. The narrow space instantly filled with the smell of mint pheromones. Little still couldn't fully control his own pheromones. A bit panicked, Chen Yi covered his neck, remembering the doctors telling him that alphas react differently to other alphas' pheromones. What if brother Jiechi doesn't like his pheromones and ends up disliking him? Zhang Jiechi drove the car out of the hospital parking lot. Glancing out of the corner of his eye and seeing Chen Ye's discouraged mood, he lightly tapped the steering wheel, helplessly saying, "It smells pretty good." Chen Ye's eyes obviously lit up. His wheat-colored skin flushed slightly red, and he shyly asked, "Do you like it?" Zhang Jiechi's upward curl of his lips sank as he cast a cold glance at Chen Yi. "Do you believe I won't throw you out of the car?" Chen Yi ignored Zhang Jiechi's annoyance and sat up straight cheerfully. Brother Jiechi said his pheromones smelled good. Good smell means liking. Which is to say, brother Jiechi likes his pheromones. Brother Jiechi likes him. Upon drawing this conclusion, Chen Yi became somewhat excited, shook his head, and even started humming a song. Zhang Jiechi, shocked at Chen Ye's reaction, felt even more that this guy was different from others. Wasn't he just acting half-dead moments ago? After driving on the highway for about 30 minutes, the car slowly entered the villa area. Chen Yi opened the window, looking at the rows of villas excitedly. "Brother Jiechi, is this our new home?" Zhang Jiechi's face revealed a smile as he responded with a single sound, Currently, only the two of them were at home. Xiao Lu was sent by Chu Yang to a professional school to systematically study computer knowledge. It was a closed system, and he could only return home once a month. Akon and Xiaomi were lured by Ji Feng to Changhe Island for training. Both showed great potential as investigators, and after passing the evaluation, Ji Feng planned to have them join the investigation department and work directly under him. As for Cheng Yi, Chu Yang knew he only wanted to follow Zhang Jiechi, so he stopped bothering about him. However, Zhang Jiechi managed to get Cheng Ye's enrollment processed at Shisai. He was only 19 years old, with endless possibilities in the future. He could do anything he wanted, but the prerequisite was to have a pass. Although Zhang Jiechi scolded Cheng Yi for being dumb every day, this guy was actually very smart. As long as it was something he wanted to learn, he picked it up quickly. Holding the admission notice, Cheng Ye's previously excited mood suddenly felt like it had been doused with a bucket of cold water. He tugged on Zhang Jiechi's sleeve pitifully and asked, "Brother Qi, do you not want me anymore?" "Huh? What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Jiechi had just turned on the air conditioner and was about to take off his shirt to cool down, but considering there was still a little thug in the house who was eyeing him hungrily, he endured the heat instead, fanning himself by lifting the edge of his shirt. Cheng Yi mumbled, "Xiao Lu comes back only once a month. Aren't you tired of seeing me either? Are you just trying to get rid of me?" Zhang Jiechi's temples started throbbing. Why had he become so sensitive ever since he differentiated into an alpha? "If you want to live on campus, I can also arrange the procedures for you." Cheng Yi immediately lifted his head, overflowing with joy. He shook his head vigorously. "No, I don't want that. I only want to stay with you." Zhang Jiechi gave a carefree smile and took a large gulp of beer from a can he had pulled out of the fridge. Cheng Yi was too young. He hadn't interacted with others much and hadn't seen the world outside. Their lives would stabilize soon, and he would make many new friends. When that time came, they could talk about likes and dislikes again. "Brother Qi, if you think I'm too young now, I'll grow up. I'll be 20 next year, then 21 after that, and in 3 years, I'll be the same age as you. Isn't that good enough?" Cheng Yi wrapped his right arm around Zhang Jiechi's shoulders from behind and leaned his head against the crook of Zhang Jiechi's neck, whispering, "Take a look at me." Zhang Jiechi's body froze. He tried to push Cheng Yi away, but worried about hurting his left shoulder. The beer can in his hand was squeezed until it had dents. "Cheng, in 3 years, you'll be 24 and I'll be 29. This has nothing to do with age. Let go of me." Cheng Yi tightened his grip, hugging Zhang Jiechi even closer. Normally, he would defer to Zhang Jiechi, but if it came down to it, neither of them could say for sure who would win in a fight. "So, you're rejecting me because I'm an alpha, but it's not something I can control, Brother Qi, can't I be your mega?" Chapter 116 Bonus Story, Cheng Yi x Zhang Jiechi, 2. I can be your mega. I can be your mega. Grass. Zhang Jiechi's breathing hitched, and he crushed the beer can in his hand. The beer flowed down his hand and dripped onto the floor. Cheng Yi looked at the spilled beer on the ground and froze for a moment, wondering if he had said something he shouldn't have and provoked elder brother Qi. He quickly let go of Zhang Jiechi, glanced at his expression, and silently went to fetch the mop. Zhang Jiechi stayed where he was and touched his racing heart. What the heck? What? Mega? Do you even have that function? Tisk. Zhang Jiechi scratched his neck. It seems, it might actually be possible. No, wait, if Cheng Yi is a mega. Zhang Jiechi shivered. How could such a young one be so strong? Too terrifying. Cheng Yi carefully wiped around Zhang Jiechi's feet with the mop, acting cautiously. Zhang Jiechi glared at Cheng Yi who was bent over cleaning the floor, annoyed that this guy had made him think about nonsense. What a mess. How could an alpha ever be a mega? Cheng Yi's bottom was kicked by Zhang Jiechi, making his body wobble slightly. He didn't even dare to turn around and look at Zhang Jiechi, scrubbing the floor even harder. Seeing Qingyi behaving like a submissive housewife, Zhang Jieqi felt irritated but couldn't lash out. After starting school, Qingyi worked very hard because he knew only by putting in more effort could he stand beside Zhang Jieqi. He couldn't just hide behind Zhang Jieqi, he needed to grow until he could protect Zhang Jieqi. The two would only meet briefly in the mornings when heading out and then again during dinner in the evenings. Most of Cheng Ye's time was spent locked in his room solving practice problems. This made Zhang Jieqi feel somewhat uneasy. In the past, Qingyi always wanted to stick close to him, yet in just 3 months, he had changed. Zhang Jieqi reflected inwardly, this is better. So pure, no need for all that like or dislike stuff. But when he arrived at work, his face was gloomy. His subordinates were already afraid of him because of the tattoos on his body, now they were even more terrified, not daring to make a sound. When Chu Yang came to the security department to show off that he was soon going to be a father, Zhang Jieqi was doing push-ups in his office. At Chu Yang's wedding, Zhang Jieqi had been away on a business trip for Hurricane Group, escorting a shipment of important minerals, but he was aware that Chu Yang was going to become a dad. Partly because the news of the heir of Hurricane Group having another heir had spread through Seth, and partly because Chu Yang had his assistant distribute red envelopes to all employees of Hurricane Group as a public display of pride. Little Zhang, tell me, do you prefer a daughter or a son? Chu Yang sat in Zhang Jieqi's office chair, playing with the gun model on his desk. After finishing his last set of exercises, Zhang Jieqi stood up ready to respond. Chu Yang happily interjected without waiting for a response, a daughter is better, daughters are caring. Zhang Jieqi. After finishing his bragging session, Chu Yang got up and straightened his clothes, alright, I'm going to pick up my wife from work. Please walk slowly, boss. Zhang Jieqi wiped the sweat off his forehead and checked the time, it was also his time to leave work. Suddenly, Chu Yang turned back and hooked his arm around Zhang Jieqi's shoulders, little Zhang, how are things going between you and Cheng? Boss, that's my personal matter, Zhang Jieqi frowned slightly and replied. Chu Yang laughed heartily, look at you, so unapproachable. Your little puppy is much cuter. Zhang Jieqi watched Chu Yang walk out of his office. Little puppy? Is he talking about Cheng? How could he be dull? Lately, he has grown even fairer. When Zhang Jieqi got home, Cheng Yi was already there, with the meal prepared and set on the dining table. He looked up at Cheng Ye's closed door upstairs, sipping a tasteless egg flour soup. Halfway through sleeping, Zhang Jieqi woke up to drink some water and noticed the light in Cheng Ye's room was still on. He lightly knocked on Cheng Ye's door. No response. Zhang Jieqi quietly opened Cheng Ye's door and found him asleep with his head on the desk. He gently patted Cheng Ye's shoulder, Cheng, go sleep on the bed. Cheng Yi opened his sleepy eyes, slapped his cheeks a few times, trying to stay awake, no, the assessment is coming up soon. My written test scores are too poor. I need to study more. Zhang Jieqi looked at him for a while and then reached out to caress Cheng Ye's hair that was getting a bit long, saying softly, I will take care of you, don't worry about it. Cheng Yi looked up at Zhang Jieqi, surprised by his sudden gentleness. He smiled but then frowned and shook his head. I don't want that. Don't want it. Zhang Jieqi raised his voice slightly and slapped the back of his head, do you want to die? Gentleness lasted only 2 seconds before his true colors showed. Cheng Yi rubbed his head, feeling a bit nervous and embarrassed, I want to grow into an excellent adult, then go protect you. What you said is right, my current affection is worth nothing. Zhang Jieqi looked at Cheng Ye's gentle features under the desk lamp and furrowed his brows slightly, when did I say that? I just said you can do anything you want to do, and I will support you, but on the condition that you have the ability to match your ambition. Brother Qi, standing by your side in broad daylight is what I desire most. I want to improve myself so that you will look at me a little more often. Their gazes collided, and Zhang Jieqi felt his own eyes burned by the passion in Cheng Ye's. Oh. Then you, don't overwork yourself. Zhang Jieqi patted Cheng Ye's shoulder and was about to leave. Cheng Yi suddenly rose and grabbed his wrist. Zhang Jieqi didn't react in time and was pulled into Cheng Ye's embrace. Cheng Yi kissed Zhang Jieqi's lips devoutly and quickly let him go, laughing foolishly, fully recharged. You don't know whether you're alive or dead. Zhang Jieqi raised his hand to strike, but seeing Cheng Ye's dark circles, he pulled his hand back halfway through the motion. That's enough, sleep immediately. Zhang Jieqi slammed Cheng Ye's door and walked into his own room, completely driven out of his sleepiness by Cheng Ye's kiss. Chapter 117, Bonus Chapter Cheng Yi x Zhang Jieqi, 3. Although Cheng Yi had taken a year off from school, his diligence and self-discipline paid off, and the final result was not bad. Zhang Jieqi looked at the admission notice that Cheng Yi held out to him with both hands, feeling quite proud like any parent would. Brother Qi, are you happy? Cheng Yi sat cross-legged on the carpet, staring intently at Zhang Jieqi with her face cupped in her hands, afraid of missing even a bit of his emotion. Zhang Jieqi had a thin scar on his right eyebrow, which created a broken brow look. Combined with his usually solemn expression and impatient demeanor, he seemed quite unapproachable. But at this moment, there was a softness in his eyes. Zhang Jieqi lifted his hand and gently patted Cheng Ye's head, saying with relief, you've done well. I'm very glad. But Cheng, you need to understand, your effort should be for yourself, not to make me happy. Do you understand? Chen Yi pressed her face against Zhang Jieqi's knee and said slowly and seriously, I don't understand. Everything about me belongs to you. If you don't want it, then none of it has any value, including myself. Zhang Jieqi paused momentarily, his palms slightly sweating as he touched Chen Yi's head. His hand moved down, pinching Chen Yi's earlobe lightly as he murmured softly, smooth talker. Chen Yi only filled out one application, to the shooting major at Shisai Sports University. His professional results were excellent, whether it was moving targets or static ones, he never missed and always scored a perfect 10. When the FAO Alliance recruited soldiers at universities, they saw Chen Yi's score and asked if he wanted to join the FAO Alliance. Chen Yi refused immediately at that time. However, a talented sniper is hard to come by. Although hard training day and night can improve performance, talent isn't something that can be trained. Chen Yi was just the kind of person who had both talent and discipline. Coach Lu directly submitted Chen Yi's information to Gu Jingqian. After looking at Chen Yi's profile, Gu Jingqian was surprised and said, he's not even 20 yet. Kids these days are getting better and better. Yes, President, I've checked. The reason this kid doesn't want to join is because he doesn't want to leave his loved one. Gu Jingqian put Chen Yi's file back on the table and said, then why force him? I've never seen such a good prospect before. Should I try to persuade him again? Gu Jingqian tapped lightly on the desk and said, alright, go give it another try, but don't bully the kid. When Zhang Jieqi came to pick up Chen Yi after his holiday, he happened to run into Coach Lu, who was sticking close to Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked utterly annoyed, and the ice cream in his hand was almost melted. The alpha's irritable mood disappeared the moment he saw Zhang Jieqi's car, smiling and waving to Zhang Jieqi. Zhang Jieqi parked the car by the roadside, looking over Coach Lu carefully and cautiously asking, who are you? Coach Lu was naturally prepared, answering peacefully, are you Xiao Cheng's, guardian? Chen Yi interjected unhappily, uncle, I'm an adult now, I don't need a guardian nor do I have one. He is my. Chen Yi carefully glanced up at Zhang Jieqi. Just like grabbing a little dog by the scruff of the neck, Zhang Jieqi pulled Chen Yi behind him, raising his chin slightly and asked, who exactly are you? Coach Lu took out his credentials from his pocket and showed them briefly to Zhang Jieqi, saying, hello, I am the coach of the Chanha Island training base under the FAO Alliance. We urgently need shooting talents like Xiao Cheng. Zhang Jieqi furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Ji Feng had already lured away A Kong and Xiaomi. Now they were trying to poach Chen Yi. After so many years in the underground world, Zhang Jieqi naturally knew what Chanha Island was. If someone made it out of there, they could skyrocket in their career. But if they didn't, it meant death. Whether it was during the tests or missions, people could perish, leaving behind only a badge and a small box. Zhang Jieqi pushed Chen Yi into the car, closed the door, and told Coach Lu, he won't go. Don't rush to reject us, we offer great benefits and treatment. You'll receive military rank once passing the assessment along with 6 types of insurances, pension fund, and annual bonus. Zhang Jieqi became impatient, I don't care about his earning money. I just want him alive. Saying that, he turned around and got into the car, speeding off with a press of the accelerator. Snipers may have low chances of getting hurt, but when they do get injured, it's fatal. Chen Yi looked at Zhang Jieqi's gloomy face and asked carefully, Brother Qi, are you mad? Zhang Jieqi slammed on the brakes, nearly smacking Chen Yi's head on the glass. Chen Yi cast a terrified glance at Zhang Jieqi. The car stopped by the side of the road with its hazard lights on. Zhang Jieqi struggled to say, I did say, whatever you want to do, I will agree, but going to Chanha Island is unacceptable. Why? Chen Yi blurted out. He didn't actually want to go, but he wanted to know how much Zhang Jieqi cared about him. Zhang Jieqi dodged the question and said, after you graduate, I'll set up a shooting club for you, and you can be a coach there. Chen Yi cut him off before he could continue, gripping his hand tightly and staring at him with fiery eyes, why can A Kong and Xiaomi go but not me? Zhang Jieqi was momentarily stuck. They were all his family, so why had he agreed to let A Kong and Xiaomi go? Clasping his fists tightly, Zhang Jieqi frowned and said, because Ji Feng said that once they pass their assessment, they'll be directly assigned to the FAO Alliance headquarters, where it's less dangerous than on Chanha Island. The grip Chen Yi had on Zhang Jieqi loosened slightly, and he lowered his gaze, looking out of the window dejectedly as he muttered, I thought it was because I'm special to you. For over a year, Chen Yi had been testing the waters, but perhaps he was too dim-witted to fully understand what Zhang Jieqi truly thought. But ever since he'd followed Zhang Jieqi, he hadn't seen him fall in love with anyone else. Zhang Jieqi sighed and patted Chen Yi's shoulder. Xiao Cheng, I don't want to see you hurt, and I don't want to worry every day about whether you'll come back or not, understood? Chen Yi nodded, his mood low. Zhang Jieqi unfastened his seatbelt and turned Chen Yi toward him, speaking seriously, promise me. Chen Yi nodded. Unlike the shopkeeper, who may have held noble ideals, Chen Yi only cared about Zhang Jieqi. He had no desire to get injured, it would hurt too much, and the reason he took a leave from school to accompany Zhang Jieqi while completing Chu Yang's missions was simply because he wanted Zhang Jieqi to need him. Zhang Jieqi pinched Chen Yi's cheeks gently, alright, stop sulking. A Kong, Xiaomi, and Xiao Lu are coming home today, so cheer up. Chen Yi managed to force a smile. Whether Zhang Jieqi liked him or not, Chen Yi was determined to stay by his brother Qi's side forever. When they got home, Kong and the others were already there, chatting noisily like a bustling market. Sitting on the sofa, Xiao Lu, unusually without his laptop in hand, glanced up at them. "Boss, you're back." Zhang Jieqi dropped Cheng Ye's luggage casually and reached up to take Xiao Lu's glasses, frowning deeply. "Has your prescription gotten stronger again? How many times must I tell you to take care of your eyes? Get a pair of anti-blue light radiation glasses tomorrow." The quiet Xiao Lu shyly smiled. "Thanks, Brother Qi." Chapter 118, Bonus Chapter, Cheng Yi x Zhang Jieqi, 4, Where's my suppressant? Zhang Jieqi smiled as he flicked Xiao Lu's forehead, then walked into the kitchen with a dark expression. Just as expected, it was in utter disarray. He grabbed Kong and Xiaomi by their ears and threw them out of the kitchen. "I've told you many times. The kitchen is not a toy. Now, pick up the vegetables you wasted and eat them." Xiaomi let out a shout of pain. Kong rubbed his ear unhappily. "Aren't we just trying to help?" Zhang Jieqi took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, tied on an apron, and sneered, "Young brats, I'd be thankful if you didn't cause trouble. Go play somewhere else. Big brother Zhang is the best." Kong and Xiaomi grinned as they left the kitchen and went to the living room to play games. Cheng Yi, sitting on the couch and watching Kong and Xiaomi lose to Xiao Lu, found it boring, so he got up to see if there was anything he could help with in the kitchen. In the kitchen, Zhang Jieqi was busy with his back turned. The apron around his waist accentuated his lean figure. Zhang Jieqi only wore formal attire when he worked, otherwise he wore shorts and t-shirts. Zhang Jieqi rolled up his short-sleeved shirt, revealing muscular arms and a tattoo. Leaning against the wall, Cheng Ye's gaze lingered over the stretch of Zhang Jieqi's long exposed leg. His eyes dimmed slightly as he licked his lip piercing. Kong and the others were somewhat afraid of Zhang Jieqi because he hit hard and always had an intimidating demeanor. But Cheng Yi could always sense Zhang Jieqi's tenderness amidst his unapproachable emotions. It was a tenderness that only he could feel. Chu Yang once asked him why he liked such an aggressive person and whether he had a masochistic tendency. At that time, Cheng Yi blinked his eyes. Brother Qi is very gentle, and besides, how could he compare to the boss? Brother Qi might beat people, but the boss hits heads directly. Chu Yang gave him a tap at that time. "My wife isn't violent, right? Your salary will be docked." "That's gentleness," Cheng Yi thought as he gently curved the corners of his eyes, focusing on Zhang Jieqi's gland at the nape of his neck. Without turning his head, Zhang Jieqi, feeling impatient, said, "What are you looking at? Come peel garlic for me." "All right." Cheng Yi retracted his gaze and quickly stepped into the kitchen, standing beside Zhang Jieqi and starting to peel garlic. Zhang Jieqi had chopped the vegetables and was ready to set them aside, glancing at him suspiciously, asking, "Why are you smiling?" "I feel happy," Cheng Yi said softly, smiling as he placed the peeled garlic in a clean bowl. "You're happy peeling garlic? Then go wash the pig intestines too, and make sure they're clean." Zhang Jieqi pushed the basin full of pig intestines towards Cheng Yi. "Okay." Cheng Yi continued to smile mindlessly, doing what he was asked without complaint. Kong and the others had all been sent out. Only Brother Qi allowed me to stay in the kitchen with him. What does this mean? I'm different from Kong and the others. Why am I different? Because Brother Qi likes me. Hee hee. Brother Qi, why did you send Kong and the others out and let me stay here? Cheng Yi hesitantly glanced at Zhang Jieqi while opening his mouth to ask. Zhang Jieqi was already heating up oil in the pan with a popping sound. Offhandedly, he replied, "Because you washed the pig intestines clean. They still smelled like poop, which was disgusting." Cheng Yi. Thanks to the pig intestines giving me a chance to cook with Brother Qi. The alpha silently cleaned the savior. Though Zhang Jieqi's cooking wasn't very visually appealing, it tasted great. Finally, today, the family was gathered together, and Zhang Jieqi was in a good mood, opening a few bottles of wine. Apart from Cheng Yi, who didn't drink much thinking Zhang Jieqi might need care if he got drunk, Kong and the other two were completely drunk, lying haphazardly on the sofa and carpet. Though Zhang Jieqi wasn't drunk, he felt a bit tipsy, leaning back on the sofa with one leg resting on the sofa and the other dangling loosely on the ground. Wearing loose shorts, slight movements revealed some skin underneath. Cheng Yi lowered his eyes, picked up Zhang Jieqi's legs, and placed them back on the sofa before adjusting his clothing. Zhang Jieqi looked down faintly as Cheng Yi half knelt on the ground, tidying up the chaotic wine bottles and plates on the coffee table. His Adam's apple slid slightly. After Cheng Yi finished cleaning up and wanted to carry Zhang Jieqi upstairs to the bedroom, he smelled a faint scent of lime pheromones. Zhang Jieqi pushed him away, scratching the back of his neck and cursing under his breath, "Cheng Yi, go get my suppressant, it's in the drawer of the bedside table." Cheng Ye's eyelashes trembled lightly. He was no longer the naive alpha he had been when he first differentiated. He understood what Zhang Jieqi's current pheromone signified. Zhang Jieqi, with a hint of intoxication, saw his self-control plummet. An increasing concentration of pheromones was released from his glands, and his slightly flushed face glared at Cheng Yi. "What are you standing there for? Did I not make myself clear? Go get my suppressant." Cheng Yi turned around and took a few steps, then came back, suddenly kneeling beside Zhang Jieqi's feet and holding his ankles. "Brother Qi, there's no suppressant." "Huh?" Zhang Jieqi kicked Cheng Ye's chest. "I've had a little drink, but I'm not dead drunk. Have you gone mad? Chen Yi pushed Zhang Jieqi's shoulders, pressing him onto the sofa, his eyes flashing as his heart pounded. Maybe, brother Qi, I didn't rebel during puberty, so let me have this today. Zhang Jieqi's already dizzy head became even more muddled in anger. But the next moment, he caught a whiff of Chen Ye's mint pheromones, just like he had once said, he liked that smell. Chen Yi blushed deeply, kneeling beside him. A giant in words, yet a dwarf in actions. With larcenous intentions but lacking courage, carefully observing Zhang Jieqi's expressions. Zhang Jieqi's heart fluttered, and he slowly got up from the couch, giving Chen Yi a look, standing there for nothing. Let's go upstairs. Chen Ye's eyes lit up, his blood boiling instantly, following Zhang Jieqi closely while releasing strong mint pheromones. It was all quite chaotic. When Zhang Jieqi woke up, his face was blacker than coal. So drinking really caused trouble, drinking indeed causes trouble. He always kept his composure when drunk, never losing consciousness. Thus, he remembered everything clearly. Chen Yi had initially put on a pretense, but only for a brief moment. Never had Zhang Jieqi imagined that one day, being an excellent alpha, he'd experience such a thing. When he allowed Chen Yi to follow him upstairs, it was with the thought of letting Chen Yi relieve himself. He could never have expected that this young man had such grand ambitions. The nearby Chen Yi slightly opened his eyes, shyly burrowing closer into Zhang Jieqi's embrace. Brother Qi, you're awake. Zhang Jieqi smirked sarcastically. Didn't you say you wanted to be my mega? Chen Yi stiffened, stammering, isn't it because I don't want to tire you out? Just as Zhang Jieqi was about to hit him, the door opened. Boss, let's eat. Xiao Lu froze when he saw the scattered marks on Zhang Jieqi's bare upper body. Chen Yi poked his head out from under the blanket, meeting Xiao Lu's gaze. Meal. Ah. Xiao Lu's water cup slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. Chapter 119, Bonus Chapter, Chen Jing x Zhao Yu, 1. Chen Che sat in his president's chair, resting his cheek on his hand while listening to a report from his subordinate. In the middle of it, he glanced at Chen Jing, who was shifting uncomfortably beside him. What's wrong with you? Got to pee. Chen Jing shot a side-eye glance at the snickering young assistant, grabbed a chair, and plopped down next to Chen Che. What time do we get off work? I've got plans. Really? Chen Che waved his hand, dismissing the young assistant, then leaned in close to his younger brother, excitedly whispering, who are you meeting up with? Alpha or Mega? Chen Jing replied naturally, Mega. What's up with that look on your face? Chen Che opened a drawer, took out a card, and tossed it into Chen Jing's lap, sighing contentedly, finally, you've woken up. The task of continuing our family name is handed over to you. Brother supports you. You can go home now. Chen Jing's face turned red as he scratched his cheek. Big bro, what nonsense are you talking? We're just friends. You're embarrassed around me. Friends? I've been this big for so long, and I've never had just friends. Chen Che crossed his legs, placed them on the desk, adopting an understanding air. The office door opened, and Ji Feng gave a mild look to Chen Che. Is that so? Mr. Chen seems quite charming. Chen Che quickly put his legs down, laughing as he greeted Ji Feng and didn't hesitate to hug Ji Feng's neck and plant a kiss. I'm just fooling around with little Jing, baby, why are you leaving so early today? Ji Feng pinched Chen Che's neck, gently shoving him off. Fieldwork. Just happened to be near your company. Chen Jing wasn't one to linger unnecessarily, so he picked up his suit jacket and walked towards the door. Feng go, I'm heading out first. Let's eat some other day. Ji Feng nodded. Chen Che shouted, call him, go. This is your sister-in-law. Chen Jing tilted his head, smiling, how can I call such a fierce alpha sister-in-law? Or should I just call her sister? Chen Che threw the pen holder from his desk in anger, yelling, you brat. Why do you always ask for trouble? Chen Jing quickly shut the door behind him, resulting in a loud bang. Ji Feng laughed and comforted him, why quarrel with a kid? Humph, Chen Che pushed Ji Feng's chest lightly, teasing him, are you thrilled because I said something embarrassing? Don't know who this little guy takes after, his mouth so sharp. Ji Feng didn't answer but his expression spoke volumes. Chen Che growled as she aggressively shoved him onto the desk, if I can't discipline him, I'll discipline you. Chen Jing shed his stiff formal suit, changing into casual clothes before walking into the parking lot where he pulled out a motorcycle, its paint clearly newly applied. This was the very motorcycle that once caused Chen Che's leg fracture. It had been cast aside in the garage by the Alpha before being reclaimed by Chen Jing. After seeing it, Chen Che insisted on buying Chen Jing a new one, but Chen Jing refused, having minimal desires. He was more of a laid-back type. Since it still worked fine after some cleaning, there was no need for a new bike. Chen Che joked that he seemed to love collecting scrap. As the sun set, dusk enveloped Shisai Mountain in its warm glow. Zhao Yu stood at the crossroads, dressed in a white shirt tucked neatly into his waistband. From afar, all that could be seen were his long, straight legs, making his whole figure appear exceptionally slim and upright. Today was his day off, and he had planned to hang out with Chen Jing the entire day, but the Alpha decided to work immediately after exams. Because Chen Jing wore a helmet, Zhao Yu only recognized him when he parked the motorcycle in front of him. Chen Jing smiled, removing his helmet and giving Zhao Yu a quick scan, noticing something different about him today. Zhao Yu, have you been waiting long? Zhao Yu smiled and shook his head, not really, I just arrived too. And, don't call me Zhao Yu. It sounds too distant. Chen Jing parked his motorbike by the roadside, confused, then what should I call you? Zhao Gu. You Gu. Shouldn't I just call you classmate? My friends call me Xiao Yu. You can do that too. The polite smile on Zhao Yu's lips faltered slightly. Did Chen Jing have no interest in him at all? Chen Jing noticed Zhao Yu's mood shift from the corner of his eye and realized he might have said the wrong thing. Did I upset you? Zhao Yu shook his head and led him toward the backstreets of University Town. The night market was just beginning, allowing them to eat while walking. Chen Jing felt somewhat embarrassed. We agreed I'd treat you to dinner, no need for you to save money on me. Zhao Yu raised his eyes to meet his gaze. How much do you make per month? 2,800. Chen Jing responded truthfully. Zhao Yu's eyes widened slightly. 2,800. Are you being scammed? They're just taking advantage of your youth to rip you off. With Omega's big round eyes like a fawn's, Chen Jing's gaze flickered as he rubbed his neck. Ah, yeah, I know. Knowing and still doing it, aren't you an idiot? Working part-time is for earning money, not for charity. Zhao Yu thought the alpha in front of him was incredibly stupid, having no financial sense at all. With his academic performance, tutoring alone could earn him 2,800 yuan a week. Chen Jing couldn't help but laugh from Zhao Yu's tone, reaching out to pat the Mega's head. Why are you so mad? Feeling his hair being lightly tousled, Zhao Yu paused slightly, a light blush rising on his cheeks as he lowered his head and muttered, I'm mad because you're dumb. I'll treat you to dinner today, I didn't expect you to be poorer than me. Chen Jing's eyes were filled with amusement as he wrapped his arm around Zhao Yu's shoulder and pinched it playfully. You might have a misunderstanding about Brother Jing's wealth. Not just dinner, even buying the entire snack street wouldn't be an issue. Glancing at the arm over his shoulder and the smiling face of the teen, Zhao Yu internally thought that kids of this age boasted without a second thought. If he were really so rich, would he work a job paying only 2,800? Also, did he forget that I'm a mega? Who exactly is on good terms with him? Silently pinching Chen Jing's wrist with 2 fingers, Zhao Yu moved the alpha's arm off his shoulders and smiled. Chen Jing, did you forget that I'm a mega? Chen Jing hesitated, scratching his head sheepishly. Sorry, most of my friends are either alphas or haven't differentiated yet, so I got used to it. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. Zhao Yu nodded, crossing his arms. Got it. You're doing it on purpose. After saying that, he walked forward on his own. Chen Jing stood frozen in place, feeling a burning sensation where Zhao Yu had touched his wrist. The alpha recalled the words Chen Che had said earlier about ordinary friends, pursed his lips, and followed up. Chen Jing didn't miss a single food stall. In no time, Zhao Yu's hands were already full with things like grilled cold noodles, stinky tofu, octopus balls, and more. Zhao Yu hurriedly pulled Chen Jing, who was standing in front of the grilled squid stall, aside. Chen Jing, there's too much. I can't eat all of this. If you can't eat it, I will. I eat a lot, Chen Jing said without hesitation, grabbing half-eaten grilled cold noodles from Zhao Yu and took a bite. Zhao Yu felt a twinge in his heart, sighing helplessly, you really are a dim-witted guy. Chen Jing frowned slightly, why are you cursing me? It's just a bite of your grilled cold noodles. And anyway, you couldn't finish it. Zhao Yu sighed again. This was a younger alpha, a clueless one at that. It was truly exhausting. They ate their way along the road, strolled a bit afterward, and then Zhao Yu asked Chen Jing to send him back. Drive slowly, and be careful, Zhao Yu waved goodbye. Halfway through, Chen Jing turned back, surprising Zhao Yu, why are you back? I feel like you weren't very happy today. Did I upset you somewhere? Seeing the troubled expression on the teen's face, Zhao Yu smiled, tiptoeing to pat the alpha's shoulder. I wasn't unhappy. It's late. Go home early. Chapter 120, Bonus Chapter, Chen Jing x Zhao Yu, 2. After Zhao Yu returned to the dormitory, his roommate swarmed up immediately, showing an innocent stupidity. Little fish, how is the situation? Aren't you just dying for him? Zhao Yu unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a slim collarbone and said helplessly, he might not have any feelings for me. How could that be? If he had no feelings for you, would he still chat with you every day? Exactly. He won't be playing hard to get right. Zhao Yu denied with a smile, he won't, he seems like he wouldn't have such cunning. Oh my, haven't done much yet, and already so protective. Zhao Yu got up awkwardly, you guys just know how to tease me. I'm not fooling around with you. I'm going to take a shower. It's so hot. In the scorching summer, Mega wore long sleeves and long pants following Chen Jing for 2 hours, feeling sweat on his back sticking to his shirt. At that moment, Chen Jing smiled and said, are you dumb? Why are you wearing long sleeves in this heat? There's no sun anyway. Zhao Yu had a gentle personality but then, he really wanted to twist Chen Jing's head off and see what was inside. The Omega side, this relationship was indeed difficult to pursue. After Chen Jing returned home, he found the living room light still on. His brother was sitting on the sofa watching a tearjerker evening drama. Hearing the door open, Chen Che jumped out from the sofa and came quickly over to Chen Jing gossiping, I thought you weren't coming back today. Tell me, how far have you progressed? Chen Jing blinked innocently and said, what progress? Wow. You kid inherited none of your brilliant brother's talent. Or are you pretending? Chen Jing raised his hand to take off his shirt, opened the fridge, and took out a can of icy Coke. What am I pretending? I didn't even ask you yet. How did you decide to come home today? Did Brother Feng go back to work overtime? Chen Che nodded seriously, taking a bottle of plum wine from the fridge, pouring it into the cup and sipped a mouthful. Didn't you go on a date today? Did you hold hands or kiss? Chen Jing sprayed the Coke out, almost choked, and blushed saying, what nonsense are you talking? Do you think we're all like you? Chen Che kicked him lightly, daring to defy me. Can you say you don't want to hold his hand? Chen Jing choked slightly, didn't speak and silently drank up the Coke and threw it into the trash can. Chen Che teased as he hugged Chen Jing's neck, do you need me to give you some advice? With your stupidity, when will you ever win him over? Stop it. I don't even know if he likes me yet. That's too impolite. Chen Jing struggled free from Chen Che's arms and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Chen Che shook his neck, really couldn't figure out, his little brother was actually still a pure love warrior. Chen Che was just preparing to go back to bed, suddenly saw Chen Jing upstairs turn back, then, do you teach me? Chen Che arched an eyebrow slightly, a big smile appeared on his face, actually it's very simple. You hug him and kiss him. If he slaps you, it means he doesn't like you. I truly believe in your heresy, boring. Chen Jing rolled his eyes at him and walked away looking perplexed. Chen Che laughed as he followed up, I was joking with you, why are you so easily amused? Since he hardly gets a vacation and still wants to stroll around with you in this heat, if he wasn't interested in you, then he must be overfed. He hasn't eaten, he came with an empty stomach. Chen Jing touched his neck shyly. I'm not saying he really, never mind. Anyway, it's about making your presence felt. Come on, good luck, I'm dead tired. Chen Che yawned and went upstairs sleeping with his hands in his pockets. After Chen Jing quietly digested what making his presence felt meant, he decided to take action. Just as Zhao Yu finished serving the guests their dishes, he saw Chen Jing sitting on a little stool, helplessly said, Chen Jing, you've been eating from food stalls for half a month now. The Omega bent down slightly and whispered softly in his ear, there isn't very good hygiene health here. They're full of additives. You should eat less. Chen Jing raised a broad smile, this is, giving you a bit more business, isn't it? Zhao Yu handed him a bottle of icy soda and laughed, I'm just a waiter responsible for taking orders and delivering dishes, I'm not sales nor do I talk about performance. Chen Jing was caught speechless for a moment. But seeing you every day, I'm actually quite happy. I'll sneak you more lamb skewers later, keep it secret. The Omega mysteriously whispered and then went to the kitchen. Chen Jing drank a mouthful of the icy soda, and it made him feel warm inside. Hey! Little Jing. Following the voice, Chen Jing saw his troublesome brother. Chen Che, holding Ji Feng's hand, grinned as he sat opposite Chen Jing, no wonder Dad said you haven't been home for dinner recently. Turns out you've been eating kebabs here. Chen Jing glanced back at Zhao Yu, who was in the kitchen fetching dishes, feeling a bit nervous. Why are you two here? Occasionally change our taste, your brother insisted on coming to eat skewers, Ji Feng replied. Seeing Chen Jing's absent-minded look, Chen Che realized something. Kid, could it be that, the Mega isn't working here part-time, is he? Chen Jing raised his head sharply. As they were staring at each other, Zhao Yu came out with some lamb skewers. Chen Jing, yours, Chen Che. Chen Che also froze upon seeing Zhao Yu, then looked at Chen Jing and arched an eyebrow slightly. Xiao Jing, your Mega is Zhao Yu. Quickly covering Chen Che's mouth, Chen Jing was too late to stop him as Zhao Yu winked after being surprised, causing Chen Jing's face to turn red like a monkey's butt. Most of the guests had already eaten halfway through their meals, so Zhao Yu sat down to chat with them. Chen Che was surprised, I did hear that you cut ties with your family, but didn't expect it to be true. Why? Lifting his head, Chen Jing frowned, what nonsense is this? What does it have to do with Brother Chu? Zhao Yu casually poured himself a glass of beer and drank it, shrugging nonchalantly, my father wanted me to seduce Chu Yang, but I refused. That's all there is to it. Chen Jing fell silent, he didn't know Zhao Yu had gone through such things. Zhao Yu smiled, however, I never expected that Chen Jing would actually be your younger brother. The two of you, don't look alike at all. Yeah, how can he compare to my good looks? Chen Che laughed, looking towards Ji Feng, right? Wife. Ji Feng sighed helplessly, yes, you're absolutely right. Halfway through the meal, Chen Che felt sleepy and left with Ji Feng first. After waiting for Zhao Yu to finish work, Chen Jing sent him back to the dormitory. Chen Jing, just now, what did your brother mean by saying I am your Mega? Zhao Yu suddenly spoke, startling Chen Jing, whose mind went blank as he was still thinking about Zhao Yu's past unpleasant experiences. He was just making stuff up. Okay. Zhao Yu nodded, and the two had already reached the building where Zhao Yu lived. With a gentle smile, Zhao Yu said, I thought you liked me. Chen Jing lowered his gaze and pursed his lips. They stared into each other's eyes for a while, disappointment flickered across Zhao Yu's eyes, before he spoke, I was joking. I'll go back inside. You should get home early too. The moment Zhao Yu turned around, his wrist was grabbed by the alpha. I like you. Zhao Yu turned back to look at him. Chen Jing seemed determined, his gaze burning with youthful sincerity and naivety. I said, I like you. The cypress trees rustled in the night wind, accompanied by a few melodious cicada calls. The Omega softly said, I like you too. Chapter 121, Omake, Chu Yang x Jiang Xinghe, Chu Yuheng. On the day Chu Yuheng hatched, there was a light snowfall, so Chu Yang gave him the nickname, Hail. Grandpa Chu spent 2 days and 2 nights flipping through the Xinhua dictionary to name little Hail, Chu Aoxiong. The name is derived from the meaning of looking down on all rivals, and a master was specially consulted, who said that if this name was chosen, in the future he would certainly become an alpha. Chu Yang rejected it because he had already thought of a name in his heart, whether a son or daughter, they would be called Yuheng. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper are guide stars, and Yuheng is the brightest among the 7 stars. It's also the star Chu Yang plucked from the sky. But the star that fell became a meteorite, and meteorites have radiation. The radiation in their home doesn't harm the body but hurts the heart. Chu Yang, wrapped in his bathrobe, walked into the nursery with expression on his face. Little Hale had slept too much during the day, and at night couldn't sleep, demanding Jiang Xinghe, which no nanny could soothe, only Jiang Xinghe could personally calm him down. Chu Yang somewhat regretted naming him Hale. Because whenever Hale came down in their house, it was always regional, clanging straight toward Chu Yang's head. Yet Chu Yang had no way to deal with him. He was too small, a little meatball, too pitiful to beat and scold. Chu Yang specifically prepared a small notebook and meticulously recorded every date when little Hale made him want to discipline the child. He planned to wait until Hale was 5 or 6 years old to give him a full childhood. Jiang Xinghe signaled Shu to Chu Yang quietly saying, Today I'll sleep with Hale. You should go rest. We still need to work tomorrow. Chu Yang's temple twitched violently, his face slumped as he returned to the bedroom, pulling out the small notebook from the bedside table. February 14, 2025, Valentine's Day. Chu Yuheng stole my wife, debt, 3 spanks. After writing, Chu Yang threw the little notebook into the drawer and stared at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep alone. The floor heating was more than sufficient, but Mr. Chu's heart was filled with desolation. In the past, his ranking in Jiang Xinghe's heart could place 2nd, but now he could only rank 3rd. No match for people, not even for dogs. The alpha sighed, then suddenly jumped up from bed, tiptoeing back into the children's room. Little Hale had fallen asleep, and Jiang Xinghe lay on his side by his bed, just lifting his head upon hearing movement. His questions were silenced by Chu Yang's kiss. Chu Yang sat at the edge of the bed, his hand propped beside Jiang Xinghe, using his fingers to lift the strands of hair on the Mega's forehead, whispering like the devil's murmur, Darling, I'm giving you a choice. 1. Come back to our room right now. 2. Let Chu Yuheng see how he came about. When an alpha has no shame, they really have no shame, who can tell the difference between them and a thug? Jiang Xinghe's face turned red as he pinched the alpha's arm and whispered, Chu Yang. What nonsense are you talking in front of the child? Without a wrinkle on his brow, the alpha allowed Jiang Xinghe to pinch him as he leaned over and said, Choose quick, 1 or 2. I choose 3. Chu Yang. Your hands. Fine, I admit defeat, I choose 1. Jiang Xinghe clutched his own clothes, anxiously looking at the side. Little Hale was sleeping soundly, so he finally relaxed. Chu Yang slightly curved his lips and extended his arm under Jiang Xinghe's armpit, hooking the other around the bend of the Mega's leg, carrying him away along with the blanket. Chu Yang didn't do anything, just resting his head against Jiang Xinghe's neck, muttering, You're too thin, exhausted. Little Hale doesn't remember things yet. Just leave him to the nanny for now, and treat him kindly when he starts remembering. Jiang Xinghe laughed and pinched Chu Yang's neck gently, saying, How can we deceive our own son? In the darkness, Chu Yang opened his eyes and looked directly at Jiang Xinghe, murmuring, Papa, spend more time with me. Not only do I remember, I bear grudges and get jealous. Jiang Xinghe's face heated up as if it had been set aflame, growing hotter immediately. Thankfully the light was off, and no one could see how red his cheeks had turned. Don't call me randomly. Chu Yang chuckled softly twice, embracing him and sighing lightly, You clearly like it. Darling, you've been to N. Jiang Xinghe quickly covered Chu Yang's mouth, fiercely threatening, Shut up. Or you can find your dinner bun. Understood, good night, good night. Jiang Xinghe's forehead was kissed by the alpha, and he lightly tapped Chu Yang's eye corners, laughing softly, I know. In the future, I will spend more time with our little crybaby at home. Chu Yang let out a but his corner of his mouth was lifted very high. Perhaps due to the frequent contact and their lifetime marking, when they underwent the medical examination for their marriage certificate, their compatibility rating had surprisingly increased to 65%. Although it was still low, compared to 45%, it was a qualitative breakthrough. Similarly, Jiang Xinghe grew increasingly dependent on Chu Yang's pheromones. On the day when Hale hatched, Chu Yang held Jiang Xinghe's hand so tightly that he almost cried himself into sobs. If not for the doctor saying both he and Hale needed an alpha's advanced pheromones, he wouldn't have wanted Chu Yang to be there with them. Thinking back now, that day was truly chaotic. Chu Yang's pheromones smelled like Polish distilled vodka, the strongest alcohol in the world. At that time, the strong smell of alcohol filled the air around everyone. Even though the doctors had already taken pheromone resistance agents, 2 of them were still intoxicated by the fumes. Jiang Xinghe felt dazed and confused, as if Chu Yang's pheromones worked better than anesthesia. But the alpha was crying too bitterly, making Jiang Xinghe want to kick him out. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't help but laugh. That day broke Chu Yang's record for the most pitiful crying ever. The previous record was set when they went to a countryside resort with their families. Chu Yang was chased and bitten several times on his butt by a big white goose at the resort. Ever since then, he developed a natural fear of all pointy-beaked animals. That noon, Chu Tuan ate 3 large bowls of iron pot stewed goose while crying, until he was so full that he kept burping. "What are you smiling about?" the alpha couldn't help but ask. "Yang, do you remember the day you cried the hardest?" Jiang Xinghe asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. Chu Yang feigned death and didn't reply. "Ha! Oh, do you remember how you learned to walk?" Jiang Xinghe enthusiastically asked. Chu Yang pursed his lips, sensing a trap, but couldn't resist asking, "How did I learn? I'm not a prodigy, how could I possibly remember?" Jiang Xinghe propped himself up, laughing. "At the time, you were crawling in the garden, and suddenly Uncle Lu's little teddy dog jumped in, scaring you so much that you instantly learned to stand up and walk." Chu Yang fell silent. The Omega continued, "Hey. Do you think apes learned to walk upright because they were also forced into it by something?" Chu Yang was speechless. "Your meaning is, am I a monkey?" "No, of course not. You're a puppy," Jiang Xinghe said, resting his head on the pillow and laughing quietly. Chu Yang was rendered speechless. His laugh threshold was too low, and Chu Yang couldn't figure out why Jiang Xinghe was laughing so hard. But one thing he knew for sure. The alpha's voice turned hoarse. "Baby, are you not sleepy? Let me help you." "Thank you, no need." "Hey. You, little mutt." Chapter 122 Bonus Chapter, Chu Yang's Wish on Holiday. When Chu Yang returned home, he was carrying several large bags and whistling happily. Jiang Xinghe was holding a vase to change the water for the roses. Even though they owned a flower shop, Chu Yang still bought a bunch of roses from another store every day. The alpha said it was about romance, while the omega scolded him for being extravagant. But Jiang Xinghe secretly liked receiving flowers every time. Perhaps people are all corrupted by money in the end. Chu Yang had too much money, even Jiang Xinghe's simple and sincere heart couldn't withstand the harm. Jiang Xinghe put the vase on the coffee table and looked curiously at the shopping bags Chu Yang had placed on the floor, asking, "What did you buy?" Chu Yang smiled mischievously but didn't answer, instead staring directly at Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe wiped his hand with water droplets with a tissue, went over, opened one of the shopping bags, took out what was inside, and quickly put it back. "Chu Yang. Can't you have a little shame? What is this?" Jiang Xinghe's voice became quieter, blushing red as he glared at Chu Yang. Chu Yang threw off his coat casually, circled Jiang Xinghe's waist with kisses, and mumbled, "You promised me, you did promise me." "When did I ever?" Jiang Xinghe started to ask, but swallowed it back midway. The Omega had an excellent memory, with just a slight hint, he could remember, and indeed there was such an event. When they went together to Haicheng to catch poisonous snakes years ago, Chu Yang cajoled him into agreeing to something absurd like, husband ruling wife, and at the time, Jiang Xinghe didn't think much of it was just playfulness, and he casually agreed. It has been more than a year, and yet Chu Yang still remembered it. "Don't pretend with me. I know you remember. After we returned from Haicheng last year, your mood wasn't good, so I let it slide. Later, little Binghao came along, and we kept postponing." Chu Yang complained slightly aggrievedly. "Honey, you can't go back on your word. Put it on, today, wear it. Come on." Jiang Xinghe patted the big head that was swinging around in his neck and sighed helplessly, all right, I'll pick it myself." Chu Yang's eyes lit up, nodding enthusiastically like a bobbing hammer. There's nothing decent that could come from Chu Yang's hands. Jiang Xinghe looked at the pile of clothes on the bed and pursed his lips. Why must alphas be so shameless? Unable to make a choice. The Omega glanced at the price tags and thought inwardly that this money is really easy to earn. 2 pieces of cloth stitched together cost more than people's proper clothes. While Jiang Xinghe was shy alone, the next-door nursery room rang with Binghao's loud cries, so he hurriedly went over. This child had sharp eyesight. Once picked up by Jiang Xinghe, he stopped crying and cheerfully played with Mega Dad's fingers. When Chu Yang came out of the study, he looked unwell with a tinge of anger. "What's wrong? Is anything wrong?" Jiang Xinghe approached holding Binghao. Seeing the Mega dressed in loungewear with the little thing in his arms, the trace of anger on Chu Yang's face immediately disappeared. He hugged both of them close and muttered unhappily, "A project in Jinbei City ran into some issues, I have to go check it out." Jiang Xinghe raised a hand to rub the knotted brow center of the alpha. "Go ahead, isn't it just a business trip? What's annoying you?" "Tisk." Chu Yang bit his hand, "Isn't it because?" "Stop right there. The kid's still here." Jiang Xinghe covered Chu Yang's mouth with a hand and glanced down at Binghao in his arms. The little guy stared intently with big eyes watching the two. Chu Yang laughed. "What are you thinking, brother Xinghe? You're so dirty-minded. I'm just saying tomorrow isn't Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Xinghe choked. The Omega carried Binghao and turned away, his step somewhat disordered. Chu Yang followed behind smiling, why so easily embarrassed? Jiang Xinghe sighed, because your face is too thick. Sitting beside Jiang Xinghe while he fed Binghao, Chu Yang met his glare and gave him his back. Chu Yang didn't press forward anymore, or he would truly provoke anger. An alpha always knows when to hold back and respects only his Omega. After Binghao ate his fill, he soon fell asleep. Jiang Xinghe gently laid him in the cradle and smiled softly, he looked so much like you when you were a kid. Chu Yang rested his head on Jiang Xinghe's shoulder, smiling, thank you, my darling wife, you've worked hard. I love you the most. Would you accompany me on this business trip? Jiang Xinghe tilted his head to look at him, young Master Tuan, aren't you just going for a day? Why do you need someone to accompany you? Chu Yang chuckled softly, exhaling warm breath near the person's ear, the moon will be very round tomorrow night. I want to see you under the moonlight. Have some shame. Jiang Xinghe whispered, pushing Chu Yang out of the nursery, fearing that Binghao would hear. But Binghao was asleep and couldn't hear, even if awake, he wouldn't understand. Jiang Xinghe was always thin-skinned, he would never do anything in front of Binghao. Still, Jiang Xinghe ended up being taken away by Chu Yang, while Binghao was sent to his grandpa's place. Jiang Xinghe looked at the 24-inch suitcase pulled by Yu Zhu, pursed his lips, just one overnight trip, no need for such a big case. After landing, they were directly sent to Lushan Hotel, which was jointly invested and established by Hurricane Group and Jialu Venture Capital. Jiang Xinghe and Chu Yang's room was on the top floor suite, while Yu Zhou was arranged in an ordinary single room. This ordinary was only compared with other rooms in Lushan Hotel. After Yu Zhou finished packing, he knocked gently on Chu Yang's door. Chu Yang had already changed into a suit, saying to someone inside the room, dear, wait for me, I'll come to you after finishing work. Jiang Xinghe responded with a simple, Chu Yang closed the door lightly but with dissatisfaction, grumbling, where does Lu Zhixing get off having so much airs? Not personally coming to pick me up is one thing, now he expects me to go find him. Yu Zhou said quietly, Mr. Lu is waiting for you in the hotel lobby. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, good thing he knows manners. Hurricane Group and the Lu family had been in partnership for several years. Initially, Chu Yang looked down on Lu Zhixing. Rumors claimed that he had turned his own brother into a vegetative state for power-grabbing reasons, thus Chu Yang never gave him any good face. But business is business, all for making money, so Chu Yang wouldn't bring personal likes or dislikes into public dealings. Later, during interactions, he found this person not too bad either, doing his own style at work, unlike others who try to please Chu Yang, nor arranging Chu Yang for any places involving debauchery, just exuding a general aura of keep away from strangers. Chu Yang thought Lu Zhixing was full of pride. However, reflecting deeper, it did make sense, if Chu Yang himself were like that, probably true arrogance would have overflowed. Thus rethinking it, Chu Yang felt Lu Zhixing was actually rather low-key. In the VIP area of the hotel lobby, a man dressed in dark suit leaned back in a sofa, eyes half closed as his assistant updated him on work matters. Sitting opposite Lu Zhixing, Chu Yang grinned, Mr. Lu, you dragged me over during Mid-Autumn Festival while you don't have a wife or children, but I do. Lu Zhixing ignored Chu Yang's covert boasting, responding indifferently with, Mr. Chu, your efforts are appreciated. Then he turned the laptop towards Chu Yang. Speaking of which, Chu Yang liked working with him because within a day all possibilities of plans were sorted out, leaving Chu Yang merely needing to confirm details on site. Chu Yang roughly glanced through the materials. Subsequently, a group went to check the construction site. Their cooperation project was a resort under construction where some engineering issues occurred, necessitating Chu Yang's personal inspection. Thanks to Lu Zhixing's team working overtime, Chu Yang's side soon wrapped things up. Out of host etiquette, Lu Zhixing still personally saw Chu Yang back to the hotel. Chu Yang grinned, Mr. Lu, aren't you 28 already? In your late 20s, time to settle down. Lu Zhixing simply replied, no need for Mr. Chu's concern. Whatever Chu Yang said, Lu Zhixing always responded blandly. Gradually, Chu Yang also ceased speaking, finding Cheng Che more fun and lively. These business elites were truly too dull. After sending Chu Yang back to the hotel, Lu Zhixing politely asked, Mr. Chu, shall we have lunch together? Chu Yang waved his hand, I'll have it with my wife. Lu Zhixing was just being courteous. He didn't enjoy social gatherings, so upon Chu Yang's refusal, he only said, enjoy your stay, then left. Chu Yang found this guy really uninteresting, deserving not to find a wife. After completing his tasks, Yu Zhou returned home to Shisai to celebrate with his family. Chu Yang was an excellent boss without a doubt. Jiang Xinghe initially also planned to return to Shisai to celebrate with Chu Shanluo, etc., but Chu Yang whined incessantly, refusing to leave. The Omega probably understood what was going on in his head, laughing softly and giving in. After dinner, Chu Yang, who'd put on an act all day, could no longer keep it up, letting Jiang Xinghe choose himself was no longer valid. Changing outfit after outfit. Jiang Xinghe was thoroughly worn out. Chu Yang hugged him by the floor-to-ceiling window. The Lushan Hotel was the tallest building in Jinbei City, and they were currently standing at its rooftop. Even with the curtains wide open, no one could see them. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, but none of it compares to your beauty. The alpha's breath was slightly unsteady. In the room, the strong smell of vodka mingled with the sweet scent of roses and a hint of something metallic. Chapter 123 Special Holiday Edition, Chen's Love Story. Although Chen Che had met countless women, he indeed had never seriously dated anyone. As unbelievable as it sounds, and even though it makes him sound a little like a playboy, Ji Feng could be considered Chen Che's first love. Chen General sat half on the boss chair with no interest in working at all. Being with Ji Feng was nice, but the burning sensation after their intimate moments couldn't be ignored either. Chen Che propped his elbow on the desk, one hand supporting his cheek while the other played with a pen. Then he frowned and shifted his bottom around. No matter what, it didn't feel right. Ji Feng's technique must have issues. This guy looks steady, but once they get heated up, he becomes reckless like a greenhorn. Chen General thought of teaching him properly, which wasn't bad until things got worse after the lessons. Ji Feng insisted that Chen Che used leftover moves from others on him, which enraged Chen Che to the point where he wanted to quit altogether. Chen General felt bitter inside, not foreseeing such a day when he used to revel carelessly among beauties. Karma comes full circle, sparing no one. Chen Che stood up, stretched his waist, and cursed Ji Feng roundly in his heart several times. His phone rang once. It was a message from Ji Feng, "Not much to do at work today. I'll pick you up after work." Chen Che turned in his chair, coldly snorted, and replied with a "hm." After finishing his last bit of work, Chen Che waited on the bed in the rest room for a while. It was almost 6 o'clock, and Ji Feng hadn't messaged him yet. The patience of this alpha hit its limit, and he made a voice call. Ji Feng answered rather quickly. "Hey, are you off work?" Chen Che started ranting, "Hey ghost. I've been waiting for you forever. I've been off for half an hour now. Have you vanished into thin air?" Ji Feng was silent for 2 seconds. "I'm in the parking lot." Chen Che lost his words. "How long have you been there?" "For about an hour." "Why didn't you contact me?" Chen Che flipped over on the bed, creating a few wrinkles on his suit. Looking at the ceiling, he found Ji Feng more foolish than ever. From the phone came hurried footsteps. Chen Che curiously asked as he flipped up, "Ji Feng? What are you doing?" Before his sentence ended, Alpha heard a ding from the elevator in the phone, and then someone knocked on the door of his office. Chen Che immediately jumped out of the bed and pushed open the door of the break room. He saw Ji Feng talking on the phone. Ji Feng stabilized his breath, hung up the phone, put it in his pocket, and remained emotionless. "I assumed you were working overtime, so I didn't bother you." Chen Che smiled silently, stepped forward, rested his arm on Ji Feng's shoulder, encircled his neck, and teasingly blew a breath onto him. "Director Ji, why are you so dull-witted? Do you lack flexibility at work too?" Ji Feng paused, both hands placed on Chen Che's waist. A faint smile appeared on his face. "Inexperienced since it's my first time dating. Next time I'll learn. People who can't speak sweet words always touch hearts when they say sincere words." Mr. Chen's little heart felt soft and sour, and he kissed the other person firmly. Ji Feng responded quickly. In the end, it was the one who teased first who surrendered. Chen Che, pushing him back submissively, said, "No, really no, please take it easy. I don't want to be scolded by a nurse when I'm old." Ji Feng chuckled and rubbed his head. "If we don't do it, are you hungry? Let's eat." "I'm hungry. I want to eat what you cook. Let's go to my place." Chen Che winked at him. Too weak and loving to play, only knowing how to light the fire but not how to extinguish it. Ji Feng didn't say much, holding Chen Che's hand as they went downstairs. On the way, they stopped by the supermarket to buy some ingredients, intending to make a vegetable porridge for Chen Che since certain indigestible foods were unsuitable for him now. This was the first time Ji Feng visited Chen Che's house. Apart from being a little messy, it was quite clean. Ji Feng has a mild case of OCD and can't stand the sight of clothes scattered across the sofa. While Chen Che was eating, he decided to straighten everything out for him. Chen Che watched Ji Feng bustling around in his house while drinking porridge. Indeed, it gave him the feeling of marrying a virtuous wife. After finishing dinner, Mr. Chen leisurely ate fruits cut for him and joked, "Director Ji, your tidying is clean, but now I can't find anything." Although Chen's room was messy, he knew exactly where every item was located. The cleaning lady usually just swept the floors and left these items undisturbed. Ji Feng's movement paused as he folded Chen Che's clothes, turning his head to look at him. "I will help you find things later." Chen Che arched an eyebrow, moved closer to sit beside Ji Feng, and grinned at him. "Is Director Ji planning to cohabit with me?" Ji Feng glanced at him and then shifted his gaze away. "If you can't find something, just call me." Chen Che was momentarily stunned, then started to curse inwardly. "What an ungrateful guy. I'm offering you a chance but you don't take it. So what? Are you too good to cohabit with me? How dare you reject me? How dare you reject me?" The alpha's expression turned sour, and he kicked Ji Feng's leg. "Go on, get out of here. I'm going to sleep." Ji Feng looked at the time. "Are you really going to sleep at 8:30? It's my choice, not your business." Chen Che turned to walk toward the bedroom, unable to swallow the frustration in his heart. Then he spun back and messed up the neatly folded clothes that Ji Feng had just organized for him. Ji Feng. Ji Feng grabbed Chen Chei's arm and pulled him into his embrace with some force. What's wrong? Are you upset? Why are you so moody? Huh? My mood is bad. Is my mood bad? Chen Chei struggled but couldn't break free, making him even angrier. Ji Feng looked at Chen Chei's indignant expression and wanted to laugh. Don't be mad. It's not that I don't want to live with you, it's just. I'm afraid I might hurt you. Hurt me? Do you have violent tendencies or what? Chen Chei frowned and struggled again, noticing the unusual tension in the alpha afterward, which made him calm down. There was a noticeable smell of Kengshizang pheromones in the room. Chen Chei scratched his nose. You didn't. Ji Feng lifted his hand and gently rubbed the back of Chen Chei's neck. Chen Chei blinked and whispered in his ear, it's fine, I can end. He used a soft whisper for that last word. Ji Feng's breathing quickened, but he didn't dare to do anything. He silently moved Chen Chei aside instead. The clothes that were messed up by the alpha were carefully refolded once again. After tidying up, they both nestled on the sofa watching TV. Chen Chei yawned repeatedly while criticizing the absurd plots of the show. The alpha was really noisy, constantly talking without pause. The white moonlight went abroad to find a stand-in. What's this? Should I pay for their flight tickets or what? These characters' brains are shrinking, playing too fancy. The deep love archetype has failed miserably. Ji Feng kept glancing at the chatterbox mouth of the alpha and felt the urge to silence him. And he indeed did just that. When the wall clock struck midnight, Chen Chei pushed him away playfully and asked, Director Ji, why haven't you gone home yet? Ji Feng glanced at the clock and said calmly, it's too late, driving tired would be unsafe. Chapter 124 Bonus, Holiday Special, Innocent Youth. Chen Jing and his brother represent two extremes. Not a bit of Chen Chei's passion has rubbed off on his younger brother. His brother hit a home run on the first day, while Chen Jing has been dating Xiao Yu for 3 months and hasn't even kissed her lips. Chen Chei took out a bunch of keys and threw them to Chen Jing. This is the house I bought when I was in college. It's a little old, but it's right in the university city, convenient for classes. I'll give it to you. Chen Jing twirled the key ring on his fingertip. I live in a dormitory, I don't need it. Xiao Yu's university is just across the street from Chen Jing's. He could reach Xiao Yu's dormitory within 5 minutes by riding his motorcycle. Chen Chei helplessly pressed his lips. Are you my brother? How come you are so clueless? Can those things be done in a dormitory? The hotels around the university city aren't clean either. After realizing this, Chen Jing immediately blushed red. Brother. What do you have in your mind? Chen Chei raised an eyebrow and leaned over, placing an arm around Chen Jing's shoulders. After examining him up and down, he was shocked. Are you serious? Are you still taking suppressants during the heightened sensitivity period? Annoyed, Chen Jing shoved away his brother's arm. Do you think I'm like you? I'm not with Xiao Yu just because of, you know what. Tisk. Chen Chei slapped Chen Jing on the back of the head. Go to hell, haven't I long reformed and turned over a new leaf? Chen Jing shrugged. You wish, Feng Ge would kill you. Never mind then, giving you the house is such a chore. Chen Chei reached for the keys in Chen Jing's hand, but Chen Jing dodged, laughing. How can you take back something once it's given? Thanks, bro. Chen Jing took a few steps back to prevent Chen Chei from hitting him. Taking out his phone to check the time, he grabbed his luggage and walked out. Bye, gotta go. I need to register. Today is Saturday, and Xiao Yu specially cleared out an afternoon to act as Chen Jing's personal volunteer. Even though they weren't from the same school, Xiao Yu often did part-time jobs, occasionally substituting classes, so she was familiar with this. Originally, Chen Chei wanted to send him off, but Chen Jing refused politely for fear that his brother might say something inappropriate. In the end, the family driver sent him over. As soon as he got out of the car, Chen Jing pulled his luggage all the way to the school gate, where Xiao Yu was waiting for him in a crisp white outfit, waving at him. Xiao Yu, have you been waiting long? Chen Jing handed over the cold bubble tea that he had snatched from his brother on the way out. Smiling, Xiao Yu accepted it. I just arrived too. Xiao Yu led Chen Jing to find the banner of the Alpha department. After registering, the two headed to the dormitory. A 4-person dormitory, upper bed lower desk. One roommate had already arrived. The person was wearing headphones intensely playing games, seemingly absorbed in it. Upon hearing the sound, he removed his headphones and poked his head out of his area, cheerfully saying, Hi, roommate, I'm Yuko. Chen Jing set down his luggage and smiled. Hello, I'm Chen Jing. This is my boyfriend, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu waved at him. Damn, where do you guys find boyfriends like that? Why can't I find any? Yuko exclaimed and put his headphones back on. Xiao Yu winked at Chen Jing and whispered, Fate brought us together. Chen Jing, touched by this sweet comment, squeezed Xiao Yu's palm. After tidying up the bedding and other items, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely around the campus until 5:30, having dinner together in the cafeteria. After dinner, they went to the playground, hand in hand again. Omega was a bit tired. Chen Jing, aren't you tired? My soles hurt a little. Chen Jing immediately asked Zhao Yu to sit on the chair at the stadium, squatted down, and urgently tried to remove Zhao Yu's shoes. Sorry, let me see if your feet have blisters. Embarrassed, Zhao Yu pulled back her foot. It's okay, I'm just a bit tired. Chen Jing scratched the back of his head and sat beside Zhao Yu, whispering, I don't want to return to the dormitory yet, I want to stay with you a bit longer. A flash of inspiration struck Alpha. My brother owns a place nearby, he gave it to me. Why don't we go watch some movies there? Zhao Yu tilted her head to look at him, raising an eyebrow slightly. Realizing what he'd said, Chen Jing hurriedly shook his hands. No ulterior motive, I just want to simply watch a movie with you. The sky gradually darkened, but Alpha's face blushed unmistakably. Zhao Yu leaned over and kissed his cheek, whispering softly, even if it's not pure, it's fine. Alpha's previously calm heart exploded, racing fast enough to make him nervous. Chen Jing's Adam's apple moved up and down. Zhao Yu burst into laughter and patted his back. I was just kidding with you, look at how nervous you are. Come on, let's go watch the movie. The Omega smiled as she pulled him up. Where's the house? Chen Jing gave a location and quietly wiped the sweat from his palms onto his pants. Sure enough, it was very close, only a 10-minute walk. Chen Jing silently opened the door, and Zhao Yu switched on the light as she commented, it's actually pretty clean, it must have been cleaned regularly. The Alpha set down the keys and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his head on her shoulder as he whispered softly, can I take you seriously? Is it okay if I do? Zhao Yu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Okay. Chapter 125 Bonus Chapter, Holiday Special, Cheng Ye's Alpha. Cheng Yi was kicked out of the house by Zhang Jieqi, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to go home for over half a month. Every day, he only dared to occasionally update his presence on WeChat. Good Chiu, I scalded my toe with boiling water, I remember we have burn ointment at home. Good Chiu, there are still several cans of cola in the fridge. I remember you don't like it. It's about to expire. Shall I go back and deal with it? No matter how Cheng Yi probed, Zhang Jieqi didn't even reply with a period. Cheng Yi lay on the last row of desks, completely unable to focus on the lecture. After some thought, he sent Zhang Jieqi the prize money he won from a competition the other day. The next second, transfer received. Cheng Yi immediately sat up straight and carefully typed, Good Chiu, in 2 more days, I'll be on holiday. Can I come back? Zhang Jieqi looked at Cheng Ye's message while supporting his cheek until his phone automatically went dark. He glanced down at little Zhang's position and muttered to himself, you've been through a lot following Go. Now when Zhang Jieqi thinks about it, it feels like a dream. These few days Cheng Yi has been staying at school, so he had his disordered nerves. He was indeed drunk, and it was also an easily sensitive period. But when Zhang Jieqi imagined replacing Cheng Yi with a Kang or others, he realized that even if he were injected with 10 doses of heat-inducing agents, he couldn't bring himself to touch them, let alone the person who ended up being touched being him. That Cheng Yi is still alive, without any broken ribs or fractures, at least shows that Cheng Yi is different in Zhang Jieqi's heart. It's just that Zhang Jieqi can't quite wrap his head around it yet, especially not being able to believe he actually went that far. The Alpha sighed. He hasn't seen Cheng Yi for over half a month, and now he actually misses him a bit. Zhang Jieqi opened WeChat and started flipping through their chat history. For half a month, he hadn't bothered with Cheng Yi, but now looking at it, this kid sent really a lot of messages every day. But the underlying meaning of each message was, Good Chiu, can I go home? Zhang Jieqi chuckled and closed his phone. The child seemed pretty frightened. He originally planned to go to Cheng Ye's university after work to have dinner with him, but unexpectedly ran into Chu Yang right when he stepped out. Xiao Zhang, the little store clerk at Brother Xinghe's flower shop has something today. Someone will deliver the flowers today, would you mind receiving them? Here are the keys. Chu Yang directly threw the store key to Zhang Jieqi. Zhang Jieqi. Isn't the boss also not here? It's rare that Dad took over the business. I want to spend time alone with Brother Xinghe. I've already booked a restaurant. Zhang Jieqi sighed helplessly, Chu director, I've finished my shift. Ding, Alipay received 10,000 yuan. Chu Yang pocketed his phone, can you go now? Rough. If you have the guts, bury me with your money. Alright, boss. Zhang Jieqi slipped the key into his pocket. It's stupid to pass up making money. Cheng Yi, that fool, won only 2,000 yuan as a first prize. Chu Yang is unreasonable, but it doesn't matter, he loves the feeling of being insulted by money. Zhang Jieqi casually bought a pancake and drove to Mighty Tiger smelling roses. Mighty Tiger. Zhang Jieqi glanced at the shop name and shook his head. By the time he tidied up the seedlings, it was already 8 in the evening. He calculated that Cheng Yi should be in the study room now. Zhang Jieqi closed the store door, driving towards home for 2 kilometers before turning back towards the university town. With the moon so full tonight, they must meet. Cheng Ye's fixed study room is always where he subtly reveals that his classroom is on the second room to the left after turning left on the 6th floor of the Xiangxue building. The security guard uncle at the entrance was listening to the radio, singing some opera disliked by alphas of his age. Zhang Jieqi parked his car, and the old man glanced up at him but didn't stop him. Perhaps alphas look younger, and with the jacket on, the tattoos on his arms aren't visible. Otherwise, he would surely be questioned. Zhang Jiechi glanced at the campus map, locating the Xiangxue building. Second room to the left. Through the glass of the back door, Zhang Jiechi saw Qingyi wearing Bluetooth earphones, with a stack of CET for mock test papers in front of him. Occasionally, he opens his phone for a glance, his face showing obvious disappointment. Zhang Jiechi quietly entered from the back door, and a few people turned around upon hearing the sound. However, Qingyi was wearing headphones to listen to audio practice and didn't notice the person he had been longing for sitting behind him. When Qingyi opened his phone to check WeChat again, Zhang Jiechi directly pulled off his earphones and whispered, "Enough already, why are you staring endlessly at that? With a score barely over 300, you're still playing with your phone." Qingyi's eyes widened in surprise. If Zhang Jiechi hadn't been holding his shoulder, Qingyi would have already jumped up from his seat. Zhang Jiechi smiled and made a "shoo" gesture. Stammering, Qingyi said, "Guqiu. Guqiu. How are you here? Am I not allowed to stop by on my way and see you? You haven't seen me for a few days, and your tongue still trips over itself." Zhang Jiechi leaned his elbow on the desk, cradling his cheek with his palm, smiling as he looked at Qingyi. The classroom lights flickered in sync with Qingyi's sudden rise in heart rate. "Guqiu." Qingyi blinked, looking utterly dazed. "Our kid has all the facial piercings, eyebrow, lip, earlobes. He doesn't look like a good family boy, so why does he exude such an air of foolishness?" Zhang Jiechi reached out and flicked Qingyi's forehead. "Stop studying, Guqiu will take you for some late-night snacks. No wonder his CET4 score is so bad." Since it was their fixed study room, Qingyi grabbed just his phone and pulled Zhang Jiechi toward the door. Zhang Jiechi glanced down. Qingyi only dared to grab his wrist. How could an alpha not wonder where this timid coward suddenly got the guts that night to make a move on him? "Slow down, your lights don't seem to work well." The sound-activated light in the staircase responded half-heartedly, flashing once before turning off again. Zhang Jiechi was silently cursing the light when the small coward who only dared touch his wrist suddenly pushed him against the wall. Burying his head in Zhang Jiechi's neck crook, Qingyi mumbled pitifully, "You scared me to death. I thought you didn't want me anymore." "Fool." Zhang Jiechi rubbed his neck. "How could Guqiu not want you?" "Then kiss me." "What? Kiss me." "Pop." Qingyi precisely found his Guqiu's lips. "You pick your moments well, huh? Afraid to hold hands but brave enough to kiss." Qingyi chuckled softly, "I'm sharp." "Hey, I." Zhang Jiechi couldn't help but laugh, his heart swelling full. "Pop. Guqiu. You kissed me. Don't waste words. Do you want the whole building to hear? Let's go." Zhang Jiechi smacked the back of Qingyi's head, quite firmly, causing the sound-activated light to flicker again. Rubbing his head, Qingyi followed behind Guqiu, beaming like an idiot. Don't always blame the kids for poor exam results, parents should also reflect on themselves. Chapter 126 Bonus Chapter, Ji Feng x Chen-Che, Marriage. On April 2, 2027, the Seth Empire amended Article 32 of the marriage law, abolishing the clause prohibiting marriage between two A's. At the marriage registration office parking lot, Ji Feng was sitting in the driver's seat, repeatedly rubbing his thumb over the steel stamp on their marriage certificate photograph. A few years ago, during his birthday, Chen-Che had given him 2 fake marriage certificates, which he had carefully kept in a safe at home, locked away with those confidential documents. "Hey, Director Ji," Chen-Che leaned over with a face full of disdain. "It's just a marriage certificate, what's with all this fuss? Are you about to cry? You can't possibly like me that much, right?" Half a year ago, Ji Feng was transferred from the investigation department to the National Security Bureau. Gu Jingxian intended to groom him as the next president. Although his work was busier, he no longer had to operate on the dangerous front lines. "Chen-Che," Ji Feng turned his head and looked at him. What is it?" Chen-Che pulled his head back, sitting properly in the passenger seat. Ji Feng was too petty, and when he got angry, he was even harder to appease than all of Chen-Che's former lovers combined. "It's not liking, it's loving." Ji Feng gazed at the wedding photo attached above, feeling deeply moved. His heart finally felt at peace. From today onward, Chen-Che would be his legally protected partner. Chen-Che pouted. "Humph, your words sound so good." Ji Feng put the marriage certificate away. "Call me husband and see how it sounds." "Why should I? Why don't you call me husband?" Chen-Che fastened his seatbelt, and wasn't thinking about launching a counterattack. Ji Feng had taken great care of him, so slowly he grew lazy. "How many times have I called you husband already?" Ji Feng started the car, his tone cool and collected. Every day, Chen-Che called him wife, without giving him any face outside, so now his colleagues still thought he was the submissive one. But these were just empty compliments, as long as Chen-Che was happy, that was all that mattered. Still, Director Ji occasionally wanted to be greedy, too. "Husband." Chen-Che suddenly blurted out. Ji Feng almost ran a red light with a sudden burst of gas, hurriedly slamming on the brakes to stop by the roadside. "I'm driving. Why did you randomly shout that? Damn. Didn't you tell me to call you that?" Chen-Che's head nearly collided with the window, startled and ready to explode in anger, but then he saw Ji Feng's ears turning red. This guy didn't seem this innocent during their intimate moments. Let's have a wedding. Ji Feng, slightly embarrassed under his gaze, said these words before shifting gears and driving off again. Chen Che wasn't particularly longing for a wedding ceremony, but if it meant collecting cash gifts and fulfilling season directors' princess-like fantasies, it was worth considering. He originally planned to squeeze a hefty sum out of Chu Yang, but this guy insisted that they buy flowers from Jiang Xinghe's flower shop without offering any discount. You don't have kids, so you wouldn't understand. Our Halo is almost 3 years old, kindergarten is super expensive. Chen Che smirked. That's why you're rich, tightwads like you can never be pinched. But despite the complaints, the gift Chu Yang gave Chen Che for the wedding was impressive, a whole building, not just one or a floor, but an entire building. On the wedding day, everyone who could make it came, including Gu Jingqian, who squeezed time from his busy schedule to attend. Chu Shan stuck close to Luo Sun, always stepping between them whenever Gu Jingqian tried to talk to Luo Sun. Gu Jingqian sighed helplessly, for someone your age, you really need to act your age. You act all proper up there, oh single man forever, why don't you be the best man for Ji Feng? Chu Shan shot back without hesitation. Gu Jingqian, seething with anger, closed his eyes briefly and let out a cold snort. And how did Sun find you attractive? That's because my wife loves me. Chu Shan smiled smugly, how nice, I've got a wife, a son, a daughter-in-law, and grandchildren. Not like some people who are all alone. Gu Jingqian rolled his eyes. Old men bickered among themselves, while the younger generation lived harmoniously together. Chu Yang was holding his son with one hand and leading his wife with the other, looking up at the stage, sighing with endless emotion, who would have thought Chen Che would reach this day. Jiang Xinghe smiled, they're getting married, don't say random things. Chu Yang grinned, Ji Feng landing with Chen Che was his karma, no sorry, his blessing, he will get a taste of it later. Sweetheart, go ahead, deliver the rings. Chu Yang set his son down and handed him a ring box, give it to your godfather. Halo glanced back at Jiang Xinghe, who bent down to encourage him, good job, Halo, go ahead. Halo finally toddled over, and Ji Feng picked him up with a smile. The MC, holding the microphone, asked, does our little flower boy have any blessings for the newlyweds? In his babyish voice, Halo said, have a baby sister. Ji Feng froze, while Chen Che's face turned red. Chaos erupted in the crowd below the stage. Who's gonna give birth? Halo hugged Ji Feng's neck. Uncle will give birth. Ji Feng. Chen Che, ha 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 ha. Alphas also have reproductive organs, but they are underdeveloped and cannot independently fulfill the responsibilities of childbirth, which is why it relies on megas to complete the process. There are cases in medical history of alphas giving birth, but they are extremely rare, none in 100,000. Chen Che thought Ji Feng had gone crazy, clutching the bedsheet as he crawled forward, are you fucking nuts? I can't give birth. Impossible. Ji Feng grabbed his ankle and pulled him back. Let's break through. Try, maybe. I want a daughter. Screw off. The end.